Family, the excitement has arrived. Suyu initially thought he could only awaken the blue-silver grass or a scythe, but unexpectedly, the awakening formation exploded with golden light, and he transformed, gaining a little divine beast as well. It turns out he has the universal fishing system and has exchanged for the Chilean bloodline. After this awakening, it even stirred up commotion in the Stardew Forest, and at the academy, he earned opportunities with every punch he landed. Incredible. Let me tell you, I've never seen such dazzling golden light in my life. With a boom, the entire awakening formation exploded, and golden light splattered all over my face. I felt like something inside me cracked, and a surge of heat shot from my soles to the top of my head. My originally malnourished yellow hair instantly turned into long golden hair, and even my dark skin lightened several shades in an instant. The most outrageous part was that a fluffy little golden ball appeared on my shoulder, looking like a little lion with dragon claws, standing on fire, and having 3 eyes. Absolutely cool. Family, who understands this? Just a moment ago, I was still that guy lying on the hillside, thinking I'd probably only awaken blue-silver grass or a scythe, and then go home to inherit the village chief position after graduation. The ups and downs of life are just too thrilling. This all started about a month ago. Back then, I was called Suyu, an ordinary transmigrator, starting off with what could only be described as hellish difficulty. My unknown parents left me a martial soul gene lottery. One was blue-silver grass, and the other was a scythe. What can these two things do together? Guarding for blue-silver grass? I'd rather not. With only a month left until martial soul awakening, my heart felt cold, thinking this was all there was to my life, at most becoming a village chief and living an ordinary life. Just when I was looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lamenting the unfairness of fate, my grandpa called me from down the hill to eat. My grandpa, Su-Yi, is a very kind old man who has always hoped I could awaken a good martial soul and leave this corner called Xiaoya village. While eating, he comforted me, saying that even if I couldn't awaken a good martial soul, it was fine. He would save the village chief position for me, so I wouldn't go hungry. Hearing that made me feel terrible. I didn't want to disappoint him, but my gene sigh, it's hard to explain. Then, a turning point came. That night, I was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, when suddenly I heard a ding. Universal fishing system loading completed. I jumped up like a carp. A system. It's a system. My essential golden finger as a transmigrator has finally arrived. I quickly looked at the panel, and to my surprise, it gave me a brutal critique right off the bat. Host, Suyu, strength, weak chick, evaluation. The weakest of the weak, you can't even beat the neighbor's husky. Wait, don't I have any dignity? Why is this system attacking my personality? I didn't want to argue with it. I hurriedly asked what functions it had. The system simply explained it was for fishing and I could fish once a month for all things in the universe. Moreover, the newbie gift package directly gave me one chance. What are we waiting for? Use it. I must use it. Beep. Started to fish. My heart was in my throat. Fishing successful, weakened version of the Chilean bloodline obtained. Would the host like to change? I was about to pop my eyes out. The Chilean bloodline. Do I even need to ask? Change. Change it now. Anyone who doesn't is a fool. The next moment, I felt an overwhelming power explode in my body, but it didn't hurt at all. Instead, it was warm like soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable. In less than a quarter of an hour, the fusion was successful. When I opened the panel again, hey, everything had changed. Bloodline, Chilean bloodline unawakened, martial soul, three-eyed golden lion, soul power level 10. Innate full soul power. My goodness. Looking at the evaluation again, strength, trash evaluation. You've graduated from weak chick to little spicy chicken. Happy now? You can already beat the neighbor's husky. Alright, although I'm still trash, at least I can beat a dog. He'll take it. The system explained that since the bloodline I fished was incomplete, the martial soul couldn't be a proper Chilean, and thus became a three-eyed golden lion. Only after I officially awakened my martial soul could the bloodline awaken as well. I understood this wasn't a loss. With this cheat, my life suddenly had hope. For the next month, I trained like I was on fire, sticking to my exercises every day. Time flew by, and finally, the day of martial soul awakening arrived. My grandpa led me to the village's martial soul hall, and I felt both nervous and excited. Upon arriving, I recognized him right away. This wasn't the main character flowing like water, but the ironclad Tao Gisu Yuntao. He was the same as ever, starting off with a standard process. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and I will guide you. Then martial soul possession wolfman, and he transformed into a werewolf, scaring the other kids quite a bit. When it was my turn, I was a bit worried about whether he had enough soul power. Surprisingly, Tao Gu, with a serious face, said it was fine. The next village was waiting for him. Alright, I stepped into the 6 black stones, And with his soul power infusion, what you saw at the beginning happened. Golden light exploded, the heavens and earth changed color, and I transformed on the spot, with a little divine beast appearing on my shoulder. System notifications followed. Martial soul awakening successful. Additional reward of 3 fishing opportunities. Awesome. Tao Go was stunned, and, after a long time, he let me measure my soul power. The crystal ball flashed brightly innate full soul power. He muttered, another one with innate full soul power? I knew very well that the another he referred to was definitely Tang San, who had just awakened blue silvergrass in another village. Tao Go even wanted to invite me to join the Martial Soul Hall, but I directly refused. No way, I didn't want to get involved in that mess. At the same time I awakened, thousands of miles away in the depths of the Stardow Forest, a giant black dragon suddenly burst out of the life lake. By the lake, a handsome guy with black hair, the beast god Emperor Tian, spoke with a serious face. The aura of the auspicious beast has appeared twice. What on earth is going on? Next to him, a muscular man named Xiong Jun was being casual, but a green-haired beauty named by Ji was more reliable, saying, "They'll go bring him back. The bloodline of the auspicious beast must not be lost." They had a genuine three-eyed golden lion on their side, and a little female beast was clamoring to go with her. Of course, I didn't know any of this at the time. I was just excitedly showing my Martial Soul Hall certificate to my grandpa. He looked at my golden hair and the three-eyed golden lion on my shoulder, completely dumbfounded. After confirming it several times, he finally believed that his grandson not only awakened a martial soul, but was also a genius with innate full soul power. The old man cried at that moment, smiling and saying he had no regrets even in death, patting my shoulder and saying he would send me to Nodding Academy in a few days. Back home, I quickly opened the system panel now. I had 4 fishing opportunities. I thought to myself, this has to be saved up for a big Howla 10 consecutive draw, right? Those who have played games know that a 10 consecutive draw guarantees a miracle. A few days later, my grandpa rented a carriage and took me to Nodding City. Upon arriving at the academy gate, he gave me all his money, just a few dozen silver coins, and it made my nose tingle. I silently vowed to make sure he lived a good life in the future. Guess who I saw at the academy gate? Tang San, and that theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang. They were being difficult with the doorkeeper. Wow, I was catching a live broadcast of famous scene. My system in my head went completely wild. Ding, checked in at Nodding Academy, gained 1 fishing opportunity. Ding, checked in with main character Tang San, gained 3 fishing opportunities. Ding, checked in with Master Yu Xiaojiang, gained 2 fishing opportunities. I was dumbfounded. This was a huge profit. After the master finished teaching the doorman a lesson, I smoothly handed over my proof. After bidding farewell to my grandfather, I entered the academy and headed straight to the academic affairs office. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw a super cute little girl wearing a pink outfit and sporting a scorpion braid. Without a doubt, it had to be Xiao Wu. Sure enough, the system chimed again. Ding, checked in with Xiao Wu, gained 3 fishing opportunities. When I was handling my enrollment procedures, the director saw that I had innate full soul power and wanted to take me as his apprentice, but I politely declined. He then told me that I would be in the same dormitory as this girl named Xiao Wu. So, we walked to the dorm together. Along the way, Xiao Wu was like a curious little baby, constantly sneaking glances at me and even leaning over to sniff me. I was stunned. Isn't this Qilin bloodline supposed to have the function of attracting soul beasts? It's all about the abstract. When we arrived at the entrance of the 7th dormitory, I shrugged her off and walked inside. As soon as I entered, a fist came flying towards my face without any warning. I was furious and dodged to the side, grabbing his arm and tossing him aside. He flew out, and I followed up with a kick, sending him crashing into the wall, unable to peel himself off. The other people in the dorm were stunned, shouting, "Holy bro." I activated my martial soul and coldly looked at the sturdy guy named Wang Sheng. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" To my surprise, he got up from the ground, not angry at all, but cheerfully said, "You're pretty good for a newcomer. I'm Wang Sheng, the boss of the 7th dorm. You've defeated me, so from now on, you're the boss. That's the rule." I couldn't be bothered with him and went straight to find an empty bed to set up. Just as I finished making my bed, a sweet voice came from behind me. I turned around to see Xiao Wu blinking her big eyes, pointing at my brand new bedding and cheerfully asking, "See, your bedding looks quite new. Why don't we live together? What do you think?" Let me tell you, I was completely stunned and scared enough to jump onto the bed in a flash. This little girl was way too bold. What does live together even mean? I'm only 6 years old. Seeing me refuse, Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks in a huff, looking quite displeased. "Oh, what are you afraid of? I want to eat you. Hurry over and help me push the beds together." Just as I was about to say, Don't come over. She gave a hefty kick and sent her bed flying right next to mine, perfectly aligned. Then she leaped onto my bed, snatched the freshly laid quilt, and with a grin exclaimed, "Done. Let us cover ourselves sideways. There is plenty of space. Family, who understands?" At that moment, I wore the same expression as an elderly person on the subway, staring at their phone. Did I just intercept Tang San's wife? No, this plot doesn't add up. This Xiao Wu came over on her own. It has nothing to do with me. I wondered, would Tang San hold a grudge against me? But then I thought, why worry? I've traversed realms. This continent's protagonist must be me. If Tang San dares to cause trouble, I'll simply yank off his headgear. Besides, he doesn't even know Xiao Wu yet. With that thought, I felt quite elated. Hey, I just gained a wife, no, a roommate for free. As I reveled in my good fortune, Wang Sheng quietly approached with a silly grin. "Boss, ready to grab a bite?" I nodded, and just as I stood up, Xiao Wu jumped up too, wrapping her arms around mine with an air of familiarity. "Suyu, let us go eat." I glanced at her sideways, sensing something amiss, and cautiously asked, "You're not broke, are you?" Lo and behold, her little face flushed bright red like a tomato, and she shyly nodded. Sigh. What else could I do? I couldn't abandon my roommate who had come along. Resigned, I reached out and pinched her adorable little face. "All right, let us go. It's on me. Muma. Suyu, you're so nice." She pecked my cheek and clung to my arm like a koala. I wiped the drool off my face, sighing inwardly. Being handsome sometimes feels like a sweet burden. The nearby Wang Sheng and his crew were dumbfounded, murmuring amongst themselves, "Boss, are we still eating? Feels like we're about to choke on dog food." Wang Sheng looked equally awkward, unsure of what to say. I shot them a glare. "What are you whispering about? Hurry up and move." The bunch finally snapped back to reality and rushed to catch up, calling out, "Boss Xiao Wu, slow down." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately became displeased, turning back to Wang Sheng and shaking her dainty fist, fuming. "Call me Sister Xiao Wu, or else I'll hit you." Wang Sheng dared not defy her, quickly correcting himself. "Yes, Sister Xiao Wu." This made Xiao Wu beam with pride. She patted her still-developing chest and boldly declared to Wang Sheng, "Little Shengzi, if anyone bullies you at New Oding Academy, just mention my name, and I'll protect you." I could see through Wang Sheng's intentions. He wasn't after Xiao Wu, but rather me. As long as he could curry favor with Xiao Wu, he'd be connected to me. TSK. Such a young age, yet so cunning. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Wang Sheng explained, "The first floor is free, while the second floor charges." Being work-study students, we were obviously heading straight to the first floor. We found a corner to sit down and grabbed 2 large steam buns. Ready to dig in, when I noticed a group of formally dressed individuals standing at the stairway. The leader, who had an annoying expression, looked our way and mockingly stated, "Oh, aren't these the poor folks from Wang Sheng's group? They only ever eat their meager meals on the first floor." Before I could respond, Xiao Wu's temper flared instantly. Being a 10,000-year-old beast, she wasn't accustomed to such insults. She banged on the table and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Eating on the second floor makes you impressive?" Puffed. I was about to stand up and teach that punk a lesson when suddenly, a familiar voice descended from stairs. I looked up, and lo and behold, it was Tang San. He was actually mingling with those people. It seemed my appearance had triggered the butterfly effect. He didn't end up in the 7th dormitory after all. Tang San, probably seeing Xiao Wu for the first time, stared in awe. The leader, Chen Ge, upon spotting Tang San, opted not to escalate the situation. He spat in our direction, disdainfully saying, "Humph, I won't stoop to your level." With that, he led Tang San upstairs. I quickly grabbed Xiao Wu, who was eager to charge forward, and pushed her back on her seat. She was furious. "Hey, why are you so cowardly? They're insulting us." I calmly took a bite of my steamed bun and replied, "What is the use of arguing with them? Just a bunch of loudmouths? It's better to wait for the right moment to knock their heads off. Talking only leads to more talking." Xiao Wu paused, her eyes lighting up with admiration as she gazed at me. She quickly finished her bun and rested her chin on her hand, staring at me with wide eyes. Once I finished eating, she clung to my arm again, swaying, "Hee, see if we have time later, let us go shopping." I shook my head. "No, I need to return to cultivate. I've saved up 13 fishing attempts. I must seize the opportunity for something big." Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked a bit disappointed. her rabbit ear decorations drooping. I found it amusing and pinched her fluffy ears. All right, next time, I promise to accompany you. Guess what? The moment I pinched them, her face turned crimson, and she murmured, "Don't pinch me. It tickles." My heart skipped a beat. Could it be genuine? Back at the dorm, I opened the system panel and stared at the 13 fishing attempts. Rubbing my hands together, I excitedly exclaimed, "System, let us do a 10 consecutive draw. Give me something golden." Beep, fishing successful. Let me tell you, my system has a whimsical side. 10 consecutive draws. Guess what I got? Xiaji Chio Shiru S black stockings, 1. Qian Renshu S little underwear, 1. BB Dong S past item, also a pair. And then by Xiao Chun S lust potion, toilet paper. Instant noodles. At that moment, I felt my CPU was about to overheat. Did this system understand me, or some other LSP? Fortunately, I managed to snag a few decent items. Barrett M, 82, a 1. Wow, a physical cheat. 10,000 gold soul coins. I'm rich. Plus, a book of unnamed cultivation method. Overall, I was quite satisfied. As I reveled in my success, Xiao Wu curiously asked, "Suyu, what are you doing? Didn't Tiyu say you were cultivating?" I quickly hid my smile, sat cross-legged, and began to operate the unnamed cultivation method. You wouldn't believe it. Although the method appeared plain, having it made all the difference. The cultivation speed skyrocketed. Seeing me cultivate, Xiao Wu obediently lay on my bed, tucked under my quilt, likely lulled by my scent, and fell into a deep slumber. When I finished my cultivation and opened my eyes, it was already dark outside. Turning my head, I was taken aback. Xiao Wu was sprawled across the bed, her little feet nearly kicking my face. I chuckled and shook my head, adjusting her legs before lying down to sleep myself. The next morning, I was still in a drowsy haze when I felt someone nudging me, a voice calling, you go, wake up, it's time for breakfast." I abruptly opened my eyes to see Wang Sheng's large face inches from mine, startling me so much that my reflex kicked in, and I threw a punch. With a thud, Wang Sheng was sent flying. He clutched his swollen face, looking utterly wronged. "Yugo, what was that for?" "I was just trying to wake you up." I coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing, just a reflex. Your face suddenly came so close it startled me." "Here, take this, treat the brothers to breakfast." I casually tossed him a silver soul coin. I didn't have time to eat today. I had just acquired the Barrett and needed to head to the soul-hunting forest to try it out. I directly informed Wang Sheng that I had matters to attend to and stealthily slipped out of the academy. My first destination was the Wuhuan Hall, where I sought out my old acquaintance, Tao Ge. With a single gold soul coin, I procured a permit to enter the soul-hunting forest. Subsequently, I made my way to the city gates, spending 8 silver soul coins to hire a carriage, setting off towards the soul-hunting forest hundreds of miles away. Upon arrival, I presented my permit to the guards and plunged into the verdant expanse of the forest. I inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of freedom, but was abruptly met with an unpleasant odor. Glancing down, I was embarrassed to find a yellow mound not far off. After walking for about 10 minutes, I must say, my Sanyan Jinli Wuhuan is no joke. Every soul beast I encountered, regardless of its species, regarded me with the utmost reverence, as if they were greeting a long-lost father. Some even trailed behind me, acting as my temporary bodyguards. Just as I reveled in my triumph, I suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle ahead. Stealthily approaching, I was astonished to find Tang San in combat with his theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang, as they engaged a 300-year-old mandala snake. Truly, the protagonist's skill with hidden weapons is remarkable. They managed to defeat the snake with finesse. Impressive indeed. But I had my own endeavors to pursue, and chose a different path. Not far along, I was greeted by a dazzling sight. Before me stood a magnificent soul beast over 2 meters tall, entirely snow white, adorned with wings and crowned with a spiraled horn. A radiant unicorn. Its attributes were perfectly aligned with my desires. This was the one. With my Barrett in hand, I cautiously approached. Logically, with my soul beast's maximum affinity, it should not attack me. Indeed, upon noticing my presence, the unicorn merely exhibited caution before quickly relaxing, even coming over to lick me with its long tongue. I gently stroked its silky coat and proposed, "Dear unicorn, you see, my potential is extraordinary, my talents unparalleled." Would you consider becoming my soul ring? To my bewilderment, the unicorn alternated between nodding and shaking its head. Strangely, I comprehended its message. It indicated that it had offspring to care for and could not become my soul ring, but it could introduce me to a more powerful and suitable soul beast. What a stroke of fortune. I eagerly nodded in agreement. The unicorn gestured for me to climb onto its back. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, soared into the depths of the forest. Soon, it brought me to the entrance of a cave. It whinnied a few times, and shortly thereafter, heavy footsteps echoed from within. The unicorn nudged me, urging me to enter. Summoning my courage, I stepped inside, only to be met with an astonishing sight. A colossal dragon, 5 to 6 meters in length, coiled within the cave. With its wings unfurled, the sheer aura it exuded nearly rendered me breathless. A millennium-old soul beast. My legs weakened as I feared the unicorn intended for me to become its snack. However, the dragon bore no ill will. It observed me silently for a few minutes before stepping out of the cave and unleashing a fearsome roar. The sheer might of its presence shook the entire soul-hunting forest. Later, I realized that this radiant dragon wished to become my source of power. Yet, it had a condition. I must help it deliver its offspring, a dragon egg, to a safe haven. As I hesitated, grappling with the gravity of the task, the radiant dragon lay before me, exposing its belly. Upon closer inspection, I was horrified to see a gaping wound, 3 to 4 meters long, festering and even infested with maggots. In that moment, I understood it did not have much time left. Before its demise, it sought to exchange its life for a protector for its child. Who among you can comprehend the depths of a mother's love? I felt my heart soften. With a resolute bite of my lip, I solemnly nodded. All right, I promise to ensure your child's safety. Upon hearing my vow, the radiant dragon emitted one final roar. Its eyes filled with determination. Instantly, a torrent of unique and immense power surged forth from its body, flooding into mine. My expression shifted. This was a sacrificial offering. I quickly settled into a meditative position, striving to absorb this energy. Let me tell you, the force was overwhelming. The energy from a millennium-old soul beast's sacrifice surged through me like a dam bursting, and I felt as though I was glowing, on the verge of transcending my earthly form. Just as I was reaching the pinnacle of this experience, I heard the sound of footsteps nearby. Without opening my eyes, I instinctively recognized that it was Tang San and his so-called master, Yu Xiaojiang. Astoundingly, these two observed my absorption of the soul ring, with the radiant unicorn standing guard beside me, and they were utterly flabbergasted. Tang San, still a child at heart, inquired of his teacher, "What is happening here?" I must say, Yu Xiaojiang, a veritable titan in theoretical realms, yet a blundering fool in practice, scrutinized me and then confidently declared to Tang San, "Little San, we have encountered a great fortune. This lad, if all goes as expected, is a manifestation of 100,000-year soul beast." At that moment, a gigantic question mark loomed in my mind. Who are you to make such audacious claims? Tang San, being earnest, quickly countered, "But I have seen him at New Oding Academy." Can you believe it? This master, with a face as thick as a city wall, blinked not an eye as he stubbornly insisted, "That only indicates a problem. An animal manifests, infiltrating a human academy. There must be a grand conspiracy at play." Ah, the audacity of making conjectures in unfamiliar domains, weaving a tale to convince himself. Then, the most explosive moment arrived. To validate his dubious theory, Yu Xiaojiang audaciously proposed to Tang San, "When that unicorn relaxes, let us ambush it. If it perishes and drops a soul bone, my theory will be proven correct. Should it not, I shall merely compensate its family." My fury ignited at this absurd proposition. For the sake of a nonsensical hypothesis and a possibly non-existent soul bone, they would gamble with my life? Compensation? I scoff at your foolishness. This master and disciple duo, one bold enough to propose and the other credulous enough to believe, thus unceremoniously decided my fate, treating me as if I were naught but a mere pawn. As I approached the critical juncture of absorbing energy, the barrier within me was on the verge of shattering. At that precise moment, Yu Xiaojiang seized the opportunity as the radiant unicorn was distracted by the dragon's absence and shouted, "Little San, attack." Tang San, truly a man of action, unleashed his blue silver grass, spiraling towards me like a venomous serpent. The radiant unicorn reacted swiftly, incinerating the grass with a beam of holy light. Seeing this, the master became even more fervent, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. His face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Did you witness that? It is protecting him. Stop it quickly. Kill it and seize its bones." With that, he summoned his woman, Luo San Pao, which blasted the radiant unicorn away. I must say, Tang San was relentless. As the master struggled against the unicorn's radiant energy, he grimaced and drew a crossbow, aiming it squarely at my head. In that heartbeat, dread flooded my veins. Just as the arrow was about to be released, the radiant dragon, having completed its sacrificial offering and on the brink of death, summoned its last breath to shift its body, using its dragon scales to shield me from the lethal arrow. The scales shattered, and its immense form collapsed to the ground. Casting one final glance at its progeny before succumbing to eternal rest. In a frenzy, the radiant unicorn erupted with holy light, witnessing the demise of its companion. My fury reached its zenith. Regardless of protagonist or master, one of them must pay the price today. I concentrated all my rage and soul power, colliding fiercely with the barrier. Shatter. I abruptly opened my eyes, a fresh aura exploding from within me. I pointed at the two individuals, my voice laced with lethal intent. Guangming Dujiao, eliminate them. Yet, I did not solely rely on it. I swiftly drew my treasured barret from the system. The moment that cold metallic sensation grazed my hands, it instantly calmed my nerves. Without hesitation, I aimed the barrel directly at the still cursing Luo Sanpao. Bang! A resounding blast echoed as the bullet shot forth like a fiery serpent, obliterating Luo Sanpao into countless fragments. As his martial soul shattered, Yu Xiaojiang let out a gasp. Spitting a mouthful of blood, his face drained of color. I did not grant him a moment to recover. I swiftly redirected my aim towards him. At this point, the master was truly terrified, nearly wetting himself, as he bellowed, "Xiao San, save me." Tang San was preoccupied, frantically using concealed weapons to harass the Dujiao and could not assist. Seeing his plea for help go unanswered, Yu Xiaojiang resorted to threats. "If you dare to harm me, the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace will not spare you." I found this utterly amusing. Moments later, noticing my hesitation, he attempted to entice me. "Kid, spare me, and not only will I absolve you, but I can also take you as my disciple." Gazing at his hypocritical face, contorted into an expression more grotesque than a cry, my disdain nearly overflowed. Was he trying to play mind games with me? I scoffed coldly. A killer is always hunted down. Bang! I pulled the trigger once more. Just as the bullet was about to strike, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, and a hulking figure materialized before the master, effortlessly grasping my bare bullet with bare hands. Good heavens, it was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. He held the bullet, feigning admiration. What a brilliant design. Then, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang, he nonchalantly remarked, "You are mistaken. He is not a soul beast transformed." Subsequently, his gaze shifted to me, his eyes regarding me as one would an insignificant ant. What he uttered next shattered my worldview. "Kid, I know you are unwilling. However, since I am here today, you will not kill him. Of course, I shall not kill you either, but since you intended to harm my son, I cannot let you off lightly. How about this? I shall break one of your legs." Listen to this logic of a bandit. His son sought to kill me, but if I attempted to retaliate, it was unacceptable. He even took the time to impart wisdom. This is the law of Douluo Continent. The strong can dominate all, including you. After saying this, the overwhelming soul power pressed down upon me, rendering me immobile as he approached, his massive hand poised to crush my calf. My heart brimmed with hatred. I vowed that I would repay this debt 100-fold in the future. As his foul visage drew near, he added, "Remember, kid, do not be so arrogant without a background. If my son wishes to kill you, you must endure." Just as his hand was about to make contact with my leg, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A surge of purple energy, brimming with destructive intent, descended from above, aimed directly at Tang San. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly rushed to Tang San's side, drawing forth a colossal Haotian hammer to block the attack. The terrifying explosion sent me flying. Yet I did not crash to the ground, but instead landed in an exceptionally soft embrace. As I looked up, a stunning beauty with green hair held me close. Meanwhile, a regal figure clad in purple faced off against Tang Hao, with a small golden beast perched upon her shoulder. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a San Yen Jin and I instantly understood. These two were the formidable powerhouses of the Douluo Forest. The Emerald Swan by Ji and the Hell Dragon King ZG. They had come to support me. ZG, known for her fiery temper, wasted no time and launched an attack. Those who dare to harm us are courting death. Tang Hao found himself on the defensive, his Haotian hammer and explosive rings proving insufficient against ZG, ultimately resorting to hastily detonating several soul rings in a desperate retreat with Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, leaving them in a state of disarray. As the smoke cleared, ZG disdainfully remarked in the direction Tang Hao had fled. He was fortunate to escape. Meanwhile, I was still in a daze. The Guangming Dujiao, having just regained consciousness thanks to Bai Ji's life energy, opened its eyes to behold the two divine beings before it, rolling its eyes back and feigning once more. ZG looked on in exasperation. What an embarrassment. At this moment, Bai Ji turned to me gently, stroking my hair. You are Su Yu, correct? You possess the auspicious bloodline of our soul beast clan. You are our king. Therefore, we shall take you back to the Douluo Forest. Although her tones suggested negotiation, she left me no room for refusal. I thought of my grandfather back in the village and presented my sole condition. You must ensure my grandfather's safety. They readily agreed, with ZG cheerfully stating, no problem. We will send that girl Xiao Wu from Nodding Academy to protect your grandfather. She is also one of us. Upon hearing this, I thought to myself that this was indeed a favorable deal. The San Yen Jin and I nestled in my arms have been rubbing against me since earlier, its adorableness overwhelming. I could not help but bury my face in its fluffy belly and inhale deeply. Thus, the matter was settled. But I still wished to return home and bid farewell to my grandfather. Bai Ji promptly agreed, lifting me along with the San Yen Jin and I, soaring through the sky towards our village. Meanwhile, outside the soul hunting forest, the fleeing Tang Hao surveyed his injuries, then glanced at the stunned Yu Xiaojiang beside him, fury boiling within him. He swiftly slapped the master across the face, sending him spinning several times, his cheeks swelling. He warned Yu Xiaojiang that my backing was something even he could not provoke and urged them to flee immediately from Nodding. After Tang Hao departed, Yu Xiaojiang's face twisted in frustration, a tangled mess of emotions. Internally, he began cursing. You flaunt your superiority only to be beaten, and then you blame me? Fine. Tang Hao, just wait. I will write to the Martial Soul Palace and sell you out. Soon, Bai Ji brought me back to our little Yi village. From a distance, I spotted my grandfather lounging in a chair in the yard, leisurely fanning himself. Grandfather, I shouted as I rushed over. Upon seeing me, he initially assumed I had been expelled from the academy for causing trouble, raising his hand to pat my head. You little rascal, have you been stirring up trouble again? I chuckled, quickly pointing at the ethereal Bai Ji behind me, and began to spin a tale. Grandfather, please don't hit me. I haven't caused any trouble. I've achieved success. This esteemed lady is a titled Dalu, and she sees my extraordinary talent, taking me as her disciple. My grandfather's eyes nearly bulged out as he scrutinized Bai Ji, his gaze akin to that of someone encountering a new form of telemarketing scam. Nearly branding my forehead with the words, "Have you been scammed?" He cleared his throat and cautiously inquired, "Miss, it's not that I don't believe you, but a titled Douluo is someone who can make headlines across the continent. Could you perhaps let me witness this?" I assure you, Bai Ji exuded an aura of grandeur, smiling as warmly as a spring breeze, showing no signs of anger. Rest assured, old sir, it is only proper. No sooner had she spoken than BEM. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings erupted forth, particularly the final one, a deep crimson hue, nearly shattered my grandfather's titanium alloy glasses. Good heavens! Had fortune finally come my way? My grandfather's back nearly buckled as he was about to kneel. Truly kneel. However, Bai Ji was quick to catch him, infusing him with a warm stream of energy, instantly easing the discomfort in his back from years of labor. Bai Ji gently said, "Old sir, you must not. You are Su Yu's grandfather, and by seniority, you are older than I am. If you bow to me, you may shorten your lifespan." My grandfather, no longer daring to discuss seniority, was so excited that his lips trembled, repeatedly exclaiming that this was a blessing from the ancestors. I hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Oh, grandfather, the teacher has already said that we are now family. Let us not engage in such formalities. Please come inside and sit." Upon entering the house, it was evident that our living conditions were rather austere. Bai Ji slightly frowned, prompting my grandfather to quickly explain, "We are poor. Please be understanding." As a result, Biji shook her head and said, "Old sir, you have misunderstood. I was merely contemplating how remarkable it is that in such an environment, you have managed to nurture such an exceptional child as Su Yu." Her words struck a chord, opening my grandfather's floodgates of nostalgia, and he began to recount my illustrious childhood exploits with great enthusiasm. I hastily prepared some of my grandfather's treasured tea for the two of them, and poured a cup for the curious San Yin Jin nestled in my arms. The little creature tentatively licked the tea, only to spit it out in disgust, as if to convey that even a dog would refuse such a brew. I chuckled and lifted it up, exclaiming, "Hey, little one, your taste is just like mine. No wonder you are the imperial, auspicious beast." At that moment, a figure flashed in the courtyard, and a stunning beauty clad in purple entered, carrying an unconscious young girl, none other than Xiao Wu. Upon seeing her, Biji turned to my grandfather and said, "Old sir, my companion has arrived. We would like to take Su Yu out for some training. What do you think?" My grandfather, upon hearing this, nearly leapt from his seat in excitement. "Excellent. Wonderful. I am overjoyed that you wish to take him out. After all, having a title Douluo as a mentor, providing food and accommodation while upgrading, such an opportunity is rare." Biji roused Xiao Wu from her slumber and smiled, saying, "Perfect timing. This child is named Xiao Wu, the daughter of my friend. We hope she can stay here during her breaks. Would that be convenient for you?" With a grand gesture, my grandfather replied, "No problem. Leave it to me." Seeing that Xiao Wu was awake, I wasted no time and pulled her out of the room. I quickly recounted how Tang San and the master had tried to deceive and harm me in the Hunting Soul Forest. Xiao Wu was incensed, her small fists clenched, her face flushed with anger. "Su Yu, do not worry. I will protect you. If I see that Tang San again, I will make him regret it. How dare he bully you? It's an affront to me." Xiao Wu. Ah, family. Who understands this sense of security? It filled me with warmth instantly. On our way back, Biji had already stuffed a bag of gold coins into my grandfather's hands, which I had requested her to do. When we parted, my grandfather's eyes were red-rimmed as he patted my shoulder, saying, "Good boy, go out and train hard. Grandfather will be waiting for the day you become a title Douluo." My heart tightened, and I nodded emphatically. The next moment, Biji embraced me, while Ziji held Xiao Wu, and we soared into the sky. 3 days later, we arrived at the Xing Do Great Forest. As soon as we landed, a chime echoed in my mind, indicating that I had successfully checked in, earning 5 fishing opportunities. I quickly recited the incantation to open the panel, and to my astonishment, I had unknowingly accumulated 15 chances to fish. My storage was filled with barrettes, instant noodles, and a plethora of other miscellaneous items. The system was quite extreme. What on earth were these things? Along the way, those ancient soul beasts would either take a detour or bow their heads upon seeing Biji, creating a scene akin to a powerful mob boss on a stroll. We ventured deeper into the forest, and Ziji mentioned she wanted to take me to a more beautiful place. Meanwhile, Ziji had already slipped away to report to the true authority here, Dition. After hearing her report, Dition then went to inform their ultimate boss, the Master, who I later learned was the Silver Dragon King, Guyana. When I arrived at the location, I was utterly astonished by the sight before me. A colossal lake, brimming with the essence of life, made me feel as though I might ascend on the spot with just a single breath. A man clad in black robes, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, appeared behind me. He was Dition, Another notification chimed, indicating I had checked in with DT earning 2 additional fishing opportunities. DT spoke directly. It was I who instructed BG to bring you here. The master wishes to meet you. He then led me towards the center of the lake. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I blacked out. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a fairyland, facing a girl with silver hair and purple eyes. Her beauty was beyond what even AI modeling could replicate, breathtaking to the point of suffocation. The system chimed once more. Ding! Checked in with the Silver Dragon King, earning 5 fishing opportunities. Guyana gazed at me, her voice ethereal and melodious. You must be Suyu, a human with the bloodline of an auspicious beast. I offer you an opportunity to join us in the Xing-Do Great Forest, where we will provide you with the finest resources for your cultivation. She paused, her violet eyes locking onto mine. However, there is one condition. Your future offspring must remain in the Xing-Do Great Forest. Goodness. She was laying down conditions like a contract. I contemplated for a moment and nodded. That is acceptable, but I cannot be confined here forever. Once I have the ability to protect myself, I wish to venture out for training. Agreed, she replied readily. Now, give me a drop of your blood. I complied. She took my blood, waved her hand, and I was transported away by the power of space. When I awoke again, I found myself in a small wooden cabin. Deep Tian, with an icy demeanor, briefly instructed me to eat fruits by the lake if I was hungry, and to hunt with the Sanyin Jin Li if I wished for meat, before vanishing. For the next half-month, I felt as if I were living in a dream. The fruits by the lake were Guiyuan fruits that could enhance soul power, and I consumed them as my meals, leveling up in just half a month. I spent my days hunting with the Sanyin Jin Li, feasting on roasted meat. Those soul beasts saw us and fled faster than rabbits. The bloodline suppression was simply outrageous. One day, after finishing a meal of roasted meat, I felt inspired and decided to use all my accumulated fishing opportunities. Upon checking the panel, I discovered that I had 23 chances. System, let me fish. Ding. Starting to fish. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of lust potion. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of lust potion. I watched in disbelief as the system seemingly went mad, producing bottle after bottle of lust potion. I thought to myself, was this meant to wreak havoc across the entire Xing-Do Great Forest? Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of Paraquat, Special Edition. Congratulations, host. You have received an external soul bone. At the moment I drew the soul bone, a searing pain shot through my back. It felt as if someone were drilling holes in my back with an electric drill and forcefully inserting burning iron wings. I writhed in agony, tears and snot flowing freely. The Sanyin Jin Li was terrified, frantically circling around, before darting away without a trace. Half an hour later, it returned, frantically bringing BG with it. Upon seeing the golden dragon wings forming on my back, BG realized the monumental opportunity and urged me to focus on absorbing it without distraction. When the pain finally subsided, I opened my eyes, and an indescribable aura of auspiciousness erupted from me. Golden light radiated over 100 meters, causing all flora and fauna to flourish wildly, while the soul beasts around me experienced a sudden surge in cultivation. BG was left in a state of shock, feeling the 2,000 years of cultivation that had spontaneously appeared within her. She was utterly astounded. Grabbing the nearby Sanyin Jin Li, she probed its soul power and nearly cried out. The originally 5,000-year-old Sanyin Jin Li's cultivation had skyrocketed to 7,000 years. My goodness, BG's lips trembled. This boy could actually assist auspicious beasts in their cultivation. She realized the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary auspicious beast, but a mobile fountain capable of producing powerhouses. Without hesitation, she scooped me up and dashed towards the lake of life. Upon receiving BG's trembling report, DT was equally petrified. A wild thought flashed through his mind. If he could allow Su Yu and the auspicious beast to cultivate vigorously, once the auspicious beast transformed, they could produce 10 or 8 little auspicious beasts. Wouldn't the Xing-Do Great Forest soar to dominance over the continent? The more he pondered, the more excited he became. He looked at BG and issued a solemn command. BG, from now on, you are entirely responsible for Su Yu's training. At all costs. By the end of this year, I must see him reach level 20. With this command, Tian was genuinely invested. He took the order and immediately went to report to the true matriarch. Guyana. Upon hearing the news, Guyana appeared unfazed and remarked, "Oh, so you possesses impressive bloodline abilities that can assist Xiao Sanyan, and perhaps even aid me in the future. However, he is merely a weakling at present. We shall discuss this further once he becomes a titled Dalu." Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. "My lord, he can assist you. I shall bring him to you in an instant as a source of energy." Before he could finish a sentence, Guyana shot him a deadly glance. "Dare you lay a finger on him? Let him hone his abilities. That young man may very well challenge me in the future." With that, she plummeted back into the lake to continue her cultivation, exuding an air of aloofness. Tian, left in disappointment, began to formulate a plan. He realized that the master was instructing him to assist Su Yu in his training. He turned towards me with an unsettling grin, muttering, "Little Su Yu, for the KPI of our Xingdo de Sanlin, you shall endure a little suffering. Uncle Tian's devilish training camp will guarantee your ascension." At that moment, while I was seated indoors, I felt a chill run down my neck, as if a cold breeze had surged from my tailbone straight to my crown. My heart raced, and I thought, who is plotting against me? Tang-san, it must be you, you old trickster. However, in the next instant, I realized I had wronged Tang-san. The scene shifted, and Tian had me pinned to the ground, mercilessly rubbing me down. I lay there, drenched in sweat, weakly calling out, "Brother Tian, Lord Tian." I was wrong. I truly wish to live. Is there any chance for mercy? Tian gazed down at me, snorting disdainfully. "Get up, you little rascal. I believe in you. You are the chosen one, favored by destiny. Rise and shine." As he spoke, that wicked hand reached out once more. Beside us, Xiao Sanyan could no longer bear to watch, whimpering in sympathy for the plight of the feeble human. Bai Ji had also appeared, smiling at Xiao Sanyan. "Look how hard Su Yu is working. Your bloodlines are alike. Do not slack off. Come, let us train together." Upon seeing her approach, Xiao Sanyan's fur bristled in fear. As for me, I was pushed to my limits. After being sent flying by Tian's punch, I scrambled to my feet and pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting, "Tian, do not push me. I assure you I have a trump card." Tian, intrigued, replied, "Oh, a trump card? Come, enlighten me on what a little fellow like you possesses that could possibly harm me." His expression bore a challenge, as if he could not fathom my capabilities. "Fine, you asked for it." My temper flared, and I swiftly retrieved a pink pill from my system storage. My expression one of fearless determination. "Go, Pikachu. Go, my treasure," I shouted, exerting all my strength to throw the pill towards Tian. The pill arced gracefully through the air before landing squarely on his chest. He caught it with a bemused expression, squeezing it curiously. However, upon applying force, the pill exploded with a resounding pop. A cloud of pink smoke enveloped him instantly. With my hands on my hips, I reveled in my triumph. Little Tian dares to act brazenly before my love pill. Do you now comprehend its potency? Yet in the next moment, my smile froze. To my utter shock, Tian began inhaling the pink smoke as if it were a delicacy. Initially bewildered, he took a couple of deep breaths, and his eyes widened with exhilaration. I was left dumbfounded, my mouth agape in disbelief. What a formidable being. No, a true dragon. As the smoke dissipated, Tian stared at me with fervent, bloodshot eyes, exclaiming, "What a marvelous find. Boy, do you have more of this treasure? Bring me more. It's been ages since I felt such vitality." I nearly collapsed in shock. "Brother, that is a love pill, the exclusive X-drug from Dalu. You dare to treat it as an energy drink?" His audacity left me speechless. He had transformed into an unstoppable force of energy. Noticing my stunned expression, Tian grew impatient. "Do you have more or not? Don't be stingy. I might even reward you with a soul bone." Yes, I have plenty," I hastily replied, waving my hands and producing a plethora of pills as if they were worthless. Tian snatched them eagerly, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well. Today you shall have half a day off. Off you go. With that, he took his newfound treasures to share with his good friend, Xiangjun. As I gazed at his retreating figure, I couldn't help but exclaim, Tian, truly a dragon among men. After this incident, I finally had a moment to breathe and blissfully sat by the lake to enjoy some grilled fish. Let me tell you, my culinary skills are of such caliber that if I were to retire from the world, I could easily open a Michelin-starred barbecue stand. Just as I was savoring the fish, two unexpected guests arrived in the Qingdao de Sunlin. One was a blonde beauty, accompanied by a follower from the Spear Hall. The lovely girl, named Qian Renxue, possessed a six-winged angel spirit that seemed to have some form of radar, leading her directly towards me. Her companion, Shilong, cautioned, Miss, we cannot venture deeper. This is the territory of soul beasts that have existed for 50,000 years. Qian Renxue insisted, No, Uncle Shilong, I sense something within that is calling to me. I can barely control my spirit. This opportunity must be seized. They followed the tempting aroma of my grilled fish. I had just finished one when I looked up to meet the gaze of the golden-haired, big-eyed girl. She smiled sweetly, exuding an air of innocence. Little one, why are you here alone? Let your sister take you away. She reached out to grab my hand. Instantly, my instincts were on high alert, and I shrugged her off. Who are you? I need to know first. It was absurd. A beautiful sister suddenly appearing in the wilderness wanting to whisk me away. Who would be foolish enough to accept such a proposition? Seeing me act like a prickly hedgehog, she revealed her identity. I am Qian Renxue from the Spirit Hall, a soul sect member, soon to be a soul king. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, emerged to intimidate me. My mind raced with disbelief. Qian Renxue, the future angel god? The ditzy, sweet-natured girl? What a high-caliber individual, though her stature may have diminished. Her background was formidable. Mistaking my shock for intimidation, she attempted to reach for me again. Come, little one, your sister will protect you. Panic surged through me. If I followed her, how would I maintain my status in the Qingdao de Sunlin? Without a second thought, I activated my spirit and fled towards the lake of life. Little one, don't run away. I promise I mean no harm. Upon seeing my spirit, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She sensed we could fuse our spirits. Her enthusiasm only intensified as she spread her wings and chased after me. As I ran, I muttered under my breath, what a crazy woman. I already said I'm not going with you. As she closed in, I had a sudden idea and shouted at the top of my lungs, help. Bai Ji, Ziji, Ditian, Shunxiun, your little treasure is about to be abducted. My cries sent shockwaves throughout the core of the Qingdao de Sunlin. Countless powerful auras awakened, and those soul beasts I often bullied erupted from their hiding places. Howling in response to my plea, Shilong's face turned pale as he seized Qian Renxue, exclaiming, Miss, run. We've stirred the hornet's nest. This child is peculiar. Yet no matter how swiftly he tried to escape, he could not outrun the formidable spirits. A flash of green light appeared, and Bai Ji stood before them, her expression dark enough to churn the waters. The aura of a tidal Dalu at level 92, confronting a soul sect member barely above 50. Did they truly not comprehend the peril they faced? Bai Ji's voice was as icy as the wind, and the oppressive pressure forced Shilong and Qian Renxue to their knees. Shilong, nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself, quickly sought to leverage his connections. Your Highness, the junior is from the Wuhuan Temple. I implore you, for the sake of the Wuhuan Temple, to spare my young lady. The Wuhuan Temple? What is that to me? Bai Ji showed no regard, launching a feather that struck Shilong, sending him hurtling backward, bloodied and flying 100 meters away. Of all people to provoke, why him? He is now the Achilles heel of our Qingdao, and touching him equates to certain death. As Bai Ji prepared to deliver a lethal blow, I rushed forward, clutching Xiao Sanyan, and called out, Aunt Bai Ji, wait, do not strike. Upon seeing me, beist murderous intent instantly dissipated. She gently ruffled my hair and said, Little Su Yu, do not fear. This dirty work does not require your involvement. Soon, I shall have ZG deal with it, ensuring it is clean and tidy. In the distance, ZG appeared utterly bewildered. So, you are afraid of getting your hands dirty, but I am not? I hastily explained, Aunt, let them go. This woman harbors no malice toward me, and it seems we possess a Wuhuan fusion technique. At this revelation, the four great figures, including Di Tian, exclaimed in unison, their expressions a sight to behold. To have a fusion technique with my San, Yin, Jin, and I Wuhuan, this girl must be spared. Di Tian, with a perplexed expression, pondered for a long while before ultimately deciding to release them. As Qian Ren Shui departed, she cast a lingering glance in my direction, her meaning unmistakable. Little one, you cannot escape. We are destined to be intertwined for life. After this incident, Di Tian intensified my training. Half a year swiftly passed, and I successfully broke through to level 20. While punishing me, Di Tian did not forget to rub his hands together. Inquiring about the small pills, he had become thoroughly addicted to them. Upon returning to my small room, I immediately accessed the system panel. To my delight, due to the incident with Qianren Shui, I had gained several fishing opportunities, totaling 10. System, commence all fishing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 bottles of Super Frenzy pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 transformation pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 thunder movements. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 spirit ball. As I gazed at the pile of newfound items on my bed, my eyes widened in astonishment. The transformation pill was impressive, but the true marvel was 3,000 thunder movements. This was the battle technique of Yin Di Xiao Yin. Once mastered, not only could I evade pursuers on Douluo Continent, but even those old-timers in the divine realm would find it impossible to catch up with me. Previously, I thought Tang San's Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track was quite impressive. Now, what is Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track compared to my 3,000 thunder movements? My dear brother, times have changed. After all, if I reached the pinnacle of this technique, traversing the entire continent would be as simple as stepping downstairs to fetch a delivery. The transformation pill, while rare, pales in comparison to my 3,000 thunder movements. This pill serves little purpose for me, but I kept it in mind to gift it to the Rue beast in case she ever wished to transform into a human. A one-step solution, how convenient. Enough of that. Time to sleep. The next morning, Sister Bai Ji took me out, claiming she would secure my second spirit ring. Our target, the Holy Light Mantis. I followed her lead entirely, for Sister Bai Ji is essentially a living map of the Star Do Forest. Her guidance is infallible. She grasped my hand and soared into the sky. And guess what? My dear friends, I had barely steadied myself when that 3,000-year-old Holy Light Mantis, as if aware of my KPIs, cast a deep glance at me before taking its own life. Goodness, not even a word was spoken. It immediately transferred its spirit ring energy into my body. I was momentarily stunned. Have spirit beasts become so eager to offer themselves? Sister Bai Ji chuckled nearby. Calling into the forest, enough hiding, come out. Barely had she finished speaking when a golden little creature scampered forth. It was none other than the Rue beast's little companion. It seemed it had preemptively introduced itself to the mantis. This little fellow proved quite capable. As I absorbed the spirit ring, things were stirring on Qian Ren Shui's side as well. She had informed her grandfather, Qian Dalu, about our Wuhuan fusion technique. Upon hearing this, his eyes turned red with fury, and he intended to come and retrieve me to the Wuhuan temple, as if to snatch a bride. But guess what Qian Shui said? She firmly stated, "Grandfather, do not harm him. He has someone backing him." She boldly pushed back, asserting that we would surely meet again. I tell you, Qian Daolu's expression was one of disbelief, as if the words "a girl must not be kept" were written all over his face. Oh, dear elder, your thinking is somewhat outdated. Meanwhile, I was reveling in the absorption of the spirit ring. The level barrier shattered, and an indescribable aura erupted from my being. Sister Bai Ji shouted, "Hurry, absorb it." She and the Rue beast sat cross-legged, fervently drawing in the energy I radiated. My spirit power surged. Level 21, 22, 23. I soared to the pinnacle of level 23 before coming to a halt. When I opened my eyes, I was taken aback to find a multitude of powerful spirit beasts kneeling around me within a 500-meter radius, all gazing at me with awe. I suddenly realized that upon leveling up, It was akin to activating an experience halo, allowing the entire spirit beast community of Star Do Forest to ascend with me. Had I become the coveted Tang Sung meat? After more than half an hour, the surrounding spirit beasts finally dispersed in satisfaction, and Sister Bai Ji and the Rue beast awakened. Sister Bai Ji embraced the Rue beast, her eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens! Hui Beastji, you've directly increased by 5,000 years of cultivation. Little Suyu, what kind of divine ability do you possess? Before I could respond, the little Rue beast howled, instantly enlarging to 2 meters in height, swiftly hoisting me onto its back and racing toward the lake of life. Goodness, it was all about companionship, not allowing me to walk an extra step. On their end, Dtion, ZG, and the other formidable beasts had already organized my future. Upon hearing of my ability, they were ecstatic, believing it might cure their slumbering master. They decided that once I broke through to level 30, I would be summoned to serve as a walking, human-shaped power source for their master. Upon returning to my small room, I quickly accessed my system panel, level 23 in spirit power, and I had acquired a second spirit ability, named Holy Fire Armor. Its name suggests a purely defensive nature. I surmised that donning this armor would render me impervious to attacks from 30-level spirit masters. Next, I retrieved a scroll of 3,000 thunder movements and prepared to practice. I asked the Rue beast to guard me and found a patch of marshy ground, taking a deep breath as I ventured forth according to the scroll's instructions. Plop! The scene was quite something. I plunged straight into the mud, emerging as a fresh clay figure. The Rue beast quickly pulled me out, and I tried again, only to fall back in. This back and forth continued the whole day, yielding no progress whatsoever. That evening, while munching on grilled fish, I pondered, without electricity, how could I practice effectively? The essence of this technique lies in thunder. I needed to find a place where lightning strikes. The next day, I sought out Sister Bai Ji. Upon hearing my request, she replied, "There is such a place, though the environment is not ideal." I thought to myself, the harsher the conditions, the more exhilarating it would be. Sister Bai Ji led me on a flight lasting over an hour, landing in a valley. Passing through the valley, I was met with an expansive expanse of marshy land spanning several dozen kilometers, with lightning continuously crackling above. Perfect. This was truly a training sanctuary tailor-made for me. Sister Bai Ji explained that this site was once the battlefield of a 10,000-year-old lightning eagle and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's powerful warriors, leading to an overwhelming presence of thunderous energy. After giving me a few instructions, she departed, leaving me to focus on my training. I set the Rue beast aside, took out the scroll, and found the seal containing the power of wind and thunder. With both hands, I exerted force and tore it apart. As I recount that moment of tearing apart, the sensation was akin to being thrust into a spinning washing machine while simultaneously electrified. A tempestuous surge of wind and thunder surged through my body, causing my skin to rupture, and the blood that flowed was instantly vaporized by the electric force. Just as my consciousness began to fade, the 3 drops of chilling golden blood within my heart suddenly exploded with a hum. A warm current washed over me, mending my wounds and suppressing the chaotic forces of wind and thunder, seamlessly integrating them into my soul power. When I opened my eyes once more, I found I could conjure silvery arcs of electricity from my hands. By the heavens, I had come perilously close to my end, yet this feeling was undeniably exhilarating. With a flick of my wrist, I unleashed a lightning strike that detonated a massive crater in the swamp, splattering mud all over the nearby Rue shell. Awa! The little creature was infuriated and leapt towards me, showering me with a flurry of clawing punches, leaving me covered in black paw prints. I could only curl up and plead for mercy. My dear, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. After our playful scuffle, we found a pool of water to cleanse ourselves. With the wind and thunder power now at my disposal and the environment in place, I refused to believe I could not succeed in my training. 2 weeks later, atop the swamp, I moved like lightning, leaving deep furrows in my wake. I dare say that in terms of speed, even a soul master of the same rank specializing in agility could not catch a glimpse of my taillights. The thunder flash was achieved. The first tier of Sanshin Leidong had been completed. With this velocity, even a Soul King would be left in my dust. Having successfully cultivated, I rode the Rueisho back to the Lake of Life. Upon seeing my swift return, BGG assumed I had failed. I chuckled and said, BGG, without further ado, find me a Millennium Soul Beast so I can showcase my skills. Before long, a 4,000-year-old Fire Thunderwolf stood before me. As the battle commenced, I activated my Radiant Dragon Body and Sacred Fire Armor. I tell you, that wolf charged at me like a mad beast. Yet it could not even graze the hem of my garment. I evaded its attacks as effortlessly as if I were on a leisurely stroll. B, who observed from the sidelines, was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Enough playing around. Let me see your offensive power." With a grin, I seized the moment. Darting to its side and delivering a punch, my fist enveloped in fiery armor straight into its flank. With a resounding thud, the Fire Thunder Wolf flew like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and unable to rise again. KO. BGG was thoroughly impressed with my prowess, but she cautioned me not to get complacent, reminding me that in the presence of a Soul King, I must flee. She solemnly informed me that henceforth, I must return to the Lake of Life for every breakthrough, as their master would assist me. I nodded, though I had yet to meet this master. I felt a sense of reliability. After bidding farewell to BGG, I strolled by the lakeside, contemplating my next course of action. My strength had increased, yet it was still insufficient. I needed to seek opportunities. I mused that it was time to borrow the Binghua Liangyi eye from Douluo. By the way, I realized that during my time here, I had yet to meet Xiao Wu's two foolish brothers, the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan Giant Ape. Without further ado, I spread my golden, feathered wings and soared towards the outskirts of the Lake of Life. Before long, I spotted a towering 15-meter-tall giant ape, its muscles bulging. Exuding en overwhelming yoha. Before I could utter a word, the Titan Giant Ape had already sensed my presence, murmuring, "The aura of Sister Xiao Wu." In the next instant, a fist larger than a mountain hurtled towards my face. I was taken aback. "My friend, I am a Rueisho. Why would you attack me?" Just as the colossal fist was about to strike me, a massive serpent-headed creature burst forth from the lake with a splash, its tail whipping like a lash, striking the Titan Giant Ape fiercely, while bellowing, "Second, no rudeness." The Titan Giant Ape was momentarily stunned, and I swear, that bull-headed creature unleashed a flurry of tail strikes, smashing the giant ape into the ground like a discus. Once the commotion subsided, the bull-headed creature knelt before me, its massive head nearly grazing the ground. Respectfully addressing me as Rueisho Darren, I hurriedly waved my hands, saying, No, family, let us not engage in such formalities. I am a close friend of Xiao Wu. You are her brothers, so we are akin to siblings of different parents. You may call me Suyu." As I spoke, I hopped onto its head and patted its magnificent horns, finding the texture quite pleasing. The moment I mentioned Xiao Wu, the giant ape, which had been flattened on the ground, sprang up, its face caked in dirt, urgently asking, "Have you seen Sister Xiao Wu? How is she? No one has bullied her, right?" Goodness, the concern in its demeanor moved me. Its brother was less forgiving, raising its tail again, ready to unleash another round of chaos. I quickly intervened. Hey, stop. You shall not call me Rueisho. Address me as Suyu. That is an order." Upon hearing this, the Titan Giant Ape straightened its back, glaring at its brother. "Did you hear that? The master has spoken. Try touching me again, and I shall retaliate." I gazed at this simpleton, unable to contain my amusement. His lack of emotional intelligence was glaring. Enough was enough. I had no intention of meddling in their sibling rivalry. I settled cross-legged atop the bull-headed creature and recounted the matters Xiao Wu entrusted to me, as well as the schemes concocted by the master and Tang San against me. Upon hearing this, the duo erupted in outrage. The Titan Giant Ape pounded its chest, howling, "Those scoundrels! Truly despicable. Suyu Darren, next time you venture out, bring me along. I will crush them into pulp with a single slap." And that Tang San is no good either. Its brother, equally furious, declared that even a single tail strike would be too lenient for them. I thought to myself that avenging this matter was something I wished to undertake personally. so I would not trouble them further. Patting my stomach, I said, "Now let's set aside the anger for a moment. Could you help me catch something to eat?" I am famished. No sooner had I finished speaking than the Titan giant ape plunged its enormous paw into the lake, resurfacing with a 3-meter-long golden dragonfish. My eyes widened in disbelief. This was a magnificent feast. Not only would it enhance my physique, but it would also bolster my soul power. I had only tasted it once before in exchange for a love potion with Dition, and the flavor was divine. I gave a thumbs up, then expertly kindled a fire to roast the fish. Half an hour later, the mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, enough to tempt even the deities. I devoured it in a whirlwind, wiped my mouth, and skewered the remaining large piece on a stick, waving goodbye. I'm off for now. I shall return to play another day. The Titan giant ape stood there, foolishly bidding me farewell, and I could already imagine that after my departure, its brother's ominous voice would echo behind it. "Second, come here. Let us have a serious chat about your grievances with me." Alas, that simpleton was bound to receive another thorough beating. With the roasted fish in tow, I felt a wave of satisfaction. My little companion was in for a treat. Speaking of which, the little one still lacked a proper name. Always being referred to as Rueisho, surely she would not appreciate it. It was time to bestow her with a name. Upon returning to the Lake of Life, I presented the golden dragonfish before the San Yanjin and the little one immediately began to feast. I stroked her head and cheerfully said, "Little one, shall I give you a name? You see, I'm called Suyu, and Biji is Biji. You cannot remain as Rueisho forever. From now on, you shall be known as Wang Chioer. What do you think?" Upon hearing her new name, the little one halted her meal, abruptly lifting her head to gaze at me, her big eyes filled with delight. I explained the meaning behind the name, and she joyously began to frolic by the lake, parading her new name like a playful puppy. Watching her exuberant antics, I could only smile wryly before turning back to my room, collapsing onto my bed and sinking into a deep slumber. Half a year swiftly passed. During this time, I had not been idle. My strength surged steadily, and my soul power had reached level 26. Whenever I had a moment, I would check my system panel. Ding. Successfully open. In the warehouse, a disarray of items lay scattered about. A Barrett sniper rifle, instant noodles, toilet paper, and over 100 lust-inducing pills. I couldn't help but express my gratitude to the system. It seemed to favor the abstract. On this particular day, as I practiced my martial arts by the lake, De Ming, also known as Tianqing Yomeng, praised me. "Suyu, your progress is astonishing. Achieving level 26 at the age of 7 is unparalleled among human children." I waved my hand dismissively, thinking, what is this, really? I'm still eager to find a moment when I can pin Tang Hao to the ground. Speaking of Tang Hao, my thoughts drifted to his wife, Ain. I casually inquired of De Ming, "Do you know about the Lanin Huang?" After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Many years ago, one did escape. Later, it was rumored that she was sacrificed to a human. Their clan resides beyond the Sunset Forest." Upon hearing this, a plan began to form in my mind. That bottle of special Baichao Ku in my warehouse wasn't there for naught. I would find the opportunity to use it on Tang San, allowing him to witness his own Lan In Huang martial spirit wither and turn yellow before his very eyes. The expression would undoubtedly be a spectacle. As I contemplated my schemes, a figure suddenly swooped down from the sky and whisked me away. It was Ziji, that mischievous girl. Every time she saw me, she couldn't resist playfully assaulting me. "Little Suyu," she exclaimed after half a year, "it's my turn to teach you hand-to-hand combat." I must say, my life in the Stardow Forest felt akin to that of a young prince. 7 top-tier ferocious beasts serving as my tutors. Ditian Taot, Misul Technique. Bai Ji instructed me in survival, and Xiong Jun taught me hunting. Today, it was Ziji's turn to impart lessons on close combat, though one might call it a euphemism for simply enduring blows. Given that she belonged to the Dragon Clan, my small frame was merely a punching bag in her hands. She hoisted me up and pinched my cheeks, exclaiming, "Oh, this little face is so tender. If you weren't a rare beast, I might just keep you as a pet." My face darkened. Who will want to be a pet? She teased, "Come on, little Suyu, before class. Take off your clothes so I can check on your physical development." I wore the expression of a subway elder engrossed in his phone, and even Bai Ji couldn't bear any longer. urging her to stop the antics. ZG pouted, all right, just a joke. What could be interesting about a 7-year-old brat? Her words left me momentarily speechless, the impact of which, while not physically harmful, was deeply insulting. In the next instant, she flashed in front of me and sent me flying with a single punch. I scrambled to my feet, gritting my teeth as I activated my holy fire armor and charged at her, only to be met with a resounding thud as she shattered the armor with a single blow, sending me soaring once more. Standing there, she bluntly pointed out my flaws. You rely too heavily on soul techniques. Your physical quality is commendable, yet your combat skills are abysmal, leaving you full of vulnerabilities. Afterward, Bai Ji tended to my injuries while advising me, affirming ZG's words. You can't depend solely on soul techniques. The body is fundamental. I winced in pain, but I absorbed her words. Indeed, my previous path had become overly narrow. After enduring the beating, I hurried to find Chiao Air. We had arranged to play at the forest's edge today. After a year, I was finally able to venture into the human world once more. Holding the now smaller Wang Chiao Air, I spread my wings and soared outward. However, it wasn't long before I spotted a familiar figure. By the heavens, wasn't that Zhu Zhuqing? A living, breathing, cat-eared girl. This world was utterly exhilarating. The system chimed with a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully encountering Zhu Zhuqing. You have earned 3 lottery chances. As I stared at her in awe, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my arm. Looking down, I saw Wang Chiao Air pouting angrily, biting me. Her little eyes were filled with jealousy, as if a whole jar of vinegar had been overturned. I quickly soothed her. Oh, my little ancestor, please don't bite. I apologize. I won't look anymore. Our commotion attracted Zhu Zhuqing's attention. Initially displeased by my gaze, her expression shifted to one of envy upon seeing Chiao Air's reaction. Just then, we encountered trouble again. On our way back, I noticed Zhu Zhuqing and her bodyguard cornered by ferocious fire cloud leopard, seemingly facing imminent peril. Before I could devise a plan, the leopard caught sight of me and Wang Chiao Air and, with a frightened howl, turned tail and fled faster than a rabbit, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Zhu Zhuqing and her bodyguard were left dumbfounded. I, however, paid them no mind. I was preoccupied with calming my jealous electronic pet. As Chiao Air prepared to bite me again, I quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "No biting, let's go home." With that, I flapped my wings and flew away, leaving my deeds concealed. Upon returning home, I collapsed onto my bed in exhaustion. Not long after, Bai Ji rushed in, her face a mask of shock as she gazed at the still pouting Wang Chiao Air. In a tone of disbelief, she remarked, "Rare beast, you wish to transform? All because Suyu glanced at another girl?" Wang Chiao Air, feeling the scrutiny, buried her head deeper. The reactions of the senior figures nearby were priceless. Tian appeared utterly bewildered, glancing between the lake of life and me, his expression clearly saying, "This script is all wrong." Bai Ji, anxious, sighed heavily, almost resorting to stringing prayer beads. And guess what? The true mastermind behind it all, Guyu Na from the lake, was nearly bursting with laughter inside. Her mind was racing, calculating faster than any AI supercomputer. Was there truly danger in Wang Chiao Air transforming? Not at all. She envisioned a rare beast, Suyu, paired with a rare beast, Wang Chiao Air. Together they would create a legion of rare beasts. She had even considered how to raise the children, nearly setting up a daycare in the Douluo forest. A smile stretched across her face, likely reaching her ears, as thoughts of unifying the world and reigning supreme danced in her mind. While Tian remained conflicted, Guyu Na's voice echoed directly into his consciousness. "Enough. Don't hinder her. Let her transform. Oh, and that eye of fate on her forehead is quite a treasure. Tomorrow, let her give it to Suyu. She'll know what to do." Upon hearing the command from the master, Tian immediately changed his demeanor, akin to a traditional Sichuan opera performer. Addressing Bai Ji, he exclaimed, "Cough, the master has approved. This is a great opportunity for us in the Douluo." Bai Ji had no choice but to stroke Chiao Air's head. Watching her bounce away, her expression reminiscent of a mother watching her daughter marry, filled with a mix of emotions. Early the next morning, while I was still lost in dreams, Wang Chiao Air burst in, declaring, "Suyu, I am about to transform." I jolted upright, shocked that the plot had advanced so swiftly. The system notification blared in my mind. Congratulations, host, for altering a significant plotline. You have earned 10 fishing opportunities. Before I could fully grasp the situation, Wang Qiu'er leapt before me, the golden eye on her forehead suddenly imprinting onto my brow. If only my family understood. It felt akin to being stamped. Just as I was about to ask her what she was doing BAM, a golden light erupted, and I felt as if my soul had been liberated from my body. The sensation was otherworldly, as if I were watching a film on fast forward. A golden egg cracked open, and a small Wang Qiu'er rolled out. I witnessed her grow, learning to hunt, playing alone in the vast forest. The 5 millennia of loneliness, coupled with the exhilaration and joy upon realizing my existence, flooded my mind. It was then that I understood how this little creature had endured. Once I regained my composure, I noticed she was also digesting my memories. Albeit fortunately, she only glimpsed the events of my 6 years here, along with my envisioned image of her, a girl with blue-pink hair, which seemed to please her. I sighed, realizing there was no turning back. I retrieved a transformation pill from a system warehouse and handed it to her. Here, take this. It will expedite the process. She accepted without suspicion and dashed off to my room to cultivate. I plopped down onto the ground, hastily opening my system panel to take a look. What a remarkable development. My soul power has reached level 26, and I have acquired a new skill named Destiny's Eye. The contents of my storage are nothing short of extraordinary. Next to the aphrodisiac lies a deck of cards beside the toxic paraquat. I ponder whether this is meant for me to engage in both physical and chemical transcendence simultaneously. As I attempt to channel my soul power, a warmth radiates from my forehead, and a golden eye suddenly opens wide. My word, the clarity of vision I possess is akin to wielding divine powers. I can discern the hues and trajectories of others' fortunes, accompanied by a mental impact skill that surpasses even the original version of Hu Yuhao's ability. While I am still marveling at this, Ape'sGolden appears behind me like a specter, gazing at the eye on my forehead with a sigh. Qiu'er has indeed transformed. I nod, feeling a mix of emotions. Ape'sGolden's words carry weight. She expresses that Qiu'er is like her own daughter, and once she enters the human realm, I must take care of her and ensure she faces no hardships. As she speaks, an immense pressure envelopes me. I quickly thump my chest in assurance. Rest assured, should anyone dare to bully Qiu'er, I shall send them to meet the divine. Satisfied, she departs. Truthfully, I'm not the least bit angry. After nurturing a cabbage for thousands of years, who wouldn't be anxious at the thought of it being uprooted by a pig like me? Days pass, and Qiu'er has completely transformed into a radiant golden egg, resembling her appearance at birth. Each day, I polish her with a towel until she shines. Sitting beside her for hours, chatting away. A year and a half swiftly slips by, and I have successfully advanced to level 30 at the age of 9. It is time to procure my 3rd soul ring, and be swiftly kirismito a volcanic crater, stating that there resides a soul beast known as the Lava Lord, perfectly suited to my ultimate fire. Gazing down, I am taken aback by the sight of an active volcano, bubbling magma causing my legs to tremble. Yet, Ape'sGolden, exuding an aura of authority, effortlessly retrieves a towering lava giant from the volcano as if it were a mere chick, then takes me and swiftly flies away. Claiming the lake of life is brimming with energy and auspicious for a breakthrough. The familiar process ensues as Tion leads Qiu'er's egg and me into the lake of life. As I awaken, I find myself in Guyuna's exclusive space. Upon opening my eyes, I see Guyuna examining Qiu'er's egg like she would a walnut. I hurriedly rise and greet her cheerfully. Sister Nana. Upon hearing this, she beams. Oh, what an interesting address. However, Xiao Suyu, I am the sovereign of the Star Do Forest. Are you not afraid of me? I chuckle. Sister, you are so young and beautiful. Addressing you as such is only right. Moreover, you would never harm me, would you? This flattery seems to please her, and she no longer minds my address. Pointing to Qiu'er's egg, she informs me that the pill I provided contains excessive energy that she currently cannot absorb. Forcing it would harm her essence. I have sealed it for now, and once she successfully transforms, The energy will gradually be released to enhance her bloodline and physique. Upon hearing this, I break into a cold sweat. I nearly caused harm with good intentions. Guyuna's action is akin to a divine intervention. Enough chatter. Let us proceed with the breakthrough, she states, tossing me a bone knife. I rush over to the unfortunate lava lord and, with one swift strike, a purple 1,000-year soul ring emerges. I quickly sit cross-legged and begin to absorb it. As I channel my energy, a miraculous event occurs. The aura emanating from me aids Guyuna in healing. Although it is minimal, her expression radiates with joy akin to winning 5 million. The way she looks at me becomes fervent. After half an hour, I finish absorbing the soul ring. The system notifies me of my breakthrough to level 30 and grants me 5 additional attempts at fishing. Guyuna eagerly inquires about my new soul skills. Rising, I conjure a mass of scalding magma in my hand. Magma, capable of both assault and control with an extraordinarily high temperature. She nods in satisfaction, then hands me a silver scale. This is my reverse scale. In times of danger, infuse it with soul power. I will sense it and come to your aid. My goodness, this is a life-saving artifact. I seize it and tuck it away, fearing she might change her mind. She dismisses me with a wave, teleporting both me and the egg away. Upon emerging from the lake, I am greeted by a scene akin to a celebration. Ziyi, B, and the others are all experiencing significant breakthroughs, reveling in joy. Ming, the simpleton, is exuberantly dancing in place, while Tion maintains a serious facade, though the corners of his mouth betray him. After everyone disperses, I return to my quarters and promptly access the system. System, grant me 20 attempts at fishing. A series of notification sounds ensue, and aside from 10 aphrodisiacs and a pile of debris, I miraculously draw burning decision. I leap from my bed, my heart racing. Who among my kin understands? Burning decision. That is the famed technique of Yin Emperor Xiao Yin. At long last, fortune has favored me. My hands tremble with excitement as I quickly retrieve the black scroll, commencing the energy flow as instructed. Success. Although it is merely a low-level yellow-grade technique, it is certainly sufficient in the realm of Douluo. Half a month passes and a familiar figure returns. Suju. Xiao Wu waves from Ming's shoulder, bounding towards me with a bright smile. Long time no see. Observing her lively demeanor, I feel a wave of happiness. Indeed, it has been a while. How is my grandfather's health? I inquire, handing her a concealment pill. This will suppress the aura of your soul beast. Even a titled Douluo detected. Her eyes brighten as she accepts the pill, curiosity piquing. By the way, who is this Chower you keep mentioning? What is your relationship? Before I can respond, Ming chimes in with a deep voice. Sister Xiao Wu, that's a rare beast. Xiao Wu shoots him a glare, her eyes seemingly conveying, you talk too much. I chuckled gently, replying, Chower is my sister. She's been by my side for these past years. She chose to transform for my sake, and I promised Aunt Bai Ji to protect her for life. I sense Xiao Wu's grip on my arm tighten slightly, yet her radiant smile remains. I see. Then when she comes to the human realm, Sister Xiao will take her out to play. This girl, her intentions are written all over her face, but she maintains an air of casualness. She perceives the bond between Chower and me and seems prepared for a prolonged engagement. Little does she know, Chower will be able to emerge in no more than 2 years. Sister Xiao Wu, you should quickly absorb your soul ring. Ming interjects once more. Xiao Wu stomps her foot in frustration, but obediently settles into a meditative posture, the ethereal image of a soft-boned rabbit manifesting behind her. Seeing that my presence is no longer required, I bid farewell to Ming and take flight, eager to seek out Tion for further guidance. I must say, Tion, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, possesses remarkable insight. He promptly points out, your second soul skill lacks potential, but that third soul skill, magma, if developed properly, it will be unparalleled. This revelation ignites a spark within me. I must find a sparring partner to test my abilities. Without hesitation, I delve into the heart of the Stardow Forest. The 1,000-year soul beasts flee from me in terror, resembling frightened specters, leaving me somewhat embarrassed. Yet, as fate would have it, I managed to catch up with a sluggish, 3,000-year ice fire toad, its appearance quite abstract. I think to myself, you shall suffice. Let us see the might of magma. However, the toad proves to be elusive, vanishing in a leap. But who am I? I activate my perception, pinpointing its location with precision. Pursuit. As I chase, I call out to it. Why are you running? I am not here to harm you. I merely seek to practice. Who knows why this frog, in a state of panic, dashed headlong into a crowd. Upon closer inspection, lo and behold, a sea of enchanting beauties stood before me, each radiating charm and grace, with blue hair and azure eyes. Could this be the fabled Tianshui Academy, renowned for attracting only maidens? Oh, dear friends, could it be that fortune has finally smiled upon me? At the center stood an icy beauty named Shui Bing, seemingly preparing to use this frog as her third spirit ring. Beside her, a middle-aged woman, presumably a teacher, wasted no time. With a mere flick of her wrist, she summoned her martial spirit, encasing the frog in a solid wall of ice. Just as Shui Binger brandished a small knife, I could not contain myself any longer. I executed a rapid descent, landing gracefully amidst them. Pardon me, lovely ladies, I said with a warm smile. This frog is my beloved pet. No sooner had I spoken than I conjured a flicker of flame. My fire was of the utmost intensity. The teacher's ice wall, conjured by a soul sage, crumbled before my flames as if it were mere paper, disintegrating in an instant. The maidens stood there, dumbfounded, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Just moments before my grand display, a series of system notifications had echoed in my mind, akin to the sound of firecrackers during the new year, all heralding my encounter with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, presenting me with an opportunity to garner favor. My reputation soared in an instant. The teacher, named Shui Wuxin, appeared quite protective, swiftly pulling Shui Binger behind her and eyeing me warily. What do you intend, young friend? I waved my hand dismissively, projecting an air of nonchalance. Sister, do not be alarmed. I come not to provoke, but to rescue you. With that, I seized the trembling frog and pointed to its chin. Observe, the purple hue on its chin indicates it is over 3,000 years old. For one of your caliber, forcibly absorbing, it would result in a catastrophic explosion right before your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shui Wuxin's complexion paled, cold sweat trickling down her brow as she realized the gravity of the situation. Shui Binger gazed at me with gratitude, stepping forward to bow deeply. Thank you for saving me. Oh dear, I cannot accept such gratitude, I replied hastily, stepping back. My actions were merely to rescue my pet, nothing more. Yet, she remained determined to repay my kindness, attempting to grasp my hand. Would I allow that? With a swift motion, I unfurled my wings and soared away, leaving them with a dashing silhouette. Until we meet again. Once at a distance, I chastised the frightened frog. You little rascal, had it not been for me, you would have become a spirit ring today. Do you comprehend? And yet you still dare to flee? The frog croaked in a tone of grievance. I found a suitable clearing, eager to experiment with my magma. However, upon hurling a glob of magma, it spat out an ice wall that melted instantly, nearly scalding itself in the process. Realizing this creature was too fragile for such antics, I decided it was best to return it to its parent. Who could withstand my trials? It had to be Ming. I swiftly turned back, soaring toward the lake of life. Ming, my good brother, I need your assistance to test out a new technique. Ming, ever boisterous, thumped his chest, declaring, Come on, Suyu. I, Ming, am tough and resilient, ready to accompany you. Without hesitation, I unleashed a barrage of magma projectiles upon Ming. Remarkably, while he stood unfazed, I noticed some red marks appearing on his skin. Keep in mind, Ming was comparable to a level 96 title Douluo, a formidable beast. To elicit a reaction from him confirmed that my third spirit skill had indeed succeeded. After the experiment, I noticed Xiao Wu perched atop Ming's head, still absorbing her spirit ring. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Are you really leaving Xiao Wu outside for the night? Ming and Ming exchanged awkward glances, as spirit beasts were oblivious to the concept of shelter. With a sigh, I took it upon myself. I flew out, swiftly cutting down several large trees and returning to construct a quaint wooden cabin. Within less than half an hour, a charming abode stood tall. I instructed them to settle Xiao Wu inside before retreating to rest with my Chiaoer egg. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu had long since absorbed her spirit ring and returned home. Meanwhile, I had turned 11, my soul power reaching level 35. Over these years, I had been rigorously trained by Aunt ZG, honing my combat skills, albeit at a slower pace in terms of leveling up. Until today, while I was diligently practicing in my room, the skies suddenly darkened. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck, obliterating the cabin I had built not long ago. Had it not been for Tion's quick reflexes, I might have perished. He whisked me away, and as I looked up, ominous thunderclouds loomed overhead, unleashing their fury upon a golden egg, Chiaoer. She was about to transform. All the fierce beasts were on edge, and my heart raced with anticipation. Yet guess what? Chiaoer's egg not only remained still, but boldly plunged into the storm clouds. Was she bathing in the tribulation? How audacious! Tion, however, remained composed. Do not worry. The fortune of the star, Do protects her. She shall not come to harm. Just as he finished speaking, the thunderclouds were dispersed by a surge of terrifying golden energy. A radiant golden light enveloped me, and I felt my soul power surge uncontrollably, breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to level 36. The eggshell shattered, and from the golden glow emerged a figure. As I regained my footing, I beheld a stunning maiden with long pink-blue hair, clad in a flowing white gown, standing before me. She was breathtaking, rivaling even the beauty of Guyuna. She gazed at me quietly, a hint of a serene smile upon her lips. I was momentarily entranced, finally managing to regain my voice. Welcome back, Chiaoer. Her smile blossomed, illuminating the surroundings. In that fleeting moment, as I was lost in her beauty, she rose on her toes, and her soft lips brushed against mine. Let me tell you, that moment sent my CPU into overdrive, yet our affair was not yet concluded. Pressing matters awaited our attention. The foremost concern was to escort this newly transformed little deity, Wang Chiaoer, out of the Star Do forest in a proper manner. Who would assist with this? It had to be the forest's paramount leader, Tion. Chiaoer was bursting with excitement, bouncing before Tion, her tiny fists clenched in triumph. Tion, look, my brother has concealed my aura. Now I can finally go home. Goodness, Tion's expression grew somber, resembling a mountain range, and he sighed deeply, embodying the sentiment of a father unable to keep his grown daughter close. Ah, you truly managed to hide her well. Go on, just be careful. As he nodded, his devoted companion, Bai Ji, emerged like a specter, her face etched with concern. Are we truly allowing her to go? Is it safe? Perhaps I should follow secretly? Tion waved his hand. She has grown. It is time to let go. Do not worry. I have arranged for Qi Wang to provide covert protection. Oh, dear friends. These two soul beast elders genuinely cared for Chiaoer's well-being. With everything settled, I hastily took Chiaoer and made our escape. I jested with her. You must confirm that Tion truly consented, for I would not dare to abduct you, lest that old fellow seek my skin. Chiaoer's eyes sparkled with joy, her happiness palpable. She exclaimed that she could finally enjoy the world in human form, as her previous existence as a spirit beast had been rather mundane. Seeing her delight softened my heart, and I gently patted her head. Very well, today I shall introduce our little Chiaoer to the wonders of the outside world. By the way, you do not yet possess a storage soul guide, do you? Wait here, I will fetch one for you. With that, I sought out Tion, not only for Chiaoer's sake, but also for my own, as I too required one to avoid being perceived as a monster due to my ability to conjure items from thin air. I approached Tion directly, stating, Old man, do you have any soul guides? I need two. Tion's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Follow me, he said, a grin stretching across his face. However, this will not be without cost. Leave me some of those, what do you call them, passion pills. At that moment, I couldn't help but exclaim, this old Dragon King, despite his age, still possesses quite a lively mind. Fine, it's just a handful of elixirs. Here you go. I feigned pulling something from my pocket, but in reality, I retrieved several bottles from the system's repository and handed them to him. He led me into his treasure vault, and I must say, I was utterly astounded. The gold and silver treasures were piled high like mountains, dazzling to the point that my eyes nearly went blind. The Dragon Clan has an undeniable affinity for shiny objects, and I was not deceived. Observing the scene, I quietly pulled out a few more bottles of elixirs and handed them to Tion. Big boss, do you think I could acquire a bit more? Tion, maintaining his composure, accepted the elixirs and coolly turned away, saying, "Choose as you wish. Just call me when you're done." As soon as he left, I dashed into the vault like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. First, I grabbed a sword-shaped necklace and adorned my neck with it. How striking. Then, I stumbled upon a pair of couple rings, one white and one pink, encrusted with large gemstones. Perfectly matched. I quickly tried them on. To my astonishment, one ring contained 50 square meters of space, far exceeding Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight. I seized them. I also casually stuffed several chests full of jewels before finally exiting, thoroughly satisfied. Upon seeing the ring on my hand, Tion chuckled, "Oh, Xingyi, you have a good eye. That shui must also be in your possession, right?" I grinned and revealed the pink ring. He patted my shoulder, saying, "All right, go treat Xiao well, otherwise I'll 1T spare you." I found Xiao and presented her with the pink ring known as Shui Can. "Here, it matches my Xingyi." Her cheeks flushed as she extended her delicate hand, saying, "Brother, please put it on for me." Who could resist such a charm? I took the ring and gently placed it on her ring finger. In that instant, the air around us felt sweetened. I wrapped my arms around her waist. The girl had already begun to subtly assert her claim, likely considering all potential rivals as outsiders and plotting how to solidify her position as the queen bee. Reluctantly, we bid farewell to Bai Ji, and, upon reaching the forest's edge, a sudden thunderous explosion erupted nearby, engulfing the area in smoke. We exchanged glances and immediately crouched low, stealthily approaching like special forces. As we parted the grass, what a thrilling spectacle awaited us. Our two big brothers from the forest, Deming and Erming, were mercilessly thrashing two figures. Upon closer inspection, I realized these were the two clowns from the Spirit Hall, Douluo and Douluo. This was no mere fight. It was a one-sided annihilation. Douluo was charred by Deming's lightning strike, while Douluo was pinned to the ground, ruthlessly pummeled by Erming. Ultimately, these two fellows unleashed a powerful move as a smokescreen and fled in a flurry. Once they had disappeared, I pulled Xiao to her feet. Deming and Erming, spotting us, innocently asked, "Are you two leaving?" Erming, the burly one, even hoisted us onto his shoulder, giving us a free ride out of the forest. Upon exiting, our first destination was the restaurant. Xiao, the little glutton, devoured her meal, smearing sauce all over her face, and I found myself wiping it away for her. After indulging, I spread my wings and, cradling her, soared home. 3 days later, we finally returned to Xiaoyi village, where I had grown up. As soon as we entered the village, Aunt Wang rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh my, isn't this Xiaoyu? You're back. This girl behind you must be your girlfriend, right? She is truly lovely." I exchanged pleasantries with Aunt Wang and then led Xiao home. My grandfather was lounging in a chair in the yard, sipping tea, and when he saw me, he was momentarily stunned. "Is it you, Xiaoyu?" "Grandpa, it's been years, and you don't recognize your own grandson?" My grandfather, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up and took my hand, leading me into the house. Xiao, ever the charming one, sweetly greeted him, "Hello, Grandpa," and even pulled out a stash of health supplements from the ring to place on the table. I quickly introduced, "Grandpa, this is Xiao, my sworn sister." My grandfather shot me a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Are you trying to fool me?" Without uttering a word, he cheerfully went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Once he left, Xiao and I were cozying up when I leaned down to kiss her, only for my grandfather to return with a dish, startling me into sitting straight up. During dinner, my grandfather suddenly said, "Xiaoyu, tonight I'll prepare a few extra dishes. You should visit Notting Academy and bring that girl Xiaowu back. Let us have a good family dinner." The moment the words family left his lips, I noticed Xiao's chopsticks slowed momentarily. She looked up at me and smiled gently. Brother, after dinner, I'll accompany you to meet Sister Xiao Wu. I must say, her words implied a possessiveness that was almost palpable, as if she were declaring her status as the main consort. I understood her too well. She was undoubtedly concocting 1,000 schemes in her mind. Just as I expected, the moment we stepped outside, she skipped forward, linking her arm with mine, and sweetly said, Brother, the gift you bought for Sister Xiao Wu is beautiful. You're such a good friend. Each word dripped with a warning that I better remain just a friend. I felt goosebumps rising and quickly pulled her closer, whispering in her ear, Please, don't stir up trouble. Xiao Wu is truly my best friend. She blushed and playfully protested, Brother, who would do that? You need to trust me. Trust you? With that expression, I knew all too well. You always act like this before pulling a fast one. Sighing, I decided not to argue further. We quietly made our way to Nodding Academy, where the old man at the gate, upon seeing our attire, didn't dare utter a word and promptly let us in. As we reached the second floor of the cafeteria, I quickly spotted my target, Xiao Wu, the lively girl. I called out her name, and the moment she looked up and saw me, her eyes lit up and she dropped the carrot in her hand, launching herself at me like a cannonball. For those who understand, just as I was prepared to embrace this sweet impact, Xiao Air made her move. She subtly stepped forward, effectively blocking me. Xiao Wu, midair and unable to stop, collided with Xiao Air with a thud. At that moment, I felt the air crackle with electricity. Xiao Air gently pushed Xiao Wu away, maintaining her soft smile. Sister Xiao Wu, you seem a bit too excited. Xiao Wu, undeterred, cheerfully replied, Yes. I'm just so happy to see Suyu. You must be Xiao Air, the sister he often mentions, the one he acknowledges. Here it comes, the high-stakes game. The word sister was pronounced with such emphasis. Xiao Air quickly countered, hugging my arm and tilting her head, proudly stating, Indeed, my brother even promised to take care of me for a lifetime. Right, brother? With that look and tone, could I dare say otherwise? I could only stiffly nod. Seeing the situation escalate, I knew if I let them continue, the cafeteria would undoubtedly turn into a battlefield. I quickly stepped forward to separate them. All right. Grandpa is calling us home for dinner. Xiao Wu, stop eating and say your goodbyes to your little friends. Come with us. On the way home, I handed Xiao Wu the clothes I had bought for her. When we arrived, my grandfather emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large plate of chicken, the aroma making my mouth water. After the meal, I laid my cards on the table, informing them that I had to step out for a while. They assumed I was just taking a stroll, but little did they know I had a grand plan in mind. I had long since schemed that Tang San's mother, the 10,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, was currently in a comatose state at the back mountain of Shenghan village. With Tang Hao not home, it would be a missed opportunity if I didn't seize it. As night fell, I unfurled my golden wings and soared directly to Shenghan village. Activating my Eye of Destiny, I scanned the entire village and confirmed that Tang Hao was absent, filling my heart with delight. Within 3 minutes, I discovered that unique blue-silver grass adorned with golden patterns on the back mountain. Without hesitation, I unleashed the full aura of the Rue show, causing a yin's leaves to instantly wilt, as if bowing before me. With a swift motion, I drew my hand and let a few drops of my Qilin blood fall upon it. Astonishingly, the grass began to grow wildly, as if invigorated by steroids. Then came the most audacious move. I retrieved a red and white pokeball from the system. Indeed, it was precisely what you are envisioning. I hurled it at Ain, exclaiming, Go, Master Ball! A flash of red light signified my success in capturing her. Even more remarkably, upon capturing Ain, I discovered a box buried where she had taken root. Upon opening it, I found a soul bone. Wasn't this akin to Tang San's future external aid? My apologies. It now bears the surname Su. The system's notification echoed in my mind, showering me with a staggering 10 opportunities for fishing. I must say, this was an unimaginable fortune. I promptly executed 10 consecutive draws, achieving instant graduation. I acquired the mental origin of Tianmeng Eye Silkworm, the Duji Bajabang, and the myriad spirit fires from the Yi Oobong. I immediately integrated the origin of Tianmeng Eye Silkworm, feeling an exhilarating coolness envelop my mind. With this stroke of unparalleled luck, I soared back home, elated. Upon entering the house, I released Ain. Chiu and Xiao Wu, both spirit beasts, were instantly taken aback, exclaiming in unison, 100,000-year spirit beast. I calmly sipped my tea, responding, just took a stroll, and picked her up. Ignoring their astonished expressions, I retreated to my room, swallowed a medicinal pill, and began to merge with the myriad spirit fires. I must say, the sensation was akin to being cast into a cauldron of alchemy, every inch of my skin ablaze. The pain caused me to grimace, yet to grow stronger, I had to endure. I persevered through the entire night, successfully merging with the Ioa, and my soul power even experienced a breakthrough. The following morning, just as I concluded my practice, a knock resonated at the door. I was bare-chested at the time. Upon opening it, I was greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu and Xiu, their faces pressed against the threshold, both girls with wide eyes. Kia reacted swiftly, covering Xiao Wu's eyes while peering through her fingers, then dragging her away, muttering, "What shouldn't be seen must not be seen. Your eyes are about to pop out." I couldn't help but chuckle. After dressing, I felt compelled to test the power of the newly acquired Ioa. I dashed to the back mountain of the village, releasing a small wisp of flame, which immediately melted the ground, forming a deep pit of several dozen meters. Such terror! Had I unleashed this within the village, it would have likely vanished from the map entirely. For the next 6 months, I diligently practiced bajabang on the back mountain, often leaving myself bruised and battered. Returning home, both Chiu and Xiao Wu were heartbroken, taking turns to apply medicine to my wounds. After half a year, I felt extraordinarily powerful. If Tang San were to stand before me now, a single punch would send him back to his father's blacksmith shop. It was time to depart. At the village entrance, I bid a heartfelt farewell to my grandfather, who urged me to take good care of the 2 girls and not to bully them. I thought to myself, "Grandpa, you have no idea how challenging it is for me, being caught in the middle." As we set off, Chiu inquired, "Brother, where are we going?" Xiao Wu chimed in, "Yes, we should be heading to a prestigious academy, right?" I chuckled. "To an academy? Which one? Shrek? No way. That dilapidated village has nothing to offer. Only a fool would go there." My goal had always been abundantly clear. The sunset forest, the ice and fire Inyang Ai. This was, after all, the super beginner's package that would make the Shrek 7 monsters. It contained all manner of celestial herbs that could transform waste into genius. Such a marvelous place was undoubtedly mine to claim first. After half a month, we finally arrived at the outskirts of the sunset forest. Gazing at the expanse of purple poison miasma before us, my expression turned serious. This was no trifling matter. I turned to the 2 of them and said, "Hold on to me tightly. Not a single step must you stray." Without hesitation, Chiu clutched my left arm, and upon seeing this, Xiao Wu promptly grasped my right side. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel that this was the pinnacle of life, being embraced on both sides. Yet, the purple haze before us was no laughing matter. With a thought, the myriad spirit fire burst forth from my palm, creating an effect akin to applying a powerful beauty filter to the miasma, instantly incinerating all the foulness and unveiling a sunlit path. I led the 2 of them deeper into the forest, and the hidden Chi Wang, likely astonished, stealthily followed. Not long after, I was left utterly awestruck. Before me appeared a colossal natural hot spring, half an icy blue and half a fiery red. Was this not a supercharged version of a Inyang hot pot? Surrounding it were various sparkling celestial herbs. The spiritual energy, so thick it was almost palpable. Chiu and Xiao Wu stood with mouths agape, their eyes sparkling like stars, as if they had just entered an extravagant boutique, itching to indulge without cost. As I marveled at the auspiciousness of this place, a sudden chill swept over me, and an old man with green hair emerged like a ghost, his gaze far from friendly. "You little rascal, how dare you trespass into my medicinal garden?" Upon recognizing him, I couldn't help but grin. It was none other than the poisoned Douluo. I was not intimidated in the slightest, and greeted him cheerfully. "Ah, senior, your back garden is quite impressive, a treasure trove indeed." His expression darkened further upon my casual demeanor, and he attempted to exert the pressure of a titled Douluo upon me, intending to intimidate. I cut straight to the chase. "Enough with the pretense, old man. You're nearly poisoned beyond recovery, suffering nightly from pain that robs you of sleep. Am I right? I can cure you." The moment those words left my lips, the old man's face shifted from dark to green, his murderous intent surging towards me. Clearly, I had struck a nerve, inciting his ire. The concealed Qi Wang seemed ready to leap out and confront him. "You insolent brat! What nonsense are you spouting?" He spat through clenched teeth. I shrugged, maintaining my composure. "You know whether I'm speaking nonsense or not. Let us make a deal. I will cure both you and your granddaughter of your poison, and in return, this medicinal garden shall belong to me." Upon hearing this, he initially appeared taken aback before a cold smile crept across his face. "You think I won't capture you and torture you until you reveal the antidote?" I merely chuckled. "You may try, but let us see whether you catch me first, or whether you become a cold, lifeless corpse." As my words echoed, Qi Wang subtly released a trace of his aura, causing Douluo's face to drain of color. He surely believed I had some formidable expert backing me. Those who understand the thrill of such an information gap know the exhilarating pressure it brings. This old man was no fool, and he realized I was not jesting. After a tense standoff, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "Fine, I agree, but you must cure my granddaughter first." Deal secured. I instructed him to bring a soul bone in 3 days. The old man departed with a skeptical expression. Once he was gone, Xiao Wu and Xiu'er finally breathed a sigh of relief, with Xiu'er clinging to my arm, pouting, "Brother, that old man is so fierce. When I grow stronger, I will definitely give him a good beating." I chuckled and playfully ruffled her nose, then began to assess my recent gains. The system chimed with a myriad of notifications as rewards flooded in, leaving me in high spirits. I executed a super draw. Guess what? Aside from drawing an absurd bowl of plain porridge, I actually acquired supreme culinary skills and a comprehensive botanical encyclopedia. Now this was splendid. Faced with the abundant celestial herbs scattered around, I felt as if I had activated a cheat code. Each herb's purpose was crystal clear. I first dug up a plant of Shaanxi Duanchang Hong for Xiao Wu, who was so thrilled that she hugged me and planted a kiss on my cheek. Mean Vita, Kia, watching nearby with a glint in her eyes, resembled a small jar of vinegar, inquiring, "Brother, are lips soft?" This was truly a question of life and death. I hastily found her an even more impressive De Long Jinghua, soothing her for quite some time. Ultimately, she was even more direct, embracing me and nibbling for 2 minutes. I successfully managed to deal with the two of them, and I, too, consumed the exquisite medicinal herbs, Bajiaoshuan Binko and Liehua Xingjiao Shu, as casually as one would savor spicy snacks, swallowing them in one swift bite before plunging into the hot pot to soak and cultivate. After 3 days, Douluo returned, sporting a face resembling that of a pig's head. Upon seeing his mottled complexion, I nearly erupted in laughter. It seemed he had ventured out without consulting the calendar and had likely encountered someone enforcing justice. My hunch was that the Qi Wang, having sensed his prior murderous intent towards me, had physically cooled him down that very night. I tossed him the refined pill, advising him to test it out for the first treatment. If effective, we could then discuss matters concerning his granddaughter. The old man left, skeptical but hopeful, only to return the next day in a frenzy, his expression akin to that of a lottery winner, exclaiming the miraculous effects of the medicine. He immediately agreed that if I cured his granddaughter, the medicinal garden would henceforth bear the surname Su. Thus, I accompanied him directly to Tiando Academy. Upon arrival, I was met with a sea of arrogant, aristocratic youths. In front of Douluo, I openly criticized the academy, declaring it nothing more than a gilded shell. His granddaughter, Douluo, was indeed beautiful, but regrettably, her words betrayed her youthful naivety. I had no patience for idle chatter and promptly placed the pill in her mouth, seated myself behind her, and unleashed my soul power to assist her in detoxifying. Just as I exerted my energy, I felt a potent presence in Tiando City lock onto me. At that moment, I paid it little heed, unaware that in the East Palace, a certain Xue Qinghe was grinning widely. It seemed I had unwittingly delivered myself to the enemy. Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue, was likely on the verge of laughter in the prince's mansion. I can assure you, her singular thought was that a duck ready to be captured could not possibly fly away. She promptly instructed her bodyguard, Shalom, not to follow her, insisting on venturing out alone. Then, like a rocket, she made a beeline for Tiando Academy. Meanwhile, I had just resolved matters concerning Douluo Bo's granddaughter. I informed the old man that her poison was mild, a minor affair. 3 treatments would guarantee her recovery. With that, I shimmered with golden light, spread my wings, and departed with flair. However, the moment I left, the old man began to brainwash his granddaughter. Who among my family understands? The old man transformed into a top-tier salesman, fervently promoting me, claiming that the lad from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was unworthy of even carrying my shoes, insisting that his granddaughter should promptly break up and marry me instead. How outrageous! The pressure of KPIs was suddenly thrust upon me. I returned to my lair. The Ice and Fire 2-EI elated. With so many medicinal herbs, I would henceforth be a walking pharmacy, bestowing longevity gifts upon my grandfather and Detian. However, while I was on my way, Shueqinghe was left empty-handed. She stormed into the back mountain of Tiando Academy, locating my previous humble abode, and kicked the door open, likely envisioning a reunion with her beloved treasure. Yet, upon entering, she was met with 7 individuals, including Yu Qianheng and his crew, none of whom were me. I assure you, her smile immediately turned to stone, more astonishing than encountering Spectre. With no other option, she awkwardly approached, pretending it was a chance encounter, inquiring if anyone had seen a golden-haired handsome lad. Dugi Yin was present, undoubtedly aware that I was the one in question, yet she remained silent. Yu Qianheng and the others were equally bewildered, claiming ignorance. Frustrated, Shueqinghe could only leave in defeat. Upon returning to the prince's mansion, she immediately issued a stern command to Shalom, a citywide manhunt. They were to dig 3 feet into the earth to find me. This lady was truly obsessed. As for me, I was blissfully ignorant of all this, enjoying my days at the Ice and Fire 2-EI. Wang Qiu'er, having absorbed the medicinal herbs, reached level 40, and I urged her to quickly condense her soul ring. The following day, I decided to seek experience at an academy, taking the freshly trained Xiao Wu along to Tiando City. This young lady even donned a pink dress paired with white stockings, showcasing her long legs. Indeed, she was deserving of her title as the leader of Noding Academy. We spent the morning wandering through Tiando City, surveying 5 or 6 academies, none of which were satisfactory. It was either a gathering of spoiled aristocrats or a dismal quality of education. Just as I was brooding over this, fate intervened. I unexpectedly encountered the sisters Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er at a restaurant, the very ones I had rescued in the Stardow forest years prior. Shui Bing'er was undeniably beautiful, yet when she spoke, I nearly perished from embarrassment. She approached with the line, "If we hadn't come to Tiando City, would the person before you be a ghost? Sister, your earnestness is commendable." Fortunately, her sister, Shui Yu'er, displayed emotional intelligence and quickly interjected, asking what brought me to Tiando City. I sighed, explaining I was in search of an academy. Shui Yu'er's eyes lit up as she jokingly suggested I join their Tianshui Academy. I was about to remind her that they only accepted female students when a strikingly beautiful lady, their teacher Shui Wuxin, strolled over. This teacher was bold, directly extending an offer, stating that rules are rigid, but people are flexible, and for a talent like me, Tianshui Academy would make an exception for its first male student. She even jested that they had plenty of beauties, and future wives would be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Xiao's cheeks puffed up like a bun as she shot a fierce glare at Shui Wuxin. I intended to decline, explaining that I was a fire type and wouldn't align well with their water system. However, Shui Wuxin countered with a bold declaration that their academy had long desired to reform and would soon recruit all disciplines, and I was just the leader they needed. With such an enticing offer before me, what could I say? I immediately consented, albeit with a stipulation that I had 2 companions who must be included. Without hesitation, Shui Wuxin agreed, delighted by this buy one get 2 deal. Thus, the matter was settled. We arranged to meet in Tianshui City once I completed my tasks. Upon returning to the setting sun forest that evening, Wang Qiu'er was furious with me for not taking her shopping, insisting I buy her 10 outfits as compensation. After much negotiation, I finally appeased her. Yet, come midnight, This girl stealthily climbed into my tent, claiming she was sleepwalking. Goodness, her sleepwalking route was quite precise, leading her directly to my bedside. I swiftly pulled her into my embrace, saying that since she was here, she might as well stay. After a brief struggle, she resigned and peacefully fell asleep in my arms. The next day, I prepared the medicines for Douluo and his granddaughter, then took Xiao Wu and Chiu back to Tiando City. I instructed them to eat first while I went alone to deliver the medicine. Just as I set foot in the academy, news of my arrival reached the prince's mansion. Upon hearing of my presence, Shui Qinghe's eyes gleamed, and she rushed over with her entourage. I handed the medicine to Du Guiyan, exchanged a few words, and turned to leave. My speed was astounding, as I swiftly traversed from the back mountain to the main entrance in mere seconds. Just as I was about to step out of the academy, a voice called out to me, "Suyu, young brother." I turned to see a young man, around 26 or 27, with a refined demeanor, yet his aura was unmistakable. My heart sank. He smiled and said, "Young brother, shall we have a chat?" In that moment, I realized with clarity, this was none other than Shui Qinghe, Qianren Xue. It seemed I could not evade her. I nodded and followed him into a cafe. Upon sitting down, he introduced himself. "I am Shui Qinghe." I took a sip of my coffee and replied coolly, "Suyu, may I inquire what brings the prince to seek me?" To my surprise, he merely wished to befriend me. I must tell you, this prince, Shui Qinghe, exuded elegance and warmth, smiling like a gentle spring breeze. Yet I was acutely aware of the truth. This individual was none other than Qianren Xue in disguise. She inquired if I had come to Tiando City in search of an academy, to which I nodded and honestly expressed my interest in Tianxue Academy. Upon hearing this, her gaze shifted to one of playful intrigue, remarking that Tianxue Academy was the dream destination for men across the continent, suggesting I was indeed fortunate. I can only laugh it off, saying that it's still too early to tell. Yet she, with a dismissive wave of her hand, assured me that with my talent, as long as my mind wasn't clouded, Tianxue Xuan would undoubtedly be eager to have me. I understood the flattery in her words. She then suggested that we abandon the formal title of Taizi Dianza, which felt too distant, and instead, I should simply call her Shui Dage. Naturally, I complied and affectionately addressed her as Shui Dage. After all, she is destined to become a celestial being, and her mother is fated to be a fearsome goddess. How could I not cling to such a promising ally? Not to mention, we might even possess a powerful martial soul fusion technique together. It was imperative to foster this relationship. After a casual exchange, I took my leave as I had two insatiable golden beasts awaiting my return at home. Just as I left, I sensed a formidable presence emerging from behind Shui Qinghe. I must tell you, my spiritual awareness is quite keen, and I had already detected someone lurking, none other than the titled Dalu Shilong. As expected, I had barely distanced myself when I overheard Shui Qinghe exasperatedly remarking to him, "Uncle Shi, did I not say not to follow me?" That old man was quite stubborn, claiming that my background was shrouded in mystery and that powerful beings surrounded me. Fearing for her safety, please, if I were to pose any threat, could he alone possibly stop me, leaving them to their affairs? I focused my spiritual energy and quickly pinpointed Wang Qiu and Xiao Wu's location. Good heavens, these two shopping enthusiasts had been wandering for over 3 hours since my departure. When I finally found them, they were laden with bags, resembling a Christmas tree. Upon spotting me, Qiu bounced over, insisting that I become their personal model, dragging me into a fitting room to try on outfit after outfit. Who could understand the plight of a man being treated like a dress-up doll for almost an hour? It was utterly disheartening. On our way back home that evening, they were still unsatisfied, declaring that the next day would see another shopping battle. Xiao mentioned a pair of white socks she had missed out on and insisted they must be secured the following day. Qiu even asked if I wanted to join them, and I quickly feigned an injury, claiming I might be incapacitated due to work obligations. Accompanying women on shopping excursions? That was more exhausting than battling a titled Douluo. The next day, we formally set out from Tiando City. Qiu seemed a bit reluctant to leave, so I painted a grand vision of Tianxue City as a true paradise for women, filled with beautiful clothing. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled, and she sprinted ahead of us. The three of us leisurely made our way toward Tianshui City, passing through the outskirts of the northernmost region, a rather eerie place. Home to three ultimate bosses, Shui Di, Bing Di, and the Titan Snow Demon King. This was a well-kept secret, but I was fully aware of it. As I pondered these formidable figures, Xiao Wu waved her hand in front of my face, questioning my distracted demeanor. I instinctively took her soft hand, and to my surprise, the jealous Chioa merely rolled her eyes without further protest. I later discovered that these two had secretly formed an alliance behind my back, dubbing themselves the Huyu Alliance. Their plan was to keep a watchful eye on me, lest I be whisked away by one of the many beauties of Tianshui, Shun. Meanwhile, in Shenghan Village, chaos erupted. I must tell you, Tang Hao is quite the ultimate master of manipulation. Years ago, he had gone so far as to orchestrate the sacrificial offering of his wife, Ain, to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring, and afterward, he shifted the blame entirely onto the Spear Hall. Now, having lost an arm and significantly weakened, he sought to unearth the soul bone left by Ain to gift to Tang San for vengeance. Upon arrival, he found, to his dismay, that his wife was gone, leaving only a massive pit behind. Ain had not left a single trace. Tang Hao went into a frenzy, shouting in rage, his voice echoing for miles. And then, you won't believe it, he swung his Haotian hammer and unleashed a furious barrage upon Shenghan Village. Who could comprehend such madness? Unable to keep his wife safe, he returned home to vent his anger on the village, a truly absurd display of fury. After wreaking havoc, he fled, leaving chaos in his wake. Meanwhile, I was being urged by Chioer to continue our journey. Bored, I casually opened my system panel to check my status. Level 38 soul power, and my inventory resembled a cluttered shop filled with various items, including a Barrett rifle, grenades, and an assortment of peculiar pills. My ultimate goal was to fish with the system to gather a complete Qilin bloodline. Once achieved, I would become the sole sovereign of this continent, capable of stumbling upon soul bones at every turn. Speaking of which, I cannot help but criticize Bibi Dong. How could a powerful woman, the Pope of the Spear Hall, find herself enamored with someone like the Master, a theoretical genius, yet practically inept? It remains one of the greatest enigmas of 2025. I worry that the Master may inadvertently speak ill of me in her presence, risking my life at the hands of the Spirit Hall. However, I felt secure knowing I had the protection of the Silver Dragon King and the Scarlet King. Once I settled into Tianshui, Xuan, I must pay a visit to our old friend Tang San. Killing him? No, that would be too merciful. The treasures in my inventory, such as the hallucinogenic pill, needed to be experienced by him to truly understand the highs and lows of life. As I plotted my schemes against Tang San, a wicked smile crept across my lips, prompting a shiver from Chioer, who remarked that someone was bound to face dire consequences. This girl truly understands me. After several more days of travel, we finally reached the edge of the northernmost region. Observing the vast expanse of snow ahead, I suggested we take a break to catch a few ice silkworms for a taste test. These delicacies, when fried, are delightfully crispy and utterly delicious. However, I never anticipated that the aura of my Qilin bloodline would stand out in this frigid land like a beacon in the night. As I stepped into the thicket, the legendary Shui Di, deep within the northernmost region, suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed my unfamiliar beastly aura and, filled with excitement, rushed to find her companion, Bing Di. Together, they soared toward me. Just as I had successfully fried the ice silkworms to a golden crisp, their aroma wafting enticingly. Xiao Wu, who had previously declared she wouldn't touch them, was now devouring them with delight, her mouth dripping with flavor. The law of deliciousness had proven true once again. Just as we were enjoying our feast, suddenly, a red figure dashed past, and I found myself airborne. The Scarlet King had appeared from nowhere, grabbing us three and sprinting away at breakneck speed. What on earth? Scarlet King, what are you doing? My fried ice silkworms. I was utterly bewildered. The Scarlet King, visibly pale with fear, shouted over his shoulder, "Run! The two female demons are coming. If we don't hurry, we one team make it." Goodness. He ran with such speed that the sound of his passage created a sonic boom around us. Had he not shielded us with his soul power, I might have been torn apart by the wind. At that moment, an icy pressure pursued us, emanating from Shue, who was still several hundred kilometers away. Her chilling voice resonated in our minds. Scarlet King, stop. I mean you no harm. Otherwise, today I shall obliterate your other two heads. Upon hearing this, the Scarlet King trembled, his face going pale. He now realized he was in grave danger. I assure you, he could not stop even if he wished. After all, behind him lay the formidable Shue, while in his grasp was the precious Suyu from the Stardow Forest. If he dared to hit the brakes, he would surely meet his doom. It was truly a perilous predicament he found himself in, caught between a rock and a hard place. Seeing him continue to flee, Shue smirked coldly. Oh, so you possess quite the courage? No sooner had her words left her lips than an ice sword materialized in her hand, transforming into a blue streak of light that locked onto the Scarlet King's back. My goodness, the Scarlet King's eyes nearly bulged out, having lived for so many years. How could he not recognize this move? This was none other than Shue's signature technique, the Emperor's Sword. Ice extreme, unmatched, in the legends. Even the esteemed Dtion dared not confront the deadly strike head-on. At that moment, he was utterly unguarded, cursing vehemently as he unleashed his soul power extravagantly in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, what purpose did it serve? The icy sword, akin to a guided missile, paid no heed to reason. With a swift motion, it pierced through all his defenses and, with a resounding kick, sent him plummeting from the heavens. We were also flung away by this tremendous force, but let me assure you, the Snow Empress had no intention of targeting us. A gentle and nurturing power instantly cradled the three of us securely. Upon our first encounter, a sudden chime resonated in my mind, signaling the successful registration with the Snow Empress, granting me 2 additional chances for a reward draw. The Snow Empress paid no mind to the large red dog that lay groaning on the ground, reverted to its original form. Her sparkling eyes, akin to searchlights, were fixated on me. Indeed, she was a divine beast. The excitement radiating from her was as if she had just won a lottery worth 500 million. Her smile almost stretched to her ears. How fortunate I was, blessed by the heavens in the far north. She approached me with a beaming smile and effortlessly released the bindings on me, her voice sweet as honey. Little one, I am the ruler of the far north, the Snow Empress. You may call me Sister Shue. Come with your sister, and I shall take you flying. I was momentarily stunned. Who among my family could comprehend? Just a short while ago, I had been pondering her existence. Was this not the fabled porcelain cup of my Buddha? As if summoned, she appeared. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, my expression grew peculiar. Is there something on my face? She queried, leaning in closer as I stared at her in awe. I hastily shook my head, exclaiming, No, no, no. It is just that you are too beautiful, and I find myself unable to contain my admiration. I must tell you, this Snow Empress was truly stunning, emanating an air of aloof elegance, surpassing even the Silver Dragon King by a hair's breadth. Yet her aura was unparalleled, leaving one momentarily breathless. In response to my starstruck expression, the Snow Empress chuckled with delight. Am I not beautiful? Would you not like to return with me? I shall protect you. At that moment, the Red King struggled to rise, weakly protesting, Snow Empress, do not go too far. Suyu belongs to our Stardow Forest. The Snow Empress, dismissive of his protests, turned her attention directly to me. So your name is Suyu? Tell me, what is the point of following Dtion and his rugged comrades? Are they more appealing than your sister? I think not. Come with me. And not only will I protect you and guide your cultivation, but if you prove yourself worthy, I shall bestow Binger upon you. Binger? I pondered, when suddenly another chime echoed in my mind, indicating the successful registration with the Ice Empress, granting me yet another 2 chances for a reward draw. No sooner had she spoken than a stunning lady with green hair flew over, evidently having overheard the conversation and nearly lost her balance upon landing. Shue, what are you saying? The Snow Empress rolled her eyes. What are you shouting about? This child is a divine beast. To bond with a divine beast is a fortune that countless soul beasts envy. Do not be ungrateful. With that, she turned back to me, her smile radiant as spring. What do you say, little one? I am quite trustworthy. Come with us, and I truly will promise you Banger. As she reached out to take my hand, Wang Qiu'er exploded in protest, positioning herself protectively in front of me like a lioness defending her cub. Pa, you wicked woman. My brother would never follow you. The Snow Empress, amused, remarked, Oh, is this not another divine beast from the Douluo Forest? Long time no see. Little one, how about you join me? You can accompany me, and I will keep an eye on Su Yu, even officiating your wedding. Just think, if you come with me today, you could marry your brother and settle down in the depths of the far north, living your blissful life. Wouldn't that be splendid? At that moment, Wang Qiu'er was momentarily taken aback, her eyes clearly betraying her intrigue. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, and a terrifying pressure descended from above. Di Tian had arrived. With a grim expression, he spoke in a voice as sharp as ice shards. Snow Empress, enough. Su Yu is the one chosen by the Lord. Do not entertain any ideas. The Snow Empress scoffed, unfazed, as she brandished the icy sword. Di Tian, do you truly believe that? Your Douluo Forest already possesses a divine beast. What harm is there in letting this little fellow join us? As I witnessed this potential showdown between these two formidable beings, I hastily intervened to mediate. Sister Shui, I apologize, but I fear I cannot accompany you. I have resided in the Douluo Forest since I was 6. I paused, then offered a tempting bait. Sister Snow, the next time I break through, extraordinary phenomena will manifest. You should come then, and it will surely benefit you. I will have Di Tian inform you. The Snow Empress's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Di Tian, who reluctantly nodded. What a pity. The Snow Empress shook her head, realizing that an outright snatch was futile, and instead opted to leverage my favor. She produced a shimmering, ice-blue snowflake and placed it in my hand. I would rather not have Di Tian inform you. Little one, you may notify me yourself. Simply channel your soul power into it. Do visit your sister sometime. With that, she gracefully departed, pulling along the bewildered Ice Empress. Di Tian finally released a breath of relief and turned to me, gesturing clearly. All right, lad, you understand. What else could I say? I could only helplessly retrieve a handful of aphrodisiac pills from my storage to offer him. This fellow had become as dependent as a drug addict, feeling restless without his daily fix. Once everything was settled, Di Tian took the barely conscious Red King back to the Douluo Forest. We three wasted no time, resting briefly before heading straight to Tianshui Academy. The journey was uneventful, and after 10 days, we finally arrived at Tianshui City. Tianshui City was quite prosperous, and both Qiu'er and Xiao Wu were wide-eyed with wonder. As night fell, we found a hotel to stay in, one room for me and another for the two of them. As they planned to hold a girls' night, talk to share secrets. The first thing I did upon returning to my room was to open the system panel. Having accumulated 10 fishing opportunities from previous registrations, I was determined to draw today. System, begin fishing. Beep, fishing initiated. Beep, fishing successful to my delight. A flurry of rewards emerged. Gold soul coins, 10,000-year soul bones, and recovery pills. Most astonishingly, I had drawn Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm Essence. This was a treasure indeed. Without hesitation, I opted for fusion. Instantly, a wave of icy sensation enveloped me, and my mind buzzed as my mental powers surged. Exhilarating. My mental prowess was now formidable enough to rival that of a soul Douluo. The system's evaluation of me finally shifted from weakling to moderate. My family. I had made progress. Seizing this momentum, I sat cross-legged to commence my cultivation. As night passed, I awoke the next morning to find that my cultivation had once again advanced, reaching the 39th level. Brother, are you awake? We must hurry, came Qiu'er's voice from outside the door. I opened the door, affectionately ruffled her hair, and together we squeezed into the washroom to freshen up. The girl even opened her mouth for me to inspect her pearly whites. How adorable! After breakfast, the three of us strolled to the entrance of Tianshui Academy. What a scene it was, teeming with girls clad in blue uniforms, each craning their necks to gawk at me. A beautiful teacher named Shui Wuxin welcomed us, her eyes widening in admiration upon seeing Wang Qiu'er, showering her with compliments. When she learned that both Qiu'er and I shared the same three-eyed golden lion martial soul, she became ecstatic, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Do you too possess a martial soul fusion technique? If so, the results for Tianshui Academy in the upcoming competition would surely soar." Teacher Shui escorted us to meet the dean, Shui Binger's mother, Shui Lingli. The dean was a stunning beauty herself, greeting me with a warm smile. "Indeed, you are the boy for whom my daughter personally pleaded. You are quite handsome." Then she shifted her tone, her expression turning serious. "However, as the first male student of Tianshui College, your abilities must not be lacking." I chuckled and laid my cards on the table. "Dean, I believe my strength is quite commendable. Suyu, age 12, is a level 39 Assault System Soul Master. Wang Xiao, age 12, is a level 41 Assault System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, age 12, is a level 36 Agility System Soul Master." I must tell you, the expression on the dean's face was akin to seeing a ghost. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it, and she appeared utterly petrified. After several seconds of stunned silence, she suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her voice trembling slightly. "Tianshui College welcomes your enrollment." A chime resonated in my mind, signifying my successful entry into Tianshui College, along with 4 opportunities for fishing. The subsequent arrangements were quite straightforward. Teacher Shui led us to collect our uniforms. I must say, the school uniforms at Tianshui are truly splendid, featuring a blue and white suit that exudes a spirited aura. Wang Xiao and Xiao Wu, upon receiving their new attire, excitedly began to plan shopping excursions for after school. However, shopping could wait. Teacher Shui needed to arrange our accommodations first. I must tell you, the arrangement was extraordinary. Teacher Shui promptly placed Xiao Wu and Xiao in the girls' dormitory, then turned and unceremoniously tossed me to the back mountain, providing me with a charming little villa. She stated that it was inconvenient for boys to share, hence I must reside alone. This suited me perfectly. Late at night, when all was quiet, I could secretly pursue my fishing endeavors without anyone noticing. Simply perfect. The room was immaculate, with even the bedding being new. I rated Tianshui College a 5-star review for their service. Just as I had removed my shoes and sprawled on the bed, ready to relish the softness of the mattress, the door creaked open. Shui Binger entered. For those who understand, her ice blue hair and long, elegant legs were simply mesmerizing. She had been sent by Teacher Shui to invite me to the cafeteria for dinner. I hastily scrambled off the bed and followed her to the dining hall. Along the way, she courteously introduced me to the college, finally extending her hand and expressing a desire for future collaboration. At that moment, my survival instinct surged. I shook her hand briefly, releasing it at lightning speed, not daring to linger even a second longer. It was not that I was attempting to appear aloof, but rather that Xiao and Xiao were already enough trouble for me. I truly could not afford to provoke any romantic entanglements. Upon observing my reaction, Shui Binger laughed, likely having never encountered someone so committed to propriety. Upon reaching the cafeteria, the atmosphere was lively. The moment Xiao spotted me, she rushed over like a little pendant, chattering excitedly about her, and Xiao were residing next to Shui Binger, utterly thrilled and insisting that I help her get food shortly. While I was engaging with her, Shui Binger's sister, Shui Yu, suddenly interjected with a sharp remark. All right. Enough with the display of affection. Can't you see Teacher Wuxin is still single?" I was instantly dumbfounded. I watched as Teacher Shui Wuxin's expression shifted from clear skies to a stormy overcast in an instant, followed by a precise, loving punch that landed squarely on Shui Yu's forehead. Shui Yu rolled her eyes and fainted into her sister's arms. Teacher Shui, gritting her teeth, left a stern warning. "If you dare to concoct tales about me again, I shall break your legs." Then she stormed off to a private room on the 3rd floor. We hurried to follow her. Inside the room, a girl named Xue Wu was already seated. She was also a member of their team. Teacher Xue immediately got down to business, informing us that in 2 years, the All-Continent Youth Soul Master Tournament would take place, and we were to be the reserve team. However, here lay the issue. Our team consisted of only 6 members, yet we needed 7 to compete. Teacher Xue outlined her plan to take us on an expedition across the continent, combining training with the search for a talented teammate. Upon hearing this, I sensed opportunity knocking. I immediately stood and proposed. Teacher, I am in agreement. Should we not make our first stop at Suatawa City? I have heard there is a Shrek Academy there, renowned for only accepting monsters. We might just get lucky. Teacher Shui agreed with a decisive nod. Upon hearing that we could go out and have fun, Shui, Binger, and the others were equally excited. Thus, it was settled. We would depart in 1 week. While we were fervently planning, guess what happened? Far away at Shrek Academy, Tong-san suddenly shivered. He was lost in self-reflection, mistakenly thinking it was his father missing him. Nonsense. He brought this upon himself by attempting to compete with me for Xiao Wu, and now he was blaming me for not seeing his father for 6 years, vowing to take revenge on me. It was quite the spectacle. This fellow had a certain cybernetic quality about him, perpetually believing that the world owed him something. 7 days later, we officially set off. Along the way, Chioer asked if we should challenge the academy upon reaching Shrek. At that moment, my mind was not quite focused, and I casually remarked, there probably aren't any experts there. We might as well just check out the battle arena. Good heavens, those words darkened Chioer and Xiao Wu's expressions, and they stormed ahead, ignoring me entirely. For those who understand, the thoughts of girls are as perplexing as quantum mechanics. I simply could not grasp them. Thus, I had no choice but to discreetly pull out the book Lovers 101 from my system, sharpening my skills on the fly. 3 days later, we arrived at Suatawa City. The girls, while claiming the place was small and shabby, immediately dove into the shops to shop. I, however, had a mission. While they were busy shopping, I stealthily checked in at Fland's little shop and met Ma Hongjuan himself, racking up fishing opportunities from the system like there was no tomorrow. That evening, Teacher Shui suggested that since we had some free time, we might as well head to the Great Battle Arena for some practice. I was very familiar with that place. I promptly purchased 7 masks from a roadside vendor, 1 for each of us, as our team had an abundance of beauties, and it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. Upon reaching the battle arena, the atmosphere ignited instantly. I quickly signed up, adopting the codename Sutianjin. Before long, it was my turn to compete. My opponent was a man in his 30s, a level 36 soul master wielding the Wind Wolf martial spirit, and he appeared quite intimidating. As the whistle for the match sounded, he surged toward me in a flash, his claws resembling daggers. I must tell you, I didn't even blink. I merely heard the rush of wind. Just as his claws were about to reach me, I extended my hand, caught him, and with a swift motion, sent him flying like a sack of potatoes. The entire encounter lasted no more than 3 seconds, leaving the host utterly bewildered. As soon as I finished, Chioer tugged at me to sign up for a doubles match, insisting we form the auspicious duo. After completing a match, just as we were preparing to return to the hotel, a golden-haired young man stumbled over, his demeanor rather unsteady. I must say, his gaze was so greasy it could fry an egg. He completely ignored me and swiftly approached Chioer, plastering a lewd grin on his face. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Dai Mubai. May we become friends? With that, his flirtatious eyes scanned our group of girls. I must tell you, the scene was simply outrageous. Our teacher, Shui Wuxin, stood there confronting the head of Shrek, Fland, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. Fland's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as he exclaimed, Shui Wuxin, are you disrespecting me? And what do you think our teacher replied? She boldly declared, if you are dissatisfied, let's have a match. Good heavens! No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of ice spikes erupted from behind her. Sharp as blades, I stood by, utterly astonished, pondering whether this was truly my teacher, who, while a bit fierce at times, was generally quite gentle. This was undeniably the Iron Fist Saintess. Upon realizing that he could not prevail in a genuine confrontation, Flinder promptly shifted tactics, resorting to cunning. He evaded the icy spikes and suddenly broke into a sinister grin, exclaiming, Shui Wuxin, it seems you have great confidence in your students. How about we place a wager? From the moment I heard his proposition, I sensed trouble. As expected, he suggested that we each send a student to fight. If they won, we would have to obediently assist Dai Mubai and his unfortunate comrades in breaking the energy binding them. Conversely, if we emerged victorious, he would reward us with 10,000 gold soul coins. He made a point of emphasizing that the energy binding would only last a few months, but the gold coins would be a windfall. My teacher, known for her fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such provocation and erupted. Am I afraid? Nonsense. Let us fight. Suyu, you go out there and smash them to pieces. What can I say? With the teacher's decree, I stepped forward with a smile, ready to accept the challenge. Flinder, that cunning old fox, must have been delighted by my eagerness, believing me to be a naive rookie. He calculated in his mind about how their Shrek Academy boasted a prodigy, namely Tang San, who was adept with poison and hidden weapons. He had no faith in my ability to win. Even if I lost, he could shift the blame on a Daimyo Bai, executing a classic case of taking advantage of the situation. Half an hour later, at the same battle arena, my teacher approached me and, with a serious demeanor, warned, Suyu, if you don't win, you'll regret it. I couldn't help but chuckle, taking Shio Era's hand and calmly assuring her, Teacher, you don't doubt my strength, do you? Honestly, Tang San's poison is no match for me. Before he acquires the 100,000-year soul ring, he is just an ordinary genius, far from being a prodigy. As for me, I can say I have him thoroughly countered. Soon enough, the match commenced. Flinder even took the time to remind Tang San to avoid letting me get close after hearing of my swift victories over Ma Hongjun and Daimyo Bai. However, let me tell you, Tang San didn't heed his advice at all. He was too busy reveling in his perceived destiny, believing himself to be the chosen one from another world, viewing everyone else as mere primitive NPCs, radiating arrogance. As he stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers for me. Tang San pretended to be polite, clasping his fists and proclaiming, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 32 Control System Battle Soul. I returned the gesture, Martial Soul, Golden Lion, Level 39 Assault System. He immediately tried to establish value, expressing hope that I would keep my word and rescue his brothers if I won. I merely scoffed, recognizing his blatant double standards. He was kind to his own, but merciless to others. I replied, I'm not that despicable. However, if you lose, you'll end up just like your companions. As the referee shouted begin, I dashed forward an instant. My speed was such that Tang San could barely keep up. He instinctively employed some sort of shadowy evasion, narrowly dodging my elbow strike, but the sheer force of the resulting shockwave caused him to spit blood. Dazed, he responded without hesitation, launching a silver needle laced with poison toward my eyes. I laughed, activating my light dragon body and sacred fire armor in an instant. A fiery, dragon-patterned armor enveloped me entirely. The needles struck my armor as if they were mere pinpricks, producing sparks that danced in the air. Tang San was utterly flabbergasted and inquired what this was. I informed him through my helmet. This is my self-created soul technique, Flame Dragon Armor. At this point, he had run out of options. The blue silver grass was incinerated into ash upon nearing my armor due to the intense heat. Frantically, he resorted to throwing more hidden weapons, only for them to meld into molten iron upon contact with a myriad beast spirit fire on my armor, dripping to the ground. The look on his face was worse than if he had eaten something foul. I had no time to let him ponder his existence. I had pent-up frustrations to release. And today was the day. I activated my 3000 thunder movement, accelerating beyond my previous speed, and in less than half a second, I appeared right in front of him. A fiery punch landed squarely on his face. The sound was sizzling, and I could practically smell the aroma of roasted meat. He screamed in agony, and without granting him a moment's respite, I followed up with a devastating 8 extremes collapse to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite with a severed string, rendering him unconscious. The referee stood dumbfounded for a moment before finally declaring me the victor. Flinder, in a fit of rage, charged onto the stage, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Just then, our teacher approached gracefully, extending her hand. Flinder, time to settle the wager. Flinder, trembling with fury, shot us a vicious glare before tossing a gold card my way, then hastily whisked Tang San, now disfigured, away. My teacher was elated, showering me with praise. Holding the gold card worth 10,000 gold soul coins, I waved my hand grandly, declaring, Teacher, today I treat you all to a feast unlimited. Shui Yuer, who had suddenly appeared from nowhere, was the first to respond, eager for food. Later that evening, while watching the girls indulge in the barbecue, I contemplated that staying in Soto City was no longer viable. We would need to leave the next day. When I proposed it, everyone readily agreed. I smiled inwardly, for my plans were finally set in motion. That night, while everyone slumbered, I stealthily flew to Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, I overheard the master reprimanding Flinder for the predicament Tang San was in, claiming he had failed to account for how to justify it to the Haotian law. Then, the master began concocting devious plans, instructing Flinder and Zhao Wujin to pursue us under the cover of night. Flinder hesitated initially, but once the master invoked Tang Hao's name, the old man promptly complied, scurrying off with Zhao Wujin. One opportunity this presented me. I quietly slipped into Tang San's hospital room, where the master was dozing beside him. Casting a glance at the cup of water on his desk, I smirked and, using my system, replaced the water with the Mother River water. Satisfied with my handiwork, I slipped away. As for Tang San, I would have ample opportunities to toy with him later, but the master was someone I truly despised. The thought of our next meeting, perhaps witnessing him with a bulging belly, nearly made me laugh aloud. The following morning, we and T ventured far from the city gates when Flinder and Zhao Wujin indeed appeared to block our path. Flinder, brimming with arrogance, invoked the name of Haotian law, claiming that Tang San was Tang Hao's son and demanding that we surrender me, promising to spare Tianshui Academy. Upon hearing this, my teacher exploded with fury, pointing a finger at him. Haotian Douluo, the same man who, knowing full well his wife was a soul beast, still took her out for a stroll? You dare use him to threaten us? Who are you insulting? Zhao Wujin, the brutish one, seeing the conversation was going nowhere, launched an attack. My teacher, undeterred, stood her ground against two soul saints, engaging them in a fierce battle. Ice spikes clashed against the mighty golden bear, and air blades met icy walls, creating a tumultuous scene. After several rounds, my teacher began to falter, turning to me and shouting, Su Yu, aren't you going to summon that powerful ally of yours? If you don't, I may truly meet my end here. I was somewhat taken aback. I hadn't anticipated she would notice so soon. Smiling, I called out to the air, Chi Wong, lend me a hand. Almost immediately, Chi Wong manifested beside me, wearing a look of resigned annoyance. Su Yu, can't you let me rest in peace? I am, after all, half your teacher. Your actions put me in an awkward position. He grumbled while ruffling my golden hair. Complaining aside, he knew he had to act. Stepping forward, he unleashed an aura capable of obliterating worlds, causing both Flinder and Zhao Wujin to quail in fear. Flinder attempted to resist, invoking the name of Haotian Dalu, hoping for some leniency from Chi Wong. As a result, can you guess what Chi Wong said? His expression was peculiar, as if he were gazing at a fool, and he disdainfully remarked to Flinder, Haotian Douluo, what do I need that useless being for? A worthless individual whom I personally tore an arm from is hardly deserving of my respect. Well, your time is up. In an instant, Flinder and Zhao Wujie's faces turned pale, likely filled with regret. Before striking, Chi Wong cast a pitiful glance back at me and asked Xiao Su Yu, after I finish this job, can I take a break? I truly want to rest, even if it means indulging in some passion pills with DT on. What could I say? I could only agree. I quickly nodded. All right, once you wrap this up, I will break through immediately, and then we shall return to the forest. I will speak to Bai Ji and the others to grant you an extended leave so you can unwind. Upon hearing this, Chi Wong's eyes lit up like two massive light bulbs, and he excitedly exclaimed, a gentleman's word is his bond. Then I shall get to work. I must tell you, the scene was extraordinary. Chi Wong erupted in a blaze of dark, shimmering flames that clung to the ground and melted the earth like asphalt. My eyes widened in astonishment, thinking that this was impressive, and I would need to procure some for my Fanju as a snack. Flinder, that old fellow, was terrified, shouting, Senior, spare me, Senior. Chi Wong paid him no mind and strolled over leisurely, his demeanor impeccably composed, sneering, forgive you? That is a matter for the divine. My task is simply to escort you to meet the divine. As soon as he finished speaking, His claw pierced through Zhao Wujia's chest as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. A notification echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for altering the storyline. You have killed Zhao Wujia and gained 2 fishing opportunities. My expression darkened. Really? Killing someone earns a reward? Especially a pivotal character in the plot? Who understands this? If I had simply dispatched that old master yesterday, I could have easily received 5 or 6 opportunities right off the bat. He is a revered figure in the theoretical realm, with more significance than Dai Mubai and the others combined. Just as I saw Qi Wang preparing to dispatch Flander as well, I hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Qi Wang, spare him. Just injure him severely. I will take care of this head." Qi Wang turned back to look at me, puzzled. Why not just kill him outright? I internally roll my eyes. What do you mean, just finish it? If you kill him, I only get 2. If I do it myself, it's 3. These are precious fishing opportunities. Just as this delay occurred, Flander thought he saw his chance. Flapping his wings and soaring into the sky, utilizing every ounce of strength he had, nearly rivaling the speed of a soul fighter. But the problem was, what was a soul fighter in the presence of Qi Wang? Merely a younger sibling. Qi Wang did not even blink, and the dark flames in the air swiftly coalesced into a colossal hand, yanking Flander down from the sky and squeezing him as if he were a mere chick, severely injuring him and tossing him at my feet. Thank you, Qi Wang. I was not polite. A small burst of Wan Shou Ling Hua ignited at my fingertips and directly struck Flander. The temperature of that flame was astounding. Qi Wang stood by, utterly astonished, likely feeling as though his own fire was being suppressed. In mere seconds, Flander was reduced to nothing but ash. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the storyline. You have killed Flander and gained 3 fishing opportunities. Delightful. This brought my total to 5. I had soared to new heights. With that settled, Qi Wang exchanged a few words with teacher Shui Wuxin before taking his leave, and we continued on our journey. However, I must tell you, while I was wreaking havoc here, an explosive drama was unfolding at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar discovered that the master's belly had swollen up like a balloon. The rotund Ma Hongjun was the first to crack, pointing at the master's belly and exclaiming, "Master, you can't be a woman, can you?" Dai Mubai, Gaimdin, playfully patting the fat guy's behind. Well, fatty, your insight is impressive. The master himself panicked, feeling something moving within his belly, and urgently sent Oscar to summon teacher Xiao Xin for a consultation. Who is Xiao Xin? The food system soul sage at the academy. Initially, he thought Oscar was joking. How could a man possibly give birth? Are you pulling my leg? But upon arriving, seeing the master's belly, his eyes nearly bulged out, and after a long pause, he finally uttered, "I can't believe you weren't kidding." After taking the master's pulse, Xiao Xin was left dumbfounded, muttering, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Master, you're pregnant." What on earth? Ma Hongjuan's jaw nearly dropped. Pregnant? Master, are you truly a woman? Xiao Xin shook his head gravely. He is a man, but he is indeed pregnant. This child is over 9 months along and is about to be born. If he wishes to terminate it now, the master's life would be at stake. The master was utterly bewildered, his face turning as red as liver, both angry and in disbelief. Raising his hand as if to strike his belly, but halfway up, he hesitated, revealing a flicker of compassion and paternal love in his gaze. While chaos reigned at Shrek, I was enjoying myself, having accumulated a total of 12 fishing opportunities. I found a tent and began to draw. Ding. Obtained a copy of Bai Dong's Cultivation Insights. Ding. Acquired a pistol. Ding. Obtained 3,000 Thunderous Movements Cultivation Insights. Goodness, a hodgepodge of items. I kept the useful ones and tossed the rest into the system warehouse to gather dust. 3 days later, Xiao Xin brought Flander and Zhao Wuji's corpses back to Shrek. As soon as the master saw the body of his best friend, he couldn't handle it. The shock was too great, and he collapsed to the ground. Can you guess what happened next? It was time to give birth. Xiao Xin hastily directed Dai Mubai and the others. Quick, go fetch a midwife. Fatty, boil some water. The chaos erupted, and everything became a flurry. As for me, I remained focused on my cultivation during the journey, and finally, with a decisive crack, I broke through the bottleneck. Level 40. I exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling utterly refreshed. Chiwang's figure appeared immediately, beaming with joy, likely eager for me to return to the forest so he could take his vacation. I bid farewell to teacher Shui Wuxin and took Xiao Wu and Xiao Er, who looked utterly bewildered, informing them that I was returning to Xing Doda's son Lin to acquire my fourth soul ring. The two girls initially doubted me, but when I unleashed my level 40 aura, their eyes widened in astonishment, more excited than I was. Brother, you really are level 40? Let us hurry. I pulled them along to find Chiwang, feeling that this time my bloodline might evolve, and perhaps I wouldn't even need to search for a soul ring. I could condense one myself. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiwang swept us upward, soaring straight towards Xing Doda's son Lin. In midair, I took out the snowflake token given to me by Swendi and infused it with some soul power. I had to summon her, as promised to Sister Swendi. To my surprise, the token radiated light, causing Chiwang's flight to become unstable. As if startled, he suddenly accelerated, careening forward with remarkable speed. Seeing his stiffened back, I couldn't help but chuckle. Chiwang, are you scared? He maintained his bravado, refusing to speak, but his pace only quickened. Xiao Er was already laughing uncontrollably beside me, and I couldn't resist sharing with them. You have no idea. Last time Chiwang was nearly taken down by Sister Swendi, he probably developed a psychological trauma. Now he focuses on emotional stability, but his body is quite honest. The three of us laughed heartily, while Chiwang's face darkened in front. Before long, we returned to that familiar forest, and as soon as we landed, I took a deep breath, relishing the feeling of being home. As we were about to head toward the Lake of Life, a soft voice echoed from behind. Little ones, you are quite swift. If it weren't for my speed, I truly would not have caught up with you. Turning around, I found it was Shuedi. She looked at me with a cheerful smile, and just as she reached out to pat my head, she realized I had grown taller than her, so she awkwardly shifted to patting my shoulder instead. Beside her, Bingdi was astonished. Shui Er, can you feel it? The spiritual energy in this realm is several times denser than that of our extreme north. Shuedi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to me, her breath fragrant. Little one, is this the phenomenon you mentioned? Quickly, tell me what is going on. Her exquisite face was nearly touching mine when a commanding voice boomed. Shuedi, since you are here, why linger outside? Ah, the fierce woman, ZG, has also arrived. Let me tell you, when these two sisters meet, it's like a clash of thunder and lightning, the air thick with tension. Shuedi smiled and said, ZG, it's been a while. Your temper is still as fiery as ever. ZG retorted sharply, Humph, I really don't understand why Tian allowed you, that insufferable woman, to come. I hastily pulled Bingdi aside to observe the unfolding drama. Bingdi subtly informed me that many years ago, when ZG had just arrived, she challenged Shuedi and was swiftly defeated in just 3 moves. Since then, they have been sworn rivals, with ZG continually provoked and Shuedi responding with both strength and sharp wit. What are you saying? Dare to slander me? You must be courting disaster. ZG glared at me with a fierce expression, just when it seemed they were about to clash. Tian's deep voice resonated from the depths of the forest. Come inside. At last, peace was restored. Shuedi grabbed the back of my collar and, like a chick, swiftly flew me to the Lake of Life. We were back. Standing by the lake, I inhaled the air greedily, feeling every pore in my body relax. As Shuedi and I casually chatted about visiting the cold pond in the extreme north next time, a figure clad in green, with an enchanting figure and a gentle smile, approached. Suyu, it's been a long time. By Ji, it has indeed been a while, Suyu smiled, stepping closer and gazing at Bai Ji. You little rascal, it's been nearly a year. You didn't come back. Last time I asked Chiwang, he said you're doing well. Now I see you've gained some weight. Biggie alertly stood on her toes, examining Suyu closely. Her face was very close, and Suyu could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. You have indeed put on a little weight, but it suits you. You were too thin before. Bai Ji commented, playfully pinching Suyu's cheek and nodding approvingly. Come on, Bai Ji, let the little one rest. We haven't seen each other in ages. Let us catch up today, Shuedi remarked, observing Bai Ji's incessant pinching of Suyu's cheek with amusement. All right, I also haven't seen Sister Shui for a long time. So you should rest. There's no rush to break through tomorrow. You've traveled all day and must be tired. By the way, do you remember the light dragon egg you brought back a few years ago? That little one is about to hatch. Once you break through, you can go see it. Bai Ji smiled gently at Suyu. Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes widened. Thank you, he said sincerely to Bai Ji, who smiled back. Some might say he had forgotten about it, but Suyu had never let it slip from his mind. Those who claimed he had forgotten were merely speaking nonsense. Time indeed flies. It's hard to believe that little one is about to hatch. Shaking his head, Suyu entered the house. Not long after Suyu stepped inside, Wang Xiu'er and Xiao Wu were brought back by Bingdi and Ziji. They did not disturb Suyu, but went straight to their own room to tidy up. Brother, this is delicious. Your cooking is truly amazing, Wang Xiu'er exclaimed, cheeks stuffed with golden dragonfish. Indeed, Suyu's culinary skills are remarkable, Xiao Wu added, her mouth dripping with grease. If it's delicious, eat more. I'm not someone who cooks often, Suyu remarked, rolling his eyes at the two girls, who were covered in sweat from eating. Not cook? That's impossible. I will make sure you cook for me every day, Wang Xiu'er thought to herself. Cleansing a hiato. After dinner, Suyu sent the two girls off to rest. Lying on his bed, Suyu quietly observed the Qilin bloodline in the system warehouse. Falling into contemplation. Tomorrow, he would absorb it. He wondered if his martial soul could evolve. He certainly hoped so. The Qilin martial soul was something he looked forward to. The Qilin could be said to utterly dominate the three-eyed golden lion. In comparison, the latter was merely trash. It wasn't that the three-eyed golden lion lacked power, but rather that the Qilin was extraordinarily strong, almost absurdly so. Comparing the three-eyed golden lion to the Qilin was akin to comparing a grandson to an ancestor. The Qilin commanded the fortunes of the world, while the three-eyed golden lion could only grasp a fraction of that power. The two were not in the same league. Just wait, Qilin martial soul, Suyu silently resolved. Having come to this conclusion, he gradually drifted into slumber. In the morning, Suyu observed the formidable beast sitting cross-legged nearby and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he settled into a meditative posture, a silver light burst forth from the lake of life. Little one, focus on your cultivation. The evolution of your bloodline is a significant matter. We must not be careless. After all, the evolution of a rare beast bloodline is not a simple task, Guyuna remarked gravely, watching Suyu with concern. Upon learning of Suyu's impending bloodline evolution, she was filled with ecstatic joy. To her, Suyu's original bloodline was already quite special, far superior to Wang Xiu'er's rare beast bloodline. Wang Xiu'er could not bring substantial benefits to the forest with each breakthrough, but Suyu could. In this regard, Suyu's bloodline was indeed more powerful. Moreover, this evolution could potentially elevate Suyu's bloodline to a divine level, perhaps even surpassing the divine itself, rendering it no less than her own. If such a bloodline were to be revealed, Suyu would undoubtedly attract the attention of the world, and even she would be unable to protect him amidst the chaos that would ensue. This was something she wished to avoid, as many witnesses to Suyu's evolution would not bode well for his cultivation. Thus, a layer of restriction would be the best course of action. Everyone, except for Shuedi, Bingdi, Xiu'er, and Xiao Wu, kneel and show respect to Guyuna. The fierce beast knelt on one knee, gazing reverently at her. Rise, she commanded. This time, Suyu's advancement will yield tremendous benefits for you all. Should he succeed, it is not impossible for you to gain several 100,000 years of cultivation. Guyuna's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she regarded Suyu. Suyu, surrounded by these immensely powerful beasts, could only shake his head helplessly. Behind him loomed a massive serpent and an enormous monkey. The system resonated softly in Suyu's mind, announcing the fusion of the Qilin bloodline. With the emergence of the system's voice, an overwhelming heat erupted within Suyu's body. This terrifying warmth filled him entirely, permeating his meridians and causing the burning technique to involuntarily commence its operation. This heat was nothing less than pure energy, a formidable force that began to reshape Suyu from within, healing the internal injuries he had previously overlooked due to his cultivation. Under the influence of the burning technique, A substantial amount of energy was transformed into golden soul power. Simultaneously, a golden torrent surged forth from Su Yu, colliding fiercely with the barrier set by Gu Yuna. Although Gu Yuna was at least a peak-level deity, her current injuries rendered her beyond Su Yu's reach. The golden torrent coalesced around Su Yu, enveloping him in a golden shell. As this golden wave emerged, the spiritual energy of the star, Do Forest, seemed to awaken, surging in abundance. The nearby fierce beasts felt their cultivation bottlenecks begin to loosen, and previously perplexing concepts became clear. They were advised not to pursue immediate cultivation enhancements, but rather to attune themselves to Su Yu's aura, as successful comprehension could lead to a qualitative leap in their abilities. As the fierce beasts contemplated their growth, Gu Yuna's voice floated gently through the air, emanating a multicolored elemental force that even began to tear the surrounding space apart. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's suggestion, the beasts paused momentarily before diving into their contemplations, and their prior cultivation challenges suddenly transformed into insights. What a terrifying ability, Shui Di remarked, sensing Su Yu's power with awe. Under this capability, she had directly broken through to a cultivation level of 700,000 years, even bypassing the heavenly tribulations due to her fortuitous circumstances. Su Yu felt an intense heat, akin to being trapped in a grand steamer. His once red blood began to shift towards a golden hue. One of the 3 droplets of golden blood within his heart gradually melted and integrated into his being. As the blood liquefied, a unique technique materialized in Su Yu's mind. The technique, known as Wang Qi Shu, allowed him to perceive the fate of others and, with sufficient mastery, alter their fortunes. While the technique's description was simple, it was indeed a formidable skill capable of manipulating destinies, essentially a divine art. Should one's fortune be ordinary, it could be changed to one of misfortune, leaving them struggling even to drink water. In a battle, so you could potentially defeat them without taking a scratch. This technique combined perfectly with Su Yu's Destiny Eye, which could subtly influence others' fortunes. With the addition of this new skill, Su Yu would truly become invincible, though it would require practice. As he felt the energy within him continually refined by the burning technique, a significant portion was transformed. The once red blood had already transitioned to a considerable amount of golden blood. Su Yu pondered the potential of this golden blood, intrigued by its possible special properties. What an extraordinary ability. I have recovered 5% of my injuries, Gu Yuna mused, observing the golden shell gradually shedding. Su Yu's breakthrough had yielded immense benefits for her, restoring her to a divine level of strength. Although she was merely at the 3rd tier of divinity, it was a remarkable improvement considering that she had been reduced to half-divine strength due to her injuries. With her newfound power, many previously impossible tasks were now within her grasp, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Soul Sect, granting 10 fishing opportunities. As Su Yu sensed his elevation to the Soul Sect, the system's voice resonated in his mind. 10 opportunities? Kite Yenidis, Su Yu Chakil. His thoughts momentarily drifting. The system panel opened successfully, revealing his details. Host, Su Yu age, 13 bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Divine Beast Qilin Soul Power. Level 42 Technique. Burning Technique. Xian Level Intermediate. Skills. Radiant Dragon Body. Holy Fire Armor. Destiny Eye. Magma Eruption Strike. 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Qilin Destruction Strike Pet. Aein Blue Silver Emperor. Warehouse. Barrett Aphrodisiac X172. 100,000 gold coins. Hallucination Pill X10. Herbicide. Special Edition. Enhanced Aphrodisiac X66, Sustenance Pill X99, Bicycle, Special Aphrodisiac X88, 8 Extremities Burst, 5 Forms Visualization, Grenade, Toothbrush Recovery Pill, White Vinegar Strength, Intermediate Fishing Opportunities, 10 Evaluation. Your mental prowess is formidable, yet your strength remains unmatched. Keep striving, young one. I believe someone who masters fate can surely become a deity. Chapter 88. Successful Evolution Level 42, an impressive speed of advancement. Su Yu reflected upon his current level. Achieving level 42 was no trivial feat, especially at the age of 13. With his bloodline's upgrade, He anticipated that future cultivation would become significantly more manageable, particularly since the Qilin martial soul governed the cosmic fate. To put it another way, Tang San possessed considerable fortune, yet he merely understood the external aspects. Suyu, however, could be regarded as the favored child of the Douluo realm. Whenever good fortune arose, it was Suyu, not Tang San, who first came to mind. Under such circumstances, if Tang San were to ascend to divinity in the future, Suyu would find it hard to believe, especially as he had nearly incapacitated Tang San. The blue-silver emperor bloodline within Tang San would never awaken again, and when the opportunity arose, he might pour white vinegar over Tang San's Haotian hammer, rendering it a rusted relic. At that point, Suyu doubted Tang San's strength wielding mere ordinary blue-silver grass and a corroded hammer. The truth was that Suyu simply did not want to kill Tang San. He needed him to secure fishing opportunities. Otherwise, Suyu would have dealt with him long ago. Eliminating Tang San now might yield numerous opportunities, but it would deplete future prospects. It was far more prudent to extract every ounce of value from Tang San before ending him. This approach was more efficient to obtain fishing opportunities. One must keep Tang San close, for he was indeed Suyu's benefactor. Without Tang San, Suyu would potentially forfeit a wealth of fishing chances. As Suyu opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Guyu Na, her alluring fragrance wafting towards him, causing him to swallow hard. "It's nothing, Sister Nana. My bloodline has evolved, and you should be able to sense it." Suyu waved dismissively, quickly composing his expression, not wanting Wang Qiu'er to witness his reaction. That girl was notoriously jealous. If she caught wind of this, Suyu feared he would face dire consequences. The alluring aura enveloped Ziji as she sensed the faint yet captivating presence emanating from Suyu, prompting her to remark with an unusual expression. As a formidable beast, her composure was typically unshakable. However, the moment she perceived Suyu's essence, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, akin to a magnet, unable to divert her gaze. The charming allure of the little one intensified, causing even Xue Di to experience a peculiar sensation as she too absorbed Suyu's essence. "Xue, do you feel as well?" asked Bing Di, seated on the ground with a faint blush, casting a shy glance at Suyu. For reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed whenever she beheld his visage. The allure radiating from Suyu was undeniably potent, even overwhelming for these formidable beasts. Only Guyu Na seemed capable of maintaining her composure amidst the enchanting atmosphere of the forest. Sensing Suyu's presence, Guyu Na couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a powerful bloodline allure. Even I find myself harboring a desire to claim this little one as my own. Her expression was peculiar as she cast a glance at Suyu. This time, she felt she had struck gold, having restored 5% of her strength to regain the power of a level 3 deity. This matter must not be disclosed, otherwise. Guyu Na's countenance turned serious as she surveyed the surrounding beasts. Upon hearing her words, the beasts nodded in agreement. Even Xue Di and Bing Di hastily concurred. Though they were not directly under Guyu Na's command, the reward from this encounter were too substantial to overlook. Following this event, Xue Di had directly surpassed 700,000 years, while Bing Di also achieved significant advancement, now capable of easily transcending the tribulations of 400,000 years. "Brother, you smell so good," Wang Qiu'er exclaimed, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Suyu, her expression betraying a hint of infatuation. "You little rascal, get off me at once. Why are you drooling?" Wang Qiu'er noticed a damp spot on her clothing, her voice tinged with exasperation. "No, I want to hold on to you, brother. You smell amazing." Wang Qiu'er's face radiated comfort as she clung to him. "Brother, can we rest together tonight?" She gazed dreamily at Suyu, observing Wang Qiu'er's demeanor. Suyu felt a slight shift in his expression. He sensed danger looming if she continued this way. Although he was not averse to such peril, Wang Qiu'er was still quite young. Had she been a bit older, perhaps 18, he might not have refused her advances, but for now, it was absolutely unacceptable. Despite the rapid maturation of individuals on Dalu, Suyu was not inclined to engage in such matters at a tender age. "Little girl, tomorrow I shall prepare a delicious meal for you, but I have matters to attend to today," Suyu said with a radiant smile, his tone earnest. Matters? Wang Qiu'er inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion upon witnessing Su Yu's serious demeanor. Indeed, I have just undergone a bloodline evolution and must devote time to training. Tomorrow, I promise to prepare something delectable for you, he reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Nana, I shall take my leave now. You may lift this restriction, Su Yu announced, rising to head toward his nearby dwelling. Perhaps due to his recent evolution, an immense aura of fortune surrounded him. With each step, the flora around him seemed to flourish. What a terrifying bloodline, Gu Yuna observed, her expression one of astonishment as she watched Su Yu retreat into the distance. His bloodline is already on par with my own. Tian, we must nurture this boy to the fullest. He may very well reach my level in the future. Gu Yuna contemplated deeply, casting a lingering glance at the spot where Su Yu had vanished. With her departure, Gu Yuna returned to her unique space. As you wish, Master, Tian responded gravely, acknowledging her absence. Even without Gu Yuna's directive, he had already intended to cultivate Su Yu, given the remarkable feedback he had provided. If Su Yu could yield such results repeatedly, perhaps the Stardow Forest would soon be populated by numerous powerful beings. As Su Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, he began to engage in the art of fortune manipulation. This method, if practiced without the strength of the Qilin bloodline, would be akin to courting death. Nevertheless, Su Yu wished to test it with Wang Qiu'er, though he hesitated, recognizing the potential consequences of failure could lead to severe injury or even death. Chapter 89. The Art of Fortune Gazing. To be candid, Su Yu was reluctant to allow Qiu'er to practice this method. While other techniques might pose no risk, this particular art carried life-threatening implications. He would never permit her to attempt it. As he diligently practiced the art of fortune gazing, he felt a tingling sensation as the third eye in his forehead began to awaken, prompting a joyful smile to spread across his face. The Eye of Fate was undergoing transformation. If it were to evolve completely, it would transcend its current limitations. Initially, the Eye of Fate could merely influence the fortunes of others, but now it could effortlessly manipulate their destinies. However, it was wise to avoid tampering with the fortunes and fates of others indiscriminately. Even in his past life, there were warnings against such actions. The prevailing advice was to refrain from meddling in these matters. Su Yu's aura of fortune was indeed formidable, and swiftly, the golden hue of his destiny transformed into a pale gold. The Eye of Fate now radiated a sense of authority, imbued with a trace of divinity that emanated from its depths. What an enigmatic power. I have yet to witness such a phenomenon, Gu Yuna remarked, observing Su Yu's chamber from a distance, her tone laced with intrigue. At last, I have succeeded. Were it not for my immense fortune, I might not have achieved this. Su Yu exclaimed, reveling in the awakening of his Eye of Fate. System, opening panel, success, panel opened, host, Su Yu age, 13 bloodline, Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious Beast Qilin Soul Power. Level 42 Cultivation Method. Burning Decision. Mysterious Intermediate. Skills. Radiant Dragon Form. Sacred Fire Armor. Eye of Fate. Magma Eruption Strike. Beast Spirit Flame. Qilin Annihilation Strike. Art of Fortune Gazing Pet. Ain. Blue Silver Emperor. Storage. Barrett 172 Passion Pills. 100 gold coins. 10 illusion pills, special version of herbicide, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 dietary pills, bicycle, 88 special passion pills, 8 extremes collapse, 5 forms visualization method, grenade, toothbrush, recovery pill, white vinegar strength, moderate fishing attempts, 10 evaluation. Your mental prowess is extraordinary, yet your strength does not align. Keep striving, young one. I believe a master of fortune can surely ascend to divinity. The system initiated fishing. Success. Fishing commenced. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of the Swanese bone, weakened version. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a soul power pill, upgradable to level 60. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained instant teleportation, one time. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Qilin armor. So many treasures. I have truly struck gold. Su Yu gazed eagerly at the newfound items in his storage, lost in contemplation. The most astonishing of these treasures was undoubtedly the fragment of swan knee's bone. He was determined to merge with it when the opportunity arose. Time passes swiftly. In the early morning, Suyu gazed at the golden aura above Wang Qiuer's head and nodded appreciatively. Qiuer truly deserves to be the auspicious beast of the Qingdou Great Forest. Had it not been for Tang San's persecution, she could have grown to a divine level. Suyu was secretly astonished by Wang Qiuer's fortune, which he regarded as the strongest he had encountered thus far. Gu Yuna had returned to her hidden realm, and Suyu had not yet witnessed her aura, but he believed her fortune to be at least twice as powerful as Wang Qiuer's. Di Tian's fortune was formidable as well, yet it paled in comparison to Wang Qiuer's. Xiao Wu's fortune was decent, though merely a pale gold. Such a hue was indeed quite formidable. No wonder the original narrative suggested she had survived numerous perilous encounters unscathed. Little ones, I shall be returning this time. Do you wish for me to escort you? The Snow Empress inquired cheerfully, her demeanor relaxed. No need. We shall make our way back on our own. Wang Qiuer interjected firmly before Suyu could respond. She was well aware that those insufferable women merely wished to spend more time with Suyu and had no intention of bringing her along. As his personal guardian, she would not allow anyone, be it a person or a beast, to encroach upon her brother, and the presence of Xiao Wu already stirred her jealousy. Very well, if you insist, then you shall manage without me. Little one, do remember to visit the extreme north. I shall take you to play in the cold pool. The Snow Empress remarked before pinching Suyu's cheek playfully. After a gentle squeeze, she departed, leaving Wang Qiuer in stunned silence. How dare that woman touch your face? I must do the same, Wang Qiuer declared, immediately reaching out to grasp Suyu's cheek. Feeling the softness of his face, her expression changed. Brother, your face is truly so soft, even softer than mine, she exclaimed, pinching her own cheek before casting a peculiar glance at Suyu, her countenance darkening. Oomph. Summon Xiao Wu. We are leaving, Suyu stated decisively, turning to exit the lake of life. Ziji observed the scene with a helpless shake of her head. Wang Qiuer, seeing Suyu's demeanor, also shook her head in resignation and made her way to Xiao Wu's chamber. Xiao Wu had advanced several levels yesterday and was currently refining herself. Wang Qiuer, too, had made significant progress, but as an auspicious beast, she had no need for such refinement. Fortunately, just as Wang Qiuer entered, Xiao Wu concluded her training. After you two leave, do not disclose the reason for your rapid advancement. If asked, simply say you were guided by the Qi Wang and received some treasures. Suyu instructed with a serious expression. Understood, brother. You need not worry. We shall keep this to ourselves. Wang Qiuer and Xiao Wu replied in unison, their faces solemn. Very well, as long as you understand. Suyu nodded, confident that they would not betray his trust. Female Tyrannosaurus, I shall entrust the future to you, Suyu said, turning to the concealed Ziji nearby. Make haste. If I am the female Tyrannosaurus, I shall break your legs. Her voice drifted from afar. Suyu acknowledged her with a slight nod. After discussing matters sufficiently, he led the group outside. Suyu, Xiao Wu, Qiuer, do take care as you venture forth. Should you encounter any trouble, return to me, and I shall deal with those rascals, Deming said with a serious expression. Fear not, Deming. We shall not be the aggressors, Suyu reassured him, patting Deming's head. All right, Deming, Erming, you need not see us off any further. We shall take our leave, Suyu smiled, bidding farewell to Deming and Erming as he headed toward the exit of the Qingdou Great Forest. This time, the trio did not fly but strolled leisurely through the forest. What is the matter, brother? You seem fixated on that direction, Wang Qiuer observed Suyu, who was continually glancing eastward, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Let us investigate. I sense a human presence, and this individual seems relatively young. Perhaps they could join our academy, and we might compete together, Suyu replied, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he sensed a peculiar soul power, one not particularly terrifying, merely around level 30. Such a weakling should not be found here. They could either be a genius or a madman. Wang Qiuer, intrigued by Suyu's words, regarded him quizzically. Brother, is that true? If so, let us go and see. We might gain a teammate, she suggested, and Xiao Wu silently followed suit. agreeing to accompany Suyu. Do you truly think we can find a genius? Xiao Wu inquired, thoughtfully touching her rabbit ears. That should be possible. Brother has sent someone. Let's go see. If they are indeed a genius, we might bring them to our academy. Wang Qiu'er spoke with a smile, her confidence apparent as she followed Suyu. Surely there must be a genius, and Qiu'er, we have encountered one before. If not for her, you might not have achieved your transformation, Suyu remarked, casting a profound gaze at Wang Qiu'er. His mental prowess was formidable, despite some distance. He quickly discerned the identity of the individual nearby. All he could say was that the girl was the most significant he had ever encountered, one relating to him. Wang Qiu'er's expression shifted slightly, recalling a cat-eared figure. Brother, we should leave. I don't want to pursue this any longer, she said, gripping Su Yu's arm in a fit of anger, attempting to drag him away. Feeling the immense strength in her grip, Su Yu shook his head in resignation. Stop it. You stubborn girl. Release me. I already have you and Xiao Wu. Why would I seek another woman? I merely wish to find a genius as a teammate, he responded, pulling Wang Qiu'er into an embrace, his gaze softening as he smiled at her. If you don't seek others, what makes you think they want to pursue you? Are you not aware of how alluring your aura is? Wang Qiu'er retorted, breaking free from his grasp, glaring at him with indignation. Qiu'er, I truly have no intention of doing so. Please trust me. I shall maintain my distance. Xiao Wu, you must believe me as well, Su Yu implored, noticing Xiao Wu's skeptical expression. Xiao Wu scoffed, her disbelief evident. While it was plausible that Su Yu would keep his distance from that woman, how far could he truly remain as a teammate? The aura emanating from him was so enticing that even Xiao Wu felt a surge of possessiveness. Had it not been for her understanding that Su Yu would never abandon Wang Qiu'er for her sake, she would have resigned herself to the reality that the two of them were destined to remain as they were, no more, no less. Any expansion of their circle would only diminish her time spent with Su Yu, which was simply unacceptable. All right, you two can rest assured, Su Yu remarked with a slight squint in his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the two ladies. Observing their expressions, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation while reaching out to affectionately ruffle their hair. As his fingers caressed Wang Qiu'er's long blue-pink locks, a smile broke on his face, while his other hand playfully pinched Xiao Wu's bunny ears. The soft sensation of her ears elicited a genuine smile from Su Yu. Seeing the two girls' somewhat reluctant demeanor, he chuckled and shook his head, reflecting on how both of them were indeed possessive. Brother, do we really have to go? Can't we skip it? Wang Qiu'er pouted, her displeasure evident as she gazed at Su Yu. No way, we must go. How about this? Whatever requests you have today, I will fulfill them, Su Yu replied with a grin. Upon hearing his words, Wang Qiu'er's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of having all her wishes granted. Brother, you go ahead. Xiao Wu, you should understand a thing or two. This is all for the sake of Tian Shui Academy. Wang Qiu'er shot a fierce glare at Xiao Wu, not missing the opportunity to cast blame. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Wang Qiu'er's sudden change in demeanor, opened her mouth in surprise. Oh, come on, you little brat. Xiao Wu internally scoffed at Wang Qiu'er's antics. All right, hurry up and get off me, you little brat, she added. Su Yu could only glance at the increasingly audacious girl with a sense of exasperation. He truly couldn't fathom from whom she had picked up such shamelessness. She had once been such an adorable little girl. Wang Qiu'er huffed, releasing her hold on Su Yu. As Su Yu took his leave, a soft voice floated from behind Wang Qiu'er. Xiao Wu, what are you planning? I just mentioned that it wasn't intentional. How about we discuss what requests we should propose to brother? Wang Qiu'er said, running her fingers through her hair and grinning at Xiao Wu. What do you think? Xiao Wu squinted her eyes, observing Wang Qiu'er as if she were about to divulge a secret. Here's the thing, Xiao Wu. Since brother has agreed to let us make requests, how about you relinquish your chance to me? I assure you it won't interfere with your future rendezvous with him. Wang Qiu'er proposed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, pursing her lips. You must be joking. I know your intentions all too well. Brother explicitly stated that we could ask for anything, so why would I settle for a mere date? I might as well go for him directly, Xiao Wu retorted, her eyes wide with determination. Chapter 91. Zhu Zhuqing joins the team. Xiao Wu, how could you entertain such wicked thoughts? Let me tell you, brother will never agree to that. And with your rather masculine disposition, what could you possibly achieve? Wang Qiu'er scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Wu's figure. What are you implying? With that physique of yours, what do you think you can accomplish? Brother Su Yu once said that a flat chest cannot bring peace to the world. My stature perfectly symbolizes my potential to become a formidable force in the future. Besides, having too much can hinder combat, Xiao Wu retorted, glancing at Wang Qiu'er's more endowed figure with a hint of envy. Brother also stated that without a generous bosom, one cannot win hearts. Being small is just an excuse, Wang Qiu'er replied triumphantly, lifting her chest slightly. Seeing Wang Qiu'er's display, Xiao Wu clenched her teeth in frustration. You'll regret this, Qiu'er. I will surpass you, Xiao Wu declared, glaring at Wang Qiu'er with determination. As if you stand a chance. Wang Qiu'er dismissed her with a wave of her hand. Just as Wang Qiu'er was about to retort, a voice resonated from a distance. Both Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu's expressions transformed from fierce to gentle, their faces softening with warm smiles. The girl behind Su Yu observed this transformation with a bemused expression. So, these are your companions? The black-haired, cat-eared girl asked, her face serious as she turned to Su Yu. Indeed, this is Wang Qiu'er with the blue-pink hair, and the one with bunny ears is Xiao Wu. Su Yu introduced them with a smile. Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu, the girl acknowledged with a nod. I am Zhu Zhuqing, the talent I sensed earlier. I have agreed to join Tian Shui, but as a condition, Tian Shui must provide me with protection, at least within the academy. Su Yu readily agreed without hesitation, given that old woman Shui Wuxin's fierce protectiveness. Who would dare harm her people? Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu both gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's ample figure, momentarily rendered speechless. Xiao Wu, sorry. You were right. A flat chest cannot bring peace to the world, Wang Qiu'er admitted, her complexion darkening as she glanced at Xiao Wu. Perhaps we should say that without ample bosoms, one cannot win hearts. Xiao Wu smirked at Wang Qiu'er, who bit her lip in annoyance. All right, why don't you two introduce yourselves to our new companion? Su Yu interjected, shaking his head at the squabbling girls. Oh, right, they replied, realizing they had momentarily forgotten. Hello, we're to be partners from now on, Wang Qiu'er said cheerfully, approaching Zhu Zhuqing and extending her hand towards her with a bright smile. Hello, Zhu Zhuqing responded aufwartly, checking Wang Qiu'er's hand. Now that we've shaken hands, we are friends. Your matters are my matters, and mine are yours as well, Wang Qiu'er declared, casting a glance at Xiao Wu before subtly eyeing Su Yu. Sure, Zhu Zhuqing nodded stiffly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Wang Qiu'er's exuberance. Having grown up in a rather reserved environment, she was unaccustomed to such warmth from others. Hello, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu also extended her hand to shake Zhu Zhuqing's, though with less fervor than Wang Qiu'er. Well, now that we all know each other, it's time for us to set off for Tian Shui, Su Yu announced as he led the three girls onward. If one were to inquire how Su Yu managed to win Zhu Zhuqing over, the answer would lie in his charisma. Upon hearing his voice and witnessing his appearance, Zhu Zhuqing found herself momentarily entranced. Furthermore, Su Yu had helped her secure a soul ring, enabling her to break through to level 30. Given the formidable reputation of Tian Shui Academy, Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to refuse. What truly moved Zhu Zhuqing was the promise of protection. As a girl born into the Zhu family of the Qing Luo Empire, she had never experienced a moment of peace in her life. In such an environment, merely surviving was a luxury. Now that Su Yu assured her of protection within Tian Shui, she felt a surge of excitement, fully believing in the sincerity of his words. With the Academy's formidable faculty, including several soul saints and even soul Douluo, her safety was assured. Moreover, the Qing Luo Empire would never risk a confrontation with the Tianshui Academy for the sake of one individual. Although Tianshui Academy resides within the territory of the Tiando Empire, it refrains from participating in the empire's conflicts. The Qing Luo Empire is genuinely concerned about provoking Tianshui to the extent that it might ally with either the Tiando Empire or the Wuhuan Palace. Moreover, Tianshui commands a significant portion of the world's female soul masters, making it even more daunting for the Xinglua Empire to provoke them. Su Yu, upon arriving at the academy, am I to directly follow your lead in my studies? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, casting a curious glance at Su Yu, who was walking ahead. Ape'sGolden Su Yu. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but click her tongue in appreciation. Were it not for this young man, she might have truly been in peril, as her abilities could scarcely contend with a soul beast that had existed for 3 millennia. Furthermore, this young man had even assisted her in finding a soul beast that was well suited to her. Yes, that should be the case. Let's consult Teacher Wuxin, though I suspect she will agree. Reviving you will require effort since they are nearly at level 40. Su Yu replied to Zhu Zhuqing with a notably serious tone. Level 40? Zhu Zhuqing murmured, reflecting on this revelation. What a prodigy. It seems my decision to join Tianshui was indeed the right one, she thought to herself. At that moment, a voice resonated within Su Yu's mind. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully altering the plot. Zhu Zhuqing has joined Tianshui, granting you 5 fishing opportunities. The system activated the panel. Beep, activation successful. Host, Su Yu age, 13 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 42 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Mystical intermediate skills. Radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption. Spirit fire of all beasts. Qilin destruction strike. Qi observation technique pet. Ain blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett. Passion pill. X172. 100,000 gold coins. Illusion pill. X10. Special version of herbicide. Enhanced passion pill. X66. Fasting pill. X99. Bicycle special passion pill. X88. 8 extremes collapse. 5 forms visualization technique. Grenade. Toothbrush. Recovery pill. White vinegar. Teleportation. Swanee treasure bone. Qilin treasure armor strength. Intermediate fishing attempts. 5 evaluation. Your mental prowess is astonishing, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving, young man. I believe one who commands destiny can undoubtedly ascend to divinity. Chapter 92. Return to Tianshui Humph. It seems she is genuinely prepared to join Tianshui. Su Yu observed Zhu Zhuqing, who was silently walking in the distance. She had indeed invited him, and she had consented. However, he had not received any fishing opportunities to indicate a change in the plot, leading him to suspect that she was not truly intent on joining Tianshui. Nonetheless, he felt unfazed. Even if she were to suddenly withdraw, finding a prodigy for Tianshui would not pose much difficulty. Now, however, it appeared that she earnestly wished to join Tianshui, indicating that she had given it considerable thought. This girl displayed remarkable insight in recognizing that joining Tianshui Academy was her best option. Su Yu couldn't help but smile at Zhu Zhuqing. Brother, what are you laughing at? It's quite disgusting, came the voice of Wang Qiu'er from behind Su Yu. Upon hearing her remark, Su Yu's smile instantly froze. You little brat, I advise you to refrain from speaking carelessly, he warned, casting a dark glance at Wang Qiu'er. Upon noticing Su Yu's expression, Wang Qiu'er promptly dashed behind Xiao Wu for cover. Humph! Su Yu glared at Wang Qiu'er, perplexed by her assertion that his laughter was disgusting. He rolled his eyes and unfurled his wings. Seeing Su Yu spread his wings, Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu did not hesitate to cling to his back. Zhu Zhuqing, however, stood there motionless, unsure what to do. Hurry up and get on. We are leaving, Su Yu urged with a serious tone. Is that appropriate? There doesn't seem to be any space left. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, glancing at Su Yu, who had limited room left on his back, as the rest was already occupied. Zhuqing, just hop on. We need to leave quickly, Wang Qiu'er said, feeling somewhat helpless at Zhu Zhuqing's indecision. Although she was reluctant to allow Zhu Zhuqing to interact with Su Yu, it was impractical for them to fly, while Zhu Zhuqing remained on the ground. Setting aside whether Zhu Zhuqing could keep up, even if she could, it was unlikely she would manage for long. In contrast, Su Yu's flight was not a concern, as his golden wings did not consume much soul power, allowing him to sustain flight for an extended period before needing to rest, unlike Zhu Zhuqing. This feels a bit inappropriate. Zhu Zhuqing still hesitated, as the closeness was somewhat overwhelming for her. Oh, come on, Zhuqing, don't hesitate. Just get on, Wang Qiu'er said. shaking her head in resignation as she reached out and firmly pulled Zhu Zhuqing onto Suyu's back. Upon making contact, Suyu's body stiffened, acutely aware of the two soft masses brushing against his back, causing him to become even more rigid. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, as she felt that being large was not always an advantage. At least while on Suyu's back, she felt somewhat bashful. "Suyu, are you not leaving? What is taking so long?" Xiao Wu inquired, glancing at Suyu with curiosity. "Oh, we're off now," Suyu replied as he took to the skies, reciting the cleansing heart mantra several times to suppress the flames within him. How beautiful! Zhu Zhuqing marveled at the scenes passing by in the sky while seated on Suyu's back. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. The sky holds a charm, especially when viewed from such heights. However, if we were to speak of true beauty, that would be the ocean. The ocean is the epitome of vastness and splendor, Suyu remarked, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. The ocean harbors countless powerful beings and anomalies, along with innumerable secrets yet to be uncovered. Hence, the ocean is truly formidable, surpassing even the continent in strength. I am aware of a certain deep-sea demon whale king on the verge of breaking through to divinity. Even the Emperor Tian cannot match him in cultivation, although combat prowess remains uncertain as the relationship between strength and battle differs significantly. The ocean? Zhu Zhuqing mused softly, longing for freedom. If given the chance, she must visit the ocean someday. Once you have been to the ocean, you will comprehend its vastness, Suyu stated as he soared into the distance. 3 days later, Suyu, are you certain this girl intends to join Tianshui? You are quite impressive. Bringing back a prodigy with just one outing, Shui Wuxin exclaimed, gripping Suyu's ear with an excited tone. Hello, teacher Wuxin. I have already agreed to join Tianshui, but Tianshui must ensure my safety. Otherwise, I shall not join, Zhu Zhuqing stated firmly as she stepped forward to address Shui Wuxin. Safety? What does that entail? Shui Wuxin inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Suyu. Oh, it's like this, Suyu began, pulling Shui Wuxin aside to converse. You troublesome fellow, fear not. Once you join Tianshui, you will be my student. Who would dare to harm my student? I'll ensure they meet a dire fate, Shui Wuxin stated confidently. Simultaneously, Shui Wuxin's cultivation as a soul saint erupted in full force, enveloping an area of several dozen meters. Zhu Zhuqing, the soul saint, felt this overwhelming aura and could not help but look at Shui Wuxin in astonishment. Achieving the rank of soul saint is not a feat easily attained, especially not at such a young age as Shui Wuxin, who is barely over 40. To reach the status of soul saint at this age suggests that the future title of Douluo is not beyond her grasp. There are very few female soul masters in the realm who surpass Shui Wuxin, with the current Pope Bibidong undoubtedly being the most exceptional. Zhu Zhuqing had indeed never encountered anyone who could match Shui Wuxin's prowess. Indeed, Tianshui Academy is truly willing to protect me, Zhu Zhuqing remarked with excitement in her voice as she gazed at Shui Wuxin. Tianshui does not deceive, especially considering you will be my future student. Now, let us proceed inside, said Shui Wuxin, her waist swaying gracefully as she headed toward the academy. Suyu smiled and led Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu inside, while Zhu Zhuqing, biting her lip, followed closely behind. After a series of formalities, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the certificate in her hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Is this truly my admission to Tianshui? She asked incredulously. Yes, indeed it is, Suyu replied with a smile, extending his hand toward Zhu Zhuqing. Staring blankly at his outstretched hand, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately reached out her own and shook it. A month has passed since I began writing this book, and now the moment has finally arrived for its official release. I kindly ask for your support with a first subscription. Upon its launch, the author promises to deliver 10 chapters at once. Let us make our mark here. All right, we are now companions. Let us strive together, Zhu Zhuqing, Suyu said, a gentle smile gracing his face. Companions? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Suyu, bewildered by his expression. Yes, companions. From now on, you will be one of us. A member of the Tianshui battle team. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was lost in thought, a cool female voice unexpectedly resonated from a distance. The two turned to see Shui Binger, dressed in a striking blue dress and high heels, approaching gracefully. Binger, quite impressive. You made a breakthrough, Suyu remarked, his eyes brightening as he moved closer to Shui Binger for a closer examination. Feeling Suyu's gaze, Shui Binger shivered slightly. Casting a casual glance at him and feeling his cultivation, which was imperceptible to her, she shook her head in resignation. Well, your progress is remarkable. Teacher Wuxin mentioned you've already acquired your fourth soul ring, Shui Binger said, looking at Suyu with curiosity. Level 40? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. She had initially thought Suyu was merely above level 35, but never imagined he could surpass level 40. After all, Suyu was genuinely young, around her age, and achieving level 35 at this stage is already extraordinary. Reaching level 40 would indeed render him an invincible prodigy, something Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered before. Ha ha, Binga? Aren't you also on the brink of breakthrough? You're criticizing me? Suyu chukle dot shui Binga. I'm already 15, 2 years your senior. At this age, a breakthrough to Soul Master isn't unusual, Shui Binger retorted, her gaze serious as she challenged Suyu. Why are you so serious? The difference between 13 and 15 isn't significant. Suyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhu Zhuqing. I am the vice captain of the Tian Shui battle team, and will be the future control-type Soul Master. Shui Binger introduced herself to Zhu Zhuqing, who dazedly extended her hand to shake Shui Binger's. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt like a failure. A 13-year-old Soul Master and a 15-year-old on the verge of a breakthrough. What extraordinary talents, compared to her sister, whom she had always feared, and these remarkable individuals. She felt utterly inadequate. Reflecting on her own recent breakthrough to level 30, she realized she still needed at least 3 to 4 years to reach level 40. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that her innate talent was only at level 7, which was insufficient for rapid advancement. In contrast, she estimated Shui Binger possessed at least level 9 innate talent, while Suyu likely had full innate soul power. Though Zhu Zhuqing was unaware of what lay beyond full innate soul power, she recognized that Suyu's potential was extraordinarily rare across the continent. All right, let us go. Teacher Wuxin has entrusted you to me. I will take you to get your uniform and accommodation, Suyu said, shaking his head before greeting the two girls and leaving. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully gathering the team and receiving 2 fishing opportunities. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully assuming the role in the Tian Shui battle team and receiving 3 fishing opportunities, with 5 additional chances. It appears I have a total of 10 now. Perhaps I will have the opportunity for another draw, Suyu thought as he quickly returned to his room. For some inexplicable reason, his heart raced with an unusual excitement that felt different from usual. Why, what is this? Why is there a peculiar stir within me? Deciding to set aside his thoughts, he initiated the draw. Beep, initiating fishing. Beep, fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spirit 100-fold talisman. Temporarily enhances mental acuity 100-fold with no side effects. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing a rusty sword. Tetanus artifact. 1 sword equals 1 tetanus. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing the husky bloodline. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing the thunderfruit. Can be used for body training. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing mental invasion. Can invade others' minds and alter enemies' memories. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing spicy chicken dice. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing a bottle of laundry detergent. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing a chi condensation pill. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Qinglian Earth Core Fire. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a transmigration card. Suyu stared blankly at the items he had fished, his expression a mix of seriousness and unbridled joy. Am I truly destined for greatness? He sat on the bed, momentarily speechless. With trembling anticipation, he opened the system panel. He could hardly believe it. Qinglian Earth Core Fire, ranked 19th among the strange fires. If absorbed, it could elevate his cultivation to a near-Earth level, even if he could not reach the Earth rank. This technique far surpassed the Xian rank. Moreover, With the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, Suyu could finally practice Xiao Yin-S Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, a skill he had long coveted. While it could also be cultivated with extreme fire and the spirit of all beast fire, his prior cultivation level had been too low to attempt it. However, now he felt he was on the right path to advancement. Host, Suyu Age, 13 Bloodline, Qilin Bloodline Martial Soul, Auspicious Beast Qilin Soul Power, Level 42 Cultivation Method, Burning Decision, Mid-Level Shin Stage, Skills, Radiant Dragon Body, Sacred Fire Armor, Eye of Destiny, Magma Lava Strike, Beast Spirit Fire, Qilin Annihilation Strike, Qi Observation Technique, Mental Invasion Pet, Ain, Blue Silver Emperor, Storage, Barrett, 172 Passion Pills, 100,000 Gold Coins, 10 Hallucinogenic Pills, Special Version of Herbicide, 66 Enhanced Passion Pills, 99 Spirit Returning Pills, Bicycle, 88 Special Passion Pills, 8 Extremes Collapse, 5 Forms Visualization Method, Grenade, Toothbrush, Energy Returning Pill, White Vinegar, Instant Teleportation, Swan and Eye Treasure Bone, Qilin Treasure Armor, Blue Lotus Earth Fire, Mental Amplification Talisman, Thunder Fruit, Time Travel Card, Qi Condensing Pill Strength, Intermediate Fishing Attempts, 0 Evaluation. Your mental power is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving, young one. I believe one who masters fortune can surely become a deity. Indeed, it is real. I am not dreaming. It seems I am truly the favored child of heaven. Suyu gazed at the flickering flame, resembling a cluster of azure lotus flowers, excitement bubbling within him. Chapter 94. Commencing absorption as he beheld the flame. Suyu's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He hurried to the table, seized a piece of paper, and boldly inscribed a few large characters, affixing it to his door. The white paper bore only 8 large characters. In seclusion, please do not disturb. After securing the notice, Suyu exhaled deeply and immediately utilized the talisman from his storage. Upon using the mental amplification talisman, Suyu felt an overwhelming surge of mental power flood his mind. With the enhancement of his mental strength, he nearly let out a sigh of comfort. Absorbing the Yihua is indeed a contest of body and spirit. Suyu's original mental power was already formidable. Now, with this enhancement, absorbing the 19th ranked Blue Lotus Earth Fire should pose little challenge. With a thought, he summoned the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. As he spoke, a blue flame manifested before him, igniting a blaze of fervor in his eyes. This is the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. It is indeed terrifying. The temperature is astonishing, truly worthy of Yihua. Suyu felt the temperature in the room rise sharply and smiled. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire is described in Do Pa as a flame existing within the molten lava of the earth, born from the depths of the earth, refined through countless trials of the earth's fire, merging, compressing, and sculpting for 10 years to attain spirit, 100 years to take form, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. At its peak, it manifests a bluish hue, with the lotus heart producing a cluster of blue fire, named Blue Lotus Fire, also known as Blue Lotus Earth Fire. This fire possesses unfathomable power and can even trigger volcanic eruptions in areas near volcanic regions, embodying nature's destructive force. Such a powerful flame is surprisingly only ranked 19th. Such an existence is indeed invincible in Douluo. Suyu remained silent and directly enveloped the Blue Lotus Earth Fire with his mental power, absorbing it into his body. The moment the Blue Lotus Earth Fire entered him, a terrifying heat erupted within. However, with the burning decision as a mid-level Shin stage refining ability, he swiftly began to refine the incessantly surging heat. Yet, this heat was not fleeting, it was persistent. Not long after the heat dissipated, another wave surged within him, and this returning heat was far more complex. The blue flame appeared within Suyu, violently breaking through his mental defenses and igniting his meridians in a fierce blaze. The intense pain in his meridians made him cry out, "Damn, this is significantly more challenging than absorbing the beast spirit fire." Suyu thought, while continuously urging the burning decision to refine the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. As he refined, the beast spirit fire within him also stirred. manifesting as beast-like flames that surge toward the blue lotus earth fire. The beast spirit fire is moving too. Excellent. Within a week, I will likely refine this flame. I wonder how powerful the blue lotus earth fire truly is. I shall test if I can merge the fire lotus afterward. First, I will unleash it upon Tang San or the Master. If all else fails, I will directly target Tang Hao. Though Tang Hao can withstand bullets from the Barret, would he dare to confront Ihua? That would be courting death. The terror of Ihua is beyond ordinary comprehension. At present, other than the Qilin bloodline, there is little that can rival it. The fusion of Ihua, into a fire lotus can obliterate anyone it encounters. Even those of the caliber of Bai Dong and Qiandao Lu would likely be reduced to ash beneath the fire lotus. Teacher Wu Xin, my brother has entered seclusion again, Wang Qiu'er said, handing a piece of white paper inscribed with bold characters to Shui Wu Xin. What on earth is wrong with this kid? Why is he always in seclusion? Others enter seclusion to break through, but for him, it seems as routine as eating. Shui Wu Xin thought, glancing at the paper with 8 characters inscribed on it. He is just like that, Wang Qiu'er remarked, idly twirling her blue-pink hair and nodding at Shui Wu Xin. Sigh, let him be. If he wishes to seclude himself, so be it. You need not bother him. He is quite clever. In the future, should you require tactics, I believe he will coordinate well with you. Qiu'er, if you and Su Yu can achieve a martial soul fusion, you must begin training at once, understood? Su Yu Xin Institute Wan Guai, emphasizing the importance of a martial soul fusion technique for Tian Shui. After all, both Su Yu and Wang Qiu'er are from the Soul Sect and possess considerable combat strength. If they could attain a martial soul fusion technique, their collective power would surely increase significantly. This would enhance Tian Shui's performance in the upcoming grand competition a year from now. Understood, Teacher Wu Xin. I will train with my brother. Though I believe we already have a connection, Wang Qiu'er said, lightly resting her chin in thought. This is no jest. After Su Yu awakened his Qilin martial soul, her three-eyed golden lion martial soul began to resonate with a sense of yearning and excitement. Hence, it is likely they will achieve a martial soul fusion. Though what type remains uncertain. How delightful! Is this the power of blue lotus, earth fire? Su Yu observed the last remnants of the refined, burning decision and smiled. Boom! The blue flame erupted in his hand, a terrifying blue flame causing the void to begin collapsing. Supported by his soul power, the blue flame burned fiercely, scorching the surrounding space. What a staggering consumption of soul power! Su Yu felt a fifth of his soul power dissipate and could not help but chuckle wryly. Finally, I can begin cultivating the Buddha's wrath fire lotus, with the beast spirit fire in my left hand and the blue lotus earth fire in my right. Su Yu cast a grave glance at the two Ihua in his hands before dashing out of Tian Shui, heading toward a desolate mountain 100 miles outside the city. After absorbing the beast spirit fire and the blue lotus earth fire, the potency of the burning decision has finally reached the quasi-earth stage. Such a level of cultivation method is considered extraordinarily powerful, even in the early stages of Do Pa. Su Yu felt that it was exponentially stronger than mid-level Xian stage techniques. My brother's aura, Wang Qiu'er remarked, her eyes widening with intrigue as she observed a streak of light cut through the sky. What is the matter, Kyurji? Zhu Qing inquired, observing Wang Qiu'er with a hint of curiosity. Nothing much. Let us practice quickly and see if we can elevate your level. In a couple of days, I will procure some spiritual herbs for my brother to enhance your talent. Wang Qiu'er replied, her chin resting on her hand, her tone notably relaxed. Spiritual herbs? Both Zhu Qing and Shui Binger turned their heads to look at Wang Qiu'er. Is it really all right, Qiu'er, to steal Su Yu's spiritual herbs? Xiao Wu cast a concerned glance at Wang Qiu'er, who appeared quite resolute, leaving her somewhat speechless. Oh, you think I'm actually going to steal them? My brother told me on his first day here that we would all be teammates in the future and that I should go to him for the herbs in a few days. Wang Qiu'er rolled her eyes at Xiao Wu's reaction. Is the spiritual herb Su Yu mentioned from that place? Xiao Wu pondered, somewhat surprised. Indeed, it should be from there, though it could also be with my brother, Wang Qiu'er asserted confidently, gazing at the group. That place? I do feel a sense of nostalgia. It's truly beautiful, Xiao Wu smiled, reminiscing. Where? Shui Binger regarded Wang Qiuer and Xiao Wu, her expression revealing a tinge of confusion. What are you two talking about? Shui Binger asked, perplexed. You'll find out later. Suyu hasn't informed you, and we can't tell you either, but just wait. It's a wonderful place. Wang Qiuer and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, a hint of awe in their eyes. Observing their expressions, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Meanwhile, Suyu, holding the dual-colored fire lotus, couldn't suppress his excitement. Is this the Buddha's anger fire lotus? It's as exquisite as a work of art. I wonder how powerful it truly is. With that, Suyu soared into the sky, and without hesitation, he cast the dual-colored fire lotus downwards. As the Buddha's anger fire lotus descended like a masterpiece from the heavens, Suyu marveled at its descent. In truth, he was controlling the lotus. Otherwise, its speed would not be so leisurely. If it fell any slower, it would be gone before it could strike anyone. Boom! The Buddha's anger fire lotus struck the mountaintop, unleashing a terrifying explosion that engulfed the entire summit. The mountain, once towering, was reduced to dust in an instant, its formidable power rendering the surrounding area eerily silent. As the smoke dissipated, a vast crater appeared where the small mountain once stood, utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Remarkable. This skill is truly monstrous. Even Tian would struggle to withstand this attack, Suyu remarked, his face alight with joy as he beheld the massive crater. This skill was undeniably terrifying. Without a title Douluo present, death was certain. Even a title Douluo would perish if they faced it head-on. With this ability, Suyu felt liberated. As long as his soul power was formidable, few could harm him. Moreover, title Douluos generally refrained from targeting exceptionally gifted soul masters. After all, those who aspire to become title Douluos are more inclined to invest rather than eliminate potential allies. No one who reaches the level of title Douluo lacks intellect. Even Dagabo, upon first meeting Suyu, advised him to leave the ice and fire Yin-Yang rather than eliminate him outright. Although initially skeptical of Suyu, he eventually came to trust him after witnessing the power of the Scarlet King, despite the influence of the medicinal pills. With his skill, Suyu sensed that he was on the verge of soaring to new heights. Moreover, this was merely the dual-colored variant. Should he acquire more, he would truly be ascending. Furthermore, he still possessed a traversal card in his backpack. Venturing to the Douluo Continent would present an excellent opportunity to seek out exotic flames. The Douluo Continent harbors numerous exotic flames. Although most are controlled by hunters, many still flow freely. Oh, exotic flames, how I adore you. Suyu mused for a moment before resuming his journey back to Three-Eyed Academy. At Three-Eyed Academy, Shui Wuxin was momentarily stunned by the tremendous explosion. What immense power! Which senior could wield such might? It must belong to at least a title Douluo. Naturally, Shui Wuxin was not the only one to entertain such thoughts. Numerous teachers at Three-Eyed Academy observed the explosion site with solemn expressions. The sheer ferocity of the detonation led them to doubt it could be produced by anyone lacking title Douluo strength. Wuxin, what is happening? Suyu had just returned to Three-Eyed when he encountered the serious expression of Shui Wuxin. Suyu, are you all right? It seems that two powerful individuals clashed not far from Three-Eyed City, and the impact reached us here. Shui Wuxin's face was grave. Seriously? Do they think they're invincible? Suyu couldn't help but smirk at Shui Wuxin's demeanor, contemplating revealing that he was responsible for the explosion but decided against it, not wanting to explain further. I see. I also heard the sound, but it doesn't concern us. By the way, teacher, you must have heard that I plan to provide some spiritual herbs for Binger and the others. Please let them prepare. After consuming the herbs, they should be able to absorb the fourth ring. Binger is only one level away from that. It would be best for her to break through to level 40, though it's not critical if she doesn't. Suyu considered for a moment before addressing Shui Wuxin with a serious tone. He had contemplated the idea of providing Three-Eyed Academy with spiritual herbs for quite some time. Frankly, the only true genius at Three-Eyed Academy was Shui Binger. While Shui Yuer had decent talent, she was far inferior to Binger. Nevertheless, even the prodigious Shui Binger was only at level 39. During the competition, she would likely reach a maximum of level 43. Although Su Yu believed he could lead Tian Shui to victory on his own, it was still prudent to be prepared. Moreover, these spiritual herbs would be of little use to others. The resources needed by Bai Ji and Di Tian had already been reclaimed. And even during the last encounter with the Snow Empress at the Lake of Life, Bai Ji had gifted 2 immortal grasses to the Ice and Snow Emperors. Observing Bai Ji's actions, ZG had exclaimed that Bai Ji was a spendthrift and Wen Ti make a good wife. Su Yu was determined to present gifts to the Ice and Snow Emperors, especially since he intended to venture to their cold pool, which likely held significant value left by the Ice God. Understood. When you have time, let us know, Shui Wuxin responded before hastily departing, presumably to find Shui Binger. Binger, this is what Su Yu personally stated. You must strive to excel. 1 immortal grass can save you several years of cultivation. Reaching level 40 is imperative. Shui Wuxin addressed Shui Binger with utmost seriousness. The others nodded in agreement. The allure of the immortal grass was undeniable. Teacher, I will work hard. I will reach level 40 very soon, Shui Binger asserted earnestly, a determined expression gracing her face. Shui Wuxin gazed at Shui Binger and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. As her teacher who had watched Shui Binger grow, she naturally hoped for her to flourish further. Well, as long as you understand, get to cultivating quickly. I have only recently made a breakthrough, and another one will not come easily. However, I have already informed the Dean that I intend for you all to utilize the Academy's resources without restrictions as long as you achieve breakthroughs. Shui Wuxin stated solemnly to all the students before her. As a 5 Elements Academy, Tian Shui Academy boasted extraordinarily powerful resources. It could be said that even some mid-sized sects could not compare to Tian Shui. Once the strongest women's academy, Tian Shui truly possessed formidable resources, and the unrestricted allocation of these resources was indeed quite indulgent. Under such an overwhelming abundance of resources, failing to advance at least a level within a month would be tantamount to not training diligently. Shui Wuxin herself had been the strongest genius of Tian Shui 20 years ago, and even she had not been entirely overwhelmed by resources. Now, she genuinely envied these young girls. If they did not train diligently, perhaps they should just break their legs. Shui Binger was nearing level 40, while Shui Wearer and Zhu Zhuqing still had some time to catch up. However, Xiao Wu and Xue Wu had already broken through to level 40. As for Wang Qiu'er, Shui Wuxin chose not to speak. This girl's talent was simply too exceptional. Shui Wuxin had hardly seen her train, yet her level continued to rise rapidly. In fact, this girl's talent surpassed even Su Yu's to some extent. At only 13 years old, she had already reached level 46 as a soul master. Such an anomaly left Shui Wuxin at a loss for words. Moreover, Shui Wuxin truly had little to say. If one were to argue that Wang Qiu'er did not train diligently, her level stood as proof against that claim. If one questioned her battle experience, she could knock out soul masters of the same level with a single punch. Such a prodigy seemed destined for cultivation. At least, apart from that little freak Su Yu, she had never encountered anyone more powerful than Wang Qiu'er. Even if she believed Su Yu to be stronger, his level would never match Wang Qiu'er's. Yet, one might consider it fortunate that these 2 little prodigies had once shared the same martial soul, though it was now said that Su Yu's martial soul had evolved. The bond between Wang Qiu'er and Su Yu was undeniable. Sharing the same martial soul was certainly not an ordinary occurrence. Shui Wuxin felt it must be a super martial soul. She had contemplated that if these 2 little ones were to marry in the future, another super family might arise on the continent. At that point, whether the blue lightning tyrant dragon could maintain its status as the foremost beast martial soul family would be uncertain. In Shui Wuxin's heart, the blue lightning tyrant dragon could not hold a candle to the martial souls of Su Yu and Wang Qiu'er. Even if the blue lightning tyrant dragon could transform into a dragon, what difference would it make? Could it rival the flames of Su Yu or the strength of Wang Qiu'er? That was evidently impossible. To be honest, she felt a sense of anticipation for the future union of these 2 little ones. Perhaps they could have 2 children, and she would be more than willing to help care for them. Shui Wuxin had a feeling that she might never marry herself, but if she could assist in raising these children, she would find great joy in it. The system opened a panel. Beep, successfully opened. Host, Suyu age, 13 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 44 cultivation method. Burning decision, mysterious intermediate skills, radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor, eye of destiny, magma lava strike, 10,000 beast spirit fire, Qilin destruction strike, Qi observation technique, mental invasion. Blue lotus core fire pet. Ain, blue silver emperor, storage. Barrett 172 passion pills, 100,000 gold coins, 10 hallucination pills, special version of herbicide, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 valley breaking pills, bicycle 88 special passion pills, 8 extremities collapse, 5 forms visualization method, grenade, toothbrush, recovery pill, white vinegar, instant teleportation, swan and eye bone, Qilin armor. Thunder element fruit, time travel card, Qi gathering pill strength. Intermediate fishing attempts, 0 evaluation. Your mental power is terrifying, but your strength does not match. Keep it up. Young man, I believe someone who masters fate can certainly become a deity. The system extracted the thunder element fruit, and Suyu spoke to the system in his mind. Soon, a blue fruit appeared in Suyu's hand, crackling with a hint of lightning, creating a tingling sensation in his palm. Without hesitation, Suyu tossed the thunder element fruit into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it. It was tingling yet rather delicious, Suyu thought to himself. However, before he could finish his thought, a sensation akin to being numbed by anesthetics surged from within him. As Suyu felt his half-numb body, a trace of helplessness crossed his face. Now, apart from his head, he had completely lost control over the rest of his body. Although it felt numb, there was no pain whatsoever. Can this even help with body training? Suyu thought helplessly as he experienced the loss of control over his body. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and simply lay down to sleep, reasoning that since he could not move, he might as well rest. Suyu slept soundly until the sun was nearly setting. Finally, he completed his training. As he felt the recovery of his body, a hint of delight surfaced in his eyes. However, he wondered how this was supposed to train his body. Perhaps it was about muscle resilience. While contemplating this, he quickly stripped off all his clothes, revealing his perfect muscles, and couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration. Indeed, if I were still on Earth, I would probably be a star or a national heartthrob. Suyu mused, admiring his physique. Just as he was lost in this moment of vanity, the door was suddenly pushed open. Startled, Suyu quickly grabbed a bedsheet to cover himself as ZG appeared at the doorway. "You could at least knock when you come in," he said, looking at her with an expression devoid of emotion. ZG, upon seeing Suyu's form, swallowed hard. "I'm sorry, Suyu. I didn't realize you were changing. I just sensed a sudden change in your aura and came in to check," she said, momentarily mesmerized by Suyu's perfect physique, unable to take a step forward. "ZG, could you please step outside? I need to change," Suyu said, feeling uneasy under her strange gaze, fully aware of his current allure to female soul beasts. "Oh, all right," ZG replied, slightly startled, then reluctantly cast one last glance at Suyu before silently exiting the room. As she left, Suyu felt a wave of trepidation. There was no denying that his current allure was too potent. Even someone like ZG could be swayed by it. Now, Suyu found himself genuinely worried. He was only attracting soul beasts and not humans. However, it is worth noting that Suyu currently possesses only 2/3 of his bloodline. Should his bloodline be fully awakened, humanity might indeed begin to harbor thoughts about him. It is important to remember that humans, despite occupying a position of superiority, are ultimately just another form of animal. Presently, any soul beast with the ability to harness soul power has its own designs on Suyu. If humanity were to develop similar intentions, it could spell disaster for Suyu. Once his bloodline is complete, even the likes of Bai Bai Dong and Guyu Na might consider him in a different light. While Bai Bai Dong may be manageable, Guyu Na is an entirely different matter. She is at least a pinnacle-level deity and may have already transcended to the realm of divine kings. In that state, Suyu would have no means of resistance should she choose to act against him. Although Suyu believes that Guyuna would not be hostile towards him, perhaps merely confining him and producing little dragon offspring, he is not inclined to entertain such thoughts at present. It seems that he must tread carefully in the future. If he cannot maintain control, he may have no choice but to acquiesce to whatever fate awaits him. Dressed, and with a grim expression, Suyu stepped out of his dwelling. Upon exiting, he spotted ZG standing idly to the side. Noticing the displeasure etched on her face, Suyu couldn't help but smile, approaching her with a sense of resignation. "What are you doing, ZG?" he asked playfully, patting her shoulder. Nothing at all. I didn't think of anything, nor did I see anything," she quickly retorted, aware that human bodies are not so easily scrutinized. Feeling as though she was doomed that day. "Oh, if that's the case, then so be it. After all, I have nothing to lose, right? I'm a man." Suyu replied with a chuckle, his gaze fixed on her. "Suyu, I must tell you that this is not appropriate. Human life requires a certain sophistication. One cannot indiscriminately gaze upon another's body," ZG stated, her tone serious as she regarded him. Although she occasionally struck Suyu, it was always for his own good. "All right, my fierce dragoness, I will be more careful in the future. But since you've brought it up, what will you do if you've seen me?" Suyu teased, observing her earnest expression and feeling playful. Suddenly, ZG's demeanor shifted, and she realized she had not considered that question before. "You wouldn't just abandon your responsibilities, would you?" Suyu teased, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Surely not," he continued, inching closer to her as she retreated. "I'll take responsibility, all right? Just tell me how. Perhaps I could marry you," she blurted out, pushed to the edge by Suyu's playful antics. Suyu, initially jesting, now recognized that he might have gone too far. "ZG, I was merely joking. I was just curious. Really, it's nothing serious." He quickly backed away, attempting to create some distance. "I've told you, if I say I'll take responsibility, then I will. Were you just toying with me?" ZG glared fiercely, her delicate hand grabbing Suyu's clothing and pulling him into her embrace. Suyu was no match for her strength and was swiftly drawn into her world. His head buried against her. He felt an overwhelming sensation wash over him, rendering him momentarily dazed. Admittedly, he found himself somewhat entranced. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying on his bed, with ZG sitting beside him, holding a bowl of meat porridge. "Well, you're awake, so let us eat," she said, offering him the bowl. As Suyu began to eat slowly, a smile crept onto ZG's face. "ZG, I was just joking around earlier. You needn't take it to heart," he said, observing her smile, which made him tremble slightly. Suyu, ZG, never go back on my word. I said I would take responsibility, and I will. If Rue Shou has any objections, she can come to me," she asserted, her expression serious and filled with determination. "All right, Suyu, you should rest now. I'm leaving," she announced, taking the empty bowl and vanishing before him. Suyu opened his mouth to explain, but seeing her departing figure, he fell silent. "Goodness, I've really gotten myself into trouble today. Am I going to be hunted down by G? Did I just war a friend?" He pondered, feeling somewhat exasperated. It must be said that the fierce dragoness has a certain allure, at least more so than the likes of Xiao Wu or Wang Qiu'er. "Sigh, I'll stop thinking about it. It's too troublesome," Suyu muttered, scratching his head and letting out a soft sigh before lying down. A sleepless night left him with dark circles under his eyes. Despite telling himself he didn't want to think about it, he found himself unable to shake the thoughts of the previous night. "Thank you for the porridge, ZG," he said, accepting another bowl of meat porridge she had sent. A smile graced his lips. Last night, he had pondered for hours, unable to devise a suitable plan. Since he could not think of a solution, he resolved to accept things as they came, allowing time to reveal whether he and ZG were truly compatible. Chapter 98. ZG's responsibility. Our relationship doesn't require further discussion. "Just finish your meal and return the bowl to me," she said, a faint smile appearing on her face as she observed Suyu. "Then I won't thank you anymore. Next time, I'll let you sample my culinary skills," Suyu replied, savoring a mouthful of meat porridge. To his surprise, ZG's cooking was unexpectedly delightful, though still not quite on par with his own. In the Douluo Continent, lacking impressive culinary skills, is simply unacceptable. Just as in 10,000 years, Hu Yuhao rose to prominence with his grilled fish. All right, once you've finished, I'll take my leave, ZG stated, taking the bowl from Su Yu's hands and then vanishing. Alas, the debts are piling up. I hope they won't continue to accumulate in the future, Su Yu thought, shaking his head in resignation. The main issue was that his aura was far too enticing. Otherwise, he might have been thoroughly beaten by ZG long ago. Many soul beasts in the forest had once pursued ZG, but all had met with fierce retribution. The title of Fierce Dragoness was not one that Su Yu alone bestowed upon her. It was a title recognized throughout the forest. The Fierce Dragoness of Xingdou is not a woman easily pursued. Well, I hope I won't be met with a hatchet in the future, Su Yu mused, shaking his head as he made his way to the location of the Tian Shui combat team. The Tian Shui team would require at least a month to break through. Even with infinite resources, it would be of little use. Even if Su Yu were to attempt another breakthrough, it would take him at least half a month, which is already quite abnormal. Had it not been for his absorption of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, he would not have progressed so swiftly. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire had propelled him to the peak of level 44, but had not allowed him to break through to level 45, as he lacked sufficient energy at the critical moment. After another half-month of cultivation, he would surely achieve level 45, at which point he would catch up to Wang Qiu'er. Wang Qiu'er, at present, has only reached level 45. Do not underestimate this level. It is indeed formidable. It is known that Wang Qiu'er possesses extraordinary attributes. Even without the assistance of the burning decision, she has made remarkable progress. Thanks in large part to the potent elixirs of the transformation pill, her advancement has been somewhat stifled due to the seal placed upon her by Gu Yuna. Had it not been for this seal, her rate of improvement could have multiplied by 5 or 6 times. Nevertheless, even under such constraints, her training speed remains astonishing. Moreover, Su Yu senses that he and Wang Qiu'er may have developed a martial soul fusion technique, one that is likely to be quite potent. Brother, you've arrived? Wang Qiu'er remarked with a smile as she observed Su Yu approaching. They had initially been engaged in training, but had paused due to Shui Yuer's need to break through. Wang Qiu'er felt a surge of happiness upon Su Yu's arrival. Yes, Teacher Wu Xin. I need to borrow Qiu'er for a moment. It's time to test our martial soul fusion technique. Isn't it? Su Yu said with a smile, glancing at Shui Wu Xin, who was beside Shui Yuer. Upon hearing the mention of the fusion technique, Shui Wu Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well. You may proceed, but do not emerge until your training is complete. I shall ensure that no one disturbs you during this time. Shui Wu Xin replied cheerfully. At least as perceived by Su Yu. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, teacher. After exchanging greetings with everyone present, Su Yu asked Xiao Wu to explain the uses of the celestial herb. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the gathered women, Su Yu could not help but chuckle mischievously. He relished the sight of others yearning for treasures that remained just out of their reach. Qiu'er, be cautious during the training of our martial soul fusion technique. It is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Each attempt carries the risk of failure, and such failures exact a toll on one's mental energy. My mental fortitude is substantial, so I do not worry, but your mental energy has yet to fully recover, meaning we must not be overly ambitious. A failure or two is acceptable, but repeated failures are not. I understand, brother. You can rest assured. Wang Qiu'er replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. She was aware of Su Yu's concerns, but did not regard them with much apprehension. Just be careful, Su Yu reiterated, extending his hand. The martial soul fusion technique, at its core, is merely a confluence of soul power, enhancing the strength of the martial souls. As their hands clasped, a golden radiance erupted from the two of them. Moments later, they were both propelled backward like cannonballs. Su Yu rose from the ground, casting a serious and incredulous glance at Wang Qiu'er, who was also struggling to regain her footing nearby. Although their fusion had only just begun, he could already sense a power laden with destiny, akin to standing before an emperor who could effortlessly rewrite the strands of fate. Qiu'er, did you feel that? Such a terrifying aura. Is this truly our martial soul fusion technique? Su Yu asked incredulously. Wang Xiao nodded in a daze, still recovering from the overwhelming sensation. The magnitude of that power was astonishing beyond belief. Are you all right? Su Yu inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor, concern etching his features. Wang Xiao shook her head. She was, in fact, quite well. It was merely the shock of realizing how potent their martial soul fusion technique could be that had left her stunned. As long as you are well, let us continue, Su Yu smiled, resuming his grip on Wang Xiao's hand. Soon, the golden light reappeared, but once again, they were thrust backward. However, having learned from their initial attempt, they quickly identified their earlier mistakes and resumed their efforts. Indeed, they have truly achieved a martial soul fusion technique. What remarkable young individuals, Ziji mused from a distance, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she watched Su Yu and Wang Xiao. Her own strength allowed her to perceive the extraordinary golden aura surrounding them. She eagerly anticipated witnessing the full extent of their martial soul fusion technique, envisioning the joy it would bring Bai Ji upon learning of it. However, her expression soon shifted as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could I be pursued by Bai Ji for this? Have I inadvertently taken Su Yu for myself? She pondered, a shiver running down her spine at the thought. 1 month later, as fate weaves its intricate tapestry, Wang Xiao and Su Yu clasped hands tightly, unleashing a torrent of golden energy that surged forth to collide violently with a massive boulder weighing thousands of pounds. Rather than inflicting damage upon the stone, the energy caused it to shrink until it diminished entirely. Xiao, we did it. After a month of relentless effort, we have succeeded, Su Yu exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he beheld the scene before him. Wang Xiao mirrored his joy, for the past month had been arduous, filled with tireless training dedicated to perfecting this martial soul fusion technique. Fortunately, this technique proved to be significantly powerful, granting them the ability to manipulate the forces of fate to obliterate their foes, a truly remarkable capability. This soul skill possesses dual applications, one being the previously demonstrated impact, and the other a mental assault, where the force of fate strikes at the psyche, akin to a stone shattering an egg, devastating upon contact. Brother, are we departing? Wang Xiao inquired. With 9 months remaining until the tournament, there was ample time for the Tian Shui clan to consume celestial herbs and acquire their soul rings. Su Yu nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed time to leave, as Shui Binger had achieved a breakthrough just days prior and was ready to obtain her 4th soul ring. Su Yu held Shui Binger in high regard, for her Ice Phoenix martial soul possesses the potential to evolve into the ultimate ice. While she may currently be relatively weak, the possibility of her future evolution remains. Shui Binger could become a significant asset for Su Yu in the Douluo Continent, and he was determined not to let her talent go to waste. He placed great importance on her 4th soul ring, recognizing that the extreme north region is the most suitable place for her, teeming with formidable soul beasts. Though they may not fall under his direct jurisdiction, there are indeed many soul beasts that would be well suited for Shui Binger. While Su Yu may not directly oversee the extreme north, seeking out the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor should suffice. If that fails, he could simply help Shui Binger find a suitable soul beast. It is worth noting that while Su Yu is revered among soul beasts as a divine creature, his hunting of them is not regarded as inhumane. The laws of the soul beast realm dictate a survival of the fittest. Su Yu has indeed slain numerous soul beasts during his time in Qingdao. Xiao, have you succeeded? Shui Wu Xen asked, her expression shifting as she observed the two strolling hand in hand, her tone a mix of excitement and gravity. Seeing Shui Wu Xen's reaction, Su Yu smiled, choosing not to conceal anything, and promptly shared the news of their successful training with everyone present. Success! How wonderful it is! With the emergence of the martial soul fusion technique, our Tian Shui may even have a chance to confront the Wuhan Palace. Shui Wuxin's tone was filled with excitement. She was genuinely thrilled. Since the inception of this grand competition, it has mostly been the Wuhan Palace that emerged victorious. Our Tian Shui has been a seasoned competitor, yet we have never secured a first place. Shui Wuxin's ambition is to successfully cultivate a disciple team that can claim the championship. Now, with Su Yu and Wang Xiao, she feels a glimmer of hope and anticipation. Defeating the Wuhan Palace is a dream cherished by all academies. If Tian Shui succeeds, it would soar to new heights. Shui Wuxin's exhilaration grew, and even Su Yu began to appear more agreeable to her. "You, Su Yu, truly are a harbinger of fortune," she remarked. "All right, let us proceed. We shall converse on the way." With that, Shui Wuxin led the group towards the extreme north. The extreme north is not far from Tian Shui, indeed, quite close. The group's pace was brisk, and within just a few days, they reached the outskirts of the extreme north. The aura of the little creature is truly enticing. However, it is surrounded by numerous presences, including that of ZG, which indicates that action is required. Deep within the extreme north, the Snow Empress suddenly opened her eyes. Sensing Su Yu's arrival the moment he stepped into the region. As the strongest entity of the extreme north, she possesses dominion over all within it. She is the ice and snow spirit birth from the extreme north, capable of accessing anything in her realm. In the next moment, the Snow Empress appeared outside, rapidly heading towards Su Yu's location, her terrifying speed reaching 6 or 7 times the speed of sound. Such a frightful velocity resonated through the air, producing thunderous booms. The Snow Empress's speed was truly astounding. Even the most advanced supersonic fighter jets on Earth pale in comparison. Has she arrived? ZG, concealed not far from Su Yu, felt the rapidly approaching presence and could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor, though she would not admit it before others. She held a deep respect for the Snow Empress. The strength and poise of the Snow Empress made her a formidable opponent in ZG's eyes. Moreover, ZG felt an unsettling notion that the Snow Empress harbored ill intentions towards her man. Since becoming involved with Su Yu, she has referred to him as hers. "It will not be easy to steal my man," she thought, clenching her fist and gazing intently at the approaching presence. "Binger, your Ice Phoenix martial soul is indeed powerful. It does not embody the ultimate ice. You are aware of what that entails. As you are not yet the ultimate ice, we must focus on evolving or enhancing your martial soul. There are a few methods to strengthen it, and I have prepared a spirit herb for you. However, it may not suffice for your evolution into the ultimate ice, so we will first need to enhance your martial soul." Su Yu glanced at the excited Shui Binger and chuckled before approaching her to share his insights. To enhance your martial soul, you probably have already considered acquiring a 4th soul ring. Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy at the prospect of strengthening her martial soul. She knew well about the ultimate ice. Despite Tian Shui's long history, no one had ever achieved it. Even the founder of Tian Shui, a super Douluo of over level 95, was still somewhat distant from the ultimate ice. Should Shui Binger attain this state, her power would undoubtedly grow immensely, and achieving a title Douluo would be a natural progression. She even envisioned her future title, Ice Phoenix Douluo, a name both majestic and melodious. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but smile, prompting Su Yu to cast a puzzled glance her way. "Su Yu, do you have any suggestions? It seems you have something in mind," Shui Binger said, noticing Su Yu's gaze and blushing slightly, feeling a bit shy. "Indeed, I do have a thought. In the extreme north, there exists a spirit beast known as the Ice Spirit, a fox-like creature. This spirit beast is both adorable and powerful, earning the title of spirit. While it may not rival the Ice Blue Scorpion, it is still formidable." Listening to Shui Binger's inquiry, a smile spread across Su Yu's face as he expressed his thoughts. The Ice Spirit? Shui Wuxin instinctively envisioned a blue ice fox spirit beast and nodded in agreement. "Binger, SUEU is correct. The Ice Blue Scorpion is the strongest species in the extreme north and is social in nature, making it difficult to hunt. The solitary Ice Spirit, however, is easier to pursue and better suited for you." After some contemplation, Shui Wuxin affirmed with a serious tone, "Very well, I understand. I appreciate your help." Su Yu and Wuxin. Although Shui Binger aspired to have the Ice Blue Scorpion as her soul ring, she recognized the impossibility of this with her current capabilities and readily accepted the Ice Spirit instead. Su Yu, amused by Shui Binger's gratitude, remained silent. The group moved swiftly and soon found themselves within the inner circle of the extreme north. "How beautiful!" Shui Yu exclaimed, holding the hands of Shui Wu and Xiao Wu as she gazed at the pristine landscape before them. Indeed, it is truly stunning, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, captivated by the snowflakes melting in her palm due to her warmth. Little one, it has indeed been a while. A figure resembling ice and snow suddenly appeared before the group, standing before Suyu. The woman bore a cold expression, draped in a blue coat that exuded an aura of regality. It has not been long, merely a little over a month. Suyu smiled gently at the Snow Empress, who had unexpectedly materialized before him. To me, it feels like an eternity since I last saw my little brother. In human terms, one day apart feels like 3 seasons. It has been over 40 days since we last met. How many seasons does that equate to? The Snow Empress stepped closer, a smile gracing her face. As Suyu felt an ice wall emerge behind him, pinning him against it. Little brother, now that you've come to the extreme north, do not leave. Here, you can go wherever you wish. My possessions are yours. The Snow Empress gently grasped Suyu's chin, her beautiful visage adorned with a subtle smile. What do you think, little brother? As Suyu gazed into her increasingly close face, he felt his throat tighten, swallowing hard. It was not his fault. The Snow Empress's beauty was overwhelming. He had previously declared her as one of the most stunning women he had encountered, rivaled only by Gu Yuna, with the likes of Qian Rinxue and a matured Wang Qiu'er being comparable. Snow Sister, you do not speak of anything else. I merely wish to know if you want to stay. The Snow Empress gently silenced Suyu with her delicate fingers. Wang Qiu'er clenched her teeth, ready to step forward. But before she could act, a purple figure dashed out. A terrifying dragon's might surged from the graceful purple figure, causing the Snow Empress to furrow her brow slightly under the immense pressure. Ziji, I am conversing with my younger brother and have no desire to speak with you. I equally wish for you to refrain from coming to Jibei. Shuedi cast a glance at Ziji, and upon her interruption, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of anger. I shall come to Jibei whenever I please. It is not your concern. Ziji stood unfazed, directly confronting Shuedi. The immense aura of these two formidable beings erupted instantaneously, causing the very void around them to tremble with fear. Do you wish to fight? Shuedi's countenance darkened as an ice sword materialized behind him. If you dare. Do you think I fear you? Ziji's expression turned grim, and a massive purple-black dragon emerged behind her. My goodness, where did they come from? This is truly terrifying. Shui Wuxin, witnessing the sudden appearance of these two titans, could not help but swallow nervously as she stealthily approached Suyu, her voice trembling slightly. Do not worry, teacher. Everything will be fine shortly, Suyu reassured, gesturing for Shui Wuxin to remain calm. In line with Suyu's words, Shuedi soon revealed a smile, choosing not to engage Ziji. Very well, dear brother. What brings you here today that requires your sister's assistance? I am more than willing to help, Shuedi said with a smile as she moved closer to Suyu, wrapping her arm around his. Sister, it's nothing significant. My companion is here to acquire a soul ring, and I merely accompanied her, Suyu replied, pointing to Shui Bing-er. As Shui Bing-er felt Shuedi's gaze upon her, she shivered slightly, as if her entire being were laid bare. A commendable talent. Achieving the rank of title Dalu should not be too difficult for you. With some effort, reaching level 95 is certainly within grasp. Shuedi commented with a smile directed at Shui Bing-er. Upon hearing Shuedi's words, Shui Wuxin's expression brightened instantly. Level 95 is already quite powerful, a rarity across the continent. All right, you all wait here. I shall fetch a frost sprite for this girl. I know of one nearing death, precisely 5,000 years old. I'll be back shortly. Do not move about, Shuedi instructed before dissipating into countless snowflakes, vanishing before everyone. That insufferable woman. Are you all right, Suyu? Ziji asked with concern after Shuedi's departure. Wang Qiu'er, observing Ziji's demeanor, could not help but exhibit disbelief and confusion. In her memory, Ziji was not the caring type. Rather, she was akin to a fierce dragon. When did this violent creature learn to show concern for others? However, Wang Qiu'er dismissed such thoughts, considering the surrounding girls of similar age to pose little threat. After all, they were all quite mature, and Suyu was still young, while Wang Qiu'er herself had already transformed, which was far from impressive. It's all right, Ziji, you need not worry. Sister Xue does not harbor ill intentions towards me. She simply enjoys teasing others. Suyu chuckled, sensing Ziji's concern and responding with a calm demeanor. As I embark on this new chapter, I find myself at a loss for words. It has been over a month since I began writing this book, and the time has finally come for it to be published tomorrow at noon. I kindly ask for your initial support. The author promises a burst of 10 chapters upon release. Let's mark this occasion. Chapter 101. Xue Wuxin's Imagination. You remain blissfully unaware. You do not comprehend how malevolent this woman can be. I advise you to avoid her, for she is exceedingly cunning. Little one, you cannot handle her. Ziji warned Suyu with a serious expression. Ziji, you have arrived. It has been a long time. As Ziji conversed with Suyu, Wang Qiu'er cheerfully bounced over to Ziji, greeting her with a bright smile. Qiu'er, it has been over a month. You have become ever more beautiful, Ziji remarked, her lips curving into a warm smile as she regarded the approaching girl. Hearing Ziji's compliment, Wang Qiu'er felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Ziji did not genuinely wish to say this, yet had little choice. If she wished to be near Suyu, Wang Qiu'er was an unavoidable presence. Ziji understood that even if she were to be with Suyu, she could not assume the role of the leader, as Wang Qiu'er would never acquiesce. Regardless of whether Wang Qiu'er consented, Gyue would undoubtedly oppose it. Ziji once accidentally overheard discussions regarding the army of divine beasts while delivering resources to her master. At that moment, she thought it rather intriguing, but now she merely wished to express her disdain for that army. As Ziji gazed at the approaching Wang Qiu'er, she affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, smiling at her as she squinted her eyes like a contented kitten. This girl is still quite innocent. She appears easy to manage. Ziji mused inwardly as she stroked Wang Qiu'er's hair. Ziji truly considers me a child, yet I am on the 5th level. Foolish Ziji. I shall see if you harbor any feelings for Suyu. The two women smiled at one another, yet their minds were rife with unspoken thoughts. Rest assured, Ziji, should Shuadi make another move, I will intervene. You may return now, Wang Qiu'er said cheerfully after Ziji finished stroking her hair. Upon hearing Wang Qiu'er's words, Ziji's expression twitched slightly. Very well, should any issues arise, I will make my presence known, Ziji replied before swiftly vanishing. At present, although there are some concerns, they are not particularly grave, Wang Qiu'er observed, a sense of relief washing over her as she watched Ziji disappear. She held Ziji in high regard. Opposing her made Wang Qiu'er somewhat anxious. After all, her unremarkable figure paled in comparison to Ziji's strikingly perfect physique, which left her feeling insecure. Ziji's grandeur was undeniable, even outshining Zhu Zhuqing, who was still quite young and had room for growth. Although Wang Qiu'er was not particularly small among her peers, she felt like a mere egg against a stone when compared to these two. Zhu Zhuqing was at least half again Wang Qiu'er's size, while Ziji and Zhu Zhuqing were even larger. Such remarkable beings would likely remain beyond Wang Qiu'er's reach, even as she matured. However, Suyu's preferences did not lean towards the excessively large, for he understood that with size comes the risk of sagging. Wang Qiu'er's proportions, being neither too large nor too small, were precisely to Suyu's liking. Thus, Wang Qiu'er's worries were ultimately unfounded. Brother, let's take a break. Shuadi instructed us to wait here. Wang Qiu'er pouted, pulling Suyu's arm. Then let us rest for a moment, Suyu replied, just as they settled down, when Xue Wuxin approached them. Teacher Wuxin, what is it? Suyu inquired, puzzled by Xue Wuxin's sudden closeness. Suyu, may I ask you a question? Were those two earlier also your elders? Xue Wuxin gulped, looking at Suyu in disbelief. She felt as though she had inadvertently brought back an immense trouble. Previously, she perceived Suyu as merely an ordinary noble genius, but now she was genuinely unsettled. When she encountered the first title Dalu, she had not felt much alarm, even believing that Shi Wang was Suyu's teacher or father. However, upon encountering the two individuals again, she truly felt a pang of anxiety. After all, these were 3 title Dalu. Yet, observing Suyu's demeanor, which was remarkably composed, Xue Wuxin began to speculate whether there were indeed numerous titled Dalu behind him. Such an abundance of titled Dalu, what kind of formidable force could possibly possess them? This was beyond the scope of Shui Wuxin's imagination. Previously, she had thought that Soul Dalu were exceptionally powerful, but after witnessing so many titled Dalu alongside Su Yu, she felt somewhat overwhelmed, realizing that perhaps Soul Dalu were merely ordinary in comparison. Shui Wuxin believed that she might one day become a titled Dalu, but at most, she could attain the rank of 95. Progress beyond that was utterly unattainable. Neither her martial spirit nor her innate talent could facilitate further advancement. Yet, those around Su Yu appeared to be significantly stronger than the 95 rank. With so many formidable protectors surrounding Su Yu, she found it difficult to fathom his true identity. It dawned upon her that Su Yu's father or grandfather was likely a level 99 limit-breaking powerhouse. Otherwise, why would so many strong individuals follow him? Indeed, Teacher Wuxin. Those two are also elders. Wang Xiao nodded vigorously, promising to remind Ziji of her elder status whenever the opportunity arose. Realizing this, Shui Wuxin's expression grew serious. Her conjectures had proven accurate. Su Yu indeed hailed from a prominent background. Should their Tianshui Academy align with Su Yu, they would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. In time, devouring the 5 elements, they could become the foremost academy on the continent. This might not be merely a dream. As long as Su Yu's relatives were a level 99 Dalu, Tianshui would inevitably rise. After all, having a level 99 grandfather meant that Su Yu could never be weak, and she had never encountered anyone as talented as him. In her mind, if Su Yu did not break through 97, it would signify a lack of diligence in his cultivation. For Su Yu, achieving such strength was merely a matter of effort. It seemed well within reach. Teacher Wuxin, are you all right? Su Yu inquired with concern, noticing her distant gaze, which oscillated between smiles and frowns. Oh, I'm fine, really. You need not worry. Su Yu, I must speak earnestly with you. You must strive diligently in your cultivation. The future of your teacher rests upon you, Shui Wuxin said. Her gaze fixed upon Su Yu for a moment. As he prepared to voice his confusion, she abruptly stood, patted his shoulder, and looked at him with a weighty expression. All right, Su Yu replied, casting a peculiar glance at Shui Wuxin, sensing that his teacher might be acting rather strangely. Her gaze felt reminiscent of Gu Yuna's. Teacher, do you have anything else to attend to? Su Yu queried, bemused by Shui Wuxin's odd expression. Nothing at all. Just remember to cultivate diligently, she urged, suppressing her excitement. Brother, what's wrong with Teacher Wuxin? Is it because of Ziji and the others? Wang Xiao asked, observing Shui Wuxin, who was suppressing a smile from a distance. Su Yu exchanged a quizzical glance with Shui Wuxin, and then shook his head toward Wang Xiao. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Su Yu, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. The strikingly beautiful woman she recognized from years past, who had saved her from peril in the Stardow forest, had now resurfaced. When they had exited the forest, the woman had blocked their path, wielding immense power and compelling them to keep the identity of that boy a secret. Upon seeing her again, Zhu Zhuqing felt momentarily dazed. However, she was no fool. By observing Su Yu's hair color and recollecting the boy's physique and appearance, she swiftly connected the dots. Su Yu is actually my savior? How remarkable! Zhu Zhuqing's face lit up with incredulity. Little one, it seems you are enjoying quite a prosperous life, surrounded by so many lovely ladies. I must admit, I am a touch envious, Wang Xiao remarked, her head resting against Su Yu's shoulder when a joyful voice floated over from afar. Before long, a figure materialized from the swirling snow, taking on a human form. It was Shui Di. Shui Di, is this the ice spirit? It truly appears harmless, Su Yu remarked curiously, eyeing the ice-blue fox in her grasp. Indeed, this is the ice spirit. Do not let its appearance deceive you. This old beast is quite formidable. It is a perfect match for that girl, enabling her to harness its powers without diminishing its worth, Shui Di replied, casting a wistful glance at the excited Shui Binger nearby. Thank you, Senior, Shui Binger said, suppressing her excitement under Su Yu's encouraging gaze as she approached. Go ahead and absorb it, Shui Di smiled, casually tossing the ice spirit to the ground. Shui Binger bowed deeply to both Shui Di and the ice spirit before retrieving an ice blade. Very good. Shwedi nodded approvingly at Shui Binger's actions. Despite her pride, she appreciated children with humble and polite demeanors. She had little patience for those who were arrogant and took everything for granted. Thank you, Shwejia, Su said, unable to contain his smile at Shwedi's placid expression. Why thank me? You are my little brother. Is it not natural for an elder sister to assist her brother in times of trouble? Shwedi tilted her head, puzzled. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. How about this? I shall take you to a place suitable for your cultivation, where powerful ice energy abounds, along with numerous ice attribute spiritual herbs, Suyu offered, his eyes glimmering with determination. The location he referred to was the Eye of Ice and Fire, where he believed the ice spring would be immensely beneficial for Shwedi, as it contained potent divine energy left behind after the Ice and Fire Dragon King's demise. Little one, you possess such a remarkable place? I must see it, Shwedi said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us go then. There is little amusement here, while the outside world is filled with wonders, Suyu replied, sharing in her excitement. With Shwedi by his side, Suyu felt significantly safer. A pinnacle level 99 powerhouse would deter any threats. With Shwedi near him, danger ceased to exist. Even she and Dalu would likely find it challenging to contend with Shwedi, given her formidable 3 skills. Once we are outside, you must keep me company, or I shall be quite disappointed, Shwedi teased, lightly tapping Suyu's forehead with her finger. Rest assured, I will take good care of you, Suyu promised, just as Wang Qiu'er stepped forward, her tone indifferent as she addressed Shwedi. Is this a hint of jealousy, Qiu'er? Fear not, dear sister. I truly regard your little romantic interest merely as a brother. Shwedi chuckled at Wang Qiu'er's demeanor. I'm certainly not envious. Wang Qiu'er, listening to the Snow Empress's narration, could not help but curl her lips in disdain. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully enticing the Snow Empress, altering the plot of Do'er, and gaining 3 fishing opportunities. The system opened the panel. Beep, opened successfully. Host, Suyu age, 13 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 44 cultivation method. Burning decision, mid-level mysterious skills. Radiant dragon body. Sacred fire armor, Eye of Fate, magma eruption, spirit fire of all beasts, Qilin annihilation strike, fate observation technique, mental invasion. Blue lotus earth fire pet. Ain, blue silver emperor, storage, Barrett 172 frenzy pills, 100,000 gold coins, 10 hallucination pills, special edition herbicide, 66 enhanced frenzy pills, 99 dietary pills, bicycle, 88 special frenzy pills, 8 extremes collapse, 5 forms visualization, grenade, toothbrush recovery pill, white vinegar, instant teleportation, swan and eye bone, Qilin armor, time travel card. Qi gathering pill strength, moderate fishing attempts. 3 evaluation. Your mental prowess is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving, young man. I believe one who masters fate can surely ascend to divinity. Such opportunities can be bestowed. Should I perhaps entice the Ice Emperor as well? By the way, why is Qi Wang Ziji not included? Perhaps it is because the Snow Empress is a fortuitous encounter for Hui Yuhao. I coaxed the Snow Empress out. Hence, I gained chances, while Ziji and the others are not significant figures. If Tian were to appear personally, I might be able to obtain more chances. As Suyu pondered, a smile inevitably spread across his face. Though 3 fishing attempts may not seem abundant, they are certainly not insignificant either. If I could coax all the important figures at least once, would that not be a great fortune? While he was lost in thought, the voice of the Snow Empress suddenly resonated. Chapter 103. Shui Binger's Soul Skill 310. Upon hearing the Snow Empress's unexpected words, Su Yu's expression changed, and he turned his gaze towards Shui Binger, who was absorbing her soul ring. At that moment, Shui Binger irradiated an icy blue glow, which enhanced her already stunning beauty even further. There is no need for astonishment. Ice spirits inherently possess some beautifying properties, and absorbing her soul ring will undoubtedly render her even more exquisite. The Snow Empress, observing Su Yu's astonishment, could not help but chuckle. The presence of beautifying effect from ice spirits left all the women present momentarily speechless. their eyes revealing a fervent desire. The allure of beauty holds a profound attraction for women. No girl could resist the temptation of becoming more beautiful, even those like Shui Wuxin, who have lived for decades without marrying. However, do not harbor any illusions. Ice spirits are scarce in number, especially in the extreme north, and they are considered a subordinate race to the ice blue scorpion. The Snow Empress shook her head with a smile at the sight of the women's fervent gazes. In response to the Snow Empress's words, the women sighed quietly. Securing even one ice spirit from the subordinate race is quite a feat. Forcing one might even result in loss of life. Just as everyone felt despondent, Suyu suddenly pointed at the awakened Shui, who had opened her eyes after completing her absorption. She has awakened. The women's disappointment was interrupted by Suyu, and they all turned to look at Shui Binger. Sister Binger, you look so beautiful, Shui Yuerer exclaimed, gazing at Shui Binger, who had completed the absorption of her soul ring, filled with envy. Her words were not mere flattery. After absorbing the soul ring, Shui Binger had grown several centimeters taller, and by Su Yu's estimation, she was at least 172 centimeters tall. Her already beautiful face had become even more lovely, and her skin appeared significantly fairer. Such enhancement. The ice spirit is indeed a formidable soul beast. Its attributes alone could make it renowned among female soul masters. Suyu could not help but shake his head in amazement at Shui Binger's transformation. Now, Shui Binger truly is much more beautiful, at least noticeably more than before. Hearing the praises from the women, Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback as she felt the changes in her body. Indeed, she sensed something different. She quickly retrieved a mirror and gazed at her reflection. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Is that really me? Shui Binger gaspet, covering her Mut in astonishment. Sister Binger, we are so envious of you. I wish to have an ice spirit as my soul ring too. Shui Yuerer exclaimed, clutching Shui Binger's arm with awe and envy. Congratulations, Binger. How is your soul skill? Shui Wuxin asked, looking at the lively group with a smile as she clapped her hands and turned her gaze toward Shui Bin, who appeared puzzled. Upon hearing Shui Wuxin's inquiry, Shui Binger and Shui Yuerer ceased their playfulness. Shui Binger regarded Shui Wuxin with earnestness. Teacher Wuxin, the soul skill is quite impressive, Shui Binger responded, and as she spoke, a layer of ice armor manifested around her. Ice ring armor can block most attacks and can be used to protect my teammates, meaning I can directly shield everyone. Shui Binger elaborated, her fingers gently gesturing. Instantly, a layer of ice armor enveloped Suyu, who touched the cool surface of the armor and nodded in approval. Although this ice ring armor may not possess the same extraordinary defensive power as his flame dragon armor, it is still quite commendable. An ordinary four-ring soul master, if not exerting their full strength, would likely find it impossible to break through. With such armor, the survival capability of auxiliary soul masters would undoubtedly increase significantly. At the very least, Xuewu would not be easily eliminated now. As an auxiliary soul master, her combat power is inherently weak. Moreover, paired with Shui Binger's martial soul fusion technique, she could easily become a target, but with this armor, her chances of survival would be greatly enhanced. This technique is commendable, at least for your current level, the Snow Empress remarked, while patting Su Yu's armor with a thoughtful expression. Binger, if I'm not mistaken, should there not be more to it? Su Yu inquired with a smile, observing Shui Binger's exuberance with curiosity. Are there others? Shui Wuxin's eyes widened at Su Yu's question. Shui Binger's current soul skill is already quite extraordinary. If there are more, it would indeed be divine. Enough with the suspense. Look at how anxious you have made Teacher Wuxin. Su Yu chuckled, shaking his head at Shui Binger. Very well, listen closely. My soul skill can be enhanced alongside my level, although it may not increase dramatically. If I were to become a title Dalu, this skill could at least withstand the attacks of a soul sage at level 70. What do you all think of such a soul skill? Shui Binger stood up, observing the stunned expressions of those around her, her tone filled with excitement. Divine skill, truly divine, although it is merely a soul sage. To grant an auxiliary soul master the defensive capability of a soul sage is already incredibly powerful. Shui Wuxin's voice was slightly hoarse as she gazed at Shui Bing. Excitement and joy evident in her tone. All right, let's take a moment to regroup before we depart. Suyu, your destination is in the Sunset Forest, correct? That will provide you all with a chance to train within the Sunset Forest. Shui Wuxin settled down, envisioning a future where she would lead Su Yu and the others to victory, reveling in the glory of Tian Shui Academy. Why do I feel something is amiss with your teacher? Shui Di sat beside Su Yu, observing Shui Wuxin with a bemused expression. Su Yu glanced at Shui Wuxin with a hint of helplessness. Despite his desire to defend her, the sight before him rendered him unable to utter any disingenuous words. Perhaps it is due to Bing Heir's promotion that she is this jubilant. Ordinarily, she does not exhibit such peculiar behavior, Su Yu reflected, casting a tactful glance at Shui Di. Is that so? Hee, rather delightful, Shui Di remarked, her tone surprisingly curious as she noted Shui Wuxin's stifled laughter. The next day, Su Yu announced, "We are prepared. Let us depart. The matter of absorbing the spirit herbs must remain our secret, even from your families. Do you understand?" Just as the group was about to leave, Shui Wuxin halted them, her demeanor serious and earnest. Upon hearing her stipulations, a smile involuntarily graced Su Yu's face. Chapter 104. Lu Erlong's incredulity, to be honest. Su Yu harbored fears that Shui Bing Heir and the others might reveal the secrets of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Yet he chose to trust them. Shui Wuxin's current attitude was truly reassuring, and based on her demeanor, Su Yu permitted Shui Bing Heir and the others to proceed. "Teacher Wuxin, it's fine. Let's hurry along. Since I'm bringing everyone, it shows my trust in you all. Your words imply that I do not trust you, which is not the case," Su Yu said, even as he internally commended Shui Wuxin. "Rest assured, with your trust in us, we will not disclose anything." The young women, touched by Su Yu's faith, responded with a newfound seriousness. "Well, I believe in everyone. Let us hasten to find the spirit herbs and allow everyone to absorb them," Su Yu replied with a smile, leading the group towards the direction of the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest was quite distant from their current location, and, at Su Yu's current pace, it would take at least a month to arrive. Upon reaching the Sunset Forest, they would have a full 8 months to absorb the celestial herbs and hunt for the fourth soul ring. 8 months seemed ample, or at least, that was Su Yu's belief. "Is this truly your child, Xiao Gang?" Lu Erlong asked, his voice trembling as he gazed at the child in Yu Xiao Gang's arms. "Indeed, Erlong, this is my child. Do you not see the resemblance?" Yu Xiao Gang replied, softly showcasing his child to Lu Erlong. Observing the tenderness on Master-S face, Lu Erlong could not help but feel a mixture of helplessness, frustration, and a hint of sorrow. "Xiao Gang, why have you become this way? You are a man. How can you bear a child? Please give him to me. He is already affecting you. I will ensure he is placed with a good family," Lu Erlong implored, his heart aching for Yu Xiao Gang, who was a man filled with love. It pained Lu Erlong to see him in such a state. "Erlong, I am sorry, but I cannot allow anyone to touch my child. He is my son, and I will protect him," Yu Xiao Gang asserted, his eyes reflecting determination and seriousness. "Xiao Gong, Sai, very well. Let's enter the academy. I will assist you, but you will need to gather your own students." "I cannot force my students," Lu Erlong said, his eyes revealing pain as he suppressed his anger and grievance, speaking in a detached tone. With that, Lu Erlong summoned a student to arrange accommodations for Master and his entourage. The summoned student gulped at the sight of Master-S companions. This Shrek truly is a peculiar academy. Each student seems almost monstrous. The student thought to himself, observing Tang, San, and the others. Tang San, with his disfigured face, might frighten anyone who glances away. The sight of the stout, golden-haired man alongside the red-haired chubby fellow was no less alarming. The only relatively normal ones seemed to be the handsome Oscar and the lovely Ning Rongrong, whom he considered the most ordinary among Shrek's students. "You will stay here. Your cultivation is commendable. Erlong, the dean, has instructed that you may assemble students as you wish," the arranging student stated before taking his leave. "Teacher, is that the esteemed Lu Erlong, known as the Killing Corner?" Tang San inquired, gazing at his own scarred visage as he approached Yu Gang. Yes, that is my old friend Lu Erlong. With him here, our safety should be assured, but you will still need to find your future teammates yourselves, Master replied, affectionately ruffling Tang San's hair. Rest assured, we will find them. It is merely 2 members we seek, Dai Mubai chimed in, carrying Ma Hongjun, casting a greedy glance at Master before speaking with seriousness. Very well, as long as you understand. I shall take my leave, Master nodded at Dai Mubai, unaware of the latter's gaze, and departed. After Master's departure, the group began to disperse. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun found a more secluded spot. Suidu, is this truly the human world? It is quite magnificent, far surpassing my expectations of the extreme north, Shuedi remarked, gazing curiously at the nearby city. Having visited the human world in the past, Shuedi had scarcely returned in the past 10,000 years. Now, witnessing the rapid development of humanity, she felt a sense of astonishment. Indeed, the human world has advanced significantly, and there are many soul masters, Suyu explained as he walked with Shuedi, introducing her to the wonders of the human realm. Zhu Qing, you seem quite excited, Wang Qiuer observed, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's enthusiasm as she followed closely by her side. I too sense Zhu Qing's excitement. Ever since learning about the spirit herbs, she has been more animated than us all, Shui Wu remarked, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with curiosity. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu-Er, sisters, also expressed their intrigue. Of course, she is from the Xing Luo Zhu family, Shui Wuxin said, her heart aching for the exuberant Zhu Zhuqing. The Xing Luo Zhu family? The others turned their attention to Shui Wuxin, who elaborated gently on the customs of the Xing Luo Empire, which ordinary people were oblivious to. Though Shui Bing'er and the others were soul masters, they were still too young to be aware of such matters. Such cruelty to force siblings to battle. This is truly excessive, Shui Bing'er remarked gravely. Elder sister speaks truly. If I were ever forced to do that with you, I could not be as strong as Zhu Qing, Shui Yu-Er observed, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing with admiration. Indeed, that girl is remarkably strong. Opposing one's own sister must be agonizing, Shui Wu expressed her admiration for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Qing, we will support you, the group declared as they approached Zhu Zhuqing, taking her hands and speaking earnestly before she could even react. Those girls seem to be getting along well. Qiuer, are you not going to join them? I assure you, I will not lay a hand on your brother Suyu. I truly regard him as a younger brother, so you need not worry, Suyu reassured her. Shuedi affectionately patted Wang Qiuer's head and smiled gently. Chapter 105, Arrival at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. No need for that. I simply enjoy being by my brother's side. I adore his scent. Wang Qiuer remarked with a mischievous glance at Shuedi. Wang Qiuer had long harbored suspicions that Shuedi harbored ill intentions toward Suyu, and she could not allow such a formidable adversary to linger near him. It was simply too unsettling. You little girl are quite serious. I assure you, I have no interest in your brother. You must understand that I am, after all, a ruler of the extreme north. Shuedi chuckled at Wang Qiuer's demeanor. While she found Suyu somewhat intriguing, it could not be classified as affection. After all, her preferences leaned towards those who were both stronger and more handsome than herself. Although she did not deny Suyu's good looks, his current strength was still insufficient. If only he were a bit stronger, Shuedi might reconsider. However, at present, she had no such inclinations toward him. Truth be told, Suyu could eventually measure up to her, especially given the strength of his bloodline. Contemplating this, Shuedi found herself warming to him. I'm not concerned for you. I merely wish to be with my brother, so do not overthink it, Wang Qiuer scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Shuedi. Ah, this little girl is quite proud. Shuedi laughed softly, choosing to remain silent. Time passed swiftly, and soon Suyu and his companions arrived at the edge of the Sunset Forest. This is the Sunset Forest. It is quite splendid. While it cannot compare to Qingdao or our extreme north, it is still commendable. However, I doubt there are any 100,000-year soul beasts here, Shuedi remarked cheerfully to Suyu as she surveyed the forest before them. Indeed, there are certainly no 100,000-year soul beasts here. Nevertheless, it is still a rather pleasant place. Suyu nodded in agreement. He gestured to the ladies and proceeded toward the location of the ice and fire duality eye. Everyone, be cautious. Stay close to Shui or me. Otherwise, the poisonous miasma here could turn you into sludge in an instant. As Suyu approached the ice and fire duality eye, he glanced seriously at Shui, Binger, and the others, warning them about the toxic mist ahead. Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the miasma not far away, her excitement palpable. She was thrilled. Once she entered, she was confident she would grow stronger. Perhaps in the future, she could even defeat her sister and survive the ensuing conflict. Zhu Zhuqing had abandoned her feelings for Dai Mubai, which meant she needed to possess terrifying strength to completely overpower Zhu Zhuyun and Davis. Though Zhu Zhuyun and Davis were no weaklings, even with a spirit herb, Zhu Zhuqing might not possess the strength to dominate them. Nevertheless, she must strive to improve. All right, stop staring. Let's go, Suyu said, shaking his head in exasperation at Zhu Zhuqing's fixation. It seemed her sole focus was on becoming stronger. In another world, she could have been a formidable force. But Douluo Continent was different. Opportunities were scarce, and one could not alter their innate talents. Moreover, treasures in this world were exceedingly few. If there were more, Zhu Zhuqing's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. In the original text, Zhu Zhuqing eventually became a second-level deity, but that was largely due to Tang San's influence. Despite her efforts, her innate talent was still lacking. This was evident during the trials on Sea God Island, where Zhu Zhuqing ranked the lowest among the Shrek's 7 monsters in terms of talent. During the trials, Zhu Zhuqing only achieved a Black Level 5 test, while Ning Rongrong reached 7, and Tang San, due to the effects of the Hanhai Qian Kuanju, reached 9. The others, aside from Bai Qinxiang, all reached 6. This clearly illustrated the significant gap in Zhu Zhuqing's innate talent, which was even after consuming spirit herbs. Upon hearing Su Yu's reminder, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, and she promptly followed closely behind him. Su Yu exchanged a glance with Shui Di, who was enveloped in the aura of extreme ice. Without hesitation, the blue lotus heart fire appeared in Su Yu's hand. The terrifying azure flames scorched the air, causing the temperature around him to rise dramatically. Such a powerful flame. It is even more fearsome than the ultimate fire, Shui Di observed cautiously, her gaze fixated on the flames in Su Yu's hand. She felt that even she would struggle against such flames. In her hundreds of thousands of years of existence, she had never encountered anything like it. This formidable fire could not even be compared to the most powerful flames of the Star Dogreat Forest. If Su Yu were to become a titled Dalu, he could easily defeat her with this flame. Shui Di regarded Su Yu with satisfaction, as an ice spirit born of the extreme north. Her appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Her preferences in choosing a partner were also similar to theirs, and she found herself increasingly pleased with the future potential of Su Yu. All right, everyone stay close. We are moving in, Su Yu announced, leading the way into the ice and fire duality eye. The azure flames surrounded him, creating a protective barrier for the young ladies. Shui Di smiled and, without further ado, unleashed her extreme eyes to shield Xiao Wu and Shui Wuhuan as they followed Su Yu inside. Although the poisonous mist was abundant, it was not overwhelming, and Su Yu and Shui Di's pace remained swift. Within a minute, everyone had successfully entered the ice and fire duality eye. How do you find my medicinal garden? Quite splendid, is it not? Su Yu asked with a smile. Fully aware that the ice and fire duality was undoubtedly the most potent source of opportunities on Douluo Continent. Such a place could not exist in the extreme north. With its abundance of spirit herbs, there was no other location like it on the continent. It's so beautiful, truly beautiful. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer could not contain their admiration. Hearing their praises, Su Yu smiled. The beauty of the ice and fire duality was undeniable. Indeed, it is gorgeous, and here lies an abundance of valuable spirit herbs. That Zhu Shuoyan must be at least 10,000 years old. If Binger consumes it, her cultivation could increase by a millennium, Shui Di remarked, smiling as she looked at the snow lotus not far from Shui Bing. Binger, Su Yu chuckled, recognizing the implication in Shui Di's words, but he did not mind. After all, he had no use for it and would rather do a good deed by gifting it to the Ice Empress. Oh, if it is useful for the Ice Empress, Then let us give it to her. Sister Shwedi, please take this to the Ice Empress, Suyu said, picking up the snow lotus, placing it in an exquisite jade box, and tossing it to Shwedi. Hee, thank you, little brother. However, I cannot accept your gift without offering something in return, Shwedi replied, producing a piece of icy crystal marrow filled with cold energy. This is a millennium-old Xianbing marrow. Though it may be small, it should be beneficial for that little girl. Since I have no use for it, I shall give it to you. Shwedi glanced at the excited Shui Binger nearby. Shwedi held a certain fondness for this girl, despite her weakness. She was polite and possessed the talent for extreme ice. Such a combination of talent and courteousness made her quite likable. Presenting a piece of Xianbing marrow was a trivial matter for Shwedi, as she was quite wealthy. It was well known that Shwedi was among the wealthiest individuals, second only to the esteemed Guyuna. Certainly, Bai Dong could vie for competition. Yet when compared to the Snow Empress, who has existed for hundreds of thousands of years and rules over the entire extreme north, Bai Dong pales significantly. Although the Spirit Hall is formidable, it ultimately cannot rival the wealth amassed over countless centuries by the extreme north, which is certainly not something a mere Spirit Hall could contend with. In a past life, an elderly priest once told Su Yu that his stomach was not in good condition and that he might only be able to consume soft foods in the future. At that time, Su Yu dismissed the notion, but now he feels compelled to express his gratitude, thanking the priest for the foresight. Thank you, Sister Shui, Su Yu smiled, accepting the offering without hesitation. The Snow Empress did not intend to keep this for herself. With the assistance of the Xianbing Sui, Shui Bing Air's mastery of the ultimate ice would undoubtedly become more accessible. All right, everyone, gather around. I have some spiritual herbs to choose. Su Yu clapped his hands, observing the group, engaged in fervent discussion not far away. The moment Su Yu's voice resonated, the chatter ceased, and all eyes eagerly turned toward him. Though Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu remained indifferent, having already partaken of the offerings. Upon hearing Su Yu's call, the crowd promptly rushed towards him. Please wait here for a moment. Bing Air, come help me, Su Yu said with a serious tone, glancing at Shui Bing Air. Seeing the excited gazes of the crowd suppressed, Su Yu chuckled and waved his hand, signaling Shui Bing Air to assist him. Shui Bing Air looked at Su Yu with curiosity. She wondered why he chose her, someone who knew nothing, instead of Wang Qiu'er or Xiao Wu, who could easily help. Why does Su Yu want me to come? She pondered. After walking alongside Su Yu for a while, her curiosity finally got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, "Did you really want me to help you?" Su Yu shot her a knowing glance and sighed a bit helplessly. This child is truly a bit naive. Of course, there are good things involved in having you here. As Shui Bing Air gazed at the Xianbing Sui in her hand, a puzzled expression crossed her face. She could sense its immense effect on her. Her martial soul had already begun to stir with a desire to absorb it when it was revealed. Now, holding it, the cool sensation intensified her yearning to absorb it manifold. This Xianbing Sui was given to me by Sister Shui, but there's only this one piece. Xiao Wu, Qiu'er, and I cannot utilize it, so I intend to gift it to you. If you consume it alongside the fairy herbs, your evolution will be more assured. Su Yu embathed seriously. Upon hearing it was a gift from the Snow Empress, Shui Bing Air stiffened slightly, inexplicably feeling a particular pressure whenever she encountered the Snow Empress. Take it. The Snow Empress asked me to give it to you. She seems to like you quite a bit, Su Yu added, having noticed her hesitation. Shui Bing Air sighed quietly and accepted the Xianbing Sui. Thank you, Su Yu, she murmured after a moment of silence. Bowing her head, she awaited Su Yu's comfort. A minute passed, then 2, and finally, after 3 minutes, her curiosity surged, prompting her to glance at the spot where Su Yu had stood moments ago. To her astonishment, there was no one there. Su Yu had vanished without a trace. Su Yu, where did you go? Wait for me. Didn't you need my help? Shui Bing Air exclaimed as she spun around, finally locating Su Yu again, who was holding a white orchid. She couldn't help but pout, slightly annoyed. Su Yu, noticing her sudden approach and outburst, scratched his head in confusion and replied, I thought you seemed a bit awkward, so I decided to step away for a moment. He had left to allow her a moment to recover from her embarrassment. You really know how to get away with things? Shui Bing Air glared at him through gritted teeth, recalling her earlier actions, which felt embarrassingly awkward. All right, let us hurry up and choose your herbs, Suyu said, tossing the 8-petal fairy orchid into a box and into Shui Bing-Air's hands. Is this what fairy herbs look like? She asked, examining the box with uncertainty. Without responding, Suyu began to scour for more herbs, quickly filling Shui Bing-Air's box. That should suffice. We can head back now, Suyu remarked, nodding at the abundance in her box, clearly satisfied. Oh, Shui Bing-Air nodded, following Suyu back towards where the others had gathered. All right, everyone, gather around. I'm ready to distribute the items, Suyu announced, observing the eager faces surrounding him. Hooray! Shui Yu-Air and Zhu Zhuqing had been waiting for Suyu's signal and rushed toward him in excitement. Wang Xiao-Air and Xiao Wu also approached with curiosity, eager to see what Suyu would share. However, as the crowd closed in, Suyu did not speak, but instead turned his attention to Shui Wu Xian, who remained seated at a distance. Teacher Wu Xian, do you still want fairy herbs? Suyu asked with a smile. Upon hearing her name, Shui Wu Xian paused, initially thinking she would not need any, considering her current level as a soul sage. Yet, Suyu's invitation touched her, stirring a sense of gratitude. Suyu, it's all right. At my age, these herbs are of little use, she replied with a smile, though she still approached him. Shui Wu Xian genuinely had no intention of accepting fairy herbs, believing her age rendered them ineffective for her. Suyu, still a low level, had no comprehension of the challenges a soul sage faced in seeking advancement. The notion that consuming these herbs could propel one directly to a soul Douluo was beyond her contemplation. Teacher Wu Xian, please come over. There are plenty of fairy herbs here, and the ones I've prepared can enhance beauty. If you don't want them, I'll find someone else, Suyu said, noting the change in her expression upon mentioning beauty. Shui Wu Xian's demeanor shifted, and Suyu couldn't help but smile at the transformation. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, scanning the surroundings as if searching for a new recipient for the herbs. Ahem, Suyu, perhaps I should accept them. You show such respect to your teacher, she said, feeling a sense of urgency. Before she could voice her thoughts, Suyu approached Shui Yu-Air. Observing this, Shui Wu Xian felt anxious and quickly devised an excuse to stand beside Suyu, her expression serious. Fine, then I'll accept them, she conceded, and Suyu smiled as he handed over the wooden box. Shui Yu-Air cast a forlorn glance at the jade box in Shui Wuxin's hands. Moments ago, she had clearly seen Suyu approaching her, undoubtedly intending to present the celestial herb. However, now, gazing at the box held by her teacher, she recognized that her opportunity had likely slipped away. Teacher Wuxin, I have prepared the Bingji Yuguo flower for you. This flower can significantly enhance your ice attributes and physical prowess. Once you absorb it, you should experience a considerable improvement. As Shui Wuxin opened the jade box, she beheld the pristine white blossoms adorned with striking blue speckles, captivating at first glance. These flowers cannot be consumed by the roots. The rest can be ingested directly. Suyu briefly explained the usage to Shui Wuxin before diverting his attention elsewhere. Without fully hearing Suyu's words, Shui Wuxin, upon grasping the usage, promptly devoured all the Bingji Yuguo flowers except for the roots. Suyu chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter, and soon a delicate orchid appeared in his hand. This was an 8-petaled orchid, resplendent in pure white, exuding an ethereal elegance. This is the Baiban Xianlon. Its medicinal properties are gentle yet potent, easily absorbed but requiring ample time. It can fortify your foundation and purge impurities from your body. Shui Wu, this is perfect for you, considering your relatively weak constitution. After consuming it, you should experience at least a 5-level enhancement. Suyu smiled as he handed the orchid to Shui Wu. Upon hearing Suyu's description, excitement flickered in Shui Wu's eyes as she tremulously accepted the Baiban Xianlon from his hands. Oh, do not be overly excited. This is how the herb should be consumed. Suyu chuckled, patting Shui Wu's shoulder as he began to explain the process. Understand? Thank you, Captain. Shui Wu joyfully settled cross-legged on the ground and began to consume the herb as instructed by Suyu. All right, Yu-Air, come here. Observing Shui Wu's absorption process, Suyu smiled and called Shui Yu-Air to his side, presenting her with one of the jade boxes. Upon opening it, she discovered a frosty blue fruit. This is the Ji Bingwa. It possesses formidable ice attribute power and can enhance your dolphin martial soul, though not inherently powerful. The Ji Bingwa can significantly elevate your martial soul. You should find it quite beneficial. Do not consume the seed. Everything else is fine. Why are you hesitating? Inquired, puzzled by stillness, while others eagerly rushed to cultivate the celestial herbs. She gazed at him intently, leading Suyu to suspect that something was amiss with her. Captain, may I ask a question? Shui Yueker said softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Shui Binger frowned at her sister's tone, while Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu also furrowed their brows but remained silent. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was indifferent, eagerly anticipating the celestial herb. Make it quick. After you finish, hurry to absorb it. Why must you complicate things? Suyu sighed, casting a bemused glance at her. Captain, can my celestial herb enhance my beauty? Suyu had been awaiting a serious question, but found himself taken aback by her inquiry. Is it your question? He replied, his lips twitching slightly, uncertain. Yes, that is my question, Shui Yuer responded, seemingly oblivious to Suyu's expression. I'm afraid that's not possible. No exchanges. If you want it, take it or leave it. With that, Suyu grasped Shui Yuer's neck and tossed her aside. As she landed, Shui Yuer shot him a resentful look, but upon meeting his stern gaze, she ultimately refrained from bothering him further. Here, Binger, this is for you, Suyu said, handing a larger box to Shui Binger. Upon opening it, she unveiled a magnificent lotus flower. This is the Bing Shuelian, the finest ice attribute celestial herb I have found, perfectly suited for you. After consuming it, you should attain the pinnacle of ice. As he explained how to use it, Shui Binger displayed a glimmer of joy, preparing to express her gratitude, but Suyu interrupted her. No need for thanks. It's evident that your growth will benefit me. And that is the greatest form of gratitude. With a smile, he turned his attention away from Shui Bing. Watching Suyu, Shui Binger shook her head. As one of the most renowned beauties of Tian Shui Academy, she had countless admirers, yet this was the first time she encountered someone like Suyu. Nevertheless, she remained silent, sitting down to consume the Xian Bing Sui, savoring the lotus with large bites. Zhu Qing, you're next. This is for you. Suyu handed the box to Zhu Zhuqing. As she opened it, she was greeted by a pristine white blossom, reminiscent of a pure lotus. This celestial herb was the Shui Xian Yu Jigua, the same one Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed in the original tale. This is the Shui Xian Yu Jigua, which nourishes the tendons and bones, harmonizing the flow of energy through the meridians. It is an excellent match for you. Go ahead and consume it, Suyu remarked, smiling at Zhu Zhuqing, who was visibly excited. You should only eat the petals and then suck on the stamen, using your soul power to facilitate absorption. There's no need to consume anything else. Suyu chuckled, observing Zhu Zhuqing with a sense of approval. The Shui Xianyu Jigua was arguably the most suitable choice for Suyu, especially since the Xiangxi Duan Changhong was not an option for Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing expressed gratefully before settling cross-legged to begin her absorption. Sister Shui, the Bing Quan should be beneficial for your cultivation. I will leave you to it. I must focus on my training. Suyu nodded to the Snow Empress, managing a wry smile. Without a word, the Snow Empress simply gestured for him to continue. System. Activate the Swan Ni bone, Suyu whispered internally. He had yet to utilize the Swan Ni bone since obtaining it. The Swan Ni is known for its mastery over lightning and poison attributes, and is an ancient beast. Even with its formidable power, Suyu did not intend to absorb it. Rather, he sought to cultivate the secret arts associated with the bone. Suyu had no desire to incorporate any soul bones into his body. His bloodline is that of the Qilin, the purest lineage in existence, embodying the essence of fate. Such a bloodline signifies that everything within him is flawless. Many soul beasts on Douluo Continent possess mixed bloodlines, which Suyu deemed inferior. He would never allow such debris to enter his body. If I successfully cultivate the Swanese mastery of lightning and poison, perhaps I could develop a thunder flame mode. Suyu's gaze flickered with excitement, a surge of anticipation bubbling within him. The method of utilizing the swan and eye bone differs from that of soul bones. By channeling his soul power into it, so you could observe the secret techniques of the swan and eye. Come forth, swan and eye bone, let me witness your secrets. He murmured softly, channeling a torrent of soul power into the swan and eye bone. The treasure of swan and eye, akin to an immense abyss, began to voraciously absorb Su Yu's soul power. Feeling the substantial depletion of his soul energy, Su Yu furrowed his brow. Instantly, the terrifying soul power surged forth, flooding into the swan and eye treasure. Under the influence of Su Yu's abundant soul energy, the swan and eye treasure quickly reached its limit. A fearsome bolt of lightning erupted from the treasure, enveloping Su Yu's body entirely. Within his mind, a formidable beast appeared, resembling a lion yet adorned with dragon-like features. The swan and eye in his consciousness was terrifying, its immense lightning power capable of obliterating several mountains, reducing them to mere dust. After the lightning storm, the invisible toxins unleashed by swan and eye transformed a radius of 100,000 miles into a desolate wasteland. What a fearsome swan and eye, Su Yu thought solemnly. Such terror. Yet I shall not falter in the future. Despite the formidable image of swan and eye, Su Yu was determined not to yield easily. With the aid of his system, he could decimate an area of such magnitude, a power to be reckoned with. If he were to venture into the Douluo Continent, he would find none capable of standing against him. Even the Silver Dragon King would seem insignificant in comparison. Achieving divinity might not guarantee victory over the swan and eye depicted in his mind. Yet Su Yu's aspirations transcended the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. He aimed for the myriad realms. He knew that within his storage lay a card for traversing dimensions, and he had already resolved to journey to the Dopa world. The Dopa world, rich with exotic flames, would enable Su Yu to find a method to evolve his burning decision into a terrestrial grade. Once it reached that level, it would enhance once more, further augmenting Su Yu's power. However, at present, the priority remained mastering the swan and eye treasure technique, whose might was truly alluring to Su Yu. Even a fraction of its power would grant him formidable strength. Thus, he closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in contemplation as the image of swan and eye resurfaced in his mind. Possessing the technique of 3,000 thunder movements, Su Yu harbored latent thunder within him, albeit dormant until now, hidden deep within his being. Previously, he had been unable to summon it, but now, the techniques of swan and eye offered numerous methods to control lightning. Soon, he discovered a promising technique and promptly began his practice. Under the influence of this technique, Su Yu felt the thunder within him stirring. As he sensed the not-so-mighty lightning within, a smile crept onto his lips. At last, I can feel it. This is the lightning within me, he chuckled. Previously, he could only harness this power through 3,000 thunder movements, but now, with Swan Ni's lightning control method, everything changed. Swan Ni's technique provided a path for cultivation, and with diligent practice, he knew he would master it one day. Why did this lad possess the power of lightning? Wasn't her affinity with the attributes of fire and spirit? The emergence of the lightning attribute, albeit still weak, conveyed a terrifying pressure, suggesting that should it grow stronger, even the flames of yesterday would pale in comparison. The Snow Empress, sensing the sudden appearance of lightning around Su Yu, couldn't help but exhibit a slight change in expression. Curiosity about Su Yu surged within her, as he exhibited many enigmatic traits. An intriguing little fellow, the Snow Empress chuckled, choosing to close her eyes and commence her own cultivation, finding this icy realm far more beneficial than her arduous training in the northern extremes. Lightning power epitomizes the pinnacle of attack and speed, representing the most formidable force in existence. All malevolence is rendered powerless under its influence. As Su Yu cultivated the terrifying lightning within him, he simultaneously employed it to strengthen his body, reveling in the gradual augmentation of his physical prowess. Chapter 109. Plotting for the Han Hai, Qian Ku and Zhao. Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu were also diligently practicing, enhancing their soul power. With only 8 months remaining until the competition, the time was not excessively long, yet with dedicated training, ascending 2 levels was entirely feasible. Xiao was not far from reaching level 40, currently standing at 39. Her immediate goal was to break through level 40. Without doing so, she would remain inconsequential in the competition. However, those capable of achieving level 40 in the tournament were few, primarily among the various academies. To contend with the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu needed at least to surpass level 40. Otherwise, she would be at a distinct disadvantage. In contrast to Xiao Wu, Wang Xiao'er was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Having long reached level 45, she was ripe for advancement after this period of consolidation. The might of lightning techniques was indeed formidable. Su Yu felt an exhilarating surge of lightning power within him. With a quiet incantation, 3,000 thunder movements. Terrifying lightning surged forth, propelling Su Yu to an extraordinary speed, instantly placing him thousands of meters away. What a terrifying enhancement! The acceleration granted by lightning had significantly amplified the speed of 3,000 thunder movements. Reflecting on the astonishing velocity he had just displayed, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing it was attainable by him. A subtle smile appeared on his face as he contemplated his newfound speed. His strength was now considerable, prompting him to scheme further. However, the nature of his ambitions was far from trivial. Su Yu set his sights on the most coveted treasures of the Tiando Empire. The Hanhai Qian Koan Zhao was indeed a genuine treasure of the Tiando Empire, a relic of the sea god. While Su Yu had no interest in a mere first-level divine position, Wang Qiao'er's potential was different. Previously, she may have been unable to inherit the sea god's divinity. But after consuming Su Yu's concealed essence pill, she had completely masked her aura, making it undetectable even to the sea god. Thus, Wang Qiao'er was entirely capable of inheriting the sea god's position. Though the combat prowess of Douluo might be somewhat lacking, its vitality was undeniably robust. Once one ascended to divinity, they would possess eternal life, which is a notable aspect of Douluo, reflecting on the world created by the author Chen Dong. Even emperors had lifespans of merely a few thousand years, while Douluo gods enjoyed boundless lifetimes. Should this knowledge reach those in power, it would surely incite their ire. How absurd! I, a grand emperor, who suppressed an era and easily crushed all, am limited to mere thousands of years, while a lowly god possesses infinite existence. The Hanhai Qianko Zhao was something Su Yu must acquire, especially for Wang Qiao'er. He was determined to journey to the divine realm. While he held no regard for the sea god, the positions of the 5 divine beings were still of considerable interest. As for how to obtain the Hanhai Qianko Zhao, Su Yu had long since devised a plan. Su Yu currently harbored no desire to create an impasse with the Tiando Empire. His first approach was to engage in a barter, offering celestial herbs or even soul bones in exchange. Should the Tiando Empire refuse, he would find himself at an impasse, especially considering that Xue Di was presently by his side. Xue Di could effortlessly assist him in acquiring the Hanhai Qianko Zhao, and it remained to be seen whether the Tiando Empire would exhibit understanding. If they did, compensation could be negotiated, but if they failed to comprehend the situation, they would receive nothing. It would be unjust to label Su Yu as tyrannical. This was merely a reflection of the reality within the realm of fantasy, where strength often dictated authority. In such a world, those with formidable backing ruled supreme. Even the weakest among the Douluo, in essence, adhered to this principle. When Tong Hao sought to reprimand him, he had conveyed a similar sentiment. The world fundamentally revered the powerful. Once ensnared in this cycle, escape was improbable unless one possessed overwhelming strength. Even then, having such strength did not guarantee freedom from the constraints of this circle, which resembled a vast cage, wherein all individuals were akin to birds trapped within. Casting a glance at those engaged in their cultivation, Su Yu remained silent, unleashing the force of 3,000 lightning strikes as he departed from the Binghuo Liang Yin, making his way towards Tiando City. To obtain the Hanhai Qianko Zhao, he required an individual well-connected to the royal family, and he had chosen the Tiando Empire's prince, who was also linked to Xue Di through their martial soul fusion technique. Su Yu sensed that Xianru and Xue would likely acquiesce, given their shared martial soul fusion and his assurance that she would not suffer any loss. Should she agree, he would not hesitate to gift her a celestial herb, for she was indeed compatible with his martial soul fusion technique, exhibiting a level of synergy that rivaled even Xiao. As he approached the Grand Prince's residence, a smile crept across his face. Qianru Xue, I have arrived. Where are you? The sight of the imposing prince's mansion provoked a smile, and a surge of warm, golden soul power erupted from Suyu. He was acutely aware that Qianru Xue had been monitoring him. It was not mere vanity that led him to believe she was enamored after their first encounter. As the sole individual capable of martial soul fusion with both her and the six-winged angel, her attention was inevitable. Thus, the moment she sensed his soul power, it was certain she would dispatch someone to meet him. Indeed, Qianru Xue was attentive to Suyu. At that moment, deep within the prince's residence, she, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, sat with an elegant middle-aged man, whose calm demeanor belied the terrifying sword intent emanating from an elder behind him. This elder was none other than the renowned sword Douluo Continent, one of the esteemed protectors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The refined gentleman seated nearby was Ning Fengji, the sect leader celebrated as the strongest support in the realm, and also the father of Ning Rongrong, as well as Xue Qinghe's mentor. His presence today was to discuss certain matters with her. Ning Fengji observed his suddenly distracted disciple with a hint of surprise. Qinghe, are you unwell? He inquired, feigning concern. His words jolted Xue Qinghe back to reality. I apologize, master. I just sensed the presence of a friend and need to find them. Would you mind waiting a moment? A graceful smile graced her face as she spoke. Oh, a friend of Qinghe? May I be introduced? Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he watched her rise to leave. The fact that Xue Qinghe, a prince of the Tiando Empire, was taking such care to meet a friend piqued his interest, for she represented the empire's dignity in many respects. Of course, please wait, and I will introduce you to my friend shortly. This friend shares a connection with you as well, and is roughly the same age as Rongrong. She replied with a smile before departing. In the loft, Ning Fengji took a sip of tea, reflecting on the uncommon seriousness with which Xue Qinghe approached this friend. A friend of the same age as Rongrong, you say? This is truly astonishing, remarked the sword law, his curiosity evident. Indeed, if Qinghe is as earnest as she claims, it warrants an introduction. It is intriguing that someone her age could compel her to personally greet them. Ning Fengji responded with an enigmatic smile. Do as you wish. I am keen to see this prodigious youth that has captured Qinghe's attention, the sword law retorted, slightly miffed, for in his eyes, Ning Rongrong was the finest offspring. Let us observe this young talent, whom Qinghe is so eager to welcome. If they are truly exceptional, we might consider inviting them to our sect. Rongrong is no longer a child. It is time for her to establish her own circle. Ning Fengji stated with gravity, gripping his staff. Though he had many descendants, Ning Rongrong was indeed the most formidable and a chosen successor. If Xue Qinghe's friend proved to be impressive, he would not hesitate to forge an alliance. Let us see just what this young prodigy has to offer. The sword Douluo scoffed. Brother Qing, it has indeed been a long time. About a year, I believe, so you greeted as Xue Qinghe rushed forth. A smile illuminating his face as he approached her. Ha ha ha, Ud, it has been far too long. You have finally arrived in Tiando City. Come, let's converse. Do not leave today, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, seizing Su Yu's arm and drawing him towards the prince's residence. Ud, I need a favor from you today. My master wishes to meet you, so I kindly ask for your assistance. She smiled, fully aware that Su Yu remained oblivious to her true identity. Meeting Ning Fengji was no small matter, for he was the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a figure of considerable influence. Is your master, by any chance, the esteemed Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Su Yu inquired, feigning curiosity. Xue Qinghe's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by his knowledge. You know? She asked, her surprise palpable. Of course. It is common knowledge that the prince's master is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Nearly everyone in the Tiando Empire is aware of this. Su Yu replied with a smile, providing clarification. His words were indeed truthful, for Ning Fengji's identity was widely recognized. especially given that the crown prince had chosen to apprentice under the leader of the three great sects, a significant event in itself. Is that so? I must admit, I have not been paying attention to such matters. Let us go, UD, she smiled, leading him toward the rear courtyard of the prince's residence. Their pace was swift, and within moments, they arrived at the courtyard and entered the loft. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Qibao Luli sect and receiving a fishing opportunity from the sect leader Ningfengji. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Qibao Luli sect and receiving a fishing opportunity from the elder sword Douluo Continent. Suyu casually glanced at these notifications and chose to disregard them, as he had not yet reached the threshold of 10 times, which held no interest for him. Qinghe, is this the little brother you mentioned? Truly a remarkable individual. I felt a surge of heroic spirit just from a glance. Indeed, he is a young hero. Observing the enthusiastic praise from Ningfengji, Suyu couldn't help but feel a slight discomfort from such fervent admiration. Haha, sect leader Ning, Yuyist. I am merely an ordinary soul master, hardly worthy of such lofty titles. Suyu dismissed Ningfengji's words, sensing a hidden agenda behind his flattery. Hee, little brother. Do not be so modest. Ningfengji responded with a cheerful demeanor. Just as Suyu and Ningfengji were engaged in polite exchanges, the meticulous sword Douluo, standing behind Ningfengji, interjected. Humph, if soul masters of this age cannot be deemed worthy of such titles, then I truly do not understand what constitutes a millennium talent. The sword Douluo's weapon exuded indifference, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing directly through Suyu. Ningfengji's pupils slightly contracted, not due to the strength of the soul master, but rather because of Suyu's age. Shueqinghe had mentioned that this millennium age aligns closely with his daughter Ning Rongrong. A 14-year-old soul master, such innate talent is undoubtedly exceptional, combined with a humble disposition, is truly formidable. Even Ningfengji could only commend Suyu's astonishing abilities. What a remarkable youth. If this young man survives, attaining the title of Douluo is merely a matter of time. Ningfengji gazed at Suyu with fervent admiration, initially troubled about his daughter's future prospects, only to find a promising candidate presented by his esteemed disciple. Qinghe, you are indeed a wonderful child. Your efforts have not been in vain. Ningfengji repeatedly praised the unassuming Shueqinghe, who was quietly sipping tea beside him. Predecessor, you jest. A mere soul master is within reach for anyone willing to strive. Suyu responded calmly, meeting the sword Douluo's gaze with composure. The sword Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, but refrained from countering his words, choosing silence instead. No one could ascertain the thoughts swirling in the mind of this venerable elder. May I inquire your name, little brother? Ningfengji personally poured a cup of tea for Suyu, his expression warm and inviting. Suyu smiled, not hiding his name nor feeling the need to. Suyu, he replied, a splendid name. As Jian Shu said, if you do not qualify as a youthful genius, then truly no one does. Ningfengji chuckled lightly, continuing to shower Suyu with praise. Listening to Ningfengji's words, Suyu felt a sense of tedium, realizing his initial impression was correct. These individuals were merely seeking to wield influence. Ningfengji was evidently attempting to court his favor. Ah, by the way, Suyu, I see you're still quite young. I have a daughter close to your age. Next time, I shall bring her along for you two to converse. I am certain you would become excellent friends. Ningfengji, mirroring Suyu's thoughts, soon introduced his daughter, seemingly intent on fostering a connection between them. Certainly, I would be delighted to meet sect leader Ning's daughter. You are indeed a remarkable figure, and I have no doubt your daughter is an extraordinary talent as well. In the future, I shall pay a visit. I hope sect leader Ning will not turn me away, Suyu remarked with a smile, eliciting admiration from Ningfengji for the young man's humble demeanor. As the leader of the Qibao Luli sect, Ningfengji possessed discerning eyes, and he could not deny Suyu's exceptional qualities. In fact, Suyu ranked among the most outstanding youths he had ever encountered, leading him to question whether his somewhat naive daughter could truly appreciate such a remarkable individual. Knowing her temperament, he was aware that his daughter was merely a mischievous girl, lacking any ulterior motives. Very well, I shall not intrude on your youthful gathering any longer. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Qing He, there is no need for you to see me off. After conversing for a while longer, Ning Fengji, glancing at the setting sun, shook his head with a hint of regret as he looked at Su Yu and Xue Qinghe. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Xue Qinghe momentarily paused. Glancing outside, maintaining a composed expression, adept at concealing his emotions. Teacher, you jest. You are more than welcome to stay with Sword Douluo here at my residence. Xue Qinghe said warmly, standing as Ning Fengji prepared to depart. It is of no consequence. I have matters to attend to. The little witch will return today, and I must return home, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head without any intention of staying longer. Xue Qinghe attempted to persuade him to remain, but soon recognized Ning Fengji's resolute stance and ceased his insistence. In the Qi Bao Luli sect, Ning Rongrong sat in her father's seat, swinging her legs, a hint of melancholy evident as she gazed at the gaunt elder, who stood over 2 meters tall. My little Rongrong, Fengji and that old scoundrel have indeed gone too far this time. When they return, I shall teach them a lesson on your behalf. It is simply unacceptable, the frail elder expressed, his thin face displaying a mix of disappointment and exasperation. However, this expression was not directed at Ning Rongrong, but rather at Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, who had just departed from the palace. In the Crown Prince's residence, Su Yu, looking at the departing Ning Fengji, gathered his thoughts and solemnly addressed Xue Qinghe. Brother Qing He, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. I came here hoping you could assist me. Su Laodi. Speak freely. If I can help, I certainly will. However, if I cannot, do not hold it against me, for I am merely a prince at this time. Xue Qinghe replied, a gentle smile illuminating her face upon hearing that Su Yu sought her assistance. Su Yu felt elated at Xue Qinghe's willingness to help, realizing the importance of building a rapport for their future soul fusion. Su Yu, my brother, please share your thoughts. I will do my utmost to assist. Xue Qinghe replied earnestly, observing her serious demeanor and listening to her response. Su Yu felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an outwardly strained expression. Alas, if it were not for my dire circumstances, I would not trouble you. Since you have expressed your willingness to help, I shall be forthright. Brother Qing He, as the Crown Prince, you must be aware of the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao, correct? Su Yu glanced at Xue Qinghe, his expression reflecting a hint of distress, as if he were embarrassed to bring up the topic. The Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao? Xue Qinghe's gaze sharpened slightly. Having been undercover in the Tiando Empire for many years, she was indeed familiar with this national treasure. In fact, Xue Qinghe had previously observed the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao up close, yet she regarded it as largely ineffective, its only merit being its protective capabilities, while the other attributes were hardly worth her attention. The Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao, my dear brother desires this treasure, a national relic of the Tiando Empire. Though it may not be exceptionally precious, acquiring it is no simple feat. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment before looking earnestly at Su Yu, who gazed back with eager anticipation. Su Yu was not surprised by Xue Qinghe's response. To outsiders, the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao might seem insignificant, yet it is indeed a national treasure, and such items are not easily obtained. However, Xue Qinghe's implication that it was somewhat challenging but not unattainable pleased Su Yu greatly. He understood that a price could be paid for its acquisition. This thought filled his heart with quiet joy, and his gaze towards Xue Qinghe grew increasingly gentle. Brother Qinghe, you misunderstand my intentions. I certainly do not wish to take it without compensation. I have brought forth valuable treasures to exchange with the Tiando Empire. Behold, Su Yu smiled, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk as he flipped his hand, revealing a golden soul bone that appeared in an instant. Su Yu possessed many soul bones, having gathered them from the Lake of Life, and it was quite normal for him to have several 10,000-year soul bones, especially since he had long been devising a plan for the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao. Xue Qinghe's pupils slightly contracted as he beheld the soul bone, but he quickly composed himself. As the heir to the Wuhuan Palace, he had encountered numerous soul bones, including many of the 10,000-year variety. The presence of such a soul bone was not surprising, given the formidable individuals accompanying Su Yu. However, he did not expect that Su Yu would utilize a soul bone to barter for the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao. In Xue Qinghe's eyes, The Hanhai Qianquanjia was indeed inferior to a 10,000-year soul bone. While the latter could enhance one's cultivation, the former held little practical value. Suyu, are you truly willing to exchange this nearly 30,000-year soul bone for the Hanhai Qianquanjia? You must think this through. It is, after all, soul bone. Xueqinghe spoke with a serious tone, as he genuinely did not wish for Suyu to proceed with the trade. Yet the determined expression on Suyu's face indicated it was inevitable. Brother Qinghe, I am certain. I require the assistance of the Hanhai Qianquanjia. If 30,000 years is insufficient, I can offer an additional 5,000-year soul bone. What do you think? Suyu chuckled, revealing another soul bone of approximately 5,000 years in age. Xueqinghe could not help but curse under his breath, thinking Suyu was quite the affluent individual. Very well, since you are resolute, I shall not say more. I will ensure this matter is settled within 3 days. However, I truly do not comprehend why you desire such a trinket. Xueqinghe shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. The significance of this item is something I cannot disclose to you, Brother Qinghe, but it is indeed crucial for my future. Suyu replied, pressing his lips together, his tone tinged with excitement. Xueqinghe observed Suyu's demeanor, feeling a flicker of curiosity arise within him. Nonetheless, he refrained from further inquiries, as his current status was that of the Tiando Empire's prince. Brother Su, I shall accept the soul bone. Now, let us set aside formalities. A few days ago, I received a shipment of fine wine. Let us indulge ourselves, Xueqinghe declared, accepting the soul bone and rising to lead Suyu towards his quarters. In the early morning, Suyu arose from the floor, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Xueqinghe. He shook his slightly foggy head, realizing he had indulged a bit too much in the previous night's revelries. Alas, I drank rather excessively, he mused, as wisps of vapor quickly escaped through his pores. After expelling the alcohol from his system using his flames, Suyu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Time to prepare a meal, he decided, stepping out of the room to retrieve a pot and commence cooking. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 2 bowls of light porridge. Coincidentally, he spotted Xueqinghe rising, clutching his head. Brother Qinghe, have a bit to eat? It feels quite refreshing, Suyu offered gently. Brother Su, why did you not simply send someone to bring the food? There was no need for you to toil in the kitchen. Xueqinghe remarked as he approached the dining table, glancing at the 2 bowls of porridge and absent-mindedly running his fingers through his golden hair. But isn't home-cooked food much more delightful? Suyu replied with a smile, opting not to elaborate further. Brother Qinghe, I entrust this matter to you. I have some affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Suyu said, smiling as he observed Xueqinghe preparing to handle state affairs. He did not engage in pleasantries, knowing they would meet again soon enough. After bidding farewell to Xueqinghe, Suyu set forth towards the Binghua Liangyiyan. At the Binghua Liangyiyan, Suyu nodded at the now-awakened Wang Qiu'er. Qiu'er, you have made a breakthrough, he observed, sensing her cultivation had reached the 46th level, which brought him joy. Wang Qiu'er, hearing Suyu's statement, pouted slightly. She had intended to showcase her progress and seek a reward, but that plan had been thwarted. Brother, she said, blinking her large eyes and casting an unhappy glance at Suyu. All right, you little rascal, I will grant you a reward, Suyu sighed, feeling quite powerless against her. A droplet of golden blood emerged from Suyu's fingertip, hovering before Wang Qiu'er. Brother, could you give me a bit more? She asked, feeling a thrill within her heart, swallowing hard as her throat felt dry. Get lost. Do you think this is so easily given? Suyu shot her a glance, his tone laced with exasperation. If you want to give it, then no need to be so fierce, Wang Qiu'er pouted, feeling glum over the lack of blood. Upon realizing she would not receive more, she promptly consumed the blood before her. As it entered her body, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into her meridians, merging with her bloodline. What a powerful force. Brother's blood is truly exquisite. It seems I must strategize accordingly in the future, Wang Qiu'er mused, absorbing Suyu's blood. With the Hanhai Qianquanjia nearly secured and the sea god's divine status seemingly assured for her, she contemplated the potential of the city of slaughter. The legacy of the Shura god. The conditions for the Shura god's inheritance required victories in 100 battles, which was quite feasible given Su Yu's formidable combat prowess, not to mention his extraordinary skill, 3,000 thunder movements. At the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji gazed at his daughter before shaking his head. Rong, you have made some progress, yet it is rather limited. However, I encountered a true genius yesterday. That young brother, of the same age as you, has already attained the rank of soul sect. In comparison, you are truly lacking, he remarked, casting a critical eye at his daughter, whom he had not seen in a while. Ning Rong, taken aback by her father's admonishment, felt a sense of confusion. She had not waited for Ning Fengji the previous night due to its lateness, and now upon their reunion, she was met with criticism. This left her feeling somewhat wronged. Fengji, what are you doing? Rong just returned, and although that young man is indeed exceptional, the truth is that our Rong is equally outstanding. Douluo, seeing the tearful expression on Ning Rong's face, felt a surge of protectiveness and immediately stepped in front of her, addressing Ning Fengji with a displeased countenance. Fengji, what are you saying? Our Rong is the strongest genius girl. Just as Ning Fengji was about to apologize to Ning Rong, a black spatial tunnel suddenly appeared before them, and Douluo emerged from it, his tone distinctly unhappy as he spoke to Ning Fengji. Old Bone, you have arrived. Douluo's expression darkened upon seeing Douluo's sudden appearance. Tell me who could surpass our Rong? Chapter 113. Douluo's expression was somewhat grim. Ning Rong had just returned and encountered this unwarranted reprimand from her father, leaving him quite displeased. Uncle Gu, I did indeed speak a bit too harshly earlier, but my words were not entirely erroneous. Compared to others, Rong truly pales in comparison. Have you ever seen a soul master under 14 years of age? Ning Fengji sighed deeply at Douluo's overprotective demeanor. Old Bone, Fengji is not wrong in this regard. He does not wish to criticize Rong. Rather, he wants her to recruit that Su Yu lad. Douluo observed Douluo's incredulous expression and sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. When the topic of recruitment arose, Douluo's demeanor became serious. He had agreed to Ning Rong's position as the sect leader, recognizing that her talent was unparalleled in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school over the years. Is that young man truly as exceptional as you say? Douluo's expression turned slightly stern, as this matter concerned whether Ning Rong could establish her own foundation in the future. Although that genius might not be recruitable, there was still a possibility. Su Yu? Ning Rong clenched her teeth, feeling somewhat aggrieved. The name Su Yu had been firmly etched in her mind by this little sorceress. She had never experienced such humiliation before, and thought to herself that she would soon confront this Su Yu. Congratulations on successfully advancing to level 40. Su Yu smiled at Yuer, who had just awakened from her training. The elixir from the captain is quite effective. I feel incredibly comfortable all over. This sensation is simply irresistible. Captain, how about letting me experience it again? Yuer playfully licked her rosy lips. Su Yu shook his head at her antics. This cheeky girl dared to tease him, the captain, and it seemed he would need to have a serious talk with her sister. Yuer, it seems you've been a bit too carefree these days. Prepare for a conversation with Binger. Su Yu cast a stern glance at Yuer. No, Captain, I was wrong. Reporting this is not fair play. Yuer's once cheerful expression suddenly stiffened, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Su Yu, who was clad in white not far away. Futile. This captain is one you can tease at will, Su Yu remarked smugly, casting a glance at Yuer, whose face bore a troubled expression. Su Yu did not immediately take Yuer to capture a soul ring. Instead, he reminded her to stabilize her cultivation first. His plan was to hunt soul beasts for soul rings only after everyone had advanced. However, there was a bit of trouble concerning Xiao Wu. Su Yu had already thought of this. Upon his recent return, he had enlisted the help of the Snow Empress. With her assistance, success was practically assured. As Su Yu had anticipated, it was not long before Yuer awoke, followed shortly by Shui Wuxin. The once 77th level Shui Wuxin, aided by the elixir, had completely healed her internal injuries. With those injuries resolved, she unexpectedly advanced 3 levels to become an 80-level soul sage. With one more soul ring, she could become a soul Douluo. Congratulations, Teacher Wuxin. I will ask the Snow Empress or Ziji to assist you in capturing a soul ring shortly. The Sunset Forest should have suitable soul beasts for you, so you remarked, smiling at the stunningly beautiful Shui Wuxin. Thank you. It's rather amusing that I, your teacher, have received more help from you, my student, than I have provided, Shui Wuxin replied, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, feeling a twinge of guilt for relying on her student. Suyu sighed inwardly at his teacher's demeanor, shaking his head helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice rang out from nearby. Teacher Wuxin, you truly need not feel guilty. This is my brother's voluntary decision, and no one has coerced him. Moreover, it is incorrect to say you have not helped us. Whether it was your invitation to join Tianshui or your actions in Suatawa City, we have all been deeply touched. Therefore, you need not feel any guilt. Hearing this, Suyu could not help but smile, turning to see that it was Chiou-er, her expression serious and devoid of her usual playful demeanor. What Chiou-er says is correct, Teacher Wuxin. This was my own choice, and you need not feel embarrassed. Suyu added, walking over and taking Chiou-er's hand, standing by her side with a serious tone. Shui Wuxin's expression shifted as she listened to their words. Suyu. Chiou-er. Shui Wuxin shook her head, about to speak, but was interrupted as Chiou-er hugged her arm. Hee, Teacher Wuxin, you must become stronger quickly. You know I'm already at level 46. If you don't strengthen yourself soon, I might surpass you when I break through to the title level. Shui Wuxin's expression changed drastically upon hearing Chiou-er's words. As a teacher at Tianshui Academy and once the third-ranked genius female soul master decades ago, she could not fathom being surpassed by her students at the title level. Well then, teacher, I shall not thank you. When you have children in the future, I will personally help take care of them. Let this be my way of thanking you, Shui Wuxin declared, ignoring Suyu and Chiou-er as she sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to stabilize her cultivation. Suyu chuckled at this scene, disregarding Shui Wuxin's comment about helping with children. While Suyu brushed it off, Chiou-er and Shui-er were not so indifferent. Shui-wu and Shui-er began to tease Chiou-er. Suyu observed Chiou-er's rosy cheeks and silently lamented her shyness. However, he made no attempt to intervene, instead watching her adorable demeanor with a smile. Sister Chiou-er, when you and the captain have children, make sure to tell me. I absolutely adore children. Shui-er giggled, tugging at Chiou-er's arm. Chapter 114. The Deceptive Suyu. What are you saying? You clumsy fool. What if something happens to the baby? Chiou-er exclaimed. Have you thought about what to name your future child? Shui-wu, when she speaks, it is indeed astonishing. Directly, Wang Chiou-er's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sister Shui-wu, what are you talking about? We're still so young. We have never considered such matters. Wang Chiou-er cast a shy glance at Suyu. However, upon seeing Suyu's eager expression, she felt a surge of irritation. Ahem, that's enough. Let us all hasten to our training. In just a few months, we will commence the competition. This time, we must achieve commendable results. We must establish Tianshui's reputation. Tianshui shall rise. I have seen teacher Shui Wuxin tirelessly working late into the night. If our teacher is exerting so much effort, how can you all remain idle? Hurry and go train. As Suyu observed Wang Chiou-er's somewhat resentful gaze, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. He was acutely aware of how demanding this girl could be. If he did not assist her now, he would likely have a difficult night ahead. Thus, to save himself, Suyu was compelled to bring this farce to an end. All right, Yuer, let us depart. Look, the captain is already ushering people away. If we do not leave soon, it will not be good for us. Let us go quickly and leave this place for this couple. Shui-wu winked playfully at Shui-er and teasingly glanced at Wang Chiou-er and Suyu. Oh, so that's how it is. Let us hurry and leave. I can't believe I didn't notice it earlier. My mistake was quite significant. Shui-er instantly grasped Shui-wu's intent and before departing, playfully winked at Wang Chiou-er. Chiou-er, do not be upset. It was entirely my fault. I did not feel they said anything wrong. Suyu remarked while giving Wang Chiou-er a wink, revealing a radiant smile at her pouting face. Why do you say that? Wang Chiou-er, initially pouting, was slightly taken aback by Suyu's explanation. Why? There is simply no reason. It is because Chiu'er is my favorite girl, my future wife, the mother of my future children. Would that suffice? Su Yu's eagerness was palpable as he eloquently expressed his feelings, causing Wang Chiu'er to become somewhat dazed. Chiu'er, you're the one I love. They were not wrong. I have even thought of names for our future children. If it's a boy, he shall be called Su Yi, and if a girl, Su Lianer. What do you think? Su Yu gently placed Wang Chiu'er's small hand on his chest, allowing her to feel the steady rhythm of his heart. Su Ye, Lianer. Wang Chiu'er murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with delight, evidently satisfied with Su Yu's explanation. Has this successfully soothed the situation? Truly, I am worthy of my reputation as the most charming rogue of Shaoyi village, Su Yu mused quietly to himself. A sudden cough erupted from Su Yi, who had been reclining in a chair. Something is amiss. The old man's health is sound. Why the sudden coughing? Could it be the memories of my past acquaintances are haunting me? Unlikely. I have long since retired from such matters, Su Yi thought, swiftly taking a sip from a nearby teacup. It must be that rascal. When I see him next, I shall have a word with him. I wonder how he managed to charm two remarkable girls. If it weren't for my keen eyesight, I might have been deceived. A faint smile crept across Su Yi's face as he recalled something amusing. Chiu'er, will you forgive me? Su Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Wang Chiu'er, who shivered slightly under his penetrating stare, feeling as if he could see right through her, as if she were completely exposed. Brother, you have reached this conclusion? It seems I have wronged you. Wang Chiu'er gazed tenderly at Su Yu. Su Yu had been attentively observing every movement of Wang Chiu'er. Seeing her current demeanor brought him joy. Brother, I truly misjudged you. I'm sorry. Wang Chiu'er's voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible without Su Yu's keen hearing. Chiu'er, no need to say more. I love you, and I will accept everything about you. Even if you were to act irrationally, you remain my most cherished girl, Su Yu said softly, locking his gaze with Wang Chiu'er's. Wang Chiu'er felt the warmth of his breath against her face, making her cheeks flush with heat. Her heart raced, approaching a fervent crescendo. Brother, Wang Chiu'er gazed at Su Yu, whose head was lowering towards her, unable to contain her shyness, and soon closed her eyes. A moment later, a soft warmth pressed against her. Minutes passed, and once she caught her breath, Wang Chiu'er shot a resentful glance at Su Yu. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue from his teasing smile. Chiu'er, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, Bing and the others should be ready. We will assist Yu'er and Shui Wu in obtaining their soul rings. This time, only Shui Yu'er and Shui Wu will acquire their soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing does not need to obtain one this time, as her level is still insufficient. If she can advance to level 40 before the competition, I will be quite satisfied, considering her talent and level are indeed the weakest in Tian Shui. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Wang Chiu'er nodded. With the competition approaching, it was time for Tian Shui to engage in earnest training. In the Tiando City Palace, Qinghe, do you have any matters to discuss? If not, you may take your leave. Emperor Shui Yi spoke gently to his beloved son. The attending ministers regarded the exceptionally capable crown prince with admiration. He was undoubtedly the finest among the emperor's heirs, unlike the inept fourth prince. Upon hearing his father's words, Shui Qinghe revealed a faint smile. Father, I have a friend who wishes to acquire our Tiando Empire's treasure, the Hanhai Qiankunjiao. As soon as Shui Qinghe finished speaking, the court erupted in chaos. Crown Prince, are you saying someone dares to covet our national treasure? What do you mean by this? The Hanhai Qiankunjiao is a national treasure of our Tiando Empire. It must not be compromised. Your friend is indeed being unreasonable. While I do not favor old Zhang, I must agree with him. The Hanhai Qiankunjiao must not be harmed. The court buzzed with voices, while Shui Qinghe stood silently, unfazed by the commotion. He remained calm, for he knew these individuals were insignificant, mere followers without any substantial rank. Enough. Silence. Qinghe, speak. I know your character. If you were truly resolute, you would have outright refused. Is this friend of yours particularly important to you? Or is there something about his offer that has left you in doubt? Emperor Shui Yi maintained his composed demeanor, unaffected by Shui Qinghe's mention of the Hanhai Qiankunjiao. After decades as emperor, His mental fortitude was formidable. To him, the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao was merely an obsolete defensive soul guide. The emperor's guess was indeed astute. My esteemed friend holds immense significance in my heart, and the offerings he has provided are rather generous. Upon hearing the inquiry from Shui Yi, Shui Qinghe inwardly cursed the old man, but maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect as he replied, "Oh, you hold him in such high regard as well? He must be quite a genius." Shui Yi gazed at Shui Qinghe, a slight smile gracing his lips. The emperor was correct. My friend is indeed a prodigy, having become a four-ring soul master by the tender age of 13 and being the first male student admitted to the Tian Shui Academy in recent years. Shui Qinghe's voice, though soft, was crystal clear, ensuring that all present could hear him. A four-ring soul master at the age of 13. What an astonishing talent! To befriend such a gifted individual surely befits the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is indeed wise and formidable. Under his leadership, we shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Alas, it seems the Emperor's insight is commendable. Without his vision, the Crown Prince would not have attained his current status. Shui Qinghe chuckled quietly at the cacophony of praise echoing through the court, but refrained from speaking further, instead fixating on the pensive expression of the Emperor. "Qinghe, since he is your friend, I shall refrain from further comment. However, a gift must not be given freely. Let us have him present 3 conditions from the Tian-Do Empire in exchange for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia," Shui Yi proposed. A glimmer of delight flickered in Shui Yi's eyes. According to Shui Qinghe, this friend was indeed a true genius, and it was certain that he would eventually attain the title of Douluo. The prospect of trading the Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia for the opportunity to summon a Douluo thrice felt like an overwhelming gain to Shui Yi. How amusing! This old fellow believes he can barter a mere soul tool for 3 chances to summon a potential Douluo. One might wonder if he truly grasps the value of what he seeks. Shui Qinghe, portrayed by Qian Renxue, observed the emperor with a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue had no intention of acquiescing, especially since Su Yu had provided her with a deposit. "Your Majesty, I sense that may not be feasible. My friend's character is quite eccentric. However, he has indeed offered us a substantial proposition in exchange for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia," Shui Qinghe stated, a troubled expression crossing his face as he gazed at the emperor. Shui Yi's demeanor shifted, and he regarded Shui Qinghe with sudden seriousness. "Then I shall not keep you in suspense. This," Shui Qinghe declared, revealing a golden soul bone in his palm, "is the item my friend wishes to exchange." As the soul bone emerged, a martial general gasped, his gaze fixated greedily on it. Not only he, but all officials present exhibited expressions of avarice. Even Shui Yi could not conceal his desire, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish hunger. "Your Majesty, this is the item my friend has offered for trade. A soul bone from the bright Pegasus, nearly 30,000 years old. Although its abilities remain unknown, one must acknowledge that soul bones from light attribute soul beasts are never weak," Shui Qinghe stated, observing the covetous glances of those around him. Internally, he felt disdain, yet he maintained an air of composure, solemnly introducing the soul bone to Shui Yi. What a grand gesture! To offer a soul bone in exchange for that worthless Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia. One scarcely knows whether to commend persistence or label it foolishness. The officials, despite their greed, were not foolish. Once Shui Qinghe presented the soul bone, it was destined for the royal family, rendering any attempt to claim it futile. "Are you certain, Qinghe? Does your friend truly wish to trade a soul bone for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia? If so, I can take immediate action, hand over the soul bone, and I will dispatch someone to deliver the Han Hai Qian Kuan Jia to your residence," Shui Yi asserted, his gaze fixed intently on the soul bone. Shui Qinghe, not wishing to linger on the matter, acquiesced. The soul bone was not his, and although it pained him slightly, he resolved to comply with Su Yu's wishes. "Your Majesty, I humbly present it for your appraisal," Shui Qinghe said, kneeling on one knee, raising the soul bone above his head. Shui Yi wasted no time, gesturing for an elderly eunuch to swiftly approach Qian Renxue, wrapping the soul bone in a red silk cloth before proceeding towards the emperor. Rising, Shui Qinghe observed the emperor's reverent handling of the soul bone with a mix of disdain and incredulity. How could the ruler of a nation behave in such a manner. Though the soul bone was indeed precious, it was merely a 30,000-year-old specimen. Such treatment felt beneath Qian Rinxue, who possessed several soul bones over 10,000 years older self. Well done, Qinghe. You have handled this matter adeptly. You truly are my son. In a few days, have your friend visit the palace. I wish to meet him personally, Shui remarked, casting a glance at the envious officials before storing the soul bone within his soul tool. Your will shall be done, Your Majesty, Shui Qinghe replied, bowing slightly, his expression grave. Chapter 116. The terror of the Qilin's ruinous strike. Shui Yi regarded Shui Qinghe with satisfaction before exchanging a few more words and departing. Truly a short-sighted old man, Qian Rinxue scoffed, watching the departing emperor. A mere 30,000-year soul bone. If it were up to her, she would insist on 3 opportunities for Su Yu to demonstrate his prowess. In the future, he could potentially ascend to a level beyond 97. Such an individual could offer 3 times the value of a 30,000-year soul bone. After all, who among the titled Dalu lacks several soul bones? Meanwhile, Su Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the palace. At that moment, he and his companions were traversing the sunset forest. The group consisted of just 6 individuals, as Xiao had been taken by the Snow Emperor under pretense, and Ziji had directly led Shui Wuxin away to procure a soul ring. Shui Wuxin was in pursuit of her 8th ring, which was crucial and should not be hastily acquired. Ziji's strength was more than sufficient to assist her in obtaining a commendable soul ring. Ziji had little concern for hunting soul beasts, as long as they were not over 100,000 years old. Yuer, your martial soul is the extreme ice dolphin, which aligns with either ice or water attributes. There are many water attribute soul beasts in the sunset forest, so you are sure to acquire a good soul ring this time. Shuawu, you need not worry. This soul ring is assured. After we obtain it, I hope you can join Binger in daily combat training. Of course, we will also participate together. I wish for everyone to hone their combat skills. Su Yu's tone was calm, yet resolute, and none among the group dared to contradict him, for they understood his intentions were for their benefit. Sharpening their combat experience was indeed vital. The 6 of them moved swiftly, soon arriving at a pond imbued with rich water attributes. Be vigilant. The water attributes here are potent, and there may be formidable soul beasts lurking, Su Yu cautioned, a smile spreading across his face as lightning crackled in his hands. Su Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile as he plunged his hands, which were as fair as jade and even more attractive than most girls, into the water pool. The power of the lightning, a result of his cultivation of the soul beast Swan-Ni's techniques, was truly terrifying, causing the entire water pool to churn violently. He did not keep his hands submerged for long. After merely half a minute, he withdrew them. Su Yu's lightning was formidable, and given the fierce territorial instincts of soul beasts, any provocation, especially now, could not be tolerated if a powerful soul beast resided here. It was uncertain whether it was due to Su Yu's fortuitous luck or if Shui Yuer was indeed fortunate. But they remarkably found the soul ring she needed on their very first attempt. Suddenly, after a brief half-minute, a colossal turtle, the Tianhai Jiagui, surfaced from the depths of the pool. Yuer, your luck is truly remarkable. The power of your first 3 soul skills is already quite considerable. Acquiring a soul skill from the Tianhai Jiagui to enhance your defense seems like a splendid idea. What do you think? Su Yu did not impose a decision upon Shui Yuer, but instead entrusted the choice to her. While he had a good rapport with her, he recognized the significance of the soul ring selection as a personal decision she needed to make. What do you think, Shui Binger? As an elder sister, she too was concerned and looked at Shui Yuer. After contemplation, Shui Yuer nodded. Her previous soul skills had proven effective, and as Su Yu suggested, obtaining a defensive soul skill was indeed a wise choice. Let us proceed as the captain suggested, she affirmed with a serious nod toward Su Yu. With a smile, he did not hesitate. His golden wings unfurled, lifting him into the sky as boundless destructive energy erupted from him. With a fierce roar, Su Yu unleashed the Qilin's destruction, summoning a crimson Qilin brimming with annihilation energy behind him. The Qilin, as if having locked onto its target, charged toward the Tianhai Jiagui, raising the temperature dramatically in its wake. causing the nearby girls to break into a sweat. One alarming temperature. Is this the power of your fourth soul skill? Truly formidable, indeed. It is worthy of its origin from bloodline evolution. Should its power grow, it would rival an ordinary person's ninth soul skill, Wang Qiu'er remarked, astonished by the terror of Su Yu's attack. Whoa! Captain's fourth soul skill is this powerful. Shuei gaped in disbelief at the destructive Qilin. Shui Wu and Shui Bing'er were equally taken aback by this scene, unable to fathom such overwhelming might from a fourth soul skill. A violent explosion ensued as the Qilin collided with the Tianhai Jia Gui, sending water from the pool soaring dozens of meters into the air. That was an incredible force. Had I not controlled its strength, this creature might have been obliterated, Su Yu reflected, observing the numerous cracks on the turtle's shell with a hint of trepidation. He swiftly approached the Tianhai Jia Gui, which lay in the water, barely clinging to life. Closing his eyes momentarily, he soon opened them again, gripping the edge of the turtle's shell and hoisting it effortlessly. Hurry and absorb it, he said, tossing the Tianhai Jia Gui in front of Shuei, who was still recovering from her astonishment. She quickly conjured an ice blade and directed it toward the Tianhai Jia Gui. My apologies. It may not be fair to you, but my companions are in need of you. Though I regret this, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. Su Yu remarked with a sense of resignation as he watched Shuei pierce the ice blade into the turtle's head. Wang Qiu'er, standing nearby, remained silent. Having witnessed the cycle of life and death in the Star Dough Forest for years, she felt no particular sympathy for the Tianhai Jia Gui, as she was unfamiliar with it. At the moment the ice blade penetrated, the creature convulsed before a purple soul ring emerged. Chapter 116. Departure from the Setting Sun. Shuei absorbed the soul ring at a swift pace, and within less than an hour, her task was completed. The Tianhai Jia Gui possessed merely over 4,000 years of cultivation, an age suitable for Shuei. Anything older would have been significantly more challenging for her to absorb. As anticipated, her fourth soul skill was indeed a defensive one, aptly named Seize Protection, which enhanced her defense by 200%, a commendable addition to her abilities. Once Shuei had concluded her business, Shui Wu was left as the sole one without a soul ring. Given her status as an auxiliary soul master, her task would be simpler. She merely needed to find a soul beast compatible with her attributes. After some time, they soon located a crocodile soul beast, approximately 4,000 years old, nearing the limits of what Shui Wu could absorb. As an auxiliary soul master, her soul skill was predictably an attack enhancement, increasing power by 50%. Though modest, it was still a valuable asset. Shui Wu's snowflake martial spirit, while high-level spirit, was not among the elite. Thus, acquiring this enhancement was indeed a significant achievement. Congratulations to you all. Little Wu should have also made a breakthrough by now, leaving only Zhu Qing among us. Zhu Qing, it's time to strive harder. Do you understand? Su Yu said with a smile directed at Zhu Qing, who was approximately at level 38. Achieving a breakthrough before the upcoming competition was entirely feasible. Rest assured, Captain, I will give it my all, Zhu Qing replied earnestly, nodding at Su Yu. Her current level was primarily due to his influence. Without his assistance, she might have struggled to reach even 32. The rise to 38 was entirely attributable to Su Yu's miraculous herbs, raising her level by 7 and instilling hope. It allowed her to somewhat match her sister's prowess, and with the herb's residual energy, she could potentially reach level 70, putting her in a position to compete with her sister. A flicker of excitement and a smile crossed Zhu Qing's face. All right, our mission is nearly complete. Let's pack up and head into the city. Our competition coincidentally takes place in the Tiando region, so we want to be returning to Tianshui City. I have already spoken with Teacher Wuxin, so there is no need for concern. Su Yu, having just finished the absorption process and having cast an enhancement on Shuei Bing, looked at the excited group with a smile. His words, though softly spoken, resonated with everyone present, igniting a wave of excitement. After all, returning to Tianshui City would take a month, and with the round trip, it would amount to 2 months. It was far more beneficial to remain here and focus on training, where they might even gain a level in the span of 2 months. Brother, after this trip, would you accompany me for a shopping spree? If you can't, how about offering me just a drop of your blood? No need for anything special. Just a regular drop will suffice. Wang Qiu'er glanced at Su Yu's fingers, a knowing smile gracing her face. Hearing her words, Su Yu could not help but roll his eyes. Of course, he understood why Wang Qiu'er desired his blood. He regretted giving her a drop previously, as she now often fixated on him. He had begun to feel apprehensive around her, but it seemed no one could resist the allure of his blood, which contained a wealth of fortuitous energy. With the enhancement of this energy, his blood was indeed a precious gift. Even an ordinary person consuming it might not necessarily elevate their cultivation level, but at least their innate talent could see an improvement. Talent, after all, was something nearly immutable, and the prospect of altering it with just a drop of blood was exhilarating. The little girl, feeling slighted, shot a glance at Su Yu and pushed Wang Qiu'er away, refusing to meet her gaze. Wang Qiu'er's expression momentarily froze before turning to one of feigned grievance. Brother, do you not love me anymore? Just yesterday, you call me your treasure. Her eyes glistened with tears, casting a forlorn look at Su Yu. Ah, spare me your theatrics. My heart is as steadfast as a rock. The charms of women are merely fleeting illusions, Su Yu replied, casting a dismissive glance at Wang Qiu'er while adopting a posture of serene holiness. The onlookers erupted into laughter at this scene. Wang Qiu'er gritted her teeth, glaring at Su Yu with a mix of cuteness and ferocity. Unfazed, Su Yu maintained his usual demeanor, smirking, "You'd better watch out." Wang Qiu'er, observing Su Yu's nonchalant expression, swallowed her words, her small canines glinting as she spoke through clenched teeth. Su Yu, well aware of his sister's unreliability, dismissed her threats, knowing that a few sweet words would easily pacify her. He was hardly concerned, even as they all remained grounded. Nevertheless, his pace was swift, and by evening, they had nearly reached Tiando City. At the Tiando Hotel, Su Yu watched as Wang Qiu'er lay on the bed, fiddling with her new clothes, and he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. You mischievous girl, it's time for bed. Aren't you afraid of Zhu Qing finding out that you snuck in here? He chided, giving her a weary glance. Wang Qiu'er, seemingly oblivious to his words, continued to obsess over her garments, her eyes fixated solely on them. Ah, this troublesome girl, Su Yu muttered, shaking his head before stepping into the bathroom. He had not bathed in days and was eager for a refreshing soak. The girls had claimed all the bathrooms upon their arrival, but now he could finally indulge. Being a young man, he emerged from a large tub after only half an hour, chuckling at his well-toned physique, a vessel of immense, fortuitous energy coveted by countless women and spirit beasts. Was he really going to let the enchanting woman outside take advantage of him tonight? As Su Yu exited the bathroom, he found Wang Qiu'er already nestled under the covers. Fast asleep, it seemed she had no intention of cultivating tonight. Su Yu faced a dilemma. He could either embrace her soft body for a comfortable sleep or unceremoniously kick her off the bed. Surely, any reasonable person would not choose the latter, and Su Yu was certainly not inclined to do so. He swiftly changed, and in no time he jumped into bed, wrapping his arms around the fragrant softness of Wang Qiu'er. How delightful it was to sleep. He settled comfortably and soon drifted into slumber. Morning arrived, and Su Yu found himself alone in the room, immersed in silence. Spotting breakfast on the table, he smiled at the thought of Wang Qiu'er. After dressing, he finished his meal quickly and exited the room. A fleeting sweep of his spiritual energy across his teammates' rooms revealed no one present, prompting a resigned sigh. If he were to guess, they had likely gone shopping, but he had no concerns as long as he maintained his pace of leveling up once every 4 months. Su Yu found it reasonable to lower his expectations for Shui Binga, as she had now evolved into the ultimate ice form. Training an ultimate martial spirit was undeniably arduous, especially before reaching the Soul Sage stage. He understood this well, given his own ultimate attributes. Had it not been for his practice of the burning decision, he might have struggled to match Shui Binger's training speed. With no other pressing matters, Su Yu decided to visit the Crown Prince's residence for a meaningful conversation with Xue Qinghe. After all, the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao he sought was still in Xue Qinghe's possession. Xue Qinghe had promised to have it ready within 3 days, and given that it had long since passed, if he had not succeeded, he would have to resort to more forceful means. With the strength of the Snow Emperor and ZG, infiltrating the Tian-Do Empire's treasury would be a trivial task, especially considering that there was no formidable title Douluo present. In fact, the only title Douluo in the Tian-Do Empire was the poisoned Douluo Dagobo, who was the weakest among them, even afflicted by poison. Although Su Yu had treated him, his weakness remained unaltered. Both the Snow Emperor and ZG could easily subdue Dagobo were it not for Su Yu's desire to maintain a cordial relationship with the Tian-Do Empire. He could have easily raided their treasury multiple times. At the Crown Prince's residence, Su Yu gazed at the azure dome before him, a smile spreading across his face. He could sense the terrifying power of the Han Hai within it. This was likely the legendary treasure of the sea god. With the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao secured, a radiant smile illuminated Su Yu's features. Xue Qinghe observed Su Yu's fascination with the treasure, perplexed by his enthusiasm for what she considered a mere trinket with little practical use. "Thank you, Brother Qinghe, for this matter. I have no gifts to offer. So please accept this," Su Yu said with a smile, revealing a golden flower that appeared in his palm. "Brother Qinghe, I can sense a unique sanctity emanating from you. It seems your martial spirit may have undergone some mutation. This flower is meant to assist you," he explained. Upon seeing the flower, Xue Qinghe's eyes shone with fervor. Ever since Su Yu produced it, she felt her martial spirit stirring within her, as though it yearned to break free. She could sense the profound impact this flower would have on her. As I gazed upon the visage of Qinghe Dage, I could not help but stifle a chuckle. There was no need for pretense. This was indeed an herb capable of enhancing one's soul power. Qinghe Dage had assisted me in acquiring what I desired, and now I would bestow this precious herb upon its rightful owner. With a serious tone, Su Yu remarked to Xue Qinghe, portrayed by Qianren Xue. Observing the fervent excitement in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Su Yu silently handed the herb to her, explaining its usage before promptly taking his leave after exchanging a brief greeting. Xue Qinghe remained entranced by the flower, lost in wonder. Upon departing from the prince's residence, Su Yu wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, observing the throngs of passers-by. A sigh escaped his lips, for he mused that without the system, he might be no different from them, ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. Yet, he considered himself slightly superior, as he was a reincarnated soul, possessing remnants of entrepreneurial wisdom from his past life. As he ambled without direction, Su Yu found himself standing before the gates of an academy, Lanba Academy. A look of incredulity graced his features. It appeared that his aimless wandering had fortuitously led him here, and it seemed imperative that he explore this institution. He pondered whether Tang San and the master had already arrived. If Tang San had come, he would have to retrieve his notebook once more. Su Yu entertained a wicked thought, speculating that Tang San must have become rather unattractive by now, as he had previously disfigured him with magma. The last time they met, Tang San was still swathed in bandages, but he presumed the master had been faring well, likely welcoming a child into the world. Furthermore, Su Yu recalled possessing a vial of herbicide and some vinegar. He contemplated employing them in his schemes. Although Tang San's mother had resurrected him and remained at his side, she now boasted nearly 3 millennia of cultivation. In such circumstances, Su Yu surmised that Tang San would be incapable of awakening the blue-silver emperor. Yet he was curious to witness what would transpire if Tang San's blue-silver grass transformed into withered grass and the Haotian hammer became a rusted tool. A mischievous smile crept across Su Yu's face as he resolved to act without hesitation. Without further ado, he made his way toward Lanba Academy. The gatekeeper did not impede his progress, as Su Yu's appearance was quite appealing, and he appeared to be of similar age to the academy students. He entered the academy without obstruction and soon encountered several girls who attempted to engage him in conversation. However, Su Yu held little interest, for he was already surrounded by stunning women, such as Xue Yu and Xue Wu, who were undeniably beautiful in their own right. Despite these girls being attractive, they ultimately did not captivate Su Yu's attention. Nevertheless, he bid them farewell with warmth, believing there was no need for coldness when rejecting their advances. His objective today was Tang San, and the means to locate him lay in inquiries. While politely declining the girls, he discreetly sought information about Tang San. Upon hearing news of him, a radiant smile illuminated Su Yu's face, nearly causing the girls to swoon in excitement. Ah, Tang San, he thought. I'm not seeking to harm you. It is you who has approached me. If I refrain from acting, would that not be a disservice to you? As my rival, I trust you will endure it all. As the protagonist of Douluo, what does it matter if your martial soul is crippled? I have faith that you will achieve success. Tang San. With a gentle smile adorning his face, Su Yu strolled slowly toward the back mountain. He mused that even if Tang San were present, he might not recognize him, as his bloodline evolution had altered his appearance, and they had only truly met in childhood. During their last encounter, he had worn a mask. A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips, imbuing him with an air of familiarity. According to the girl, Tang San resided on the back mountain, where the members of Shrek Academy were known for their eccentricities, Tang San being no exception. He not only bore the scars of burns, but also exhibited a peculiar demeanor, often seen wielding a massive hammer in the forest during the late hours of the night. Su Yu had no intention of confronting him, for this was the domain of Lu Erlong, and he was aware that the master was likely preoccupied with his newborn child. He remained uncertain whether Lu Erlong still harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. If she did, it could complicate matters for Su Yu, who was currently without the support of Xue Di and Ziji. While Su Yu possessed commendable combat prowess, he recognized that ordinary Soul Emperors were no match for him. However, Soul Saints represented a significant challenge in the realm of Soul Masters. As he traversed the back mountain of Lanba Academy, a translucent layer of spiritual energy enveloped his form, aiding in diminishing his presence. After all, his striking appearance could attract unwanted attention. Aside from cloaking himself, Su Yu extended his spiritual energy outward, enveloping the entire back mountain of Lanba Academy with a force comparable to that of an ordinary tidal doa. Within mere minutes, he pinpointed Tang San's location. At that moment, Tang San was secluded within a small chamber, tirelessly refining a plethora of iron essence, with beads of sweat cascading from his brow. The oppressive heat had formed a small puddle at his feet, yet his gaze remained steadfast, undeterred by the harsh conditions. Observing this scene, Su Yu felt a twinge of admiration for Tang San. Had their childhood not been marred by conflict, he might have considered befriending him. However, that was now a distant notion, especially since Tang San had once sought to take his life, and he narrowly escaped injury thanks to Ziji's timely intervention. Su Yu silently observed Tang San from a distance, utilizing his spiritual energy to glean the nature of the secret weapon he was forging, an item known as the Yen Wang Tai. It was intriguing how Tang San had procured such toxic materials for crafting, yet despite its commendable rank within the Tang sect, Su Yu's unique fire rendered any metal futile against him. No poison could harm him, and it was unlikely that Tang San could breach his defenses. The defensive capabilities of his Yanlong armor were formidable, requiring at least the strength of a Soul Emperor to penetrate. Hence, Tang San's current offensive prowess was insufficient to pose a threat. With a smile, Su Yu departed swiftly, soaring into the sky and leaving Lanba Academy behind. Su Yufei enveloped himself in spiritual energy as he soared through the air, nearly unseen by anyone along his path. However, an unexpected encounter occurred just as he was about to leave the academy. He was spotted by Ning Fengji, who had come to escort Ning Rongrong to school. "Thank you, Brother Tang Hao. My injuries have almost healed, but is it truly safe for me to use this soul bone?" Tang Hao, glancing at his already recovered left hand, curiously inquired of Tang Xiao. Tang Hao chuckled and shook his head as he observed his excited younger brother clenching his fists. "Rest assured, this soul bone is a personal treasure of mine, aged merely over 20,000 years. While it may not fully restore your injuries, no one can use it as an excuse against you. Though you have been expelled, you will always be my brother. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to speak up." Tang Xiao sighed, feeling helpless as he patted Tang Hao's shoulder. "Brother, do not worry. After I bring Xiao Xin back, I will not leave again. I will prove through my actions that I am far from useless, and I will surely earn the elder's recognition." Tang Hao smiled at his brother's earnestness. Sitting in his hotel, Su Yu contemplated the information he had gathered that day, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Shrek Academy now boasted 7 members: Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jing Ling. In Su Yu's eyes, only Tang San could be considered a worthy opponent for some playful competition, especially since his Eolk had become immensely powerful, rendering Tang San unable to approach him without sustaining harm. Su Yu was certain that in just a few days, Tang San and the Shrek 7 would venture to the Seoul Arena in Tiando City. He was familiar with the arena and did not intend to wear a mask for this battle. He planned to engage in a spirited contest with Tang San, potentially causing Tang San's martial soul to falter. With a smile, Su Yu dismissed further thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation. Approximately 3 days had passed since Shrek's last visit to the Seoul Arena, meaning Su Yu would soon have the opportunity to unleash his prowess. Chapter 119. The first match. Observing the number of opportunities displayed on his system panel, Su Yu nodded silently. After visiting Lamba Academy yesterday, he had gained 2 chances and was now merely 3 away from reaching 10. Although it was not a significant distance, without fortuitous encounters, it could take up to 3 months to acquire those additional chances. Shaking his head, Su Yu rose from his bed, unfurling his wings and heading toward the outskirts of Tiando City. He realized he was not one to idly rest, initially intending to relax. He suddenly recalled the Raikage from Naruto. The Raikage possessed a technique known as the lightning armor, which intrigued Su Yu. If he could somehow merge it with his Yanlong Kaijia, he felt he could contend with even a soul sage. On a mountain ridge 100 miles from Tiando City, Su Yu contemplated the surging lightning in his hands. His internal lightning was far from weak. After practicing the Swan and Eye cultivation method, its ferocity had intensified. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck Su Yu. The Swan and Eye cultivation method initiated the movement of the lightning concealed within his body, causing it to surge forth. This energy began to exercise every cell in his body. To fully endure the raw power of lightning, he needed to possess exceptional physical resilience. While his physical attributes were indeed formidable, enduring such fierce lightning for extended periods proved challenging, especially when combined with Thifa, as his current physique was insufficient. The intense lightning stimulated each cell in his body. Though painful, it was exhilarating as he felt his cells strengthening. After some time, Su Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, streaks of lightning dancing around him. He smiled, realizing it was quite beneficial, and spread his golden wings as he made his way to Tiando City. For the following days, Su Yu diligently trained his body with lightning, occasionally attempting to merge it with Thiawa. Despite repeated failures, his quick reflexes prevented any disastrous outcomes. For days swiftly passed, and the time to engage in combat had arrived. During this period, Xiao Wu and Shui Wuxin returned, both having acquired their soul rings. Xiao Wu officially advanced to the Soul Zone, reaching level 41, while Shui Wuxin had broken through to Soul Douluo, achieving level 82. At level 82, Shui Wuxin's strength was considerable within the Soul Master realm. Even Shui Binger's mother, the dean of the Tian Shui Academy, was only level 85. Such prowess placed Shui Lini among the stronger figures in the 5 Elements Academy, and few could suppress Shui Wuxin during their contemporaneous era. Outside the Tiando Seoul Arena, Su Yu addressed his team. Today we shall engage in a team battle, and we must coordinate effectively. Captain, worry not. We possess 2 martial soul fusion techniques, and we are formidable, Shui Yuer asserted, flexing her arms to demonstrate her conviction. All right, I acknowledge your strength. However, while our goal is to defeat our opponents, our safety must be our foremost priority. Do you all understand? Su Yu's voice, though not loud, radiated trust and respect. Brother, rest assured, we will be cautious. Wang Qiuer stepped forward, grasping Su Yu's hand with a serious expression. Captain, you can trust us. Shui Binger nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing, ever the diligent one, also nodded earnestly. Having faced life and death, she could not allow herself to relax. Su Yu held a genuine appreciation for her diligence. After briefing his team, Su Yu wasted no more time and led them inside. That evening, Shui Wuxin chose to cultivate alone in her room rather than join them. Su Yu felt confident that he would encounter Tang San and his companions. as he had indeed paid for the privilege. In this world, there was little that money could not achieve, and Suyu was certainly not lacking in wealth. Without spending much, he secured his access. Tonight, he anticipated facing a team composed of Dai Mubai and Tang San. Tang San, brimming with ambition, had formed a team with Dai Mubai after discussions with the master. However, their arrangement unwittingly provided Suyu with an opportunity. If it were only Tang San, it would be challenging to maneuver, but in this situation, it was quite advantageous for him. Suyu had been placed last in the team battle, and he was slated to compete in 3 matches that day: a singles match, a doubles match, and a team battle. It was certain that he would partner with Wang Qiu'er, as no one else could contend for that spot. The singles match arrived swiftly, and fortune smiled upon Suyu, as his opponent turned out to be a level 49 soul zone. The 49th level of the martial soul is surprisingly the great strength gorilla, and it bears the surname Tai. Is this not a member of the Li family? Tai Lei, with the martial soul of the great strength gorilla, belongs to the 49th level of the assault system soul master. Please provide guidance. Suyu, possessing the martial soul of the Qilin, is at the 44th level of the assault system soul master. The two exchanged polite gestures, and as the staff announced the commencement, Tai Lei's martial soul manifested, causing him to grow to over 2 meters tall. His massive fist hurtled towards Suyu's face, propelled by a fierce wind. Sujuriman Mosjendis, quietly observing the approaching fist. He did not even summon his martial soul, and a hint of danger appeared on his face as he gazed at the incoming strike. To onlookers, it seemed as though Suyu was too frightened to move. Ysnt, the captain dodging. He could easily evade that. Shuo looked at Suyu in disbelief, frozen on stage. Don't worry, my brother's strength is formidable. This giant poses no real threat if he takes it seriously. Wang Qiu'er reassured her, as she was the one who understood Suyu's capabilities best. Hearing her words, everyone felt at ease and turned their attention back to the arena. Just as Wang Qiu'er had predicted, in the moment the fist approached, Suyu suddenly extended his own fist. Chapter 120. The match begins. His fist grasped Tai Lei's arm firmly, rendering Tai Lei immobile. Your strength is commendable, but your speed is lacking. An old predecessor once said, in the realm of soul masters, only speed can prevail. No matter how powerful you are, if your speed falters, it is of no use. Suyu's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly for all present to hear, imbued with a magnetic quality. Tai Lei shot an angry glare at Suyu and began to thrash his arm violently, attempting to break free from Suyu's grip. However, how could a mere soul master hope to escape from Suyu? From childhood, Suyu had consumed only the finest resources, rendering him entirely different from Tai Lei and far surpassing him in terms of martial soul. I speak only the truth. You may leave now. Your talent is commendable. Suyu smiled, and with a swift motion, he activated Sanxian Lei Dong, appearing instantly behind Tai Lei, delivering a powerful punch to his body. The force sent Tai Lei flying like a deflated balloon. With a smile, Suyu collected his 10 gold coins after the staff announced the end of the match and departed. When he returned, Wang Qiu'er had already begun her match. Suyu did not rest and went directly to the venue where Wang Qiu'er was competing. It must be said that Wang Qiu'er lacked Suyu's courtesy and did not hesitate to assert her dominance. Her opponent was a middle-aged man of approximately level 43. Upon entering the arena, the middle-aged man boasted about his assured victory upon seeing Wang Qiu'er. However, as soon as the match commenced, he was left stunned. Wang Qiu'er shattered the entire arena with a single punch, unleashing a terrifying blaze. The middle-aged man nearly succumbed to the flames. Had the staff not intervened swiftly, he might have met his demise. Qiu'er, we need not exert ourselves fully against those weaker than us in the future. After all, if we injure them, their families will also suffer. Of course, I only say this out of goodwill. For someone like that, a beating is warranted, Suyu remarked, gently ruffling Wang Qiu'er's hair. Brother, let us hurry. After our duo match, we still have a team battle. Wang Qiu'er chuckled, playfully removing his hand from her head. Suyu shook his head, saying nothing, and took her small hand, squeezing it gently, reflecting on the simplicity of life. Qiu'er, in tonight's team battle, I will face a fellow named Tang-san. We have exchanged memories, so you should be aware of him, Suyu said as they walked toward the battleground. Upon hearing the name Tang-san, a fierce glint appeared in Suyu's eyes. Brother, is he the one who attempted to kill you but failed? Wang Qiu'er tightened her grip on Suyu's hand, her formidable strength evident. Suyu could only shake his head. Had he not possessed extraordinary strength himself, he would have struggled under her grip. Do not worry. I will assist you. Leave Tang-san to me. I will deal with all his friends, Wang Qiu'er declared through clenched teeth. Having grown up alongside Suyu and promised each other a lifetime together, she could not contain her anger upon discovering the one who had bullied him in their youth. Qiu'er, that is not my intention. I merely wish for you to keep an eye on Tang-san. I fear I might inadvertently defeat him, Suyu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Qiu'er, bemused by her thoughts. With a smile, Suyu led Wang Qiu'er to the venue for the duo match. He already knew his opponent, yet the announcement had not been made, forcing him to suppress his urge to confront. However, bringing Wang Qiu'er along was not an issue. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure, a young man in white attire, with a delicate appearance, accompanied by another young man whose face bore severe burn scars. This unusual pairing immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The duo was none other than Tang-san and Dai Mubai, their presence silencing the crowd. Tang-san and Dai Mubai were notorious figures, known for their ruthless tactics. Even those much stronger than them could easily fall victim to their insidious methods, while the weaker ones would be overwhelmingly defeated by their martial souls. No one in the audience wished to face them, which was why the Duhun venue was so accommodating. It perfectly suited Tang-san's quest for opponents, and Suyu happened to be in the crosshairs, especially since he was willing to pay. Brother, is that Tang-san? He looks somewhat familiar, Wang Qiu'er mused, gazing curiously at Tang-san in the distance. Upon hearing her inquiry, Suyu followed her gaze, nodding at the sight of the unsightly Tang-san. Indeed, that is Tang-san. I faced him once in Suotawa City, where he became known as the Thousand-Handed Azura. Suyu commented, holding Wang Qiu'er's hand with a notably indifferent tone. Wang Qiu'er nodded thoughtfully in response. Matches commenced and concluded one after the other, until it was finally time for the duel between Suyu, Wang Qiu'er, and Tang-san, Dai Mubai. Now, let us welcome the 9th match of the evening, featuring the ferocious team known as the Grass Tiger Duo. They will be facing the newcomer team, the Fortune Duo. We await the exhilarating spectacle they will provide. Please welcome our contestants to the stage, announced the staff, their voice resonant and compelling. Suyu smiled, stood up, and walked towards the arena. Tang-san and Dai Mubai exchanged incredulous glances at Suyu and Wang Qiu'er, astonished that their opponents were of a similar age. However, Dai Mubai did not dwell on the matter for long. He shook his head and directly ascended the stage. Tang-san, albeit a bit perplexed, cast a curious glance at Suyu, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with him. The young man's appearance and golden hair inevitably reminded him of someone he was reluctant to think about. If it weren't for that individual, he would not have ended up in his current predicament. Nevertheless, Tang-san followed Dai Mubai onto the stage. With both sides' competitors now present, the announcement of the match's commencement was made. Chapter 121. The Fear of Tang-san. Tang-san, with his martial soul on Yin Chao, ranked 34 in the control system, requested guidance. Dai Mubai, with his martial soul by Hu, was ranked 41 in the assault system, also requested guidance. Wang Qiu'er, with her martial soul, San Yin Jin Li, was ranked 46 in the assault system, requested guidance. Suyu, with his martial soul Qi Lin, was ranked 43 in the assault system, requested guidance. Tang-san's gaze sharpened, lifting his head in disbelief towards Suyu. He beheld the handsome youth with flowing golden locks, and the beautiful girl beside him ignited a twinge of jealousy within Tang-san. Tang-san, it has been quite a while since we last met. If it weren't for your father intervening back then, you would have surely been defeated by me. Suyu's voice was barely audible, yet it reached the ears of the 4 individuals nearby. You are Suyu from Noting Academy, Tang-san exclaimed, his eyes reflecting incredulity. A trace of fear flickered in Tang-san's gaze. Although he held some disdain for Suyu, The terror stemming from the formidable power behind him was undeniable. He had learned through his teacher that his father was the Hao Hian Da, yet he was equally aware of the strength that supported Su Yu. The knowledge that his father had been injured by Su Yu's powerful ally fueled his anger, but his own inadequacy left him helpless. Su Yu, we were both young back then. I apologize for the past. How about we resolve our grievances here? Tang San managed a gentle smile despite the scars marring his face. Su Yu felt a chill at Tang San's expression, yet his anger surged even more vehemently. What did resolving grievances mean? It was merely a reflection of Tang San's current strength and the might of his backing. Had their positions been reversed, Tang San would have undoubtedly taken ruthless action against him upon their first encounter. Haha, Tang San, do you not feel hypocritical? Now that you are weaker, you wish to reconcile? Had you been stronger, you would have surely sought my demise. Su Yu sneered, his gaze fierce as it bore into Tang San. Wang Xiao'er nodded in agreement, noting that in the world of soul beasts, enmity was often settled on the spot. While humanity exhibited some differences, the underlying sentiment remained the same. Hatred could hardly be relinquished or resolved. Tang San's current demeanor was nothing short of absurd. Haha, Su Yu, my brother, you jest. I have never thought of it that way. Why not set aside our grievances and become friends? Wouldn't that be a beautiful tale? Tang San, unfazed by Su Yu's mockery, responded with a smile, extending his arms toward him. The audience, witnessing Tang San's actions, expressed their confusion. For the former Tang San was known for resolving disputes with his fists. Although the spectators could not hear their conversation, Su Yu's mocking expression was evident, while Tang San seemed to be extending an olive branch, leaving the audience bewildered. Haha, Tang San, I will not mince words. If you can defeat me this time, I shall overlook past grievances. But should you fail, I will not show you mercy. Test me if you dare, Su Yu declared, a torrent of terrifying golden flames erupting from his body. Come, let us battle, Su Yu smiled, the inferno consuming everything in its vicinity. Tang San's pupils constricted at the sight of the flames. Since being burned by that individual, he had developed a deep-seated fear of fire, particularly of this golden hue. Su Yu, you speak the truth, do you not? Tang San's tone turned serious as he scrutinized Su Yu intently. Nonetheless, Tang San understood the gravity of the situation. He restrained his fear of the flames and spoke earnestly to Su Yu. Very well, as a man, I shall not retract my words. If you can defeat me, I will let you go, and my forces will cease their pursuit of your father. Su Yu smiled, but offered no response, instead turning to point at Damu Bai, engaging in whispered conversation with Wang Xiao'er. Brother, rest assured, Wang Xiao'er said, patting her chest with a serious smile. Su Yu chuckled softly, maintaining silence as he observed Tang San and Damu Bai extending a finger in a beckoning gesture. Come, his voice dripped with provocation. Damu Bai, witnessing this scene, erupted in rage. Instantly, his Baihu martial soul manifested, and he charged toward Su Yu, delivering a powerful punch. Despite not knowing the history between Tang San and Su Yu, he could not tolerate this affront, and thus he struck. Su Yu merely smirked at the approaching fist, making no attempt to evade it. His true opponent was Tang San. Damu Bai was insignificant in his eyes. Wang Xiao'er, observing the incoming fist, wore a look of disdain. A colossal golden dragon had materialized in her hands, striking fiercely at Damu Bai's abdomen. The impact sent him flying over 10 meters, and had it not been for Tang San, he would have likely been eliminated immediately. Mu Bai, be cautious. This fellow is not to be underestimated. Follow my lead. You handle the girl while I deal with Su Yu as swiftly as possible. Then I shall come to assist you. Tang San's expression grew serious, convinced that his array of hidden weapons would soon overwhelm Su Yu. Even if Su Yu was a genius with soul power vastly superior to his own, he was still merely a man. As long as he was human, he could not possibly defend against poison and concealed weaponry. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were not easily vanquished, and as Tang San contemplated, an abundance of weapons began to materialize in his hands. Su Yu, observing Tang San's actions, shook his head in exasperation. Those tricks would prove utterly ineffective against him, given his mastery of two types of Ioa. Mu Bai, Tang San turned to Damu Bai, who instantly grasped his intent, charging toward Wang Qiu'er. His fourth spirit ring flared to life, unleashing a barrage of meteor-light projectiles aimed at her. However, Wang Qiu'er was not one to be easily harmed by such attacks. A layer of golden radiance enveloped her, creating a solid shield that thwarted the incoming projectiles, which dissipated upon impact. Suyu glanced at Wang Qiu'er, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. This girl truly enjoys playing. Why not simply deal with Daimao by directly? Chapter 122, Tang San's Efforts. Suyu, I'm coming for you. After this battle, I hope we can become good friends, Tang San remarked, feigning a smile as he hurled a multitude of hidden weapons toward Suyu. As the weapons flew toward him, Suyu immediately smiled. A layer of azure flames enveloped his body. The Qing Liendi Xen was surged forth, transforming the steel projectiles into molten iron. The azure flames exuded a terrifying temperature, even more dreadful than that of the flames belonging to that individual. It was indeed formidable, and it was clear that this adversary could not be spared. In the depths of his heart, Tang San harbored sinister thoughts as he gazed at Suyu with an impassive countenance. Your weapon is commendable, but ultimately, it pales in comparison to my flames. However, as I have previously stated, should you fail to defeat me, you shall pay the price. Suyu's tone was devoid of emotion, his golden eyes fiercely fixed on Tang San. As Tang San met Suyu's gaze, a flicker of trepidation crossed his face. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he was being suppressed in Suyu's presence, devoid of any inclination to resist. This predicament was indeed uncomfortable for Tang San, who found it unbearable. The concepts of being unable to resist and not daring to resist were entirely distinct. With a cold smirk, Tang San swiftly launched a black needle from his hand toward Suyu. The needle was none other than the Yin Wang Tai he had concocted at Lanba Academy, known for its potent toxicity, capable of turning flesh into pus within a short span. However, Tang San had devised a method to neutralize the toxins. He intended to leave Suyu with a lingering poison that would gradually torment and erode his talents. The Yin Wang Tai, indeed. This individual speaks one way and acts another, Suyu thought. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he unleashed the terrifying azure flames that engulfed the approaching needle. The materials constituting the Yin Wang Tai were exceptionally resilient. Typical extreme fires might struggle to incinerate it. However, Suyu's Qinglian Dixin, who was incomparable to any ordinary flame in the Douluo realm. As the azure flames enveloped the Yin Wang Tai, it erupted with a dreadful heat, swiftly melting it into droplets of black liquid, which instantaneously vaporized under the intense temperature. Nonetheless, even in vaporized form, the lethal poison remained. Yet, Suyu had taken precautions, and such toxins posed no threat to him, given his Qilin bloodline, which rendered them ineffective. With a slight glimmer in his eyes, Suyu unleashed an overwhelming surge of mental energy that surged through the Qinglian Di Xinhua, crashing into Tang San. Not good, a mental attack. Tang San's gaze sharpened, as purple light radiated from his eyes, invoking the Ziji Mojing, while the blue-silver grass entwined around him. He disregarded the mental assault and launched his own blue-silver grass toward Suyu. However, Suyu's mental prowess was formidable. The mental shockwave collided violently with Tang San's body, causing excruciating pain akin to a colossal hammer relentlessly striking his head within the depths of his consciousness. Unperturbed by the approaching blue-silver grass, Suyu produced a vial of his unique Baijiao Ku. Come on, Tang San, give it your all, he said, effortlessly grasping the blue-silver grass that Tang San had sent forth, which presented no resistance due to Tang San's incapacitated state. Suyu then burst the Baijiao Ku, enveloping it with his soul power and, unseen by others, doused Tang San's blue-silver grass with it. After completing this task, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Tang San, now overwhelmed by Suyu's mental assault, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Without further ado, Suyu approached him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Tang San soaring into the sky. As Suyu's golden wings unfurled behind him, his fists rained down upon Tang San with the ferocity of a tempest. Suyu's mental force was so potent that Tang San remained disoriented for several minutes. Had Suyu unleashed his full power, he could have potentially struck Tang San down with a single mental shock. Awakening to the realization of his predicament, Tang San gazed at Suyu, who was relentlessly treating him like a mere punching bag, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Initially, Tang San believed his mental strength was formidable, but now he recognized his inadequacy, feeling disgruntled at being outmatched by an indigenous individual. In a sudden move, he employed the Kong He Chin Long technique, grasping Suyu's arm to extricate himself from the onslaught. Suyu did not impede him, silently observing as Tang San freed himself. "You are indeed formidable, almost flawless. If you can withstand this next move, I shall concede defeat," Tang San declared, producing numerous unknown, hidden weapons from his hand. A barrage of projectiles, akin to a tempest, was hurled at Suyu, while his blue silvergrass sought to bind Suyu's ankles. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed, recognizing that all of Tang San's assaults were inconsequential and ineffective. As the projectiles and blue silvergrass approached, they were incinerated into ash or molten metal. Witnessing this, Tang San's expression hardened. He understood that his hidden weapons were futile against someone wielding such terrifying flames as Suyu. Now, the only recourse was to compete in terms of soul power, hoping to exhaust Suyu's reserves. If he could deplete Suyu's soul power, victory might still be within reach. Otherwise, he would face defeat. Suyu shook his head disdainfully, initially expecting more from Tang San, but now he perceived him as nothing more than a fool. Encased in the Qinglian Di Xinhua, Suyu advanced towards Tang San, his fate eye-opening with a terrifying golden radiance directed at Tang San, invoking the Qiyu Shu to manipulate Tang San's fate energy. Though Tang San still emanated some golden light, it paled in comparison to Suyu's overwhelming golden aura. Chapter 123 Die Mobius Indignation. It is crucial to note that the golden light represented fortune. Tang San's luck had waned significantly due to Suyu's influence. My abilities may not be fully developed, but causing you misfortune is still well within my capacity, Suyu declared as he began to subtly manipulate Tang San's fate. He had not done much, merely nudging Tang San's fate energy, leading to minor mishaps upon his exit, perhaps resulting in a broken leg. With a smile, Suyu altered destiny and ceased playing with Tang San. The 3,000 thunderclaps erupted, propelling Suyu to Tang San in an instant, his colossal fist crashing towards Tang San's face. Tang San was unable to match Suyu's speed, nor did he possess Suyu's terrifying mental power or reflexes. Suyu's punch landed squarely on Tang San's face, the sheer force sending him reeling, shattering his nose and causing blood to pour forth profusely. Following this, Suyu continued his assault, unleashing a formidable mental force that reverberated through Tang San's consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness. He not bad at all. Being able to engage in such an extended bout, impressive indeed. The blonde one should be informed that I shall refrain from causing him any trouble. Moreover, Chio'er, cease your play. It is time for the team battle. Suyu cast a swift glance at Wang Chio'er, signaling her to resolve matters quickly. And then he leaped off the arena. Suyu was unconcerned about Wang Chio'er's potential defeat, for he was well aware of her capabilities. As anticipated, the moment Suyu descended, Wang Chio'er's toes made contact with the arena, and with a terrifying force, a substantial pit was formed upon impact. With the force of the arena beneath her, Chio'er launched herself like a cannonball directly in front of Dai Mubai, landing a punch that sent him flying. "Brother, wait a moment. Otherwise, Xiao will have something to say about me again," Wang Chio'er exclaimed, bouncing over to Suyu with a beaming smile. The staff, observing the one-sided match, were left agape in shock. They were aware that Tang San and his companions held a notorious reputation at the Duhan Arena, yet they had been so effortlessly defeated. After handing 10 gold coins to Suyu, the staff watched as Wang Chio'er snatched them away, placing them into her sparkling pouch. "All right, you little rascal, hurry along. Do you really need to claim all 10 gold coins?" Suyu cast a resigned glance at Wang Chio'er, bemused by her greed. He found himself exasperated. He was not stingy with money, yet he questioned the necessity of such an abundance. A sigh escaped his lips as he shook his head, taking Wang Chio'er by the hand to depart. Tang San and Dai Mubai were also escorted away by the staff towards Lanba Academy. Outside the Duhan arena, Suyu shook his head at Zhu Zhuqing, who bore minor injuries. Zhuqing, while I commend your desire to grow stronger, you need not push yourself to such extremes. You, an agile attacker, attempting to confront a powerful assault type directly. Is this ambition or folly? Suyu's tone was serious as he scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing. During the team battle, she had encountered a formidable assault type, Soul Master, and had engaged him head-on with her body. Had Suyu not arrived promptly, she might have sustained grave injuries. Zhuqing, I may not have emphasized this before, but agile attackers hold great strength. In this world, if your speed surpasses all, you become invincible, Suyu said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. This girl was overly diligent, yet her determination to grow stronger was admirable. However, Suyu pondered whether he should provide her with a mystical herb. Such herbs were not to be consumed casually. Overindulgence could lead to adverse effects. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Suyu's serious demeanor and reprimand, nodded in acknowledgement. She held great trust in him, recognizing him as her captain, and accepted his admonition. Her compliance elicited a sigh from Suyu, who shook his head in resignation. Enough about you. Reflect on this matter yourself. I shall have Shui Wu attend to your injuries. You troublesome girl, you truly do not make things easy, he sighed, glancing at her wound before signaling Shui Wu to assist. At Lanba Academy, Dai Mubai inquired what on earth happened. How could Xiao San end up in such a state? The master, cradling his child, regarded Tang San, who lay on the bed, with a mix of seriousness and disbelief. The master understood his disciple's prowess. In the Tiando Dahan arena, he was virtually invincible. Even paired with Dai Mubai in a level 40 battle, he was a formidable force. Yet now, he found himself in this condition. Unwilling to accept the reality, the master was taken aback as Dai Mubai revealed a faint, sinister smile. Oh, master, please sit down. We shall discuss this at length. Dai Mubai gently guided the master to a chair. After being struck down by Wang Chioa, Dai Mubai had regained consciousness not far from Lanba. Master, are you familiar with a young man named Suyu? He is of a similar age to Xiao San, but possesses extraordinary strength, with golden hair. Do you recognize him? Dai Mubai's inquiry caused the master to spring to his feet, his expression betraying a mix of terror and astonishment, nearly dropping his child. Be careful. Dai Mubai quickly caught the master to prevent the child from falling. It's all right. Thank you, Mubai, the master said, calming himself with a gentle gaze. This Suyu is not an ordinary individual. Years ago, due to minor grievances, he harbored murderous intent against me and Xiao San, forcing us to leave Nodding Academy. Who would have thought we would encounter him here? The master's countenance darkened as fear gripped him. He dreaded the idea of the fearsome tidal Dalu, akin to a female Tyrannosaurus, storming into Lanba Academy and tearing him apart. It was a chilling thought indeed. What a despicable individual to treat the master and Xiao San in such a manner. Once the master grows stronger, we shall return to Xing Luo, and I will ensure my father mobilizes the Empire's might to eliminate him, Dai Mubai declared solemnly, gripping the master's hand tightly. Thank you, Mubai, but let's refrain from that. His background is formidable. Even Xiao San's father is powerless against him. He has even suffered serious injuries at the hands of his elders. Although the Xing Luo Empire is powerful, it ultimately falls short. It is best to let this matter rest, the master said, withdrawing his hand from Dai Mubai's grasp, casting him a sorrowful glance that intensified Dai Mubai's malevolent intent. Mubai, you may leave. I will care for Xiao San, the master said, placing the child on the bed and observing Dai Mubai with a calm demeanor. Seeing the master's resolve, Dai Mubai suppressed his inner fury and nodded in agreement. He was not one to force matters. He preferred to ensure others had no regrets. As Dai Mubai departed, the master acknowledged him with a nod, secretly appreciating his character. Moments later, a loud crack echoed through the room where Tang San lay unconscious, a sudden fissure appearing in the ceiling without a sound. Even the master, who was nearby, cradling the child, remained oblivious to the event. As time passed, the crack widened until, half an hour later, a thunderous noise erupted from the room, accompanied by a piercing scream. The commotion startled Lu Erlong, who had been sorrowfully tending to her small bamboo grove, prompting her to rush out in alarm. At the Tindo Hotel, Wang Qiu'er lay on Suyu's bed, legs crossed, indignantly declaring, "Brother, had you not intervened today, I might have truly killed that Tang San." Suyu, observing her antics, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, shaking his head in exasperation. "You troublesome girl, are you not concerned that Zhu Qing will discover your presence?" Suyu teased, jumping onto the bed to embrace the mischievous girl, leaning in close to whisper in her delicate ear. "Oomph, you think I wasn't prepared? I informed Zhu Qing beforehand that I would assist her with her training and asked her not to disclose my visit here, and she agreed." Wang Qiu'er proudly lifted her small head, sharing her cunning plan with a gleam in her eyes. "Are you playing a game of subterfuge?" Suyu rolled his eyes at her. "If you choose to stay, so be it. It seems rather pleasant to hold you while we sleep." Suyu pondered for a moment, realizing he had not lost anything. He nestled in a bed, embracing Wang Qiu'er's soft form, and drifted into slumber. Days turned into weeks, and Suyu's life followed a monotonous routine: cultivation, meals, and battles in the Duhan arena. However, he had not encountered Tang San in the arena again. Rumors from Lanba Academy revealed that Tang San had suffered a leg injury from a falling stone, which would take months to heal. Suyu couldn't help but reflect on the terrifying power of the Wang Qi technique, while feeling a sense of helplessness at the prospect of not seeing Tang San for several months. During this time, Suyu planned to diligently practice the Wang Qi technique, intending to alter Tang San's fortune when they next met, and perhaps even assist the master, while leaving the others to their own devices. His plans were ambitious, and it seemed that whatever he envisioned would come to fruition. In Shaoyi village, Su-yi gazed at the burly middle-aged man before him and sighed. "I have never claimed to have seen a soul bone from 100,000 years ago. If you do not believe me, there is nothing more to discuss." His words plunged the man into silence, his enormous hammer radiating a formidable aura. "Old man, I have done my research. Your grandson is that rascal Suyu. If it were not for him, I would not be hunted down. I will not spare you." The man was none other than Tang Hao. After departing from the Haoyan sect, he did not seek out Tang San directly, but instead headed to Shaoyi village. Near the Sacred Soul village he had destroyed. While investigating Suyu, he had uncovered the identity of Suyu's grandfather, and realizing that there were no powerful figures around him excited Tang Hao. After suffering for so long due to Suyu, he finally had the opportunity for revenge. Although his actions might be seen as despicable, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, his inner demons would continue to grow, making future progress impossible. So you are that child's enemy. Instead of confronting him, you come to challenge me, an old man. The Haoyan sect has truly declined. I wonder how Tang Chan would react if he knew." Su-yi glanced at the Haoyan hammer, the very weapon that had once nearly shattered his heart. That man had been exceedingly powerful, yet he found it astonishing that such a formidable descendant could be so lackluster. Shaking his head in disdain, he said, "Leave, boy. Out of respect for your grandfather, I will not lay a hand on you." Su-yi took a sip of tea, his tone indifferent, exuding an air of superiority. Tang Hao was taken aback. The old man had casually mentioned his grandfather's name, Tang Chun, a figure of unparalleled might from decades past. Time trickled by, and after some contemplation, Tang Hao resolved to take action. As a dignified law of the Haoyan lineage, he could not be intimidated by an old man. Do not feign mystery. He glared at Suyu before lifting the massive hammer and swinging it towards Su-yi with tremendous force. A gale of energy accompanying the strike. Did I not express my unwillingness to engage? You are the enemy of Xiaoyu. I do not wish to interfere with that child. However, if you seek death, then so be it. Su-yi sighed and extended his hands, preparing to defend himself. Tang Hao's face broke into a smile at the sight of the old man's gesture, ready to receive the Haoyan hammer. This was indeed a first in history. Seeking death. To dare to catch the invincible Haoyan hammer with bare hands is sheer folly. Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with malice. Invincible? Who dares claim invincibility? Such boasts have not been heard since the ancient era. Su-yi shook his head, disdain etched across his features, and what unfolded next left Tang Hao in disbelief. With a single hand, Su-yi effortlessly caught the Haoyan hammer, which measured over 10 meters in length. Young one, indeed. I was once an unknown swordsman who fell to your grandfather's might. But you are not him. You are merely a child sheltered by your ancestors. His gaze fixed intently on Tang Hao as a golden blade materialized in his weathered hand. A colossal golden blade aura erupted from the weapon, sending Tang Hao flying several meters away, creating a deep fissure in the earth below. After being defeated by your grandfather, I retreated to this place. 6 years ago, I adopted Xiaoyu, and my life regained some light. His martial spirit is exceptional. You are his adversary, and though I wish to avoid confrontation, I cannot overlook you. Su-Yi's voice was devoid of emotion, yet an overwhelming intent radiated from him. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, hovered ominously behind him, locking onto Tang Hao, who was suspended midair. Younger generation, your grandfather was a figure I could not surpass, and I hold great respect for him. If you can withstand a single strike from me without perishing, I shall refrain from further action. Su-Yi declared, and with that, the golden blade transformed, unleashing a 5 to 6 meter long blade aura that surged forth. The blade, the mightiest of all weapons, could cleave through clouds and pierce the sun. Its might akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Though the blade aura was not vast, it was profoundly terrifying, sealing off the surrounding space and locking onto Tang Hao. He attempted to evade, but soon realized he was ensnared. Ling Tian strike. Tang Hao Zhao. His soul power surging forth as the Haotian hammer transformed into a massive force, charging towards the blade aura. He understood that escaping the grasp of this aged warrior would not be simple. Even the purple-haired woman who had once saved Su Ning could not compare to his strength. Enough. You have survived, so let it be. I shall not engage further today. Su-Yi remarked, astonished that his strike had not completely obliterated Tang Hao, but merely left him gravely injured. The young man's defensive prowess was impressive. Even Tang Shun would have to concede to it. Leave now, and do not speak of my power to anyone, or face dire consequences. Suis soudain tournet, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, rendering Tang Hao momentarily paralyzed with fear. Ultimately, Tang Hao departed. Su-Yi did not wish to kill him, for he was Su-Yu's enemy, and that was a matter for Su-Yu to resolve. Su-Yi surveyed the disheveled ground and sighed, shaking his head in resignation, realizing that he had more work ahead of him. In Tiando City, Su-Yu smiled faintly as he regarded Xue Qinghe. Brother Su-Yu, I truly appreciate your medicinal herbs. Without them, I could not have approached the 6th level of soul power. Xue Qinghe personally poured a cup of tea for Su-Yu, his expression filled with gratitude. Su-Yu accepted the tea with a smile and drank it down without hesitation, which only improved Xue Qinghe's demeanor further. Today, Brother Su-Yu came here concerning the competition. As you are aware, the event is fast approaching. My intention is to advocate for your participation. You should know what I mean. Tianshui is home to exceptionally talented students, and if they could join our Tiando Empire, I would be able to utilize abundant resources to nurture them. Xue Qinghe spoke gently, yet a hint of concern in her eyes did not escape Su-Yu's notice. Presently, Xue Qinghe arrived in the capacity of the Tiando Crown Prince, but one must remember that she is also the young master of Wuhuan City. Naturally, she would not want so many prodigies to join the Tiando Empire, as this would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Xue Qinghe did not wish for this outcome. If Su-Yu were to agree, she would find herself at a loss. Now, all she hoped was that Su-Yu would decline. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your invitation, Su-Yu replied, shaking his head. Although the Tiando Empire might offer him considerable assistance, freedom is far more precious. Moreover, Su-Yu had seen through her intentions. Freedom was paramount to him. Even if Qian Rinxue invited him to join the Wuhuan Hall, he would give the same answer. Brother Su-Yu, have you truly given it no further thought? Qian Rinxue felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Yet she did not forget her mission and felt compelled to make one last attempt. Su-Yu cast an exasperated glance at her, letting out a sigh. I apologize. Brother Qinghe, I cherish my freedom and will not join any faction. Thus, I must decline. Su-Yu's words not only conveyed his refusal to join the Tiando Empire, but also echoed his unwillingness to align with the Wuhuan Hall. Qian Rinxue, being astute, understood his meaning. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, yet she managed to smile. Very well, Since Brother Suyu does not wish to join, we shall leave it at that. However, I believe we can still become good friends in the future. Qianren Xue, embodying Xue Qinghe, rose with a serious demeanor and extended her hand toward Suyu. Suyu smiled, gazing deeply at Xue Qinghe. He realized how exceptionally clever she was. For her use of the term, I refer to herself, Qianren Xue, rather than the Tiando Empire. Truly, she was remarkable, and Suyu couldn't help but admire her ingenuity. All right, Brother Xue, we shall always remain friends, unwavering in our bond regardless of any interests. At Suyu's words, a subtle smile graced Xue Qinghe's face. After exchanging a few more words, Qianren Xue took her leave, intending to report back to the Emperor Shuiyi. In the Tiando Palace, Shuiyi regarded his kneeling son with a sigh. Qinghe, have you met with failure? He had anticipated this outcome. For one with Suyu's talent could not possibly lack a background. He merely wished to test the waters. Indeed, father, my relationship with him remains unchanged. Xue Qinghe replied candidly, recounting the events to Shuiyi. If Suyu were present, he might truly admire Shuiyi. Though one could only wonder how Shuiyi would react upon discovering that his son was the young master of the Wuhuan Hall, potentially inciting a fit of rage. Enough. Qinghe, you may leave. Maintain a good rapport with Suyu. It would be best to foster a strong connection. You are my most cherished son, and I hope you can engage with such a prodigy. This is a grand era, and if our Tiando Empire fails to keep pace, we shall inevitably be eliminated. Shuiyi patted Xue Qinghe on the shoulder, his tone tinged with melancholy, lamenting the scarcity of geniuses within the Tiando Empire. Understood, father, Xue Qinghe responded, lowering his head as he perceived the admiration in Shuiyi's gaze. Although he did not succeed, he had not soured the relationship, which could still be deemed a success, as all geniuses possess their own pride. With that, Xue Qinghe departed from the palace. Upon leaving, she cast a disdainful glance back at the palace. Although Shuiyi could not be considered a wise ruler, he was still a decent emperor. Yet, no matter how much he calculated, he could never foresee that his beloved prince had long been replaced. Ultimately, this continent belonged to the Wuhuan Hall. As time passed, Suyu's soul power ascended once more after 3 months, reaching level 45. Not only had Suyu progressed, but nearly everyone from Tianshui had also made breakthroughs. Zhu Zhuqing had directly advanced to level 39, tantalizingly close to reaching level 40 and obtaining a soul ring to become a soul zone. However, there was no need for haste. With the competition merely 4 months away, there was ample time to elevate Zhu Zhuqing's soul power to that of a soul zone. By then, everyone would be at that level, and apart from the Wuhuan Hall, none would stand a chance. Despite the similarities between Suyu's team and Tang San's team from the original tale, Suyu's combat prowess could easily surpass Tang San and his group. Wang Qiu'er was equally formidable. With such strength, the Wuhuan Hall's members appeared trivial by comparison. Qiu'er, Xiaowu, go speak with Zhu Qing and encourage her to take a break. Such relentless training will only lead to trouble, Suyu remarked, glancing at Wang Qiu'er and Xiaowu, who were bickering nearby, before turning to observe Zhu Zhuqing, who continued her arduous training. He shook his head in resignation. It was truly disheartening. Those who worked hard yet lacked talent were overshadowed by the 2 noisy girls who seemed to progress daily. All right, Xiaowu replied obediently, immediately abandoning Wang Qiu'er to rush towards Zhu Zhuqing. Wang Qiu'er shot a glance at Xiaowu, the mischievous rabbit spirit, but she too did not hesitate to follow after Zhu Zhuqing. Suyu observed them for a moment before heading directly to his room. Once inside, Suyu activated his system tablet, noting the 10 fishing opportunities available, which brought a smile to his face. System, commence fishing, he whispered internally. Beep, fishing initiated, beep. Fishing successful, congratulations, host has obtained life elixir. Congratulations, host has acquired black silk X10. Congratulations. Host has received the golden dragon spear. The golden dragon spear elicited a look of astonishment from Suyu. Initially, he had not located this divine artifact at the Lake of Life, presuming it to be in the divine realm. Yet, to his surprise, he had drawn it now. A stroke of remarkable fortune. However, this item was far more suited for Wang Qiu'er. He resolved to find an opportunity to present it to her later. Other than the life elixir, nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. As for the black silk, he pondered who might enjoy such items, placing them into the Star River with remarkable speed. In Shaoyi village, Su Yi gazed towards the direction of Tiando City, lost in contemplation. Should he go? It was the first competition for his grandchild, and perhaps it would be wise for this grandfather to observe. While he was uncertain how that mischievous child managed to conceal the little rabbit's aura, should it be discovered, it would pose some danger. Worry crept into Su Yi's aged eyes. Tiando City held painful memories, a place where his mistakes had led to tragedy, claiming a life amidst the aftermath of his battle. Had he been more vigilant, such a calamity would not have occurred. Now I find myself with only one grandson left. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him, my blade would truly be drawn. For decades, I have remained absent from the public eye, and it appears my reputation is beginning to fade. Those old acquaintances from years past are either aging or have departed this world. It is time for me to venture forth once more. Under the cover of a dark and stormy night, Su Yi quietly left without informing anyone in the village, departing without a sound. As time passed, the various academies began to stir. All the inhabitants of the Tiando Empire were set into motion. In the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong gazed at the 7 individuals prostrating before her, a smile gracing her lips. These 7 are the strongest among the younger generation of the Wuhuan Temple, and they are all under her command. This time, you must secure victory. His Holiness the Pope has promised you a substantial reward. Do you understand? Bibi Dong remained silent. But Douluo Continent stepped forward at her behest, addressing the group with a serious tone. Upon hearing of the magnificent reward, the members of the Golden Generation felt their breaths quicken slightly. A titled law had mentioned a generous reward, and it was likely that there would be nothing more valuable than soul bones. At this level of cultivation, soul bones are among the rarest treasures, and the Golden Generation could not help but reveal a fervent desire for such a reward. Understanding this, the Golden Generation momentarily paused before bowing their heads solemnly. Bibi Dong regarded them with admiration, recognizing that each of these 7 possessed the potential to become a titled Dalu. Notably, her disciple, Hulaina, stood out as the most gifted among them, destined perhaps to become a formidable force, though not quite rivaling her own extraordinary daughter. Enough. You may leave. Victory in this competition is undoubtedly yours. Should you fail, you will spend 2 years honing your skills in the Mizing Grand Canyon. At this, Dalu also recognized Bibi Dong's unspoken cue and stepped forward, addressing the Golden Generation with gravity. The Golden Generation did not linger. Upon Dalu's conclusion, they departed swiftly. Only after their exit did Bibi Dong's previously gentle expression shift to one of seriousness and foreboding. Mei, how goes the investigation I tasked you with? Bibi Dong's voice was hoarse, her aura imposing. Dalu and Dalu exchanged glances, then sighed, stepping forward with solemnity. Chapter 127, An Inner Lament. Speak, for I can surmise your findings from your expressions, Bibi Dong said, her eyes closing slightly, her tone markedly indifferent. At your command, your holiness. Dalu and Dalu exchanged another glance, both recognizing the other's resignation. Your holiness, we have completed the investigation on Master Yu Shaojiang. He currently resides at the Lamba Academy in the Tiando Empire, founded by his teammate, who is also his cousin. Master arrived at the Lamba Academy over half a year ago and brought with him several individuals, including the 3rd prince of the Luo Empire, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and even the son of the Haotian Dalu. It is said that they attracted the attention of a powerful being, who was the very force behind Suyu. This being annihilated the 4-eyed cat Eagle Flender and the immovable king, Zhao Wujin. Had Master not fled swiftly, he too might have perished. Your holiness must be aware of Suyu. Yes, continue. Is he not merely the target of my daughter's martial soul fusion technique? Bibi Dong reclined on her throne, nonchalantly crossing her legs. Suyu severely injured Tang San, prompting Master to send Flender and Zhao Wujin to teach him a lesson, only to be swiftly eliminated by the powerful entity behind Suyu. This is why Master has sought refuge at Lamba Academy. Dalu did not withhold any information, revealing everything he knew about Master, including the birth of child. Yuguan, are you jesting? Even if Xiao Jiang is in a dire state, he is still a man. How could a man possibly give birth? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, a terrifying pressure locking onto Yuguan, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Zhu Douluo's forehead. Your Holiness, I assure you, I speak no falsehood. Master indeed has a child. When I first learned of it, I was incredulous, but having witnessed it myself, I cannot deny the truth. Zhu Douluo trembled before Bibi Dong, collapsing to the ground. Is this true, Gui Mei? Bibi Dong turned her attention to Gui Douluo, who seemed to be taking the matter lightly. As Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon her, Gui Douluo felt her body stiffen. Indeed, Your Holiness, Yuguan speaks the truth. I witnessed it alongside him. Master was holding a child. To verify this information, I have inquired in many places to ensure its accuracy. Though Gui Douluo was a titled Douluo, she hesitated before quickly regaining her composure and bowing with utmost seriousness. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the notion that Master, a man, had indeed given birth to a child. Enough, you may leave, she commanded, suppressing the bitterness in her heart as she gestured for Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo to exit. The two, being astute individuals, recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily took their leave from the Pope's hall. Watching her subordinates depart, Bibi Dong sighed deeply. Xiao Gang, have you fallen so far? Have you lost the vigor of your youth? How diligent and talented you once were. Why have you become this way? A torrent of questions echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. Filled with sorrow, the master of old was once so brilliant. Why had he ended up like this? If not for Qian Xuanji, perhaps he would not have made such choices, and Xiao Gang would not have transformed into this. As she pondered the name Su Yu, a grave expression crossed Bibi Dong's face. Throughout the past century, she had only heard of one powerful individual with the surname Su, a golden swordsman who fell to Tang Chun. This swordsman had been praised as an unparalleled master by Qian Dalu himself. If Su Yu were indeed his descendant, the implications would be dire. After all these years, if that individual still lived, they would undoubtedly be a peak-level expert of at least level 98. Xuya, Oshui heir, I cannot fathom the terrifying identity of the youth you have taken interest in, Bibi Dong murmured, shaking her head. Though she possessed certain advantages that older powerhouses lacked, she ultimately fell short of their might. However, in no more than 10 years, at most, she would ascend to become the strongest in the world, and everything on the continent would be under her command. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, feeling a tinge of disappointment toward the master. She lamented his current attitude towards life. The man she once admired had ultimately departed, leaving behind nothing but a mere shell. The competition for Su Yu was about to commence, and he needed to keep a watchful eye on those girls. He should also pay attention to Zhu Qing's level, as she had yet to reach the 40th rank, which would hinder her from stepping into the limelight. Shui Wuxin gazed at the boys seated before her and sighed, expressing her helplessness. Rest assured, Teacher Wuxin, I am closely monitoring Zhu Qing's progress. With the aid of Xian Chao, she is advancing swiftly. In no more than 2 months, she should break through to the 40th rank and ascend to the Soul Master Realm. I have also devised a plan for her soul rings. The Shadow Leopard Spirit is quite suitable. Upon hearing Shui Wuxin's concerns, Su Chun chuckled softly, pressing his lips together before turning to Shui Wuxin with a serious demeanor. Yes, as long as you are aware, I shall not interfere with your matters. After all, this is ultimately your competition, and I dare not meddle too much. Moreover, I must hasten to absorb the power of Xian Chao, as there remains a substantial amount within me. Shui Wuxin smiled at the dependable Su Yu, feeling fortunate to have such a student. Teacher Wuxin, as you know, I intend to allow Zhu Qing some well-deserved rest these days. Her rigorous training could leave her with hidden injuries. Su Yu smiled and promptly shared his plans regarding Zhu Qing without hesitation. Shui Wuxin nodded in agreement. Nowadays, she generally left matters concerning Tian Shui to Su Yu, who was busy managing everything. Since Su Yu advocated for rest, she trusted his judgment, for he was the captain and a reliable person. She felt no disagreement with his decisions regarding Zhu Qing's training. Chapter 128. Ning Rongrong's pair blossomed Teacher Wuxin. You need not worry. I understand, Su Yu said with a smile, nodding toward Shui Wuxin. Then I shall take my leave, he added, noticing Shui Wuxin waving her hand. With a smile, Suyu did not linger and left Shui Wuxin's room, returning to his own quarters. As he strolled along the streets of Tiando City, he mused to himself about how this was indeed his first leisurely walk. Suyu had granted the members of the Tian Shui team a 3-day holiday, allowing them to enjoy themselves. They had all gone shopping, leaving him alone at the hotel, somewhat bored. Hence, he resolved to find something to eat. Ning Rongrong had initially intended to enjoy a day of shopping, but felt increasingly irritated. Her father had been incessantly praising Suyu, expounding on his excellence and the prowess of the Tian Shui team, which had become quite tiresome. She had planned to have fun shopping, only to unexpectedly encounter the very man her father had been extolling. So this is Suyu? He is rather handsome. Yet that does not change the fact that he is an annoying pest. Ning Rongrong shook her head, visibly displeased. Indeed, I could do this. Just as she was about to leave, a sudden thought illuminated her mind. She could follow Suyu, observe his actions, and perhaps even uncover some incriminating evidence against him. If she found something against Suyu, her father would have nothing more to say. Quickly entering into a determined state, Ning Rongrong stealthily trailed behind Suyu. She watched as he indulged in various street snacks, her cute brows furrowing slightly. This guy seems to have quite the appetite. Does he do anything besides eat? Shouldn't a boy his age be engaged in more productive activities? Ning Rongrong tilted her head, pondering aloud. Hiding behind a column, she watched Suyu munching and drinking, feeling a bit speechless. She had encountered many talented youths, yet none had matched Suyu's voraciousness. How dull, how utterly dull. Why does my father praise someone like this? Ning Rongrong shook her head, glancing back at Suyu's previous spot. In an instant, she was taken aback. Suyu had vanished. Where'd he go? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she scanned her surroundings. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated near her ear, warm breath brushing against her. Startled, Ning Rongrong jumped, accidentally bumping her forehead against something hard. A gasp escaped her lips as she turned to see Suyu crouching nearby, mouth agape, his face flushed. Why you? Why are you behind me? What did I just bump into? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stepping back in surprise, her eyes wide with suspicion as she scrutinized Suyu. Why are you following me? If you bump into me, of course it's my chin you hit, otherwise I wouldn't be in this state, Suyu exclaimed, his tongue out, glaring at Ning Rongrong with dissatisfaction. What nonsense! I have never followed you. I merely wish to see what kind of young man could garner praise from both my father and grandfather Jian. Ning Rongrong, having been caught, displayed no sign of embarrassment, instead wearing a smug expression as she looked at Suyu. Ning Rongrong was indeed, just as described in the texts, somewhat spoiled and a little mischievous, unafraid of anything. Suyu couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement, choosing not to engage further as he turned to leave. Hey, don't go. You startled me. If you don't apologize, you think you could just run off? Ning Rongrong stomped her foot, chasing after Suyu. I told you not to follow me. How could the leader of the Ning clan have a daughter like you? Suyu finally understood Ning Rongrong's vexing nature. While he had liked the portrayal of her character in Douluo, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter entirely, leaving him feeling quite helpless. He certainly couldn't just slap her for it. Shaking his head, Suyu ignored the incessant chatter of Ning Rongrong and quickened his pace, attempting to lose her. However, events did not unfold as Suyu had anticipated. Although Ning Rongrong was not particularly tall, her short legs moved surprisingly swiftly, allowing her to keep up with him. Suyu, are you truly over level 40? Suyu, is your martial spirit genuinely stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus? Suyu, I heard there are conflicts between you and the master. Is that true? I also find that master quite disagreeable. A man having a child while associating with someone like Dai Mubai is utterly disgusting. Ning Rongrong continued to chatter away beside him, undeterred by whether Suyu responded or not, lost in her own conversation. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Suyu glanced at the incessantly talking Ning Rongrong beside him, his expression turning forlorn as he looked at her with pleading eyes. TCH, I didn't ask you to listen. My mouth is mine, and I will speak as I please. Ning Rongrong replied, a smile creeping on her face as she observed Suyu's expression. Dare to ignore me? Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson. Ning Rongrong appeared to be smiling sweetly, yet her mind was incessantly calculating. Alas, forget it. Go ahead and speak. Suyu directly sealed his hearing with his soul power. Go on, speak your mind. Can you see if I can still hear you? Suyu cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong, internally scoffing. Ning Rongrong, oblivious to Suyu's act of sealing his senses, continued to chatter incessantly. But to Suyu, she resembled a mute. How tedious. This girl is even more bothersome than Chio'er. It seems I must prevent them from meeting. If Chio'er learns from her, my future days may be doomed. Suyu silently vowed to keep Wang Chio'er and Ning Rongrong apart, resolutely forbidding any interaction or imitation between the two. Chapter 129, They Must Not Meet. Let's go. I'll treat you to some food. After half an hour, Suyu noticed that Ning Rongrong had finally ceased her incessant chatter, allowing him to reopen his sealed hearing. Observing Ning Rongrong's puffy cheeks from exhaustion, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Humph, why did you act as though you couldn't hear me just now? I am quite curious." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Suyu, seeking an answer. Suyu, realizing he had been discovered, coughed twice but said nothing, striding toward a roadside food stall with long strides. "Wait," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, feeling a surge of irritation at Suyu's indifference. However, considering she was alone and aware of Suyu's formidable strength, she swallowed her frustration and followed him. Upon reaching Suyu's side, she discovered he was holding 2 portions of food. "Are you going to eat? If not, that's fine. I don't have any gourmet food here," Suyu smiled, extending the plate towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong glanced at the donkey meat on the plate, wrinkling her brow. She had never eaten such street food in her life, always indulging in exquisite delicacies. Though she had adapted somewhat since arriving at Shrek, it was never anything like this. I'll eat it, but I refuse to believe it's that delicious." Ning Rongrong shot a fierce glare at Suyu, snatching the plate and beginning to eat. Upon taking her first bite, her eyes widened, not due to its unpleasantness, but because it was genuinely delicious. It was not merely tasty. Ning Rongrong could confidently assert that this donkey meat was on par with dishes served in any high-end restaurant. "Delicious, isn't it? I advise you to finish quickly and return. Don't cause any trouble. You are from Shrek, and I have enmity with them. Do you believe I can handle you?" Suyu sighed as he watched Ning Rongrong devour her meal, pretending to glare at her menacingly. However, Suyu's intimidation had no effect whatsoever. Ning Rongrong merely cast a scornful glance at him before lowering her head and focusing intently on her food. "I can't believe this," Suyu muttered through gritted teeth. "Kia, is that the captain over there? Who is that girl beside him?" Wang Chio'er, while enjoying a pleasant shopping trip with Zhu Zhuqing, began to feel hungry as noon approached. As they sought something to eat, Zhu Zhuqing spotted the scene before them. Observing the girl seated beside Suyu, Wang Chio'er furrowed her brows, feeling an unsettling discomfort. Previously, she had been indifferent to the closeness between Suyu and Tian Shui, and even sensed a budding relationship with ZG without much thought. However, seeing an unfamiliar girl beside, Suyu stirred feelings of unease within her. "Chio'er, let's go check it out," Zhu Zhuqing said, tugging at Wang Chio'er's hand. "I want to see who dares to compete with me for my brother." Wang Chio'er clicked her tongue and, with a serious expression, pulled Zhu Zhuqing towards Suyu. "I'm not afraid they'll see us. If worst comes to worst, I could just drop out. By the way, does Tian Shui still accept new students?" As Wang Chio'er approached, she overheard the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Suyu, further darkening her mood. It wasn't Suyu she resented, but Ning Rongrong. To entice her man was one thing, but to encroach upon her territory, did she not care for her reputation? Did the esteemed little princess of the Star Dove Forest not deserve dignity? "Kia, Zhuqing, what are you doing?" Suyu, who had been engrossed in conversation with Ning Rongrong, suddenly caught sight of Wang Chio'er and Zhu Zhuqing approaching. "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" Ning Rongrong was startled by Suyu's sudden exclamation, but upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's name, her eyes lit up with excitement as she turned to look. "Rongrong, why are you with Suyu? Aren't you at Shrek?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. While she was aware that Shrek had arrived in Tiendo City, she had yet to meet anyone from there. Seeing Ning Rongrong made her quite happy, as she considered her a friend. However, she was perplexed as to why Ning Rongrong was with Suyu. "Brother, You seem to be enjoying your conversation quite a bit, Wang Qiu'er remarked, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Cough, Qiu'er, I swear I did nothing. You must believe me. Su Yu's expression fell instantly. He was indeed wronged and could already sense Wang Qiu'er's thoughts. You are the talented genius that my father spoke of, aren't you? Ning Rongrong observed Wang Qiu'er with curiosity, recognizing her name. After all, the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was considerable, and it was not difficult to investigate Su Yu's recent affairs. Who are you, and why are you with my brother? What is your relationship? Wang Qiu'er glared at Ning Rongrong, her displeasure evident. Ning Rongrong, noticing Wang Qiu'er's expression, suddenly had an idea. What do you think our relationship is? Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Su Yu's, leaning against him. Wang Qiu'er frowned deeply at the sight. Get away! Get away! Su Yu, momentarily stunned, quickly withdrew his hand. Looking awkwardly at Wang Qiu'er, Qiu'er, I swear I have nothing to do with her. My heart belongs to you alone. I mean it, Su Yu exclaimed, desperate to clarify his position, for he had no connection whatsoever with this young lady. Brother, are you truly not deceiving me? Wang Qiu'er asked, her brow furrowed in doubt as she regarded Su Yu. Qiu'er, if you don't believe me, I can swear on my bloodline. I truly have no ties to this girl. By your reasoning, we're the only ones truly compatible in this world. It is our bloodline calling to one another. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Su Yu's voice was gentle, holding Wang Qiu'er's hand with a soft gaze. All right, Sister Qiu'er, I truly have no relationship with this guy. I merely want to teach him a lesson because my father often mentions him. Ning Rongrong interjected, nodding as she observed Su Yu's demeanor. She felt she had leverage now. Her mission was accomplished. I apologize for my absence. I was unable to provide an update last night due to excessive drinking. Chapter 130. The Reason of Gushu. Wang Qiu'er looked at Su Yu, who was trembling with a desperate will to survive, with a puzzled expression. Really? Truly, there is no connection. How could I have any relation with such a girl who has nothing? Su Yu swallowed hard, gazing seriously at Wang Qiu'er. Oof. I don't wish to be related to you either. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes in disdain. Sister Qiu'er, Rongrong is my friend. I believe they are not related at all. You can rest assured. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward at this moment, holding Wang Qiu'er's hand to offer comfort. Yes, what Zhuqing said is correct. I truly have no relation with her. Su Yu, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's support, could not help but praise her silently and quickly joined in. After some coaxing, Su Yu finally dispelled Wang Qiu'er's little mood. Qiu'er, I assure you, you need not worry, Su Yu gently said, holding Wang Qiu'er's small hand. Wang Qiu'er's ears turned slightly red from Su Yu's words, yet she maintained a sulky expression, ignoring him. All right, we should head back now. How about I accompany you for some shopping today? Su Yu tenderly patted Wang Qiu'er's little head. Zhu Zhuqing, being the consummate wingwoman, deftly guided the reluctant Ning Rongrong away, earning a silent thumbs up from Su Yu for her efficiency. Come on, today I will make you spend extravagantly. Wang Qiu'er clung to Su Yu's arm, pouting playfully. Very well. I await your grand plans. Su Yu smiled without further comment, following Wang Qiu'er to her favorite shops. The afternoon was spent joyfully as Su Yu accompanied the girl on her shopping escapade. At the Qibao Yuli sect, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Father, this is my friend Zhu Zhuqing, a current member of the Tianshui battle team. At just 13, she has already become a level 39 soul master and is on the verge of becoming a soul king. Her talent is extraordinary. Ning Fengji, sitting a short distance away with a curious expression, could not help but smile at Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm. Oh, so Zhuqing is a member of Tianshui. How interesting, he remarked, a hint of surprise on his face. This young friend is indeed a member of Tianshui. Is she from the Zhu family of Xingluo? Ning Fengji recalled his knowledge of the prominent Zhu family, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with some puzzlement. He was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's identity, yet it was merely a conversation starter. As one of the young ladies of the Zhu family, she was known as the fiancée of the peculiar Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy, a girl defying destiny with considerable talent, which Ning Fengji appreciated. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged, understanding that Ning Fengji recognized her identity but still engaged in polite conversation. Zhuqing, Do you have plans to join our Qibao Liuli sect after graduating from Tianshui? With your talent, achieving the title of Douluo under our guidance is merely a matter of time. Ning Fengji's tone was warm, and his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing was exceptionally clear. Zhu Zhuqing observed the earnestness in Ning Fengji's eyes and felt a twinge of sentiment. Indeed, the leaders of major sects sought to recruit talent. Had she been invited to join Qibao Liuli's sect in the past, she might have accepted. However, the thought of the joyous days spent with Su Yu and Wang Qiu'er brought a smile to her face. I appreciate the offer, Sect Master Ning, but I prefer to spend my days with my friends. I do not wish to be constrained. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will consider Qibao Liuli's sect. But for now, I must decline. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head. Seriousness etched on her face as she addressed Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's refusal, could only shake his head. He understood Zhu Zhuqing's reasoning. After all, she had no need to join any faction at present. Given her talent, as long as she did not fall, she would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Moreover, Su Yu's background was not so simple. Casting a glance at his daughter and then at Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fengji sighed. Rongrong, please entertain Zhuqing. I have official matters to attend to and cannot join you. Enjoy yourselves. With a smile, Ning Fengji chatted with Zhu Zhuqing for a while before rising to leave. All right, father. Ning Rongrong understood that her father was busy. With Zhu Zhuqing beside her, she refrained from being overly affectionate, as it would tarnish her reputation. After her father departed, Ning Rongrong led Zhu Zhuqing to her room. Wenji, it seems Tianshui will emerge as a significant force in the future. Their rise is assured, given the abundance of talents. A voice whispered beside Ning Fengji shortly after he left. Bon Dalu had quietly appeared, his tone somewhat solemn. Indeed, Uncle Gu, Tianshui possesses an overwhelming number of talents. Not to mention Su Yu and Wang Qiu'er. Even the two sisters from the Shui family boast the potential to become titled Douluos. And Zhu Zhuqing, while perhaps the most ordinary, still possesses the qualifications as well. Our sect has far too few geniuses. Ning Fengji shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, Ning Fengji seemed to recall something, turning to Bon Dalu with an illuminating gaze. Uncle Gu, I have a feeling you may not like what I'm about to say. Bon Dalu narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of Ning Fengji's expression. Speak, Wenji. I am curious as to why our sect lacks talent. If we can change it, we must. If not, we should seek to mitigate it. Bon Dalu, feeling anxious, stared intently at Ning Fengji, urging him to reveal his thoughts. Hearing Bon Dalu's words and witnessing his resolute gaze, a radiant smile blossomed on Ning Fengji's face. This smile, however, instilled a sense of foreboding in Bon Dalu's heart. Uncle Gu, since you have asked, I shall say it. The reason is that neither you nor Sword Uncle has married or had children. Because you and Sword Uncle have not taken wives, the elders and deacons in our sect have followed suit. If it were not for you and Sword Uncle, how many more geniuses could our sect have produced? Ning Fengji's eyes shone with anticipation as he focused on Bon Dalu. Uncle Gu, perhaps I should arrange a marriage for you? Bon Dalu was utterly bewildered by Ning Fengji's words, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Wenji, you should leave, he finally exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Bon Dalu, now unconcerned about his position as sect master, felt that this was an outrageous accusation. How could the lack of talent in their sect be attributed to his marital status? Uncle Gu, have you truly considered this? Our sect still harbors a number of unmarried female elders. You could undoubtedly find some contentment here, rather than remaining discontented while gazing at Gu Dalu cast a sharp glance at Ning Fengji, and in an instant, a spatial black hole opened, causing his figure to vanish from Ning Fengji's sight. Alas, it appears that my efforts are in vain. Perhaps I shall speak with Jian Shu tomorrow. It would be a pity if the 7-killing sword and the bone dragon martial spirit were to be lost. As Ning Fengji walked, he pondered these thoughts in silence. Not far away, Jiandao suddenly shuddered, as if he had been targeted. Nightfall enveloped the Qibao Liuli sect. Su Yi stood at the highest point of the sect, gazing at the prosperous scene before him, and let out a deep sigh. If it weren't for me back then, she might not have fallen. Such a shame, he mused, his expression somber as his right hand reached for the wine gourd at his waist. Lifting the gourd, Sui took a generous swig. It seems unexpected that the child of an old acquaintance has joined the Dalu sect. Had that fellow listened to me, instead of insisting on challenging Dalu, he would not have met his demise. Sui shook his head, his tone tinged with melancholy, clearly lamenting the loss of an old friend. Well, since he is the son of an old friend, I might as well meet him. In an instant, Sui's figure vanished, reappearing on the back mountain of the Dalu sect, though he made no effort to conceal his presence. At the Jianduo, Chan Ixin abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of sword energy emanating from him. Such formidable aura, Jianduo murmured, before dashing out of the Jiangu towards Sui's aura. Not only Jianduo sensed this, Douluo did as well, and he too began to move towards the back mountain. The other elders of the Dalu sect, upon realizing that the two titled Douluos were headed for the back mountain, collectively released a sigh of relief. The earlier aura had indeed been powerful, but with both titled Douluos attending to the matter, there was little cause for concern. The elders felt reassured. Very well. Let us exert ourselves a bit tonight to protect our disciples. The elders discussed among themselves, somewhat resigned as they made their way to the residences of the sect's disciples. On the back mountain, Jianduo and Douluo exchanged glances, observing the distant figure of Sui, who was raising the wine gourd to his lips repeatedly, their expressions revealing a mix of curiosity and concern. What an intimidating presence. I cannot fathom his depths, Douluo thought gravely as he regarded Sui's drinking. Indeed, I can only sense the terrifying power he wields. Jianduo's expression mirrored the seriousness of the situation. At last, you have arrived. I have been waiting eagerly. Jianduo and Douluo, is it? Come forth and strike me. Sui turned, placing the wine gourd aside and gesturing for them to attack. Senior, who are you? And why have you come to our Dalu sect? Jianduo could no longer remain passive, stepping forward as the 7-killing sword appeared in his hand. His tone serious as he addressed Sui. After you strike me, I shall reveal myself, Sui replied, raising his hand as if wielding a blade, and unleashed a powerful strike. A wave of golden blade energy surged forth from his hand, sweeping away a considerable amount of earth and stone towards Jianduo and Douluo. Douluo activated his bone dragon martial spirit, instantly appearing before Jianduo, a dark radiance coalescing around him as he forcefully confronted the blade energy. A violent explosion erupted around Douluo. Although the blade energy was a mere casual strike from Sui, it still sent Douluo flying several hundred meters, bolstered by Sui's formidable power at level 98. Enough, the hindrances have been removed. Come forth, young one. Speaking of which, I was friends with your father. Now that he is gone, let me see your prowess. Sui waved at Jianduo, inviting him to attack. Hearing Sui's words, Chen Xian's expression shifted. His father as friend? But his father is at least over 120 years old. The seniors of the previous generation are indeed formidable, he thought, a whisper of dread creeping into his heart as his eyes flared with a fierce determination. The 7-killing sword moved effortlessly in Jianduo's hands, the slender blade cleaving through the air, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that extended several dozen meters. Sui regarded the approaching sword energy with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Your strength is somewhat lacking compared to your father, yet your sword intent is commendable. However, your innate talent pales in comparison. If I recall correctly, you're already in your 90s, and at level 96, your talent is rather underwhelming, especially when compared to my young rascal. As Sui defended against Chen Xian's sword energy, he continued to critique him. Chen Xian's countenance darkened upon hearing Sui's comments. Is my talent truly so poor? At over 90 years, achieving level 96 is already impressive. I assent to it. Enough of the probing. Give it your all. Sui said with a smile, casually deflecting the sword energy directed at him while taking another sip of wine. Then let us see. Senior, you must be cautious. The 9th soul skill, Divine Devil 2 slashes. Dalu summoned two colossal swords behind him, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that reverberated through the Qi Bao Liuli sect, felt by all within. What an overwhelming aura. Jian Shu has invoked his ninth soul skill. It seems this adversary is not to be underestimated. Ning Fengji thought, his expression grave, recognizing the unparalleled might of Jian Dao's ninth soul skill. Chapter 132, The Overbearing Blade. That old fellow has resorted to this move. I wonder how it will unfold? Douluo thought, watching the duel unfold with a serious expression. He had overheard Su-Yi and Jian Douluo's exchange, and surmised that Su-Yi must be a friend of Jian Douluo's father. Observing that Su-Yi did not appear to be using his full strength, Douluo chose to remain and observe the developments. Jian Douluo, you have indeed invoked your father's title, and your skill is commendable. It's unfortunate that your ninth soul ring is merely around 90,000 years old. What a pity, as without the 100,000-year ring, you remain but an ant. Su-Yi shook his head slightly, and a golden blade manifested in his aged hand, an aura of audacity and indifference radiating from him. His voice, though soft, resonated with power, and the golden blade struck down upon the divine devil 2 slashes with unyielding force. The attack, though impressive, was easily cleaved apart by Su-Yi's golden blade, rendering it as fragile as tofu. Not bad, but there is certainly room for improvement. You are still a young one, Su-Yi remarked, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he regarded Jian Douluo. Such a domineering presence, and with that golden blade, could it be that you are the overbearing blade? As my father once mentioned, Jian Douluo gazed at the weapon in Su-Yi's hand, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, his eyes widening in realization. The overbearing blade, how long it has been since I heard that name. Jian Xin. You have much ground to cover compared to your father and an even greater distance to your grandfather. Strive onward, though your talent may not match theirs. The passage of time grants you the opportunity to surpass them. Su-Yi's tone was somewhat desolate as he approached Jian Douluo, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Senior, have you come Qi Bao Liuli zone? Jian Douluo looked at Su-Yi, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. It's nothing. Just here to reminisce about an old friend. Chen Xian, dear best. Your father was a friend of mine. Perhaps we shall meet again someday. Su-Yi shook his head, and in the next moment, his figure vanished before Jian Douluo and Douluo. Who is he? Douluo inquired, gazing curiously at Jian Douluo after Su-Yi's departure. Ba Dao, a man who has honed his swordsmanship to the pinnacle of the world. He was once capable of suppressing my father. Jian Douluo's eyes darkened, his tone turning serious. Su-Yi's name had been mentioned countless times during his father's lifetime. He had once regarded Su-Yi as a rival to surpass. Back then, he had confidently told his father that he would one day eclipse Su-Yi and become the strongest swordsman on the continent. However, in hindsight, he realized he had underestimated the vastness of the soul master world. While he had indeed become the strongest swordsman, it was merely after his father's passing. Jian Douluo understood that he still had a considerable distance to bridge, even in terms of soul power. Douluo, as a contemporary of Jian Douluo, was well aware of the legends of Ba Dao, a formidable swordsman who once instilled fear in the soul master community. It was said that he fell to Tang Chun due to the interference of a woman and subsequently vanished from the world of soul masters. Many believed him to be dead, but Tang Chun later asserted that a man of his caliber would certainly not meet such a fate. He even remarked that had Ba Dao trained for a few more years, he might not have succumbed to defeat. Tang Chun's words had sent shockwaves through the soul master community. But as Su-Yi faded from prominence, the community gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Who would have thought he was truly alive, and now he has reemerged? It seems the soul master world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Douluo mused, shaking his head, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a hint of seriousness. Regardless, it has nothing to do with us. Let's depart. Jian Douluo nodded, making his way toward the sword pavilion. His encounter with Su-Yi had imparted a spark of insight. While he might not achieve a breakthrough, it would certainly aid in their advancement. Now, Jian Douluo felt an urgent need to return and train diligently. With Su-Yi's departure, Qi Bao Lu Li Zong returned to its tranquil state. However, Ning Fengji, the sect leader, had instructed all disciples to keep the matter confidential. In the early morning at the hotel, Su Yu quietly withdrew his somewhat numb hand from Wang Qiuer's embrace. Observing Wang Qiuer still in deep slumber, he couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. They had both been exhausted the previous day, and this girl had yet to awaken, despite the time being well past 8 o'clock. With a resigned sigh, Su Yu leapt out of bed, stretched, and after freshening up, he grabbed a slice of bread to eat. Today, Su Yu was set to take the Tian Shui team to the outskirts of Tiando City. The Five Elements Academy had already arrived, and he was to lead Tian Shui in an exchange with them. The pre-competition exchange between the Five Elements Academies had been a tradition for several decades. Tian Shui Academy's past performances had been quite embarrassing, consistently landing in third place, a position that had become a nightmare for them. The formidable strength of Shun Feng and the countering attributes of Qihua had contributed to this awkward situation, leading all the Five Elements Academies to regard Tian Shui as inconsequential. Zhu Qing, how was your visit to Qi Bao Lu Li Zong yesterday? Shui Yuer asked. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed Zhu Qing returning early. It was quite good. It was bustling, and the people under Sect Master Ning were pleasant. Zhu Qing replied with a grin, noticing Shui Yuer's eager gaze. I've never been to Qi Bao Lu Li Zong, Shui Yuer exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Zhu Qing acknowledged with a smile. Rest assured, teacher Wu Xian, our current strength guarantees us first place. Although Zhu Qing still needs a bit more to break through to Soul Zone, our strength has undoubtedly surpassed that of all the other academies. Walking beside Shui Wu Xian, Su Yu noticed her worried expression and smiled reassuringly. Oh, it's not your strength I'm concerned about. I'm well aware of that. Securing first place is not difficult. My worry lies with the other 4 academies targeting you, Shui Wu Xian said, casting a glance at Su Yu filled with concern. Although Su Yu's strength had not been prominently displayed, those from the elemental academies were somewhat aware of his capabilities, and his level would undoubtedly draw attention. While other academies had students in their 40s, such cases were rare in Tian Shui. Su Yu was certain to become a target, especially since no other academy possessed a student of his caliber. Yet, Su Yu seemed unconcerned. Shui Wu Xian shared her worries. But with Wang Qiuer by their side and their dual martial soul fusion techniques, she believed they would manage. After a brief conversation with Shui Wu Xian, Su Yu chuckled and shook his head. He understood her concerns, but like her, he had no reason to worry, confident in his strength to withstand any challenges. Enough of that, teacher Wu Xian. You should have faith in my abilities, Su Yu said with a gentle smile, convinced of his victory in the upcoming competition. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving at a majestic mountain that served as the venue for the Five Elements Academy exchanges. So this is where the competitions commence. It truly is splendid, Su Yu remarked, admiring the beauty surrounding him. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. When I first participated in an exchange here, I was equally astounded. Shui Wu Xian chuckled, recalling her own experience. Having visited several times since, she had grown accustomed to the stunning landscapes. There were many beautiful places on the continent, and battling in such an enchanting setting was indeed a pleasure. All right, everyone, follow me. Shui Wu Xian clapped her hands, signaling for the group to follow her. She led them toward a nearby peach grove. Upon entering, Su Yu immediately spotted a group of individuals seated nearby, all clad in diverse attire, each emanating a distinct aura of soul power. Little sister Wu Xian, you truly took your time. I thought something had happened to you. If it weren't for Lao Hua saying you were fine, I would have gone looking for you. A middle-aged man in blue dashed toward Shui Wu Xian like a gust of wind, his gaze softening as he regarded her. Feng Chun, keep your distance. Shui Wu Xian frowned at the approaching man, swiftly aiming a kick in his direction. Feng Chun, unfazed, effortlessly dodged her attack with a swift turn. Little sister Wu Xian, you are truly heartless, Feng Chun remarked, casting a slightly disgruntled glance at Shui Wu Xian. I was right. Wu Xian would definitely evade and counterattack. Feng Chen's words were met with a wave of laughter from behind. Su Yu turned his gaze toward the source of the laughter and beheld a robust man clad in red. who was unable to contain his boisterous laughter at the scene before him. This was the esteemed teacher Hua Tian from Three-Eyed Academy. Engaging in conversation with teacher Wu Xian was Feng Chun from Shunfeng Academy, who harbored a fondness for her and frequently pursued her. Though it seemed that teacher Wu Xian held no interest in him whatsoever, Shui Binger couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Glancing at the dejected Feng Chun while playfully analyzing the situation for those around her, her demeanor light-hearted despite the circumstances. Could it be that teacher Wu Xian has admirers? Su Yu, astonished, exchanged a look with Shui Binger. To him, Shui Wu Xian was a brash woman, quick to resort to violence when provoked. It was hard to fathom that someone with such a personality could attract suitors. Indeed, it was true. Despite her fiery temperament, her beauty was undeniable, and beautiful individuals often enjoy certain privileges in matters of affection. Shui Binger, observing Su Yu's oblivious inquiries, discreetly glanced at the visibly displeased Shui Wu Xian, who clenched her fists in irritation. Shui Wu Xian was not in a good mood at all. It was absurd to suggest she had admirers. After all, she was indeed a captivating little fairy. Surely, it was normal for someone like her to attract attention. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Yu, she resolved that if he did not receive a proper reprimand after this, she would no longer be Shui Wu Xian. She was determined to make Su Yu remember that she too was desirable and beautiful. Long time no see, Wu Xian at that moment. Hui Yanliang from Xiangjia Academy approached Shui Wu Xian, towering over others at over 2 meters and weighing an impressive 300 to 400 pounds. His very presence caused the ground to tremble. All right, enough with the chit-chat. We are not the main characters here. Let's commence the exchange, Shui Wu Xian remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. She was reluctant to draw near to this hefty figure, sensing he was not of good character. Hi, Wu Xin. It has been quite a while since we last met. Is it too much to ask to have a little conversation before diving straight into the exchange? Feng Chun looked at Shui Wu Xian with a hint of grievance. Everyone knew that once the exchange began, she would soon take her leave, and it would be much harder for him to see her afterward. Let us get started quickly. If you don't, I will leave, Shui Wu Xian, having lived long enough to understand Feng Chen's intentions, was not interested in prolonging their interaction. Su Yu shook his head, turning his attention to a white-haired youth clad in blue, who was also engaging in flattery towards a girl in red. That must be Feng Xiaotian from Shunfeng Academy. Su Yu mused, bemused by the sight of Feng Xiaotian and Feng Chun. With such notable abilities, why do they choose to act as sycophants? It is evident that the girl is uninterested, yet they remain oblivious. All right, let us commence. Wu Xian, do not become upset. Feng Chun, sensing Shui Wu Xian's resolute demeanor, grew anxious and urged her. Enough with the idle chatter. Haven't you heard Wu Xian say to begin? Feng Chun glared at the group with a serious tone. All right, let us get started. The group collectively sighed, bemused by the sudden shift from casual conversation to urgency, a testament to the lengths one would go for love. Children, come here. The teachers from various academies beckoned their students to gather around them. Su Yu gestured for those behind him to follow suit, and stood behind Shui Wu Xian. The captain is starting. Let me go first. My level is relatively low, so I might manage to take out a few opponents, Zhu Zhuqing whispered to Su Yu. That is feasible. However, do not underestimate your own abilities, Zhuqing. The strength of Tian Shui Academy is not easily matched, Su Yu replied in a hushed tone, though their conversation was overheard by a girl in red nearby. The girl, strikingly beautiful with short hair and a sun-kissed skin, exuded a unique wildness. She was Hua Wu, the vice-captain of Qihua Academy, and her martial spirit was known as Huaying, a name that resonated widely in Su Yu's past life. How arrogant! Do you truly believe yourself so formidable as to belittle our academy? Hua Wu glared at Su Yu, her face flushed with indignation. What's wrong, Hua Wu? As she glared at Su Yu, Feng Xiaotian quickly appeared by her side, concern etched on his face as he gazed at her. This guy dares to insult our academy. Hua Wu pointed an accusing finger at Su Yu. Do not speak nonsense. Our captain never said such things. Hua Wu, you wild woman, refrain from lashing out without cause. Shui Wearer, witnessing Su Yu being targeted, could no longer contain her temper and confronted Huowu. Suyu is our captain from Tian Shui Academy. We can tease him as we please, but outsiders cannot. It is intolerable that Huowu dares to threaten our captain. Yue is right. Do not presume everyone will coddle you, as Feng Xiaotian does. If you are dissatisfied, let us have a match. Shuewu, though an auxiliary soul master, was no pushover. With Shui Yuek speaking up, she felt compelled to join the fray, her voice rising in defiance. You? What do you mean by you? If you're unsatisfied, then let us fight. Shui Binger stepped forward, her demeanor composed but her gaze cold as she addressed Huowu. The teachers, observing the escalating situation among the Tian Shui team, quickly took notice. Ah, let them be. This is rather entertaining, a teacher from Lei Ting Academy remarked. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, knowing well the rivalry between Tian Shui and Chihua. Old you, are you truly going to allow these children to engage in a tussle? Feng Chen observed the spectacle with a mix of disbelief and amusement. Wu Xian, do not interfere. Allow these children to expend their energy. It will do them good and remind them that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Feng Chen's expression bore a subtle smile, his gaze contemplative. As a teacher from Shunfeng Academy, he was no fool. Feng Xiaoyan's infatuation with Huowu was evident, akin to a sycophant. Yet he was aware of his priorities and did not fall into the same folly as Feng Xiaotian. Very well, let us proceed. Shui Wu Xan, after deliberating briefly, consented without further remarks. Children, look here. The teacher from Lei Ting Academy, upon seeing the agreement from all parties, beamed and clapped his hands with enthusiasm. The conversations among the children and teachers had reached a consensus. All were soul masters, and nothing communicates better than combat. This time, we shall amend the rules. Everyone may take a turn guarding the ring, and other academies are free to challenge. The first to be defeated will be ranked last, while the one who endures until the end will be declared the victor. The instructor from Lei Ting Academy provided a clear explanation, stating that whoever falls first will occupy the lowest rank, and those who last the longest will claim the top position. Suyu shook his head apologetically at Zhu Zhuqing, who understood the situation and nodded lightly, recognizing that there was no alternative but for her to create disturbances among the other academies. Brother, you should guard the ring. I will join Zhuqing and the others in challenging. Wang Qiuer chimed in cheerfully. Suyu had no reservations about stepping up. He was confident in his abilities. With a smile, he walked to a relatively open area and drew a circle of several meters in diameter. All right, I shall guard the Tinshui ring, Suyu announced, his voice not loud, but easily heard by all around him. Without hesitation, a golden spear appeared in his hand, radiating an aura of immense pressure. Goodness, that spear in his grasp must be a formidable soul-guiding device, an instructor from Lei Ting Academy remarked, astonished by the weapon. As Suyu prepared himself, the other four elements also selected their champions for guarding the rings, most of whom were the strongest among them, while the remaining members would engage in challenges. Suyu, you insult our academy. Watch me as I battle you, Huowu exclaimed angrily, her gaze fixed on her brother Huowu Shuang, who had just begun guarding the ring, and then turned to Suyu, nonchalantly playing with the golden spear. Humph, Suyu scoffed, feeling no fear towards Huowu. Given her strength, he could easily defeat her without the spear. You underestimate me, Huowu retorted, her anger flaring as she noticed Suyu's indifference. She had long harbored disdain for him, often hearing others praise Suyu's talents in Tinshui Academy, comparing him to her own prowess. And now he appeared to be nothing more than an arrogant child, dressed in white, with a golden spear in hand. Suyu felt an air of superiority wash over him. Come on, he said, shaking his head at Huowu's demeanor, somewhat exasperated. He had merely spoken the truth. Yet this fiery woman had latched onto him. Had she been more attractive, he might have let it slide, but her looks were far from appealing. Humph, Huowu huffed, channeling her soul power as she instantly appeared within Suyu's circle, a fiery phantom emerging behind her, radiating an intense heat. A commendable temperature. This fire shadow martial spirit certainly brings back memories. I shall hold back this time. Suyu chuckled softly, gripping the golden spear as he focused on Huowu. Come on, Suyu. Let me see how strong you truly are. Huowu's competitive spirit ignited further by the increasing pressure emanating from Suyu. A massive fireball was hurled from her hand. With a smile, Suyu lightly tapped the spear twice, causing the fireball to explode into a shower of sparks. Not bad. The temperature is quite decent, far superior to many ordinary fire-type martial spirits, Suyu remarked, remaining calm and observant. Upon witnessing her attack disintegrate into embers, Huowu's eyes widened in surprise, her frustration boiling over as she glared at Suyu's nonchalant expression. Suyu, don't assume that just because you casually deflected my attack, you're impressive. Just wait. She seethed, as 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings materialized behind her. The second yellow ring pulsating with energy. A colossal fireball formed in her hand, and as she launched it, she saw Suyu raise the golden spear. A smile crept onto her face, for the explosive power of the blazing bomb was formidable. Upon contact, it would detonate, and she relished the thought of Suyu's inevitable dismay. However, Suyu merely shook his head, recognizing Huowu's underestimation of him. With his heightened mental acuity, he easily discerned the simplicity of her second soul technique. The golden spear twirled in his grasp, and as the blazing bomb collided with the barrier of his soul technique, it vanished as if an egg had struck a rock. Impossible, Huowu exclaimed, disbelief flooding her expression as she watched the flames dissipate. With a low growl, she instantly closed the distance to Suyu, her small fist aimed at his face. Really, you're quite naive, Suyu quipped, retracting the golden spear and swiftly capturing Huowu's fist in his hand. With a powerful kick, he struck the back of her leg, causing her to lose her balance. In a fluid motion, he twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to kneel, his foot pressing firmly against her leg. Suyu, Huowu cried out in outrage, her face flushed with humiliation. Yes, I'm here. What is the matter? Suyu replied with a chuckle. Just you wait. I will remember this humiliation. Huowu gasped, her eyes blazing with indignation. As the daughter of the head of Qihua Academy, she had never been so humiliated before, and she vowed to remember Suyu for this affront. Huh, get lost, Suyu retorted, not inclined to indulge her. Unlike Feng Xiaotian, he was no sycophant. With a swift kick, he sent Huowu flying. Little sister, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed with concern as he watched Huowu tumble from the ring in less than a minute. Wu Huowushuang also reacted with alarm as he saw Huowu sprawled on the ground. Next, Suyu stretched and felt invigorated, gesturing to the other academy members below. What an arrogant little brat. I'll take him on. It's just a matter of a higher rank, a multitude of students declared. Dissatisfaction etched on their faces as they glared at the composed Suyu. Humph, if you all challenge my brother, I shall take you down. Wang Qiu'er, irritated, leaped onto the arena of Qihua Academy. Wang Qiu'er, you're the captain of Qihua Academy, aren't you? My brother is Suyu. He just defeated your sister. And now I shall defeat you, she declared, her expression fierce as she recalled Huowu's earlier words. Suyu's sister, Huowushuang, observed Wang Qiu'er's expression shift uneasily. Having just witnessed his sister, Huowu, being defeated by Suyu, he found himself in a state of helplessness. Now, Huowushuang was rushing to confront him, which implied that the siblings were outmatched by Suyu and Wang Qiu'er. With a low, cold snort, Huowushuang summoned his martial spirit, the unicorn fire dragon. Fiery flames erupted from him, casting a searing aura that enveloped the area for several meters. Upon witnessing Huowushuang's flames, Wang Qiu'er merely shook her head. Her own flames were far superior. If Huowushuang's flames could inflict any harm, she would surely acknowledge it. My brother might commend your flames, but I lack his patience. To me, your flames are nothing but trash. Wang Qiu'er's voice was soft, yet to Huowushuang, it felt like a stinging slap. Fuming, Huowushuang clenched his fists, the dreadful flames swirling around him. You're infuriating. I'm not lying, Wang Qiu'er replied, shaking her head. Huowushuang's flames paled in comparison to her own, not to mention Suyu's extraordinary azure flames, which always left her breathless. With the unicorn fire dragon manifesting, Huowushuang felt his anger rise as Wang Qiu'er remained unyielding. His martial spirit fully activated, the 4 soul rings, two yellow and two purple, materialized behind him. With his third soul skill, Fire Dragon Transformation, a golden light flashed, and his speed surged as he charged toward Wang Xiu'er. Wang Xiu'er chuckled lightly, her three-eyed golden lion spirit materializing as she closed her eyes. Launching a punch, a Huo her delicate fist, devoid of any soul power, contrasted starkly with Huo Wushuang's fiery punch, which was enveloped in flames. Despite the apparent disparity, the outcome was unforeseen. When their punches collided, a violent gust erupted. Huo Wushuang was sent flying, akin to a rag doll. The teachers watching from a distance were taken aback by Wang Xiu'er's overwhelming force, except for Shui Wuxin. Shui Wuxin was aware of Wang Xiu'er's formidable martial spirit, but was not surprised. After all, Wang Xiu'er's spirit was akin to Su Yu's, albeit with Su Yu's having undergone evolution. Your siblings simply cannot compete, Wang Xiu'er remarked, shaking her head as she observed Huo Wushuang crashing several meters away. Despite her disapproval, she remained focused on the duel, summoning the golden dragon head that appeared in her hand. Huo Wushuang struggled to rise, desperation flashing in his eyes as he witnessed her soul skill activation, the fourth purple soul ring releasing its power. It's futile, Wang Xiu'er asserted, shaking her head as the massive dragon head collided with the fireball. A tremendous explosion ensued, yet the golden dragon head emerged unscathed from the smoke. Huo Wushuang's attack failed to hinder Wang Xiu'er, and the dragon head struck beside him, creating a crater over a meter deep. You have lost, Wang Xiu'er stated with indifference, observing Huo Wushuang's silence in defeat before stepping off the stage. Old Hua, it seems your team has truly secured the last place. Feng Chun laughed heartily, patting Hua Tian on the shoulder. Hua Tian grimaced at Feng Chen's demeanor. Get lost, Hua Tian shot a disdainful glance at Feng Chun, visibly irritated. The terrifying combat prowess of Su Yu and Wang Xiu'er had left an indelible impression on everyone present. Next, Su Yu casually tossed another opponent aside, finding his actions somewhat tedious as he stored away his golden dragon spear, gazing indifferently at the crowd below. Su Yu pondered why he felt targeted by these individuals. It was quite perplexing. Meanwhile, at Shunfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian was engaged in battle with Shui Binger. Both were at the 34th level, possessing commendable soul power. However, Shui Binger's purity of soul power, derived from consuming celestial herbs, surpassed that of Feng Xiaotian. Nonetheless, Feng Xiaotian was a genuine prodigy, endowed with innate, full soul power and self-created soul skills. Despite his slow progress, he managed to keep pace with Shui Binger through his unique abilities. Shui Binger's martial spirit was undeniably superior, her Ice Phoenix far eclipsing the capability of Feng Xiaotian's Wind Demon Wolf, as she displayed her true mastery of ice. Su Yu observed with a smile, confident in her eventual victory, albeit acknowledging the challenges she faced. He nodded toward Xiao Wu, whose opponent was from the Thunder Academy, led by Yu Tianxin, whose blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit posed a challenge, although Xiao Wu could at least wear him down significantly. Wuxin, it appears that Tianshui is truly on the rise. By the way, Wuxin, I noticed Wang Xiu'er possesses formidable strength. I wonder if she might develop her talents further within our Xiangjia sect after graduation. Hu Yanliang approached Shui Wuxin with a serious demeanor. No, Xiu'er and Su Yu are backed by forces beyond your imagination, Shui Wuxin replied, casting a dismissive glance at Hu Yanliang, who was visibly eager. How could my student possibly join a place like Xiangjia sect, which hold a rather poor reputation in the Soul Master community? Hu Yanliang contemplated the matter, realizing that individuals like Wang Xiu'er and Su Yu must possess significant backing. However, to claim that they could rival Xiangjia sect was a stretch. After all, Xiangjia sect was among the lower four sects, with its leader nearing the rank of title Douluo. Once he gathered more information, he would consider extending an invitation. Meanwhile, in Tiando City, Qianren Xue inquired seriously, "Are you saying that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has erupted in a battle?" "Indeed, miss. According to our informants within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a fierce conflict has broken out. Remarkably, the sword energies unleashed were all subdued by a golden blade," Shilong reported, his gaze filled with gravity and disbelief. The sword energies must belong to Sword Douluo Continent, whose formidable prowess was not to be underestimated. The fact that someone could suppress Sword Douluo with mere swordsmanship was utterly terrifying. As a martial spirit user himself, she long understood the sheer strength of Qin Shi's 7-killing sword. It seemed that a super martial spirit capable of countering even the 7-killing sword was emerging. In that case, please keep a close watch on this matter in the coming days, Qian Rinxue instructed, casting a final glance at Shi long before departing. Qian Rinxue, though somewhat astonished, managed to maintain her composure. Despite the formidable prowess of Jian Douluo, she had grown up in the Hall of Offerings, a place teeming with strong individuals, many of whom rivaled or even surpassed Jian Douluo in strength. Indeed, it was a tumultuous season, with the Soul Master competition underway. Perhaps Su Yu could impart some valuable lessons to that woman from the Golden Generation. It appeared that Qian Rinxue was lost in thought as she pursed her lips. The exchange matches progressed swiftly. One could say it was not merely speed, but rather Su Yu's overwhelming strength that dictated the pace. After dispatching all challengers, he sat atop the stage, succumbing to boredom. It was fortunate that his teammates proved to be reliable, quickly resolving their battles. Although Shui Binger and Feng Xiaoyan's skirmish lingered longer than anticipated, they ultimately triumphed. Wu Xin, your team from Tianshui is truly terrifying. It seems the championship is destined for you. Feng Chen remarked, transforming into an eager admirer, encircling Shui Wuxin. Enough, begone, Shui Wuxin retorted coldly, casting a frosty glance at Feng Chen. Observing her demeanor, Feng Chen shook his head, realizing he had little hope of winning her favor. All right, everyone, we shall take our leave. Zhu Qing is about to break through, so I won't prolong the conversation. Shui Wuxin gathered her companions, gesturing politely to the remaining 4 academies. Wuxin, are you truly not staying? Hu Tian inquired, unable to suppress a smile as he glanced at Feng Chen and added playfully, not staying? Farewell then. Upon finishing her words, Shui Wuxin turned and departed, prompting Su Yu to shrug his shoulders at his teammates. Let us depart, esteemed mentors and friends. We shall meet again in the competition, he said with a smile, following in Shui Wuxin's wake. Little fairy, do you understand? Shui Wuxin's expression bore a hint of warning and threat. Noticing this, Su Yu's body trembled slightly, as if a realization struck him, and his expression turned increasingly peculiar. Do you comprehend? Shui Wuxin's narrowed eyes and somber tone suggested her impatience. Su Yu gulped nervously and nodded slowly. Wuxin, rest assured, I will never again call you an old woman, he declared confidently, patting his chest. However, as these words left his lips, Shui Wuxin's fists clenched tightly. The moment Su Yu uttered old woman, she struck him squarely in the abdomen. Oof! Su Yu was knocked out with a single blow, his consciousness fading. A smile crept across Shui Wuxin's face as she relished the moment. Ah, that feels good. Kia, take this boy. He truly lacks decorum. Please teach him well, she said cheerfully, handing Su Yu over to Wang Qiu'er. Wang Qiu'er, momentarily taken aback, accepted Su Yu, glancing between him and Shui Wuxin, and nodded in understanding. At Lamba Academy, Tang Hao gazed solemnly at his son, a mixture of seriousness and sorrow etched on his face. Little San, your face tells of the hardships you've endured. It is my inadequacy as a father that has failed to protect you, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Dad, Tang San replied, equally stirred as he looked at the man before him, recalling the bitter life they had endured. His expression shifted upon remembering Su Yu from a few months prior. Father, you must leave quickly. Su Yu is the boy we failed to kill in our childhood. He was rescued and is now in Tiando City. You must flee before he discovers you. He has powerful allies, Tang San urged, his tone urgent as he grasped Tang Hao's hand, attempting to pull him towards the exit of Lamba Academy. Is Su Yu really here? Tang Hao's face darkened with a mix of apprehension and resentment, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Yes, father, you must go now. His allies are too strong. Tang San's expression mirrored his concern. Despite urging Tang Hao to leave, he was aware that if Su Yu chose to impede his departure, escape from Tiando City would be impossible. Tang San dared not gamble. Su Yu's influence was indeed formidable, unlike anything he had witnessed before, with a titled Douluo guarding him. Moreover, since their encounter, Tang San had sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows, as if Su Yu were observing him. The master had also mentioned a similar feeling, as if unseen eyes were upon him. After much deliberation, he concluded that only Su Yu could be the source of this sensation, and he was certain that Su Yu had individuals within the academy. Is Su Yu also here? I hope that old fellow isn't around. That would truly complicate matters. Tang Hao thought, but he remained unfazed by Tang San's concerns. Upon entering, he had already scanned the area with his spiritual energy and found it relatively deserted. Little San, worry not. There aren't too many people around. You need not fret. Now, quickly prepare yourself. The blue-silver grass cannot be cultivated any longer. Although the master's theories are sound, Su Yu's backing is too powerful. Thus, I must expedite your growth and strength. Tang Hao's expression turned grave as he realized that Su Yu not only possessed influence, but also immense combat capabilities. To prevent the annihilation of the Haotian school, he needed to ensure Tang San could swiftly gain fighting power. The only way to achieve this was through awakening. Tang San's martial soul was the blue-silver grass, but his mother, Ain, had vanished. If Tang Hao's suspicions were correct, she was likely deceased. Now was the time for Tang San to awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor and cultivate both the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer, allowing for a rapid increase in combat ability. Tang Hao envisioned a bright future, yet reality remained harsh and unyielding. In an unremarkable hotel in Tiando City, Su Yu gazed at the towering golden-patterned blue-silver grass before him, a smile creeping onto his face as he reached out to touch the Blue-Silver Emperor. Easy now. I won't seal you away again. Please do not be upset, he said, extracting a drop of blood to merge with the Blue-Silver Emperor. As time passed, Su Yu noticed that with each drop of his blood absorbed, the Blue-Silver Emperor's memories began to fade. Now, merely thinking of the future confrontations between Ain and Tang, Hao filled him with excitement. All right, Su Yu reassured Ain before returning her to his system space, allowing her to bask in the sun each day. Ziji, cease your hiding. I am aware of your presence, Su Yu declared, shaking his head as the third eye on his forehead opened, directing its gaze toward the corner of the room. As the Eye of Destiny opened, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the direction in which Su Yu was looking. TCH, you found me, Ziji remarked, shaking her head as she emerged from her concealed spot. What were you and the Snow Empress up to? It's been ages since I last saw you both, Su Yu inquired, puzzled by Ziji's sudden appearance. His question caused Ziji's expression to stiffen momentarily. Did you go out to fight? He asked, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, I went out to battle. What of it? Ziji retorted, no longer concealing herself and instead boldly expressing her grievances. Let me tell you, that woman, the Snow Empress, is utterly despicable. She dares to say that I am an old cow seeking tender grass. If I were stronger, I would surely teach her a lesson. Ziji's frustration was palpable as she ground her small fangs, clearly unwilling to back down. Enough. Your cultivation indeed surpasses mine. And I must admit that what Shuedi Jiejie said is not without merit. Are you not akin to an old ox indulging in tender grass? Su Yu cast a sidelong glance at Ziji, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke playfully. You are courting death, Ziji retorted, her emotions roused by Su Yu's words as she leapt into his embrace. With a strength far greater than Su Yu's, she pinned him onto the bed, rendering him immobile. Continue. Do go on, Ziji said, narrowing her eyes and gazing at Su Yu with a teasing expression. Su Yu, confronted with such a sight, shook his head, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 138. Ziji's teasing little Su Yu. Heed my words. Do not utter another syllable, or I shall have no choice but to strike you, Ziji declared, leaning upon Su Yu, her delicate hand resting upon his face. A playful smirk adorned her features, which instantly stiffened Su Yu, who was acutely aware of her soft, alluring form, feeling a surge of pressure he struggled to contain. Ziji, I was wrong. Will you please get up? Su Yu beseeched, extending his arm in an attempt to push her away. However, Ziji's expression suddenly froze. as if sensing the change within Suyu. Yet, having lived for many years, her adaptability far exceeded his. Little Suyu, has your spirit waned? Ziji lened closer, playfully biting his earlobe, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Suyu's body stiffened, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been discovered, and he felt as if he could carve out an entire apartment with his toes on the floor. Why not give it a try? Provoked, Suyu could no longer suppress his impulses and exerted force to attempt to overpower ZG. Yet, his strength paled in comparison to hers. And before he could mount a proper resistance, she had him pinned down once more. You dare to resist your elder sister? Truly reckless. ZG teased for a while longer before relenting, climbing off him, but not before planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. After allowing his somewhat stiff body a moment to recover, Suyu rose and cast a resentful glance at ZG. What on earth is happening? Speak. He sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. ZG, observing his demeanor, chuckled lightly and began to munch on a cluster of grapes. Shuedi is seeking you. She wishes for you to visit the extreme north, as it seems the Han-Tan's secret realm has been activated, and you may enter to explore, she explained while eating. The Han-Tan's secret realm? Suyu glanced at her, puzzled. You're unaware? Han-Tan exists as a space independent of the Douluo Continent, a small secret realm abundant in resources. He initially believed Han-Tan to be akin to the Lake of Life, yet he never anticipated it to be a secret realm of such nature. A secret realm, indeed, Suyu used. Realizing this was only the second such place he had encountered on the Douluo Continent, the first being Guyu Na's domain. He was astonished to discover that Shuedi's extreme north also harbored such a location. Very well, prepare yourself and depart with Shuedi. Let Xiao Air and the others remain here, ZG said, finishing off a few more grapes as she regarded him earnestly. Then you shall stay here and protect Xiao Air and the others. I shall be safe with Shuedi. Suyu contemplated for a moment before fixing a serious gaze upon her. ZG had no objections, although she wished to remain by his side and did not desire for him to be surrounded by other women. She understood Shuedi well. Her pride would never allow her to take an interest in someone as young as Suyu. Shuedi awaits just outside Tindo City. You may go directly to her, ZG remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle as she watched Suyu hastily gather his belongings. You may proceed. I will inform your friends of your departure to the extreme north, lest you find farewells cumbersome, she added, interrupting his intention to say goodbye. Ah, ZG, you truly are like a worm in my stomach, Suyu sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he positioned himself by the window, unfurling his golden wings and soaring towards the outskirts of Tindo City. Good luck, little Suyu, the Han-Tan's secret realm. Haha. ZG smiled as she watched him vanish from view, turning towards Wang Qiuer's room. Outside Tindo City, Suyu gazed at the breathtaking beauty of Shuedi before him, momentarily entranced. Suyu, my dear brother, it has been quite some time, Shuedi greeted, her radiant smile illuminating her features, her voice gentle and warm. Indeed, it has been too long. Shuedi Jia, have you and ZG been engaged in battle? Suyu inquired curiously as he landed beside her. Not at all. I merely ventured out to play with ZG. Had it not been for the activation of Han-Tan, I would not have come. But enough about me. Let us discuss the particulars of the Han-Tan's secret realm. Shuedi replied with a smile, reaching out to pinch Suyu's cheek affectionately. Han-Tan is a secret realm left behind by the Ice God, filled with numerous challenges. By overcoming these trials, you shall earn substantial rewards, she elaborated while guiding him skyward. Shuedi Jia, I find myself quite eager, Suyu declared with a grin, his fists clenched in determination. Then strive to excel. I have faith that you will succeed, Shuedi encouraged, a smile gracing her lips. She was no stranger to the challenges within Han-Tan and believed Suyu's strength would enable him to navigate them with ease, though she wondered how many trials he would conquer. Inside Tindo City, ZG, are you telling me that my brother has been taken away by Shuedi? Wang Qiuer gazed incredulously at the serene ZG before her. Yes, it seems Shuedi has some matters to attend to and has taken Suyu along. He instructed me to protect you all, ZG replied calmly, her tone devoid of emotion. Impossible. Shuedi is immensely powerful, What task could possibly require my brother's assistance? Wang Xiaoer's face was a mask of disbelief. Indeed, Shuedi's strength is formidable. Xiao Wu chimed in, equally astonished. While not intimately acquainted with Shuedi's prowess, she recognized her as the formidable ruler of the extreme north. Alas, you underestimate Suyu. He has entered a secret realm, and upon completion of its challenges, he will undoubtedly break through to level 50. Thus, I encourage you both to train diligently. Otherwise, when he returns, you will find yourselves unable to keep pace. Ziji remarked, shaking her head in resignation. Upon hearing her words, Wang Xiaoer's eyes glimmered with determination as she resolved to advance several levels within the next 5 months. She vowed to forego all distractions, dedicating herself entirely to her training. Xiao Wu, too, silently resolved to enhance her skills, and seeing their resolve, Ziji nodded approvingly, aiming to motivate the two girls who often squandered their time in frivolity. Well then, I have said my piece. I shall take my leave. You both focus on your training. Ziji smiled, not lingering any longer. Chapter 139. The Awakening of Han Tan in the Extreme North. Suyu marveled at the vast expanse of pristine whiteness before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Truly, the depths of the extreme north are breathtaking. He mused aloud. At his reflection, a smile blossomed on Shuedi's face. Indeed, the far north is undeniably beautiful. However, beneath its splendor lies a harsh reality marked by severe weather conditions, frequent avalanches, and terrifying blizzards. The Snow Empress, adorned with a smile, gradually unveiled the circumstances of the far north to Suyu. Fortunately, due to the ice goddess, the situation has improved somewhat. The conditions back then were truly dire, and had it not been for the ice goddess's emergence, survival would have been implausible. The Snow Empress reflected on how, at the time of her birth, the ice goddess had just ascended to divinity, and the weather was indeed brutal. Without her, it is conceivable that the world might have faced dire consequences. The ice goddess is indeed a formidable deity. Suyu chuckled, feeling a sense of awe for one who could wield such power to alter nature. Such strength is truly remarkable in the Douluo world. Yes, the ice goddess is indeed powerful. After her ascension, she bequeathed all treasures of the Douluo world and established the secret realm of the Han Tan. Every ruler of the far north is tasked with safeguarding this realm, preserving the legacy of the ice goddess. After countless millennia, you, Suyu, are the first to arrive here. As the Snow Empress guided Suyu towards the Han Tan, the chill intensified, prompting Suyu to summon flames to cloak himself in warmth. Such formidable flames, this little fellow is indeed growing stronger, the Snow Empress mused. Little one, draw closer. I am about to open the secret realm, she said, her expression turning serious as she gestured to form a seal. A surge of powerful and terrifying soul power erupted from the Snow Empress, enveloping everything within the Han Tan. As her soul power continued to manifest, an icy blue vortex began to form within the Han Tan, resembling a watery tempest. Hurry and enter, the Snow Empress urged, maintaining the opening of the realm while casting a serious glance at Suyu. Nodding in agreement, Suyu chose to trust the Snow Empress and leaped into the Han Tan without hesitation. The moment he plunged in, a bone-chilling aura assailed him, causing him to shudder involuntarily, and a wave crashed against his face, rendering him unconscious. Good lad, do your best. The rewards of the Han Tan are formidable, the Snow Empress said with a faint smile. With Suyu's entry, the Snow Empress completely ceased her maintenance of the Han Tan, restoring tranquility to the realm. Time passed, and Suyu gradually awakened from his stupor. This is the Han Tan secret realm. It is truly a magnificent place, he thought, gazing at the endless expanse before him. Towering mountains soared into the sky, and not far away stood a breathtaking palace, vast beyond belief. Is this the first trial? Suyu smiled, dismissing any further contemplation as he strode towards the palace. As he entered, the grand doors closed behind him, and an image materialized before him. You have 1 minute to identify the discrepancies in this image, announced a voice. 1 minute? This trial tests my mental acuity, Suyu mused, a smile gracing his lips. The Eye of Destiny opened instantly, unleashing a torrent of terrifying mental energy that merged with the image, swiftly locating the anomalies within. Suyu's mental prowess meticulously unraveled the discrepancies. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first trial and earned the reward. Bingjing Grass, echoed the voice within the palace. Is this the reward? Suyu smiled, observing the flower that had appeared in his hand. Bingjing Flower, an ice attribute spirit herb, not bad. But of no use to me, he said, shaking his head in mild resignation. He discarded the Bingjing Flower into the river of stars, then turned to the spatial door that had appeared before him and stepped inside. Upon passing through, he soon found himself in another realm. A flash of white light enveloped him, transporting him to the location of the second trial. This trial differed from the first. Upon arrival, an ice-blue giant wolf materialized before Suyu. A 5,000-year-old ice wolf. What is this about? Suyu pondered, intrigued, as he regarded the fierce creature before him. Congratulations, challenger. You have reached the second trial. The objective is to defeat the ice wolf within 10 minutes for a perfect score, 15 for a good score, and 20 for a mediocre one. The magnetic voice resounded once more. Ah, quite the challenge. It may seem difficult, but that is merely for the average person. I, however, am quite formidable, Suyu thought, excitement bubbling within him. As the battle commenced, he charged at the ice wolf. The Chilean martial spirit manifested behind him, unleashing a torrent of flames that made the wolf's fierce eyes widen in astonishment. In a flash, Suyu unleashed the Chilean destruction strike. A terrifying illusion of the Chilean erupted forth, delivering a crushing blow to the ice wolf. Channeling all his strength and employing Iowa, Suyu's attack was devastatingly powerful. Upon impact, the ice wolf was reduced to ashes without so much as a whimper. Not bad, Suyu mused, smacking his lips as he regarded the remnants of the ice wolf. Nodding in approval, the combination of Chilean destruction strike and Iowa is truly fearsome. Had I not been prepared, I might have been startled. Congratulations, challenger. You have passed the second trial and earned a reward. As Suyu felt an unexpected surge of soul power within him, he was momentarily taken aback. An increase in level. Such a sudden influx of soul power is somewhat disorienting. Without my Fenjie, it would take considerable time to adapt, he thought, swiftly channeling Fenjie to assimilate the newfound energy. Level 47. Quite impressive, and this is just from 2 trials, he smiled, glancing at the vortex door that had appeared. Instead of rushing to the third trial, he chose to sit cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate diligently. In Tiando City, Tang Hao addressed the master. There is no need to discuss this further. Xiao San and I have made our decision. If awakening the Lan Yin Huang fails, we shall focus solely on the Hao Yin hammer. Tang Hao looked at the master, who cradled the child, with a hint of disdain. Your Majesty Hao Yin, let me propose this. Xiao San's constitution is not conducive to fully cultivating twin martial spirits. I could venture to the spirit hall to acquire the methods for cultivating twin martial spirits, and then we can have Xiao San transition to it when the time is right. The master cast a troubled glance at Tang Hao. Tang San was his disciple. Yet the child's martial soul had unexpectedly undergone a mutation, transforming into a yellow, withered grass. Although the soul skills had not changed, the binding power of the withered grass was exceedingly feeble. Even Master himself, at over level 30, could effortlessly counter Tang San's soul skills. The mutation in Tang San had begun after his recent match with Suyu. Despite his arrogance, the master was not entirely foolish. Rather, he was quite astute. Had he not been clever, he would not have nearly become the son-in-law of the Spear Hall. Master, I leave this matter in your hands. Years ago, I entrusted little San to you, believing in your capabilities, yet you have allowed his martial soul to become like this. Now, I hope you can help him specialize in his martial soul. Tang Hao gazed deeply at the master, a terrifying aura causing the master to freeze in place, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Little San, come with me. I will take you to awaken the Lan Yin Chao. Tang Hao frowned, turning to the silent Tang San, who was tightly closing his mouth. To be honest, Tang San harbored some resentment towards his teacher. Had it not been for his own actions, he would not have become enemies with Suyu. and thus would not have to endure such arduous training. "All right, father," Tang San said, casting a deep glance at the master before following Tang Hao away. The master sighed deeply at this scene. Although he was unaware of how to cultivate a twin martial soul, Tang San was certainly lacking the necessary conditions. Shaking his head in resignation, the master cradled the child and stepped towards the back mountain. He had already contemplated that his own strength was insufficient. His relationship with Lu Erlong had grown distant, and it would be impossible for him to bring Lu Erlong to meet Bai Bai Dong. The only person he could trust was Dai Mu Bai. Though Dai Mu Bai was somewhat different from ordinary people, he was ultimately a good child, merely with peculiar inclinations. The master had observed him closely and felt assured that Dai Mu Bai harbored no ulterior motives. He decided to ask Dai Mu Bai to protect him as they ventured to the spirit city together. The master hurried towards Dai Mu Bai's residence. As days passed quickly, 3 days soon elapsed. Suyu felt his soul power had almost fully transformed, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Excellent. It seems I may proceed to the next stage." Rising from the ground and dusting himself off, Suyu walked towards the door that had remained for 3 days. Upon entering the spatial gate, he was greeted by an overwhelming brilliance that nearly blinded him. "Welcome, challenger, to the 3rd level. This stage will assess your heart. Please comprehend your inner voice within a month and reappear in the palace." Hearing the voice, Suyu could not help but express his confusion. "Understanding my inner self? This truly is a unique challenge," he murmured. Without hesitation, Suyu sat down and began to delve into contemplation. Understanding oneself meant recognizing one's own desires. In an unknown ravine, Suyu stood before a gravestone, sorrow evident in his eyes. "Linger, it has been decades since I last saw you. Truth be told, I truly miss you." Su Yi's aged hands gently caressed the gravestone before him. "You know, after your passing decades ago, I concealed myself in a small village. Many years later, I found a child. He was so small, like a chick, and truly adorable. My first instinct was to turn away, yet for reasons unknown, I felt a surge of compassion and chose to adopt him." As Su Yi recounted the tale, the sorrow in his eyes intensified, tears glimmering at the corners. "I named him Su Yu, combining your character with my surname. Ling Yu, I truly miss you. Had I not been careless back then, you surely would not have met with misfortune." The expression on Su Yi's face grew increasingly sorrowful as he spoke, taking large swigs from a flask. It seemed that even heaven took notice of Su Yi's emotions, as rain began to gently fall from the sky. Su Yi lifted his head, allowing the raindrops to cascade over him, concealing his eyes. Su Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, gradually coming to terms with his inner self, reflecting on his journey from the village to the Nodding Academy, and then to the Lake of Life. In his quest for greater power, he had traversed countless places. "My heart desires strength. I do not want to live a life of mediocrity. I refuse to endure the lack of power I experienced in my past life." As nearly a month passed, Su Yu's understanding deepened, and he felt his mental strength significantly increase. "My heart yearns for strength." Su Yu finally grasped his inner truth. His eyes flew open, and an invisible force of mental energy shot forth from his gaze. "Congratulations, challenger, on comprehending your essence. Reward: 1 ice soul essence crystal." The voice echoed once more in the palace, and a blue, chilling crystal appeared before Su Yu. "Ah, what a splendid reward." Su Yu carefully grasped the crystal. The ice soul essence crystal was indeed powerful. During his studies at the Lake of Life, he had learned about such ores, which could forge formidable weapons and were among the materials for crafting divine artifacts. To receive such a reward was truly exceptional. Chapter 141, The Confident Yu Shao Gang. Such materials were scarce even in the extreme north, and to acquire a piece of this size, nearly the size of half a fist, was exceedingly precious. "The ice god is truly a benevolent being," Su Yu mused, tucking the crystal away. Onward to the 4th challenge. Su Yu smiled and walked towards the entrance of the 4th stage. At the Spirit City, the master beheld the golden-armored man who had appeared in his room, a smile gracing his face. After half a month in the Spirit City, the master had yet to meet Bai Bai Dong, who had shown no inclination to respond to his request for an audience, not even a word of acknowledgement. This left the master feeling somewhat perturbed. In the past, when he sought an audience with Bai Dong, she had never refused him, yet now, Master, Her Holiness the Pope has agreed to see you. Please follow me, the golden-haired man, Douluo, remarked, observing the excited expression on the master's face as he cradled the child. A flicker of disdain crossed Douluo's eyes. A man-bearing child. What a peculiar sight. The master felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought. Thank you, my lord. Would you kindly wait a moment while I prepare? The master cast a hesitant glance at Douluo. Hurry up, Douluo urged impatiently, waving his hand to signal the master to move quickly. Upon receiving Douluo's consent, the master swiftly exited the room and knocked on the adjacent door, handing the child to Dai Mubai within. Master, where are you going? Dai Mubai queried, observing the master's urgency with a hint of confusion. I don't have time to explain, Mubai. Please look after the child for me. Bai Dong has agreed to see me, the master replied hurriedly, entrusting the child to Dai Mubai before quickly relaying his destination. Upon hearing that the master was to meet Bai Dong, a flicker of jealousy flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, though it was quickly masked. Dai Mubai suppressed the dissatisfaction boiling within him and, after hearing the master conclude his words, lifted his head to smile at him. Master, please hurry. Shaosan's martial soul is truly significant. Allow me to watch over the child. Dai Mubai's voice was gentle yet serious as he gazed into the master's eyes. The master's heart softened upon witnessing Dai Mubai's earnestness, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself how dependable this child was. After bidding farewell to Dai Mubai, the master followed Douluo towards the hall of the Pope. As the master beheld the magnificent palace before him, a spark of excitement ignited within him. This was not his first visit to the hall of the Pope. All right, you may enter, Douluo gestured, indicating that the master could proceed. At Douluo's behest, the master hesitated momentarily before an overwhelming excitement surged within him. Perhaps, upon entering, he might find himself alone with Bai Dong once more, and if he could leverage the power of the martial soul hall to eliminate Su Yu and the others, that would be even better. Envisioning such a promising future, the master felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without a hint of gratitude towards Douluo, the master hastily approached the entrance of the hall of the Pope and pushed the door open. Douluo shook his head at the vanishing figure of the master, bemused by his audacity. Upon entering the hall of the Pope, the master immediately spotted the breathtakingly beautiful Bai Dong seated upon the throne. Clad in a purple gown and wielding a colossal staff over 2 meters tall, she radiated an otherworldly beauty, akin to a goddess from the celestial realm. You've arrived. Bai Dong's voice resonated from the elevated platform, cool and tinged with a hint of aloofness. Master, he murmured, captivated by Bai Dong's ethereal visage. Both the master and Bai Dong observed one another. Noticing the master's body, now burdened by the toll of fatherhood, Bai Dong's eyes flickered with disdain. Please, address me as your holiness. Bai Dong finally spoke again, this time accompanied by a terrifying aura that pressed down upon the master, compelling him to kneel. As he felt the weight of her formidable presence, the master's earlier thoughts began to dissipate. Yes, your holiness, he responded, though Bai Dong regarded him with a glance filled with contempt, her eyes betraying an underlying anger despite her outward demeanor. You Xiaojing, what brings you here? Bai Dong's voice echoed within the grand hall. Upon hearing Bai Dong inquire about his purpose, a faint smile crept upon the master's face. Your holiness, I come here solely for my disciple, Tang San. You may not be aware, but he possesses a dual martial soul, just like yourself, and has been greatly troubled by it. I hope you might kindly share the methods for cultivating a dual martial soul with me. The master's voice was not loud. It reached Bai Dong's ears. She shook her head, incredulous that he would dare to request such knowledge. Your holiness, my disciple has admired you since childhood, and it is my hope that you would bestow upon him the cultivation methods. The master, sensing Bai Dong's silence, grew anxious and bowed his head once more. Seated high upon her platform, Bai Dong's expression darkened considerably. What was the master implying? He believed that by elevating her status, she would refrain from being stingy? You Xiaojang, Do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? Why would I entrust the cultivation methods for a dual martial soul to you, only for you to pass it on to the son of my enemy? Bai Bai Dong regarded the master with a mix of amusement and disdain, reflecting on why she had once been enamored with such a man. Bai Bai Dong, the master exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stood up, gazing at her in astonishment. Do you truly believe that the martial soul hall is a mere shell? Everything regarding Tang Hao and his son has always been within our jurisdiction. I'm even aware of why you have faced such hardships. You attempted to harm a gifted youth, and, subsequently, his elders pursued you relentlessly. Had it not been for Tang Hao, you would likely have perished long ago. Bai Bai Dong's voice dripped with derision and mockery. Chapter 142. The Master's Unfounded Confidence. Bai Bai Dong. The Master could hardly contain his astonishment and a flicker of joy. He had thought that Bai Bai Dong had long ceased to pay attention to him, yet now he realized she still watched him. A wave of elation surged within him. As long as Bai Bai Dong remained aware of him, there was hope for reconciliation, and together they could utilize the martial soul hall's power to vanquish Tian, Shui, and Suyu. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile graced the master's face. Refer to me as your holiness, Bai Bai Dong responded, her eyes narrowing in disdain at the master's casual address. A terrifying pressure emanated from her, overwhelming him once more. The crushing weight bore down upon him like a tidal wave, forcing him to kneel once again. The master, feeling the oppressive force, found resentment bubbling within him. Your holiness, I assure you, Xiao San will never oppose the martial soul hall, provided you share the cultivation methods for the dual martial soul. Kneeling before Bibigong. He spoke humbly, his voice imbued with a profound confidence. You assure me? Can you guarantee that Tang Hao will not seek revenge against the martial soul hall? Bai Bai Dong scoffed, growing increasingly displeased with the master. If possible, she wished to strike down the version of herself that had once been captivated by him. Reflecting on how she had been deceived, her thoughts turned to her daughter. Suyu, I truly hope you are a man of integrity. Should you resemble this man, there would be no reason for you to remain in this world. Bai Bai Dong's eyes glimmered with a ruthless light. Indeed, your holiness, I guarantee that once you bestow upon us the methods for cultivating a dual martial soul, we shall never again oppose the martial soul hall. The master, observing Bai Bai Dong's contemplative demeanor, felt a surge of hope. You Xiaojiang, should I call you naive or foolish? After all, you are the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sex leader. How could someone of such lineage produce a son like you? Bai Bai Dong shook her head in disdain. To her, the master's assurances were as meaningless as empty words. Do you understand what Tang Hao has done? According to the martial soul hall's investigations, he has brutally slain hundreds of innocent villagers in his secluded home. This is no longer a matter of whether we should oppose Tang Hao. It is a question of whether he deserves to live. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Bai Bai Dong's eyes. Though she too would eliminate those who obstructed her, she would never target innocent civilians. Tang Hao's actions had crossed the martial soul hall's bottom line. Several hundred? The master was momentarily stunned, grappling with the overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Bai Bai Dong. Your holiness, even if it involves hundreds of individuals, they are merely ordinary beings, akin to ants. It is imperative to remember that this concerns the illustrious Hao Qian Douluo. The Spirit Hall has indeed made a lucrative investment. After a moment of contemplation, the master lifted his gaze towards Bibi Dong, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Bibi Dong's fury ignited. Her terrifying purple-black soul power erupted instantaneously, sending the master hurtling several meters away. Ants, you are but ants in my eyes. And Tang Hao is no different. How dare mere ants speak so brazenly before me? Bibi Dong's voice was laced with coldness and regret. She lamented her past blindness. Your holiness, the master had just risen from the ground, intending to speak once more, when Bibi Dong's ominous aura locked onto him. Begone! Bibi Dong unleashed a terrifying wave of soul power that struck the master's face, propelling him from the Pope's hall with overwhelming force. What a trivial thing. Bibi Dong's lips parted disdainfully. Tang Mu Bai, I give you 3 days to depart from Wuhuan City, where you shall lay dead at the gates. The master's mind echoed with Bibi Dong's chilling decree. He rose slowly, hastening away, fully aware of Bibidong's seriousness. The master dared not gamble. He had children and a promising future to consider. He could not afford to die. He swiftly exited the Pope's hall, heading towards his residence. Mubai, we must leave at once. The master returned to his room, hastily packing before making his way to Dai Mubai's quarters. Master, what has happened? Dai Mubai questioned, observing the master's disheveled state with concern. There is no time for explanations. We must leave quickly, or we will be unable to escape, the master urged, grasping Dai Mubai's hand as they hurried towards the outskirts of Wuhan City. Not far from the Star Doe forest, Tang Hao and Tang San stood before a colossal blue silvergrass. Xiao San, awaken your bloodline, Tang Hao said, excitement evident in his voice as he looked at his son. The words jolted Tang San back to focus, and he turned to face his father. Xiao San, sit cross-legged and meditate, Tang Hao instructed. Nodding, Tang San settled onto the ground, orange-hued blue-silver grass sprouting from his hands as he began his meditative practice. Waves of soul power surged within him, gravitating towards the blue-silver king before him. Tang Hao observed the scene, nodding in approval. It seemed Xiao San was on the path to success. Tang San was enveloped in darkness, countless blue light points materializing in his mind. He absorbed the essence of these blue points, each representing a strand of blue-silver grass, while the yellowed, withered blue-silver grass from Suyu swayed. Seeking recognition and validation from the blue-silver king, Tang San's mental energy reached out to communicate with the blue-silver king. The royal bloodline of the blue-silver king sensed Tang San's allure, yet the sight of the blue-silver grass in Tang San's grasp left it momentarily stunned. Withered grass. How could such a thing possess our royal bloodline? Furthermore, our king has not yet perished? The blue-silver king swayed, absorbing Tang San's aura while simultaneously sending a message towards its sovereign's presence. In Tindo City, Ziji tended to the blue-silver emperor, Yin. I truly do not understand why Suyu insists on caring for this blue-silver emperor, she pondered aloud, watering Yin with gentle hands. Chapter 143. The Failed Evolution of Tang San. As Ziji continued her nurturing, the message the blue-silver king sought to convey raced towards Yin with the speed of a high-speed train. The velocity was so formidable that even sound could scarcely compete. Upon receiving the message, Yin's body began to tremble, and the unique pressure of the blue-silver emperor erupted from her. Having absorbed Su Yu's blood, Yin had long since lost her memories, and there was no way she would relinquish her position as the blue-silver emperor. Thus, the message of refusal sped back towards Tang San and the blue-silver king. You wish to usurp my king's position? Begone. Upon receiving Yin's message, the blue-silver king erupted with a terrifying resistance. Under this overwhelming force, Tang San was violently expelled from his meditative state, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Tang Hao, who had been standing beside Tang San, rushed to his son's side, alarmed. Father, I was rejected. A force repelled me. Tang San spoke, each word accompanied by fresh blood escaping his lips. Rejected? Repelled? A look of confusion and gravity crossed Tang Hao's face. His original intent had been to awaken Tang San's blue silvergrass to become a top-tier martial soul, rivaling the Haotian hammer, but it seemed that this was no longer feasible. Xiao San, recover first, and then tell me in detail what you experienced, Tang Hao urged, concern evident in his gaze. Tang San had sustained considerable injury from the mental backlash. If he did not recover swiftly, he would be rendered incapacitated. After some contemplation, Tang Hao resolved to take action, retrieving a white soul bone from his soul guide. Xiao San, this soul bone was acquired from the illusionary deer. Though its age is merely over 10,000 years, it possesses restorative properties for mental energy. You should absorb it. He presented the soul bone to Tang San, who felt a mix of surprise and joy. Tang San accepted the soul bone, placing it upon his forehead to begin the absorption process. A soul bone of this age, while not exceptionally powerful, was still valuable, and Tang San quickly completed the absorption within an hour. Once restored, he marveled at the clarity within his mind. Xiao San, you have awakened. What transpired? Why were you suddenly expelled? Tang Hao inquired, incredulously regarding his son. Tang San, hearing his father's words, managed a bitter smile. "Father, I do not know. I merely heard a voice proclaiming, 'You wish to usurp my king's position. Begone.'" He shook his head, perplexed at the situation. "My king?" Dang Hao Pao said, realizing that the ruler of the blue silver grass was none other than Tang San's mother. Een. This could not be. Een should have perished at the hands of the unruly children from the Holy Spirit village. There should be no blue-silver emperor remaining in this world. Tang Hao pondered in confusion, and several minutes passed before he gradually lifted his head. As it stood, Xiao San could not awaken his bloodline. He truly had no recourse. It seemed he would have to focus on training with the Haotian hammer instead. Tang Hao felt a sense of resignation. However, if Een had indeed survived, it warranted further investigation. Returning to the Holy Spirit village was out of the question. That old man was far too powerful and appeared to have some familiarity with grandfather, likely being one of his rivals from the past. Tang Hao reflected on his circumstances, feeling a wave of helplessness. All of this was due to that foolish master. Had it not been for him, he would not be in this predicament. It seemed time to call upon his elder brother for assistance. Dang Hao Sai, casting a weary glance at Tang San. "Xiao San, if it is not feasible, then let us first focus on refining the Haotian hammer." Dang Hao sighed deeply. Although he possessed but a single martial soul, he suspected that the training method for dual martial souls primarily revolved around physical prowess. The might of dual martial souls was indeed formidable, but it necessitated the simultaneous absorption of 18 soul rings, which in turn demanded both exceptional physical strength and mental fortitude. However, I lack the requisite strength, thought Tang San, casting a hesitant glance at his father. Despite his current reservations towards a master, he held a degree of faith in the master's theories. Upon observing Tang San's expression, Tang Hao's countenance darkened. "Xiao San, trust me. I am your father, and I would never lead you astray," he bellowed, his already dark features growing even grimmer. "Enough talk, Xiao San. Come with me. I shall guide you in hunting soul rings. No one is more familiar with the Haotian hammer than I." Tang Hao's tone was grave. As the Haotian Dalu, he was arguably the strongest wielder of the Haotian hammer on the continent, even surpassing his elder brother, Tang Xiao. "Very well, father," Tang San acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Despite his mixed feelings, he trusted any decision made by Tang Hao. Seeing Tang San's compliance, Tang Hao's face broke into a relieved smile. "That's the spirit," he remarked, and Tang San mirrored his father's joy. Although his father was often absent, witnessing his father's happiness brought him immense contentment. Meanwhile, Suyu wiped the golden dragon spear in his hands, gazing at the hundreds of 10,000-year-soul beasts in the distance, and could not help but sigh. The fourth trial assessed the heart of a warrior. Suyu was required to confront and slay these formidable soul beasts. Though these beasts were mere phantoms created by the ice god's residual power, their strength was indistinguishable from genuine 10,000-year-soul beasts, potentially even superior to those found outside. What a troublesome task, Suyu thought, dispatching a soul beast that charged at him with a casual thrust of his spear. Though Suyu's power was not terrifying, these soul beasts posed no real threat to him. 3,000 thunder movements. He growled, unleashing his terrifying prowess. His figure danced through the throngs of soul beasts as swiftly as a butterfly, the golden dragon spear in his hand striking with precision. Each thrust transformed a soul beast into shimmering stardust. With every motion, he dispatched dozens of them, his speed too overwhelming for the beasts to keep pace, rendering them mere playthings for his might. In an instant, a phantom Qilin materialized behind him, unleashing a violent wave of heat that incinerated dozens of approaching soul beast phantoms. Even at their strongest, they are merely illusions, Suyu scoffed, effortlessly dispatching the phantoms with a single punch each. His spectral form darted through the masses, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. "It seems my strength has indeed progressed," Suyu remarked excitedly as he clenched his fist. Though the soul beast phantoms were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers compelled Suyu to exercise caution. In this intense battle environment, he felt his combat experience had notably improved. With over a month past and 3 months remaining until the tournament, he mused, "I still have ample time to navigate the challenges ahead." Once the competition concluded, He would pay a visit to the old man, and perhaps venture to the city of slaughter. The inheritance of the Shura god must not fall into Tang San's hands. Though Su Yu was not afraid of Tang San becoming powerful through the Shura goddess legacy, he preferred to prevent him from acquiring it altogether, thus sparing himself any future troubles. In no time, Su Yu had eradicated all soul beasts in the fourth trial. Congratulations, Challenger! You have successfully cleared the fourth trial and received a 10,000-year snow lotus, enhancing your soul power by 1 level. A snow-white lotus radiating an aura of icy chill materialized in Su Yu's grasp. Simultaneously, a stream of ice-blue light surged into his body, elevating his level from 37 to 38. Feeling the surge of power within, Su Yu nodded appreciatively. After placing the snow lotus in a jade box retrieved from the Starry River, he settled down to convert the excess soul power. Did Su Yu venture to the extreme North Cold Pool? Gu Yuna inquired of Di Tian, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Indeed, my lord. The Snow Emperor has opened the cold pool and permitted Su Yu to enter, Di Tian replied solemnly, kneeling before Gu Yuna. The cold pool, a remnant of the ice god? She was indeed a formidable beast god, but ultimately fell in battle. The control of the cold pool should now lie with the goddess of life. Su Yu possesses remarkable talent, should he clear the 9 trials. Inheriting the divine position of the goddess of life should be well within reach, Gu Yuna mused, her eyes shimmering with intellect. She recognized that to launch an offensive against the divine realm, one must wield great power. Su Yu's potential inheritance of the goddess of life's position would be advantageous. Di Tian, proceed to the extreme north. So you may very well break through level 50 there. You could seize this opportunity to elevate your own power, drawing ever closer to the coveted 900,000-year mark. Gu Yuna's voice resonated with a chilling elegance, reminiscent of an ethereal being. Understood, Di Tian replied with a slight bow, his tone grave. Having served Gu Yuna for countless years, he was unwaveringly obedient to her commands. That will be all. You may depart, Gu Yuna said, dismissing Di Tian with a wave of her hand, channeling spatial energy to usher him away from her sanctuary. What is the origin of Su Yu's bloodline? It is astonishingly powerful, far surpassing that of the legendary beasts, Gu Yuna pondered, a flicker of curiosity igniting in her gaze. Initially, she had believed Su Yu's bloodline to be akin to that of the legendary beasts, yet its distinctiveness intrigued her. However, upon learning that Su Yu could assist soul beasts in enhancing their cultivation and shield them from heavenly tribulations, her curiosity intensified. The last evolution of Su Yu's bloodline had remarkably restored much of her own power. Now that Su Yu was poised to break through level 50 in the cold pool, her participation became essential. As for reconnaissance in the divine realm, Gu Yuna was unperturbed. Her ability to remain undiscovered for so many years was testament to her resourcefulness. Level 50 already? Such a swift little fellow. But what of Chiao Air? Her progress seems exceedingly slow. When will your child be born? Can my legion of legendary beasts ever emerge? Gu Yuna mused, a hint of exasperation creeping into her thoughts. It seemed she would need to engage more with Chiao Air moving forward. Achoo! Achoo! Far away in the extreme north, Su Yu suddenly sneezed multiple times in succession. What could be the cause? Is someone thinking of me? He wondered, perplexed by his own unseasonable sneezes. Perhaps it is Chiao Air, he speculated, narrowing his eyes. Having nearly refined the soul power from the fourth trial, he resolved to proceed to the fifth trial. With a fiery aura enveloping him and lightning-imbued armor materializing, Su Yu strode towards the portal leading to the fifth trial. The thunder armor technique was ultimately mastered by Su Yu, as he finally succeeded in merging the Yihua with lightning. In this state, Su Yu's defenses were impervious to any soul saint-level adversaries. His speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the spatial gate. Once again, he was greeted by the familiar white light and sensation. When Su Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in the fifth challenge. The fifth challenge differed significantly from the others, taking place on an expansive grassland. Gazing at the verdant expanse, Su Yu momentarily lost his focus, as he felt a warm breeze enveloping him, evoking a long-lost sense of comfort. Welcome, Challenger, to the fifth trial. Here, you'll be tested on your survival skills. For the next half-month, you will be stripped of all your powers, and you must learn to survive in this space. A calm voice echoed within the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Suyu felt the power within him dissipate. The power truly vanished. Surely, the system has not disappeared, Suyu thought with a furrowed brow. System, he whispered internally. Hello, host. The system's impassive voice soon resonated in his mind. A faint smile crept across Suyu's face upon hearing it. However, despite the system's presence, he resolved to rely solely on his own abilities this time. Although his wilderness survival skills were not extensive, he believed that with his physical prowess, surviving for half a month would not pose a significant challenge. Challenger, do your best. The voice in the challenge space fell silent after its encouragement, and without further hesitation, Suyu set off to seek resources. Chapter 145. Tang Hao and Tang San's plan indeed. Xiao San, your soul rings now surpass everyone else's. Except for the Pope Bibi Dong from the Hall of Spirits, no one else can compare to you, Tang Hao remarked. A satisfied expression gracing his face as he observed Tang San, who wielded the Haotian hammer, with soul rings shimmering behind him. The purple and black lights flickered around Tang San, gradually revealing 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black. The soul rings of the Haotian hammer were 5,000 years, 9,000 years, 12,000 years, and 26,000 years old. The terrifying configuration of the Haotian hammer's soul rings elicited palpable excitement in Tang Hao. It was the most formidable arrangement he had ever witnessed. Though he had not seen Bibi Dong's soul rings, he sensed that they could not surpass those of his son by much. Father, shall we return? Tang San asked, observing his father's momentary distraction with curiosity. Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Tang Hao furrowed his brow. Return? He pondered, internally wrestling with the thought. Let's go back. However, Xiao San this time, I have a grand plan. I know that Suyu has been a torment for you, and I too have suffered. I have decided to enlist your uncle's assistance. With both of us acting together, Suyu is surely doomed. Excitement gleamed in Tang Hao's eyes as he envisioned Suyu's demise. His hatred for the elder who had torn off his arm surfacing anew. Although fear flickered within Tang Hao, it dissipated when he recalled the might of the Haotian sect behind him. Father, are you serious? Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suyu had inflicted significant harm upon him, and the prospect of Suyu's impending death thrilled him immensely. Seeing his son's reaction, Tang Hao felt a pang of sorrow. Ever since a Yin's accidental death, this child had endured much hardship. Despite being such a kind and obedient boy, Suyu had caused him this suffering. Tang Hao's murderous intent towards Suyu intensified. Rest assured, Xiao San, your uncle is a super Douluo of level 96, and I am level 95. This time, we will ensure his demise, Tang Hao declared, brimming with enthusiasm. He had already devised a plan. He would not allow Suyu an easy death. Instead, he aimed to make Suyu endure the torment of witnessing his son disfigured and his own arm violently torn away. Xiao San, I promise you this time, your uncle will kill Suyu, even if it costs him his life, Tang Hao said, affectionately patting Tang San's shoulder. Father and son exchanged deep gazes, both recognizing the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. After solidifying their plan, Tang Hao led Tang San toward Tiando City. After depositing Tang San at Lamba Academy, he departed. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San did not engage in any conspicuous actions. Instead, he concealed himself within his room, refraining from venturing outside. His only objective was to execute the plan and eliminate Suyu. With his father Tang Hao now at Haotian's sect, he could not afford to provoke any further trouble, especially since he truly had no one to rely on. Though Tang San longed to explore, he refrained, fearing an encounter with Suyu. On the other side of Tiando City, Wang Qiu'er sat cross-legged on her bed, her formidable soul power fluctuating intensely. Before long, the power coalesced and surged. And after an indeterminate period, it finally stabilized. In that fleeting moment, the soul power emanating from her body grew even denser. Ah, I have finally broken through. How difficult it was. Level 48. I wonder how far my brother has advanced. He should not be faster than me, Wang Qiu'er exclaimed, rising from her bed and stretching her limbs with excitement. Since Wang Qiu'er had begun to diligently cultivate, the medicinal energy within her had been rapidly refined, allowing her to break through in just under 2 months. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing had not advanced much faster than her. Barely 2 days after Zhu Zhuqing reached level 40, Wang Qiu'er had achieved her breakthrough, and Zhu Zhuqing had yet to select a soul beast, while Wang Qiu'er had already advanced again. Finally, I can move around a bit. Achieving level 50 before the competition seems unlikely, Wang Qiu'er mused, shaking her head with a hint of regret. However, even if reaching level 50 proved impossible, attaining level 49 should pose no challenge. At that point, she would still be the strongest among her team. Little did Wang Qiu'er know that Suyu was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely find it amusing, as he knew that if he did not surpass her in 3 months, he would have no place left in the world. Suyu chuckled as he observed a rabbit before him. Xiao Wu, I truly do not wish to consume your kin, but alas, I have no choice. If I do not eat, I may perish, he thought, though his hands moved swiftly, and soon, a rabbit weighing 6 or 7 pounds was skinned and eviscerated. Next came the roasting. Suyu hastily gathered a pile of dry twigs. Having lost his soul power, he could no longer conjure flames. He was now akin to a mere mortal, needing to rely on flint to ignite a fire. Suyu's technique was commendable, and he quickly sparked a flame with the flint. This is truly delicious, he said, savoring a bite of the rabbit's leg. Whether it was due to Suyu's culinary skills or the quality of the ingredients, the rabbit meat was exceptionally tasty. To be honest, since meeting Xiao Wu, Suyu had not had the chance to eat rabbit meat. In merely 10 days, it will mark the completion of 5 days since Suyu entered this place, with his mission extending over a fortnight. With 10 days remaining, Suyu feels quite confident about his situation. Reflecting on his current self brings a smile to his face. Indeed, the assessment set forth by the ice god possesses a unique charm. This survival test is undeniably valuable. The path of the strong cannot be confined to the city forever. Outdoor exploration is an absolute necessity, and this survival challenge is precisely testing Suyu's resilience. He is genuinely content with this trial. To speak candidly, the past 5 days have been rather pleasant for Suyu, or at least he perceives them as such. Each day, after his meals, he reclines against a grand tree, gazing up at the sky. This lifestyle is immensely comforting for him. He imagines that if he were to become a formidable warrior in the future, living a life of toil at dawn and rest at dusk alongside Wang Qiu'er and others would be quite delightful. As he envisions the days ahead, a gentle smile graces his lips. Chapter 146. The evasions of Yu Shaojiang. Time passes swiftly, and the Youth Soul Master competition draws ever closer. Suyu's progress accelerates, and his strength burgeons. 10 days later, he successfully navigates the 5th level, acquiring remarkable treasures. A month hence, he conquers the 6th and 7th levels. Following his triumph at the 7th level, he finally garners the attention of the divine. In a forest of breathtaking beauty within the divine realm, a woman, whose beauty rivals that of Guyu Na, suddenly stands entranced. What a remarkable young talent, she muses, possessing such astonishing fortune, and a martial soul capable of manipulating fate, truly unbelievable. This woman is none other than the goddess of life, a deity standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Fortune smiles upon this youth. He is undoubtedly the chosen successor bestowed upon me by the Creator God. Such extraordinary luck could easily bear the combined might of Xiao Zi and myself, perhaps even resurrecting the awe-inspiring essence of the Creator God, the goddess of life reflects. Her satisfaction with Suyu's progress deepening. However, while I may confer my divine status upon him, it must await his triumph over the 9th trial. Otherwise, it would diminish my own standing. A gentle smile graces her lips. Unbeknownst to Suyu, who is currently striving within the 8th trial, the challenges of this level prove to be quite formidable. Yet, Suyu perceives them as manageable. Have you ever encountered a task that requires one to create a unique soul skill from thin air without any prerequisites? Although this trial presents difficulties, it remains relatively simple for Suyu, especially considering his extensive exposure to countless animations in his previous life. He gathers an immense amount of Iowa, culminating in a colossal fireball several dozen meters in diameter. This technique, reminiscent of scenes from the anime One Piece, impresses the goddess of life, who observes from afar as Suyu effortlessly crafts his unique soul skill. Indeed, this boy is the heir bestowed upon me by the Creator God. Such talent surely warrants my divine status, she reflects solemnly. It is quite simple, yet perhaps only someone like me, a traveler from another realm, could deem it so. Others might struggle. With a smile, Suyu sits cross-legged on the ground, commencing the restoration of his soul power. Master, are you saying that BB Dong? Upon hearing my reluctance to oppose the spirit hall, maintains her disdain? Tang Hao's countenance darkens as he gazes at Master, his anger palpable. It is one thing for the powerful figures behind Suyu to disregard him, but it is entirely unacceptable that the Spirit Hall, an organization he has outsmarted and which has lost a pope at his hands, dares to act with such arrogance. BB Dong, that woman, merely seeks a training method, and despite my offer to cease opposing the Spirit Hall, she refuses. Tang Hao's fury intensifies. It seems that after more than a decade of absence from the Soul Master community, some have indeed forgotten the terror of the Hao Yin hammer. Your Excellency, Hao Yin, I have conveyed this, yet BB Dong shows me no respect. It appears my reputation has waned, Tang Hao mutters darkly. However, I do not currently have the time to quarrel with a woman. Once I successfully eliminate that little rascal Suyu, I will address her slowly. Tang Hao casts a disdainful glance at Master, who is lamenting his grievances. Master, seeing your expression, it seems you have been holding back your frustrations, he begins. Master looks at Tang Hao, whose expression remains impassive, and feels a flicker of joy. In his heart, he believes that as long as Tang Hao takes action, everything will be resolved. Tang Hao is the only soul master capable of slaying a pope without consequence. Ah, that BB Dong. She shows me no respect whatsoever. It seems my reputation has truly diminished, Tang Hao remarks in a low voice. Yet, I have no time to squabble with her. After I deal with that little brat Suyu, I shall settle matters with her. Tang Hao gives Master a dismissive glance, his tone indifferent. Master, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, is momentarily taken aback. The thought of eliminating Suyu has crossed his mind countless times. Without Suyu, how could he lead such a life? His hatred for Suyu runs deep, and if given the chance, he would gladly consume Suyu's flesh. Your Excellency Hao Yin, do you have further instructions? Master asks, his excitement palpable as he gazes at Tang Hao. Tang Hao glances at Master, shaking his head in exasperation. He has indeed pondered the unreliability of this individual and feels hesitant to rely on him. No need. Just keep an eye on Xiao San for me. He has now begun training with the Hao Yin hammer and has reached level 40. Please ensure he is diligent in his cultivation. Tang Hao's voice is low and gravelly. Having spoken, he quickly departs, eager to distance himself from this melodramatic figure. Understood, Your Excellency Hao Yin, Master exclaims, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he watches Tang Hao leave. Tang Hao, upon hearing Master's excited shout, nearly stumbles in surprise. Goodness, he was so discreet upon his arrival. I truly fear the presence of Suyu's allies. Tang Hao swiftly flees, transforming into a streak of light. Indeed, Your Excellency Hao Yin possesses unfathomable power. Such speed is likely unmatched, even by my father. Master remarks with a serious demeanor as he observes Tang Hao's departure. Listening to Master praise his father, Tang San's face brightens with a subtle smile. My father is a level 95 superpower house. Achieving such speed comes easily to him. While Tang San's voice is calm, Master can easily discern the pride underlying his words. However, he refrains from commenting, as he too once idolized his father, Yu Engine, in his youth. The Hao Yin Dalu is indeed a supreme being in this world. Xiao San, you must learn well from your father. Do you understand? Master speaks to Tang San with a tone that is both gentle and serious. Upon hearing Master extol his father's virtues and encourage him to emulate him, Tang San's face brightens with a composed smile. Rest assured, Master, I shall undoubtedly become a powerhouse like my father. Tang San's resolve is firm, for he has witnessed Tang Hao's might firsthand while hunting for soul rings with the Hao Yin hammer. His ultimate aspiration is to surpass his father, Tang Hao. Master gazes at Tang San, whose confidence mirrors his own, and nods in satisfaction. Indeed, Xiao San, persevere. You are my most esteemed disciple, and I believe you shall become a super powerhouse in the future. The master's voice was calm, yet imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Chapter 147. The Attention of the Goddess of Life. Tang San observed the master's demeanor and couldn't help but smile. He held great respect for him. In his previous life within the Tang sect, he had also revered the elders, and the master, being his teacher, was akin to a father figure. Under this philosophy, the master was no different from his own father. As Tang San departed, the master's initially serious expression began to contort gradually. His face twisted further, excitement transforming into an ugly grin as he thought, "Ha ha! Die. Suyu, you wretched little brat, why can't you just die? Finally, you are about to perish." The master's countenance warped. Had Suyu perished by his hand back then, he would not have to endure such a life now. An ugly smile crept upon a master's face as he envisioned the demise of Suyu, eliciting a faint smile from him. "Humph, die, just die," the master's voice, now hoarse, was laced with deep-seated hatred. However, no one witnessed this transformation. "Is this the 9th trial? It is finally coming to an end," Suyu remarked, gripping the golden dragon spear with a tranquil demeanor. "Level 49. If I pass this trial, I shall certainly reach level 50, Suyu mused silently, as the terrifying silhouette of the Qilin manifested behind him. "Welcome, challenger. You're the first in millions of years to arrive at this level. Should you succeed in this trial, the ultimate reward shall be yours." This voice, unlike before, was not thunderous but rather gentle. As the voice resonated, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in green appeared before Suyu. The green-clad woman possessed exquisite features, her emerald hair and attire exuding a vibrant essence of life. "Little one, go ahead. I am the guardian of the final trial. Defeat me, and you shall pass," she declared, revealing herself as the goddess of life. Her face lighting up with a smile as she regarded Suyu. "Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully encountering the goddess of life. You have acquired 3 fishing opportunities." Suyu gazed incredulously at the woman before him. "Come quickly, little one," the goddess of life beckoned with a warm smile as numerous vines materialized around her. Observing her movements, Suyu's expression tightened, and he launched an attack. The Qilin's destruction strike manifested behind him, hurtling towards the goddess of life with ferocity. "Not bad," she acknowledged, admiration flickering in her eyes as the formidable Qilin silhouette surged towards her. The goddess of life smiled, her fingers gracefully moving, summoning an array of plants before her. The Qilin silhouette collided violently with a flourish she commanded, resulting in a thunderous explosion, enveloping the area in billowing smoke. Suyu's strike shattered the goddess's defenses entirely, yet she remained unscathed. "Continue. This won't do," she cheerfully gestured, prompting Suyu to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated the goddess of life's presence here. Was this not the ice goddess's domain? His expression grew peculiar, but pressing matters took precedence. Terrifying azure and deep yellow flames ignited in his hands, merging into a formidable conflagration. The goddess of life gazed at the flames in Suyu's grasp. Astonishment etched on her face. Such fearsome flames, and their origin is unknown. According to Douluo Continent, such flames should not exist, she mused, a sense of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Where did this boy acquire them? Yet, even if she pondered endlessly, she would never uncover the existence of the system within Suyu. Buddha's wrath, fire lotus. Suyu bellowed, sending the fiery lotus hurtling towards the goddess of life. Although she felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the flames, her current prowess allowed her to easily defend against it. The explosive sound reverberated once more, with the power of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus transforming the ground where the goddess stood into scorched earth. Hundreds of meters were reduced to ash, yet she remained unharmed. What terrifying power! However, this goddess is still unscathed. "Now, I shall make my move," she declared, nodding and charging towards Suyu. Though not an expert in combat, her level was sufficient to completely overwhelm Suyu. In an instant, she stood before him, her fist aimed squarely at his face. Yet, being merely an ordinary spiritual entity. She was no match for Su Yu's formidable mental strength. As she approached, a barrage of fiery lightning armor enveloped him. "Ah, quite impressive," she remarked with a smile. Yet her fist continued its trajectory. Without hesitation, Su Yu retaliated, launching a fierce punch towards the goddess's head. An amalgamation of fire and lightning surging forth with the force of a tempest. The goddess did not relent, but being a deity, even as a mere shadow, she was beyond Su Yu's reach. In the moment of collision, Su Yu was sent flying. "Little one, your strength is indeed commendable, but I still possess the upper hand." She grinned at him. Hearing her words, Su Yu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. In a concealed position, a golden coin materialized in his hand, surges of lightning crackling around it. Su Yu remained silent, focusing intently on gathering his soul skill. "Ah, what a cunning little rascal. Very well, I shall pretend I did not see that," the goddess of life mused, shaking her head inwardly. She wished to refrain from intervening, as she desired for Su Yu to succeed in this trial. If he failed, how could she bestow her divine legacy upon him? Chapter 148, Tang San's Inner Thoughts. Under the goddess of life's watchful gaze, Su Yu's soul skill finally reached completion. The moment it was ready, he hurled the electromagnetic cannon forward. With a whoosh, it sped towards the goddess of life. The terrifying velocity shattered the sound barrier, directly piercing through her apparition. "Did I succeed?" Su Yu marveled, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the dissipating figure. "Is this truly the goddess of life?" he mused, unable to believe the spectacle before him. In the divine realm, the goddess of life regarded Su Yu with satisfaction. She was genuinely pleased with his successor. Simultaneously, far in the divine realm, the life goddess manifested a glimmer of divine light at her fingertips. This divine light swiftly pierced through the void and surged into Su Yu's body. "Congratulations, inheritor. You have passed the benevolent life goddess's trial. Now, please accept your reward." The voice, imbued with calm authority, reverberated in Su Yu's mind once more. As he absorbed the sound echoing in his consciousness, a subtle excitement and anticipation illuminated his countenance. His soul power ascended by one level, and a divine soul ring was bestowed upon him, the legacy of the God of Life. Following the proclamation of this imposing voice, 3 beams of light surged into Su Yu's body instantaneously. The intensity of the soul power that manifested within him was formidable. He could not help but change his expression as he felt this newly arrived soul power, which was not gentle, but rather somewhat wild. This was not an issue with the reward soul power, but rather a characteristic of the divine soul ring. It was evident that Su Yu's physical attributes were comparable to some formidable beings of the soul, Douluo realm, and the soul ring he sought to absorb had to be no less than 60,000 years in age. Anything below that threshold was not even worth contemplating for him. Su Yu's reflexes were remarkably swift. He promptly settled into a meditative posture on the ground to commence his cultivation. Streams of golden light began to emanate from his body, and simultaneously, his Qilin martial soul rapidly materialized behind him, causing his 4 soul rings to start oscillating. The 3 purple and 1 black rings danced behind him, while a white soul ring gradually appeared. This white ring swiftly transformed into yellow and then into purple. Upon becoming purple, the soul rings behind Su Yu did not slow down. Rather, they became more pronounced. In an instant, the purple soul ring transitioned into a faint black hue. It was only after turning black that Su Yu's speed began to decelerate, although even then, it remained remarkably swift. If his previous rate of evolution resembled that of an airplane, then now it was akin to a racing car. Despite this slight reduction in velocity, Su Yu found that within 2 time periods, the soul ring behind him had transformed into a black 60,000 year ring. "Phew, not bad, but I can endure further," Su Yu resolutely thought, clenching his teeth. If he could absorb an 80,000 year soul ring, then he would undoubtedly be able to absorb a 100,000 year soul ring for his 6th soul ring. Tang San observed his teacher with a faint smile emerging on his face. "Teacher, how do you feel about my chances of defeating Su Yu in our next battle?" Tang San's tone was confident as he wielded the immense Haotian hammer. his gaze brimming with pride. Since acquiring the Haotian hammer, his strength had multiplied exponentially, and he was certain he could now triumph over Suyu. Suyu, just you wait. My soul rings are unparalleled. Even your 3 purple and 1 black cannot stand against me, Tang San vowed fiercely in his heart. However, he remained oblivious to Suyu's thoughts. Although his father wished to eliminate Suyu, he still yearned to defeat Suyu in a fair contest. The master regarded his disciple with a satisfied smile. My disciple is naturally the most exceptional. Suyu is merely someone who was guided by the strong since childhood. If Xiaosan had been by your father's side since a young age, he would undoubtedly surpass him. The master's expression was serious, yet his eyes shone with pride as he looked at Tang San. As his disciple, Tang San's growth reflected glory upon the master. You are right, teacher. If I had enjoyed Su Yu's privileges during my childhood, I would have surpassed him long ago, Tang San replied, exuding confidence. Half an hour later, Su Yu felt the presence of the 74,000-year-soul ring and could not help but smile faintly. Only 6,000 more years, just a bit longer, he thought. Grinding his teeth in determination, he began to swiftly activate his burning decision, and the pressure within his body gradually diminished. As a quasi-Earth grade technique, the burning decision was indeed formidable, and soon the soul ring began to progress once more. In less than 10 minutes, however, the soul ring's advancement slowed again. Despite the strength of the burning decision, Su Yu's physical constitution was unable to withstand it. He furrowed his brow as he sensed the soul ring reach 79,000 years, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere. Su Yu's willpower was remarkably strong, and after an hour, he finally exhaled in relief as he observed the soul ring behind him. I did it. What a hassle, he thought, shaking his head as he swiftly operated the burning decision to conclude his session. 5th soul skill, Qilin tread of heaven and earth. Su Yu roared, propelling himself skyward. Under the enhancement of the 5th soul skill, he instantly created a depression in the sky spanning dozens of meters. Su Yu gaped at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. What an impressive move. I can easily create a dent in space. If I grow stronger in the future, could I shatter space with a single step? He mused, shaking his head in awe at the terrifying power of such a skill. The voice of the life goddess resonated in Su Yu's mind, proclaiming, First trial of the god of life completed. Reward, 1 level of soul power. While Su Yu was still in shock, the soul power within him upgraded once more. Bewildered, Su Yu pondered, is this the inheritance of the life goddess? Does this mean I have completed the assessment for divine inheritance? The life goddess was among the 5 most powerful beings in the divine realm. Initially, Su Yu had intended to seek out the Shura in the city of slaughter. But now the life goddess had come to him. He was overjoyed, although he still needed to visit the city of slaughter, as he could not allow Tang San to gain the inheritance. With thoughts of Tang San crossing his mind, a faint smile appeared on Su Yu's face. Once this competition concludes, I can spread the news about the master having a child. I wonder if the master can handle it. An evil grin crept across Su Yu's face. Why is it so cold? Am I falling ill? The master, who had been observing Tang San's cultivation, suddenly felt a chill. He shook his head, deep in contemplation. Chapter 149. Incredulity. Moments later, Su Yu felt the refined soul power within him and nodded in approval. I did it. What an unexpected delight this inheritance of the life goddess is, he thought, clenching his fist in triumphant resolve. There should still be a little more than a month left. Su Yu mused, stroking his chin. He gazed at the open space tunnel, a faint smile gracing his lips. Time ago, he declared, shaking his head as he strode into the tunnel with the grace of 1,000 thunderclaps. Outside, Xuedi observed the magnificent space tunnel, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite features. Finally out, given this little one's talent, he should have reached the 8th trial, she contemplated, recalling her own failure at that very stage. When she had entered, she had already perfected her 3 ultimate skills. At that time, she had no expectations, and, as time elapsed, she was eventually expelled, as creating a soul skill within a week was quite the challenge. While Xuedi reflected on her memories, a figure, traversing through thunder and lightning, swiftly burst forth from the tunnel, and it was none other than Su Yu. Sister Xuedi. It has been quite a while since we last met. As Suyu emerged from the tunnel, he immediately spotted Shue-Di standing not far away. A smile graced Shue-Di's face as she took gentle steps toward Suyu. However, when she reached his side, she found herself momentarily stunned, for she noticed a mark upon Suyu's forehead. It was the imprint of a tree's shadow, brimming with the essence of life. With a furrowed brow, Shue-Di regarded the mark with a hint of perplexity. Suyu, have you made a breakthrough? Before Suyu could respond to Shue-Di's inquiry, several familiar figures materialized not far from him. These were the fierce beasts of the Xingdou Great Forest. At that moment, Bai Ji cast a warm gaze upon Suyu, sensing the formidable soul power emanating from him, which surpassed 50 levels. Suyu instinctively narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it seems so. He nodded and began to elucidate the situation to Bai Ji and the other fierce beasts. His breakthrough had occurred within the cold pool, yet the fortune he had gained could not penetrate its depths. Moreover, the life goddess had intercepted the aura he emanated. You say you have received the divine legacy from the life goddess? Di Tian regarded Suyu, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Bai Ji also displayed a look of incredulity. As she already possessed the life attribute, she could now sense an endless vitality radiating from Suyu, a sensation far stronger than her own life energy. The expressions of Xiong-Jun, Yao Ling, and Wan Yao Wang mirrored the astonishment directed toward Suyu. Is what you say truly the case? Shue-Di's voice was somewhat hoarse, as she struggled to contain her emotions. Suyu surveyed the excited crowd and could not help but smile, nodding emphatically. Excellent, splendid. You have truly become the heir of a deity. This is wonderful news for our future, Di Tian exclaimed, his voice filled with enthusiasm and joy. With this revelation, he knew their master would be exceedingly pleased. A radiant smile blossomed on Di Tian's face as Suyu observed the creases that formed with his grin. Then, Di Tian, shall I accompany you all to meet our master? Suyu inquired with a calm demeanor. Taken aback by the question, Di Tian quickly composed himself and nodded solemnly. That will not be necessary. Given that you now bear the legacy of a deity, it could potentially reveal our master's location, Di Tian replied gravely, tinged with a note of caution. His vigilance was not directed at Suyu, but rather at the divine presence behind him. Although the life goddess was not a deity of combat, she was indeed a true goddess, capable of uncovering Guyu Na's whereabouts. The mere thought sent a shiver through Di Tian's body. Should Guyu Na be discovered, the soul beast would stand no chance. Very well, I understand, Di Tian. Suyu responded with comprehension. Bai Ji, noting Suyu's lack of objections, nodded in agreement. This matter is of utmost gravity. Suyu, we shall refrain from reminiscing. We need to return promptly to inform our master, Di Tian stated with an expression of unwavering determination. Before Suyu could respond, Di Tian, along with Xiong-Jun and Yao Ling, vanished in an instant. Suyu, we are taking our leave. Upon your return, do take good care of Chiu-Er, understand? Bai Ji said kindly as she looked at him. Yes, farewell, Bizi, Suixmalt. He would certainly look after Chiu-Er, as she held a special place in his heart. Although he had several companions in Douluo Continent, Chiu-Er would always remain his favorite. Rest assured, he replied earnestly, nodding without the embellishment of flowery language. Then I shall feel at ease. Bai Ji smiled and departed with Wan Yao Wang, leaving Suyu alone with Shue-Di. Sister Shue-Di, there is still over a month before the youth competition begins, correct? Suyu remarked with a smile directed at Shue-Di. Shue-Di nodded in response to Suyu's inquiry. Perfect, this allows me to solidify my cultivation. Suyu chuckled as he made his way toward a cave not far from the cold pool. Observing Suyu's demeanor, Shue-Di could not help but nod in approval. She realized that this young man was increasingly meeting her expectations. Previously, she had deemed him too weak, but that now seemed a jest. His progress was indeed remarkable. Shaking her head, she turned and headed towards her own abode. A month swiftly passed, and Suyu's cultivation was thoroughly stabilized. The once impure soul power within him began to gradually purify. In Tiandou City, Wang Chiu-Er stood by her hotel window, gazing into the vast sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of longing. Sigh, I wonder when my brother will return. The competition is about to commence. Wang Chiu-Er's voice carried a note of melancholy. In the extreme north, Suyu beamed at Xuedi. Sister Xuedi, I implore you, with only half a month remaining until the competition begins, please escort me back. Suyu wore a gentle smile, prompting Xuedi to nod in agreement. Little brother, best of luck in the competition. Xuedi encouraged as she patted Suyu's shoulder before soaring into the air towards the northern reaches. Concurrently, a green light shot forth from another location in the extreme north. Chapter 150. Return. The figure cloaked in green was none other than Bingdi. Xuedi's speed was astonishing. In merely 3 days, she traversed from the depths of the extreme north to the capital of the Tiando Empire. In Tiando City, Ziji gazed incredulously at the young man before her eyes brimming with astonishment. Xuedi, you cannot be serious, can you? Ziji's voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness. As a pure-blood dragon, she inherently understood the might of the deities. The life goddess's divine position was one of the 5 most powerful in the divine realm, a position that had existed since the dawn of creation. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Suyu replied with an exasperated glance at the disbelieving Ziji. It is not that I do not believe you, but it is simply too incredible. One of my companions has inherited the divine position of the life goddess. It is astonishing, Ziji clarified, her eyes widening in disbelief at Suyu's unimpressed demeanor. Isn't that right, Chio'er? Ziji turned to Wang Chio'er, who appeared unfazed and devoid of surprise. Not really. Perhaps it is you? Ziji, who is overly astonished. My brother's talent is more than sufficient to inherit any divine position, Wang Chio'er remarked, casting a sideways glance at Ziji. Ziji felt a wave of exasperation wash over her as she realized she should not have broached the subject with Wang Chio'er, who had clearly become enamored with Suyu. Are you planning to go out? I have yet to properly explore the human city, Bingdi inquired, noticing Ziji's incessant shaking of her head. Very well, Ziji sighed, somewhat resigned. If Bingdi wishes to explore, I shall accompany her since I am somewhat familiar with Tiando City. Upon hearing that Bingdi and Ziji intended to venture out, Xuedi's eyes twinkled with a thought, and she promptly followed after them. Moments later, Suyu observed the remaining young girl in the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. Our dear Chio'er appears to be in high spirits today. Suyu approached Wang Chio'er with a cheerful grin, leaning his face close to hers and quietly observing the flawless visage of the girl before him. I'm not happy at all. Why would I be happy that you've returned? Wang Chio'er's cheeks flushed upon hearing Suyu's playful banter. I never claimed your joy was due to my return. Suyu chuckled at Wang Chio'er's unfiltered words. Brother, you are quite mischievous, she pouted, her face aflame as she gazed at him with mock indignation. Do not cast such accusations upon me. I've said nothing, Suyu replied, amused by how Wang Chio'er deflected blame onto him. Are you certain you did not utter those words? Wang Chio'er's face lit up with a radiant smile. Observing her, Suyu felt a sudden tremor. From the time they had known each other, he had seldom encountered such a captivating expression from her. The last time he saw her like this was over a year ago, during a period when she had ignored him for nearly half a month. Faced with this delightful Wang Chio'er, Suyu dared not provoke her further. My dear Chio'er, I truly apologize. I shall take responsibility for all that has transpired, he said, playfully sticking out his tongue as he leaned closer to her. Wang Chio'er cast him a sidelong glance, turning her head away in feigned disinterest. Haha, Chio'er, you look exceptionally beautiful today. I have never seen such a lovely princess, Suyu remarked, unabashedly showering her with compliments as she continued to ignore him. Though his flattery was brazen, he spoke only the truth. As Wang Chio'er matured, her beauty flourished. Still, Wang Chio'er remained unresponsive. Suyu pondered for a moment before a clever idea struck him. Chio'er, forgive your brother, for I bring you gifts, he said, gently resting his head upon her small one, his voice soft and soothing. Will you forgive me? He reached out, grasping her tiny hand, his eyes reflecting profound affection. Wang Chio'er, witnessing this, could not help but reveal a hint of exasperation. He held her hand with an unyielding grip. I shall not forgive you so easily next time, she declared, opening her mouth to lightly bite his chest, leaving a small mark. A subtle smile graced Suyu's face. It was evident that this girl could not resist his charms when he showed her a softer side. He silently praised himself for his cleverness. "Brother, tell me about your experiences in the far north," she urged, and without hesitation, he began to recount his adventures. That night, Suyu enjoyed a delightful meal with everyone from Tianshui. During dinner, he learned that Zhu Zhuqing had advanced past level 40 and had directly reached level 42 with her soul ring. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Although the competition was mere days away, Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation should allow her to break through once more, given that she was already at her peak. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, but everyone in the Tianshui team had also leveled up, with Shui Binger remarkably achieving a 2-level jump to level 44, making her one of the strongest, alongside Su Yu and Wang Qiu'er. With about 10 days remaining, let us all rest well and avoid the Soul Arena for now. We must not sustain injuries. Once the competition begins, there will be ample opportunity for you all to showcase your skills, Shui Wuxing declared, sipping her red wine while gazing seriously at everyone present. Su Yu nodded in agreement, his expression equally solemn as he looked at the assembled group. At Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong stumbled out of her room, feeling utterly despondent. The master she once knew had transformed. He now exhibited virtually no masculine traits, embodying only an overwhelming maternal instinct. He seemed to have forgotten her, consumed only by the child in his arms. Lu Erlong felt a profound ache. The master of her past had faded, leaving behind a figure resembling a mere matron. Was my decision back then truly so misguided? She mused, gazing up at the moon with a chill in her tone. Reflecting on the past, a sigh escaped her lips. The master had once been a paragon of responsibility and masculinity, his talents unmatched, although not the strongest soul master. His knowledge was unparalleled. Yet now, he appeared as a cowardly, hypocritical man. Lu Erlong had come to see Yu Shaojiang for what he truly was, lamenting the years wasted on such a person. She sighed deeply, lost in thought as she gazed at the night sky. In the early morning, Su Yu rose from his bed, shaking his head at the sight of the troublesome girl beside him. The previous night, he had nearly lost control, almost succumbing to temptation. Thankfully, his resolve was strong. Now was not the time for such actions, especially as Wang Qiu'er was still unprepared for that level of intimacy. Su Yu was not one to be swayed by fleeting desires. He entered the bathroom for a thorough wash before heading out of the hotel. "Where is that brat headed?" Su Yi sensed Su Yu's departure the moment he stepped out of the hotel, swiftly following him discreetly. At the prince's manor, Su Yu sat across from Xue Qinghe, who regarded him with awe. The boy had become increasingly handsome, making Xue Qinghe feel like an ugly duckling in comparison. "Brother Su Yu, it has been quite some time, nearly 4 months, I believe. The celestial herb you gifted me is truly a treasure. I experienced a 6-level increase in my soul power after consuming it," Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianrenxue, said with a serious tone. "Brother Xue, you flatter me. While the celestial herb is indeed precious, it must be consumed by one suited for it. Furthermore, as you assisted me in acquiring the Han Hai Qian Kuanjiao, it would be remiss of me not to present you with this herb," Su Yu replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Shvo Yine, observing Su Yu's demeanor, felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. This fellow had grown even more handsome. She took a sip from her cup, attempting to suppress the fluttering emotions within her. "Brother Xue, what are you doing?" Su Yu's concerned voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to momentarily freeze. Nothing. I was merely drinking water. I'm a bit parched," she hastily replied, setting her cup down and maintaining a calm facade. Cough. "Brother Xue, if you're thirsty, I won't say anything, but your cup is empty, isn't it? Are you drinking air?" Su Yu's words caused Xue Qinghe's face to turn crimson. She felt so awkward that she could have dug a hole to hide in. Xue Qinghe, with a smile that belied his true feelings, picked up a nearby water jug and poured himself a glass. After taking a few sips, he concealed his emotions and expressions from Su Yu. "Brother Su Yu, I shall not keep anything from you this time. The reason I called you here is to introduce you to the rewards offered by the Spirit Hall." Su Yu, with a faint smile, observed Xue Qinghe's awkward demeanor without offering him any respite, instead enjoying the scene before him. After a few minutes, Xue Qinghe finally regained his composure. His expression turned serious as he regarded Su Yu with earnest eyes. "Brother Su Yu, I shall speak plainly. You are aware of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, correct? Su Yu's expression remained unchanged as he listened to Shui Qinghe's introduction, for he was unconcerned given his current strength and the inheritance from the goddess of life. If he could not defeat the likes of Hu Laina, he might as well abandon his aspirations. Shui Qinghe, noticing Su Yu's unflinching demeanor, couldn't help but smile subtly. Su Yu's confidence reassured her, as no one desires a man lacking in self-assurance. The golden generation refers specifically to Hu Laina, Xie Yu, and Yan. The others merely serve as their backdrop. Qian Rinxue stood beside Su Yu, elaborating on the golden generation. However, Su Yu is already well informed about this, perhaps even more so than Qian Rinxue herself. In his previous life, he had watched Dalu countless times, thus he was intimately familiar with Hu Laina's abilities. Moreover, among the golden generation, Su Yu felt that Hu Laina would be the easiest to contend with. This was not due to any superiority of the others, but rather because Su Yu's mental prowess was truly formidable, rendering Hu Laina's abilities significantly inferior in comparison. Engaging in a mental duel with Su Yu would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a rock. Futile. Once Su Yu activated his Eye of Fate, Hu Laina would undoubtedly falter. As for Xie Yu and Yan, Su Yu could also easily overcome them, for his strength had reached an impressive level. At the very least, an ordinary soul sage would seem like mere refuse before him. Su Yu's true ambition lay in achieving victory in the upcoming tournament, hoping for a chance to draw once more from the Qilin bloodline to attain its perfection. Once his Qilin bloodline was fully restored, it would be difficult for anyone on this continent to surpass him. Thank you, Brother Shui. I comprehend your words, but I assure you, my strength is formidable, and I harbor no concerns, Su Yu declared, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. His power, surpassing level 50, was laid bare before Qian Rinxue. The sheer pressure of his cultivation momentarily weighed upon her, causing her to feel a hint of strain. What incredible cultivation! This fellow has made significant progress, Qian Rinxue thought, astonished by the aura radiating from Su Yu. Well then, Brother Shui, I must take my leave. I will treat you to a meal when I have the chance, Su Yu said, shaking his head with a gentle smile on his face. He departed swiftly toward his residence. Time passed gradually, and soon the day of the competition arrived. The system activated its panel, displaying, ding, activation successful, host, Su Yu age, 14 bloodline, Qilin bloodline spirit, Three-Eyed Golden Lion, awakened, soul power, level 52 cultivation technique, burning decision, quasi-earth rank, skills, radiant dragon body, holy fire armor, Eye of Fate, magma eruption strike, spirit fire of all beasts, Qilin treading the heavens pet, Ain blue silver emperor, warehouse, Barrett passion pill x 199, 100, 000 gold, illusion pill x 10, enhanced passion pill x 66, starvation pill x 99, breath holding pill, sealing scroll, special passion pill x 88, grenades recovery pill. Strength, above average fishing attempts. 7 evaluation. Your mental power is formidable, yet your strength does not match. You have received the inheritance of a deity. Keep striving, young man. I believe in you. Su Yu glanced at the system panel, nodding in acknowledgement of the information and items displayed. Only 3 more draws left, truly. I anticipate securing at least a dozen during this competition, he mused, clenching his fists in silent calculation. Brother, let us go, a melodious voice called from outside his room. All right, Su Yu replied with a smile, quickly donning his attire before stepping out. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Qiu'er, who stood before him in her Tian Shui Academy uniform. Come on, little one. Teacher Wu Xian is likely waiting for us, Su Yu said, playfully ruffling her hair. Let us hurry, brother. Teacher Wu Xian will be anxious, Wang Qiu'er urged, tugging at Su Yu's hand as they made their way to the hotel entrance. Amused, Su Yu smiled and allowed himself to be led along. You've finally arrived. Let's go, Shui Wu Xian said, approaching Su Yu and Wang Qiu'er with a serious tone. The trio wasted no time, heading straight to the venue of the competition. Shui Binger and the others had already departed. Had it not been for Wang Qiu'er and Shui Wu Xian waiting for Su Yu, they would have arrived much earlier. Teacher Wu Xin, without a doubt. Suyu will secure first place in this competition, Suyu remarked casually as they neared the competition grounds. Shui Wu Xin felt a warmth in her heart at Suyu's earnest words, realizing he had sensed her inner anxieties and sought to comfort her. Suyu, you rascal. Focus on the competition. I don't need your encouragement, Shui Wu Xin retorted, casting a serious yet defiant glance at him. Very well, Suyu replied, a smile returning to Shui Wu Xion's face as he grinned in response. The tournament venue was located at the Duhan Arena in Tiando City, and it had transformed drastically since its earlier days. The area was teeming with ordinary people, showcasing the fervor the citizens of Dalu held for Soul Masters. The Soul Master competition, held every 4 years, was the most renowned event on the continent, with ticket sales alone ensuring substantial profits for those behind the scenes. However, ticket prices varied. Seats closer to the front were more expensive, while those further back were more affordable, akin to the ticketing systems of football and basketball matches in the past. At the top of the arena, 3 enormous screens displayed images. On the right screen, Ning Fengji was visible, standing alongside a gaunt elderly man, Bonde, one of the 2 guardians of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The central screen showcased an imposing figure, a man in his 60s or 70s with a head full of white hair, exuding an air of authority as he held a massive scepter. This was the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuiyi, father of Shuiqinghe. The left screen displayed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, with Saruth, a soul doll, and her loyal supporter, visible beside her. Let us go, don't dawdle. We must find Binger, Suyu said with a smile, extending his mental energy to guide Wang Qiu'er and Shui Wu Xian toward Shui Binger. Binger, how are things? Suyu called out cheerfully as he approached Shui Bing. There are no issues. Our first match is tomorrow. Although there is no match for us today, there is a battle at Tiando Academy. Shui Binger presented a list of competitors directly to Suyu. After glancing at it briefly, Suyu shook his head and returned it to Shui Bing. Let's just watch the match. Suyu smiled and led the group to the audience stands. As soon as they entered, a staff member stood on the competition stage and began the introductions. Now, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to announce the commencement of the grand competition. Amidst thunderous applause, Emperor Shuiyi arose, holding his scepter. He raised his right hand slightly, and all applause ceased. I, Shuiyi, hereby declare the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition officially open. The applause erupted once more, resounding like thunder. After finishing, Emperor Shuiyi sat down. The host then spoke again. Next, we invite Sect Master Ning to address the crowd. Ning Fengji stood slowly, and his words ignited the atmosphere entirely. Now, let us invite Grandmaster Salis to draw the teams for today's matches. Grandmaster Salis rose, his soul power swirling in his hands. The screen displayed the names of several academies. Alank Academy versus Tianting Academy, Yixing Academy versus Tiankong Academy, and the second team of Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. The battles of the 6 academies set the entire venue ablaze with excitement. Tiando, Tiando, Tiando. Tiando is invincible. Tiando Academy is the strongest, the most formidable. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the audience, loud enough to make Suyu's ears feel as if they might explode. What sheer madness! The popularity of Tiando Academy is truly terrifying, Suyu remarked with a smile, shaking his head as he observed the second team of Tiando not far away. While Suyu was lost in thought, an angry voice suddenly pierced through from a distance. He turned to see a girl in a red outfit striding toward him. It was Huo Wu. Suyu frowned at the sight of her. What do you want? Shui Binger, now acting as vice captain, stepped forward with a grave expression, directing her gaze at Huo Wu. I'm not talking to you, Shui Binger. Stay out of this. Huo Wu retorted sharply, her anger evident. You insufferable wretch, Shui Binger replied, her tone tinged with annoyance at the barbaric woman before her. So you just wait. I will definitely defeat you and lead Qi Hua to vanquish your Tianshui, Huo Wu declared, pointing her delicate finger at Suyu, her face set with seriousness. Oh, defeat me? That sounds intriguing, Suyu replied with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by Huo Wu's declaration. Huo Wu, seeing his dismissive demeanor, felt her rage intensify. flames emanating fiercely from her. Meanwhile, Shui Binger, standing beside Suyu, radiated an overwhelming chill, causing Huo Wu's flames to falter under her icy aura. "Are you looking for a fight, Shui Bing?" Huo Wu asked, feeling her flames retreat before Shui Binger's icy power, her impatience bubbling over as she glared at her. "If you can talk to our captain like that, you must not think highly of our Tianshui," Shui Binger shot back, refusing to yield to Huo Wu. She was no pushover like Feng Xiaotian, who would tolerate this woman. "You think you can challenge me in front of me?" Suyu's previously calm expression shifted to one of seriousness. A powerful and domineering aura surged from him, pressing down on Huo Wu. Such strength. Huo Wu felt every hair on her body stand on end under the weight of Suyu's pressure. "Leave. I will not ask you a second time," Suyu commanded, his gaze imbued with a hint of menace and resolve. As Suyu finished speaking, all members of Tianshui encircled Huo Wu. "Sister, Huo Wu." At that moment, two male voices called out from a distance, and Suyu spotted Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian approaching. "Suyu, what are you doing?" Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian's eyes flared with anger at the scene before them, their martial spirits beginning to manifest behind them. "Oh, nothing much. Just asking her to leave after she provoked me. Is it not permissible for me to retaliate?" Suyu replied with a faint smile, as if nothing were amiss. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened, feeling the frustration of seeing his goddess cornered and being unable to intervene. "Sister," Huo Wushuang glanced at Suyu with deep scrutiny and then calmly stated, "Let us go." With that, Huo Wushuang turned to leave. "Let us go." Suyu smiled and released the pressure on Huo Wu. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. I will surely defeat you in the competition, Huo Wu declared, her eyes filled with humiliation and newfound confidence. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by her words and demeanor. "Wait, young lady, you've got the wrong script. This is Douluo Continent, not Douluo Continent." Though internally bemused, Suyu maintained a serious facade and nodded. "Very well, I look forward to your attempt to defeat me," he replied, his lack of concern only fueling Huo Wu's inner flames further. Despite her internal fury, Huo Wu chose not to say anything further, scoffing before she exited. "What a madwoman," Suyu sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness as he watched her leave. "Brother, is that woman unwell?" Wang Qiuer asked, frowning in disbelief at Huo Wu's retreating figure. Little Wu nodded thoughtfully. Suyu shook his head. If this were Douluo Continent, he might have genuinely believed Huo Wu to be the protagonist. Let us watch the match. The situation surrounding Suyu had drawn considerable attention. But as the competition was about to commence, the audience's focus shifted away from him. There are too many conflicting teams in each Soul Master competition, and they hardly have time to grasp all the details. "The match is about to begin," Suyu noted, shaking his head. The first day's matches commenced simultaneously, and Suyu's group stood at the venue where Shrek faced Tiando's second team. All members from both teams had ascended to the stage. Tang San, clad in the attire of Lamba Academy, stood directly opposite Shrek. This fellow must have turned to the Haotian hammer. My blue-silver grass has already been rendered ineffective. If he does not cultivate the Haotian hammer, he will likely be at a complete disadvantage in this match, Suyu mused, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he observed Tang San. As the match began, the referee announced the start, and in an instant, the stage erupted with a dazzling display of yellow and purple lights. At this moment, although Tang San's appearance was unappealing, he nonetheless captivated the eyes of countless onlookers due to the soul rings and martial spirit that adorned him. With a massive hammer, the Haotian hammer, clutched in his hand, he exhibited 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, floating behind him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The previously composed expression of the Snow Knight Emperor transformed instantly upon witnessing the soul rings behind Tang San. He even rose to his feet in excitement. Ning Song Chu. What on earth is happening? The Snow Knight Emperor cast a disbelieving gaze towards Ning Fengji. He was aware of Ning Fengji's daughter being in this academy, and it seemed that among the 3 present, only Ning Fengji had any knowledge of the situation. Yet, Ning Fengji himself was equally perplexed, as he too was unaware of Tang San's soul rings. This disbelief was shared by Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong. Among Shrek, aside from the master. Everyone was filled with incredulity. The master, standing upon the high platform, could not help but smile at the sight of Tang San's splendid display. As his disciple, Tang San's brilliance only served to enhance the master's own prestige. Truly, my disciple is extraordinary. The master's smile radiated like a blooming chrysanthemum. Your Majesty, I truly have no idea, Ning Fengji responded, feeling a hint of disappointment as he shook his head at the inquiring gaze of the Snow Knight Emperor. On the other side of the Snow Knight Emperor, Salus observed the scene with a glint of malice in his eyes. This martial spirit, combined with such youth, must be the young man the Pope had instructed him to monitor. What a talented youth, though somewhat unattractive. The dual martial spirits of the Haotian hammer were a talent that stirred a flicker of murderous intent within Salus. If such a genius were to become an adversary of the Spirit Hall, it would indeed be troublesome, especially considering his connection to that fellow Tang Hao. Salus suppressed his inner turmoil and discreetly summoned a guard, whispering a few instructions. All of Salus's actions were keenly observed by Su Yu from the audience. It seems Tang San is about to encounter trouble. Even if he does not oppose the Spirit Hall, it appears they will not allow him to have it easy. Su Yu mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as Tang San faced adversity, he would consider him a friend. After watching the guard depart, Su Yu turned his attention back to the match, which was nearing its conclusion. Although Shrek at present was not as formidable as depicted in the original text, they were far from being comparable to the Tiando's second team. Chapter 154. An increasingly confident Tang San. As anticipated by Su Yu, Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer with such ease that he had not even utilized his chaotic cloak, effortlessly dispatching the Tiando's second team. How easy this is, Tang San remarked, disdainfully gazing at the fallen members of the Tiando Academy. Is this really the so-called strongest academy? He scoffed, revealing his contempt for what he deemed mediocrity. Su Yu, leaning against the high platform, could not help but display a look of disdain at Tang San's behavior. Despite Tang San's evident improvements, his inner state was lacking. Su Yu held no regard for the pleasure derived from mocking the weak. Suddenly, while belittling the Tiando's second team, Tang San felt a penetrating gaze. Turning to meet it, he found himself face to face with a man who had instilled immense fear within him, Su Yu. At that moment, Su Yu, noticing Tang San's glance, could not suppress a subtle smile. A calm demeanor graced Su Yu's face. Observing the smile on Su Yu's lips, Tang San felt a surge of derision and hostility. He was confident he could easily defeat Su Yu, and he anticipated that this man would meet his demise at the hands of his father and uncle after the match. The mere thought of that scene quickened his heartbeat with excitement. Su Yu, just wait, Tang San thought with a cold glare directed at him. Although Su Yu was unaware of Tang San's thoughts, his formidable mental prowess allowed him to perceive the subtle changes in Tang San's expression. A fleeting glimmer of resentment in Tang San's eyes elicited a chuckle from Su Yu. His strength enabled him to withstand all schemes and deceptions, and he had powerful allies backing him. In Su Yu's eyes, Tang San appeared as nothing more than a clown. Any underhanded tactics against him would be futile. Tang San was simply not a match for him. With a single step, Su Yu could easily subdue Tang San. Tang San's schemes held no weight in Su Yu's presence. Observing Su Yu's demeanor, Tang San could not help but scoff internally. What an arrogant fool. Does he not understand the concept of changing tides over the years? Just wait. After this is over, I shall see how he grovels before me. Tang San silenti but Su Yu. Enough, enough. The match has concluded. Everyone, please depart swiftly, Su Yu remarked, shaking his head with a bemused expression as he addressed the crowd. The audience promptly exited the arena, hastily returning to their hotel. Night fell, and Su Yu lay on his bed, gazing quietly at the sky as waves of soul power surged within him. Just as he continued to circulate his soul energy, an elder clad in azure suddenly appeared in midair outside the hotel. The elder's complexion was rosy, his stature tall, and it was evident he had been an exceptionally handsome man in his youth. This lad is becoming increasingly mysterious, to possess such secret techniques. Being able to circulate soul power while lying down is quite remarkable, Su Yi observed, his gaze penetrating through the hotel window to rest upon Su Yu. Watching the soul power circulating within Su Yu. He could not help but chuckle softly, expressing his astonishment in a murmured tone. Brat, I shall await you on the second floor of a human realm tavern in Tiando City. Cultivation, Su Yi smiled, reflecting that had he devoted himself to training like Su Yu back in the day instead of causing trouble, he might have avoided his demise. Shaking his head, he sent his voice through a wave of soul power directly to Su Yu. Having completed this, Su Yi vanished without leaving a trace. Upon the elder's disappearance, Su Yu, who had been lying in bed, abruptly sprang up. An overwhelming wave of mental energy enveloped the entire hotel. That voice is somewhat familiar. Impossible. It sounds just like the elder's, but he is an ordinary man. Su Yu pondered quietly, contemplating the voice that had emerged in his mind. Never mind. I must go check it out, he decided, as he felt compelled to investigate the voice that unmistakably belonged to the elder. Shaking his head, Su Yu approached the window, flung it open, and unfurled his golden wings, soaring toward the location indicated by the voice in his mind. He recognized the place referenced by the voice as he had previously dined there. The speed at which Su Yu spread his golden wings was astonishing, and within 2 minutes, he arrived at the Human Realm Tavern. A smile graced Su Yu's lips as he retracted his wings and entered the establishment. On the second floor, as Su Yu entered, a staff member promptly approached him. Without much hesitation, Su Yu casually remarked, "All right, you must be a guest of Old Master Su. Please follow me." The server glanced at Su Yu, seemingly confirming something, and then led him upstairs to a relatively quiet room. "Mr. Su is right here," the server announced before departing. A smile crept onto Su Yu's lips as he pushed the door open and walked inside. Upon entering, Su Yu froze in his tracks, for seated within was none other than the venerable elder he had long speculated about. "You little rascal finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Come sit down and eat." Before Su Yu could gather his thoughts, Su Yi gestured for him to sit beside him and began to eat. "Old Master, how could you be here? What on earth is going on?" Su Yu's face was a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. The elder he had respected since childhood was now present in Tiando City. It appeared that the old man's prowess was truly formidable, far beyond Su Yu's own capabilities. "That is of little importance. Let's eat first. I recall you loved meat as a child," Su Yi remarked as Su Yu pushed a generous plate of ribs toward him. "How can this not be important? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Xiaoye village?" Su Yu bombarded him with questions. I said to sit down and eat." Su Yi sighed at Su Yu's excitement, thinking to himself that this child still lacked maturity. A true strongman should remain unperturbed by any circumstance. Observing Su Yi, who was still enjoying his meal, Su Yu's urgency grew, and he suddenly appeared at Su Yi's side. "Old Master, please tell me quickly. Later, I'll treat you. You can choose whatever you wish to eat." A look of helplessness crossed Su Yu's face. "You said it." Su Yi's eyes brightened at Su Yu's words, pausing his actions. I did. "Old Master, please hurry," Su Yu urged, displaying a mix of eagerness and peculiarity. At the same time, a Zetonwood box appeared in his hand. "This story is rather lengthy, so I shall be brief. Your enemies found me, intending to eliminate me, but I drove them off and then decided to take a stroll." Su Yi explained, glancing at Su Yu as he chewed, seemingly unconcerned. "What enemies? To kill you?" Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him. "A mere child like you should not exude such murderous aura. It's unnecessary, you know. Besides, I'm fine," Su Yi remarked, shaking his head as he sensed Su Yu's hostility. With a slight movement of his hands, a gentle soul power surged into Su Yu, dissipating the ominous energy surrounding him. "Very good indeed. Although you still struggle to control your murderous intent, it is commendable. After this competition, I suggest you visit the city of slaughter. It may purify your aura." Su Yi suggested, his expression calm. "Old Master, who exactly are you?" Su Yu asked incredulously, having grown up alongside Su Yi, yet realizing he still had much to learn about the elder. "Do not be surprised. I possess soul power, and I am aware of that rabbit beside you. I must say, you truly are fortunate. A soul beast of 10,000 years has chosen to take a liking to you. You are indeed my grandson, inheriting my former splendor," Su Yi said with a smile, stroking his beard. "Old Master, you." Su Yi was about to respond, but was interrupted by a Su Yi's wave of his hand. Enough of this you business. Let me tell you, women require flattery. I have a book titled 18 Techniques for Winning Over Women, which I painstakingly compiled over decades. If you want it, I shall gift it to you. As Sui reminisced about his past glories, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. He rummaged through his garments, and, upon reaching his chest, his eyes brightened as he produced a somewhat yellowed book. Old master, who are you really? So you took the book from Sui without hesitation. Oh well, I am merely your grandfather, but I also happen to be a soul master from a bygone era, Sui replied, his gaze filled with warmth as he shared his past without reservation. Old master, are you saying you were a swordsman and drove off that scoundrel Tong Hao? You even know Tong Chen? So you looked at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Why would I lie? Tong Chen is indeed formidable, but his descendants are rather lacking. Sui responded, shaking his head with exasperation, his tone laced with disdain for Tong Chen's lineage. In his time, Tong Chen was a true powerhouse, yet his descendants now cower in fear, unable to face their true enemies and instead seeking revenge on their families. Old master, where do you reside now? Why not return with me? I could take care of you, Sui suggested with a smile. Let it be. You merely wish for me to do your bidding. And I have no time. I intend to meet some old friends in the coming days, Sui replied, glancing at Sui with a hint of amusement. You caught me, Sui admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. I know your every intention, my boy. Today, I called you over to impart a vital lesson. Always protect what you cherish, or you will regret it for a lifetime. The future world belongs to you. Strive forth. For your grandfather supports all your decisions. Sui's gaze turned serious and earnest, devoid of any jest. Sui gazed intently into Sui's aged eyes, sensing the weight of history and sorrow within them. Rest assured, grandfather, I will protect what is dear to me. No one can take it away from me. By the way, you may not know, but I have obtained a legacy of the deity, Sui said, finally shedding the facade of maturity he wore outside, resembling a child eager to showcase a newfound treasure to family. The mention of the divine legacy, which had not previously piqued Sui's interest, now caused his pupils to widen in disbelief as he looked at Sui. Indeed, the goddess of life, the future divine position of the god of life. Sui clarified, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he pointed to his forehead, earnestly explaining. Why, you truly haven't deceived your grandfather, have you? You've truly received the goddess of life's legacy, and after passing the trials, you could become the god of life? Sui swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at the child he had raised since infancy. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself, Sui encouraged and without hesitation. Sui reached out to touch Sui's forehead, feeling the mark that constantly emanates the vibrant energy of life is truly a pure essence of vitality. This energy radiates incessantly, and it seems that no one else could achieve such a feat. Sui shook his head in disbelief, gazing at Sui. In this moment, he suddenly felt that this child had matured. Perhaps even divine inheritance could be bestowed upon him. It seems that I need not worry about my grandson's future. Clearly, my grandson surpasses that fellow Dalu. Back in the day, Dalu was unable to attain the legacy of his family. Yet now my grandson has been directly sought after by the divine. My grandson is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, an idea struck Sui, and he patted Sui's shoulder, bursting into laughter, expressing his sentiment that Dalu pales in comparison to Sui. Old man, are you really not coming back with me? I can take care of you, Sui said with a serious expression, his eyes filled with genuine sincerity. Let be. Didn't I mention that I have to meet an old friend these days? We'll meet in Wuhan City. By the way, give me some money, Grandpa. I'm a bit short lately, Sui said, extending his hand to Sui without a hint of embarrassment. Observing the old man's demeanor, Sui sighed. Grandpa, since you're not coming with me, take this. Sui, noting the old man's resolute expression, sighed and handed over the sandalwood box. What is this? Sui looked at the box in confusion. I asked you for money, and you give me a mere box? Though it is quite heavy, could there be money inside? Sui, puzzled, opened the box, only to be disappointed to find not gold coins, but a magnificent lotus. This is a 10,000-year snow lotus I obtained from the inheritance of the goddess of life. It possesses the ability to extend life. Although your soul power should be formidable, it would still have some effect on you. So you explained, a subtle smile gracing his face as he observed the old man's astonished expression. This divine herb is now the most precious one Su Yu possesses, and it is perfectly suited for Su Yi. While other herbs are excellent, their potency is rather intense. The medicinal properties of this snow lotus are comparatively gentle, making it quite suitable for his grandfather. Let it go. I am old and will not consume such things. It's better for you, Xiao Yu, to take it. The future belongs to your generation, Su Yi said, extending his frail hand to return the snow lotus. Grandpa, I have already consumed it, and this snow lotus is exceptionally suitable for you. My consumption yielded little benefit, while would be far more effective for you, Su Yu insisted with a smile, returning the snow lotus to Su Yi's hands and energetically explaining its virtues. Alas, since it is like this, I shall accept it. And you, hurry and give me some money. I plan to leave, Su Yi sighed, accepting the snow lotus. After all, it is a child's heartfelt gesture, and he cannot refuse it. Grandpa, you really are quite pragmatic. I am not withholding money from you, Su Yu said, shaking his head in resignation at the old man's attitude. In an instant, Su Yu's mental energy entered the starry river, and several boxes appeared before him. Grandpa, is this enough? Su Yu asked, looking at the overflowing boxes with a hint of confusion. These gold coins should amount to around 100,000. While it may not be a fortune, it should suffice for you, right? Wow, this kid is indeed wealthy. Su Yi's jaw dropped at the sight of the numerous gold coins. Initially thinking Su Yu had only a few thousand, he now realized how naive he had been. This boy is truly affluent. That's enough. You should return now. I will head to Wuhuan City. Remember my words. Don't let yourself regret it, Su Yi said, putting away the money and looking intently at Su Yu. Rest assured, Grandpa, Su Yu replied, not in a hurry to leave, but instead gazing earnestly at Su Yi. A smile graced Su Yi's face, and then his figure abruptly vanished from the room. A few minutes after Su Yi's departure, Su Yu unfurled his golden wings and swiftly flew towards the hotel. As dawn broke, the announcement for the Continental Young Soul Master Elite Competition began. Welcome everyone to the venue of the competition. Let us now draw the matchups for today. Sanhui Academy versus Shenkong Academy, Leitang Academy versus Tianshui Academy, Shrek Academy versus Xiangjia Academy, Tianshui Academy versus Shenkong Academy. As the announcer concluded, he exited the stage. It's Shenkong Academy. What a twist of fate, Su Yu chuckled softly as he glanced at the big screen. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to take the stage. Agent l'issue US face. Teacher, our opponent is Xiangjia Academy, which is similar to Tianshui in being a 5-element academy. How should we approach this match? Tang San and the entire Shrek team sat in their resting area, their expressions laden with concern. Xiao San, the martial spirit of Xiangjia Academy, is the diamond mammoth, known for its terrifying defensive capabilities. You are the core of this match. Your Haotian hammer possesses immense power capable of inflicting devastating damage on Xiangjia Academy. Mubai. Your role in this match is to protect Xiao San, the master said, setting his child down and addressing Dai Mubai with a serious tone. As the staff announced the commencement, the time gradually approached noon. Nearing midday, it was finally Shrek Academy's turn. How dull, Su Yu remarked as he stood on the competition stage. Although Xiangjia Academy is formidable, they are, in fact, the least distinguished among the 5-element academies. With Tang San now wielding the enhanced Haotian hammer, defeating Xiangjia Academy should pose little challenge. Su Yu, are you not watching the match? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Noticing Su Yu is drowsy demean. Not watching, Su Yu replied, resting his head on Wang Qiuer's lap and muttering. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing was unconcerned as the match commenced, with Shrek and Xiangjia Academy stepping onto the stage. Observing the somewhat effeminate blonde youth, a hint of melancholy crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face. Is everything all right, Zhuqing? That fellow may be disappointing, but we of Tianshui will always be a family. We will surely help you defeat your sister, Shui Binger said with a gentle smile. Placing her hand on Zhu Zhuqing's delicate one, Shui Binger's gaze was serious, devoid of any jest. Feeling warmth in her heart, Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged how well she had been faring since joining Tianshui, rapidly advancing in rank. In nearly a year, her level had risen by 10 ranks, a truly astonishing rate. Sister's right. Zhuqing, we will definitely support you. ISNT that right, Xiao Wu? Shui wearer, having overheard her sister comforting Zhu Zhuqing, pulled Xiao Wu over to their side. Her voice was resolute, radiating undeniable seriousness. Indeed, Zhuqing, rest assured, you will surely triumph over your sister. And we will be by your side, Xiao Wu affirmed, gazing steadfastly at Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 157. The inner thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her sisters before her and felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. How delightful it is, she thought, as a gentle smile graced her lips. As the competition progressed, the match between Shrek Academy and Xiangjia Academy commenced. Just as Su Yu had anticipated, Tang San brandished the Haotian hammer and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Xiangjia Academy, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements to his strength, making him even more formidable. Under the cover provided by Dai Mubai and the others, Tang San swiftly engaged in combat with the leader of Xiangjia Academy. The 4 soul rings on Tang San's Haotian hammer flickered ominously, and the terrifyingly massive hammer struck the captain of a Xiangjia team with immense force. With the amplification from the 4 soul rings, the Haotian hammer wielded a power nearing several thousand, even approaching 10,000 jin. Although the diamond mammoth possessed formidable defenses, it was utterly powerless against the onslaught of the Haotian hammer, which it could not withstand. Unlike Su Yu, who was a soul king capable of rivaling a soul Dalu, he was merely an ordinary soul zone. Hu Yanli was soon vanquished by Tang San, and with his defeat, Xiangjia Academy lost its backbone, leading to Shrek's members systematically overpowering the opponents. How boring, truly dull, Su Yu remarked, shaking his head as he observed the unfolding event below. Binger, let's get organized. It's our turn now. As soon as Tang San concluded his match, Su Yu sprang up from Wang Qiuer's lap. All right, let us go. The match is over, and our captain is treating us to a meal at the finest hotel in Tiando City. Shui Binger said with a gentle smile as she clapped her hands to gather everyone. Really? Is it true? Our captain is treating us to dinner at the Tiando Hotel? Three-EyedGolden es face radiated excitement. Though Shui wearer was affluent, the Tiando Hotel was notoriously expensive, even if she could afford it. Receiving a treat from someone else was undeniably the best option. Su Yu, unfazed by Shui Binger's enthusiasm, wore a broad smile as he looked at the group. It's just a meal. I have plenty of money. Even after giving a bit to the old man yesterday, I still have more than enough. Let us hurry. We mustn't delay. He waved his hand and strolled downstairs. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Shui Yuer jumped up in delight. This is fantastic. Let us hurry, sister. She bounced over to Shui Binger's side, eagerly tugging her hand as they made their way down. Xiao Wu and Wang Qiuer also engaged in excited discussions, while Shui Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in amusement. Shui Wu, being the eldest in the group, regarded everyone from Tiando as her younger siblings. How wonderful, truly splendid, Zhu Zhuqing mused inwardly as she watched the scene unfold. She found herself growing fond of this place, even contemplating the idea of not returning to the Zhu family. The prospect of becoming a teacher in Tiando, much like her mentor, was appealing. Haha, Xiao-san, your strength is truly increasing. The 5 Elements Academy is nothing but trash, came a resounding voice as Su Yu stepped outside. It was Dai Mubai's voice. Instantly recognizable, to Su Yu. Long time no see, Su Yu said, offering a faint smile as he noticed the scar on Tang San's face, eliciting another smile from him. It's been a while, Tang San replied, his expression slowly losing its cheerfulness upon seeing Su Yu clad in the Tiando Academy uniform. The awkwardness of speaking ill of someone only to have them over here was palpable. Tang San, keep it up, your strength is growing. I hope to face you at our peak on the competition stage. Su Yu's voice was gentle, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Yes, I hope to battle you as well. Tang San forced a smile, though it appeared rather awkward. All right, I'll take my leave now. Farewell. Su Yu patted Tang San on the shoulder before departing with a cheerful demeanor. What a freak. Tang San thought to himself as he watched Su Yu leave. Feeling a surge of frustration, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Yu, even if it was not deliberately projected. Su Yu, I will defeat you. Just wait. Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination as he watched Su Yu's figure fade into the distance. Su Yu, however, paid no heed to Tang San. His sole focus was on concluding his own match. On the competition stage, Su Yu and the members of Tiando stood opposite Feng Xiaotian. Su Yu, today I will definitely defeat you before Huo Wu, so she can see who the strongest young man of our generation truly is, Feng Xiaotian declared. Tilting his head back with a serious tone, his voice, though not loud, was heard by Su Yu and everyone present. All right, good luck, Su Yan nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Just as the match was about to commence, the referee announced the beginning of the contest. Feng Xiaotian, Martial Soul, Gale Double-Headed Wolf. Soul Power, Level 44, please instruct. Feng Chun, Martial Soul, Gale Magic Tiger, Soul Power. Level 42, please instruct. Su Yu, Martial Soul, Qilin, Soul Skill. Level 52, please instruct. Initially, the introductions did not garner much attention, but when it came to Su Yu, everything changed. Level 50, a Soul King at such a young age. Qinghe, is this Su Yu? Truly a prodigious youth. A Soul King at this age rivals the golden generation of the Spear Hall. What a pity that such talent cannot be recruited, the Snow Knight Emperor observed with disappointment towards his son. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. Qinghe and young brother Su Yu share a good relationship, and who can predict what the future holds? Ning Fengji replied with a light smile. Not only were Ning Fengji and the Snow Knight Emperor focused on Su Yu, but Salas too looked at him with disbelief. Such terrifying talent. To possess level 50 at this age is beyond compare. Even the golden generation cannot match this, Salas thought, his expression grave as he gestured for a soldier to approach. He whispered instructions before returning his gaze to the competition stage, where Tiando had nearly completed its introductions. Chapter 158. Lightly defeating Feng Xiaotian with the Gale Double-Headed Wolf manifesting. Feng Xiaotian howled, and a spectral wolf figure appeared behind him. His martial soul enveloped his body, instantly bestowing him with wolf-like characteristics. Binger, Chioer, you handle the others. Leave Feng Xiaotian to me. Su Yu stated confidently with a smile. At that moment, a magnificent Qilin, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure, materialized behind him. The Qilin was enveloped in golden flames, and an undeniable aura of authority radiated from it, casting a golden glow over the entire arena. Is this the Wuhuan of Su Yu? It truly possesses a somewhat terrifying aura, Feng Xiaotian remarked, feeling the unique presence of the Qilin Wuhuan, his parched lips parting slightly. It appears that my sister, Huo Wu, truly did not jest when she spoke of her defeat at his hands. With such power, even my 36 consecutive slashes of the Wind Demon Wolf may prove futile. As Feng Xiaotian felt the overwhelming might emanating from Su Yu, he could not help but pause. Lost in introspection. Come now, Brother Feng, unleash your full strength and relish this competition, Su Yu declared, and with that, his aura shifted dramatically. A terrifying energy surged forth from Su Yu, locking onto Feng Xiaotian's form. Simultaneously, 5 soul rings appear behind Su Yu, 3 purple and 2 black, radiating a power that sent chills down the spine. Is this the extent of our captain's prowess? Zhu Qing, observing the fearsome energy that emanated from her usually carefree captain, widened her eyes in astonishment. An overwhelming feeling washed over her. While she acknowledged Su Yu's strength, she had never anticipated it to be this formidable. Initially, she believed that upon becoming a soul zone, the gap between them had narrowed, yet now it seemed to have widened even further. Truly terrifying, he is a monster. Feng Xiaotian grinned, excitement dancing in his eyes. The first soul skill, Wind Blade Array. 2 massive wind blade rings manifested in his hands and were hurled toward Su Yu. The fearsome wind blades sliced through the air, as if tearing apart space itself, reaching Su Yu in an instant. Impressive speed, yet merely that. Su Yu mused with a chuckle as he observed the blades approaching. His palm was enveloped in golden scales, forcefully clamping down on the wind blades. The blade struck against his hand, emitting sparks. Employing rotation to enhance your attack power? Quite a clever soul skill. However, why not approach me directly for a strike to my neck? I assure you, I would falter. With a light laugh, Suyu exerted a slight force. In an instant, the wind blades shattered in his grasp. To shatter the captain's soul skill with bare hands is astonishing, a teammate of Feng Xiaotian observed, his eyes wide with disbelief. They were well aware of the power of Feng Xiaotian's soul skills, yet to see them so effortlessly dismantled by Suyu was beyond comprehension. What are you gawking at? Shouldn't you focus on where you are? Shui Binger's mental energy swiftly locked onto the distracted students of Shenkong Academy, and an overwhelming frost instantly enveloped their legs. Rapidly creeping upward, not everyone is Feng Xiaotian's equal. These students are merely a select few from Shenkong Academy and pale in comparison to him. The Shenkong students attempted to summon their soul power to shatter the ice, yet Shui Binger's ice was of the utmost purity. If even a minor student could easily break free, that would be utterly absurd. As other students rushed to their aid, they were swiftly entangled by Wang Qiu'er and her companions, all above level 40, with Wang Qiu'er herself reaching level 49. With the terrifying power of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion, she toyed with her opponents. Wind Demon Storm, Feng Xiaotian roared, transforming into a colossal wolf-headed tempest. Mystic Qilin Destruction Strike. Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile as a phantom Qilin emerged behind him, colliding with the wolf-headed storm created by Feng Xiaotian. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the arena. As the tempest subsided, Feng Xiaotian was sent hurtling away like a rag doll, blood gushing from his mouth. You are quite remarkable. Your talent is commendable. However, is it wise to risk your life here for that proud woman, Huowu? Suyu shook his head, a hint of bemusement in his tone, genuinely perplexed by the allure Huowu seemed to possess. I refuse to allow you to insult my sister, Gale Wings. Suyu, this is my strongest strike. Prepare to be defeated. Wind Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Xiaotian's figure blurred in the air, his terrifying form flickering like a specter. The first slash, Feng Xiaotian's wings struck Suyu with force, causing his expression to shift, followed by a surge of exhilaration. Each of Feng Xiaotian's strikes amplifies in power. Suyu's mood brightened. Should Feng Xiaotian continue to grow, he could indeed become a worthy opponent. Yet for now, he remains too weak. Qilin steps on the earth. A smile graced Suyu's face as a massive Qilin silhouette appeared behind him. In an instant, he materialized before Feng Xiaotian, his foot crashing down onto the space in front of him. A terrifying explosive force erupted beside Feng Xiaotian, sending him plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena, creating a pit over a meter deep. Feng Xiaotian, your talent and strength are commendable, and you may yet become a formidable opponent in the future. Keep striving. Although your perspective baffles me, I acknowledge your potential. With that, Suyu departed the arena. The match concluded, as Wang Qiu'er and the others had also finished their contests. Let us go out for a meal, Suyu said, a gentle smile gracing his face as he stepped away. Yay, Captain is the best, Shui Yuer exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Suyu smiled at her enthusiasm. She truly was the joy of the team. It's time to eat, and you all must perform well in your matches. Suyu encouraged, his smile radiant. Of course. If the captain treats us to delicious food, we must give our all in the competition. Shui Yue replied eagerly, Ape'sGolden. Suyu's lips curled slightly. She was indeed a delightful girl. What levels will they achieve in the future? Shui Wuxin observed the children behind him with an air of relaxation. Hee. They should all reach title Douluo in the future. That lad, Suyu, might even attain the pinnacle of soul power. Shui Wuxin mused inwardly, envisioning that future. Outside Wuhan City, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted, its ferocity seeming to cleave the very sky. Dalu, Yu Haven Tea changed a bit over the years. Su Yi remarked, his expression calm as he faced the elder. Another wave of overwhelming sword energy surged toward Dalu, who appeared slightly more solemn, conjuring a golden holy sword in his grasp and unleashing a golden sword aura in response. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the air, In the papal palace, Bibi Dong vanished from her position, a ghostly purple light streaking across the sky. Su-yi, I never expected you to still be alive. After you were defeated by Tang Chun, I presumed you had perished. It is truly surprising that you have survived and even ascended to the 99th level. Dalu floated serenely in the sky, emanating an aura of boundless radiance. Could you possibly dim your holy light? It has been decades. Could you not behave more normally? Su-yi casually unleashed another wave of sword energy, and Dalu's pretentious stance was short-lived as he was compelled to block with the angelic sacred sword. Who was Dalu? Bibi Dong, concealed not far away, silently observed the unfolding scene, astonished by the presence of two 99th level powerhouses. Even he could sense the lethal energy from that blade. Dalu, you remain as insufferable as ever. Su-yi sighed helplessly, his expression tranquil as he spoke. The same goes for you. You have not changed, though I presume you can no longer attract a horde of admirers. At this thought, Dalu could not help but wear a smug smile. Even if I'm no longer capable, at least I have experienced it. You have never had such fortune, yet you dare to mock me. Su-yi, upon hearing Dalu's words, remained unperturbed, instead gazing at him with indifference. Whatever, Dalu. I have come all this way. Will you not invite me to dinner? As Su-yi spoke, a hint of calmness crossed his face. Follow me. You truly are exasperating. I shall take you to see an old friend. With that, Dalu led Su-yi into the Wuhan city. Minutes later, Bibi Dong gradually revealed herself. So this is the battle of the peak powerhouses from Liu's era. Indeed, it is formidable. As Bibi Dong sensed the surrounding sword energy, her expression shifted, contemplating something in silence. In Wuhan city, Su-yi remained oblivious to all this, seated in a hotel, sipping one cup after another. Big brother, I entrust this matter to you. If I do not eliminate that individual, my heart will never find peace. Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Only by slaying Su-yi would his heart be truly tranquil. Xiao Hao, I cannot agree to this lightly, but you must understand, as the sect leader of Haotian's sect, I cannot personally strike him down. I can assist you after you make your move, but I cannot act first. Tang Xiao's expression was serious. As the leader, he indeed could not initiate the attack. I understand, big brother. I will not make it difficult for you. Just help me restrain the strong individuals around him. Can I not deal with this little brat? Tang Hao's gaze was earnest. He certainly comprehended Tang Xiao's predicament. As long as you understand, very well. I will assist you in this matter. However, Xiao Hao, you must not remain in this state. You are the Haotian Douluo, and you should uphold an invincible spirit. Do you comprehend? Tang Xiao sighed deeply as he looked at his brother, reminiscing about how the once invincible boy had gradually lost that spirit. It seems that a Yin's death has truly affected him profoundly. Tang Xiao shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless, yet even if he held some dissatisfaction towards his brother. As an elder brother, he still needed to lend support. After all, Tang Hao was among his closest kin, and he felt a sense of responsibility towards him. Days passed as the competition drew nearer. Jinghe, why have you come today? Su-yi looked at the young man before him, surprise evident on his face. Brother Su-yi, it has been a while. Would you be interested in having a conversation? Jinghe wore a gentle smile. Upon hearing the invitation, Su-yi smiled faintly, rising without hesitation to follow Jinghe outside. Brother Su-yi, I have come to discuss something with you. I have previously looked into your past, and I do not wish to conceal anything from you. I am also aware of your enmity with Haotian Douluo. Jinghe's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Brother Jinghe, do you wish for me to reconcile with Tang Hao? Su-yi, fully aware that Jinghe could not possibly want him to make peace with his father's murderer, feigned ignorance, his expression darkening as he stared at Jinghe. Jinghe paused at Su-yi's expression, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Brother Su-yi, that is not my intention. I have known you for a long time and understand your character. I would never expect you to let go of such a grudge. I merely wish to remind you that the Haotian sect has been making significant moves recently. Their leader, Tang Xiao, has vanished, along with several elders. Jinghe's gaze was stern and earnest. She truly felt unease after Tang Xiao's disappearance. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Jinghe. I apologize for misunderstanding you. A shy smile appeared on Su Yu's face. Chapter 160. Qian Rinchue's Thoughts. Thank you once again, Brother Qinghe. Su Yu smiled. Yet he did not take Xue Qinghe's words to heart. He had numerous powerful allies by his side, not to mention, both Xue Di and Ziji were not individuals Tang Hao could contend with. Should Tang Hao dare to act in Wuhuan City, it would be tantamount to courting death. Regardless of whether he could withstand Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu, his own father would not remain idle. Though Su Yu was uncertain of his father's exact level, he knew he was at least above 97, and even Ziji might not be a match for him. Across the continent, Su Yu felt there were not many, if any, who could rival his background. Moreover, it was important to note that he had the protection of Gu Yuna, and he possessed the dragon scale that allowed him to contact her at will. There is no need for courtesy, Su Yu. You are a friend I acknowledge. Although my identity as the Crown Prince of Tiando prevents me from assisting you directly, I can still offer you reminders. Xue Qinghe's voice was gentle, laced with genuine concern. Should you need assistance, you could take refuge in the Tiando Imperial Palace or my prince's mansion. There, even Tang Hao would think twice before acting recklessly. This is a matter of pride for our Tiando Empire. Even the Haoyan sect would hesitate to provoke us. Xue Qinghe gazed at Su Yu with utmost seriousness. She was not jesting. Though the Haoyan sect was powerful, they would not easily tear their relationship with an empire apart. I appreciate your offer, Brother Qinghe, but please understand that I have my own support. Su Yu winked, smiling cheerfully. Xue Qinghe stared at Su Yu in surprise, recalling her first encounter with him when she attempted to bring him back, but was immediately halted by the formidable individuals surrounding him. The beautiful woman in the green robe had nearly frightened her. She was capable of effortlessly defeating Shilong. Not to mention, countless powerful allies had emerged from behind her, each surpassing the strength of the offerings in the hall. Upon considering this, Xue Qinghe could not help but change her expression. If Su Yu truly had such formidable allies behind him, then it would not only be Tang Hao, but even all of the Haoyan sect merely delivering provisions. Tang Hao, should he meet his demise, might indeed bring joy to grandfather, Xue Qinghe mused internally. When Tang Hao had slain her father, she had been quite young. However, she could comprehend that for her, he was now a lifelong adversary. The prospect of Su Yu vanquishing Tang Hao brought her a sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with the knowledge that she was somewhat exploiting Su Yu. Nevertheless, it was understandable, considering that Su Yu would eventually learn her true identity. Brother Qinghe, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. The competition progresses daily, and I must return to oversee matters. Su Yu remarked as he observed that Xue Qinghe seemed to have no further concerns. He rose, a hint of an apologetic smile gracing his face. Not all. Brother Su Yu, you may depart. I shall remain here, enjoying tea. Do remember to give it your all in the competition, Xue Qinghe replied, her demeanor warm and devoid of any visible discontent at his departure. Su Yu smiled and made his exit, swiftly returning to the venue of the competition. Bingya, has our opponent been announced? Su Yu inquired upon entering the Tinshui resting area, noticing Shui Binger holding a white list. Yes, it has been announced. Quite coincidentally, we are to face the Qihua Academy. I wonder if someone manipulated the draw, Shui Binger responded, shaking her head slightly, a hint of resignation in her tone. Indeed, what a stroke of luck, Su Yu remarked with an amused shake of his head. He took the list from Shui Binger and began to read. Upon seeing the prominent characters Qihua, a sense of resignation washed over him. It appeared he would indeed have to contend with that madwoman, Huo Wu, and this time he had no intention of holding back. If he did not subdue Huo Wu, she would undoubtedly continue to pester him, and he was quite weary of her antics. With that thought, Su Yu found himself silently apologizing to Huo Wu in his heart. It was essential to note that Su Yu's prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Even in his battle against Feng Xiaotian, he had only utilized half of his strength. If he unleashed his full power this time, he could likely defeat Huo Wu in an instant. He pondered what expression Huo Wu would wear should she be defeated so swiftly, and a faint smile spread across his face at the thought. I truly wish to witness the expression Huo Wu would make, he mused with a soft smile, suddenly recalling something as he turned to Shui Binger. Binger, when is the match scheduled? Is it tomorrow or today? The list had failed to indicate any timing. The day after tomorrow. We have no matches in the next 2 days. There was supposed to be one, but upon learning it was Tian Shui, they promptly forfeited. Our strength is substantial, and most academies dare not challenge us. Shui Binger explained, her tone matter of fact. Su Yu understood this, aware that, as the vice captain, she had been focused on the competition details while he remained unconcerned, knowing that no one could defeat him. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yu replied with a smile, moving to a nearby table to indulge in some grapes. His lack of concern for the competition stemmed not from ignorance, but from confidence in his own invincibility. While savoring the grapes, he engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu, you made a breakthrough. Su Yu exclaimed suddenly, drawing the curious gazes of those around them. Really? So soon? Shui Bingya apoachexio Wu incredulously. Hee. I had hoped to surprise you all, but it seems your intuition is quite sharp, Su Yu Xiao Wu replied, receiving envious glances from Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Xiao Wu, your progress is astonishing. You're nearly at par with Chio'er. It's incredible. I truly envy your talent, Shui Wu remarked, gazing at Xiao Wu with admiration, feeling her own shortcomings painfully. Sister Shui Wu, you're joking. My talent is merely average. It's Su Yu's talent that is terrifying. He became a Soul King at merely 14 years of age. That is truly remarkable, Xiao Wu countered, eliciting a deep sigh from Shui Wu, who felt her 19 years rendered her unable to comprehend the youth's capabilities. Shui Wu, your talent is also impressive. Shui Yu chimed in, noticing Su Wu's despondency. Do not underestimate yourself. You possess a strong gift. Spare me your reassurances. I am well aware of my own talent. Without Su Yu's divine herb, I doubt I would have reached even level 45, Shui Wu stated firmly, refusing to accept their comfort. Ah, Sister Shui Wu, you are far too humble, Shui Binger replied, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Shui Wu's talent, while not on par with theirs, was still commendable among other academies, qualifying her as part of the golden generation, even if not as prominent as Horun and others. Moreover, as a support soul master, your path is inherently more challenging, and your cultivation speed is comparatively slower than that of battle soul masters. You must not belittle your own abilities. Your talent is a gift from the heavens. And while it cannot be altered, your efforts can lead to significant change. Shui Wu Xian's calm voice interjected from outside, catching Su Yu's attention. Turning, Su Yu saw Shui Wu Xian standing at the doorway, her expression serious as she addressed Shui Wu earnestly. Wu Xian, you, Shui Wu, your talent is formidable. Achieving a title Douluo is merely a matter of time. I do not wish for you to harbor such thoughts. You are my student, and I believe in you, as do your teammates. Shui Wu Xian's voice was cold, her gaze unwavering on Shui Wu. Shui Wu's gifts mirrored Shui Wu Xian's own. Both shared innate 8th-level soul power. Shui Wu Xian recalled her own past doubts, which had been dispelled by her teacher's admonishment, realizing now that her student faced similar struggles. How uncanny fate could be. I understand, Wu Xian, Shui Wu replied, exhaling softly as she took in Shui Wu Xian's encouragement. Seeing this, Su Yu could not help but sigh softly, uncertain whether Shui Wu had truly absorbed the lesson. All right, no more of that. Xiao Wu, gather everyone. I stumbled upon a delightful barbecue restaurant upon my return. Today it's my treat. Let us feast. Su Yu directly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, rising to his feet and gesturing for everyone to follow him to dinner. The day of Su Yu's competition arrived swiftly. At last, the moment had come to witness the expression of Huo Wu. A smile graced Su Yu's face as he hastily organized himself and exited the room, joining Shui Binger and the others as they made their way to the competition venue. Su Yu, prepare yourself. I will surely make you understand my prowess, Huo Wu had declared with fervor. As Su Yu approached the competition grounds, a fiery figure dashed towards him, coming to a halt just 3 or 4 meters away. She pointed a finger at Su Yu and began to speak. Let us wait and see, Su Yu replied, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing at Huo Wu with a calm demeanor. His voice matched his expression, equally flat. Just wait, Huo Wu thought, her eyes shining with excitement at the thought of her trump card. She firmly believed that Su Yu could not withstand her ultimate move. Even if he were a Soul King, surely he could not endure it unscathed. With this thought, a smirk appeared on Huo Wu's lips. How exhilarating, she exclaimed, before swiftly vanishing from Su Yu's sight. Su Yu observed the scene with an impassive expression. Captain, stop staring. Let us go, Shui Binger whispered softly, tapping Su Yu on the shoulder as he stood lost in thought. Yes, let us proceed. Everyone, take this competition seriously and strive to secure a flawless victory against Chihua. Su Yu asserted, leading the group towards the competition stage. Brother, it seems we must get serious, Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu remarked, trailing behind and reflecting on Su Yu's demeanor. Indeed, Su Yu has grown serious. He has lost interest in playing with these individuals, Xiao Wu noted, observing Su Yu at the forefront. Yes, my brother's patience has been exhausted, she added, understanding Su Yu's character well after nearly a decade of acquaintance. They recognized that Su Yu had entirely lost patience with Huo Wu, a sentiment they found understandable, as it was indeed uncomfortable to have a woman suddenly cling to you. Wang Qiu'er mused that if she were in Su Yu's position, she would hardly tolerate it. Poor Huo Wu. Wang Qiu'er shook her head, silently mourning for her. Time passed quickly, and soon the competition commenced. Let us welcome the representatives of Wu Yuan Shu and Chihua Academy to the stage. The announcer declared passionately as the battle reached its midpoint. This is an internal conflict within Wu Yuan Shu, a battle of ice and fire. This confrontation will determine the position of Tian Shui and Chihua within the Wu Yuan Shu. Now, let us invite our contestants to the stage. Let us go, Su Yu said, rising from his seat with an inscrutable expression, leading everyone to the competition platform. Come on, Huo Wu, did you not claim you would defeat me? Here I stand. Bring your best, Su Yu proclaimed, standing on the platform and calmly watching Huo Wu, who was not far away. His countenance remained serene, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him, locking onto Huo Wu's form. Golden light shimmered around him, a powerful presence radiating from his being. Come, sister. This competition is a matter of pride for Chihua. You must unleash all your skills against Su Yu. We believe in you, Huo Wuzhong urged, placing a serious hand on Huo Wu's shoulder. Rest assured, brother, I will know my limits, Huo Wu assured him with a confident glance. Huo Wuzhong said no more, trusting in his sister's judgment. As the competition began, the moment the official declared the match open, a Qilin martial spirit appeared behind Su Yu. With a commanding shout, Su Yu activated his martial spirit, his form taking on Qilin-like characteristics, and a unique aura surged from within him. Flame dragon armor, he bellowed, as fiery armor enveloped his body. His pupils transformed into a striking gold, a radiant golden light erupting from his forehead, and a terrifying mental force enveloped the entire arena. Such formidable mental strength. This power is on par with a soul sage. The previously stoic Yi Emperor found impossible to maintain his composure at that moment, staring at the boy before him in disbelief. Is this truly a 14-year-old youth? Yi Emperor's voice was laden with incredulity, his eyes bloodshot as he abandoned all pretense of imperial authority. He felt he would regret not witnessing this match for the rest of his life. Never before had he encountered such a prodigious talent. Qing He, is it truly impossible to recruit him? Shui's voice was thick with emotion, tinged with fervor. Father, Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue, found herself at a loss for words, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had believed herself to be the most talented individual on Douluo Continent, yet Su Yu's terrifying potential eclipsed her own. She realized she lacked the confidence to defeat him. In fact, in Su Yu's presence, Qian Renxue felt a disinterest in battle altogether. Is this your true strength, Su Yu? It is indeed an unfathomable power. The younger generation must seem like a joke before you, she reflected, her focus solely on the boy enveloped in golden light. On the competition stage, Wang Qiu'er stared at Su Yu in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Su Yu would even employ the Eye of Destiny. It was evident he had indeed lost his patience, far beyond her initial assumptions. Is this truly all of Su Yu's strength? Huo Wu thought, feeling the immense pressure akin to crashing waves, a hint of fear revealing itself in her gaze. Is this really his full power? Did he truly not exert himself against me that day? Feng Xiaodian stood atop the platform, astonished by Su Yu's display. Is this truly all of his strength? What a terrifying man he is. Su Yu had once claimed to possess good talent, yet his perspective had been flawed. Was he truly the one in error? As he contemplated Su Yu's might, Feng Xiaotian felt a sense of confusion. He began to question whether his perceived inferiority before Huo Wu was truly without merit. Meanwhile, another individual familiar to Su Yu found himself equally bewildered. That person was Tang San, who now stood utterly confounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Su Yu. Feeling the intimidating aura that instilled fear, Tang San had to admit that, at this moment, he felt somewhat intimidated. At this moment, Su Yu was truly terrifying. Tang San initially believed that after specializing in the Haotian hammer, he had significantly narrowed the gap between himself and Su Yu. However, to his astonishment, that gap not only remained but appeared to widen. At this moment, Tang San's heart was filled with doubt about himself. Could it be that I am truly inferior to this Su Yu? He clearly does not even possess a soul ring like mine. Yet why does he exude such immense power? He is merely a transformed martial soul of a golden lion. What right does he have to compare with my Haotian hammer? This perplexity gnawed at him. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt, and without his awareness, a hint of dark malevolence flickered in his eyes. A faint darkness surged forth from Tang San's being. Little San, focus your mind. Su Yu is not as fearsome as you think. Father will resolve him and clear away all obstacles before you. Just as the darkness enveloped Tang San's gaze, a warm voice resonated in his mind. Father, yes. I still have father. As long as he is back, Su Yu, no matter how strong he becomes, cannot surpass my father, a true title de law. With this thought, Tang San's confidence was rekindled. Though I may not match you now, Su Yu, if my father's plan is successful, you will ultimately perish. Everything you possess will be mine. I shall eliminate everyone around you one by one. Tang San's gaze returned to normal, his eyes now fixed with malice on those surrounding Su Yu on the stage. Just wait. I will take away each of your companions, he silently vowed. Brother, this is the Su Yu I spoke of. You can see for yourself that his talent is utterly terrifying, even monstrous. If we do not eliminate him now, it may lead to our downfall in the future. Tang Hao's voice was grave as he surveyed Tang Xiao and the elders behind him, nodding in satisfaction at their expressions. Tang Hao, you troublemaker, you will bring disaster to the Haotian sect. Such power could not possibly belong to a commoner. You may once again provoke a formidable enemy for us. As Tang Hao observed the elders' reactions, a dark-bearded elder stepped forward, exuding a fierce aura akin to that of a volcano. Seventh elder, you speak the truth. But the matter is already unfolded. If we do not eliminate him now, we may face utter ruin once he grows stronger. Consider if he becomes a titled Douluo. Who among us can withstand him? As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, the elders of the Haotian sect fell into a contemplative silence. He was correct. Should Su Yu ascend to the rank of titled Douluo and turn against the Haotian sect, none of them could withstand his might. At this thought, the seventh elder's gaze hardened with determination. If that is the case, we have no choice. Although I harbored no enmity toward this boy, for the sake of the Haotian sect, he must be eliminated. His eyes were fixed on Su Yu with a fierce intensity, his aura radiating a chilling, killing intent. Tang Hao, despite being expelled from the Haotian sect, still wielded the Haotian hammer. He was right, so you could not be allowed to live. In the Stardew Forest, ZG observed the fierce beast before her with a resigned expression. Humph, a mere human dares to lay hands on our little Su Yu. This time, I must intervene. Upon hearing ZG's reasoning, Xiong-jun erupted in anger, standing up with a roar. A terrifying platinum soul power erupted from him, enveloping the entire life lake. We must take action. Not only must we confront them, but we must also let them witness our true strength. Amir Haotian sect. How dare they act so arrogantly and target our Su Yu? They are courting death. Tion's heart was also ablaze with fury. Su Yu was someone he had watched grow up. How could they dare to threaten him? This was an affront to him personally. With that thought, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Tion's golden eyes. I shall join as well. It is the perfect opportunity for me to venture outside. Just then, a silver figure burst forth from the lake, possessing beautiful silver hair and a visage akin to a celestial maiden, even surpassing Wang Qiu'er and Xue Di in grace. Master? Upon her emergence, Di Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. No need to worry. My injuries have healed significantly, and being near Su Yu will expedite my recovery. Otherwise, this aimless restoration could take thousands of years, and I can no longer wait. Before Di Tian could respond, Gu Na spoke decisively. But master, your aura. Di Tian looked at her with concern. What if Gu Na was discovered by the divine realm? The thought frightened him. You need not worry about that. Let us depart. I have sealed my aura within, and the divine realm will not notice me, Gu Na declared before vanishing from the life lake. Master is indeed quite impatient, Bai Ji remarked with a hint of exasperation as she watched Gu Na's rapid departure. Nonetheless, the fierce beasts, seeing their leader gone, stood up and headed towards the edge of the forest. What a terrifying man, Huo Wu said, swallowing hard as she contemplated whether her skills would have any effect on Su Yu. Sister Go, we must eliminate Su Yu, otherwise our demise is certain. Huo Wushuang shouted, his fire dragon martial soul manifesting as he charged towards Su Yu with terrifying flames. Not bad, but still too weak. You may withdraw, Su Yu remarked as a flicker of brilliance emanated from the eye on his forehead. The atmosphere around the arena grew heavy, and an invisible mental force shattered the surrounding space, crashing heavily into Huo Wushuang's mind. Su Yu's formidable mental prowess incapacitated Huo Wushuang, sending him collapsing to the ground with rolled-back eyes. All done. Binger, you need not intervene. I will handle this match alone. It has become exceedingly tedious, and I have lost all patience. Su Yu's voice echoed coolly throughout the arena. Lost interest, and yet you exhibit such power? Jian Douluo stood behind Ning Fengji, staring in bewilderment at Su Yu on the stage. He felt utterly bewildered by the thoughts of these young individuals, realizing that he was indeed growing old. Am I truly that old? Jian Douluo shook his head in resignation. However, he had no time for such reflections. His expression now grave as he focused intently on the unfolding match. Lost interest, yet you think we of the Blaze could fail to pique your interest? Huo Wu's eyes widened in response to Su Yu's words. With a furious roar, she fused her 4 soul rings, summoning a massive fireball into her hands. Huo Wu gritted her teeth and hurled a fireball towards Su Yu with great force. Indeed, I find it difficult to muster any interest in you. Your talents may be commendable, but they pale in comparison to mine, for my innate gifts are unparalleled. Su Yu's words were devoid of mercy, and his gaze upon Huo Wu resembled that of a conqueror surveying a vanquished foe, swiftly piercing the heart of her pride. With a furious roar, Huo Wu, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury, rapidly conjured another massive fireball. The 2 fireballs hurtled towards Su Yu in quick succession. Su Yu, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the scene, a torrent of golden soul power swirling around him. Huo Wu, no matter how fervently you strive, this chasm between us cannot be bridged. Your mind is already in disarray. It is time for you to retreat. As Su Yu spoke, a surge of lightning erupted beneath his feet, propelling him instantaneously to Huo Wu's side. The 2 colossal fireballs met their demise upon impact with Su Yu, bursting into flames that left no mark upon him. A smile crept across Su Yu's face as he glanced at the remnants of the fire. In truth, flames posed no threat to him, considering he practiced the art of Fenju, an unparalleled resistance to fire, perhaps unmatched in the realm of Douluo. Huo Wu's flames, akin to mere nourishment, were swiftly absorbed and refined within Su Yu's being. Enough of this. It has lost its charm. You truly must depart, he chuckled softly, as a formidable mental force enveloped the entire arena. Under the weight of a mental pressure rivaling that of a tidal Douluo, Huo Wu's complexion drained of color. Mental impact, he whispered to himself, unleashing a portion of his mental prowess upon Huo Wu and her companions. The terrifying force crashed into Huo Wu's consciousness, and within 3 seconds, she collapsed to the ground. I have stated before that you could never defeat me. Su Yu shook his head, preparing to leave when, surprisingly, the fallen Huo Wu managed to lift her head with great effort. Su Yu, I will certainly catch up to you, she shouted, her determination evident. An enemy defeated by my hand has never been regarded as a worthy opponent. I grant you time to pursue until you are but a distant memory. The week of study has left me somewhat fatigued. I hope you all will not mind my request for a day's rest. Tomorrow, I shall resume updates. Chapter 164, Approaching Commencement. Su Yu's expression radiated a subtle pride, an aura emanating from him that commanded submission in an instant. Wu, struggling to watch Su Yu depart, felt a bitterness swell within her. Her earnestness and honor were but trash in Su Yu's eyes. Brother, you are so impressive. You were extraordinary today. Are you tired? Let me treat you. What would you like to eat? Wang Qiu'er exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she rushed to Su Yu's side, clinging to his arm. Tang Hao, now that the moment has arrived, do share when we shall take action again. We cannot simply wait until the conclusion of the Wuhuan city. Elder Seven spoke to Tang Hao with a serious tone, having already deemed Su Yu a mere target. They had come with a total of 8 titled Douluos. Is it truly laughable that 8 titled Douluos cannot eliminate a mere Soul King? Regardless of Su Yu's extraordinary talents, he remains but a fleeting presence before them. Su Yu, Qiu'er, it has been a while. A cool figure appeared before him as the crowd exited the arena. Silver hair, violet eyes, and an unparalleled beauty. Master Gu Yuna. Wang Qiu'er gasped in disbelief upon seeing Gu Yuna. Qiu'er, it has been too long. You have changed since our last meeting. Just call me Nana Jia. Gu Yuna said with a playful smile, narrowing her eyes slightly at Wang Qiu'er. Nana Jia, it has indeed been a long time. At that moment, Su Yu approached, and Gu Yuna's gaze fell upon the mark on his forehead, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she quickly concealed it. Su Yu, it has been ages. You have not returned in several years, have you? Gu Yuna remarked, shaking her head as she stepped closer, her radiant smile brightening the atmosphere as she playfully patted Su Yu's shoulder. Nana Jia, you remain as beautiful as ever. Truly deserving of the title of my heart's first beauty, Su Yu complimented earnestly. Your words are as charming as ever, Gu Yuna responded with a resigned smile, reaching out to gently tousle Su Yu's golden hair. I speak not in jest. Your beauty is a truth, not a mere flattery, Su Yu replied with a grin, gazing at the enchanting figure before him. You, indeed. Gu Yuna shook her head with a chuckle. I just overheard you, Qiu'er, mentioning a treat. I shall shamelessly tag along, Gu Yuna said, her gaze softening as she looked at Wang Qiu'er. Hee, if Nana Jia is willing to come. That would be wonderful, Wang Qiu'er exclaimed, embracing Gu Yuna's arm with glee. You. Gu Yuna laughed softly, playfully tapping Wang Qiu'er's forehead with her delicate hand. Hee. Xiao Wu, is this also a senior of Su Yu and Qiu'er? Shui Binger scrutinized the beautiful woman before her. Show her respect. Even the Snow Empress would be far inferior to her in strength. Xiao Wu gazed in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Gu Yuna. This was the sovereign of soul beasts. Her presence here was truly astonishing. Come here, little rabbit. Let me take a look, Gu Yuna said, gently ruffling Wang Qiu'er's hair before turning her warm gaze to Xiao Wu, beckoning her closer. Hearing Gu Yuna's words, Xiao Wu complied without hesitation, rushing towards her. Master, before Xiao Wu could complete her sentence, Gu Yuna interrupted her. No need for that. Simply call me Nana Jia. Your talent is commendable. If you diligently follow Su Yu, you may not lack the potential for divinity. Gu Yuna assessed Xiao Wu, noting her soul-sect cultivation and nodding slightly. Her tone calm. Her voice was soft, such that only Xiao Wu could hear. The notion of divinity caused Xiao Wu's pupils to dilate, an overwhelming sense of incredulity surging from her heart. Nana Jia, let us depart. I will treat you to delicious food, Su Yu remarked as he approached Gu Yuna after she finished speaking with Xiao Wu. Indeed, let us go. I too wish to see what culinary delights await here. Gu Yuna replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Su Yu led the group to a modest barbecue stall. This shall suffice, though humble. The fare here is exquisite. Nana Jia, I hope you do not mind. Su Yu turned to Gu Yuna, who was already seated at the stall, chatting with the others, and could not help but smile. It seemed she bore no disdain for the setting. Shaking his head, Su Yu signaled to the vendor to begin serving the dishes. Nana Jia, I truly did not expect you to come in person. Are your injuries healed? Su Yu gazed curiously at Gu Yuna, his eyes filled with endless concern, aware of the severity of her injuries. It was indeed remarkable that Gu Yuna, who was supposed to emerge 2,000 years later, had appeared ahead of schedule. Gu Yuna shook her head, picked up a skewer from the table, took a bite, her beautiful eyes gleaming as she turned to look at Su Yu. My injuries are no longer a significant issue, and being by your side allows me to benefit from your fortune, which facilitates my recovery far more swiftly than if I were to do so alone. Her voice resonated directly in Su Yu's mind, alleviating his worries. All right, Sister Nana, take your time eating, Su Yu said, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. He then joined the dining throng. Su Yu's eating speed was astonishing. Soon, Gu Yuna noticed his unusual manner. He hardly chewed, swallowing his food almost whole. However, Gu Yuna was no ordinary person. Her speed was equally impressive, and soon she matched Su Yu's pace. Truly, she was a formidable woman. Su Yu watched in awe as Gu Yuna devoured her meal, reflecting on the strength of the woman beside him. Is that woman beside Tang how the powerhouse behind him? She is undeniably beautiful, but can she truly be that strong? The sixth elder looked at Tang Hao with a hint of inquiry in his gaze. To be honest, I have never seen this woman before, but I know there is a woman with purple hair by her side. That woman is likely one of her supporters, Tang Hao replied. His eyes filled with admiration for Gu Yuna. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Even Ain pales in comparison. She is a perfect woman. Chapter 165, Gu Yuna and the Golden Dragon Spear. Let us refrain from action for now. Xiaosa mentioned he wishes to compete against Su Yu once more. Tang Hao surveyed the gathered individuals, a relaxed expression on his face. He no longer regarded Su Yu as a threat, confident in his multitude of allies. It was impossible for Su Yu's companions to overturn the situation. Victory was assured. Su Yu was destined to fall by his own hand, and allowing his son to engage in battle posed no issue. Although Tang Hao believed Tang Sen could not possibly defeat Su Yu, witnessing the disparity could serve as motivation for the future. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. After all, Tang San was a promising contender. A match against Su Yu would be no problem. Moreover, witnessing Su Yu's prowess would demonstrate the true strength of the Haotian sect. Furthermore, the current circumstances were not ideal for confrontation. Little insects. Gu Yu's gaze swept over. A surge of spiritual power locked onto the cloaked figures. Never mind, we shall not act just yet. I am curious to see how you intend to breach the protection of Di Tian and Xue Di. Gu Yuna shook her head in disbelief upon sensing the strength of Tang Hao and his associates. Sister Nana, are you all right? Su Yingwei. Glancing at Gu Yuna, who had turned her head. I am fine. Continue eating, but do slow down. Have you never eaten before? Gu Yuna shot him a disapproving look as she reached out and playfully tapped Su Yu on the head. I'm just hungry. Must I be restricted from enjoying my meal? Su Yu replied, somewhat aggrieved, which elicited discomfort from Gu Yuna. Enough with the antics. There are a few little insects spying on us over there. Should I eliminate them? Su Yu followed Gu Yuna's gaze, but saw nothing in the distance. Nonetheless, he harbored no doubts about her keen sight. Gu Yuna's vision undoubtedly exceeded his own, and she would not misjudge. Seeing the inquiring gaze in Su Yu's eyes, Gu Yuna shook her head. Let us wait until they make a move before we act together. We do not yet know if they have all arrived or if only a few have come. It is unnecessary to act now. Su Yu contemplated for a moment before turning to Gu Yuna with a serious expression. Very well, if that is the case, I shall refrain from intervening. However, I sense the aura of the golden dragon within you. Might you explain this to me? Gu Yuna inquired with curiosity. Her voice transmitted directly into Su Yu's mind through her soul power. Perhaps later, Sister Nana. You might be astonished by the revelation, Su Yu replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. He had no intention of concealing the golden dragon spear from Gu Yuna, nor could he, as it was not something that could remain hidden. Besides, he had no need to keep it a secret. The golden dragon spear did not particularly suit him. He planned to gift it to Chiu Air in the future. Gu Yuna regarded Su Yu with intrigue, noting his decision to withhold information. Rather than feeling upset, she continued to enjoy her meal with delight, knowing she would eventually learn the truth. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Yu took Gu Yuna back to the hotel, where she promptly used Su Yu's funds to secure a room for herself. "Now let us talk," Gu Yuna said, sitting on the bed, her long legs crossed, her gaze inquisitively fixed on the growing young man before her. "Sister Nana, look," Su Yu said, his hand moving swiftly to reveal a golden spear that materialized in his grasp. Gu Yuna's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment as she approached Su Yu, her eyes widening at the sight of the weapon in his hand. The spear was swiftly transferred to her grasp, and her eyes filled with profound sorrow as her delicate hands trembled while caressing the golden dragon spear. "Where did this come from?" Gu Yuna's voice was calm. Su Yu, observing her reaction, shook his head with a hint of helplessness. "Sister Nana, this is something I acquired unexpectedly. I cannot disclose the reasons." With a sigh, he expressed his resignation. "You cannot share the reasons? Is it perhaps a divine artifact?" Gu Yuna's pupils dilated momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. It was impossible for a god to discover her, and likely no one would bestow such a divine weapon upon Su Yu at this time. Yet, the golden dragon spear was indeed in his possession. It appeared this young man harbored numerous secrets. Gu Yuna shook her head, casting a discreet glance at Su Yu. Seeing that Gu Yuna did not pursue the matter further, Su Yu could not help but smile. Since she refrained from pressing for more information, it was a relief. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a difficult position, having to explain his connection to a system that allowed him to obtain items from myriad realms. "Take good care of this spear. It shall accompany you until you fully assume the position of the goddess of life." Gu Yuna shook her head and returned the golden dragon spear to Su Yu, who accepted it without hesitation. "I do not intend to wield this spear indefinitely. Once this competition concludes, I plan to gift it to Chiao, as it is truly a weapon suited for her. I am not the right wielder of this spear," Su Yu stated, shaking his head with an indifferent tone. The golden dragon spear and Wang Qiuer's martial soul are indeed the most compatible. His Qilin martial soul does not necessitate any weapon, and it has yet to fully awaken. Once his martial soul completely awakens, Su Yu will not need to exert any effort. There is no need for you to present it to Qiao. Do you even know what you hold in your hand? Gu Yuna gazed at Su Yu in disbelief, feeling somewhat dazed. It was not that she felt sorrowful for the weapon being given to Wang Qiuer. On the contrary, she understood that Wang Qiuer was indeed the most suitable person for the golden dragon spear. She was simply astonished that Su Yu could nonchalantly bestow such a genuine artifact. "Of course I know what this is, Sister Nana, but I believe that Qiuer's safety outweighs the worth of an artifact. I have already acquired the divine inheritance, so I see no issue with Qiuer using an artifact for self-defense." Su Yu smiled and returned the golden dragon spear to the starry river. Gu Yuna looked at Su Yu and could not help but sigh. Such youth, to speak so lightly of a divine weapon, truly remarkable. Chapter 166. The deal with Xiong Jun. Well, if you wish to give it, then do so, but ensure you convey the spear's value to her, lest she lose it. "All right, you may take your leave now." Gu Yuna shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Su Yu did not linger and promptly exited Gu Yuna's room. After all, one cannot overstay in a young lady's quarters. If that girl were to find out, it would surely cause an uproar. After leaving the room, Su Yu returned to his own quarters to rest. In the morning, Su Yu rose from his room, feeling refreshed. Observing the bright sky outside, he could not help but feel joyous. There were no matches today, and following his victory over Huo Wu, no one dared challenge him again. His combat prowess was unparalleled, and within the entire Tiando competition zone, there was no one capable of defeating him. The competitors had resigned themselves to the reality that they could not best Su Yu. With no matches to attend, Su Yu relished in his freedom, meandering through Tiando City. In just 3 days, a group of familiar faces appeared before him. "Tian, you have arrived. I will need your assistance this time." Su Yu smiled warmly at the gathered individuals, looking at Tian. "Enough of that. You always have sweet words to say. You claim to trouble us, yet you never shy away from calling upon us," Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. "Ha ha, since you put it that way, I will refrain from expressing my gratitude. Let us proceed. Sister Nana has long since arrived." Su Yu felt a bit embarrassed by Tian's remarks and quickly shifted the topic. "You should explain what is happening. Is it possible that even ZG could not resolve it?" Su Yu, hearing Tian's inquiry, shook his head helplessly. Without hesitation, he recounted how he had been targeted by the master throughout his life. What a despicable master, attempting to harm young Su Yu for the sake of a soul bone. This is intolerable. I, Xiong-jun, will certainly not let him off the hook. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Xiong-jun erupted in anger, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Su Yu even sensed the dark golden soul power surging forth from his being. Xiong-jun, steady yourself. Ditian appeared bezidik Xiong-jun, placing a hand on him to suppress the soul power that was threatening to erupt. Really? Can you not keep your composure? What if a human were to discover this? The king of 10,000 beasts glanced at Xiong-jun, somewhat speechless. While he would not face trouble if discovered, it is preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. He, the king of 10,000 beasts, was not one to seek out fights like Xiong-jun. Su Yu chuckled, choosing not to speak further, and led the group back to the hotel, securing a room for each of them. Having resided in this hotel for several months, he had become quite accustomed to the process of booking rooms, completing the task in a matter of moments. He then allowed everyone to settle into their respective rooms. Sister Nana, Chio'er, you are here. Ditian and the others have arrived. Will you join us? Su Yu stood at the door of Gu Yuna's room, gazing curiously at the two stunning beauties within. Oh, they have arrived. Gu Yuna's eyes brightened as she immediately followed Su Yu towards his room. Master, Ditian lowered his head in respect as Gu Yuna entered. This time, I place my trust in you all. I will not intervene. Gu Yuna stated calmly upon entering. Upon hearing her words, Su Yu revealed no expression. If Gu Yuna were to intervene, it would be far too simple. It was better to let Ditian and the others take action, at least providing Tang Hao and the others with a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, Gu Yuna's involvement would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yes, master, I understand. I will take full responsibility for Su Yu's matters. Ditian affirmed, nodding. He had never questioned Gu Yuna's decisions, and this time would be no different. All right, Su Yu, please outline how we should proceed. I am all ears. Gu Yuna turned to Su Yu with a smile, indicating for him to continue. Very well, I shall explain. Su Yu looked at Gu Yuna before stepping forward to address everyone solemnly. My plan is as follows. He quickly outlined his strategy to the group. Initially, they would allow Tang Hao and the others to lower their guard, and when they made their move, they would capture them all at once. After presenting his plan, Su Yu glanced around at everyone. Indeed, that sounds like a plan. I am eager to see who dares to touch my people, Xiong-jun declared, slapping his face with a serious expression filled with murderous intent. Observing Xiong-jun's demeanor, Gu Yuna could not help but shake her head. They are merely a few insignificant pests. They could be easily dealt with, she remarked, somewhat exasperated. In her eyes, Tang Hao was indeed a mere insect. If she wished, she could simply open a spatial gate and eliminate Tang Hao and the others without a second thought. Gu Yuna was fully capable of such feats. Even with her power sealed, retaining only her level 99 strength, she could accomplish this with ease. Well then, I shall take my leave. You all remain here and enjoy yourselves. The Lake of Life does not require hasty returns. The human world can be quite intriguing. Have fun. Gu Yuna smiled as she departed with her little follower, Wang Chio'er. Su Yu, if you do not provide us with something, we will not assist you. Xiong-jun suddenly approached Su Yu, cautiously tugging at his clothing while whispering a reminder. Isu Yu glänzt as Xiong-jun, somewhat speechless. With a slight flip of his hand, dozens of small vials appeared. Here, take them quickly. Your eyesight is truly sharp. Su Yu shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. He quickly assessed that no one was watching and tossed the items into Xiong-jun's arms. That should suffice for quite some time. Su Yu sighed, somewhat exasperated. Was it truly appropriate to ask for such things upon their first meeting? Nevertheless, he understood this fellow's character well. This individual has been somewhat transformed since he began playing with Ditian. Xiong-jun has developed a fondness for this feeling and frequently seeks out Su Yu for that particular something. Su Yu has grown accustomed to it by now. In observing Xiong-jun, he cannot help but let out a sigh. Chapter 167. Ruthless Tang. Sand time swiftly passed, and several days have gone by since that battle, during which no one dared to lay a hand on her. Tian Shui has achieved a flawless record, winning all 24 matches and today they finally faced the only team bold enough to challenge them. Shrek Academy, represented by Tang San and Damu Bai. Finally, we meet them. This time, I shall thoroughly defeat them. The eager Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking her small fists in frustration. Mind your language, Suyu cautioned, playfully pinching Xiao Wu's ear. That hurts. I promise not to say anything inappropriate next time, Xiao Wu replied, rubbing her rabbit ears and looking up at Suyu with teary eyes. I will leave the main control to you this time. They will undoubtedly come rushing at me. So just hold them off as best you can. Even if you can't hold them all, just do what you can, Suyu said, patting Shui Bing-er on the shoulder with a gentle smile. He has complete confidence in Shui Bing-er's control. She possesses the utmost ice powers. And although her cultivation may progress slowly before reaching level 70, her battle prowess far exceeds that of ordinary soul masters. Not to mention, her martial spirit is the Ice Phoenix, a super martial spirit that rivals even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rest assured, I will hold off as many as I can, Shui Bing-er said with a faint smile, her confidence evident. Among the younger generation, aside from the two formidable opponents before her, she believed no one could defeat her within the 40th level. Let's go. This may be our last battle in the Tiendo competition, Suyu mused, a smile tugging at his lips at the thought. Tang Hao, your end is imminent. Farewell. As Suyu arrived at the arena, his gaze fell upon a figure clad in a black robe. Though obscured by the dark fabric, Suyu was certain it was Tang Hao. The third match, Shrek vs. Tian Shui Academy. I hereby declare the match to commence. The announcer declared loudly before leaping off the platform, leaving the two teams crackling with energy on the stage. The audience erupted in excitement, as did Tang San, and the master was even more thrilled. One woman in a black outfit from Shrek Academy gazed at Tang San and the others on the stage with a complex expression, turning to the master beside her and letting out a deep sigh. Come on, perish. You are finally going to meet your end. The master's eyes glinted with fierce determination, and even the soul sage, Liu Erlong, couldn't help but frown at the palpable bloodlust. I'm leaving, Liu Erlong stated coldly, a hint of distance in her tone. The master didn't even look at her as she departed, and in that instant, a crystalline tear seemed to flow from Liu Erlong's sigh. Tang San, it's your turn. Aren't you eager to defeat me? Come forth. So you stepped forward, his golden soul power surging throughout his being, radiating upwards in waves. The arena appeared enveloped by Suyu's soul power, and the Qilin martial spirit materialized behind him, unleashing a terrifying energy across the stage. What a formidable opponent. Xiao San, do you truly intend to face him one-on-one? He is far too powerful. Dai Mubai asked seriously, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Don't worry, Mubai. I'm aware of my own strength. I may not be able to defeat him, but I wish to understand the difference in our abilities. Besides, we have our secret weapon, Tang San replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He believed that the secret weapon bestowed upon him by his master would surely enable him to triumph over Suyu. No matter how strong Suyu may be, he could not possibly defeat a true martial spirit. A subtle smile appeared on Suyu's face as he regarded Tang San, his eyes glinting with provocation. Come on, Tang Hao, Tang San declared with unwavering resolve. A massive Haotian hammer materialized in his hand, radiating a terrifying cold light, while heavy soul power surged from it. Let us go, Tang San shouted, charging towards Suyu with the colossal hammer raised high. Suyu, smiling, shared a glance with Shui Bing-er before stepping forward, extending his hand to intercept Tang San's Haotian hammer. Seeing Suyu's nonchalance, Tang San could not help but smirk, doubting that Suyu could halt his hammer, which weighed several thousand pounds and was rapidly approaching 10,000. Yet soon, disbelief washed over him as Suyu's hand remained unscathed, effortlessly stopping the Haotian hammer. Impressive strength, yet still lacking, Suyu remarked, releasing a chilling blue flame that erupted from his hand. The terrifying fire surged up the Haotian hammer and towards Tang San, who, upon witnessing the flames, felt a surge of fear. The hammer slipped from his grasp. What horrifying flames! This is truly monstrous! Tang San gasped, quickly jumping back to evade Suyu's fire. Suyu beamed at Tang San while donning a suit of lightning flame armor. In an instant, he was before Tang San. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had been observing from a distance, summoned 3 soul rings that shot towards Tang San. Seeing Ning Rongrong make her move, Tang San's face lit up with joy. The Haotian hammer reappeared in his grasp as he unleashed a series of powerful hammer strikes aimed at Suyu's head. One blow after another, each growing in intensity. Yet Suyu met every attack with his hand, blocking the strikes effortlessly. Quite impressive, but this is merely a flurry of strikes. You still lack the strength to breach my defenses, Suyu declared, massaging his temples before launching a powerful punch against Tang San's Haotian hammer. The overwhelming force erupted, sending Tang San flying across the arena. In an instant, a massive fireball appeared in Suyu's hand, hurtling towards Tang San and raising the arena's temperature by several degrees. Chapter 168. Ruthless Tang San 2. With the Haotian shield, Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer and bellowed, causing the hammer to float around him like a spinning dart, generating fierce winds that encircled him. Is this your sole skill with the Haotian hammer? However, the might of the Flame Emperor is truly formidable, Suyu remarked, his eyes glinting with indifference. A colossal fireball crashed heavily onto the ground, causing terrifying flames that significantly raised the temperature of the entire arena. Tang San, positioned closest to the explosion, was immediately hurled away by the shockwave. It was truly monstrous. Lying on the ground, Tang San felt the searing heat on his skin and cast a glance at the composed Suyu, pondering inwardly. With a heavy breath, Tang San struggled to rise, wielding the Haotian hammer and fiercely swinging it towards Suyu. The terrifying Haotian hammer, propelled by a fierce wind, seemed to shatter space as it directly locked onto Suyu's form. Suyu, witnessing Tang San's audacity to attack again, could not help but reveal a faint smile. A massive head of magma erupted from his hand, violently colliding with Tang San's Haotian hammer. Upon seeing the magma, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. As the burns on his body began to throb painfully, his expression darkened, and a palpable murderous intent coalesced, directed towards Suyu. How could it be you? If not for you, how could my face have ended up like this? Tang San's gaze transformed, and the dark aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent. Mubai, come help me, he bellowed, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to rush to his side. Their soul power surged towards Tang San like a torrent. As he gripped the Haotian hammer, which expanded to several dozen meters in size, the hammer transformed from gold to blood red, exuding a foreboding aura. Tang San's voice was hoarse, akin to a harbinger of death rising from the depths of hell, his terrifying killing intent chilling even Dai Mubai. Qilin treading the heavens. Suyu snorted coldly and instantly appeared before Tang San, stamping down on the space in front of him. The space shattered under Suyu's foot, and an invisible explosion enveloped Tang San. Get away. Tang San, undeterred by his tattered state from the explosion, resolutely approached Suyu, wielding the Haotian hammer with determination. However, Suyu would not allow the hammer to strike him. A suit of armor manifested around him as the Haotian hammer crashed against it. Suyu plummeted like a cannonball onto the competition stage, raising a cloud of dust. A mouthful of blood erupted from Tang San, cascading down in large drops. Yet, he exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, a manic grin spread across his face. What are you laughing at? Wang Qiu'er stepped forward, narrowing her eyes as a surge of golden soul power erupted from her, forcing Tang San to take a step back. Nevertheless, Tang San was oblivious to the others. His smile, that of a deranged lunatic. Is it finally over? He cannot survive a blow from the Haotian hammer. Tang San's voice was soft, yet everyone on the stage heard him clearly. Ning Rongrong, observing Tang San's deranged demeanor, sighed, contemplating leaving Shrek Academy once the match concluded, as she found little interest in such an institution. My brother would never be defeated by someone like you, Wang Qiu'er remarked disdainfully at Tang San's face. Whether he lives or dies is not for you to decide. My brother's strength is beyond your comparison. Wang Qiu'er looked at Tang San as if he were refuse. Life or death is not for you to determine. Su Yu is dead. He cannot survive under the true form of a martial spirit. A mocking smile appeared on Tang San's burned face. The power of the Haotian hammer is beyond your imagination, he said confidently. The might of the Haotian hammer was indeed terrifying. It had absorbed the soul power of 6 teammates, reaching the level of a soul sage. He could not fathom how Su Yu could survive a full force strike from a soul sage. A frog at the bottom of a well. Wang Xiu'er shook her head at Tang San's confidence. Just as Tang San continued to smile broadly, a cough echoed from within the dust. Upon hearing that sound, Tang San's body stiffened. At that moment, a figure with golden hair slowly emerged from the haze. Quite a formidable strength. Had it not been for my flame dragon armor, I might have truly been in trouble, Su Yu remarked, adjusting his disheveled clothing with a hint of resignation. A terrifying aura surged from him. Qilin Annihilation Strike. A phantom of a Qilin, several dozen meters long, appeared behind Su Yu, exuding a powerful presence that locked onto Tang San. Impossible. This cannot be. You cannot still be alive. You cannot have survived the attack of the Haotian true form. Tang San's eyes were wild as he gazed at Su Yu, swinging the Haotian hammer once more towards him. Go! Su Yu roared, and the formidable Qilin phantom lunged at Tang San. Su Yu's attack sealed this space, leaving Tang San with no means of escape. I will die. I will die. Being hit will truly mean death. In a moment of desperation, Tang San abandoned all pretense, shouting for surrender. Surrender? Su Yu's lips curled into a sneer, showing no intention of retracting the Qilin Annihilation Strike. To withdraw would result in backlash. Why should he suffer for Tang San? Calmly, he observed the impending approach of his attack. Just as it was about to strike, a black Haotian hammer suddenly descended from above, directly blocking Tang San's path. Boom! The Qilin Annihilation Strike collided with the Haotian hammer, sending it flying for dozens of meters. Though the defense was effective, the explosive shockwave still slammed into Tang San, propelling him several meters away. Chapter 169. The Brutality of Tang San, and a fragment of his mangled internal organs was expelled from Tang San's mouth, and his body collapsed limply onto the ground. Truly, a terrifying individual. Such power evokes profound fear. This was the final thought that crossed Tang San's mind as he slipped into unconsciousness. Xiao San, Tang Hao, hidden in a concealed location, hoarsely roared. His hands pressed against the wall, producing a series of cracking sounds as bricks crumbled to dust beneath his grip. Xiao Hao, steady your mind. We cannot act now. Throwing the Haotian hammer has likely alerted Su Yu. If we go out now, our plan will be in jeopardy. The Haotian sect cannot afford another enemy of such magnitude. Tang Xiao admonished as he noticed Tang Hao's desire to confront Su Yu. Understood, brother. I will remain still, but I pity Xiao San. Once the plan succeeds, Su Yu must be the one I kill to relieve my heart's resentment, Tang Hao rasped, crushing another stone into dust. Xiao San, are you all right? Su Yu, how ruthless you are to have beaten Xiao San to such a state. The master had initially shown a smile upon witnessing Su Yu being sent flying, yet he did not anticipate the plot would take such a swift turn. Su Yu returned to the arena, only to have Tang San swiftly eliminated. Am I truly so cruel? I assure you, I'm not as heartless as you all. And master, what does it feel to have a child? A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips. It is truly you, the master exclaimed, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Of course it is me. What would you do if I were to publicize this? Su Yu said, gazing at the master with a hint of nonchalance before departing. What a waste. Su Yu is mirkid dizdanfili. After the match concluded, the staff ascended the platform to announce the end of the contest. The conclusion of the event was met with the Emperor Shui Ye's impassioned address, heralding the imminent commencement of the finals. The true battle to determine the strongest students of the continent. As an emperor, Shui could not vacate Tiando City. Following the conclusion of his speech, he declared that the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, would represent him as the envoy of the Tiando Empire in the upcoming tournament's judging panel. The 15 teams from the Tiando Empire would be personally accompanied by him to a city located at the junction of the two great empires for the final showdown. The finals would be presided over by the Wuhuan Temple. Each team was allotted a mere 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, a total of 15 teams, alongside their teachers and 500 royal knights, would embark on the journey to the venue of the finals, Wuhuan City. Originally, the finals were not scheduled to take place in Wuhuan City, but for reasons unknown, the Wuhuan Temple abruptly decided to host this year's decisive contest within its main city. This city is virtually entirely under the domain of the Wuhuan Temple, situated at the border of the two empires, neither of which claims ownership over it. Significantly, one of the two most esteemed halls of the Wuhuan Temple, the Hall of the Pope, is located within Wuhuan City. This newly constructed Hall of the Pope is heralded as the most magnificent edifice throughout the Douluo Continent. Consequently, Wuhuan City has become a sacred place for all soul masters, almost akin to a capital established by the Wuhuan Temple itself. The journey from Tiando City to Wuhuan City spans approximately 20 days. The duration of the finals is not overly extensive, as it is conducted in a knockout format, with a total of 33 teams. The victors could be determined in less than 10 days. The Wuhuan Temple places immense importance on this final competition. During the preliminary rounds, Wuhuan City had already designated a location specifically for the finals of the elite tournament amongst the continent's esteemed Soul Master Academies. Concurrently, Wuhuan City issued a decree stating that during the tournament, non-Soul Masters are strictly prohibited from entering to watch the matches. Even nobles are not exempt from this regulation. This decree adds an air of mystery to the final competition. The common people do not express dissatisfaction with such a decree from the Wuhuan Temple, as Soul Masters are, in their eyes, beings of elevated status. The Wuhuan Temple stands as their temple, their sacred ground, and who would dare question a decree issued personally by the Pope? Bibi Dong? An entourage of over 1,000 set forth with great fanfare. Although each academy operated independently, they all represented the Tiando Empire, leading to a significantly reduced animosity compared to prior preliminary and qualifying rounds. Particularly, several academies that shared amicable relations walked together to ensure the competitors could rest comfortably. The Tiando Empire specially crafted 15 luxurious carriages for their transport. However, one team was conspicuously absent, Shrek Academy, which had withdrawn following Tang San's incapacitation at the hands of Su Yu. Tang Hao, it is almost time to commence. I understand your disdain for that lad, yet you must endure. Tang San has already been sent to Hao Ian's sect. Under their healing conditions, he will undoubtedly recover, perhaps even restoring his appearance entirely. Tang Xiao patted Tang Hao, who had relaxed beside him, and heaved a sigh of relief. The journey remained tranquil, and 10 days swiftly passed. The path to Wuhuan City had reached its midpoint. The 500 royal knights, serving as a protective escort, were comparable to noble royalty wherever they went. Cities welcomed them with utmost reverence. The journey was devoid of any disturbances. Su Yu, languidly reclined within a carriage, found himself growing bored as Tang Hao delayed his arrival. Tang Hao, do hurry, for if you tarry any longer, I shall surely perish from boredom, he mused, contemplating how to deal with Tang Hao upon his arrival. Just as Su Yu became lost in thought, a cascade of rocks tumbled from the hillsides like rain, appearing unexpectedly, yet in perfect alignment, hurtling downward at great speed. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu's expression transformed, a smile illuminating his face. What a splendid fellow! You have finally arrived. No sooner had he spoken than 9 figures abruptly manifested within his carriage. Ditian, I entrust this to you. Su Yu nodded towards Ditian before alighting from the carriage. As soon as Su Yu exited, he spotted a massive boulder descending towards him. Qilin Ruin Strike. Su Yu bellowed, a terrifying Qilin apparition emerging once more as it surged forward, striking the rock with tremendous force, reducing it to mere dust. Chapter 170. The arrival of Tang Hao at last. Has the time come? A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips as Xue Di and Ziji appeared beside him. Su Yu, you have finally made your entrance. This time, you shall pay back every injury my son has endured. A resonant voice echoed through the skies, and simultaneously, a colossal Haotian hammer materialized above Su Yu, descending fiercely toward him. Under the shadow of the Haotian hammer, the very void seemed to be ensnared, obscured by its terrifying presence. Ziji, her gaze laced with disdain, transformed partially into a dragon, her purple tail striking like a whip towards the Haotian hammer. The moment the hammer collided with her tail, an explosion ensued, sending the Haotian hammer hurtling away. ZG gracefully descended, her beautiful dragon tail swaying, prompting Su Yu to reach out, compelled to caress it. Come fort, Dangao. Haotian Douluo, you have finally arrived, but I have been waiting so long, Su Yu exclaimed, his face contorting with disdain as he noted Tang Hao's reluctance to appear. When did you discover our plan? Su Yu had barely finished speaking when Tang Hao materialized not far from him, his expression grim as he scrutinized Su Yu. Huh, what did I find out? I have always known. Or did you think you could conceal it from me? Su Yu responded with a smirk, his gaze directed at Tang Hao filled with mockery and contempt. One insufferable brat. No matter how clever you are, you cannot escape today. Well then, it is time for you to die. A sinister smile crept across Tang Hao's face, his eyes glinting with cruelty as he looked at Su Yu. Do you truly think I am inconsequential? ZG interjected, her tone tinged with annoyance as she regarded Tang Hao. Upon hearing ZG's words, Tang Hao revealed a look of disdain, regarding her as though she were a fool. Do you believe I came here alone? The Haotian sect is not solely represented by me, you know. Eldest brother, esteemed elders appear. Tang Hao let out a thunderous roar, and several shadowy figures instantly materialized beside him, each wielding a formidable Haotian hammer. Was the Haotian sect about to make a dramatic reappearance? Yet, it was truly contemptible to target a mere child. How could the accompanying students of Su Yu fail to notice the unfolding events? Although many criticized Tang Hao, none dared to step forward. However, Su Yu was unfazed. Shui Wuxin, at that moment, hurriedly brought the others to his side. What is happening, Su Yu? Shui Wuxin inquired, her countenance revealing confusion. Yet behind her, the manifestation of martial spirits suggested an inclination towards confrontation. It's all right, teacher. Please step back. I can handle this, Su Yu remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Shui Wuxin glanced at the two companions of Su Yu, ZG and Xue Di, and a hint of concern crossed her face. It was evident that Su Yu had only 2 allies, while Tang Hao boasted 9. Each of these 9 figures appeared to possess soul power exceeding her own. They were likely title Do-level powerhouses. The might of the 9 title Do of the Haotian sect was indeed fearsome, a testament to their reputation as the foremost sect in the world. Yet, their propensity to bully the weak was truly disgraceful. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Shui Wuxin did not retreat. Instead, she stood resolutely alongside ZG and the others. What a commendable teacher. It seems Su Yu has indeed found admirable friends. Bai Ji mused, observing the scene with a smile from within her carriage. Indeed, a commendable teacher. Though it is a pity that his attributes have not reached their utmost potential. Otherwise, his power would undoubtedly be even greater. Bing Di shook her head, expressing a hint of regret. As one of the ice elemental sovereigns, she was entirely justified in making such a statement. Others might not have been able to offer the same insight. True, yet the utmost potential still falls slightly short. Bai Ji concurred, chuckling as she nodded. Speaking of which, should we not take action? We must swiftly eliminate them. We are eager to witness little Su Yu's match. The king of 10,000 beasts interjected, his voice hoarse. No rush, no rush. We will act when the time is right. Di Tian replied nonchalantly, seated nearby with a cup of hot tea in hand. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Shui Wuxin, a mere soul daring to confront a title de law, particularly one from the Haotian sect. It was a foolish endeavor that would likely lead to her demise. At that moment, not far from them, a towering mountain concealed the master, who was secretly observing the battlefield. Upon witnessing Tang Hao encircle Su Yu, the master's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Su Yu were to perish, his own scandal would remain concealed. This was truly fortuitous. How splendid. Hurry up and die, you worthless trash, the master thought, brimming with exhilaration as he lay on the cliff. Enough, let's begin. Elder 7, with his notoriously fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself. A terrifying force erupted from him, igniting the entire gorge with scorching soul power. You are the 7th elder of the Haotian sect, The blazing sun law, I presume? Quite impressive indeed. Suyu remarked with a smile, directly addressing the seventh elder. Indeed, it is I. To die at my hands would be a source of pride for you. The blazing sun Douluo declared, charging towards Suyu with the Haotian hammer in hand. As Suyu observed the approaching blazing sun Douluo, he stepped back with a grin, clapping his hands together. ZG, Shuedi, I leave it to you, he said, his tone gentle and devoid of any sense of being hunted. Understood, Shuedi replied coldly, unleashing a terrifying blizzard from within her, a torrent of extreme cold soul power transforming into countless snowflakes that blanketed the gorge. The true form of the Haotian sect, S. blazing sun Douluo, was momentarily taken aback by Shuedi's display of power. Feeling the chilling soul energy emanating from her, he could no longer restrain himself, swinging the Haotian hammer down towards Shuedi with great force. Though the enormous Haotian hammer was not as large as Tang Hao's, it was still formidable. Yet, Shuedi was not easily subdued. She remained unperturbed, her expression unchanged as she effortlessly countered with a gentle palm strike. The snow-white hand met the colossal and fiery Haotian hammer, and contrary to expectations, rather than her arm being crushed, an overwhelming frost began to coalesce on the surface of the hammer. In mere moments, the entire Haotian hammer was encased in crystalline ice. What a terrifying frost! The blazing sun Douluo's expression shifted as he swiftly discarded the Haotian hammer. Elder 7, be cautious. This girl is not to be trifled with, the second elder cautioned, regarding Shuedi with a serious demeanor. Their ranks were not particularly high, around level 92, and while their combat prowess was formidable with the Haotian hammer, they paled in comparison to Shuedi. Elder 7, let us join forces against her, the second elder suggested, charging forward alongside his fellow elders to confront Shuedi. Alas, is it not inappropriate to strike against a young lady? Although you may be but mere chickens in her presence, you should not act as though we are absent. A sudden voice interjected just as the elders approached Shuedi. Simultaneously, several figures descended from the heavens, male and female alike, all exuding an overwhelming aura. Ha! Young Suyu has grown up before our eyes, much like our own child. Since you seek to avenge your son, we cannot simply stand by. Tion's voice was calm, his golden eyes piercing through Tang Hao. As soon as Tang Hao met Tion's gaze, it felt as though he was under the scrutiny of an ancient beast, causing a chill to run down his spine. These insignificant creatures dare to harm our little Suyu. They truly court death. Xiongju's temper flared without restraint. The term insignificant creatures used by Xiongju elicited involuntary reactions from the crowd as they struggled to comprehend. How dare a titled Douluo be referred to as insignificant? It seems even titled Douluo cannot measure up to such a description. Their reactions were mixed, caught off guard by the disparity. Enough of this nonsense. Let's resolve this matter, Qi Wang stated, shaking his head with an air of resignation. Suddenly, Qi Wang's expression shifted as if he had spotted something. Ah, it has been a while, Tang Hao. By the way, your hand has healed. Quite remarkable. Shall we have another go? Qi Wang grinned at Tang Hao, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Enough, let us engage, Shuedi declared coldly, immediately charging towards the blazing sun Douluo. With elegant strides, Shuedi swiftly arrived before the blazing sun Douluo. Her hand, as fair and slender as white jade, gently struck him. The seemingly leisurely gesture was, in fact, a manifestation of her ability to confine all surrounding space. As her palm connected with the blazing sun Douluo, countless shards of ice surged into his body, instantly transforming him into an ice sculpture. Elder 7. The second elder roared in anger, ready to advance. At this very moment, the body of Liang Douluo, which had transformed into an ice sculpture, began to crack slowly. Fragments continuously fell from Liang Douluo's form. The unexpected demise of the seventh elder left the others in shock. The elders gazed in horror as he was instantaneously obliterated. Brother, we can no longer delay. Let us advance, Tang Hao declared, charging forward without hesitation. Alas, this fellow. I shall deal with him, Xiongju remarked, a cruel smile gracing his face as he extended his golden claws toward Tang Hao. Enough, everyone, let us engage, Di Tian commanded, transforming into a shadow as he lunged toward Tong Xiao. Upon seeing Di Tian approach, Tong Xiao's eyes revealed a glimmer of caution, and he ascended into the sky, seemingly preparing for a confrontation with Di Tian above. Overestimating oneself, Di Tian remarked coldly, yet he still soared into the heavens. This human was destined to perish. Di Tian's strength was formidable, and he was merely toying with them at this moment. Although Tong Xiao possessed a formidable level of 97, he appeared as insignificant as refuse in the presence of the demigod Di Tian. Witnessing Di Tian engage, Qi Wang and the others ceased their concealment and charged toward the Haotian sect. Each was enveloped in an overwhelming aura. Su Yu's companions bore a presence that rivaled even that of Douluo Tong Hao, perhaps even subtly surpassing it. Could it be that Su Yu's background is so terrifying? Feng Xiaoyan gazed in disbelief at the powerful figures surrounding Su Yu, his eyes widening in astonishment. In a carriage, Xue Qinghao pondered over a letter her grandfather had sent her a few days prior, shaking her head in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Su Yu was the grandson of her grandfather's old friend. Their connection was quite serendipitous. However, the number of tidal duo surrounding Su Yu was staggering. It was unlikely that the Wuhuan Palace could muster so many formidable individuals at once. In a moment of fury, Tong Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, unleashed a furious roar as the 9 soul rings behind him detonated, causing a spray of blood to erupt from his mouth. Yet, his gaze remained resolute as the Haotian hammer cleaved through the void, propelled by immense force toward Xiong Juan. Trash, Xiong Juan scoffed at Tong Hao's formidable attack, nonchalantly swiping with his dark golden claws. The dark golden claw carved a mark in the air, directly clashing with the Haotian hammer. What realm was Xiong Juan in? He could even injure Di Tian. In the presence of Xiong Juan, Tong Hao was but a triviality. Tong Hao roared as the Haotian hammer inexplicably doubled in size. Tong Hao's skin began to crack, and blood flowed profusely from his wounds. With reckless abandon, he pressed on, the Haotian hammer breaking through Xiong Juan's casual assault and striking fiercely once more. A hint of disdain flickered in Xiong Juan's eyes as he unleashed a 3-meter-long claw mark from his hand. Space fractured beneath its might, the dark golden claw rapidly appearing beside the Haotian hammer. A deafening explosion ensued, and a figure plummeted from the sky. The sound of flesh colliding with earth echoed in the ears of the onlookers. As the smoke cleared, Tong Hao, though grievously wounded, stood defiantly in the void. Who else could it be but Tong Hao? Shui Wuxin thought. Disbelief etched across her features. She had initially thought Tong Hao would surely fall to Xiong Juan's strike. Yet she had underestimated him. Her gaze fell upon a charred figure, now broken into 3 segments, lying silently on the ground. It was Tong Xiao, the sect master. Brother. Tong Hao's eyes brimmed with disbelief and anguish. The other elders roared in unison, their hearts bleeding. The operation had scarcely begun, and they had already lost 2 powerful members, one a 92-level Liang Douluo, and the other a 97-level sect master. Such losses were profoundly painful. Enough with the wailing. You may join them in death, Xiong Juan sneered, a hint of contempt on his face as a golden claw mark erupted from his talons, tearing through space. No, Tong Hao shouted, attempting to break free from the spatial bindings. But the constraints of Xiong Juan were beyond his capability to escape. The claw mark pierced through Tong Hao's body, causing an explosive spray of blood as he was instantaneously torn apart into 6 fragments. The once great Tong Hao had fallen. You shall perish as well. Shi Bingdi and Wan Yao Wang observed this scene with a smile, their figures swiftly appearing before their enemies. Multicolored radiance erupted around Su Yu. They are all dead. It is indeed troublesome to resolve such matters. Those who dare to oppose Su Yu are truly courting death, Yaoling remarked, shaking her head as she kicked a nearby corpse. Very well, Su Yu, this concludes our affair. We shall not linger further. We shall return to the forest. Do visit after this competition concludes, Di Tian stated gravely as he descended from the sky, his expression serious. Su Yu nodded in response, voicing no objections. Very well then. Good luck in the competition. We shall take our leave, Di Qian declared before vanishing. Xiong Juan and the others patted Su Yu on the shoulder and swiftly disappeared. Su Yu, I entrust you with Xiao and our master. Do your best, for I eagerly await the day you and Xiao have children, Biji said with a smile, patting Su Yu's shoulder before unfurling her wings to take flight. Really now, why would Biji say such things? Wang Xiao blushed, casting a sidelong glance at the spot where Biji had vanished. Does Xiao not wish to have children with Su Yu? Gu Yuan not asked incredulously, her heart racing. If Xiao were unwilling to bear children with Su Yu, her plans for the Rui Shou army would be utterly dashed. Sister Na, why are you also being like this? It's truly awful. They have disregarded you, Wang Xiao replied, her cheeks flushing as she stomped her foot and hurriedly ran away. Could it be that it truly cannot happen? It seems I must have a serious discussion with her tonight. Gu Yue Na resolved, her eyes filled with determination. The matter of the Rui Shou army was imperative. Su Yu cast a bemused glance at Gu Yue Na, were it not for his heightened senses. He might not have overheard the conversation between her and Wang Xiao. Honestly, Su Yu sighed, shaking his head, but he said nothing further as he returned to the carriage, preparing to set off. Upon witnessing the conclusion, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe stood and organized the group to continue their journey. Atop the cliff, the master bit his arm tightly, suppressing any sound. He was terrified. Su Yu's background was overwhelmingly strong. Even if Su Yu were to reveal his desire for children, he would likely survive. However, should he be discovered now, his fate would be sealed. The master remained motionless atop the cliff for half an hour. The entire group pressed onward, yet the atmosphere had undeniably shifted to one of tension. Soon, the entire party arrived at Wuhuan City. Due to the city's special regulations, Xue Qinghe ordered the ironclad army and the royal knights to remain stationed outside the city while leading 15 teams of soul masters into Wuhuan City. Compared to the colossal cities of Tiando City and Tianshui City, Wuhuan City is considerably smaller, lacking even 1/10 of the area of Tiando City. Nevertheless, it still offers a profound impact on the soul masters. Although Wuhuan City is not expansive, its city walls are constructed in accordance with the standards of the capital city. The towering walls, rising to 80 meters, appear imposing from the outside, with a thickness exceeding 30 meters, entirely crafted from granite. Each of the 6 walls features a massive relief, identical to that on the Wuhuan Temple's emblem, symbolizing 6 formidable martial souls. Upon entering Wuhuan City, one is struck by the vastness of the streets, which are sparsely populated and lined with few shops. These establishments primarily offer items essential to the soul masters, including even spatial storage soul guides, albeit of inferior quality. Welcoming the newcomers to Wuhuan City is a cardinal clad in red. Under his guidance, a group of over 200 individuals is swiftly accommodated in an inn situated on the western side of the city. According to news from the Wuhuan Temple, the competition is set to commence in 3 days. The arduous journey allows ample time for rest, enabling various academies to make necessary adjustments. The participants from the Xinglua Empire are arranged to rest on the opposite side of Wuhuan City, thereby subtly dividing the competing teams from the 2 great empires into distinct factions. In the offering hall, Qian Dalu and Su Yi are seated across from one another, a game of Go laid out before them. Is your grandson here? Aren't you going to check? Qian Dalu inquired, sipping his tea with a hint of confusion as he gazed at Su Yi. No need, that brat can manage without my presence. I'll observe the final match. Su Yi replied with a smile, placing his piece on the board. Well, I've won again. Qian Dalu, you truly are a poor player. I'm done playing with you, he declared, rising from the ground. 3 days swiftly passed, and the Wuhuan Temple announced the competition format. A total of 33 teams would participate, including 3 seed teams selected by the 2 empires and the Wuhuan Temple itself. The final showdown consists of 5 rounds, shorter in duration than the preliminary and advancement rounds. However, due to the intensity of the competition, there will be a day of rest between each round and 3 days before the final round. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams vie for 15 advancement spots, with losers facing immediate elimination. This brutal elimination process will undoubtedly compel each Soul Master team to exert their utmost effort. You must not harbor any complacency at this juncture. All teams will unveil their hidden capabilities without reservation. Even those teams you have previously defeated may surprise you. However, Sui remains indifferent to these warnings, confident in his overwhelming strength. In the Papal Hall, Bibi Dong sits upon her throne, her expression as dark as a stormy sea. Are you saying the Haotian sect is making its move? Bibi Dong inquired with a serious demeanor regarding Douluo before her. Indeed, Your Holiness. The Haotian sect has launched an attack on Sui, and had it not been for his formidable backing, he might have been eliminated by the brutish assault. Douluo observed Bibi Dong's impassive expression with an underlying sense of dread. She is known for her ruthless disposition. Had he misspoken? Could it be that she has connections within the Haotian sect? In that moment, Douluo's heart raced with trepidation. Enough, you may leave now, Bibi Dong gestured, signaling for Douluo to depart. Hearing her dismissal filled him with relief. Xiao Gang, could this truly be your doing? The Haotian sect. If it is indeed you, then your fate is sealed. Bibi Dong contemplated the person who bears her child with concern. Though she had long been disillusioned with the master, unwilling to assist him even amidst threats, this was ultimately a remnant of her youthful dreams. Sui, I am curious to see what kind of person you are. She mused, her grip on her scepter tightening with a cracking sound. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. To host the grand finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, Wuhuan City had specifically designated a venue. This arena is situated at the heart of Wuhuan City, with a colossal arena boasting a diameter of 100 meters, entirely constructed from granite. The arena is reinforced with a myriad of soul guides to prevent damage. According to the Wuhuan Temple's information, this venue can withstand any attack from soul masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without sustaining harm. Only an organization as affluent as the Wuhuan Temple could afford such an investment. At least the two great empires would hesitate to expend such vast resources. Directly in front of this arena stands the Papal Hall, located less than a kilometer from the hill where the Papal Hall resides. The Wuhuan Temple's notice has already declared that the final 3 competitors will compete before the Papal Hall, where the Pope himself will appear to crown the ultimate champion. For any soul master, this is an unparalleled honor. Early in the morning, all participating students were led to the competition venue by representatives from the Wuhuan Temple. Each academy had its own designated resting area surrounding the competition grounds. Opposite the Papal Hall is the VIP judging area, where representatives from the 2 great empires and members of the Wuhuan Temple gather to observe the matches. As soon as they arrived and before settling in, Shui Wuxin was called away for the draw. I have splendid news. Your first match's opponent has already forfeited, Shui Wuxin announced, beaming. With their opponent's concession, Tianshui Academy is now among the top 5, quite an achievement, though their ultimate aim is first place. Suyi's combat prowess is indeed formidable. And with Chiu'er having broken through to level 50, they now have ample time to hunt for soul rings without participating in the competition. In the Haotian sect, Tang Xin coughed up a spray of bright red blood, dark energy swirling ominously around him. What did you say? That's impossible. My father could never fail. How could he survive an assault from nearly 10 titled Douluos? It's inconceivable. Tang San's voice was hoarse, his eyes blazing with rage. The disciple of the Haotian sect before him was visibly startled by Tang San's fury. Damn Sui, damn master. If it weren't for him, how could my father and uncle have ended up like this? How could they have died? Tang San's eyes burned with intense hatred. If it weren't for the master, he would never have been at odds with Sui. This master not only caused enmity between him and Sui, but also indirectly led to his father's demise. Just wait. Tang San clenched his teeth, his expression heavy with resolve. Ah, finally, the competition is here. This is marvelous. Sui exclaimed, shaking his body, feeling as if he would rust if he remained still any longer. All right, let me first say that our competition team is the Xingluo battle team. Their strength is quite formidable. As Shui Wuxin began to introduce everyone, Sui nonchalantly snatched the documents from her hands, flipping through them with a dismissive expression. Rest assured, Wuxin Laoshi, it is merely a formality. I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this competition. Just wait and see. With a low chuckle, Suyu strode purposefully towards the arena. Zhu Qing, do not worry. We shall certainly secure victory, Bing Er assured Zhu Qing with an encouraging smile. Thank you, Sister Bing Er. I also believe that we will triumph in this competition, Zhu Qing replied. Her spirits lifted as she stood alongside the others, raising her gaze towards the opposing team. On the other side of the competition stage, a group of 7 commenced their ascent. Among them was a striking figure with long, flowing golden hair, an air of languor about him, and eyes shimmering with a violet glow. Not quite dual pupils, yet mesmerizing nonetheless. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai, though he stood even taller, exuding a casual demeanor that belied a hint of superiority in his smile. The sight of him evoked memories of Dai Mubai, and Su Lin could not suppress a smile at the thought of how he had reduced Dai Mubai to such a state. Trailing behind him was a statuesque young woman, her physique nearly matching his, possessing an exquisitely full figure and skin as smooth as sheep-fat white jade. She too wore a smile, entwining her arm with his even amidst the competitive atmosphere. This young woman bore an even closer resemblance to Zhu Qing than Dai Mubai did to her. Yet she lacked Zhu Qing's icy demeanor, presenting instead a gentle softness that made her beauty all the more agreeable. However, her figure was undeniably more voluptuous than Zhu Qing's. Zhu Qing, if I recall correctly, you are not yet 15 years old, are you? To have reached this stage in the competition at such a young age is remarkable. One might say you are fortunate or perhaps exceptionally talented. Nevertheless, this is where your journey ends. Zhu Zhiyun observed her younger sister from a distance, a faint smile curling at her lips. Zhu Zhiyun, there is no need for your pretentious posturing. If you wish to fight, then come forth. Zhu Qing's voice was frigid, her gaze towards Zhu Zhiyun laced with disdain. As the competition prepared to commence, Suyu let out a low laugh, his Qilin martial spirit enveloping him in an aura of formidable pressure that bore down upon Davis and his companions. What an overwhelming force, Davis thought, enveloped in silence as he felt the terrifying aura emanating from Suyu. Having spent 3 days in the Spirit City, he had come to learn about Suyu, but he had never comprehended the extent of his power until now. Suyu was indeed something extraordinary. Such an oppressive force was something he had never encountered even from his father, a pressure that resonated deeply within him and was truly fearsome. Davis cast a cautious glance at Suyu, a sentiment echoed by Zhu Zhiyun at his side. The competition began as a red-clad bishop ascended the stage, coolly announcing the start before departing. Well then, it has begun, Suyu declared, charging forth with a speed that astonished the powerful figures in the stands. Is this the boy? His talent is truly terrifying. Such prowess may even surpass that of Tang Hao in his prime, an elder remarked, his voice tinted with awe. Tang Hao, the elder continued, eliciting disdainful shakes of the head from those well-informed about the current state of affairs. Such a man no longer deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as us. Once, he commanded respect for his defiance against the Spirit Hall for the sake of his beloved. Although he stirred trouble for the Haoyin clan, he was admired. However, since his cowardly actions have come to light, this admiration has turned to scorn. Bullying the weak is intolerable in the Spirit Master realm. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Zhu Yun, cease your dawdling. This opponent is far too formidable. We must employ our martial fusion technique, Davis shouted, grasping Zhu Zhiyun's hand as their soul powers merged, summoning a colossal netherworld white tiger onto the arena. The overwhelming pressure surged close to level 60. In that instant, as the martial fusion technique manifested, Suyu swiftly approached the netherworld white tiger. The Qilin's devastating strike materialized behind him, slamming forcefully into the netherworld white tiger, sending it hurtling away for dozens of meters. A deafening roar erupted from the white tiger, which lunged towards Suyu. With a smile gracing his lips, Suyu swiftly activated his lightning speed. The 3,000 lightning strikes propelled him to reappear just a short distance from the white tiger, conjuring a small Qilin spirit in his grasp. This ethereal Qilin, a manifestation of his soul power, was hurled onto the head of the netherworld white tiger. A violent explosion ensued, sending a plume of black smoke rising. Zhu Zhuqing is under my protection, a member of my Tian Shui clan. Should the Xing Luo Empire dare to harm her, I will spare no effort to ensure her safety, Su Yu proclaimed, delivering powerful blows to the white tiger's head, each strike echoing with authority. With a final kick, he sent the netherworld white tiger soaring into the air, a feat that was as effortless as kicking a mere kitten. Back off, Su Yu declared, his foot colliding forcefully with the creature's abdomen, sending it flying. As he soared into the air, Su Yu shattered the surrounding space. The netherworld white tiger, seizing its moment of reprieve, unleashed a black energy beam from its maw. The energy collided with the ruptured space, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves reverberating through both Su Yu and the white tiger. The impact reverted the netherworld white tiger back into Davis and Zhu Zhiyan, both of whom spat blood as they crashed heavily to the ground. Though Su Yu was also buffeted by the shockwave, his robust physique allowed him to withstand the force with minimal injury. He wiped the blood from his lips, a dismissive smile gracing his features as he advanced toward Davis's companions. With Su Yu's intervention, the battle swiftly tilted in their favor. As the competition concluded, the audience fell silent, unable to muster any enthusiasm for what they had witnessed. Sitting upon the stage, Su Yu regarded the unfolding contest below, a spark of interest igniting within him, particularly concerning the trio from the Spirit Hall Academy. At the forefront stands a man, towering at approximately 1.90 meters, with neatly cropped black hair standing erect like steel needles. His countenance is remarkably serene, exuding an intangible conviction that seems to emanate from within. His long, powerful hands hang by his sides, and his subtle gaze is fixed on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Soul Master, Yu Qianheng, opposite him. Flanking the black-haired man are a male and a female. The male boasts long, fiery red hair cascading down his back, with dark red irises that complement his otherwise ordinary features. Yet he radiates a similar enigmatic aura as the short-haired youth. The lone female among the trio has long black hair and bears a resemblance to the man in front. Their expressions appear to be molded from the same template. At first glance, this girl may not seem exceptionally beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one can discern an unusual charm emanating from her. This is Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, indeed impressive, albeit with somewhat lacking talent. Su Yu observes the trio effortlessly defeating Yu Qianheng on the competition stage, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. Brother, let us leave quickly. These guys are utterly lacking in talent, and I really don't want to stay here any longer, Wang Qiuer pouts, tugging at Su Yu's sleeve with a hint of dissatisfaction. All right, then let us depart. They are hardly formidable, Su Yu replies, shaking his head in resignation at his spoiled sister, rising to follow Wang Qiuer as they exit the venue. Not long after Su Yu's departure, the competition concludes, unfolding almost precisely as he had anticipated, with no deviation from script. The Tiando Academy is swiftly eliminated by the Spirit Hall. With Su Yu's presence, the Spirit Hall can only regretfully settle for second place, as their chances of victory have diminished significantly. As for the rewards from the Spirit Hall, Su Yu finds them somewhat unimpressive. While soul bones are indeed valuable, they hold little significance for him. Time flows swiftly, and soon Su Yu finds himself participating in another match, rapidly approaching the eve of the finals. Only 3 teams remain: Shenkong, Tianshui, and the Spirit Hall. None of these teams pose a threat to him. However, Su Yu anticipates that tomorrow's match will require some tactics from Bai Bai Dong, especially when they inevitably clash with Shenkong. Contemplating this, Su Yu feels a sense of foreboding, as ever since he inherited the legacy of the Goddess of Life. He has sensed a call from a Stardow forest. After this competition, he intends to venture into the forest, as he believes he may encounter a significant opportunity. Su Yu squints, lying on his bed, lost in thoughts about the following day. At Haotian's sect, Tang Xin steps out his room, casting aside the waste adornment known as the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, with a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. He has come to understand the formidable background of the master. He cannot allow those from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to remain alive. Currently, The strength of Haotian's sect pales in comparison to that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and he must grow stronger. Tang Sin extends his hand, and a strand of black blue-silver grass materializes in his grasp. It is a fortuitous surprise. Blue-silver grass, you have finally returned. This time, I shall not allow you to mutate again, he murmurs softly before dashing out of the Haotian sect. He intends to travel to the city of slaughter, where his blue-silver grass can absorb the soul power of others, as the inhabitants of the city of slaughter are incapable of wielding soul power, making it the perfect place for him to grow stronger. Wait for me, Su Yu and Yu Xiaojiang. I will claim your heads. Tang Xin casts one last lingering glance at Haotian's sect before sprinting into the distance. The bright sunlight cascades over the land, illuminating the Pope Hall with a resplendent brilliance, akin to a celestial abode. Before the Pope Hall, 2 rows of palace knights stand in formation, extending from the hall's entrance down the mountain. Their shining silver armor and heavy knightly swords lending an air of solemnity to the entire Pope Mountain. The eliminated teams have departed, not even permitted to witness the final day of battle. Only the true young elites possess the qualification to step onto the square in front of the Pope Hall. Early in the morning, the 3 teams advancing to the final 3-way showdown have already arrived at the Pope Hall, awaiting in silence. The instructors from the 3 academies have not been allowed to stand in the square and can only wait on the periphery. A total of 21 contestants participating in the finals stand solemnly in the square, anticipating the arrival of this final moment. The square before the Pope Hall is no smaller than the competition platform used previously. The square's surface is adorned with unique stone slabs, each emanating a faint, lustrous glow. Though not genuine jade, they are certainly not comparable to ordinary rocks, highlighting the immense financial power of the Spirit Hall. Hail, hail, hail! The 3 cheers resonate throughout the Spirit City like a cataclysmic wave. The grand doors slowly open, and the 6 emblems on the massive gates gradually shift out of alignment. Clad in a resplendent golden gown from head to toe, wearing a purple gold crown and holding a scepter, Bai Dong steps forward from the Pope Hall, her expression grave. She possesses an ethereal presence, appearing infinitely tall. At this moment, no one pays attention to her breathtaking beauty. She embodies solely the majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The splendid gown fits her perfectly, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones that shimmer brilliantly. The purple gold crown atop her head radiates a dazzling brilliance, concentrating all light upon her. All those affiliated with the Spirit Hall kneel on one knee, paying homage to the Pope. Wow, she is truly beautiful. No wonder she is the mother of Qianrenxue. Su Yu muses silently as he gazes at Bai Dong, who is the center of attention. Beep! Congratulations to the host for checking in with Bai Dong, earning 5 fishing opportunities. The system opens the interface. Beep! Successfully opened. Host, Su Yu age, 14 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial spirit. Divine beast Qilin soul power. Level 53 cultivation method. Burning decision, quasi-earth grade, skills, radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor, Eye of fate, magma eruption, spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, Qilin annihilation strike, Qilin steps through the heavens and earth. Pet, Ain, blue silver emperor, warehouse, Barrett 172 affection pills, 100,000 gold coins, hallucination pills X10, special edition herbicide, enhanced affection pills X66, abstaining pills X99, bicycle. Special affection pills X88, 8 extremes collapse, 5 shapes visualization technique, grenade, toothbrush recovery pill, white vinegar. Strength, above average fishing attempts, 20 evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, yet your power does not match. Keep striving, young one. I believe someone who holds fortune can surely ascend to divinity. The system begins to fish. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and acquiring abstaining pills. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and acquiring a barbecue beer. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and acquiring Qilin bloodline. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and acquiring holy water, which can fully restore injuries. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and acquiring Qilin treasure halberd. Su Yu is elated. He is genuinely thrilled and feels an urge to leap with excitement. The lineage of Qilin has finally come to an end, and that holy water can also be bestowed upon Gu Yuna for her use. Should Gu Yuna restore her injuries directly, I would be able to traverse the continent with ease. The mere thought fills me with excitement, as Suyu forcefully suppresses the stirrings of his heart. A faint smile graces Bai Dong's face as her gaze sweeps from left to right, encompassing all 21 youthful soul masters participating in the finals of the three strongest. From each of you, I perceive hope. Before the Papal Palace, I earnestly wish to witness all of your talents and strengths. The ultimate victor shall receive the most generous reward from the Spirit Hall. As she spoke, she waved her staff lightly. No one could discern how she accomplished it. 3 beams of light instantaneously magnified before Bai Dong, floating in mid-air. These were 3 distinct objects, each resembling skeletal remains: a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone, each radiating a fiery red, a pale blue, and a deep green brilliance, respectively. I had originally intended to update normally, but suddenly a new game caught my eye, and I became enamored. Chapter 176, Hu Lai Na's Mental Assault. Soul bones, indeed, these are 3 soul bones. Even beneath the Papal Mountain, the radiance of these 3 soul bones could be clearly perceived. In an instant, the entire spirit city was in an uproar. Who could have anticipated that the final reward would consist of 3 soul bones, aside from those who were already privy to this information? The brilliance alone indicated that these 3 soul bones were of extraordinary quality. Even the members of the Spirit Hall displayed glimmers of greed in their eyes. Were this not the Papal Palace, and were it not for the presence of several titled Douluos, it is likely that someone would have succumbed to their greed and rushed forth to seize them. Of course, such items hold no significance for Suyu, as he does not intend to absorb soul bones. Others' bones are ultimately not his own. He has no desire to exchange all the bones of his body. The thought of being adorned with the bones of soul beasts makes Suyu uncomfortable. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Gui Do Luoge Mei, standing behind Bai Dong, spoke in a deep voice. The 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the fiery right arm of explosive flames, and the swift left leg of pursuit. All 3 soul bones originate from 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, the wisdom skull of mental concentration is derived from a soul beast exceeding 50,000 years of age and was personally slain by the previous pope. It is a rare gem among soul bones, second only to external soul bones and the top-tier soul bones produced by 100,000-year soul beasts. Bai Dong replied with indifference. There can only ever be one victor, and thus, the champion shall possess all 3 soul bones. I hope that the 3 academies represented in the top 3 can exert their utmost efforts to attain this honor. The Pope continued, this morning, there will be a personal elimination round in which each of your 3 teams will field 7 participants. The remaining team will gain the advantage. Tomorrow, the championship battle will commence. The 2 losing teams will contest for another spot in the finals this afternoon. Now, you may send forth your first participant. The individual elimination round is akin to the qualifying matches, yet all 3 teams will participate together. Although this is not the final battle for the championship, it holds equal importance. Victory not only signifies entry into the top 2, but also represents the opportunity to rest and prepare for tomorrow's decisive battle. At this level of competition, the disparity in strength among participants is negligible, and continuous matches throughout the day will undoubtedly lead to significant exhaustion, if not injuries. Thus, the team that triumphs in this personal match may very well become the ultimate champion. As Suyu had anticipated, he indeed encountered the Spirit Hall. He had no intention of conceding as in the original narrative. He planned to charge through with relentless force, for his strength could certainly facilitate this. Your Holiness, we from Shunfeng Academy are willing to forfeit this competition, retaining only the 3rd place ranking. As the power of the competition commenced, Feng Xiao Tian stepped forth. Respectfully addressing Bibinong, Bai Dong cast a fleeting glance at Feng Xiao Tian, neither rejecting nor accepting, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, this is your decision, and I shall respect it. Now, let us commence the finals. Bai Dong raised her scepter, her tone serious. As soon as she finished speaking, The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy advanced, their overwhelming aura erupting forth, exerting terrifying energy towards Tianshui Academy. Sujudivil a Fantasmide, stepping forward as golden soul power surged from his being, enveloping everyone. The Spirit Hall's imposing presence was rendered ineffective beneath Su Yu's golden shield. "All right, let the match begin," Su Yu remarked with a smile as he leaped onto the competition stage. As he ascended, an ethereal Qilin apparition manifested behind him. Shui Bing Air and Wang Qiu Air also summoned the spectral forms of their soul beasts, accompanied by their soul rings. The fierce confrontation between the two sides ignited a fervor among the observing soul masters below, for who has not experienced youth? Who has not felt passion? For them, the outcome of this match was inconsequential. What mattered was witnessing an exhilarating team battle. As the match preparations concluded, both sides were permitted to unleash their soul beasts. The Cardinal, acting as referee, swiftly announced the commencement after both teams had taken their positions. The 14 participants locked eyes, exchanging not a single word. Yet the intensity of their aura clashed, elevating the tension to its zenith. At that moment, even the esteemed Pope Bai Dong focused her gaze entirely on this contest. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy moved almost in unison, their soul power erupting forth in a magnificent display. The 3 members at the forefront, Xiaoyu, each adorned with the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, were followed by the remaining 4, similarly equipped with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The determination in their gazes intensified. Among them, a male student positioned at the rear swiftly retreated a step, revealing a resplendent golden scepter in his hand. Undoubtedly, he possessed a support-type weapon soul. Su Yu, too, wore a subtle smile as formidable soul rings manifested behind him. 3 purple and 2 black soul rings materialized, radiating ominous energy directed towards Xiaoyu. The moment Su Yu's soul rings appeared, all present gasped in astonishment. Indeed, at this moment, Su Yu's soul rings were overwhelmingly formidable, eliciting a hint of surprise even from Bai Dong. Casting a glance at the mark upon Su Yu's forehead, a flicker of confusion crossed Bai Dong's eyes. As the match began with the announcement of the final battle of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, the Cardinal hastily retreated, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the team leader, Xiaoyu, who moved first, but rather his sister, Hulai Na. With graceful steps, Hulai Na seemed to merely pivot, arriving at the forefront. A faint smile graced her features, and as she unleashed her soul, her beauty seemed to blossom. A furry tail sprouting from her back, an intangible mental force surged forth from Hulai Na, sensing the spiritual energy emanating from her. So you could not help but smirk in disdain. A third eye materialized upon his forehead, and a terrifying, violent mental power erupted, colliding directly with Hulai Na's own mental force. In an instant, Hulai Na retreated several steps under Su Yu's mental force, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth from her crimson lips. The blood enhanced the vividness of her lips, imbuing them with a unique allure. "Sister, are you all right?" Xiaoyu inquired hastily, observing Hulai Na's distress. "Fear not, brother. This Su Yu is indeed formidable, possessing an extraordinary mental strength. In comparison, I am but a trickling stream beside a vast ocean. He is the turbulent sea, while I remain merely a brook," Hulai Na stated, rising from Xiaoyu's embrace. Her gaze fixated on Su Yu, who appeared unfazed as if nothing had transpired. "Nana, just wait. Should this rascal dare to harm you, I shall not let him escape unscathed," Yin remarked solemnly, casting a serious glance at Hulai Na. With that, terrifying magma manifested around him, droplets falling to the ground and creating small craters. Su Yu observed the depressions in the earth with an impassive expression, even finding a hint of amusement within. He, who possessed the power of Ihua, knew that his own fire was far superior to Yan's. Moreover, his third ring was magma, and its temperature far exceeded that of Yan's. Watching Yan's display was genuinely entertaining. "Brother, unleash it." Hulai Na and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, their bodies emanating soul power that intertwined seamlessly. A radiant crimson light erupted, expanding like a luminous sphere, encompassing nearly half the arena. The flickering red light transformed the two individuals into one, a figure with flowing hair, indistinguishable in gender. Their hair had turned crimson, and the silhouette composed of Xiaoyu and Hulaina began to dance gracefully, wielding enormous moon blades that glimmered with a rainbow-like brilliance at the tips of their outstretched arms. As the vibrant red light intensified, the fused figure vanished into the dense red mist. "Ah, a commendable skill, though merely commendable," Suyu remarked, pressing his lips together as his formidable mental power surged forth, instantly connecting with the minds of all present. His terrifying mental force shattered the crimson mist in an instant. While ordinary title Douluos might struggle against the red haze, Suyu was different. His mental force bore an unparalleled aura of fortune. In the face of such destiny, the red mist was nothing but trivial. "Yeah, let's go," Yao Mei growled, grasping her moon blade and charging toward Suyu. "Alas, this is rather bothersome," Suyu sighed, shaking his head as he appeared beside Wang Qiu'er, their hands clasping together instantaneously. A chilling, terrifying energy surged forth from their union. "What power is this?" Bibi Dong observed incredulously from the stands, captivated by the unique force emanating from Suyu and Wang Qiu'er. It was a sensation she had never experienced, yet it exuded a sense of overwhelming terror. "Since you have both employed a martial soul fusion technique, we cannot hold back any longer, can we? Binger, join us." Suyu turned to Shui Binger and Shuewu, who instantly grasped his intent. A torrent of soul power erupted from them, summoning an immense ice phoenix to materialize upon the arena, heralding a ferocious blizzard. The fusion technique, Fate's stranglehold, surged forth like a fearsome golden tempest, hurtling directly toward Yao Mei. The golden force cleaved through the air, striking Yao Mei with tremendous impact. She found herself immobilized under Suyu's assault, his mental force having locked onto her the moment he initiated his attack. With a resounding boom, the power of fate collided with Yao Mei, launching her through the air with tremendous force. The two were abruptly separated, both spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. Rendered unconscious, Yen fared no better. The peak of Shui Binger's ice powers perfectly countered all of Yan's abilities. As the chilling breath of ice was unleashed, Yan's magma transformed into frozen earth, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. The terrifying blizzard struck Yan with unrelenting force, sending him careening away. Thus concluded Suyu's effortless dispatching of the remaining soul masters of the Spirit Hall, shaking his head in resignation. He felt a profound solitude. His level had risen too high, rendering these opponents utterly insignificant. Despite Bibi Dong's slightly altered expression, she maintained a calm demeanor. With a composed tone, she declared, "The champion of this year's Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is Tianshui Academy. Congratulations to these talented young soul masters." In that moment, the Pope exhibited the composure befitting her position, accepting the trophy from the Spirit Hall representatives, her gaze lingering on the three soul bones. The Cardinal, serving as the referee, announced loudly, "Please, Tianshui Academy, step forward to receive your championship prize." "Binger, go ahead," Suyu said, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he held little interest in the honor. Understanding Suyu's disposition, Shui Binger shook her head and approached the platform where Bibi Dong stood. Upon feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the three soul bones, she trembled uncontrollably within. Three soul bones. The shimmering pale blue intellectual bone seemed to exert an irresistible attraction upon her heart. Unlike Suyu, she lacked his resources, and a hint of greed flickered within her, though devoid of desire. She firmly believed that Suyu would not disappoint her. With a smile, Shui Binger accepted the soul bones and departed. "I forfeit. None of these soul bones suit me," Xiao Wu was the first to declare. "I also forfeit. I have no need for them." Wang Qiu'er nodded, echoing the sentiment, as these soul bones were unsuitable for her. Suyu, too, shook his head with a smile, reiterating his stance of not desiring any soul bones. "The rapid wind left leg is best suited for agility-type soul masters. Undoubtedly, it should belong to Zhu Qing. I do not require it. I am not an auxiliary soul master, and none of them are suitable for me, Shui Wu said with a hint of resignation. The mental soul bone could be gifted to Binger, as it suits her well. The flame soul bone might be exchanged for a suitable one for Yuer or Shui Wu. Su Yu reflected, his tone indifferent as he considered the allocation of the soul bones based on their attributes. Very well, it seems you have distributed them adequately. I hereby declare this competition conclusively finished. After Bibi Dong's announcement, she did not hasten to depart, but instead turned her gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu, would you like to become a soul master of our spirit hall? Bibi Dong's voice resonated with authority, yet her gaze towards Su Yu was unexpectedly gentle. My apologies, Your Holiness. I believe I shall decline. I prefer to retain my freedom. Su Yu replied with a faint smile upon receiving Bibi Dong's invitation. Though immensely talented, he favored his independence over aligning with the spirit hall, for he had Guyu Na by his side. Who could rival such a formidable ally? Since that is the case, let be. I wish you future accomplishments worthy of a title. Bai Dong smiled, as if she had anticipated Su Yu's rejection. We have triumphed at this moment. Shui Wu Xian was utterly exhilarated. This was the first time Tian Shui Academy had achieved victory since its establishment. Yes, Teacher Wu Xian, we have finally secured our win. A smile crept onto Su Yu's lips as he gazed at the joyful faces of his companions, feeling a surge of happiness himself. Teacher Wu Xian, we should take our leave now. It seems this time you won't be returning to the academy with us. I have some matters at home that require my attention. A radiant smile also blossomed on Su Yu's face. Are you not coming back with us, Captain? Shui Bing a looked up at Su Yu, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. She had always known they would part ways eventually, but she never expected it to happen so swiftly, and the thought stirred feelings of melancholy within her. Shui Bing Air gazed at Su Yu, her eyes filled with the sorrow of parting. Oh, do not be disheartened. How about we make a pact for 3 years? Wang Xiao Air, seeing her sister's distress, felt a pang of sadness and grasped Shui Bing Air's small hand. The idea of a 3-year promise brought a glimmer of joy to Shui Bing Air's eyes. All right, let us meet again at Tian Shui Academy in 3 years. Shui Bing Air squinted her large eyes and smiled brightly. Su Yu, we must depart. Just as Wang Xiao Air and Shui Bing Air had made their agreement, a tall figure appeared behind Su Yu. It was Di Tian. Initially, Di Tian had returned, but a command from Guyu Na compelled him to come back. Well then, let us leave. Su Yu nodded earnestly at Shui Bing Air. Farewell. Shui Bing Air also offered a faint smile. There were no particularly poignant words of farewell, only the simple act of departing. Di Tian did not linger. He swiftly seized Su Yu by the collar, lifting him, Wang Xiao Air, and Xiao Wu into the air, propelling them forward at a speed that shattered the sound barrier. 1,000 miles away in Wuhan City, an elderly man wielding a golden blade stood atop a mountain, emanating a terrifying aura as if he could cleave the heavens and the earth. What a formidable individual. That boy Xiao Yu has such a powerful ally behind him. Perhaps we could engage in a conversation. The golden blade energy surged forward, breaking through several kilometers, aimed directly at the approaching Di Tian. Di Tian's expression remained unchanged. He struck the blade energy with a powerful hand, effortlessly shattering it. Su Yi, witnessing his attack being dismantled, exhibited no surprise, even displaying a remarkable calmness. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a blade energy that seemed to split the sky itself. Observing Su Yi's move, Di Tian's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. Such a terrifying blade energy was daunting even to him. He had not anticipated that a mere human could possess such strength. Had he not wielded the dragon goddess claw, he might have found it difficult to contend with him. Di Tian's hand glimmered faintly, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, causing Su Yi to frown in response to the suffocating energy. Just as Di Tian was about to take action, Su Yu spoke up, gazing at Su Yi with a profound sense of incredulity. He had originally believed Di Tian to be invincible, but he was astonished to discover that his grandfather was equally formidable. He had assumed his grandfather to be around level 98, comparable to Xiangjun. Yet he was astounded to learn of his grandfather's true prowess. Su Yu shook his head, regarding his grandfather with warmth. You little rascal. Su-Yi moved swiftly, delivering a sharp slap to Su-Yu's head, nearly sending him flying, leaving a sizable bump on his forehead. Grandfather, that hurt. Su-Yu implant. Glancing at Su-Yi while rubbing his head, visibly displeased. Good, it should hurt. Remember to be cautious in the future. I'm aware of those from Haotian sect. If they perish, so be it. They're merely a bunch of cowards. But mark my words, if you ever act like that again, I shall personally deal with you. Now you may leave. Su-Yi cast a deep glance at Tian before turning to depart. Grandfather, where are you going? Su-Yi asked, concern evident in his voice. I am off to see an old friend. It has been a long time since we last met. I wonder if she is still as beautiful as before. After saying this, Su-Yi tore through the void and swiftly flew into the distance. An old friend, you say? Su-Yi shook his head, feeling a twinge of helplessness. It was only after Su-Yi had left that Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er regained their composure. Su-Yi grandpa is unexpectedly powerful, they exclaimed in disbelief. Having always perceived Su-Yi as an ordinary person, never imagining his true strength, especially that Tian was unable to overpower him immediately. I only recently discovered how formidable my grandfather truly is, Su-Yi replied, shaking his head with resignation. Hurry, we must leave. I sense my bloodline is about to evolve again. Su-Yi suppressed his excitement. In the divine realm, the goddess of life observed Su-Yi on the screen, a smile gracing her lips. How is my disciple, Xiaozi? Is he not impressive? The goddess of life turned to the imposing figure beside her, the god of destruction. The god of destruction, possessing boundless destructive power, was the opposing deity to the goddess of life, yet they were also a couple. Quite remarkable indeed. And it appears he has a good rapport with the dragon goddess avatar. Do they truly believe we are oblivious? They have even shifted the blame onto us. Had it not been for the dragon god, we would not have imposed restrictions on spirit beasts. The god of destruction shook his head, seemingly displeased. You awakened. Yet she remains unaware. All she remembers is our attack on her. The goddess of life, listening to the god of destruction's words, shook her head. She was unconcerned, as her gentle nature contrasted sharply with the god of destruction's aggressive demeanor. Xiaozi, that child's mysterious bloodline power has evolved again. Do you think he could possibly bear the power of creation? Chapter 179. The Power of Creation and Successful Evolution. The goddess of life's words caused the god of destruction to widen his eyes in disbelief. Xiao Lu, you cannot be jesting. Only the god of creation can bear the power of creation. Are you suggesting he could become the god of creation? The god of destruction felt as if he had not awakened fully, unable to comprehend such a claim. Observing the astonishment in the god of destruction's eyes, the goddess of life offered a gentle smile. Xiaozi, I'm certainly not joking. I have faith in this child. A serious smile graced the goddess of life's face. She was confident she had not misjudged him. So he was soon brought back to the Stardow forest by Tian. Breathing in the rich spiritual energy of the lake of life, Su inhaled deeply and let out a contented sigh. I am back. Gu Yuna suddenly appeared beside Su, her delicate hand striking his head. Sister Nana, please don't hit me. What if you hurt my brother? Wang Qiu'er cast an unhappy glance at Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna sighed deeply at the sight of the protective girl. Oh dear, you really are a child. Having one, Su, since you wish to undergo bloodline evolution, you should begin promptly. I believe in you. Gu Yuna gently petite his shoulder, her expression warm as she spoke. After finishing her words, she clapped her hands, and in an instant, all the ferocious beasts, including Shuet Di and Bing Di, appeared around her. Excellent. Let us begin. Su nodded without hesitation and seated himself on the ground. Waves of golden energy rapidly enveloped his entire being. The system initiated the fusion process. A torrent of intense energy surged through Su Yu's meridians, a terrifying force coursing within him. Simultaneously, Su Yu's body trembled as the power of fate activated, enveloping the entire life lake. Gu Yuna, feeling her own body beginning to heal and cultivate, couldn't help but smile faintly. Tian and others swiftly elevated their cultivation levels, moving through centuries in mere moments. This rapid advancement brought radiant smiles to their faces. Su Yu felt an overwhelming heat within him, akin to an endless flame consuming his very essence. However, having endured similar trials twice before, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the duration of his endurance lengthened, his body was relentlessly torn apart, droplets of blood oozing from the fissures in his skin. Concurrently, his blood underwent a transformation. The vibrant red hue shifting to gold. 1 drop, 2 drops. An abundance of blood transformed into shimmering gold. Evolve. Suyurorth. A terrifying golden light erupting forth as the searing heat dissipated entirely. He sprang to his feet, the fierce golden radiance bursting forth from his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming energy. Evolution successful. Suyu sensed the formidable power coursing through him, feeling as though he could obliterate Tang San with a single punch. The system activated the panel. Beep. Activation successful. Host, Suyu. Age, 14 years. Bloodline, Qilin bloodline. Martial soul, Qilin. Soul power, level 55. Cultivation technique, burning decision, quasi-earth grade. Skills, radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor, eye of fate, magma eruption strike, spirit fire of all beasts, Qilin destruction strike, Qilin tread of the earth. Pet, Ain blue silver emperor. Storage, Barrett. Passion pill X 172, 100,000 gold coins. Illusion pill X10, herbicide, special edition. Enhanced passion pill X66, dietary pill X99. Bicycle, special passion pill X88, 8 extremes collapse. 5 forms visualization, grenade, toothbrush, recovery pill, white vinegar. Strength, above average. Fishing attempts, 0. Evaluation, your spiritual power is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep going. Young one, I believe a master of fate can undoubtedly become a deity. This is the complete and terrifying essence of the Qilin bloodline. It is indeed quite extraordinary. Suyu pondered with a serious expression as a torrent of energy erupted from his body. What a terrifying lad. I am beginning to believe your words, little green. Perhaps this boy can truly bear the power of creation, the god of destruction murmured while observing Suyu on the screen. If you believe now, this child is indeed someone worthy of trust, the goddess of life said, narrowing her eyes with a gentle gaze towards the god of destruction. Afterward, she patted his shoulder, and the god of destruction merely stared blankly at Suyu on the screen. Suyu, have you succeeded? Dalu, whose golden hair and eyes resembled a terrifying embodiment of energy, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Nah, sister, do not worry. I have succeeded. Suyu replied with a smile, and with a simple gesture, the formidable Qilin bloodline surged towards Guyuna. Feeling the bloodline suppression emanating from Suyu, Guyuna's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected that her bloodline would be suppressed by Suyu. Knowing that her bloodline was that of the dragon god, she found it inconceivable that Suyu's bloodline surpassed it. Suddenly, a unique thought crossed Guyuna's mind. If Suyu's bloodline was so powerful, how terrifying would a child they cultivated together be? With this thought in mind, her gaze inadvertently shifted towards Wang Qiu'er. What is it, Sister Nana? Wang Qiu'er inquired, puzzled by Guyuna's stare. It's nothing. Continue your cultivation, Guyuna replied with a smile, refraining from elaborating. By the way, Sister Nana, take this, Suyu said, producing a vial of water. However, this was no ordinary water. It radiated an aura of immortality, captivating the eye. This is holy water, a treasure I acquired by chance. It should be beneficial for your injuries. Suyu explained as he opened the vial and offered it to Guyuna's lips. Listening to Suyu's description, Guyuna said nothing. She trusted him and accepted the vial, drinking the holy water in one gulp. Instantly, Guyuna's eyes widened, and she promptly seated herself on the ground to begin her cultivation. Suyu nodded, pleased to see it was effective. Brother, your bloodline is growing stronger. Why not give her a drop? Wang Qiu'er smiled faintly. Suyu sighed, then pressed his fingertip to draw a single drop of blood. Chapter 180. Żernito do po. Thank you, brother, Wang Qiu'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she sensed the powerful allure of the drop of blood. Hurry and absorb it, Suyu said, shaking his head in resignation. After conversing with Di Tian and the others for a while, Suyu resumed his meditation on the ground, quietly cultivating. Little Green, are you sure about this? Isn't it against the rules of inheritance? The god of destruction questioned, looking at the goddess of life with concern. Little Purple, why are you so rigid? Think carefully. Don't other deities grant their disciples special favors? As the goddess of life, am I not allowed to do the same? The goddess of life replied, her tone slightly displeased. She believed she should not only grant special favors, but also allow Suyu to bypass several trials. However, this was not merely granting special favors. After all, Suyu had already qualified. Suyu's strength now allowed him to skip directly to the 5th trial, which aligned with his current capabilities, as he was truly formidable. Even an ordinary soul saint was merely inconsequential before him. Glancing at his system panel, Suyu smiled. Life God Trial 1st Trial completed. Life God Trial 2nd Trial completed. Life God Trial 3rd Trial completed. Life God Trial 4th Trial completed. Life God Trial 5th Trial commencing now. Within 6 months, locate the ancient tree of life, obtain the true liquid of life, and upon completion, gain a 3-level increase in soul power. Just as Suyu was lost in thought, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, causing him to freeze in place. What are you doing, goddess of life? Are you encountering a bug? I want my reward. Where's my reward? Suyu exclaimed, his emotions plummeting from elation to despair in an instant. Damn it, I want my reward. With a sigh of resignation, Suyu shook his head and rose to his feet, making his way towards the lake of life. He assumed that Tian was aware of the ancient tree of life, given his considerable age. Aside from Guyu Na, there were few who could rival him in years, and even the great whale of the deep sea was merely several 100,000 years old. Suyu's mental energy swiftly expanded, soon locating Tian's presence. He unfurled his wings and soared towards Tian's direction. Tian, are you familiar with the ancient tree of life? Suyu's inquiry momentarily stunned Tian and his companions, causing Tian's expression to grow increasingly peculiar. Why do you ask this, Suyu? We are aware of the ancient tree of life, but only our master has the qualification to approach it. The strangeness in Tian's demeanor suggested that it was a forbidden place, akin to Guyu Na's private chamber. Suyu's question rendered him somewhat embarrassed, though it was not entirely his fault. After all, no one had informed him that the lake of life was born from the ancient tree. Only Sister Na can enter? Suyu's face broke into a smile, and he took his leave, spreading his wings and swiftly flying towards Guyu Na's training location, which was currently guarded by Shuedi. What's wrong, little one? Do you need your sister's help? Shuedi inquired with a gentle smile. Sister Shuedi, has Sister Na not finished her training yet? Suyu asked, a hint of puzzled amusement on his face, eager to reach the ancient tree of life. Tian had stated that only Guyu Na could enter, but Suyu felt certain that she would grant him entry, especially since she had allowed him to enter the holy water. However, he was surprised to find that Guyu Na was still training, indicating that she would require considerable time. Are you here to see her? Suyu regarded Suyu with curiosity. Suyu merely nodded and, without further ado, seated himself on the ground to meditate. Shuedi, observing Suyu's demeanor, also entered a meditative state. Suddenly, Suyu recalled that he possessed a card for crossing dimensions. If he used it, he could venture into the Douluo world in search of exotic flames. System, how does time flow in the Douluo world? Suyu silently inquired. Ding, the time flow remains constant across both worlds. Suyu nodded silently, contemplating his decision to venture there, for acquiring some exotic flames would undoubtedly enhance his burning decision. The system will automatically shield the host from others' perception. The system's prompt further delighted Suyu, who inwardly acknowledged this. Let's proceed, commence the crossing. Suyu intended to remain for 4 or 5 months, convinced that upon his return, Guyu Na would surely awaken. As soon as Suyu concluded his conversation with the system, a white light surged into his body. Upon awakening from the darkness, he felt a heaviness in his form and a disjointed flow of soul energy within him. Ding, initiating the conversion to Do Chi. Soon, Suyu sensed his soul energy transforming into a strange ability. Doubler Do Master, Great Do Master, 9 stars. His soul energy rapidly evolved into that of a 9-star Great Do Master. Indeed, The Dopa world was remarkable, while he was nearing the Soul Sage level elsewhere. Here he remained merely a 9-star Do master. Shaking his head, he began to survey his surroundings, which astonished him as he beheld trees reminiscent of those in the Stardow forest. Is this the monster beast mountain range? Suyu smiled and unfurled his golden wings, rapidly soaring in a specific direction. After converting his Do Chi, Suyu's speed increased significantly, and within 2 minutes, he encountered a human figure, specifically a girl. She was burdened with numerous medicinal herbs, and her slender waist was quite captivating. Could this be Xiao Yixian? Suyu thought as he glided toward her, retracting his golden wings when he was close. The girl's age seemed to match his own, appearing around 14 or 15 years old. "Hello, miss, I'm lost. Could you guide me out?" Suyu cheerfully leaped to her side, gazing at her gently, startled by his sudden appearance. Xiao Yixian nearly dropped the poison she was carrying. "Hello there, miss. No need to be afraid. I'm a good person, not a bad one," Suyu reassured her, quickly dispersing her poison with a surge of soul energy and smiling warmly at her. Xiao Yixian scrutinized Suyu with skepticism. Judging by his expression, he did not seem malevolent, but her mother had always warned her that those who claimed to be good often had ulterior motives. Although she found Suyu's appearance appealing, she was not one to be swayed by looks, as she had no understanding of a superficial world. "I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to, so I can't help you. You should seek someone else," Xiao Yixian replied before swiftly departing without a backward glance. Suyu felt exasperated. Did he truly appear to be such a villain? Nevertheless, he refused to give up and spread his wings to closely follow her. He was cautious, aware that they were in the monster beast mountain range. If he inadvertently flew into a territory of Do kings or Do emperors, he would be in grave danger. Although his strength was commendable, he knew it paled in comparison to those formidable beings. Shaking his head, Suyu silently trailed Xiao Yixian, doing his utmost to conceal his presence. If she did not wish to assist him, he would simply accompany her. He was determined to see her exit. Observing her progress in a particular direction, a faint smile graced his lips. Though he felt a twinge of guilt toward Xiao Yan, he sensed that fortune awaited him on his very first day here. "My apologies, brother Xiao Yan, Suyu thought I did not intend for this to happen. It is merely fate that has led me here." As he soared above, he noted that Xiao Yixian indeed reached a cliff, where she secured a rope and prepared to descend. At that moment, a smile spread across Suyu's face, and he surged forward, appearing beside her in an instant, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Ah!" Xiao Yixian gasped in surprise as Suyu lifted her off the ground. Turning to face him, she was taken aback by his handsome visage, realizing with regret that her presence in a monster beast mountain range had been ill-advised. Then, disbelief flickered in her eyes. How could such a young Do Wong exist? Typically, Do Wong were seasoned cultivators who had trained for many years within the empire. The emergence of such a youthful Do Wong was utterly beyond her comprehension. The existence of someone so young and powerful was indeed terrifying. "Do not fear, dear lady. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely sensed an opportunity," Suyu declared, leading Xiao Yixian directly to a cave at the edge of a precipice. How did Suyu possess such precise knowledge? It was because he had scanned the area with his mental energy. Had he been devoid of such power, a search would have been necessary, but now it was entirely unnecessary. Mental energy was indeed formidable and incredibly convenient. Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Although she had her suspicions, as Suyu brought her to this location, a sense of despair washed over her. After all, the opportunity was right before her eyes, and Suyu would certainly not let her escape. She could not believe that Suyu would show mercy to a young Do Wong. He was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. Bringing her here silently implied that he intended to eliminate her without a trace. The thought sent a chill down her spine. How cruel! To seek opportunity while also planning her demise. What a vicious man! If Suyu were aware of Xiao Yixian's thoughts, he would surely smile and say, "Sister, you are overthinking it. I truly do not wish to harm you. I merely want you to accompany me, and it is purely coincidental that I stumbled upon this opportunity." However, at that moment, Suyu remained blissfully ignorant of Xiao Yixian's inner turmoil. Having just placed her on the ground, Xiao Yixian suddenly drew a vial of poison and hurled it at him. Yet, how could a being of his caliber, born of the Qilin bloodline, be harmed by her feeble poison? Suyu did not even flinch. He allowed the poison to strike him directly. Upon witnessing her poison impact Suyu, a faint smile graced Xiao Yixian's lips. Though she doubted her poison could affect someone of his strength, she felt that any chance of escape was better than waiting to be murdered. Dear lady, I truly mean you no harm. Otherwise, I might have already ended your life. Wouldn't you agree? Suyu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he reached out to grasp the hand that had concealed the poison, retrieving it from her grasp. I assure you, there is no need for such hostility, he continued, his face radiant with a warm smile. Xiao Yixian, astonished that Suyu had so swiftly countered her lethal move, could not hide her fear. Very well, let us proceed, Suyu said, taking her hand and leading her into the cave. Upon entering, Suyu summoned the Qinglian Di Xinhua, illuminating the dark cavern. It was then that he noticed a rocky serpent not far from him. A subtle smile graced his face as he cast a flame, disintegrating the creature into nothingness. Now, let's continue. Rest assured, I will not harm you, dear lady. Xiao Yixian stared at him with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the situation. She was astonished by the Qinglian Di Xinhua in Suyu's possession, feeling the terrifying heat it emitted. At that moment, she was certain of one thing. This was indeed a rare fire. The presence of a Do Wang with such power caused a chill to envelop her heart. Silently, she followed Suyu, having no intention of fleeing. Escaping from one so formidable was mere folly. Soon, they arrived at a stone door emanating a faint yellow glow. There seems to be no way forward, Xiao Yixian lamented, shaking her head in resignation. However, Suyu approached the stone door and delivered a powerful blow, shattering it to pieces with a resounding crash. Now, dear lady, we can enter, Suyu declared, leading her through the remnants of the door. As they stepped inside, their surroundings expanded into a vast stone chamber. The room appeared rather austere and spacious, with moonlight stones embedded in the walls for illumination. In the center stood a chair, upon which a skeletal figure sat, its skull sunken, resting on pale thigh bones. This eerie sight was accentuated by the tranquil atmosphere. "Oh, what a splendid place," Suyu remarked, shaking his head as he cast a flame upon a torch affixed to the wall. The torch ignited, instantly brightening the cavern. Before the chair lay a long, narrow stone platform, upon which 3 locked stone boxes were neatly arranged. In the corners of the chamber, heaps of glittering gold coins and other precious treasures were piled high, surely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. As Suyu's gaze shifted from the gleaming gold, it landed on a hidden corner, where a soft smile began to form on his face. There a small flower bed had been constructed from earth, home to an array of flora that released a delightful fragrance. Observing the flowers, both Suyu and Xiao Yixian hastened forward, recognizing the true worth of these seemingly ordinary plants. Zilan Yi, by Ling Shanghua, Shuelian Zi, Xiao Yixian murmured, naming the rare and hard-to-find high-grade medicinal herbs, her lips forming a rosy pout. Ice Spirit Flame Grass. Suyu's eyes widened slightly. He was well aware of the significance of this herb. I want the Ice Spirit Flame Grass, along with some gold. Oh, and I also desire that incomplete map. The rest is yours, he stated, using his mental energy to draw the 3 items to him. Do you truly not intend to kill me? Xiao Yixian asked incredulously, gazing at Suyu. Although he had taken the most valuable Ice Spirit Flame Grass, as long as he spared her life, she felt fortunate. Why would I wish to harm you? You are quite lovely, and I am fond of you. Why would I kill you over these items? Suyu replied, glancing at the remaining treasures in the cave and shaking his head. Xiao Yixian, observing Suyu's demeanor, felt a mix of disbelief and incredulity. Are these items truly so insignificant? They are clearly quite precious, she thought, rolling her eyes as she retrieved a shovel to unearth the herbs. With a smile, Suyu approached the skeletal figure and gently pried a key from its bony grasp. Here, take this. The contents of the stone boxes are yours. I have no need for them. His actions momentarily stunned Xiao Yixian, but recalling the Ice Spirit Flame Grass that had been taken from her, she steeled herself and took the key from Suyu's hand. Seeing Suyu's smile remain unchanged despite her taking the key, Xiao Yixian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps he truly is a good person, she thought. She approached the boxes, ready to unlock them with the key. A soft click echoed within the stone chamber as she turned the key, causing Xiao Yixian's hand to freeze momentarily. "It is open," she exclaimed, watching as the metal latch sprang back. Suyu smiled, knowing the contents within. As she opened the box, her face lit up with joy as she retrieved an ancient, colorful scroll from within. "What is this?" Suyu feigned ignorance, despite knowing precisely what it was. A tome detailing the art of poison crafting lay before them. The young healer, Xiao Yixian, turned the colorful scroll over with a playful smile and remarked, "The poison manual?" Suyu feigned astonishment, raising an eyebrow as he took the scroll from Xiao Yixian's hands and examined it closely. Gazing at the small inscriptions on the side of the multicolored scroll, he pretended to be surprised, exclaiming, "A 7-colored poison manual? Such a specialized guide to concocting poisons truly exists. Could it be that its creator was a poison master? Well, you did promise not to compete with me for it." Xiao Yixian suddenly recalled something and, with a wary expression, seized the 7-colored poison manual, eyeing Suyu cautiously. "Fear not. I have no desire for it. Am I the sort to break my word? I would not deceive a young lady such as yourself," Suyu replied, shaking his head in mild exasperation. After that, he chose to ignore Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that Suyu was of a similar age to her, yet she refrained from saying more. As long as she obtained the item, that sufficed. Opening another stone box, a black scroll appeared before them once more. Upon viewing this scroll, a subtle smile graced Suyu's lips. It was likely the Ziyun wing, a rather precious artifact, though it bore no utility for Suyu, as he already possessed the golden feather wing. "Here, take it. It serves me no purpose." Xiao Yixian glanced at the scroll with dwindling interest and tossed it to Suyu. He shook his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor as he unfurled the scroll, glancing at the rather unappealing wings depicted within. A look of disdain crossed Suyu's face. "This thing? I do not want it. You may as well keep it," he said, tossing the scroll back to Xiao Yixian, deeming it utterly useless. Xiao Yixian gazed at Suyu, who carelessly tossed the scroll back to her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. After all, this was a flying combat technique, reputed to be quite valuable. It was surprising that Suyu would simply discard it, leading her to believe that he was indeed a good person. Shaking her head, Xiao Yixian resolved to keep the combat technique, having already decided that whatever lay in the third box would be gifted to Suyu. With determination, she opened the box before her. A pale yellow scroll materialized in front of Suyu once more. Xiao Yixian shook her head and offered the scroll to Suyu. "Here, take this. If you do not, I shall feel uneasy." Observing the scroll in her hands, a gentle smile spread across Suyu's face. "Very well, I shall accept it," he said, opening the scroll to reveal its contents. A low-grade, mysterious scroll. Upon seeing Suyu's reaction, a soft smile appeared on Xiao Yixian's face. Suyu surveyed the cave once more, a faint smile gracing his lips. "All right, let us depart. You can guide me out of the magical beast mountain range, correct?" His tone was warm, instantly fostering a sense of goodwill. Xiao Yixian, upon hearing his question, nearly laughed, casting him a sidelong glance before turning on her heel to leave. "Come on," she said, pausing briefly to flash a smile back at Suyu. Chapter 183. Departure from the magical Beast Mountain Range. A radiant smile illuminated Suyu's face as he followed Xiao Yixian out of the cave. "Which way shall we go?" "Perhaps I should carry you," Suyu suggested, discreetly glancing at Xiao Yixian's delicate waist. Touching her waist had been quite a delightful experience, reminiscent of caressing warm white jade. No need for that." Xiao Yixian shot him a disapproving look. Although Suyu had concealed his gaze well, she had caught a glimpse of it. Xiao Yixian produced a short bamboo flute from her pocket, placing it to her lips and blowing gently. A peculiar sound wave quickly emanated from the flute, traversing the passage and eventually spiraling into the night sky beyond the cliff. Before long, a blue hawk appeared before her, prompting Xiao Yixian to raise her chin proudly towards Suyu. Watching her, Suyu could not help but shake his head in mild disbelief. Just as he was about to approach, the hawk took flight, Su Yu sighed in resignation as he unleashed the golden feather wing, propelling himself with astonishing speed to keep pace with the hawk. Under Xiao Yixian's guidance, Su Yu swiftly exited the magical Beast Mountain range. Before the sky darkened completely, he finally arrived at a quaint little town adjacent to the mountains. The town, known as Qingshan Town, had earned the moniker of Beast Town due to its proximity to the magical Beast Mountain range. Within its confines, the streets bustled with mercenaries who spent their days embroiled in perilous skirmishes. They gathered in groups, boasting to one another, unabashedly discussing the most appealing women, the strongest spirits, and the fiercest magical beasts in town. All right, follow me. You can stay at my place tonight, but you must leave tomorrow, understand? Xiao Yixin glared at Su Yu, her irritation evident. Having confirmed that Su Yu was a good person, she relaxed her stance. Su Yu nodded in agreement, his thoughts preoccupied with acquiring a formidable martial spirit and upgrading his skills. Lying on Xiao Yixin's bed, Su Yu glanced at the young healer, who had been unceremoniously cast onto the floor, and a smile crept onto his lips. He found it amusing that Xiao Yixin had insisted he sleep on the ground. There was no way he could bear such discomfort, so he thought it best to let her endure a night on the floor. Xiao Yixin, lying on the ground, felt speechless. She had never encountered a man so lacking in decorum. Determined, she resolved that once she grew stronger, she would make Su Yu pay for his insolence. Such a vexing fellow, she grumbled inwardly, gnashing her small teeth in frustration. Unaware of Xiao Yixin's thoughts, Su Yu quickly succumbed to sleep. Morning arrived, and Su Yu, noticing that Xiao Yixin had vanished, shook his head. His current objective was to obtain the purple fire from the Zijing Wing Lion King. His skills were nearly sufficient. Absorbing the purple fire would surely elevate his abilities. However, the Zijing Wing Lion King was a formidable opponent at the Dohuang level. If someone could distract him, Su Yu might take a chance. Yet, without assistance, he was at a loss. Would Su Yu truly consider merging with the Ihua, and tossing the Fire Lotus into the Zijing Wing Lion King's lair? While he was confident in his ability to injure the beast, injuring it and killing it were two entirely different matters. If the Zijing Wing Lion King retaliated, Su Yu would undoubtedly meet his demise in an instant. The thought of such a perilous undertaking never crossed his mind. He feared he would be swiftly eliminated by the Zijing Wing Lion King. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he exited Xiao Yixin's room and made his way downstairs. Su Yu made a conscious effort not to create any trouble for Xiao Yixin, as his strength allowed him to remain unseen by others. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Su Yu contemplated whether he should venture into the desert. Perhaps the Qinglian Dixin fire still lingered there, and if so, he could successfully evolve his abilities. With a sigh of resignation, he mused about the potency of his blood at this point. With a flick of his fingertip, he drew forth a droplet of golden blood, its unique fragrance wafting through the air, evoking an intoxicating allure. Tang San's fortune has already been mostly seized by me, and now my very blood is infused with the power of that fortune. Su Yu shook his head, expressing a hint of helplessness. For those who consumed his blood could not only enhance their cultivation, but also elevate their innate talent for training. Hey, young man, is that drop of blood in your hand for sale? Just as Su Yu was about to bottle the blood, a brazen voice echoed from afar. Turning to look, Su Yu spotted a girl clad in a white cloud-patterned robe, accompanied by an elderly man, hastening toward him. Nailin Yinran, Su Yu thought, recognizing her by her distinctive hair and attire, his eyes narrowing in surprise. What's she doing here? Surely, she isn't here to call off an engagement? Though startled, Su Yu concealed his emotions. I won't sell it, but I might consider a trade, he said calmly as Nailin Yinran and the old man approached. Trade? Speak. What do you desire? I can offer what we possess, provided it is not too excessive. We could even facilitate your entry into Yunlan's sect, Nailin Yinran replied, glancing at the blood in Su Yu's hand, sensing its potential as a treasure. She felt an insatiable yearning for the blood. Young man, state your demands. The Yunlan sect can fulfill your requests, as long as they are reasonable. We could even ensure your admission into the sect, the elder Guyi added, his tone dripping with condescension. Simultaneously, a confident glimmer appeared in his eyes. After all, what could a mere country boy possibly request? They could easily dismiss him with a simple technique. "I'm not speaking to you, so be quiet," Suyu said, his eyes flashing with intensity as his formidable spiritual force bore down upon Guyi. Guyi was instantly overwhelmed by Suyu's mental prowess, akin to that of a titled Douluo, an existence comparable to a Dohuang. Guyi, a mere Doshur, was utterly incapable of withstanding such pressure, and his complexion turned grim. "I can offer you a drop of this blood. I possess 10 drops in total. But I require your sex leader to assist me installing the Zijing Winged Lion King in the Monster Beast mountain range, so I may retrieve certain items from its lair." Suyu stated coolly, yet his tone carried an unmistakable weight that invited no refusal. "Nona yanran, observing ye suden subugahun." Opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by Guyi. "Speak. If the Yunlan sect can accommodate you, I shall report it to my master," Nalan Yinran said, her gaze greedily lingering on the blood in Suyu's possession, realizing its immense value. She felt compelled not to let this opportunity slip by, believing it to be a treasure. "I need your sex leader to assist me. If your leader agrees, I will gladly relinquish the remaining blood." Upon finishing his sentence, Suyu tossed the blood to Nalan Yinran, who, feeling the unique energy radiating from it, could not suppress a faint smile. "Esteemed elder, I accept this item. I will inform my master accordingly," Nalan Yinran said seriously after securing the blood. Suyu smiled lightly, nodded, and unfurled his wings, soaring into the sky. "I will remain in Qingshan town for the next 2 months. I hope you can act swiftly." With that, he shot into the air, rapidly heading toward Qingshan town. Nalan Yinran and Guyi stood in stunned silence, watching Suyu's departure. Initially, Nalan Yinran perceived Suyu as merely someone possessing a secret treasure of comparable strength to her own. However, it became evident that he was not just an ordinary individual. He was a Dohuang, a formidable force within the empire. Even within the Yunlan sect, Dohuang experts were scarce, and it was astonishing to discover such strength hidden in a small town like Qingshan. "Elder Guyi, let us hasten to report this matter to our master," Nalan Yinran urged, casting a grave glance at Guyi before swiftly darting away. Guyi quickly scrambled to his feet, keeping pace with Nalan Yinran. This time, Suyu did not conceal his presence. With the assistance of Xiao Yixian, he intended to help her in return. He was aware that Xiao Yixian had attracted the attention of many in Qingshan town, and now he unleashed his power openly. This would undoubtedly deter anyone from making a move against him, for the strongest in Qingshan town were merely Doshur. Would a Doshur dare to confront a Dohuang? The very thought was absurd. Suyu spread his wings and flew toward the vicinity of the pharmacy where Xiao Yixian resided. The inhabitants of Qingshan town were all witness to Suyu's presence, and upon seeing the wings behind him, they erupted into fervent discussions. "A Dohuang expert. He is truly a Dohuang. So this is a Dohuang? What a terrifying aura and pressure. Such a formidable figure. I wonder when I will achieve such strength." As the crowd speculated about Suyu's might, he paid them no mind and stepped directly into the pharmacy. "Where have you been? I thought you had left," Xiao Yixian remarked with a frown upon spotting him, her tone slightly irritable. "I apologize. I was just out for a moment. Is there anything you need help with?" Suyu said, scratching his head sheepishly. He then approached Xiao Yixian with a warm demeanor and inquired gently. Understanding Suyu's intentions and the presence of the onlookers, Xiao Yixian's eyes sparkled with realization. Grateful for his consideration, she decided to play along with his act. "Humph, if that's the case, you should go prepare the herbs," she instructed, pointing to a nearby basket of medicinal plants. Upon hearing her command, Suyu wasted no time and promptly gathered the herbs, heading outside. The spectators gasped in awe, witnessing Xiao Yixian commanding a Dohuang expert. Xiao Yixian, how terrifying! After completing the task, no one dared to approach Xiao Yixian again. After all, she now seemed to have a close, albeit unclear, relationship with a Dohuang. Provoking such a figure was not worth the risk. The Yunlan sect, the mightiest force in the Jaiamar Empire, has been a continuous lineage of power, establishing this ancient sect at the pinnacle of the empire. At the end of the long stone steps, enveloped in mist, lay a vast plaza paved entirely with colossal stones, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. In the center stood a massive stone tablet, proudly chronicling the names of past sect leaders and those who rendered great service to the sect. Nalan Yinran hurried through the Yunlan sect, ignoring her fellow disciples who greeted her. Yinran, you've returned. The sect leader, Yun Yun, smiled warmly upon seeing Nalan Yinran rush in. Teacher, Nalan Yinran replied respectfully, a faint smile gracing her lips as she lowered her head. Has something happened, Yinran? Yun Yun observed her disciple with a hint of concern, noting that while her usual exuberance was present, this urgency was unprecedented. Teacher, this time we encountered a Do Wang. Nalan Yinran, who unreservedly revealed everything to Yun Yun, directly presenting the blood that Su Yu had given her. Yun Yun's expression changed dramatically. Her jade-like fingers moved, causing the drop of golden blood to float from Nalan Yinran's hand towards her. Gazing at the blood, a hint of disbelief flickered in Yun Yun's eyes. Yinran, you seem to have handled this matter quite well. Yun Yun's demeanor was grave, yet carried a subtle warmth. Teacher, this drop of blood possesses a unique energy. I sense that absorbing it could enhance one's cultivation. If I am not mistaken, this blood is at least comparable to a 5th-grade elixir, she stated gravely as she turned her gaze towards Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran was taken aback by Yun Yun's words. She initially thought the blood was already powerful, but did not anticipate its true potency. Yinran, I agree to this matter. I will make a trip to Qingshan town, Yun Yun concluded, appearing beside Nalan Yinran and gently patting her shoulder. You should consume this drop of blood, she added before vanishing. Simultaneously, a cyan shadow streaked across the sky, breaking the sound barrier as it swiftly headed towards Qingshan town. Suyu, take this to someone else, Xiao Yixian said, pulling out some medicinal materials and handing them to a still-dazed Suyu. Suyu shook his head helplessly. Time had passed, and this person's attitude towards him had only worsened, even shouting at him a couple of times. However, he did not mind and took the materials before stepping outside. Chapter 185. Yun Yun's arrival. Yun Yun's speed was remarkable. After learning of the situation, she arrived at the remote Qingshan town from Yunlan sect in just 3 days. Is this Qingshan town? It's truly hard to believe that a Do Wang would hide here, she mused as she felt a faint yet powerful mental energy coalescing above the town. Even Yun Yun, sensing this mental force, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. She felt that the mental strength of Gu He and Su Yu were comparable. It is essential to note that Dan Wanggu, he had already stepped into the realm of Do Wang and become a 6th-grade alchemist. The fact that Su Yu's mental strength could rival his truly amazed Yun Yun. If Su Yu possessed the talent of an alchemist, he would be a remarkable prospect. Moreover, according to Yinran, Su Yu had become a Do Wang at the same age as her. Such talent and capability would earn even the respect of Yunlan sect's leader. After all, she felt she could not achieve such a feat, as she only became a Do Wang at the age of 22. If Su Yu was indeed as Yinran described, it would be terrifying. Shaking her head, she retracted her Do Chi wings and gently descended to the ground. The moment she entered Qingshan town, countless fiery gazes fell upon her, making Yun Yun feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, her nature was inherently calm and unperturbed. She merely furrowed her brow and continued onward, her destination being Wanyaozhai, where Su Yu was located. Those who dared to gaze at her did so cautiously, for the sword in her hand was evidently extraordinary. Coupled with her striking and unique aura, they recognized that Yun Yun was not a woman to be underestimated. After years of experience, they knew better than to belittle anyone, regardless of gender. The continent had its share of formidable female warriors. The leader of Yunlan sect, Medusa from the desert, were all women, proving that strength transcends gender. Upon entering Wanyaozhai, Yun Yun immediately spotted Su Yu, who was being scolded by Xiao Yixian. Su Yu, I must say you are undoubtedly a fake Do Wang. You couldn't even manage this task. I truly regret taking you in, Xiao Yixian scolded angrily, her hands on her hips, her slender waist drawing Su Yu's gaze. You were the one who had Yinran notify me. A cool voice suddenly interjected from outside as Su Yu was casually eating fruit. Turning to look, he saw a woman clad in a simple gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, holding a somewhat unusual long sword radiating a cyan glow. Her hair was elegantly styled into a phoenix adornment, and her beautiful, serene face exuded an undeniable air of grace and nobility. Yin Yun. Suyu squinted at her before standing abruptly, his unexpected movement startling Xiao Yixian, but Suyu quickly vanished from her sight. Yin Yun at the entrance had completely disappeared, leaving Xiao Yixian feeling a bit hollow as she watched the two vanish in an instant. However, she soon pouted, thinking that Suyu could go wherever he pleased. She despised those who liked to seize opportunities from others. In the skies above Qing Shan Town, Yin Yun gazed at the wings behind Suyu and smiled faintly. Flight, do technique? Her voice was cool yet enchanting. Suyu nodded without hesitation. It was futile to pretend otherwise when she had already seen through him. He understood the nature of the woman before him. Yin Yun was inherently calm and composed, rarely exhibiting any overt emotions. Those capable of causing her to panic were as rare as clouds in the sky. Though she appeared languid, she possessed the wisdom and tranquility to survey all beneath her. For those who did not concern her, she would merely observe, regardless of the fate that befell them. Thus, in the presence of such a woman, there was no need for pretense. I have arrived. State your conditions, Yin Yun said, narrowing her eyes as an ominous aura emanated from her. You should be aware of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. I need you to hold him off for an hour. If you can do that, I will grant you that blood Suyu proposed, revealing 9 drops of fragrant golden blood. Yin Yun glanced at it and nodded, her face breaking into a smile upon seeing the blood in Suyu's hand. Very well. I agree. However, you must provide me with some first, she stipulated, not bargaining but requesting an upfront offering. Suyu complied, tossing her a few drops of blood, which she immediately collected. All right, let us depart, Yin Yun said, swiftly heading towards the monster beast mountain range, with Suyu following closely behind. Yin Yun's speed was astonishing. Even Suyu found it hard to keep up, and despite unleashing 3,000 thunderous movements, he was still left far behind. Just as Suyu approached the territory of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, a violent surge of energy and a ferocious roar erupted in the air like thunder. Listening to the wild roar, a smile crept onto Suyu's lips. Above the azure sky, fierce waves of energy continuously produced sounds reminiscent of muted thunder. Even though Suyu was quite distant from the battleground, his gaze was firmly fixed on the distant horizon, where shades of crimson and azure almost engulfed half the sky, casting an iridescent glow over the languid white clouds. It had begun. How splendid! Suyu swiftly dashed towards the entrance of the Zijing Lion King's cave. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted the demon lord of the Zijing Lion King. The lion's head, fearsome in appearance, bore beastly eyes that shimmered with an eerie purple glow against a backdrop of blood red. Its massive jaws were lined with jagged fangs, and atop its head sprouted a fiery red spiral horn, wreathed in clusters of purple flames that danced around its tip. The enormous lion's body was complemented by a pair of violet wings that, when unfurled, unleashed torrents of pale purple flames, as if wielding a flamethrower, sweeping across the expanse. Its 4 sturdy claws were similarly encased in layers of purple crystal, each step sending tremors through the void, leaving one to ponder the enormity of its power. Chapter 186. Seizing the Zijing source, he had entered. Suyu stealthily concealed his form and plunged into the cavern of the Zijing Lion King. The interior of the vast and deep cave was adorned with numerous purple crystal formations, an exquisite sight to behold. As he traversed the elongated tunnel, he soon encountered 2 diverging paths. After several turns, he noticed the rising temperature around him. Feeling the heat, Suyu's heart leapt with joy, and he hastened forward. At the same time, a golden dragon spear materialized in his hand, and he infused it with streams of intangible fighting spirit. Under his nurturing touch, the golden dragon spear emanated a formless aura of intent. After a brief observation, he found no trace of the beast, and, after blinking in surprise, he felt reassured enough to advance further. Inside the cave, Suyu scanned his surroundings, and his gaze ultimately rested on the central area. There, a towering mass of purple crystal had formed a pedestal, upon which lay a small purple orb, roughly the size of Suyu's head, resting quietly. Gazing at the orb, excitement flickered in Su Yu's eyes. Was this the accompanying Zijing source? Truly a remarkable treasure. With a rush of adrenaline, he reached out toward the accompanying Zijing source. You vile human, how dare you lay hands on my Zijing source? You have successfully provoked my wrath. The terrifying purple fighting spirit erupted from the body of the Zijing Lion King, engulfing the entire mountain range in a shroud of violet energy. Yin Yin cast a glance at the Zijing Lion King, tightening her grip on her sword as an invisible and tempestuous wind surged around her, isolating the encroaching purple energy. You despicable creature, your aim is indeed this. Yin Yin gritted her teeth, unleashing her own formidable fighting spirit. Extreme of the wind, cataclysm. A colossal azure tornado, summoned by her outstretched hand, roared towards the Zijing Lion King with ferocious winds. In its wake, the forest below was torn asunder, with countless beasts fleeing in panic. Observing the approaching storm, the Zijing Lion King emitted a thunderous snort from its massive maw. With a powerful flap of its wings, a towering pillar of violet flames erupted from its body, launching itself towards the tempest. The two titanic forces collided mid-air, causing a momentary stillness in the space around them. At this moment, Su Yu had successfully secured the accompanying Zijing source. All right, I can leave now. How splendid. This should allow me to condense the purple fire and elevate my burning resolution. He gazed at the several jade bottles filled with the Zijing source, shaking his head with a faint smile. Human woman, step aside. I will not pursue this further with you. Otherwise, you shall not leave here alive today. With flames dancing around its form, the Zijing Lion King caused the temperature in a radius of several thousand meters to soar. Apologies, I am bound by duty. Yin Yin tightened her grip on her sword, forming a peculiar seal with her hand. As her melodious voice resonated, a violent azure wind swirled forth before her, surging to counter the immense violet flames. Seeing that the purple fire attack was ineffective, the Zijing Lion King's eyes blazed with fury. Its massive claws surged with radiant purple brilliance, crashing down towards the enigmatic woman. Where its claws passed, the very air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing sound that echoed through the heavens. Observing the ferocity of the Zijing Lion King's assault, Yin Yun's expression turned grave. With a flick of her azure wings, a massive azure wind shield materialized before her, standing resilient against the onslaught. As the giant claw struck the azure wind shield, a crisp crack resonated, shattering the shield into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. The Zijing Lion King's terrifying attack proved overwhelmingly powerful. In the sky, the Zijing Lion King flickered in and out of view, while Yin Yun continued to retreat. Though she appeared to be at a disadvantage, she remained unharmed. Yun Zhongzhu, retreat. Just then, as the beast and the human engaged in their fierce struggle, Su Yu flapped his wings and called out to Yun Yun from a short distance away. Understood. Yun Yun nodded, harnessing a tremendous amount of wind energy. Humans, you have worn down my already thin patience. The low growl of the Zijing Lion King reverberated through the forest. A terrifying flame erupted violently towards Su Yu, distorting the very fabric of space. This was the Zijing Lion King's wrathful strike, compelling even Su Yu to approach with caution. Seeing Sel, the Zijing Lion King's deep growl echoed through the mountains as a deep purple beam of light manifested. Upon the appearance of the deep purple column, Yin Yun's expression shifted slightly. The formidable fighting technique she had been cultivating surged forth as she unleashed it. Rift Wind Dance. As Yin Yun's command fell, the space before her rippled, and numerous colossal deep azure wind blades manifested, intertwining with one another in a spiral formation, hurtling forward at great speed. Boom! The purple light beam and the wind-spiraled blades collided, momentarily distorting the space around them. With a thunderous crash, they clashed with the force of a meteor strike. In that brief encounter, the wind blades were overwhelmed, exploding into fragments, while the purple light beam merely dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the purple light beam surged forward with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the multiple wind shields Yun Yun had erected, ultimately embedding itself within her. As the purple light beam struck, the massive form of the Zijing Lion King appeared before Yun Yun, its enormous claws launching 5 sharp purple spikes towards her chest. Extreme of the wind, cataclysm. Just as the giant claw was about to rend Yun Yun's body, her peculiar sword shuddered violently. A slender beam of profound light, scarcely the size of a thumb, burst forth in an instant. The mere emergence of this light caused the surrounding space to quiver momentarily. With a sharp crack, the beam shot towards the head of the Zijing Ishir Wang, yet the astute creature lowered its head slightly. Consequently, the light struck the red horn atop its head, cleaving through the hardest part of its body with astonishing force. Chapter 187. Severe Injury. The fracture of the horn caused the Zijing Ishir Wang immense pain, eliciting a ferocious roar from its throat. Its claws, infused with unmatched ferocity, struck heavily against Yun Yun's chest, accompanied by a jarring metallic screech. Yun Yun coughed up a small amount of blood, her cheeks paling slightly. With a sudden turn, her azure wings fluttered, and her form flickered mysteriously, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Witnessing such terrifying speed from the injured Zijing Ishir Wang, which had suffered a reduction in power due to its broken horn, it let out a violent roar filled with murderous intent. Beneath the tumult of its energy-laden roar, the mountains trembled as if under a quake, with some towering peaks even shattering at their summits. On the other side, Suyu was not faring any better, despite employing all his means. He was still scorched by the flames of the Zijing Ishir Wang. However, at a critical moment, he unleashed 2 balls of Ioa. Yet, the impact of the flames forced Suyu to spit out blood, sending him crashing down toward Yun Yun. Search for them. You must find those 2 humans. The enormous head of the Zijing Ishir Wang looked down at the mountains, its blood-red eyes glaring with murderous intent, prompting the mountain beasts to scatter in frantic haste. Although Suyu was severely injured from the fall, he remained conscious. Despite his soul power being somewhat depleted, he gritted his teeth and endured. Struggling to rise from the ground, he spotted Yun Yun hovering above the water's surface, her tightly shut eyes and pale cheeks indicating her serious injuries. Such severe wounds. Indeed, the Zijing Ishir Wang is formidable, its strength somewhat monstrous, perhaps even rivaling Ditian. Suyu, suppressing his pain, approached and lifted Yun Yun in his arms. Observing her grave condition, he sighed and glanced at a nearby cave. Drawing upon his limited cheat, he leaped into the cave, carrying the injured woman inside. Gently placing her down in a relatively clean area, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. Time for treatment. Yet, how could the Zijing Ishir Wang dare to strike here? What a detestable creature. Once I ascend to godhood in Douluo, I shall return to this world and deal with it properly. Shaking his head, Suyu retrieved a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs crafted by the little medicine sage from the galaxy. However, upon examining Yun Yun's injuries, he fell into a moment of contemplation. I'm here to treat her. She shouldn't mind. With a gulp, Suyu reached out, his hands trembling as he attempted to unfasten Yun Yun's garments. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her body, Yun Yun's eyes suddenly flew open, her beautiful gaze radiating a cold fury. Oh, you are awake? The sudden awakening startled Suyu, causing him to retreat a few steps, raising the small jade vial in his hand. I only intended to assist with your injuries. I mean no harm. Of course, I thought you were unconscious earlier, which is why I considered applying the medicine myself. But since you are awake now, you may do it yourself. He placed the medicine beside her and turned to leave. Yun Yun glanced at her chest wound, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Fine, you do it. I am unable to move. Control your eyes and hands, or the entire Yunlan sect will not spare you. Her voice was melodious, yet imbued with an unmistakable nobility due to her status. Very well. It was indeed my fault, Suyu replied, shaking his head. He then extended his hand to unfasten her clothing. As he unbuttoned the pristine white garment, he discovered beneath it a light blue metallic inner armor. The shimmering waves upon its surface indicated it was no ordinary item. Deep claw marks marred the armor, with blood seeping from the wounds. It seems the injury beneath the armor requires removal for treatment. Observing the delicate blue armor encasing Yun Yun, Suyu awkwardly smiled at her faintly blushing cheeks. Hearing his words, Yunyun's body visibly trembled. Taking a deep breath, she slowly closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering. Just do it. It's troublesome. Suyu did not hesitate, taking a deep breath and gently loosening the armor. Once removed, Yunyun's upper body was revealed to him, albeit only her back, in the presence of a man she had known for a short time, even as a powerful Do Huang. Her fair skin gradually took on a delicate pink hue, her body subtly trembling. Control your hands and eyes. Yunyun issued another warning. Rest assured, I'm not that sort of person. Suyu maintained a calm demeanor as he applied the medicine to her wounds. Witnessing his genuine lack of ulterior motives, Yunyun sighed deeply in relief. Thank you. Lying quietly on the ground, she gazed at Suyu with heartfelt gratitude. It's nothing. I invited Sect Master Yun here. Treating your injuries is only natural. Suyu shook his head and retrieved a 1,000-year-old snow lotus from the galaxy. Without hesitation, he offered the snow lotus to Yunyun. What is this? Yunyun inquired, perplexed by the cold aura emanating from the snow lotus. She had never encountered such a unique herb before. The snow lotus can expedite your recovery from internal injuries. Seeing that Suyu was earnest, she did not question further and promptly consumed the entire snow lotus. All done. After covering Yunyun with a clean garment, Suyu stood up. Observing his demeanor, Yunyun could not help but smile. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is only right, and besides, I benefit as well. The moment Suyu finished speaking, Yunyun's face flushed a deep crimson, her gaze toward him shifting significantly. All right, I will step outside to conceal the cave's presence. Feeling uncomfortable under Yunyun's gaze, Suyu instinctively shrank back and made his way outside. Chapter 188, Daily Life with Yunyun. A day swiftly passed. After consuming the snow lotus, Yunyun had recovered considerably, with her chest wound healing significantly, although some injuries remained. Currently, she was clad in Suyu's attire. With a height of approximately 172 meters, Yunyun found Suyu's 185-meter garments fitting well enough for her. Yin Zongzhu, come out bite. Yunyun was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Suyu at the cave entrance, only to notice the soul beast in his hand. Upon receiving a subtle nod from Yunyun, Suyu couldn't help but smile broadly. In an instant, a flame erupted from Suyu's hand, igniting under his control. What a remarkable flame. Are you an alchemist? Yunyun expressed her astonishment as she observed the fire in Suyu's grasp. Her curiosity piqued. No, Suyu shook his head. Though he certainly possessed the potential to become an alchemist, as he undoubtedly harbored that trace of what attribute. The Qilin inherently commands all attributes, and since Suyu bore the Qilin bloodline, he must possess them. Contemplating this, Suyu shook his head. If only he had more time. He would certainly learn alchemy before departing. However, time was evidently not on his side, which was rather regrettable. Delicious. Your culinary skills are quite impressive, Yunyun remarked, her gaze drawn to the golden, fragrant roasted meat, surprised at Suyu's unexpected talent. She tore off a piece of the roasted meat and soon became engrossed in a fierce battle for food. With my godly culinary skills, no woman can resist. Suyu thought with a sense of pride as he witnessed the esteemed Zongzhu of Yunlan Zong succumbing to his cooking. After a while of self-satisfaction, Suyu realized that his portion of meat was dwindling. Despite her seemingly slender frame, Yunyun had an unexpected appetite. Was it true that all Do Huangs were so insatiable? After swiftly finishing their meal, both Suyu and Yunyun found themselves sitting on the ground, disregarding their appearances. Yin Zongzhu, just call me Yunyun, she said, tilting her head slightly. Suyu nodded in agreement without further insistence. Suyu, your cooking skills are quite impressive. Could you teach me? And do you have any more of that golden blood? Yunyun gazed at Suyu with wide, eager eyes, and he did not decline. His culinary skills were already commendable, and since Yunyun wished to learn, he could certainly impart some knowledge. Seeing Suyu's acceptance, Yunyun beamed with a smile. After sitting for a while, Suyu decided to step outside. He needed to check on the situation daily, as the circumstances were rather dire. His strength had not fully recovered yet. Once it did, he could take Yunyun away, but thinking about that now was futile. Shaking his head, he swiftly moved towards the distance. The tranquil life in the cave continued for 2 days. However, on the third day, a sudden wolf howl shattered the peace. Having just finished lunch in the cave, Suyu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the howl echoing from not far outside. He quickly stood up and exchanged a tense glance with Yun, both furrowing their brows. How could we be discovered? Suyu paced back and forth, bewildered. He had sprinkled himself with scent-masking powder daily. There was no way the magical beast could have tracked him here. Exiting, Suyu cast a bemused glance at Yun. Slightly blushing under his gaze, Yun gently nodded. I went out to take a bath. Oh, I see. Indeed, no matter how strong a woman is, she cannot tolerate feeling unclean. Suyu shook his head, resigned, and stepped outside. His strength had significantly recovered by now, and the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. Soon, he returned, dragging a wolf with its skin stripped off. I skinned it for you. I noticed you curled up while sleeping last night. You might want to cover yourself with it tonight, Suyu said, placing the clean wolf skin at Yun's sleeping spot. I'm sorry, Suyu, for bringing trouble to you, Yun said, glancing at the blood on Suyu's body, her expression tinged with faint regret. No worries. I invited you here. So protecting you is only right, Suyu reassured her, patting his chest with a gentle smile. Observing Suyu's indifference, Yun felt an inexplicable relief wash over her. Then I'll make dinner for you tomorrow, she said, glancing at the weather outside and smiling at Suyu. Can you cook? Suyu asked, his curiosity piqued. Don't worry. I can handle it. By the way, can I borrow your spatial ring? Without hesitation, Suyu tossed the Xing He to Yun. As long as she used her mental strength, she could utilize it. After receiving Suyu's Xing He, Yun promptly went off to sleep. When Suyu awoke again, he immediately spotted Yun. Watching her crouch by the fire, cooking fish, he chuckled softly, exhaling slowly as he formed a cultivation seal and sat down to enter a meditative state. By the fire, Yun, glistening with sweat, expertly flipped the fish. Occasionally glancing back at Suyu, who was in deep meditation, she softly remarked, No one has ever tasted my grilled fish before. You, little rascal, dare to look down on me? As she turned the fish again, her gaze fell upon some jade bottles on the stone platform. Frowning slightly, her delicate hand moved, and after a moment, she suddenly seized a small jade bottle from the corner, inspecting the pink foam inside. This must be the seasoning, right? It looks like this, but it's pink and has a unique fragrance that makes one feel warm all over. Suyu opened his eyes to see the fish before him, slightly charred. With a dry smile, he looked up at Yun, whose beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Is this your grilled fish? He asked. This is my first time cooking. Even if it's not delicious, you must finish it. Otherwise, Yun raised the grilled fish in her hand, her words carrying an unmistakable hint of threat as she gazed at Suyu. Suyu swallowed hard, uncertain of what seasoning she had used, yet it smelled quite enticing. Resigned, he shook his head and took a bite. The first mouthful was charred. He glanced at Yun, who was also covered in soot, and felt somewhat speechless. Chapter 189. Return to Douluo. The charred remnants stained his lips, but Suyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow. However, as he consumed more than half of the grilled fish, a frown creased his brow, and his body began to squirm uncomfortably. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen. His eyes turned crimson, and his body stiffened. Suyu, do you feel something off? Yun, standing before him, suddenly asked in a soft voice, her cheeks flushed. Hearing her question, Suyu raised his head, his heart racing. He saw Yun's enchanting face, flushed with a tempting crimson hue, and her once vivid eyes now appeared hazy. As his gaze traveled downward, he noticed that even Yun's elegant neck was tinged with a delicate pink. Taking a deep breath, Suyu gazed at the startled expression on Yun's delicate face due to the bizarre scene before them. He then lowered his gaze to the roasted fish in their hands, pondering for a moment before a sudden realization struck him, reminiscent of the original narrative. With a dry throat, he inquired, What did you sprinkle on this just now? Please show it to me. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Yun too sensed that the issue seemed to lie with the roasted fish they held. She promptly retrieved a small jade bottle from the stone platform and handed it to Suyu. As Suyu beheld the familiar pink powder, disbelief washed over him. Wasn't this the powder he had intended to use to safely prepare the lust pill by grinding it into powder? What's going on? Is there a problem with this seasoning? Yin Yin questioned, perplexed by Su Yu's reaction. Who told you this is seasoning? This is the lust pill. Su Yu exclaimed in despair, tossing the lust pill to the ground. With a long sigh, he felt the malevolent fire within his lower abdomen intensifying. He quickly contracted his abdomen, using his combat energy to suppress the eruption of this wicked fire. Hearing Su Yu's words, Yin Yun's cheeks flushed instantly. At such a young age, how could you learn to concoct such vile substances? I really wonder who taught you this. Her face reddened as she angrily picked up the bottle from the ground and hurled it back at Su Yu. However, as the bottle had not been securely sealed, the remaining powder of the lust pill spilled out, rapidly enveloping the entire cave. Stop! Su Yu shouted, but it was too late. The powder had already been inhaled into their bodies with each breath. The sudden blaze of desire surged within him, and Yin Yun's bright eyes grew increasingly dazed, her rationality being consumed by this burning lust. Su Yu too was not faring well. His body weakened, and Yin Yun's eyes slowly turned red. As he gazed upon her fair skin, Su Yu lost all sense of consciousness and lunged heavily toward Yin Yun, their bodies becoming entwined. It is important to note that the lust pill was not the same concoction as that brewed by Xiao Yin in the original narrative. This was something even by Xiao Chun could not withstand in the later stages. How could they possibly endure it? When Su Yu opened his eyes again, Yin Yun had vanished completely, leaving only a letter behind. Upon reading the words on the letter, a bitter expression crept across Su Yu's face. Alas, it's over. Since this has occurred, I shall return after the conclusion of Douluo. Yin Yun is now my woman. Shaking his head, Su Yu stood up and spread his golden wings, swiftly heading towards Qingshan Town. In Qingshan Town, the little medical sage looked at Su Yu with a gentle smile. You're back. Where have you been? Will you be leaving again? She bombarded him with a series of questions. I'm sorry, little medical sage, but I've come to bid you farewell. I have acquired what I sought in Qingshan Town, and now I must depart. Seeing the girl suddenly freeze, a hint of bitterness flickered in Su Yu's eyes. Little medical sage, go to the Yuchen Empire. Your constitution is naturally suited for it. Go ahead, and I promise I will come and find you in the future. His voice was tender as he embraced the little medical sage. All right, little medical sage, I truly must leave now. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively reached out to grasp Su Yu. Yet by the time she reacted, he had already vanished completely. Watching Su Yu disappear, tears streamed down her cheeks. System. Return to Douluo. Beep. Beginning return. Currently in transit. The system's voice echoed monotonously in Su Yu's mind. Soon, everything went black, and Su Yu vanished from the Douluo Continent. At the Yunlan sect, Yin Yun suddenly touched her chest, as if something significant had departed. That wretched man, when we meet again, I will surely kill you. She clenched her delicate fist at the thought of his rough actions that day. When Su Yu awakened once more, he felt a distinct change in his internal power. It was the familiar soul power. As he sensed the soul power coursing through him, Su Yu couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He retrieved a large quantity of purple crystal essence and drank it down. As soon as he finished, a torrent of purple energy surged from within him. He swiftly began to cultivate the burning decision, the terrifying absorption power refining the purple crystal essence. Under the processing of the quasi-earth rank technique, the purple crystal essence was soon completely refined. Upon opening his eyes and sensing the changes within, a faint smile spread across Su Yu's face. Truly, the purple crystal essence was formidable. It had elevated him by 3 levels, which was astonishing. System. Open panel. Beep. Successfully opened. Host. Su Yu age. 14 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 58 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Earth rank. Skills. Radiant dragon form. Sacred fire armor. Eye of fate. Magma eruption strike. 10,000 beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin earth shatter. Azure lotus earth heart fire. Purple crystal beast fire. Pet. Ain blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett. Lust pill 172. 100,000 gold coins. Illusion pill X10. Special version of poisonous herb X1. Enhanced lust pill X66. Fasting Pill X99, Bicycle, Special Lust Pill X88, 8 Extremes Collapse, 5 Forms Visualization, Grenade, Toothbrush Recovery Pill. White Vinegar Strength, Above Average Fishing Attempts, 0 Evaluation. Your mental strength is astonishing, yet your power does not match. Keep it up, young lad. I believe one who masters destiny can surely become a god. Looking at his status on the system panel, so you couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 190. The energy of the ancient tree of life. Su Yu surveyed his level with satisfaction, his mental strength scanning the surroundings. And he spread his golden wings, soaring swiftly into the distance. Within 2 minutes, he arrived at the Lake of Life, which was not far from his previous location. Upon his return to the Lake of Life, his mental energy instantly detected Guyu Na. Sensing Su Yu's mental presence, Guyu Na vanished from her spot immediately. Sister Nana, I wish to enter the ancient tree of life. Su Yu stated seriously as he looked at Guyu Na, who showed no hesitation. Certainly, Guyu Na replied. Due to the holy water, she had fully recovered. Not only was she willing to let Su Yu enter the ancient tree of life, but she would also have no objections to gifting it to him. Seeing Guyu Na's agreement, a gentle smile appeared on Su Yu's face. If I am not mistaken, the ancient tree of life is likely your assessment, isn't it? Guyu Na inquired curiously. Su Yu is the inheritor of the god of life, and the ancient tree of life was the most concentrated place of life attributes in the Douluo Continent, making it a fitting assessment location. Indeed, that is the case. By the way, Sister Nana, please pass this to Chio'er for me. Suddenly, a golden dragon spear appeared in Su Yu's hand. Although Guyu Na was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the spear, she quickly concealed her surprise. As Guyu Na took the gun from Su Yu's hands, a subtle motion of her delicate fingers manifested a spatial portal before them. Let us proceed, she urged, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu stepped into the portal. The instant he crossed the threshold, his form vanished, only to reappear in a realm suffused with vibrant life energy. Is this the ancient life tree? It is indeed remarkable. An astonishing surge of life energy, Su Yu remarked, awestruck by the vitality surrounding him. Indeed, it is formidable. Otherwise, I would not be able to cultivate here and heal my wounds. Guyu Na concurred, nodding in agreement. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in Su Yu's mind. The 5th trial of life has been completed. You are awarded a 1-level increase in your soul rank, a divine soul ring, and a 15% affinity with life. As the voice of the goddess of life faded, a soul ring materialized in Su Yu's grasp, and he felt a surge of power elevating him to level 58. Upon reaching this new level, Su Yu seated himself on the ground, fully engaging the earth-level burning decision to refine the excess soul power within him. The 6th trial of life. Refine the core of a life tree. The goddess of life's soothing voice resonated in his mind once more. This announcement lifted Su Yu's spirits even further. As if summoned by her command, a torrent of life energy erupted from within Su Yu, surging forcefully into the ancient life tree before him. Upon contact, the tree shuddered, and a crystal, rich in life energy and a vibrant green hue, burst forth from its core. Guyu Na's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the crystal. Even she had never witnessed such a concentrated embodiment of life energy. The crystal hovered momentarily in the air before drifting towards Su Yu. Observing this, the goddess of life smiled with satisfaction. Truly, he is destined to become the next god of life. Mere months without my oversight, and he has ascended once more. Such talent is indeed formidable, and he is generous as well. Perhaps I shall aid him in forging a divine artifact. As the crystal reached Su Yu, he extended his arm, gently tapping its surface. A wave of green energy radiated from the crystal, releasing a formidable force into the surrounding space. This overwhelming energy surged into Su Yu's being, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Feeling the energy flow within him, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, beginning the process of refinement. Guyu Na observed this spectacle with a nod of approval and conjured a protective barrier of elemental energy around Su Yu. After ensuring his safety, she nodded once more before vanishing from sight, reappearing in the outside world. She quickly sought out Wang Qiu'er. "Na ye." Wang Qiu'er greeted with a soft smile upon seeing Gu Yuna. She had just achieved level 54 and was in high spirits. "This is for you. A gift from your brother," Gu Yuna said, handing over the golden dragon spear. Wang Qiu'er stared at the spear in surprise. She had long been aware of Su Yu's possession of this weapon and recognized their compatibility. However, she had not anticipated that he would send Gu Yuna to bestow it upon her. "Isn't this brother's weapon? Why has he entrusted it to you? Where is he now? It has been so long since I last saw him," she queried. Her curiosity piqued as she felt the resonating power of the spear. "He is currently undergoing the divine trials. As you know, the life assessment is no easy feat. If you wish to see him, it may take another 6 months. In the meantime, focus on your own cultivation," Gu Yuna advised, shaking her head. She could not allow Wang Qiu'er to enter the life tree's realm at this critical juncture. Su Yu's moment was too significant, as he was absorbing the life energy accumulated over millennia within the ancient tree. He could not afford any distractions at this time. Although Wang Qiu'er harbored questions and concerns, she refrained from pressing further. As long as Su Yu was safe, that was all that mattered. She placed her faith in his abilities, believing that he would emerge unscathed. Her priority now was to cultivate diligently and aspire to inherit the divine legacy. "Very well, I shall do just that," she affirmed, shaking her head as she stored the golden dragon spear within her radiant treasure. Gu Yuna nodded and disappeared, her responsibilities weighing heavily upon her. Having reached the pinnacle of her power, she now sought to consume the essence of the golden dragon king from the divine realm. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuna sighed, acknowledging that she could not simply charge into the divine realm. Chapter 191. The Sixth Soul Ring. As Su Yu felt the torrent of energy swirling within him, a frown creased his brow. Such energy was indeed formidable. He mused that even with half a year of effort, he might not fully refine it. Even with his utmost dedication to the burning decision, it could take nearly 3 months. However, he did not mind, as this energy would not only enhance his physique, but also elevate his soul power to new heights. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months elapsed. Su Yu's body had become akin to a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the life force from the surroundings. The life energy continued to be refined within him. While much had been assimilated, some residual energy lingered, gradually transforming his constitution. As Su Yu sensed the remaining power within him, a smile graced his lips. This energy could no longer be simply refined. It would alter his body and enhance his innate talents. "At last, I have succeeded. Remarkably, my soul power has surged by 3 levels, reaching 60. Such extraordinary progress," he thought, his heart swelling with joy as he contemplated absorbing the divine soul ring that lay in his grasp, which would enable him to journey to the city of slaughter. In that city, he intended to confront Tang San, who he was certain had ventured there, as the Red King had confirmed. Although the Red King had offered to assist Su Yu in dealing with Tang San, he had declined, wishing to handle the matter himself. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu produced the divine soul ring, shattering it in his grip to commence the absorption process. As he felt the overwhelming energy coursing into his body, propelling him toward the threshold of a new level, excitement bubbled within him. He rapidly absorbed the energy, watching as the soul ring transitioned swiftly from purple to black. Upon reaching the black hue, the ring's color continued to shift, signifying his progress. Soon, the dark hue deepened to an inky black, and a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across Su Yu's face as he beheld his dark soul ring. His physical constitution had long since rivaled that of a tidal Douluo, whose physique could absorb soul beasts of 100,000 years. The current black ring was likely only around 60 to 70,000 years, yet he could still endure it. Shaking his head, Su Yu swiftly began to absorb the soul ring, and simultaneously, the rings behind him underwent transformation as well. Within 2 hours, he reached a pale red hue indicative of approximately 90,000 years. Upon arriving at this milestone, Su Yu finally felt a measure of pressure, albeit just a slight one. If one were at level 60 without a 100,000-year soul ring, could they truly be considered a transmigrator? Again, he shook his head, further enhancing the operation of his burning decision. A substantial amount of mental energy surged through Su Yu, prompting the previously slow-changing soul ring to undergo rapid transformation once more. The soul ring smoothly reached the boundary of 100,000 years. Su Yu shook his head and took a direct swig from the Zijinjuan, which had properties to enhance one's physique. Under the fortifying effects of the Zijinjuan, the soul ring instantaneously breached the 100,000-year threshold. It was only upon reaching this pinnacle that Su Yu exhaled in relief. Finally, he had succeeded. However, it seemed his physique still had limitations. With a sigh, he persisted for a moment longer, feeling the strain of having reached the limits of his physical capacity. Eventually, he shook his head and conceded defeat. As soon as Su Yu stood up, his body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Ah, what a delightful sensation! Having returned and improved so significantly was truly exhilarating. Su Yu shook his head, letting out a melancholic sigh. Just then, a silvery figure suddenly materialized beside him. Su Yu, you have succeeded. You've managed to elevate 6 levels. Have you absorbed the divine soul ring? Gu Yuna inquired, her gaze laden with curiosity yet tinged with certainty. Yes, I have absorbed it, Su Yu replied, a surge of energy coursing through him, revealing 6 soul rings behind him. The vivid crimson of the soul ring astonished Gu Yuna. A crimson soul ring of 100,000 years. What a formidable youth you are. Nana, let us be on our way, Su Yu said, a smile breaking across his face as he observed Gu Yuna's astonished expression. Gu Yuna, regaining her composure, felt a flush creep across her icy visage as she realized her earlier reaction had been somewhat girlish. All right, let us go, she replied, swiftly grasping Su Yu by the collar and vanishing from their location. In the city of slaughter, Tang Xin wielded the Zhuge divine crossbow, unleashing a barrage of bolts that claimed numerous vibrant lives. Blood poured forth from the fallen, staining the earth crimson. His martial spirit, blue silvergrass, surged from his grasp, absorbing the soul power within the spilled blood. How delightful! In 3 more years, I shall undoubtedly become a title de law. Once I obtain a soul ring, I will possess the strength to vanquish Su Yu, Tang Xin mused, his expression darkening. In just half a year, he had ascended to level 56, propelled by the absorption capabilities of his blue silvergrass. To rise by over 10 levels in merely 6 months was an unprecedented feat, reflecting on his deceased father. Tang San's thoughts turned to eliminating Su Yu, though his primary target remained the loathsome Yu Xiaojing. Had it not been for that individual underestimating Su Yu and allowing him to strike against Tang San in his youth, perhaps he would not have become adversaries. They might have even forged a friendship. You will pay for your arrogance. Not only will you perish, but all members of the Blue Lightning clan shall meet their end. Tang San's hands clenched tightly within his robes, his long nails piercing his palms, blood dripping onto the ground. Brother, you have finally returned. Your progress is astonishing. Where shall we go next? Wang Qiu'er inquired curiously, gazing at Su Yu. Where to? I intend to venture to the city of slaughter, but you, little sister, must remain here and focus on your cultivation, Su Yu replied, affectionately patting her head. The sensation of her small head under his hand was delightful, and he lingered for 2 to 3 minutes before withdrawing. Wang Qiu'er offered no resistance, gazing at Su Yu with a pitiful expression. Brother, please don't be so dismissive. I truly want to accompany you, she pleaded. Do not be spoiled. I will not yield to such tactics. It's far too dangerous for you, and I aim to acquire a divine position. I cannot allow that individual to gain it, Su Yu remarked, a smile gracing his features, while Wang Qiu'er pouted in discontent. It's so unfair. Chapter 192, Journey to the City of Slaughter. Wang Qiu'er huffed, turning her head away in displeasure. Qiu'er, my reasons for not allowing you to come are grounded in the danger of that place. I worry for your safety. Furthermore, I hope you will diligently cultivate your soul power. I have identified a divine position that suits you remarkably well, Su Yu stated with a smile. Wang Qiu'er paused, astonished by Su Yu's words. A divine position, an opportunity for godhood. How could Su Yu have already secured one and now sought to help her find one as well? Staring wide-eyed at him, she could hardly believe it. Su Yu merely smiled at her incredulous expression, offering no further explanation. After spending some time with Wang Qiu'er, He set off towards the edge of the Lake of Life. After a brief conversation with Xiao Wu, he departed. Su Yu's singular goal was to strengthen himself post-haste. Pondering Tang San's current state. After such setbacks, if Tang San had not succumbed to despair, he would undoubtedly be working tirelessly. It is often said that darkness can fuel strength, and he wondered if Tang San had indeed turned to the shadows, perhaps growing exceptionally powerful. With this thought, a smile crept onto Su Yu's face. Having just completed the absorption of the life-ancient tree's crystal, Su Yu resolved to take a well-deserved rest, planning to leave the Xingdou Great Forest in a month. That month would pass swiftly. Wang Qiu'er watched Su Yu, now prepared for departure, with a hint of regret. "Brother, are you truly leaving? Will you not take me with you?" she implored, her eyes brimming with innocence. Seeing her expression, Su Yu remained unfazed. Sore Chiwe. No amount of persuasion will change my mind. You must stay here and concentrate on your cultivation, he replied, nodding at Gu Yuna. A wave of mental energy flowed from Su Yu to Gu Yuna. "Nana, while I am away, please ensure Qiu'er remains diligent in her training. I have found her a path to inherit the sea god's legacy. Once her cultivation reaches a certain level, she shall be able to assume the sea god's position," Su Yu declared before vanishing before Gu Yuna could respond. Gu Yuna stood rooted in place, pondering the news Su Yu had just shared. The sea god? A divine position? It seemed she could no longer allow this girl to waste her days idly. It was time to instill some discipline. Turning to Wang Qiu'er, Gu Yuna's gaze held a profound intensity. Wang Qiu'er gazed into Gu Yuna's eyes, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her. "Sister Nana, what troubles you? For your sake, Qiu'er, I must train you, as per your brother's instructions. Please do not hold it against me," Gu Yuna replied, swiftly seizing hold of Wang Qiu'er's garments. In an instant, both Gu Yuna and Wang Qiu'er vanished from sight. Observing this scene, Di Tian and Xiong were left perplexed, yet they never opposed Gu Yuna's decisions. Since Gu Yuna was determined to provide special training for Wang Qiu'er, they would assist her, as it was ultimately for Wang Qiu'er's benefit. Wang Qiu'er would not blame them, with this thought in mind. Di Tian and the others felt no remorse in their actions, knowing that any injuries could simply be healed by Bai Ji. After half a month of enduring the elements, in the western region of Dalu, a seemingly unremarkable town came into view. Yet, as Su Yu stepped inside, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping him. He could not quite articulate the reason, but he felt an unusual chill emanating from those around him. Following the original storyline, he soon arrived at a tavern in the town center. The air inside was thick and murky, and Su Yu noted that every decoration was shrouded in black. Although it was daytime outside, entering the tavern bestowed an aura of cold darkness upon him. At that moment, roughly 30% of the tavern's seating was occupied. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, few spoke, rendering the place eerily quiet. A faint smile tugged at Su Yu's lips as he surveyed the scene. These individuals were little more than refuse, lingering at the gates of the city of slaughter, yet lacking the courage to enter. They were the lowest of the low, unworthy of his attention. Choosing a seat, Su Yu turned to the bartender with a grin and proclaimed, "Open the gates to the city of slaughter. I wish to enter." His words prompted a chorus of derisive laughter from the patrons, seemingly dismissing Su Yu. The bartender, too, regarded him with amusement. Unfazed by their mockery, Su Yu conjured a sphere of purple flames in his hand. "You may perish," he declared. The terrifying purple fire engulfed everyone in the tavern, except for himself and the bartender. Moments later, only Su Yu and the bartender remained. "Can I enter now, or must I force my way in?" Su Yu's voice was low and laced with menace. His threat bore weight, prompting the bartender to step aside and open the entrance to the city of slaughter. Su Yu smirked, striding forward as flames erupted from him, consuming the bartender entirely. In the city of slaughter, no semblance of kindness could endure. As Su Yu traversed the dark tunnel, a chilling voice greeted him. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the capital of hell, a realm steeped in carnage. Here, you may attain all that you desire, but the price is your life." Ignoring the voice, Su Yu pressed onward and soon found himself obstructed by 101 figures clad in black armor, their faces obscured by helmets. One among them, seated atop a grand steed draped in heavy black armor, commanded attention. "You have violated the rules. The low voice of the armored knight resonated coldly, seemingly devoid of humanity. "What of it?" Suyu replied with a smile, unfazed. The knight's voice remained icy. "You must accept the penalty. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter." "Very well, then. I shall slay you." Suyu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as brutal flames surged forth from within him. The ethereal fire, not a mere product of soul power, surged toward the knight. Chapter 193. The Arena of Carnage. Before the flames, the knights were reduced to ash, as if mere refuse. Casting a glance at the charred remnants, Suyu swiftly moved onward, picking up a plaque inscribed with a skull and a number, 9623. "This shall serve as my proof in the city of slaughter. There should be someone to guide me at the city gate." The oppressive darkness of the city gate loomed ahead, adorned with the imposing characters proclaiming city of slaughter. 2 rows of armored soldiers stood sentinel, but before Suyu could present his identification, a woman draped in black veils emerged from within. "Welcome to the city of slaughter," she greeted, her voice melodious as she gestured for him to enter. Crossing into the city, Suyu beheld a realm bathed in blue and purple hues. The streetlights emitted only these 2 colors, and to his surprise, there were many inhabitants, none of whom paid him any heed as an outsider. Apart from the pervasive darkness, at first glance, it seemed no different from an ordinary city. Intrigued, Suyu mused, is this the land of the Shura god's inheritance? Quite a remarkable place indeed. In the divine realm, the Shura god abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura radiating from him. His gaze pierced through the veil of time and space. "Lakingon to Suyu." So, this is the inheritor of the goddess of life? A rather fine young individual. Yet, it is regrettable that he has received the goddess of life's inheritance. Otherwise, he could accept mine. Shaking his head with a hint of resignation, the Shura god continued, "However, I can observe him. After all, this lad has ventured into my realm of inheritance. Even if I bestow it upon him, the goddess of life cannot object." A sly grin crept across the Shura god's face as he regarded Suyu. "I am your guide. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Within 12 hours, I shall provide answers to all your inquiries. After 12 hours, this shall become your dwelling, and you will officially join the ranks of the city of slaughter. Enough talk. Take me directly to the hellish arena." Suyu responded coldly, his gaze fixed on the veiled woman. The black-clad maiden hesitated, her expression one of shock. "Are you certain? Few emerge alive from there. It is the most perilous place in the city of slaughter. Each year, individuals are required to enter the hellish arena only once. If they survive a battle, they may reside in the city of slaughter for another year." Her incredulous gaze met Suyu's, yet he remained resolute. "Yes, take me there directly. I require no protection. Do you have those who employ small weapons and toxins?" Suyu asked with utmost seriousness. "Those who wield small weapons and toxins. Are you referring to Chinsho Shiluo? He arrived here a year ago and has achieved formidable power in the hellish arena," the black-clad woman replied, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes at the mention of the name. "Understood. I shall accompany you." With that, the girl clad in black lace began to walk towards the inner city, maintaining a steady pace slightly ahead of Suyu. Soon, she led Suyu to the inner city of the city of slaughter. If the outer city was a realm of desolation and indifference, the inner city was one of opulence and madness. Multicolored lights were ubiquitous, and the population here far exceeded that of the outer city, contrasting sharply with its quietude. The inner city was a cacophony of excitement, laughter, anguished cries, and numerous unsettling sounds. Guided by the girl in black, Suyu beheld a remarkable structure. The architecture was circular, or more accurately, an irregular cone, with the largest base tapering as it ascended. Only at approximately 30 meters above ground did it maintain a consistent diameter, extending upward to 50 meters. The vast expanse of this hellish arena was comparable to the Soto Great Arena he had previously visited, only slightly smaller than the Grand Arena of Tiendo City, yet similar in size to that of Tinshui City. The dark edifice imparted a stifling sensation, and the girl in black informed Suyu that this Hell's Arena was situated at the very heart of the city of slaughter, indicating its paramount importance. Narrowing his eyes, Suyu swiftly distanced himself from the woman and entered the arena. He no longer required her guidance, for he was well acquainted with the rules of the city of slaughter. As he approached the entrance, he encountered a burly man holding a cup of blood. Suyu squinted and approached him, stating, "Hand over the blood, and I shall spare your life." His voice, though soft, resonated with seriousness. The man, taken aback by the boy's audacity, reached out to seize Suyu by the collar. "Refuse, and you shall meet your demise." In an instant, Suyu's arm shot out, unleashing a terrifying force that struck the man with tremendous impact. With a single punch, Suyu sent him flying, the blood in his grasp landing securely in Suyu's own. "Such troublesome fools," he muttered, shaking his head as he proceeded deeper into the arena. The sanguine concoction was poured into a massive receptacle. "Register me for the competition, and you may leave. Where I rest is of no consequence. I shall simply seize a place." With that, Suyu entered the Hell's Arena, which appeared even more austere than its exterior suggested. There were no barriers, merely tiers of seating ascending around a vast arena spanning over 100 square meters. At this moment, the audience was sparse, with less than 20% of the seats occupied. The arena echoed with cries of agony, with 8 out of 10 combatants already fallen, leaving only 2 engaged in fierce combat. Before long, one of the men seized upon the other's weakness, swiftly ending the woman's life with a single blow. So this is the arena of slaughter, indeed, a place of carnage. Yet it is precisely such places that allow the evil soul masters on this continent to thrive. A faint smile graced Suyu's face as he successfully registered for his match, and his turn was imminent. Ascending the stage, he surveyed the formidable opponent before him, a man whose presence elicited disdain from Suyu. To him, these individuals were mere refuse, easily dispatched. With a determined expression, he charged towards one of the men, his physique undeniably powerful, far beyond the average. Suyu's speed astonished the onlookers, prompting many to converge upon him as if to obliterate him. They recognized his formidable prowess, understanding that he was not to be trifled with. Without uttering a word, they attempted to overpower him collectively, perceiving the immense threat he posed. After all, a being capable of such explosive speed was not to be underestimated. Observing the encroaching figures, Suyu's lips curled into a sneer. Only the weak band together. True strength is a solitary force. With a surge of terrifying power, he collided with the nearest man, launching him through the air and extinguishing his life in an instant. The thud of the man's body hitting the ground signified the end of his existence, a stark reminder of his previous status as a powerful soul emperor. The remaining 8 exchanged glances, fear and disbelief evident in their eyes. In the face of such overwhelming strength, one cannot contain themselves any longer and charged at Suyu. In response, a purple flame erupted from his hand, and upon witnessing its fury, the assailant was consumed in an instant, reduced to ash. Unleashing his full might, Suyu appeared before another woman, showing no mercy as he snapped her neck. She crumpled to the ground, lifeless. A swift kick sent her aside as he honed in on his next target. 5 minutes later, Suyu surveyed the bodies sprawled at his feet, a look of disdain crossing his face. Such weaklings could never rival him. Their arrogance was laughable. Even in their collective efforts, they were but easy prey for a true powerhouse. With narrowed eyes, he descended from the stage, indifferent to any announcement of his victory. After all, with all opponents slain, the victory was undoubtedly his. Leaving the arena, Suyu made his way towards the outskirts of the inner city, noting the escalating chaos as he neared the center. The outer regions were markedly more orderly, a stark contrast to the disarray that surrounded him. In the divine realm, the god of Shura regarded Suyu with a slight smile. What a promising talent, indeed. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he also possesses the ability to wield his killing intent without succumbing to the chaos of slaughter. A far superior candidate than that other boy. A being who has fallen into the way of slaughter is hardly worthy of divine status. The vision of the god of Rakshasa remains as pitiful as ever. The god of Shura's gaze pierced through the fabric of time and space, landing upon another figure engaged in slaughter within the city of slaughter, relentlessly siphoning soul energy. Observing the cloaked individual, he could not suppress his disdain, were it not for the divine prohibition against interfering with the mortal realm. he would have obliterated such wretched beings long ago. Meanwhile, the goddess of life wore a subtle smile, recognizing that the young lad had entered the city of slaughter. Certain that the old god of Shura would not resist bestowing his legacy upon Suyu. Now, if this little fellow can once again persuade the malevolent and the beautiful, he may completely condense the essence of the Creator God, potentially allowing the resurrection of everything the Creator God represented. 6 months later, Suyu achieved 88 victories, his strength in the city of slaughter nearing invincibility. Is this truly the extent of your power? What a terrifying anomaly you are. Hulaina stood in the audience, observing Suyu effortlessly defeat his opponents, a flicker of despair evident in her eyes. Ever since Suyu had effortlessly vanquished her, she had been engulfed in bitterness and dissatisfaction, even dreaming of his triumph over her. 3 months prior, she had implored her master to bring her to the city of slaughter, seeking solace through combat. However, she never anticipated encountering Suyu here, who seemed even more formidable, the terrifying purple flames instilling a sense of dread within her. Suyu had been in the city of slaughter for half a year, yet he had yet to catch a glimpse of Tang San, who appeared to be deliberately evading him. In a concealed corner, Tang San, his expression grim, muttered to himself, "Master Luocha, can I not go out yet?" After arriving in the city of slaughter, and after slaying tens of thousands, a voice had finally begun to resonate in his mind. This voice belonged to the Luocha god of the divine realm, a true deity of unparalleled strength. "You cannot. The inheritor of the goddess of life is outside. If you venture out, you may be instantly eliminated. Are you aware that the goddess of life is deeply displeased with my power and slaughter? If you go out, you will likely be killed." The Luocha god's voice was somber, causing Tang San to tighten his fists in frustration. That detestable being, one day I will eliminate all who stand before me. A fierce killing intent glimmered in Tang San's eyes. He had already attained the rank of sole emperor and was confident that in 3 years he could ascend to title Dalu. Once he became a title Dalu, he would annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through his body. "Suyu, congratulations." Hulaina approached Suyu with a smile. "No need for that. Such strength is merely ordinary. However, you must strive harder. I will not wait for you." With that, Suyu turned and departed, leaving Hulaina to sigh in his wake. She shook her head and headed towards the competition stage, as she preferred to compete only after Suyu had finished, fearing to challenge him directly due to his overwhelming power. Chapter 195. The path to hell unveiled. Hulaina swiftly secured her victory in the competition, her formidable mental strength enabling her to defeat her enemies quickly. In the city of slaughter, while soul power could not be utilized, mental strength was still effective, placing Hulaina among the elite in this realm. Suyu rubbed his brow, acknowledging Tang San's adept concealment, far superior to that of ordinary individuals. However, Suyu lacked the patience for such games. He had matters to attend to, and the life energy within him was nearly refined. It was time to venture out. Beyond that, he needed to visit Sea God Island, and he suspected that Yu Xiaojiang was struggling to survive outside. In the outside world, an explosive revelation had erupted within the Soul Master realm. Master Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, has given birth. This shocking news sent ripples through the Soul Master community, as the concept of a man giving birth was utterly bewildering. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan immediately sought to clarify the situation, but the truth proved undeniable. It was said that a diligent investigator traced the incident back to Soto City, where a witness emerged, having seen the master cradling the child. Upon the witness's revelation, even a formidable reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was tarnished. Consequently, the clan promptly expelled Yu Xiaojiang, declaring that his fate was no longer of concern to them. Shortly thereafter, further scandal beset the master, alleging that he had engaged in an affair with his cousin. After being thwarted by his uncle, he shamelessly sought refuge with his sister's student, by which time the master had already fathered a child. Some even claimed that the master sought to indulge himself at his sister's expense. Under these circumstances, the master became the subject of ridicule within the Soul Master realm, eliciting laughter from all corners. As for Suyu, he remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to indulge in 3 bowls of rice in celebration. Time passed swiftly, and after half a year in the city of slaughter, although Su Yu claimed he would not wait for Hulaina, he nonetheless slowed his pace. After all, Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Rinxue, had treated him rather well. So it was only fitting to extend some kindness to Hulaina as well, especially since he intended to seek out Tang San. Hulaina did not disappoint, successfully completing her matches after 6 months, aided by Su Yu's protection against her pursuers. In the original narrative, Tang San had not shielded Hulaina, but with Su Yu's assistance, her progress had accelerated significantly. In the arena of slaughter, a deep, piercing voice resonated. "Congratulations, young life predator. The messenger of hell has arrived." As the voice echoed, a wave of killing intent enveloped Su Yu. Both he and Hulaina gazed at the king of slaughter, their expressions calm. The atmosphere within the hellish arena intensified as a blood-red figure descended from the skies. "King of slaughter! King of slaughter! King of slaughter!" The chants of the fallen grew hoarse, yet they showed no signs of ceasing. Su Yu narrowed his eyes at the figure, recognizing him as Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, the most powerful of the Haoyan sect, the very being who had defeated his grandfather. The King of Slaughter's gaze fell upon the observation platform in the hellish arena. "I am delighted to witness the emergence of 2 formidable warriors in the slaughter arena today. It has been decades since we have seen the glory of 100 victories manifested in these 2 young individuals. Their formidable strength and terrifying killing intent have left you trembling, have they not, my subjects?" Indeed, the King of Slaughter exuded a unique charisma that incited a near-maniacal reverence among all who beheld him. Su Yu observed this scene, his demeanor turning serious. The King of Slaughter undeniably possessed the strongest allure within the city of slaughter. "Life predator, messenger of hell, I thank you for rekindling the passion within me. 100 victories, splendid. To honor your achievements, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of slaughter and be appointed as esteemed guests of the city of slaughter under my command. No, great King of Slaughter, we cannot allow our presence to disrupt the traditions of the city of slaughter. I wish to undergo the trials of the path to hell and earn your favor through my own strength. I aspire to emerge from here as a true god of slaughter." Tang Chen's gaze sharpened, for the terrors of the Hell Road are perhaps unknown to you. Hell's messenger, I hope you comprehend that a person's life is singular and irreplaceable. No need for that, King of Slaughter. We have resolved to traverse the Hell Road together. So please open the way. Su Yu observed a hint of disdain curling at the corners of Tang Chen's lips. Was it merely a reluctance to allow himself entry into the Hell Road? If so, he felt compelled to enter. He could not fathom that Tang Chen would openly defy the edict set forth by the god of Azura. Very well, then you shall embark upon the Hell Road. Companionship on this journey is, after all, a rather unique adventure. The tone of the King of Slaughter had noticeably turned frigid, laced with a tinge of mockery. Is the Hell Road truly so easy to traverse? Even with 2 of you, it will not be a simple endeavor. No sooner had Tang Shan finished speaking than the audience on the platform erupted into a frenzy, tearing at their garments. In mere moments, they transformed into torrents of blood. The crimson liquid pooled upon the ground, coalescing as if streams meandering towards the center of the slaughter arena. Countless serpentine rivulets of red flowed into the arena, where the ground had inexplicably formed numerous grooves. The blood seeped into these recesses, gradually merging to create a colossal crimson pattern. May fortune favor you on the Hell Road. As soon as Tang Chun uttered those words, Su Yu and Hulaina's expressions shifted, their feet suddenly giving way beneath them, plunging into the abyss. Su Yu and Hulaina could hardly resist. They were swiftly overwhelmed by a terrifying force, losing consciousness. Enough! You may leave now. The scion of the goddess of life has departed. The voice of the Rakshasa god resonated in Tang San's mind, hidden deep within the city of slaughter. Upon hearing this voice, Tang San's countenance brightened. Have I finally escaped? This scion of the goddess of life took far too long for a mere 100 victories. I could have accomplished it much swifter. Chapter 196. The Battle on the Hell Road. When Suyu opened his eyes once more, he found himself no longer in the arena of slaughter. Everything around him was suffused with a faint sanguine hue. Beyond the circular platform, which measured 5 meters in diameter, lay an unfathomable chasm. Additionally, a narrow path, scarcely half a foot wide and barely accommodating both feet, led into the ominous darkness. This was the sole route leading from their platform to the outside world. Gawking at the surroundings, both Suyu and Hulaina could not suppress their astonishment. Although they had read about the city of slaughter, witnessing it firsthand was genuinely surprising. Below them lay a pool of blood, which Suyu surmised to be the accumulated lifeblood of countless souls over the years, what they referred to as Bloody Mary, the sacrificial offering for this hell road. Gazing into the abyss, both Suyu and Hulaina felt a weight of gravity settle upon them. In a moment, I will unfurl my wings and soar from here. You may either cling to my form or follow closely behind, Suyu stated calmly to Hulaina. With that, golden wings appeared behind him. As the wings began to beat gently, Suyu's body ascended. Hulaina, witnessing the spectacle, quickly positioned herself behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Feeling her presence, Suyu's heart fluttered momentarily, but he swiftly quelled those thoughts and propelled himself forward. As he ascended, Suyu was mindful that he still had a quarry to hunt. Thus he maintained a deliberate pace. Suddenly, a vast expanse of crimson mist appeared before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not mist at all, but a swarm of blood-red bats. Each bat, roughly a foot in length, bore massive wings that exceeded a meter in span. While one or two of these blood bats posed little threat, thousands swarmed like a crimson cloud, rapidly approaching Suyu and Hulaina. Hulaina's expression darkened, her grip around Suyu tightening. With a hint of exasperation, Suyu glanced at Hulaina, flames swirling in his grasp. The purple and exotic flames were not of Douluo Continent's origin. He could harness them through sheer physicality. Thus, in this place where soul skills were sealed, he could still wield them. The moment the purple flames emerged, the bats scattered in terror, as if confronted by a formidable foe. Yet Suyu would not allow their escape. The flames surged forth, swiftly engulfing the bats and reducing them to ash. After the small bats were vanquished, a colossal bat materialized before Suyu. This beast measured over 4 meters in length, its enormous claws gripping the narrow path, each claw exceeding a meter in diameter and embedded into the stone. Its dark golden body unfurled a pair of massive wings, an awe-inspiring wingspan of 10 meters. With a fierce flap, it took to the skies. Most alarming of all, it possessed 3 heads. Observing this creature, Suyu's lips curled into a smirk. Retracting the purple flames, he summoned the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, which erupted from his fingertips. The azure flames flickered with a terrifying intensity, causing Hulaina to break into a sweat from the overwhelming heat. Such formidable flames. Had Suyu unleashed this during the tournament, we would have surely been defeated in an instant. Is this truly the depth of Suyu's power? Why is there such a vast chasm between us? Can I truly never catch up to him? Hulaina, feeling the heat radiating from Suyu's flames, found herself plagued by doubts once more. Qinglian explosion. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire surged forth like a bomb, hurtling towards the giant bat. As it neared the creature, the fire detonated with tremendous force. When the flames abated, Suyu beheld the severely weakened bat sprawled upon the ground. This creature could easily rival a 10,000-year-old beast. Yet before Suyu, it was akin to a mere chick, utterly annihilated by the explosion of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Nevertheless, the blast had marred the hell road somewhat. Observing the damage, Suyu shook his head, but quickly adjusted his mindset and continued onward. Next would be the 9-headed solar serpent, he thought, narrowing his eyes as he flapped his golden wings and soared into the distance. After a short while, Suyu and Hulaina were met with a rising cacophony of hissing sounds. This sound intensified quickly, and Suyu froze, sensing something looming above. Has it finally arrived? Suyu chuckled as 3 flames materialized above him. The flames began to merge, forming a tricolor lotus, which gradually took shape as it neared the fire. This is the tricolor fire lotus, my most potent offensive technique. Go forth and vanquish it. As soon as Su Yu spoke, the fire lotus shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards the looming threat above. At this moment, Su Yu soared toward the distance, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. A terrifying explosion erupted on the road to hell, sending shockwaves that violently impacted Su Yu and Hulaina, propelling them through the air. As they were hurled away by the explosive aftermath, the flames in Su Yu's hand transformed into a chain that plunged into the heart of the blast. When he pulled it back, he discovered an inner core nestled within the chain. It was the inner core of the 10-headed Liuyang Sha, a creature of extraordinary potency. Observing this core brought a subtle smile to Su Yu's face. The ancient beast, the 10-headed Liuyang Sha, was incredibly toxic, with adults measuring over 10 meters in length and harboring the most formidable fire poison among serpents. After a millennium of cultivation, it could yield an inner core. When the core emerged, the world lost its color. Possessing this treasure would render the wielder of the serpent martial soul insignificant. Beneath the explosive waves, Su Yu and Hulaina were forcefully cast away. The road to hell was utterly obliterated, leaving only two means for others to escape: flying over or swimming through the blood below. Contemplating this, a hint of disdain crossed Su Yu's face. Chapter 197. Departure from the road to hell. In the instant they were flung away from the road to hell, a chilling aura enveloped Su Yu and Hulaina. This murderous intent inflicted no harm upon them. Instead, it seamlessly integrated within their beings. A domain skill swiftly formed within them, the domain of slaughter. The Shura god gazed eagerly at Su Yu from the divine realm, captivated by this remarkable youth. This boy would undoubtedly inherit his divine position well. As for the life goddess, she would have to seek another. This youth was his to claim. A lewd grin crept across the Shura god's face as he unleashed a crimson beam from his fingertip, which surged from the divine realm and forcefully entered Su Yu's body. This was the legacy of the Shura god, a burden not easily borne by ordinary souls, given the unparalleled murderous energy it contained. Even the original protagonist Tang San had only been able to bear it after training under the sea god. However, for Su Yu, with his robust physique and mental fortitude, it posed no obstacle. As the red light coursed into Su Yu, torrents of murderous energy swirled like a tempest, enveloping him entirely. As he was shrouded in this murderous essence, Su Yu sensed something amiss. Yet, he had no choice but to allow it to permeate his being. Concurrently, the mark on his forehead flickered incessantly. In the life forest, the life goddess suddenly opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had finally succeeded. That old rascal, the Shura god, could no longer contain himself and dared to defy the divine realm's rules to vie for a mortal. However, she had long prepared for this moment. His arrival was fortuitous for her grand scheme. After speaking, the life goddess unleashed a beam of light from her nails. This light surged toward the Douluo Continent, forcibly merging the Shura's attributes of slaughter and his laws into Su Yu. Simultaneously, a purple light descended, penetrating Su Yu's body. Upon entering, the purple light fused with the green light, forming a radiance imbued with formidable power. The instant this light emerged, it drew the power of the Shura god closer, initiating Su Yu's cultivation. In the divine realm, the Shura god felt his power being absorbed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He sensed the force of creation within Su Yu, a power only the creator god could command. Presently, the only beings in the divine realm capable of wielding such power were the god of life and the god of destruction. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. With this thought, the Shura god's expression darkened, and a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from him, sending tremors throughout the divine realm. In the divine council, 2 divine kings and 3 enforcers sat together. The Shura god, wielding the Shura sword, glared menacingly at the life goddess and the god of destruction. "You dare to scheme against me," he hissed, narrowing his eyes coldly. "We did no such thing. Do not accuse us unjustly. You were unable to restrain yourself from acting against the heir of the little green one. That is your own doing," the god of destruction replied with a smirk. Relishing the Shura god's predicament, the Shura god clenched his fists, grappling with the urge to retaliate against the couple who had outnumbered him. What is your true plan? Life goddess? The evil god, observing the tense atmosphere, shook his head in exasperation and glanced at the life goddess. Nodding to indicate her willingness to explain, she began to outline her scheme. Are you certain this lad can withstand the creator god's power? I acknowledge his strength and formidable talent, but the creator god's power is exceedingly perilous. Hearing the life goddess's plan, the Shura god exhibited a look of concern. He was genuinely anxious. Failure would mean the loss of a promising candidate. Such a prospect was indeed disheartening, as this young man could potentially inherit his divine position. Do not worry about this Shura. Should he fail, I will relinquish him to you and employ life essence to aid in his recovery, the life goddess declared, producing a drop of green liquid brimming with life energy. Witnessing this, all the deities present widened their eyes in astonishment, never anticipating that the life goddess would present such a treasure. The Shura god sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Very well, let it be as you say. He conceded, releasing a deep sigh. Yet, no one was as exhilarated as he. Should he fail, he would gain an apprentice without effort, and should he succeed, he would reap considerable benefits. It was truly a splendid arrangement. In the mortal realm, Suyu beheld Bibidong before him and smiled warmly. Your Holiness, it has been a long time. How have you been? Bibidong, taken aback by the youthful charm and increased strength of this young man, felt a sense of awe. It was astonishing that, in merely 2 years, he had traversed the city of slaughter, and his soul power had remarkably surged to the level of Soul Emperor. What an exceptionally gifted youth. Were it not for her daughter, Bibidong would have deemed it impossible to confront him. Indeed, it has been a while, Suyu. I never imagined you would arrive at the city of slaughter and successfully navigate its trials alongside Nana. Your talent is truly formidable, Bibidong remarked, her admiration evident. Suyu nodded in response to her praise. His Holiness the Pope jested, but I'm still quite lacking in strength. Compared to you, Your Holiness, I am indeed far from your prowess. Listening to Bai Dong's praises, Suyu could not help but smile and shake his head. His abilities were truly weak, merely comparable to an ordinary titled Dalu, and standing before such a formidable figure as Bai Dong, he felt immensely inferior. Bibidong, heeding Suyu's words, could not help but twitch her lips, almost tempted to deliver a sharp retort. How old are you and how old am I? At your age, I could have easily reduced you to rubble. However, despite her inner displeasure, she regarded Suyu with a solemn demeanor. Suyu, I hereby extend another invitation for you to join the Wuhuan Hall. What do you think? Upon heeding Bibid's invitation, Suyu's lips twitched slightly. I apologize, Your Holiness, but my answer remains unchanged from 2 years ago. I will not join the Wuhuan Hall. I still cherish my freedom. Indeed. Suyu once again declined Bai Dong's offer. Bai Dong observed Suyu intently for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Well, if that is the case, then so be it. The Wuhuan Hall never coerces anyone to join. If you do not wish to, then that is your choice. How has your grandfather been lately? Looking at Suyu, Bai Dong shook her head, and then, as if recalling something, she gazed at him with a gentle expression. Grandfather? Upon hearing Bai Dong's inquiry, Suyu was taken aback and then shook his head in response. I apologize, Your Holiness, but I have not seen my grandfather for 2 years. Since the conclusion of the tournament, he departed to visit old friends, and I have not encountered him even once. Suyu sighed, feeling a tinge of bitterness. He had no news of Su-Yi whatsoever. The thought of Su-Yi made him worry, for if something were to happen to the old man, he would be utterly devastated. Old friends? Bai Dong's expression turned to one of shock as she regarded Suyu. It was known that Su-Yi was a formidable individual, capable of contending with Dalu. Such a friend's existence could not be weak and might indeed be a powerhouse, likely a title Dalu of at least level 97. Contemplating this, Bai Dong felt the urge to slap her forehead. The continent was becoming increasingly chaotic. The Haotian sect had completely fallen from grace. And among the top 3 sects, only the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect remained. Rumors about the master were rampant, and even her past relationship with the master had been exposed. To think that she would learn of Su-Yi seeking out friends, A title Douluo of level 97 could undoubtedly alter the course of the continent. With a heavy heart, Bai Dong shook her head. Well, since it is this way, you should be on your way. Come along. We will take you with us. Bai Dong gestured for Su Yu and Hu Laina to follow her to a purple carriage. By the way, Su Yu, I have heard that you are quite familiar with Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. Sitting in the carriage with a cup of tea, Bibi Dong Grigisu invita Gintaluk. Indeed, Brother Xue has treated me well and has helped me immensely. Su Yu, noticing Bai Dong's subtle probing into his relationship with her daughter, could not help but roll his eyes internally. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, affirming that his relationship with Qianren Xue, who portrayed Xue Qinghe, was indeed amicable. Upon hearing Su Yu's response, a faint smile graced Bai Dong's face. I see. Xue Qinghe may very well become a wise ruler in the future. It would not be a poor choice for you to interact with her more. Bibi Dong is gazed towards Su Yu Sothenthurth. Regardless of whether this young man chose to join their Wuhuan Hall, he was undeniably intertwined with them. And one could even say he was an ally. Bai Dong had faith that the allure of Wuhuan fusion skills would not lead Su Yu to commit any unfavorable deeds against the Hall. This young man was destined to be enmeshed with the Wuhuan Hall from birth, and it was impossible for him to oppose them. Su Yu shook his head and continued conversing with Bai Dong for a while longer. Upon arriving in a city, Su Yu bid farewell to her. This time, he did not intend to return to the Star Doe Forest. Wang Qiu'er was engaged in her training, and he wished to enjoy his time outside. With a calm demeanor, Su Yu soared through the skies. After half a month, he finally arrived in a rather large city, Shunfeng City. As the name suggests, this city was indeed the location of Shunfeng Academy. Observing the unique decorations within the city, a gentle expression crossed Su Yu's face. Each city in Douluo Continent possesses its own distinct characteristics, and perhaps what set Shunfeng City apart was the omnipresent items capable of generating wind. In the center of Shunfeng City stood a colossal windmill, towering several dozen meters high, and it perpetually spun with vigor. What a marvelous sight, comparable to the ice sculptures of Tianshui City. Su Yu gazed at the windmill in the city center and sighed, expressing his feelings of helplessness. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Su Yu's ears, causing his expression to shift. Long time no see. Gradually descending from the sky, Su Yu beheld a young man before him, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. The young man nodded and approached Su Yu directly. Shall we go for a drink? Su Lin gestured towards a nearby tavern, looking at the young man with an air of nonchalance. Then let us go. The young man led Su Lin inside, tossing a few gold coins as they entered. The service staff accepted the coins and guided Su Yu and the young man to the second floor. Brother Xiao Tian, your progress is quite impressive. In merely 2 years, you have reached level 53. It seems you have indeed encountered remarkable opportunities. Su Yu remarked, addressing the young man before him, Feng Xiao Tian. Encountering him did not surprise Su Yu, as Shunfeng City was his territory, and being invited for a meal felt acceptable. The dishes arrived swiftly at their table. After taking a bite and sipping some wine, Su Yu turned to Feng Xiao Tian. Hearing Su Yu's praise, Feng Xiao Tian shook his head. In comparison to you, I am truly far behind. Your talent is frightening. I can hardly sense your soul power now. If I am not mistaken, you have likely reached the rank of Soul Emperor. Feng Xiao Tian's tone was unusually certain, and upon hearing this, Su Yu could only nod helplessly. Indeed, I have indeed gained some opportunities that allowed me to advance rapidly. With your talent, Brother Xiao Tian, you too can achieve great heights in the future. Gulme, let's toast. With a smile, Su Yu raised his cup towards Feng Xiao Tian. Feng Xiao Tian was thoroughly astonished by Su Yu's acknowledgement of his rank. When Su Yu urged him to drink, he numbly lifted his cup and clinked it with Su Yu's. Brother Feng, are you still pursuing that fire dance character? Su Yu suddenly recalled something and looked at Feng Xiao Tian with a teasing expression. Though your words enlightened me greatly at that time, I still find myself drawn to Hou Mei Mei, yearning to be with her. If I do not pursue her, I fear I may live to regret it. Feng Xiaotian regarded Su Yu with a serious expression, and in his eyes, Su Yu seemed to see flames. Chapter 199. The Benefits of Admiring Beauty in Cultivation. In that case, Brother Feng, You must exert yourself. For Wu is not an easy woman to win over, Suyu remarked with a hint of amusement as he observed Feng Xiaotian. This fellow who willingly played the role of a devoted admirer for love. Haha, just wait and see. By our next meeting, I shall have successfully won over Wu Mei. You shall witness it for yourself, Feng Xiaotian declared earnestly. And Suyu was at a loss for words upon witnessing his sincerity. The dynamics of love between men and women are, after all, a natural part of life. And Suyu found it difficult to voice any objections, especially since the other party had done nothing wrong. He was rather eager to see how long it would take Feng Xiaotian to win Wu's heart, for she was certainly no ordinary woman. Suyu clinked his cup with Feng Xiaotian, and they conversed from afternoon until late into the night, only leaving the tavern in the early hours of the morning, their shoulders leaning against each other. Come with me. Our Shunfeng Academy wishes to entrust you with a matter. Of course, we shall not ask for your assistance without due compensation. What do you think? Feng Xiaotian said with a smile, his demeanor turning serious. After hearing Feng Xiaotian's earnest words, Suyu nodded, deciding to accompany him to see what assistance Shunfeng Academy required. Upon arriving at Shunfeng Academy, Suyu was assigned a modest guest room. Having refrained from using any soul power while drinking with Feng Xiaotian, he now felt a bit disoriented and quickly fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay down. In the morning, Suyu awoke and groggily made his way to the bathroom, splashing water on his face. Gazing at his slightly hungover reflection, he patted his cheeks, feeling somewhat unwell. Shaking his head, he activated the Yi-O within him, which vaporized the alcohol from his system through his pores. Ah, look at that, Suyu said, admiring his now handsome visage. And after tidying his attire, he stepped outside. As he emerged from his room, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, causing him to squint in comfort. The wind is rising. A great era is upon us, he murmured to himself. Living in this era is somewhat unfortunate, as there are truly too many geniuses. Even Suyu had to concede that the number of prodigies in this age was astounding, including Feng Xiaotian himself. Suyu's mental energy radiated outward, swiftly locating a direction within Shunfeng Academy. His mental prowess was formidable. With just a slight expansion of his spirit, he pinpointed Feng Xiaotian's location. Though he walked towards it, Suyu moved with remarkable speed. As he approached, he found Feng Xiaotian engaged in teaching a class. After participating in a competition, Feng Xiaotian had graduated, but chose to remain at the academy rather than venture into the world of soul masters. The academy respected his decision and appointed him as a teacher. Suyu did not disturb the class, but patiently waited by the door for Feng Xiaotian to finish. The moment Feng Xiaotian stepped outside, Suyu seized him by the arm. You, my friend, must hurry and tell me what this matter is all about, or rather, what Shunfeng Academy requires of me. Suyu regarded Feng Xiaotian with a serious expression, genuinely curious about the nature of this request, especially considering the academy's many formidable experts. The need for his assistance puzzled him. Upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, Feng Xiaotian revealed a faint smile. This is not the place for discussion. Let us return to my dormitory. With that, Feng Xiaotian led Suyu towards his quarters, and Suyu silently followed. Observing Feng Xiaotian's dormitory, he noted its modest size. Akin to his previous room, yet it was remarkably tidy, almost immaculate. Suyu began to suspect that Feng Xiaotian might suffer from a touch of obsessive cleanliness, though he found it rather commendable. Brother Su, you may not be aware, but not far from our Shunfeng city lies the Tianlang sect, which frequently provokes our Shunfeng Academy. This time, we merely seek your help with a small matter. What do you think? Feng Xiaotian said, his demeanor serious. Suyu, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise. Brother Feng, does Shunfeng Academy not possess enough geniuses? Why do you require my assistance? Have they all left the academy? Suyu gazed at Feng Xiaotian in disbelief, wondering if he was truly the only young powerhouse left at Shunfeng Academy. Alas, I will not keep it from you. Suyu, my teammate, Qin Cheng, has advanced and taken others with him to the Stardo. Now, the younger generation of Shunfeng is genuinely left with no one but me, Feng Xiaotian admitted, somewhat helplessly. It seemed the Tianlang sect had chosen this moment. Sensing the absence of strong figures within Shunfeng Academy, to take advantage of the situation. I see. Very well, I shall assist you. After all, I am traversing the continent. Helping you is no trouble at all. In return, I shall take a token from Shan Feng. Su Yu replied with a light-hearted shake of his head, agreeing to Feng Xiaoyan's request. Upon hearing Su Yu's consent, Feng Xiaoyan's face broke into a gentle smile. Excellent. Then it is settled, Su Yu. Gulme. I shall introduce you to the beautiful maidens of Shunfeng Academy. As Feng Xiaotian led Su Yu to see the ladies, Su Yu found himself bewildered. Just the previous night, Feng Xiaotian had been so devoted to Huwu Mei Mei. How could he now wish to take him to see other beauties? Feng Xiaotian, sensing Su Yu's confusion, adopted a serious tone. Brother Su, you are mistaken. Admiring beauty has no bearing on my feelings for Huwu Mei Mei, and appreciating beauty can bring us joy, which is highly beneficial for our cultivation. Feng Xiaotian spoke with such earnestness that Su Yu nearly believed him. Ah, I had no idea. Let's hurry then, Brother Feng. Chapter 200. The competition begins. Su Yu, you have been too engrossed in your cultivation. Matters like these are quite commonplace. Let us hasten. Feng Xiaotian nodded at Su Yu, speaking with a facade of seriousness, while Su Yu felt an acute sense of embarrassment at Feng Xiaotian's words. Then, Brother Feng, let's be on our way. I have sensed my cultivation pace has been sluggish of late. I hope your approach proves effective, Su Yu said, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. Feng Xiaotian gazed at the upright gentleman Su Yu, a knowing smile gracing his face. Let us depart. I am confident this method will prove effective, Feng Xiaotian declared, leading Su Yu outside. Observing Feng Xiaotian's hurried demeanor, Su Yu squinted and hurried to keep up. He merely intended to remind Feng Xiaotian to slow down. His intentions were purely innocent. Before long, they arrived atop a rooftop. Su Yu, this is the closest vantage point to the girls, the ideal place for observation, Feng Xiaotian remarked, casting a knowing glance at Su Yu. Su Yu chuckled lightly, maintaining his composure as he settled beside Feng Xiaotian. His sole concern was for Feng Xiaotian's safety, especially with the imminent competition against the Tianlang sect. Nothing must go awry. Goodness, she is quite impressive, seemingly only 11 or 12 years old. Yet her development surpasses even Zhu Zhuqing, Su Yu mused, marveling at a girl before him. The current generation of girls truly possesses an astonishing quality. Indeed, the Shenkong Academy is commendable, though it does not compare to Tianshui, where such girls abound. Perhaps upon returning to Tianshui, I could garner the admiration of numerous junior sisters. The thought alone is exhilarating. That evening, Su Yu dined with Feng Xiaotian, discussing the details of the competition. The contest is essentially a relay. If one possesses formidable strength, they may continue indefinitely. Upon hearing this rule, a smile illuminated Su Lin's face. In a one-on-one scenario, it may pose some challenges, but under this rule, I dare say I am unmatched. This competition is exclusively for those under 30. Su Yu harbored no doubts that no one in this village could surpass his talent. To truly defeat him would require at least a soul Douluo, and even ordinary soul Douluo would struggle against him. Even a formidable soul Douluo would merely present a minor challenge. Should he unleash his full power, not even a titled Douluo like Dugobo would stand chance. The competition was scheduled for 3 days later. Su Yu pursed his lips. After participating, he intended to depart from Shenkong City. The rewards offered by the academy held little value for him. What could Shenkong Academy possibly provide? Moreover, Feng Xiaotian was merely a minor instructor at Shenkong. What influence could such a lowly teacher wield? The thought of valuable treasures was laughable, and Su Lin chuckled at the notion that Feng Xiaotian might take him to the academy's treasure vault. Time flies swiftly for practitioners, and soon, 3 days had passed. On the morning of the competition, Feng Xiaotian watched as Su Yu meticulously adjusted his attire, his expression one of exasperation. Is it truly necessary to prepare so meticulously for a mere competition? Observing Su Yu's immaculate appearance, Feng Xiaotian sighed. One's image is paramount. One must never neglect the elegance of life. This is non-negotiable. Su Yu glanced at Feng Xiaotian. Seriousness etched upon his face. Observing Su Yu's demeanor, Feng Xiaotian shook his head in disbelief. Are you merely trying to impress the girls? Your lofty words reveal your intentions. With a cold chuckle, Feng Xiaotian exited Su Yu's room, having already informed him of the competition's location, so you could find his way there independently. As Feng Xiaotian departed, Su Yu remained silent, continuing to tidy up his attire. Once he was fully prepared, a smile graced his face. Done, let us set forth. Su Yu stepped out of his room, heading toward the competition venue. His pace was unhurried, strolling calmly. He bore no concerns regarding Feng Xiaotian's potential defeat. Feng Xiaotian's Gale Wolf 36 slashes was formidable, and no ordinary soul master could hope to overcome him. Even in the original tale, Tang Sen faced considerable difficulty against this move. And now Feng Xiaotian had ascended to Soul King, his prowess magnified. Su Yu had never heard of the Tianlang sect and felt no apprehension regarding their ability to defeat Feng Xiaotian. Should Feng Xiaotian falter, it would likely be due to exhaustion against numerous opponents. When Su Yu arrived at the competition venue, half an hour had elapsed. He observed Feng Xiaotian, enveloped in his martial spirit, nodding in approval. Truly, he is a genius from Shenkong Academy, a remarkable talent indeed. His aptitude rivals that of Hulaina. In fact, Feng Xiaotian's talent may even surpass Hulaina's. Had he not been preoccupied with developing his unique soul technique, he might have already attained the rank of Soul Emperor. However, this technique had also contributed to his strength. A tempestuous wind surged from Feng Xiaotian, his wings slicing through the air like the sharpest blades, clashing with the wolf martial spirit of his adversary. The wolf spirit's claws were swiftly marred by the winds, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Su Yu quickly secured a seat, thoroughly engrossed in watching Feng Xiaotian's match. One opponent fell, then another, and soon Feng Xiaotian had dispatched 4 foes in quick succession. Based on Su Yu's earlier inquiries, he learned that Feng Xiaotian had already vanquished several opponents, totaling nearly 10. Su Yu, I must rely on you now. I can no longer continue. The Tianlang sect has a genius among them, only 30 years old and already at level 59. Exercise caution, Feng Xiaotian stated, fatigue evident in his gaze. Su Yu smiled, dismissing Feng Xiaotian's warning. As a Soul Emperor, his combat prowess rivaled that of titled Dalu. He doubted this Soul King could surpass him. Shaking his head, Su Yu strode confidently onto the competition stage. Observing the young man who had just defeated Feng Xiaotian, Su Yu chuckled softly. Shall I allow you a few moments? You are a Soul King, yet only at level 52. You appear quite young, perhaps merely 26 or 27. Commendable talent. Chapter 201. The conclusion of the competition, Su Yu grinned at the youth across from him, sensing a notable level of soul power emanating from him, approximately at level 52. Su Yu was not arrogant. The truth was that battling this individual would be akin to a chicken pecking at a rock. Even if he stood still, this opponent would not be able to defeat him. Are you mocking me? The youth's expression darkened at Su Yu's words. How could he be so weak? Infuriated, he resolved to teach this insolent boy a lesson. The youth dashed forward, a blue wolf manifesting behind him, reminiscent of the wolf spirit that had awakened Su Yu's own martial spirit through Su Yun Tao. Heavenly Wolf Claw. The azure claws cleaved through the air, viciously aimed at Su Yu's shoulder. Feeling the force behind the strike, Su Yu narrowed his eyes. He extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the claw imbued with soul power. The power is quite impressive, yet your soul power seems rather low. By the way, what is your name? Do you happen to know Su Yun Tao? Speaking of which, you bear some resemblance to him. Upon hearing Su Yu's inquiry, the young man was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, My name is Su Yunfeng. Are you acquainted with my elder brother? Su Yunfeng gazed at Su Yu, a hint of surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. He was born in Nodding City and had always played in his elder brother's shadow. Eventually, he awakened the wolf martial soul, coinciding with the recruitment of disciples by the Heavenly Wolf sect in Nodding City, which led to his acceptance into the sect. The Heavenly Wolf sect is also one of the affiliated forces of the Spirit Hall, with the strongest member being the sect leader, an 82-level soul Douluo. My martial soul is the one awakened by Su Yun Tao. I hail from Shaoyi village, which makes us fellow townsmen. Su Yu chuckled, deciding to swiftly conclude the battle and reminisce with this fellow. To his surprise, he casually encountered someone who happened to be Su Yun Tao's brother. Let us catch up later. It has been quite a while since I last returned. With a smile, Su Yu instantly appeared beside Su Yunfeng and unleashed a powerful punch. With the strength Su Yu currently possessed, he caused the space around Su Yunfeng to collapse under the force of his blow. Boom! Su Yunfeng was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Alright, that's done. Let us continue. As for the Heavenly Wolf sect, you may all come at me together. Su Yu's voice was not loud, yet everyone present in the arena could hear him. The members of the Heavenly Wolf sect turned dark with fury at the provocation. Observing their grim expressions, a smile crept across Su Yu's face. I speak the truth. All of you remaining can attack. I shall take you all on single-handedly. If I lose, the Shinkong Academy will concede. Su Yu's tone was calm, and he perceived no pressure from the faces of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Rather, they appeared eager for a challenge. A tremendous aura erupted from Su Yu, a terrifying presence that soared skyward, scattering the clouds above. Boss, what should we do? The members of the Heavenly Wolf sect clenched their fists, feeling the weight of Su Yu's arrogance. However, they still refrained from attacking all at once. Observing their hesitation, Su Yu shook his head in exasperation. In an instant, Su Yu's martial soul manifested, and 6 soul rings began to shimmer. 3 were purple, 2 black, and 1 red, continuously flashing. The crimson soul ring gleamed intensely in the eyes of the onlookers, causing the members of the Heavenly Wolf sect to swallow hard. Not only the Heavenly Wolf sect, but also the students of Shinkong Academy found it hard to believe. Which senior is this? The 6th ring is a red one. 100,000 years? The configuration of these soul rings is utterly terrifying. Indeed, this senior is exceptionally formidable, and he is quite handsome as well. Countless students gaped in disbelief at the sight of Su Yu's soul rings, engaging in hushed discussions. Su Yu's soul rings were astonishing. His 5th ring was already 1,000 years, which was not surprising, but 100,000 years for the 6th ring was beyond comprehension. Feng Xiaotian murmured in disbelief as he observed the scene. Seeing the expressions of those below, Su Yu shook his head. If they knew that a century later there would be someone with a soul ring of 1,000,000 years, their eyes would surely pop out in astonishment. Boss, why don't we join forces? This fellow is too peculiar. One disciple of the Heavenly Wolf sect remarked gravely, eyeing Su Yu's soul rings. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect also gulped, feeling the weight of Su Yu's spirit rings. After a moment of steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, we will attack together." With that, he charged forward, followed closely by his disciples as they advanced toward Su Yu. Excitement lit up Su Yu's face, and arcs of lightning crackled around him. The thunderous 3,000 instantly activated, propelling Su Yu to an apex of speed, and he appeared before the leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect in a heartbeat. With a single punch, he sent the leader flying, and with a swift kick, he dispatched another. Within 20 seconds, Su Yu had incapacitated 2 opponents, his strength erupting in full force, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. However, amidst their shock, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, a person with 100,000-year soul, ring wielding such power, was to be expected. What a powerful senior. Yet, why have I never seen him before? A student remarked solemnly as he gazed at Su Yu. Su Yu smiled, his figure moving once more, his hand piercing through the air to grasp another opponent by the chest. 8th level collapse. The devastating force struck an adversary, sending them hurtling away. Within 2 minutes, Su Yu had subdued all of them. Observing this, he waved his hand dismissively. Although these opponents were somewhat weak, he felt they had served as a decent warm-up. Since his emergence from the city of slaughter, he hadn't engaged in any activity. Feeling refreshed after a bit of exercise, Su Yu made his way down to the arena. As he descended, Feng Xiaotian approached, his gaze filled with astonishment. I didn't expect your strength to have increased. Truly impressive. Though I knew you were strong, I didn't anticipate you would be this strong. Feng Xiaotian regarded Su Yu with a serious expression, his disbelief evident. Su Yu chuckled, finding Feng Xiaotian's reaction rather amusing. My strength is merely average, quite ordinary really. There are many who surpass me. Su Yu smiled gently at Feng Xiaotian's incredulous expression. Upon finishing his statement, Su Yu noticed Feng Xiaotian's face reflecting a look of disbelief. You really think I'm joking? Su Yu laughed. acknowledging that his strength was merely for amusement in the Douluo world. In the Dupo world, it was hardly noteworthy. Not to mention the perfect world, where any random individual could easily overpower him. With this thought, Suyu's focus on strength intensified. Brother Feng, once the competition concludes, I will be taking my leave to explore the continent and won't linger much longer in Shinkong City. This statement was intended as jest. He had no intention of taking anything from Shinkong Academy, as Feng Xiaotian likely wouldn't be able to procure many treasures himself. However, Suyu's lightheartedness seemed to weigh heavily on Feng Xiaotian. Very well, Suyu. You should take some rest. I will make the necessary preparations and depart now. After saying this, Feng Xiaotian quickly dashed away. Suyu squinted slightly, moving swiftly in another direction. After a brief conversation with Su Yunfeng, he departed. A day passed quietly. Since the conclusion of the competition, Su Yu had dedicated himself to tranquil cultivation. His pace of advancement had become remarkably swift, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 64th level, which was quite rapid indeed. In the early morning, Su Yu gazed in astonishment at Feng Xiaotian before him, surprised that he had arrived so early. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Su Yu tugged at his blanket, still bewildered by Feng Xiaotian's presence at his door. Observing Su Yu's actions, Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened instantly. Are you serious with that gesture? I certainly have no such intentions. Brother Su, hurry up and get dressed. I am waiting to take you to our Shunfeng treasure vault. With that, Feng Xiaotian left Su Yu's room. Su Yu, taken aback, had merely been joking, not expecting Feng Xiaotian to take it seriously. However, since an opportunity was presented, Su Yu was not averse to seeing what lay ahead. With this thought, he sprang from his bed, the blanket slipping away to reveal his robust physique. After donning 2 garments, Su Yu stepped outside. Feng Xiaotian nodded as he saw Su Yu emerge and gestured for him to follow. Su Yu squinted slightly, quickly trailing behind Feng Xiaotian. They arrived at the desolate back mountain of Shunfeng Academy, where Su Yu felt a sense of surprise at the solitude. All right, come this way, Feng Xiaotian said, conjuring a layer of soul power that caused a spatial rift to appear. Su Yu's face expressed shock at the sight. Feng Xiaotian had actually torn through space, something he could only achieve a fraction of even with his full power. Let us enter, Feng Xiaotian smiled, stepping into the rift. Without hesitation, Su Yu followed, though a hint of confusion lingered. After all, there were indeed space-type soul masters on this continent, and creating a small space was not particularly challenging for them. The space within was not vast, illuminated by a dim, yellowish light. Su Yu was immediately captivated by the treasures displayed inside. Among the numerous weapons, he even spotted soul bones. Though not particularly ancient, they were indeed soul bones. All right, Su Yu, you may choose. Take whatever you wish, but only one item, Feng Xiaotian said, noting Su Yu's astonished expression with a smile. The treasures retained by the 5 Elements Academy, nearing a century of establishment, were indeed plentiful. Su Yu examined the items closely, and after half an hour, he narrowed his choices down to 3: a golden long lock, an egg from a 10,000-year soul beast, and a white balance scale. The scale radiated a holy power that uplifted one's spirits upon a mere glance. Which should he choose? Su Yu felt uncertain, but suspected that the scale might be a treasure. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and made his decision. He would take the scale. Though its nature was unknown to him, Su Yu had an instinct that it would serve him well in the future. Seeing Su Yu opt for the scale, Feng Xiaotian nodded in approval. Well then, Su Yu, we are settled. Thank you for your assistance to Shinfeng. Feng Xiaotian extended his hand, his expression serious yet friendly. Su Yu reciprocated, sealing their agreement with a handshake. After exiting the space, they returned to Shunfeng Academy. Su Yu, will you not stay a while? Our companions from Shunfeng will be back soon. We can share a drink then. Feng Xiaotian attempted to persuade him at the door. However, Su Yu had no intention of lingering. He chuckled at Feng Xiaotian's insistence. Brother Su, it's best not to. I have matters to attend to, and I've stayed in Shunfeng City long enough. I truly must take my leave. Next time, we shall enjoy a good drink together. With a smile, Su Yu noted the futility of Feng Xiaotian's pleas, causing the latter to sigh. In that case, until we meet again. Next time, I will surely catch up to you. Feng Xiaotian beamed at Su Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement, clearly taking the words to heart. "All right, Brother Feng, I shall take my leave now." Suyu nodded to Feng Xiaotian, wings appearing behind him as he soared into the sky, swiftly heading into the distance. After watching Suyu's silhouette vanish, Feng Xiaotian shook his head and returned to the academy, mindful of his impending classes, as he was now, after all, a teacher. At Qinshui Academy, Shui Binger glanced at the letter from Shunfeng Academy in her hand, narrowing her bright eyes. "Captain, this fellow actually emerged. And he is without Xiao'er and Xiao Wu by his side," she pondered, filled with surprise at Feng Xiaoyan's words in the letter. Chapter 203. The Evil Soul Master in the Heart of a Desolate Village. Suyu regarded an elderly man with a serious demeanor. The old man, with a pallid face, devoured the chicken leg Suyu had given him, his eyes filled with fear, his body trembling like a sieve. "In that case, old man, take this and find a city to settle down. I will assist you in avenging your village." Suyu sighed deeply, producing a small pouch of gold soul coins from the Star River and handing it over with a solemn expression. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, then transformed into shock. "Soul Master, I cannot accept this. If you can help me avenge my kin, I am already grateful. How could I dare take your money?" The elder vehemently shook his head, refusing Suyu's offer. Suyu sighed again and insisted, pressing the coins into the old man's hands. "This money is merely a meal's worth to me, but for you, it could be a lifeline. Hurry along. I will help you with your vengeance." With that, golden wings sprouted from his back, and he ascended into the air, his mental energy expanding outward. Waves of soul power were instantly detected and traced. It seems the old man was indeed truthful. Were it not for him hiding in the cellar, his family would have perished, leaving no one behind, not even the children, all turned into dried corpses. Truly ruthless, Suyu's expression darkened as he flew toward the distance. The golden wings sliced through the void, transforming him into a streak of golden light, his speed surpassing the sound barrier. This soul power felt oddly familiar to Suyu. The evil soul master was likely someone he knew well. Suyu squinted, uncertain of who among his acquaintances would stoop to such depths. Regardless of who it was, should he capture them, they would face dire consequences. Having committed such heinous acts, they could not expect mercy. While others might deem Suyu meddlesome, he felt no remorse for intervening. Suyu maintains a steadfast attitude in all his endeavors, one that reflects his unwavering conscience. Once he commits to an action, he harbors no regrets. Within a shadowy cavern, a figure cloaked in black robes stands before a massive cauldron, beneath which an abundance of violet flames dances incessantly. What a treasure indeed! The essence of children is said to be the purest. If I can consume their blood, the dark power within me shall undoubtedly be purified. Muses the robed figure, his face obscured by the hood, revealing only a countenance devoid of emotion, marked by an air of indifference. He plans to cast these children into the cauldron, utilizing the flames to refine their essence into true blood. Otherwise, it could jeopardize his own vitality. The memory of his tragically deceased mentor tightens his fists, causing droplets of blood to spill from his sleeves. Suyu's voice, laced with murderous intent, reverberates ominously in the pitch-black cave, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Alas, tomorrow I must venture forth to hunt. As long as I become powerful, the sacrifices of these individuals will not be in vain. With that, he sweeps his cloak and strides out of the cave. Upon exiting, a sudden flash of lightning illuminates the sky, revealing a plump visage beneath the dark fabric. That nefarious soul master truly is an abhorrent creature. His lair is well concealed. Initially, I could have traced him using my spiritual energy, but it vanished too swiftly, leaving me utterly at a loss. Suyu reflects, clenching his fists. He unleashes his spiritual power, confident that this soul master, driven by his murderous nature, will soon re-emerge. Given the circumstances, Suyu believes he can lie in wait. According to the elder's description, the soul master had no intention of slaying so many. He merely sought to abduct a few children from the village. However, upon being rebuffed, he erupted in a fit of rage, leading to carnage. Not a single child's corpse remains in the village. Thus, Suyu deduces that the soul master's target is indeed these innocents. Shaking his head, he pivots and descends toward a nearby village, where he learns that it harbors the greatest number of children. He swiftly heads in that direction. Within the village, Suyu extends his spiritual energy to encompass the entire area. Days pass, 1, 2, 3, during which he remains concealed, ensuring he goes unnoticed. He must refrain from action. Having made a promise to the elder, he is resolute in his commitment. If a day is insufficient, then a week will suffice. If a week is inadequate, he shall wait a year. Regardless, he will not relent. As time drags on, one fateful night, while gnawing on a somewhat tough piece of beef jerky, he once again scans the village with his spiritual energy. Suddenly, he freezes, for he spots a flying soul master above the village. Though cloaked in black, the murderous aura radiating from him is unmistakable. A surge of exhilaration propels Suyu into the sky, where he charges toward the black-robed figure, unleashing a terrifying field of slaughter that envelopes the cloaked figure. Sensing Suyu's murderous intent, the figure turns and flees without hesitation. This large, robed individual sprouts massive wings, and Suyu, momentarily taken aback by the sight, is ignited with fierce resolve. If I were you, I would not flee, for escape is futile. I will count to 3, and if you do not stop, I shall end your life. Just watch. Suyu's voice is cold and menacing. The figure hesitates briefly before once more darting away. Observing the black-robed figure's continued flight, Suyu shakes his head and propels himself forward, his formidable wings causing the very fabric of space to fracture. Ma Hongjun, you will not escape me. Upon hearing that name, the black-robed figure falters, then quickly begins to flap his wings toward the horizon. Suyu's spiritual energy locks onto him, trailing behind Ma Hongjun as he seeks the latter's hideout, hoping it might still harbor survivors, albeit the chances are slim. Ma Hongjun, now heavily steeped in the aura of slaughter, has ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor. 2 years ago, during the Soul Master competition, he had merely been a Soul Master. To achieve such rapid advancement is astonishing, surpassing even Suyu's own progress. Ma Hongjun, realizing he has successfully distanced himself from Suyu, feels a surge of joy. Even if Suyu can fly, he is not a flying-type Soul Master, and thus cannot rival him. He disappears into a concealed forest, cognizant that his combat prowess pales in comparison to Suyu's. The memory of Suyu effortlessly overpowering Tang Sen looms large in his mind. Upon reaching his base, Ma Hongjun hastily begins to gather his belongings. He cannot afford to remain any longer, for the presence of Suyu is a grave threat. Clenching his fists, he quietly slips out of the entrance. Just as he steps outside, he encounters a figure clad in white robes, with golden hair that radiates an almost mesmerizing brilliance, compelling one to avert their gaze after a single glance. Ma Hongjun feels a chill creep over him. Suyu regards him with a cold smile, his expression shrouded in an icy demeanor. Blue flames surge from his fingertips, and Ma Hongjun, witnessing this, feels a sense of dread. He is astonished to find that his own dark flames are being suppressed by Suyu's fire. Are you here to kill me? Ma Hongjun, shedding his black robe, gazes earnestly at Suyu. Suyu, observing Ma Hongjun's pale visage and the overwhelming aura of killing intent surrounding him, narrows his eyes. Indeed, I intend to slay you, for I have made a promise to an elder. You have extinguished his entire family, and now I shall avenge them. The flames in Suyu's hands flicker violently, crackling as the air sizzles under their heat. Why must you take another's promise as justification for my death? Ma Hongjun bellows in despair, lamenting the chaos that has ensued since Suyu's arrival in his life. The loss of his father's mentor, the fall of Shrek Academy, and his transformation into a detestable soul master in pursuit of vengeance. All of it weighs heavily upon him. Now, the architect of his suffering stands before him, and he cannot accept it. If there truly is a deity in this world, let lightning strike and obliterate this wretched being. Why do you wish to kill me? You know well what you have done. The eyes of Suyu were filled with an intense murderous intent, and the surrounding space began to crackle ominously as his aura surged. I merely sought 2 children from them. I desire strength and must eliminate you, for you have slain my teacher. Your demise is a necessity. As Ma Hongjuan's exchanges with Su Yu grew increasingly frenzied, his gaze towards Su Lin brimmed with malice. Observing Ma Hongjuan's state, Su Yu could not help but let out a sigh. You wish to take my life, and, indeed, I did kill your teacher. This is the consequence of our actions. Yet, why should your power be built upon the suffering of others who have lost their children? Su Yu roared, unleashing 3 blazing flames that shot skyward, the terrifying heat causing the earth and stones around them to begin melting. Enough of this idle talk. Come at me. At this moment, Ma Hongjun could not possibly refrain from resisting. A torrent of flames and soul power surged forth from him, seemingly in an attempt to counter Su Yu's overwhelming pressure. However, with his meager strength, how could he withstand Su Yu's might? The terrifying energy shattered everything in its path. It struck Ma Hongjun fiercely, sending him hurtling backward. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with divine light, an immense force radiating from him as he unleashed a punch. His vitality surging dramatically, the sheer power causing the very fabric of space to rupture. This was his understanding of the shattered space technique derived from his 5th soul skill. After comprehending this, he realized he could wield abilities akin to those of the Whitebeard. To his astonishment, he could utilize a fraction of Whitebeard's skills, albeit in a limited capacity. Su Yu's fist sent Ma Hongjun crashing into the mountain, the force of his blow causing numerous stones to break free and tumble down upon him. The Kirin's destruction strike manifested behind Su Yu, a terrifying power erupting forth. Ma Hongjun emerged from the rubble, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Yu. He momentarily froze, then, in sheer panic, leaped into the sky, his wings flapping wildly as he ascended. Break! Su Yu murmured softly, unleashing a terrifying force directed at Ma Hongjun. The Kirin charged forward, trampling the very heavens as it approached him. Ma Hongjun, gripped by an overwhelming fear, widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. No, please don't kill me. I will not seek revenge. I am willing to become your subordinate. Please spare my life. As the Kirin's shadow loomed closer, Ma Hongjun finally broke, screaming in desperation. Su Yu shook his head at the sight of Ma Hongjun. He held such individuals in contempt. The Kirin's shadow ultimately crashed down upon Ma Hongjun, who began to dissolve within its ethereal form. I will not let you escape. Sununtai iu tiaklid soptli. Disreging monantai theones please. Suddenly, a third eye on his forehead gleamed brightly, complex runes swirling as the power of fate surged forth, striking down upon Ma Hongjun. In an instant, his soul was shattered. Su Yu observed the scene with an impassive gaze, harboring no pity for someone like Ma Hongjun. If he disregarded the lives of others, then his own life held no value either. After finishing his words, Su Lin stepped into Ma Hongjuan's stronghold without trepidation. He feared no hidden traps. After all, Ma Hongjun had already been vanquished, and he doubted the existence of any remaining schemes. Chapter 205, Ice Fire Dragon King. Upon entering the stronghold, Su Yu's countenance shifted, revealing a flicker of anger in his eyes. Had he not been mentally prepared, he might have truly embarrassed himself. Inside the stronghold, corpses littered the ground, each no larger than a few dozen centimeters, unmistakably that of infants who had barely seen the light of day. Scoundrel! This fiend has slaughtered so many innocents. I should have killed him sooner. Su Yu clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as his eyes shimmered with fury. The blaze of wrath surged within him, nearly consuming him entirely. Taking a few deep breaths, he managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. Gradually, he crouched down, silently gathering the scattered remains, meticulously collecting the bones. Flames erupted in his hands, incinerating the remains to ashes. As he gazed upon the vast expanse of ashes on the ground, he sighed softly, retrieving a large wooden box to tenderly place the ashes within. The moment he exited the stronghold, the flames in his hands engulfed the structure, eradicating it from existence. His spiritual energy expanded, seeking out a serene place amidst the mountains and waters, his golden wings unfurling as he soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards that destination. Rest in peace. I have avenged you. May you become strong in your next life. This world is inherently one where the weak are devoured by the strong. So while he felt a twinge of compassion for these lives, his heart remained largely unmoved. After all, strength is the fundamental determinant of all. Suyu shook his head and turned away, having fulfilled his promise and deeming it unnecessary to linger. As he flew through the sky, he found himself lost in thought. Is the essence of life truly destruction? In the divine realm, the goddess of life observed Suyu's state, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon witnessing the rotund figure moments ago, even she felt a surge of indignation, especially upon seeing the conditions within. Sensing the completely refined life energy within Suyu, the goddess of life nodded and gracefully raised her hand, instantly manipulating all the energy within him. The 6th trial of the life deity has been completed, granting a reward of 2 levels and a life affinity of 20. Suyu, who had been soaring through the air, suddenly trembled as his level surged upward. He landed and sat cross-legged, resuming his cultivation. With no unusual occurrences around him, he felt secure. The soul beast posed no threat to him. His bloodline was formidable, and Suyu continued to cultivate in tranquility. Half a month later, he stood up, feeling the growing strength of his soul power, nodding in satisfaction. This time, his goal was the Ice Fire Dragon King's corpse beneath the Ice Fire 2-EI. According to the records, the Ice Fire 2-EI was formed from the remains of the Ice Fire Dragon King after its fall. Although he had no need for it, he could offer it to Wang Qiu or Gu Yuna, believing they would find it beneficial. Having been away for nearly a year, it was only fitting to return with a gift. Soon, he arrived at the Sunset Forest, standing outside the Ice Fire 2-EI, squinting at the dark green poisonous mist. Expanding his spiritual energy, he sensed no unfamiliar soul power and nodded in approval. It seemed no one had visited recently. Thus, he disregarded the mist and ventured inside, arriving at the eye and gazing at the myriad of celestial herbs within. Suyu's expression remained inscrutable as he stepped towards the spring. As Suyu gazed upon the crimson and azure springs, he hesitated not a moment before shedding his garments and plunging into the depths. The scalding waters and icy currents enveloped him, creating a sensation akin to a dual embrace of fire and ice. Rather than discomfort, he found solace in the contrasting temperatures, his body effortlessly drifting downstream. Soon, he reached the lakebed, where he experienced the unique spatial essence beneath. With his eyes closed, Suyu summoned the power of space, striking at the most vulnerable point within this dimensional realm. With a resounding crack, fissures emerged under his assault, and he swiftly maneuvered through the crevice. In an instant, he found himself in a peculiar domain, half frigid and half searing. Before him lay the colossal corpses of 2 dragons, exuding an aura so terrifying that merely gazing upon them sent shivers down his spine. Narrowing his eyes, Suyu shook his head and approached the remains. As he reached out to caress the body of the Ice Fire Dragon King, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Suddenly, the dragon's corpse erupted in a surge of white light, and the ground trembled violently. Suyu quickly ascended into the air, staring incredulously at the dragon remains. Logically, these ancient beings should have long ceased to move. Was there another soul beast or entity within this space? It seemed implausible, for this realm should have remained undiscovered. With a grave expression, he observed the quaking dragon carcasses. The Chilean martial spirit emerged behind him, unleashing its formidable power. On high alert, Suyu scrutinized the movements below, which did not disappoint. In a flash, 2 beams of white light burst forth from the Ice Fire Dragon King's remains, surging directly into Suyu's mind. He attempted to resist, but the overwhelming energy swiftly locked down the space, leaving him powerless to resist as the light surged into his consciousness. In an instant, 2 regal middle-aged men appeared in his spiritual sea, one clad in white, the other in red. They radiated a terrifying presence, rivaling that of Gu Yuna. In this ethereal realm, Suyu cautiously regarded the 2 figures, sensing their formidable threat. The man in red, observing the Silver Dragon King's aura emanating from Suyu, expressed his confusion. "You are one of her kin." As he discerned Suyu's bloodline, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is the bloodline of a divine beast, but no, it surpasses that. Its might is unfathomable, far beyond my own lineage. The red-robed man, incredulous, materialized before Su Yu and extended his hand. Su Yu, feeling the approach, instinctively recoiled. What are you retreating for? We mean you no harm, the red-robed man asserted as he seized Su Yu's hand. In that moment, Su Yu felt as though his very essence was laid bare. The red-robed man's expression shifted to one of delight as he perceived Su Yu's bloodline. Indeed, it was not the bloodline of a divine beast, but one that far surpassed it, exponentially more potent. The blue-robed man, taken aback, appeared beside Su Yu, grasping his other hand to sense the bloodline further. Although merely spiritual entities, their presence was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Su Yu incapable of resistance. Remarkable. Such a terrifying bloodline surpasses even our own. If nurtured, you may become an unparalleled powerhouse, the Ice-Fire Dragon King marveled, as if struck by a profound realization. With a wave of his hand, two radiant bones materialized before them, one blue, one red, exuding a chilling and scorching energy. Su Yu, sensing the formidable power contained within, felt a weight of gravity. Should these bones unleash their full energy, they could devastate the entirety of Dalu. Young one, you see it too? We harbor no malice. I am the Ice Dragon King, and he's the Fire Dragon King. You must know Gu Na. We are of her caliber, being the Dragon Kings who serve the Dragon God. The Ice Dragon King, observing Su Yu's astonished visage, began his introduction. Predecessors, may I inquire what brings you here? Su Yu cautiously inquired, reassured by the Ice Dragon King's benign tone. Absorb these divine bones. They contain our essence. By doing so, you can elevate your power by at least 10 levels, the Ice Fire Dragon King suggested with an expression of tranquility. The divine bones, infused with their essence, would undoubtedly offer a significant enhancement to Su Yu. However, as the Dragon Kings awaited Su Yu's agreement, they were taken aback to find no hint of desire on his face. Instead, he shook his head. What do you mean, young one? Do you disdain our divine bones? The Ice Fire Dragon King's incredulity was palpable, his demeanor shifting to one of discomfort, having transformed their essence into soul bones to bestow upon this youth. They were met with rejection, a stark contrast that left the two Dragon Kings perplexed. Astamad Dragon Kings, iarbo no intentions. I can accept these bones, but I shall not absorb them. Throughout my journey, aside from one external soul bone, I have never consumed any others, Su Yu stated with a serious countenance. The Ice Fire Dragon Kings exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to a mixture of confusion and disbelief. You may think me pretentious, yet this is the truth. The Chilean bloodline is inherently invincible. Why should I rely on the bones of others? My bloodline thrives as the most powerful existence in this realm. What benefit would I gain from altering myself through the absorption of another's soul bone? Their inability to comprehend his perspective was evident, as Su Yu's conviction in his bloodline's supremacy left them in silence. Very well, if that is your wish, we shall let it be. Our souls are soon to dissipate, yet it is a pleasure to meet a subordinate of an old acquaintance. Keep the soul bones as a parting gift. The Ice Fire Dragon King conceded, shaking his head. Despite their impending dissolution, they felt a sense of joy in encountering Su Yu, and sensing the aura of Gu Na within him. Even amidst their fading consciousness, they recognized Su Yu's bloodline as formidable, perhaps even surpassing their own. With a smile, the Ice Fire Dragon King accepted that if this young man chose not to absorb their gifts, so be it. You should take our divine bone back and hand it over to Gu Na, known as the Silver Dragon King. Let's see how they fare. It was indeed pleasant to meet you in the end, even though I sensed some issues with your intellect. The Fire Dragon spoke while its form began to dissipate rapidly, and the Ice Dragon followed suit. Su Yu remained silent, simply holding the divine bone in his hand. Alas, it seems I must depart now. Truly, the Ice and Fire Dragon King effortlessly bestowed their divine bone upon me. Su Yu gazed at the bone in his hand, momentarily lost in contemplation. The fall of such a powerful being is indeed regrettable. Had they not perished, having them by my side would have rendered me nearly invincible. Unfortunately, they are gone. Su Yu sighed, regaining his composure and returning to reality. In the material world, he observed the divine bone still in his grasp and nodded approvingly. He then bowed respectfully to the dragon remains before making his way toward the spatial rift. Upon returning outside the realm of ice and fire, Suyu began to gather the celestial herbs beneficial to him. Guyu Na, who had been seated cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes, filled with profound sorrow. The ice and fire dragon king has departed, she murmured helplessly. However, sensing the unique bloodline power of Suyu at the sight of the dragon king's fall, Guyu Na was momentarily taken aback. How did that little rascal end up here? A glimmer of confusion crossed her eyes as she vanished from the lake of life and reappeared above the realm of ice and fire. Observing Suyu diligently collecting herbs below, she descended gracefully to the ground. "Suyu, what brings you here?" she inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Sister Nana, what are you doing here?" Suyu replied, astonished at the sight of Guyu Na. However, recalling her strength and the recent demise of the ice and fire dragon king, he began to piece together the situation. "If I am not mistaken, your presence here is related to the ice and fire dragon king." Suyu regarded Guyu Na with a serious expression, and a flicker of light glimmered in her eyes upon hearing his words. "So this matter indeed involves you. Can you share the details?" "The ice and fire dragon king is the sovereign of soul beasts, and I wish to know everything about their demise." Seeing the look on Guyu Na's face, Suyu sighed and began recounting the events. Chapter 207. The little Chioer who steals blood. Guyu Na listened intently, nodding as sadness deepened in her gaze. So this is how it is. Tell me, have you passed through the city of slaughter?" She regarded Suyu with a solemn expression, clearly sensing a familiar aura emanating from him. This power is formidable and all too recognizable. It is the very essence of the Shura god. The name of the Shura god made Guyu Na grit her teeth in frustration. "Indeed, I have passed through, or else I would not be here," Suyu admitted, allowing the aura of slaughter to surge forth as he unveiled his domain of carnage. "Very well, but your killing intent is still rather unrefined. You ought to cultivate it further. However, I shall not dwell on that. You should return with me. For the next 2 years, refrain from venturing out before reaching level 70. Stay in the lake of life, and I will personally guide you," Guyu Na said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Suyu. He sighed in response. Noticing that Suyu offered no resistance, Guyu Na extended her hand and grasped his clothing. In a flash of light, she transported them both back to the lake of life. Upon witnessing the familiar scenery of the lake, a smile blossomed on Suyu's face. He spread his wings and dashed toward a certain direction. Sensing the aura of that place, Guyu Na shook her head and swiftly followed him. Suyu landed gently, gazing at a young girl with blue-pink hair sitting cross-legged on the ground, affection blooming in his heart. He reached out to caress her beautiful head, savoring the softness of her hair. "Little one, it seems you have begun your efforts as well." As Suyu touched Wang Chioer's head, she opened her eyes from her meditation. "Brother, you're back?" Wang Chioer exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the familiar face before her. She sprang up, grasping Suyu's hand and playfully pinching his cheek. Feeling the warmth radiating from Suyu, Wang Chioer sighed in relief. It was indeed real, and that was a great comfort. "I have returned. After concluding my time in the city of slaughter, I trained outside for a bit, and then Sister Na brought me back." With a smile, Suyu sat down under a large tree, cradling Wang Chioer in his arms as he began to explain his experiences. Wang Chioer nestled in Suyu's embrace, was restless, shifting occasionally. Now 16 years old, she had fully developed into a young lady. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, noting how enchanting she had become. Brother, let me tell you, if you ever abandon me on a map again, I shall never forgive you," Wang Chioer declared, lifting her head to bite down on Suyu's neck with determination. Her bite was surprisingly strong, causing Suyu to wince as he felt a trickle of blood. He glanced at the mischievous little cat that had bitten him, watching as she licked the blood from her lips with satisfaction. Shaking his head, Suyu realized that this little one had developed a peculiar fondness for his blood, which was a troubling sign. Narrowing his eyes, he playfully tapped her on the head. "Impudent girl, dare you use such methods to taste my blood? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Despite his feigned ferocity, Wang Chioer showed no fear. Instead, she appeared quite delighted. "Busted," she said, sticking out her tongue and gazing at Suyu with a sheepish expression. Suyu was tempted to retaliate, but found himself reluctant to do so. All right, you mischievous girl. I concede. Do you want this? If not, I shall give it to Xiao Wu or Sister Nana. Suyu produced 2 pieces of divine bone, exuding an overwhelming aura that irresistibly drew the eye. What is this? Guyu Na exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the divine bone in Suyu's hand. This was the essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and if refined, it would undoubtedly provide immense benefits in the future. Yet, she refrained from saying more, recognizing that it was Suyu's fortune. Even if he were to gift it to Wang Qiu'er, she would understand. After all, neither she nor Suyu could absorb such artifacts, as their own bloodlines would always reign supreme. Qiu'er, absorb this. Your strength will surely see a significant enhancement. Suyu smiled as he encouraged her. Without hesitation, Wang Qiu'er accepted the divine bone from his hand. Sensing the terrifying energy within the divine bone, she was taken aback. Gritting her teeth, she promptly settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, preparing to refine the divine bone. At that moment, a silver light appeared, revealing Guyuna. Observing Wang Qiu'er's attempt to absorb the divine bone, she said nothing. Instead, she quietly released a stream of divine power that directly entered Wang Qiu'er's body. This is my divine power. Qiu'er currently lacks the strength to absorb the Ice Fire Dragon King's power. My strength can assist her. Guyuna explained upon noticing Suyu's gaze. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for her insight, which he had not considered earlier. Let her absorb it. You should also focus on your cultivation. While being over level 60 is commendable, it ultimately falls short. I hope you can swiftly break through to level 70. Guyuna said, then unleashed a force of spatial energy that surged into Suyu's body, causing him to vanish from his location in an instant. Feeling the sting from his fall, Suyu shot a disgruntled glance at Guyuna, but obediently made his way to a designated spot to begin his cultivation. Time passed quickly, and 2 months later, Suyu achieved another breakthrough. In the distance, Tian observed this scene and nodded solemnly. This brat is becoming increasingly diligent. A breakthrough in just 2 months. It seems the master's pressure is effectively motivating him. Tian remarked to the serious-looking Xiangjun beside him. Suyu, however, was not particularly keen on such intense cultivation, but Guyuna's formidable presence left him no choice. If he neglected his training, Guyuna would intervene personally, a punishment he found utterly unbearable. He had narrowly escaped defeat, and had it not been for his robust physique, he might have already succumbed to her strength. Indeed, the master's methods are quite effective. This lad never exerted himself like this before, Tian commented. Chapter 208. Challenge. Xiangjun. Suyu extended his mental energy, eavesdropping on Tian and the others, his lips curling into a wry smile. With Guyuna's methods, how could he possibly slack off in his training? Shaking his head, he stood up and approached Tian and Xiangjun. Xiangjun, would you care for a spar? I feel quite strong at the moment, Suyu said, a faint smile gracing his face. A torrent of flames surged from his hands, manifesting as the Qinglian Dihong fire. The azure flames flickered in the air, scorching the atmosphere and distorting the surrounding space. The sheer ferocity of the fire elicited a serious expression from Xiangjun. Is this the flame the Crimson King spoke of? Quite impressive indeed. Let us engage in a proper battle, Xiangjun said, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he flexed his wrists and approached Suyu. Suyu smiled at Xiangjun's advance, feeling his internal energy stir as every cell in his body braced itself for combat. Xiangjun, witnessing this, grinned widely as golden claws emerged from his paws, emanating a fierce aura. His strength was comparable to a peak level 98 warrior, and few humans on the continent could claim victory against him. Come on, little Suyu. I won't bully you. Let's see if you can injure me, Xiangjun said nonchalantly. Suyu, hearing the challenge, charged at Xiangjun without hesitation. The Yihua, enveloped his fists and elbows, while lightning danced around his feet. The Sanqian Leidong unleashed its full force, and Suyu's figure appeared before Xiangjun, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his abdomen. The punch cut through the air with a resounding crack, channeling all of Suyu's strength. Xiangjun's expression remained unchanged. He He did not even flinch as he withstood Su Yu's blow. When Su Yu's fist made contact, it felt like striking a mound of soft cotton. Ha, not bad. Your strength is decent, but your technique needs refinement. If you could hone your skills, it would do you well, Xiong-jun chuckled, casually lifting his hand to pat Su Yu's shoulder. Su Yu's expression shifted as he instinctively tried to evade, only to find himself immobilized by an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down on him, causing his face to pale. Desperately attempting to resist was futile. Xiong-jun's massive hand struck him, sending Su Yu crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. As his blood touched the earth, the surrounding flora began to flourish wildly. What monster! That hit made my bones creak, Su Yu thought, having endured the blow without Xiong-jun exerting his full strength. Climbing back to his feet, Su Yu stretched out his sore body and murmured to himself before charging at Xiong-jun again, throwing a fierce combination of elbow and fist strikes. Xiong-jun did not take it seriously, merely swiping his claws in a golden arc. But Su Yu skillfully dodged each strike. The 8th-level explosive force detonated within Xiong-jun, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Seeing Shun's Yun retreat, Su Yu's spirits lifted. He resolved to press the advantage. With a full eruption of Sanxian Leidong, Su Yu's speed reached terrifying heights, creating the illusion of hundreds of clones in the arena. Xiong-jun, however, remained unfazed, unleashing a powerful roar that emitted shockwaves, causing Su Yu's illusions to dissipate. Realizing the danger, Su Yu's true form found itself face-to-face with Xiong-jun, who wasted no time in lunging at him with a fierce swipe. Su Yu's eyes widened in alarm as he contorted his body mid-air to evade the attack, though he still found himself in a precarious position. With narrowed eyes, Xiong-jun raised his knee and crashed it into Su Yu, sending him hurtling backward. Confronted with the vast disparity in strength, Su Yu felt a pang of discomfort. Yet his fighting spirit ignited further. With Qinglian Dihong fire in his left hand, Wan Shou Ling Hua in his right, and purple flames at his back, the three flames began to heat the entire life lake intensely. Xiong-jun, noticing Su Yu's intent to amplify his power, tightened his expression. The three flames were formidable, and even the weakest among them could pose a significant threat. Acknowledging this, Xiong-jun's form began to swell, transforming into a 30-meter-tall, dark golden claw bear, a creature that rivaled the ice-blue scorpion, typically preying on dragons. As Xiong-jun unleashed his true form, Su Yu, too, was far from idle. In the past, the Sansuo Yin had never been unleashed to its full potential, but at this moment, he resolved to no longer conceal his strength. The Sansuo Yin seamlessly merged in his hands. Go forth, Sansuo Yin, and let your colors blossom magnificently in the world of Douluo. Su Yu chuckled softly, and the Sansuo Yin floated from his grasp, shooting directly towards Xiong-jun, feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the Sansuo Yin. Xiong-jun's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yu, you have ignited my battle spirit. Xiong-jun's claws swiped fiercely through the air, releasing a dark golden claw mark that hurtled towards the Sansuo Yin. This dark golden claw was the culmination of Xiong-jun's power. Even Di Tian would have to confront it earnestly. Di Tian, witnessing the two unleash their full might in the forest, could not help but frown. Just as he contemplated intervening, a silver beam suddenly shot from a distance. At the sight of this gleam, an ominous premonition surged within Su Yu. He swallowed hard and turned to look. The silver energy surged into the clash between him and Xiong-jun, not shattering, but rather voraciously devouring their attacks. Chapter 209. Guyuna's heart, their combined assaults were swiftly absorbed, and as the silver light gradually dispersed, a silver-haired beauty remained, tall and flawless. Her expression, however, was far from pleasant. A dark cloud loomed over her face as she regarded Su Yu and Xiong-jun with grave intensity, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, both Su Yu and Xiong-jun lost all desire to fight, struggling to swallow their apprehension. Sister Nana, do you believe we did not intend for this? Su Yu gazed at Guyuna with pleading eyes, reminiscent of men who had suffered under the tyranny of their partners. What do you feel, Guyuna? Her expression softened, yet her gaze held a teasing glint that sent shivers down one's spine. Master, Xiong-jun suddenly recalled his own affairs. I must take my leave. Sensing the situation turning dire, he attempted to retreat, but Gu-na summoned a force of spatial energy, sealing off all avenues of escape for Xiong-jun. You cannot leave. Gu-na smiled while manipulating her palm, creating a massive sphere of spatial energy. Tian, go educate this unruly bear. He has shown his full strength, and I want you to discipline him. As for you, Su-yu, come here. I shall provide you with some education myself. Without delay, Gu-na absorbed and controlled Su-yu, vanishing from their location. Tian glanced at Xiong-jun, nodded, and then departed with him. In the realm of the life ancient tree, Gu-na regarded Su-yu with a smirk. Little one, you have been rather bold lately, daring to unleash such potent soul techniques within the lake of life. Have I neglected you, prompting such behavior? She narrowed her eyes and approached Su-yu, lifting his chin with a delicate hand, smiling sweetly. As she spoke, Gu-na leaned closer, her alluring fragrance drawing Su-yu in. She was aware her actions were somewhat inappropriate, yet she found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. The bloodline within her yearned to connect with Su-yu. She even pondered the potential gifts their offspring might possess, given their formidable bloodlines, but thoughts of Wang Qiu'er brought a wave of unease. If you keep this up, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Gu-na playfully struck Su-yu's head, leaving a noticeable bump. Oh! Su-yu looked at Gu-na with a pitiful expression, recalling how gentle she used to be. Since his return to the forest, she had transformed. This vexing woman, despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not show it. Get going, you little rascal. Do not visit Qiu'er for the next few days. I will take her out for training. Focus on your cultivation. With my guidance, she will progress swiftly. You wouldn't want to be outpaced when she emerges from her seclusion, would you? Gu-na cast a wry smile at Su-yu, then waved her hand, enveloping him in spatial power, causing him to vanish from the life ancient tree's realm. Upon leaving, Su-yu cast a lingering, resentful glance at Gu-na, who had returned with him. All right, hurry back to your cultivation. You're still far from level 70. After speaking, Gu-na departed, her form shimmering before disappearing. That insufferable individual, Su-yu grumbled, shaking his head as he walked away. Halfway through, he spotted Xiong-jun, whose face was swollen and red, clearly having been beaten. Su-yu felt a twinge of guilt for Xiong-jun. It was his insistence on battling that had led to Xiong-jun's predicament. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Xiong-jun spotted him, and upon seeing Su-yu unharmed, his expression darkened as he approached. After a thorough inspection, Xiong-jun's face fell when he saw the lone bump on Su-yu's head. You little rascal, enjoying yourself, are you? Xiong-jun's eyes gleamed with malice, making Su-yu gulp nervously. Here, take these, Su-yu said, forcing a smile as he pulled out hundreds of bottles of potion. Xiong-jun's demeanor shifted instantly upon catching sight of the potions. His previously dark expression brightened with joy. Su-yu, you truly are my good friend. Well then, I must take my leave. You enjoy yourself. To Su-yu's astonishment, Xiong-jun dashed away. Not wanting to stir up trouble, Su-yu refrained from calling him back. He had been waiting to draw the lottery, having amassed numerous opportunities over the years. Finding a discreet spot, Su-yu settled onto the ground. System commenced fusion. A surge of intense energy erupted within Su-yu's meridians, a terrifying force coursing through him. Simultaneously, his body trembled as the power of fate enveloped the entirety of the lake of life. Gu-na, sensing the restoration of her body, revealed a faint smile. Tian and the others rapidly elevated their cultivation, their progress measured in hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years, bringing radiant smiles to their faces. Su-yu felt as though he were engulfed in an inferno, the searing energy relentlessly consuming him. Yet having endured similar trials twice before, he grit his teeth and persevered. As he held on longer, his body began to tear apart, droplets of blood oozing from his lacerated skin. Simultaneously, his crimson blood underwent a transformation, evolving into a golden hue. A few drops of blood continuously transformed into a golden hue. Evolve! Su-yu roared, and the terrifying golden light erupted, the intense heat dissipating entirely. In an instant, Su-yu stood upright, his eyes shooting forth a fearsome golden light, an overwhelming energy coursing through him. He sensed the formidable power within, feeling capable of effortlessly vanquishing Tang San with a single punch. The system panel activated. Beep. Activation successful. Host. Suyu age. 16 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 64 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Quasi-earth grade skills. Radiant dragon body. Sacred fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption strike. Spirit fire of all beasts. Qilin destruction strike. Qilin earthshaker pet. Aim blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett 172 passion pills. 100. 000 gold coins. 10 illusion pills. Special edition herbicide. 66 enhanced passion pills. 99 dietary pills. Bicycle. 88 specialized passion pills. 8 extremes collapse recovery pill. Vinegar strength. Upper fishing attempts. 35 evaluation. Your mental prowess is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving, young one. I believe one who masters fate can certainly ascend to divinity. Chapter 210. The appreciation of the Rakshasa god. The system commenced a lottery. After Suyu finished speaking, he quietly observed the system in his mind, awaiting the results of his fishing endeavor. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. Obtain small yuan pill. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. Obtained all. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. Obtained large bottle of passion pills. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. Obtained knowledge experience of a rank 7 alchemist. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successful fishing. Obtained origin of Douluo. A multitude of items returned to the system's storage. And so you could not help but smile at the sight. Although a rank 7 alchemist is only comparable to a dozone, they are indeed rare across the continent. Once he accepted the inheritance, he would be a rank 7 himself. So he took a deep breath and chose to accept the inheritance. The unique light of the rank 7 alchemist vanished into his body. Instantly, his mind was flooded with vast amounts of memories, and he began to rise as if he were a novice alchemist. After a while, Suyu opened his eyes, a divine light erupting from within. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he stood up and clenched his fists. With a flick of his hand, numerous celestial herbs were summoned from his cosmic river. The Qinglian Earth-Heart fire formed a colossal alchemical furnace in mid-air, drawing all the herbs into it. In an instant, these precious herbs melted into a solution, rapidly merging under Suyu's mental control. Soon, a golden pill materialized before him. I shall name you the De Yuan pill, for it enhances innate soul power. Indeed, it was designed to elevate innate soul strength. With the inheritance of the rank 7 alchemist, Suyu's understanding of pharmacology became exquisite. He crafted this self-created pill without a hint of awkwardness. The legacy of a rank 7 alchemist proved to be formidable. Narrowing his eyes, Suyu continued refining. During his time in Dopa, he had amassed numerous spiritual herbs, and Xiao Yixian had gifted him plenty as well. He felt no remorse as he refined, tossing plump pills onto the ground. Though these pills were only of rank 2 or 3, they were quite powerful on the Douluo Continent. If seen by those of lesser talent, it would surely infuriate them, especially the De Yuan pill, which could turn an ordinary person into a genius with full innate soul power. In the future, he could gift these pills to teacher Wu Xin, certain that this would expedite her strength enhancement. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a multitude of pills, casting them into the cosmic river. On Sea God Island, Bo Saishi gazed at the figure before her, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. It has been a long time, Su-e. Her voice was melodious, soothing to the soul. Indeed, it has been a while, Bo Saishi. You still look as enchanting as ever, Su-e replied with a smile, though his expression quickly darkened as he drew his golden blade, striking fiercely towards Bo Saishi. Prepared, Bo Saishi unleashed a torrent of water that collided forcefully with the golden blade. The water dragon was torn asunder before collapsing back into the sea. Bosadve, you remain unchanged. I harbor no ill will towards Sea God Island. Su-e shook his head, exerting force as the golden blade sliced through the void, its radiant energy illuminating the surroundings, swiftly reaching Bo Saishi. Unfazed, Bo Saishi gently gestured with her staff, conjuring a water barrier to block Su-yi's attack. The fierce confrontation instantly drew the attention of the powerful beings on Sea God Island. Bo Saishi, must you be so aggressive? I have aged, found true love, and have long since lost interest in someone like you. My prior pursuits were merely youthful folly. Forgive me, I only seek to reminisce. Seeing Bo Saishi preparing to retaliate, Su-yi quickly ingratiated himself, recalling his youthful days as a rogue, with Bo Saishi as the woman he never won over. Observing Su-yi's reluctance to engage in battle, a hint of disdain flickered across Bo Saishi's exquisite features as she shook her head and proceeded towards Sea God Island. Su-yi closely followed her, catching a glimpse of her without uttering a word. Seeing the once dashing Su-yi now aged, Bo Saishi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, the dashing rogue of yore had transformed into an elderly figure. Reflecting on this, Bo Saishi released a sigh. Had it not been for the protection of the sea god, she too might have aged similarly, a reality she found difficult to accept. Narrowing her eyes, she glanced back at the aging Su-yi, shaking her head once more. On Sea God Island, the powerful beings observed their high priestess return with an elderly man, momentarily taken aback. However, upon seeing the high priestess's demeanor, they suppressed their curiosity. Su-yi followed Bo Saishi towards her palace. In the city of slaughter, Tang San had just slain another individual. Blue silver grass erupted from his hands, ensnaring the victim tightly. The slain person rapidly began to wither beneath the blue silver grass, ultimately being absorbed into a desiccated husk. Ah, this feels delightful. With this, I have attained a rank of soul sage. Just 2 more years, and I shall break through to the title Douluo rank, at which point I can exact my revenge. Tang San gazed at his hands, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Each act of murder brought him unparalleled pleasure. His bloodlust had become insatiable, leaving him restless without the thrill of slaughter. Tang San narrowed his eyes, setting his sights on a new target. He stealthily approached, intent on another kill. His movements were swift and silent, and an arrow shot forth from his hand, piercing through a woman's flesh. Everything in the city of slaughter was under the watchful gaze of a malevolent deity from the divine realm. Observing the actions of Tang San, a sense of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This successor was commendable, far superior to the previous one. This deity was none other than Luo Cha Shan, a pinnacle-level first-tier god. Previously, he had notified Tang San to evade Su Yu. His original target was not Tang San, but a woman named Bibi Dong. However, it was evident that the woman lacked the ruthless nature of Tang San. Bibi Dong had not claimed many lives in the city of slaughter, contrasting sharply with Tang San, who was the most ferocious human Luo Cha Shan had encountered in recent years, to the point of stirring his excitement. Chapter 211. The arrival of the 3-year covenant half a year later. Su Yu exhaled deeply. He had attained level 68. Within this half year, aided by medicinal elixirs, he had ascended 4 levels, reaching level 68. At merely 17 years of age, this achievement was beyond what any ordinary person could accomplish. In the original tale, Tang San, at 19, had merely reached level 59. Su Yu had long since surpassed the peers of his generation. Few could rival him in this era. Even the talents like Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong paled in comparison to Su Yu. The 3-year covenant he had established with Shui, Binger, and others was imminent. Contemplating this, Su Yu stood up and walked towards the outskirts of the Lake of Life. Upon arriving at the periphery, he immediately spotted a quaint pink cottage. Outside, a lush lawn adorned with vegetables and flowers framed the charming figure of a girl diligently watering the plants. She wore a pink dress, her long, beautiful legs completely concealed by the garment. Xiao Wu, Su Yu smiled and called out. Since entering seclusion, he had visited Xiao Wu only once a month, and it had been nearly a month since he last saw her. Su Yu, you have emerged from seclusion. Hearing his voice, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy as she sprang up and dashed towards him. Seeing her approach, Su Yu couldn't help but smile and open his arms wide. Xiao Wu leaped into his embrace. He held the little girl tightly, feeling her soft body and long legs, causing his heart to flutter. Really now, what s with your excitement? The time is almost at hand. Are you missing Binger and the others? Su Yu gently inquired, as he embraced Xiao Wu in her cottage. Bing Yi? Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly widened as if a thought struck her. Suyu, the 3-year covenant is nearly here. Yes, we agreed on a 3-year covenant. And now is almost time. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Wu truly felt thrilled. Since her transformation, she had lacked friends, and during her time at Three-Eyed Academy, she had experienced the warmth of friendship. 3 years had passed, and she found herself missing them dearly. Xiao Wu, prepare yourself. We shall soon return to Three-Eyed. But remember, don't cry when we go back, Suyu said tenderly. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in indignation at his words. So you don't say such things. I will not cry. I am very mature, she protested, scrunching her nose in defiance. At that moment, a teasing smile spread across Suyu's face as he replied, Indeed, you are older than I am. After all, you are a 100,000-year-old mischievous rabbit. I dare not compare myself to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, her fury igniting. Age was a sensitive subject for women, and even a romantic partner should never broach it. I'll bite you, she exclaimed, her anger boiling over. She jumped on Suyu, her mouth aiming for his neck. Stop it, stop it. I was wrong, Suyu pleaded as he saw her lunging at him. Despite her playful aggression, her bites were gentle, causing no pain, only a ticklish sensation, akin to a puppy licking at one's skin. All right, enough of this. Come down and prepare yourself. Once Chio'er emerges from seclusion, we will set off. Xiao Wu pushed away from Suyu, glaring at him before storming off in a huff. Is she jealous again? Suyu shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He then made his way towards Wang Chio'er's direction. At Three-Eyed Academy, Shui Wuxin gazed at the snowflakes cascading from the sky, a smile gracing her lips. The time was drawing near, and she wondered how those young ones were faring now. They must have grown considerably stronger. Wuxin Laoshi, what are you thinking? Will you attend today as class? Just then, a cold voice interrupted her reverie from behind. Sighing in resignation, Shui Wuxin turned to see Zhu Zhuqing clad in black. Zhu Zhuqing had matured significantly over the past few years, her figure now captivating enough to hold anyone's gaze. Zhuqing, must you always speak so coldly? If you continue like this, how will you ever find a partner? Shui Wuxin remarked, somewhat exasperated by her student's demeanor. Zhuqing, I advise you to add a bit of warmth to your words. You are incredibly beautiful, yet you have fewer admirers than Yuer and the others. Do you understand why? Wuxin spoke as if she were a love guru, oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's increasingly peculiar expression. Is what the teacher says truly accurate? You have never had a boyfriend either. Perhaps you should sort out your own affairs first. I am still young and not in a hurry. You, on the other hand, are considerably older, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, her words piercing like a sharp blade into Shui Wuxin's heart. The teacher is about to teach class. I must take my leave. Please hurry, Zhu Zhuqing stated before swiftly exiting the room. No sooner had Zhu Zhuqing departed than the ground beneath Shui Wuxin began to crack, and she found herself kneeling. Lost in thought. I cannot go on living, she murmured, her eyes devoid of light, truly appearing as though she had lost all will to live. After leaving, Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief. She regretted her words, fearing that Shui Wuxin might come after her for a reprimand. However, it seemed that Wuxin was quite magnanimous. Nanajia, I believe my strength has grown significantly. We had agreed on a 3-year covenant with my companions, and I think it is time for us to venture forth. Gu Yuna nodded gently at the girl before her, her gaze drifting to the 7 sparkling soul rings behind the girl, reminiscent of another young one. Chapter 212. The rank of Wang Chio'er. Very well, let us return. I am quite eager to witness the astonishment on Suyu's face when he sees your rank. A faint smile graced Gu Yuna's features. Over the past 6 months, she had successfully elevated Wang Chio'er's rank by several levels. Although the power of the transformation pill lay dormant within Wang Chio'er, sealed by Gu Yuna, without her guidance, she could only gradually unlock it herself. However, with Gu Yuna's assistance, the process was markedly different. She could directly lift the seal imposed upon Wang Chio'er. Throughout this half-year, Gu Yuna tirelessly aided Wang Chio'er in refining the energy within her divine bones to enhance her physique. Each time Wang Qiuer's physical strength grew, Gu Yuna would assist her in unsealing her soul power, thereby facilitating her swift advancement in cultivation. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's affirmation, a smile blossomed on Wang Qiuer's face. As long as she could return, she would reunite with Su Yu and Xiao Wu at Tianshui Academy. It had been 3 years since their last meeting, and she found herself yearning for them dearly. Tianshui Academy was the place she had spent the most time away from the forest, and she held a certain fondness for it. Under Wang Qiuer's expectant gaze, Gu Yuna extended her hand, grasping Wang Qiuer's firmly, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they had returned to the Qingdou Great Forest. Breathing in the familiar atmosphere of the forest, Wang Qiuer inhaled deeply. The forest was utterly delightful. It was simply perfect here. With that, she dashed into the woods like a spirited young girl. Gu Yuna chuckled softly, her figure disappearing as she eagerly anticipated witnessing Su Yu's astonished reaction, a thought that brought her joy. Nana Jia, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? Half a year, perhaps. How have you and Qiuer fared during this time? Since they began their training, Su Yu had not seen them, and he was pleasantly surprised to find them back today. It seemed they shared a mental connection. Just as he contemplated returning to Tianshui, Gu Yuna had brought Wang Qiuer back. Level 68, not bad, but you are still behind Qiuer. Gu Yuna's words left Su Yu momentarily stunned, and he gazed at her, perplexed. Nana Jia, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that Qiuer's rank has surpassed mine? That cannot be. When she left, she had just crossed the 60th level, while I have now surpassed 68. She cannot possibly exceed me that quickly. Su Yu looked at Gu Yuna with disbelief, unable to fathom the possibility. If that were true, he would have to commend Gu Yuna for her efforts. If you doubt it, you may verify for yourself. I assure you, you will be utterly astonished. A mysterious smile danced upon Gu Yuna's lips. Observing her expression, Su Yu began to believe her claim. Though he felt no resentment at the prospect of being surpassed, he welcomed Wang Qiuer's advancement. Very well, Nana Jia, I shall see for myself. Has that girl truly progressed so swiftly? Su Yu's mental energy swiftly extended, quickly locating Wang Qiuer's position. With a flutter of his wings, he soared towards her. Gu Yuna observed this scene, shaking her head. She felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing Su Yu's shock, yet she was still somewhat astonished at his rapid advancement. Had it not been for the stability of Su Yu's soul power and the consistent strength of his vitality, she might have suspected he had resorted to consuming enhancement pills. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yu had indeed taken quite a few. After pinpointing Wang Qiuer, Su Yu soon arrived by her side. Gazing at this increasingly exquisite girl, he could not help but rush forward. Little girl, your progress is astonishing. I'm left in awe. As Su Yu perceived Wang Qiuer's rank, his expression shifted, revealing his surprise. Brother, I am now level 72, while you remain in the 60s. If you dare to defy me in the future, I shall teach you a lesson, Wang Qiuer declared, shaking her small fist at him with utmost seriousness. Little girl, you are growing quite arrogant. Do you think you can no longer wield a sword? Su Yu retorted, reaching out to gently tap Wang Qiuer's head. She shot him a glare, seemingly indignant at his action, but when he fixed her with a fierce glare, she relented. I shall not hold it against you this time. I am hungry, brother. Please prepare a meal for me, Wang Qiuer said, taking Su Yu's hand as they headed towards the Lake of Life, arriving at Xiao Wu's residence. Xiao Wu, look at me. I have reached level 72. How about you? As soon as Wang Qiuer entered Xiao Wu's abode, she eagerly began to boast. Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Wang Qiuer's proclamation before gazing at her in disbelief. She was well aware of Wang Qiuer's rank when she left. It was incredible that so little time had passed, and she had already attained the rank of Soul Sage. One must remember that the title of Soul Sage was quite formidable. Even their former teacher, Wu Xen, had only been a Soul Sage. This realization made Xiao Wu gasp in astonishment. Qiuer, you haven't resorted to pills, have you? How else could your rank have advanced so swiftly? Xiao Wu's expression turned serious, recognizing the potential implications for her future. Wang Qiuer, taken aback by Xiao Wu's inquiry, looked at her with a half-smile. And if I said I had, A serious yet playful smile adorned her petite face. Upon hearing Wang Qiuer's teasing response, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of urgency. Then you must have Su Yu check on you immediately. Using enhancement pills will surely diminish your talent. You must ensure this does not affect your future. Xiao Wu's concern brought a smile to Wang Qiuer's face. She reached out to grasp Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, I was just teasing you. There's no way I would consume such things, especially with Nana Jia keeping watch. Wang Qiuer chuckled, quickly explaining herself. Realizing she had been playfully misled, Xiao Wu's annoyance flared. Did I air my concern? I'm truly sorry. Brother has already gone to prepare our meal. Please do not be upset. It is not good for you. Wang Qiuer playfully shook Xiao Wu's arm, resorting to her charming antics. Xiao Wu, slightly exasperated by Wang Qiuer's antics, finally turned to face her. Should you ever deceive me again, I shall ignore you. Chapter 213. The schemes of the goddess of life, I promise, I assure you. I will not provoke you again. Xiao Wu Jia. Wang Qiuer whimpered, clinging to Xiao Wu's arm. Observing her antics, Xiao Wu could not help but shake her head. Very well, I shall forgive you. However, if Su Yu prepares carrots, you must not dare to snatch them from me. Wang Qiuer was taken aback. She had expected Xiao Wu to make a more substantial request. Instead, it was merely about carrots, a food she had little interest in, preferring meat instead. Agreeing to such a trivial matter was unnecessary, as she would not partake in them regardless. Wang Qiuer chuckled to herself, thinking how naive Xiao Wu was for not realizing this. All right, hurry and eat something, Wang Qiuer urged Xiao Wu as they stepped outside. Upon seeing the dishes prepared by Su Yu, Xiao Wu immediately rushed over. After several rounds of drinks, Su Yu finished tidying up and turned his attention to the two young ladies. You both clean up? We must set off for Tianshui Academy. In the divine realm, the goddess of life observed the elderly figure before her with a furrowed brow. Ocean God, I cannot influence the matter of your successor. If the little one wishes to go to Ocean God Island, then let her. If not, there is nothing I can do. The Ocean God, in a state of despair, cried tears and snot, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Divine Lady, I am aware, yet my heirloom lies in the hands of your successor's girlfriend. If they do not go to Ocean God Island, my legacy cannot be passed on. The Ocean God, recognizing the goddess of life's dilemma, scrambled to plead. Divine Lady, I have diligently served the divine realm for millennia. Please ensure that Su Yu takes his woman to Ocean God Island. The god of destruction observed the scene with an impassive expression, although the flickering aura of destruction emanating from him caused the Ocean God to feel a chill. Very well, I shall assist you. Perhaps I could have Su Yu discard your heirloom, allowing you to choose a successor. The goddess of life initially consented, but then suddenly suggested something else, her eyes gleaming with a new idea. Upon hearing her proposal, the Ocean God widened his eyes in disbelief and swiftly rejected it. You must understand, Wang Qiuer's talent is fearfully exceptional. A level 72 at just 17 years old, she is undoubtedly a prodigy. If I were to miss this opportunity, I might regret it for a lifetime. With this thought, the Ocean God hastily dismissed the goddess of life suggestion, merely wishing for Wang Qiuer to visit Ocean God Island. The goddess of life, observing the Ocean God's demeanor, nodded knowingly. She was well aware of the immense talent possessed by the young lady beside Su Yu, whose inner energy could potentially elevate her to level 99. Such talent would have tempted her, were it not for her bond with Su Yu, which already encompassed this exceptional girl. Thank you, Divine Lady. I shall not disturb you or Lord Destruction any longer, the Ocean God said before departing, keenly aware of the lethal gaze the God of Destruction had cast upon him. After his exit, the God of Destruction turned to the Goddess of Life, his expression revealing his displeasure. This old fellow truly, he has been coming here daily for days on end. I am quite annoyed. I have heard he even sought out that fellow, Shura. The God of Destruction continued, his gaze drifting outside. I had intended for Su Yu to visit anyway, as it is the legacy site of the Ocean God. It would provide Su Yu with a chance to gain some fortune. While I have bestowed many divine powers upon Su Yu, the soul rings are something the Ocean God can offer. The Goddess of Life narrowed her beautiful eyes and elaborated on her thoughts. The soul rings for Su Yu must be provided, otherwise he could not attain them. After all, he has grown up alongside soul beasts and cannot hunt the formidable ones. Upon hearing her explanation, the god of destruction's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the goddess of life's perspective. My dear, your insights are always profound. Next, we must unite against the evil god. Once we gather our heirlooms, he can begin to attempt merging the power of creation. The god of destruction pondered for a moment, then turned to the goddess of life with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, the goddess of life nodded gravely. With that, their voices faded, and the god of destruction swiftly vanished from sight. In the lower realm, Suyu regarded the two young ladies who were ready to embark on their journey. He nodded and then turned to Guyuna and the others. Sister Nana, we are leaving now. Guyuna, upon hearing Suyu's words, lightly nodded. Suyu no longer required protection, having approached level 70, with combat prowess nearing that of a title de law. At this stage, he needed no guardian. Preventing him from experiencing the world would hinder his growth. Though she understood this, a twinge of reluctance lingered within her. With a silent sigh, she approached Suyu. Be sure to take care of Chio'er and Xiao Wu. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Guyuna playfully struck Suyu on the head, causing a lump to rise instantly. In pain, Suyu crouched down, and in doing so, he caught a glimpse of Guyuna's beautiful legs beneath her robe. He forcibly averted his gaze, ensuring no one noticed his distraction. Xiao Wu, Chio'er, if you feel wronged, do return quickly, and I shall advocate for you. Guyuna said, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's ear and flicking Chio'er's forehead. Now off you go. Shaking her head, she suppressed her inner turmoil and, with a gentle motion of her fingers, enveloped the trio in a spatial force. In a flash of silver light, the three vanished from sight. Observing their disappearance, Guyuna silently sighed. As Suyu opened his eyes, he felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness. He looked down to see his body plummeting rapidly, his eyes widening in surprise as he spread his golden wings. With a surge of mental energy, he managed to stabilize the two young ladies beside him, cradling them in his arms. Once he secured both young women, he gradually flew toward the ground, his golden wings flapping steadily until they reached solid ground. Chapter 204. Return to Tianshui upon landing. Suyu gazed at the city before him, momentarily taken aback. It was Tianshui City, and seeing the familiar landscape stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. He had not anticipated Guyuna would send him here directly. Let's go, Suyu declared, gently placing the two young ladies on the ground and leading them toward Tianshui City. After paying the entrance fee at the city gate, he guided the two girls into the bustling streets. Tianshui City remained as enchanting as ever, captivating all who laid eyes upon it. The moment Wang Chio'er and Xiao Wu entered the city, they resembled playful puppies, eagerly darting toward jewelry and clothing shops. Observing their excitement, Suyu shook his head and followed closely behind. These two girls were unlike him. They had not left the forest for 3 years. During Wang Chio'er's training with Guyuna, a small space had been opened for her cultivation. After 3 years in the forest, their exhilaration upon stepping into the city was entirely understandable. As night approached, Wang Chio'er and Xiao Wu finally paused, glancing at the darkening sky with dissatisfaction. Xiao Wu, let us come out together tomorrow. Today, we have not explored enough before the sun sets, Wang Chio'er lamented, tapping her small legs in disappointment. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, and the combat prowess they displayed while shopping left Suyu astounded. Suyu gazed at the scene before him, shaking his head in silence, wishing that the two young women would simply ignore him and refrain from dragging him along. All right, let us hasten to Tianshui, he remarked, pondering the whereabouts of Bing, Jie, and Zhu Qing, wondering if they remained within the academy. A radiant smile graced Wang Chio'er's face, and Suyu found himself somewhat infected by her exuberance. Then let us depart swiftly, he said, patting the heads of the two girls as he led them towards Tianshui Academy. Tianshui Academy is situated at the very heart of Tianshui City, which is quite expansive, only slightly smaller than Tiando City. The three did not utilize their soul power. Instead, they relied solely on their physical strength, walking for nearly half an hour before reaching the center of Tianshui City. Upon gazing at the academy before him, Suyu inhaled deeply and proceeded towards its entrance. At the entrance sat an elderly woman, gently swaying in her rocking chair, the final rays of the setting sun casting a warm glow upon her. The old woman squinted her eyes, appearing to be in a state of utter comfort. As Suyu approached the academy, he witnessed this scene and walked over, a smile gracing his lips. Li Papa, it has been quite some time, he greeted gently, mindful not to startle the old woman with a loud voice. In her youth, Li Papa had been a soul master, a formidable figure nearing the rank of soul emperor. However, with age and the absence of descendants, she returned to Tianshui to serve as a gatekeeper. "Ah, you are Xiao Suyu," she murmured, her eyes fluttering open in a daze, and upon seeing him, she froze in surprise. Before her stood a young man clad in white, with golden hair and golden eyes, exuding an air of authority. As she looked upon this young lad, Li Papo's memories drifted back several years, recalling when Suyu led Tianshui to victory in the Young Soul Master competition. The entire academy was abuzz with excitement, and even she was astonished. Yet, the boy had not returned to Tianshui, leaving with his family instead. To see him again now filled her with unexpected joy. "Li Papa, it has truly been a long time. How have you been?" Suyu inquired, his tone respectful, as the elder had always treated him kindly. "I'm well, just not accustomed to the absence of little ones like you," she replied, gently grasping Suyu's hand. He did not react, instead radiating warmth as he regarded her. "Li Papa, this time you shall be quite busy. I intend to stay for an extended period, so please do not find us bothersome," he added, and upon hearing this, her expression brightened with delight. "Of course, how could an old woman ever disdain your presence? Please, stay as long as you like," she responded, and Suyu's heart warmed at her words. "I shall indeed stay for a while longer," he affirmed. After conversing for a while, he felt a pang of guilt as he looked at Li Papa. "However, we shall not keep you any longer today. It has been ages since I saw Wu Exine Laosher and Bing Er. I must go." Li Papa, far from being upset, chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "Go on, my dear, and do not keep the son waiting. I must return as well." She stood, placing her rocking chair within her spatial soul tool. "You remember where Wu Exine lives, do you not?" she suddenly asked, her expression turning inquisitive. Taken aback by the question, Suyu nodded. "Do not worry, Grandma. We still recall where our teacher resides." After watching the elder depart, he turned and ventured into Tianshui Academy. Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er closely followed him. And after a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at Shui Wu Exine's quarters. Suyu opened the door and stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the absence of anyone within. Shui Wu Exine was nowhere to be found. "Wu Exine Laosher, old woman," he called out twice, but there was no reply. He shook his head at the two girls behind him. "Sister, perhaps Wu Exine Laosher has gone to class. Shall we search for her?" After contemplating, Suyu stepped out of the room, hastily making his way to where Shui Wu Exine often held her lessons, at the academy's training ground. Shui Wu Exine looked at a group of girls with disappointment. "Tell me, what do you plan to achieve if you do not diligently cultivate? If your talents were as formidable as Senior Suyu's, I would have nothing to say, but since your abilities do not compare, you must rely on time spent training." The girls before Shui Wu Exine rolled their eyes in exasperation at her admonishments, knowing that she had little else to say beyond invoking Suyu's name. Yet they dared not retort, lowering their heads in submission. They were not unwilling to respond. But Shui Wu Exine was known to be quite formidable. If she did not discipline you herself, she would have Zhu Zhuqing or Shui Bing Er, those prodigies, do the job, who would want to be bested by teachers younger than themselves. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Shui Wu Exine freeze in place. "Wu Xin Lao Si." The tension in her body became palpable, yet she did not turn around. "It has been a long time. Do you not intend to assess our cultivation?" Upon fully comprehending the voice, Shui Wu Exine turned to see a young man in a white robe accompanied by two charming girls, reminiscent of their first encounter. "Suyu, Xiao Wu, Qiu'er, welcome home," she greeted warmly, unable to suppress her emotions. "Ah, the prodigal son returns. Do not take offense, Wu Exine Laosher," Suyu replied as he approached her, his smile radiating warmth that drew people in. "Welcome back home. Now, we must discuss your years of silence. I heard you attended Shunfeng Academy. If you do not clarify, I might have to discipline you, she said sternly, pinching his ear. Ow, 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 Xin Lao Si. Please stop, Suyu pleaded, wincing under her grip. Seeing his reaction, Shui Wu Xian's expression softened into a smile, reminiscing about the past. Just spare him this time. We were the ones who persuaded him to accompany us shopping. As for Shun Feng Academy, let him explain that later, Wang Qiu'er chimed in, her smile unwavering. At this moment, Xiao Wu also joined in with a smile, and Shui Wu Xian's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing their encouragement. Very well, come here and stop lingering. Tell your junior sisters how you cultivated in your early days, she commanded, giving Suyu a pointed look. Suyu, heeding her words, hurried over to stand before the junior sisters, many of whom were not much younger than him, and some even older. Observing the crowd, Suyu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It was indeed his first time delivering a lecture. Hello everyone, you may not know me, and to be honest, I do not know you either. I might even be younger than you all. Since teacher Wu Xian has asked me to say a few words, I shall comply. By your appearances, I assume you are the teams preparing for the upcoming competition. Therefore, let me emphasize that this competition is of great significance. You must not only uphold the reputation of Tianshui, but also demonstrate that we, Tianshui, are indeed formidable. Do you understand? Suyu's tone was far from enthusiastic. Rather, it bore a hint of indifference. The expressions of the girls shifted dramatically upon hearing Suyu's words. Last time, Tianshui emerged as champions, and if this time they failed to even reach the finals, it would imply that the strength lay not with Tianshui, but with the members of Suyu's team. Contemplating this, the girls' faces grew increasingly grim, particularly as they reflected on their own lack of diligence in cultivation. Teacher Wu Xian's words might seem harsh, but they were indeed sincere. If you possess my talent, you wouldn't need to train diligently, Suyu continued, uttering a statement that darkened the countenance of those present. To speak frankly, my talent far surpasses yours. Even without proper cultivation over the past 3 years since my graduation, I have exceeded level 60. What do you think? If it weren't for his graduation, he could single-handedly dominate the competition. Suyu spoke as if recounting an utterly mundane matter, unfazed by the astonished expressions of the younger girls. Thus, you should heed teacher Wu Xian's advice. She would never lead you astray. She is undoubtedly the finest teacher in all of Tianshui and a formidable soul master. Listening to Suyu's words, the girls fell into a momentary silence. Senior, you are too discouraging. We will certainly train hard from now on, one girl, clutching her calf, said with a disgruntled expression, casting a playful glance at Suyu. He ignored her, instead walking calmly to stand beside Wu Xian. All right, that's enough. You all could take a day off tomorrow, Wu Xian announced, leading Suyu and herself toward the room of Shui Bing-er and the others. Captain, you're back, Shui Bing-er exclaimed, her face filled with confusion. Didn't you say you wouldn't return to Tianshui? The tone of her voice was laden with curiosity, causing Suyu to feel somewhat embarrassed. Bing-er, please give me some face. Let's not dwell on it. I was wrong, he pleaded, raising a hand in a humble gesture. Shui Bing-er rolled her eyes at him, shaking her head. All right, enough of the antics. Captain, how long do you plan to stay this time? Shui Yu-er, releasing her embrace of Xiao Wu, bounced over to Suyu with a serious expression. I should be here for quite a while. I hope everyone will accompany me to the Sea God Island. There are opportunities awaiting us there. Suyu's words instantly captivated everyone's attention, and they all gazed at him with puzzled expressions. Opportunities? Captain, what do you mean? Is it something stronger than the celestial herbs? Zhu Zhuqing approached, her demeanor serious as she regarded Suyu. She cherished strength and was willing to invest in anything that could enhance her power, as long as it did not exceed her moral boundaries. Indeed, Captain, please enlighten us, Shui Wu chimed in, her eyes narrowing with seriousness and a hint of excitement. The prospect of gaining strength intrigued her, even as a support soul master. Let me be direct. There exists a marvelous island overseas known as Sea God Island. As its name implies, it is the homeland of the sea god, who has left behind numerous treasures and means there. As Suyu elaborated slowly, the expressions of the girls transformed into one of exhilaration, They seemed eager to set off for Sea God Island at that very moment. Sea God Island? It truly sounds enchanting. I wish to see it for myself. A voice echoed from the divine realm. The sea god, thrilled by the unfolding events, urged, "Go swiftly. Do not hesitate. I need to pass on my divine position." "Not yet. I must wait at least 3 months to break through 2 levels." Suyu's voice shattered the sea god's fantasies. The sea god cast a despondent glance at the figure of Suyu on the luminous screen. Realizing that this individual was indeed his lifelong rival, he pondered whether the goddess of life had spoken of him. He truly wished to pass on his legacy. He no longer desired to be a deity. The sea god lamented, gazing at Suyu with a heart full of regret. Chapter 216. Qianrenshua's thoughts, however. Suyu remained oblivious to the sea god's thoughts and had no intention of delving into them. He simply did not wish to go. He surveyed the group of girls, his expression turning serious. A great era is approaching. If you do not seize this opportunity, you will be left behind. Suyu's tone bore a gravity that weighed heavily on the hearts of the girls. Except for Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu, only Shui Bing-er appeared contemplative, observing Suyu thoughtfully. Suyu noticed her gaze, but said nothing, merely offering her a smile. He recognized Shui Bing-er's intelligence and believed she could discern the current situation. If his memory served him correctly, in 2 years, the Wuhuan Hall would catalyze the onset of a grand calamity. However, he sensed that Bibi Dong's attitude towards the master remained unchanged, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he believed that even if not for the master, Bibi Dong would still take action against the 3 sects, rather, the 2 sects, as the Haotian sect could no longer be deemed a powerful faction, having lost most of its true might to Suyu. Reflecting on this, Du Feng narrowed his eyes. What about Tang San? I didn't find him during my visit to the Slaughter City. Could it be he never went there? If he didn't go to the Slaughter City, where else could he be? All these inquiries left Suyu perplexed. Tang San, after all, was the protagonist of Douluo Continent. As long as he lived, he would inevitably stir up trouble, a thought that elicited nostalgia. When he first met Tang San, he harbored no particular thoughts about him. Yet unexpectedly, Tang San had taken action against him under the master's influence. Since he had attacked, there would be consequences. Contemplating all that had transpired over the years, Suyu felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Had he not traversed here, perhaps he would have already had children in his previous life. Captain, is something significant truly about to happen? I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere in the Soul Master world has grown exceedingly tense, almost suffocating, Shui Bing-er pondered, her curiosity piqued by the weighty atmosphere. Observing Shui Bing-er's expression, Suyu nodded in affirmation. She was indeed a perceptive girl, capable of discerning what others could not. Yes, although it has not yet arrived, it is indeed imminent. This conflict may plunge the entire continent into chaos. Teacher Wu Xin, please notify the dean and prepare the academy for battle. After saying this, Suyu provided further clarification, albeit concealing certain details. I comprehend your message. Tomorrow, I shall inform the dean. As for Suyu's residence, I will ensure that someone frequently assists in its upkeep. You should promptly attend to it. In the early morning, Suyu arose from his slumber, relishing the comforting sensation that accompanied his awakening. It felt remarkably pleasant, reminiscent of several years prior. He stretched his body, producing a series of cracking sounds. Seizing the moment, he sat cross-legged on his bed to commence his cultivation. He was still considerably distant from breaking through to the 69th level, requiring at least another fortnight to achieve this milestone. A fortnight, while not excessively lengthy, felt rather short. Suyu inhaled and exhaled the ethereal soul energy, savoring each increment of enhancement, which elicited a faint smile upon his visage. In Tiando City, Qianrenshuo surveyed the information before her, a smile gracing her lips. Though not conventionally beautiful, it bore a certain brightness, for her current guise was that of Xue Qinghe. Despite Xue Qinghe's somewhat effeminate appearance, it paled in comparison to feminine beauty. Ah, Suyu, what a formidable individual he is. The mere thought of him having discovered their presence instilled a profound sense of danger. Qianrenshuo regarded the duo, Shilong and Ci Xue. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the demeanor of the young master. Without hesitation, they began to recount their experience. They had initially set out on a mission, and upon its completion, while returning to Tiando City, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Su Yu. Upon sighting him, they instinctively chose to follow, as the young master had long harbored concerns for Su Yu's well-being. After years of worrying about Su Yu's health, they were determined to ascertain his whereabouts. However, their pursuit was abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming surge of mental energy bearing down upon them. The sheer intensity of this mental force nearly incapacitated the two, especially Shilong, who vividly recalled the formidable strength of Su Yu's companions. Those individuals could easily crush him, and though he was no weakling within the spirit hall, facing such might rendered him powerless. Initially, he presumed the mental force emanated from Su Yu's protectors, but after a moment of trepidation, he realized no guardians were present. The very essence of the mental force had originated from Su Yu himself, leaving him momentarily stunned by its potency. He could scarcely believe that in merely 2 years, Su Yu's prowess had reached such remarkable heights. The sensation of threat intensified, compelling him to return and report to the young master. It was prudent for the young master to be informed of Su Yu's return at the earliest opportunity. Xue Qinghe looked at the two men with a smile, pleased by Su Yu's return. Well done, you two. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Without further ado, Shilong and Xue exited the room. Once the two departed, a radiant aura enveloped Xue Qinghe, her countenance transforming into that of a golden beauty, surpassing all others Su Yu had encountered, save for Gu Yuna. Even Wang Qiu'er and the Snow Empress paled in comparison. How extraordinary! Were it not for the divine herbs she had bestowed upon him and the unlimited resources from the Spirit Hall, she might have surpassed him. Qian Rinxue nodded. Now at level 75, she had achieved her swiftest cultivation pace yet. While she could indeed defeat Shilong, it would not come easily. She pondered how her strength compared to Su Yu's at present. Surely, that little fellow could not surpass her. The thought caused her to narrow her eyes with intrigue. Chapter 217. The Inheritance of the Kind God King. When will I see that little fellow again? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qian Rinxue's lips, for she believed that when they reunited, both would have grown considerably stronger. She imagined that her current form would astonish Su Yu. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Su Yu remained blissfully unaware of her musings, for he lacked the ability to eavesdrop on her thoughts from afar. Su Yu expelled a breath of stagnant air, his eyes shimmering with a divine light, emanating an aura that could induce trepidation. After a brief moment, the intensity of his presence subsided, leaving only a tranquil demeanor, akin to that of an ordinary individual unacquainted with cultivation. He retrieved a peculiar white balance scale from his cosmos, exuding a sacred aura that seemed to nullify all worries upon mere glance. Observing the scale, Su Yu's expression turned peculiar. Since acquiring it, he had studied it multiple times. Yet each attempt to channel his soul energy into it had yielded no results. Nevertheless, the scale persistently absorbed his soul energy. Were it not for his extensive knowledge from his previous life, he might have discarded it entirely. The sanctity of its aura surpassed even that of Qian Rinxue's angelic essence, transcending all limits. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he directed a fragment of divine life energy into the scale. This was among the scant divine powers he possessed. If this did not suffice, he would find himself in dire straits, as nothing exceeded divine strength in his current state. Taking a deep breath, he poured the divine energy into the scale. At that very moment, in the divine realm, the goddess of life and the kind God King lifted their heads, their gazes colliding. In an instant, their forms vanished, only to reappear within the life goddess's forest of life. The goddess of life regarded the kind God King with excitement, her hand gracefully gesturing, summoning a cup of tea infused with the essence of life before him. The kind God King accepted the cup, sipping from it, his eyes lighting up. Your tea grows ever more delightful. Yet, that is of little consequence. Your disciple has already infused my legacy with divine power. What shall I do? The kind God King's voice was gentle, unforgettable in its resonance. Both the goddess of life and the kind God King possessed extraordinary beauty, the likes of which were rare even in Su Yu's past life. Open it. I hope you can embed your power within that balance scale, allowing it to absorb gradually. For now, without the presence of malevolent forces, your strength must not recklessly enter his body. After a moment's contemplation, the goddess of life's expression turned grave as she spoke with seriousness. The kind god king offered no rebuttal. A torrent of divine power surged forth from him, only to vanish in an instant. At that moment, Su Yu's consciousness was drawn into a realm brimming with boundless divine energy, each strand suffused with sanctity. Su Yu squinted at the scene, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, before he could ponder further, a stream of information surged into his mind. His expression underwent a series of transformations, ultimately draping itself in a shroud of tragedy. The celestial balance he now possessed was originally a relic of the benevolent deity king, and he had gained the deity's recognition. This signified that he was destined to inherit the divine essence of the benevolent deity king. Contemplating this, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of impending tragedy. How unfortunate it was for yet another divine position to come his way, something he genuinely wished to avoid. A hint of resignation washed over him. Su Yu adhered to the principle of not wasting resources, directly absorbing the divine energy, which surged into his body, circulating and swiftly being refined. As the refinement progressed, Su Yu felt a remarkable surge of strength within him, and an involuntary smile of exhilaration graced his face. Rather than utilizing this divine power to enhance his soul energy, he chose to store it within himself, intending to refine it gradually over time. After a period of absorption, he exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped out of this space, knowing he could return later without any haste. In the divine realm, the goddess of life and the benevolent deity king observed Su Yu with subtle amusement. What a greedy little fellow he is. Had I not witnessed this firsthand, I would scarcely believe it. The benevolent deity king delicately lifted his teacup, taking a sip while gazing at the image of Su Yu, and suddenly looked up at the goddess of life with a teasing smile. The goddess of life, unperturbed by his jest, approached the benevolent deity king and playfully squeezed his shoulder. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a greedy individual, or else I would not have taken notice of him. Despite his greed, he possesses extraordinary talent. Were it not for his avarice, I might have merely considered him as my successor rather than recommending him as a candidate for the creator god. The goddess of life shook her head, smiling at the benevolent deity king as she elucidated her reasons for selecting Su Yu. Upon hearing her words, the benevolent deity king nodded in agreement, conceding that Su Yu was indeed somewhat greedy, yet undeniably gifted. Once Su Yu stabilized the divine energy within him, he left the room and made his way towards Shui Wuxin. How was the teacher? The dean should have notified you by now. Su Yu inquired seriously, his expression earnest. Shui Wuxin merely nodded lightly, and then turned her gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu, I would like to ask for your assistance. You are aware that the teacher is currently guiding a new team of participants. Please help me train them for a time. Your talent is exceptional, and being around, you should instill a sense of urgency within them. Shui Wuxin spoke solemnly, her conviction evident. Su Yu felt somewhat speechless, but did not decline. If teacher Wuxin asked for his help, he would oblige, as he currently had no pressing matters. I will accompany you. I, too, wish to see who this team consists of. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from a distance, and Su Yu turned to see Shui Binger approaching. Clad in the Tianshui Academy uniform, she perfectly accentuated her figure, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. All right, let us proceed. Sudus Maid, O-fitting Noib Yixchens. Shui Binger's presence alongside Su Yu was unexpected for Shui Wuxin, yet it seemed advantageous. With Su Yu as the captain and Binger as the vice-captain, their collaboration was promising. Upon hearing Su Yu's agreement, a faint smile appeared on Shui Binger's face. Under Shui Wuxin's guidance, they advanced toward their destination. Binger, observe my expressions and act accordingly. Instill some discipline among them for their lack of earnest practice, Su Yu instructed seriously, oblivious to the resigned look in Shui Binger's eyes. He was entirely unaware that he himself was also among those who did not practice diligently. Su Yu and Shui Binger swiftly approached a group of girls. Upon seeing them, A hint of exasperation flickered in Suyu's eyes. Although he had previously commented on their lack of seriousness, it was evident that they had taken his words to heart. Regrettably, their talent was indeed lacking, as not a single one had even reached level 40 at such a young age. With a sigh of resignation, Suyu turned his attention to Three-EyedGolden, who remained inscrutable, her demeanor cold. "Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you again. Today, Teacher Wuxin has assigned us to conduct your lessons, which means we are now your instructors," Suyu announced with a light smile. The ethereal silhouette of the Qilin manifested behind him, enveloping the Tianshui square with an overwhelming aura. The students present felt a wave of terror wash over them, instinctively gasping at the sheer power emanating from Suyu. "Senior, are you truly going to fight us?" A girl stepped forward, her voice trembling as she sensed Suyu's intimidating presence. She felt a wave of trepidation, recalling that only days prior, Suyu had proclaimed himself a level 60 Soul Emperor. A being of such caliber was not to be trifled with. The thought made her legs feel weak, yet she gritted her teeth and charged forward, her tone pleading. Unfortunately, Suyu was not swayed by her desperation. "Naturally, I did not wish to upset Teacher Wuxin," he replied, his eyes narrowing like a cunning fox, prompting everyone to swallow hard at his demeanor. Observing Suyu's countenance, Three-EyedGolden could only sigh. Stepping forward, she addressed the girls. "I understand that you are anxious. I am more aware of Suyu's prowess than you are. He is formidable, and victory is unlikely for you. However, it is not imperative to win. You can learn from his combat techniques and recognize your own shortcomings." Three-EyedGolden's words exuded a gentle warmth, enveloping the listeners in a sense of comfort. Suyu paused, turning to gaze at Three-EyedGolden in surprise. When did she become so gentle? This girl, who was typically so cold, aside from Zhu Qing, was the most aloof. Suyu regarded her with puzzlement, causing Three-EyedGolden to look back at him in confusion. Noticing his scrutiny, she abruptly stomped on his foot. Embarrassed, Suyu realized he had been caught, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "Very well, let us begin. I shall serve as your judge in this match." Three-EyedGolden smiled, pursing her lips before stepping aside. With no alternative, the girls narrowed their eyes, all on high alert, directing their focus toward Suyu. Recognizing their vigilance, Suyu remained silent, allowing his Qilin martial spirit to manifest, an aura of murderous intent radiating forth, pressing down upon the group. The slaughter domain enveloped the girls, rendering them immobile. As Suyu regarded them with a grin, his footsteps echoing against the earth beneath him. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as Suyu recalled the thoughts swirling in the minds of the young girls before him. Yet, under the oppressive aura of his murderous intent, their bodies remained utterly still. "Are you truly not going to move? If you remain still, I may very well slit your throats," he warned ominously. "Just imagine, if I were to slice open your necks, torrents of blood would gush forth. Your bodies would grow cold and stiff, and you would gradually fade away." As Suyu approached the girls, he slowly extended his hand towards the neck of the girl at the forefront. At the very moment his grip tightened, the girl seemed to unleash an inner strength, breaking free from Suyu's murderous pressure. A ring of water emerged, encircling her entirely. This aquatic barrier enveloped Suyu's hand, relentlessly assaulting his palm. However, the formidable physique of a titled Dalu was not so easily thwarted. Undeterred, Suyu pressed on, his fingers still inching toward the girl's neck. Her soul power surged, growing increasingly potent, yet it had little effect in the face of Suyu's overwhelming presence. "Do not harm our captain." Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from behind the girl, as a massive water dragon surged toward Suyu. His expression hardened, and he swiftly evaded the oncoming assault. As he dodged, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing the girls, once suppressed, to regain control of their bodies. They quickly retreated, their faces etched with concern as they regarded Suyu, whose countenance remained devoid of emotion. The sight of Suyu instilled fear in the girls, yet they held a solemn gaze, aware that should he choose to strike, they would retaliate with fervor. For his earlier aura had been no jest. With narrowed eyes, Suyu sprinted towards the girls, who found themselves beset by a swarm of water dragons and ice. Poised to launch an attack, without a glance, he swept through the onslaught, and the girls swallowed hard at the sight. As the water dragons lashed out, Suyu stood resolute, absorbing the blows without flinching. His body remained unaffected, and an intense, murderous aura emanated from him. Chapter 219. Suyu's method. These girls were unaccustomed to such a terrifying display of murderous intent, their faces paling and bodies weakening under its weight. Unfazed by their plight, Suyu appeared before them, his hand striking down like an eagle's claw. The girls could only helplessly watch as he tapped a few times upon their forms. With the suppression of his aura, the girls collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. "Stop!" Shui Binger called out, halting the match. She approached the girls, helping them to their feet, and sighed at their feeble state. "Your endurance is quite lacking. With just this little bit of murderous intent, you cannot withstand it. If I were to unleash my full power, you would surely crumble to the ground." Suyu observed the girls being assisted by Shui Bing, a smile crossing his face as he spoke with utmost seriousness. His demeanor caused their brows to furrow in concern, yet they dared not voice their fears. The terror of Suyu's earlier display still lingered, and they were apprehensive of further exposure to his wrath. "Senior, it is not that we lack mental fortitude. Rather, your murderous aura is simply too fearsome, overwhelming us to the point of weakness." One girl eventually spoke up, her expression serious yet tinged with trepidation. Her visage, beautiful yet vulnerable, evoked a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Unmoved, Suyu regarded her with a hint of mockery. "Indeed, your mental resilience may not be poor, yet it pales in comparison to my strength," he retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The girl's expressions shifted, taken aback by his words, as Shui Binger interjected. "You need not seek excuses. Suyu's murderous intent is undeniably potent. However, your capacity to endure is merely at the level of 40. To be unable to withstand even this speaks volumes about the error in teacher Wu Xian's selection of you," Shui Binger declared, her words unyielding and devoid of compassion. Although the girls felt a flicker of indignation, they bit their lips, tears glistening in their eyes. Observing this, Suyu shook his head in disbelief, contemplating the calamity that would ensue should these girls enter a competition. After a moment of reflection, he produced a blue-hued pill from his palm. As it emerged, an enchanting fragrance enveloped the air, captivating the attention of the girls and accelerating the flow of their soul power. This phenomenon widened their eyes, as waves of intoxicating energy radiated from the pill, pressing upon their minds. Suyu's gaze brightened at this scene. The pill, of his own concoction and of only second-grade quality, would suffice for these girls. Sensing the allure of the pill, their eyes sparkled with desire. "This is a pill I personally refined. I shall offer you a means to attain it. Engage in battles at the Great Soul Arena. Secure 5 victories, and you may claim one. To obtain 7 pills, you must win 35 matches," Suyu stated coldly, his hand producing a multitude of pills, which he cast toward Shui Binger. "Binger, take these. You may consume 1 per day. Once they are gone, they will be no more. I must take my leave now." Suyu shook his head, intending to motivate them to strive for improvement. Were it not for teacher Wu Xian, he would have shown no concern for their fates. After Suyu departed, Shui Binger, under the envious gazes of the girls, picked up a pill and placed it in her mouth. "Aren't you all going to practice?" "Such pills are not abundant," she chimed, her voice ringing out. Yet to the girls' ears, it sounded like a devil's call. With a limited number of pills in sight, they dashed toward the distance, hastening to the Great Soul Arena. Once the girls had run far away, Shui Binger shook her head and hurried in the direction Suyu had vanished. "Suyu, are you all right? Giving them such things seems a waste." Shui Wu Xian regarded the pill Shui Binger offered with a hint of reproach, questioning the wisdom in gifting such precious items to those who may not appreciate them. Regardless of their lack of effort, bestowing pills upon them seems unwarranted. "Suyu, what are you doing? Why are you silent?" Shui Wu Xian asked, perplexed by Suyu's unchanging demeanor. "Do not worry, they are merely second-grade pills, easily crafted by my hand," he assured her. Suyu provided an explanation, after which a plethora of elixirs materialized in his hands. He had already progressed to crafting 4th-tier pills, and were it not for the scarcity of medicinal materials, he could have even reached 5th tier. "You crafted these yourself?" Shui Wuxin gazed at Su Yu with astonishment, unable to believe that such precious treasures were the product of his own hands. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't present them. This is merely a casual creation. As he spoke, he purposefully summoned another large quantity of elixirs, placing them all upon the table, before nodding at the onlookers. I certainly have not forgotten all of you. These are the elixirs I prepared for everyone. Please share. Shui Binger, puzzled, picked up one of the elixirs from the table and brought it to her nose. Sensing the rapid pulse of soul power within her, her expression shifted dramatically. The elixir was effective even for her, on the cusp of becoming a level 60 Soul King. If ingested, she was confident she could break through to Soul Emperor within 2 months. Captain, you can't be joking. Such a miraculous treasure truly comes from you. You are incredible. Shui Yu squinted her eyes. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Su Yu, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Observing the astonished expressions of the women, Su Yu could not help but squint his eyes, evidently pleased with himself. Indeed, I may well be the only one on the entire continent capable of concocting such elixirs. Hurry and distribute them, then diligently cultivate. Aim to surpass the Soul Emperor within a year, and once you achieve that, we shall set forth for Haishan Island. After speaking, Su Yu gazed earnestly at the group. His demeanor reassured them, leading them to carefully place the elixirs into their spatial soul guides. Watching their reactions, Su Yu shook his head with an amused smile. Chapter 220. Preparing to head to Haishan Island. Everyone, make haste to return and consume these. Afterward, swiftly channel your soul power to refine these elixirs, and you shall be fine. Su Yu's voice was cool. Upon finishing, he looked at the group, noticing their expressions of partial comprehension. Su Yu smiled but refrained from saying more. Shui Binger took the elixirs Su Yu had given her and exited the room, heading toward her own quarters, and the others followed suit. 2 months later, Su Yu observed Shui Binger, who had made a breakthrough, her expression unchanged. Seeing this, Shui Binger puffed out her cheeks, casting a somewhat displeased glance at Su Yu. However, Su Yu paid no mind, merely watching her with a smile. Binger, your progress is commendable, quite swift indeed. I too have just made a breakthrough, and now you can directly advance to obtain a soul ring. By the way, have you informed Teacher Wuxin? Shui Binger shook her head. Su Yu said nothing further, reaching out to grasp her hand and leading her towards Shui Wuxin's office. Inside the office, Shui Wuxin regarded Shui Binger with surprise, not expecting her to break through to level 60 so quickly. Binger, since you have succeeded, prepare yourself. Su Yu, do you have time tomorrow? If so, accompany Binger to obtain her soul ring. After speaking, Shui Wuxin turned her attention back to her work. Now, serving as both a teacher for the competition and the vice president of the entire Tianshui Academy, she had considerably more administrative duties than before, and the two refrained from disturbing her, exiting her office. Binger, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall take you to acquire your soul ring. Su Yu gently patted Shui Binger on the head. Irritated, she swatted his hand away. Su Yu shrugged, retracting his hand. Fine, Binger. Hurry back and get ready. He nodded toward her and departed into the distance. Shui Binger watched Su Yu leave, biting her lip and stomping her foot in frustration before walking away. What is wrong? I haven't done anything to provoke her. Su Yu mused, bewildered by the situation, perhaps attributing it to the monthly fluctuations girls experience. In the Sunset Forest, Su Yu forcefully threw a 30,000-year-old soul beast to the ground, leaving it battered and gasping for breath. He glanced at Shui Bing, who appeared unusually pressured due to his 6th soul ring. Quickly come over and finish it off. Obtain your soul ring. Upon saying this, he stepped aside. Shui Bing exilatit approached Su Yu's side, conjuring an ice dagger in her hand. As she reached the soul beast, she plunged the ice dagger into its body. A purple soul ring materialized above the beast, and Shui Binger sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her soul power to attract the purple soul ring. As the soul ring entered Shui Binger's body, a look of concern crossed Su Yu's face. Although he trusted her, a lingering worry remained. 6 hours passed swiftly, and Shui Binger opened her eyes, a wave of frigid energy erupting from her, freezing the surrounding forest within a radius of several dozen meters. Observing the phenomenon, Su Yu nodded. The The cold aura was impressively potent. Shui Binger smiled radiantly at the results of her efforts. How powerful! Is this the strength of a soul, Emperor? It's truly enchanting, she exclaimed, her body radiating an exhilarating chill. Suyu, I am now a soul emperor as well, and I shall soon surpass you. Do you remember that? Shui Binger declared earnestly as she approached Suyu. I am on the verge of becoming a soul sage. Suyu's remark caught Shui Binger off guard, leaving her speechless for a time. Why aren't you leaving? We should hurry back to the academy. Suyu observed her with a perplexed expression, sensing something peculiar in her demeanor. Perhaps she was startled to hear about his own rank. Get lost. Upon returning to Tianshui Academy, Suyu retreated to his room, and shortly thereafter, news reached him. Zhu Zhiqing had also achieved a breakthrough, becoming the second person to reach Soul Emperor. However, this time, Suyu chose not to venture out, but instead focused on rapid cultivation. A month later, Suyu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and narrowed his gaze at the elixir bottles on the ground. The system activated its interface. Ding! Activation successful. Host, Suyu age, 17 bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 70 cultivation technique. Burning decision, quasi-earth tier, skills, radiant dragon body, holy fire armor. Eye of destiny, magma eruption strike, spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, Qilin annihilation strike, Qilin treading the heavens, Qilin dragon king strike. Het, Ain, Lanin Huang, warehouse, Barrett, Lust Potion X172, 100,000 gold coins, Hallucinogenic Potion X10, Paraquat, Special Edition, Enhanced Lust Potion X66, Abstinence Pill X99, Bicycle, Special Lust Potion X88, 8 Extremes Collapse, Recovery Pill, White Vinegar Power, Upper Fishing Attempts, 0 times Evaluation. Your mental prowess is terrifying, yet your strength does not match. Keep going, young man. I believe one who masters fortune can undoubtedly become a god. Finally reached level 70. Splendid indeed. I can finally set forth to Hai Shindao. Suyu's countenance was relaxed. He was on the verge of arriving at Hai Shindao. Just the thought of it sent excitement coursing through him, as it was a place abundant with treasures left by the sea god. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Suyu's mind. The 7th trial of life, S9 trials. Reach Hai Shindao within 1 year and obtain the God-given soul ring, Life Affinity 25. In his moment of exhilaration, Suyu was taken aback. Surely, the goddess of life was not constantly watching over him. Just as he planned to head to Hai Shindao, this task arrived. It was truly astonishing. Suyu Esquintith pondered for a moment and ultimately buried his curiosity deep within. Exiting his room, Suyu made his way to Shui Wuxin's chamber, preparing to embark on his journey to Hai Shindao. This time, it was not solely for Qiu'er, but also for himself, as Hai Shindao was part of his divine trial. Upon reaching Shui Wuxin's quarters, he was greeted by the sight of several individuals within. Suyu posed, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he spoke. Chapter 221, Journey to Hai Shindao. Why is everyone here? Has something happened? Suyu gazed at the crowd with uncertainty, his sudden voice startling them. Not all, Captain. Teacher Wuxin summoned us. She said she wanted to assess our training results to ensure we do not waste the potency of the pills. Three-EyedGolden over to Suyu. Her expression serious yet playful. Suyu's initially perplexed gaze gradually softened. Teacher Wuxin, I intend to bid farewell. I have broken through and plan to head to Hai Shindao. What do you all think? Suyu glanced at the women, speaking with earnest seriousness. Upon hearing of Suyu's breakthrough to level 70, their eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at his remarkable talent. They recalled that he had only been at level 68 upon his return. To advance so swiftly from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint in just a few months was nothing short of extraordinary. Now, once he acquired another soul ring, he would be a full-fledged Soul Saint. In the annals of Douluo Continent, few could match his rapid progression. You truly astonish me, Suyu. I had intended to take you all to the Soul Master competition to raise some excitement, but it seems that is no longer feasible. Shui Wuxin sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. Now that Suyu had broken through, she would not delay the others. Teacher Wuxin, do not worry. Upon our return from Hai Shindao, We should all be titled Douluos. At that point, it will far surpass any championship. Suyu chuckled lightly, not jesting. The talents of the women were formidable. Aside from Xue Wu, whose aptitude was somewhat lacking, the rest were exceptionally gifted. As for Tang San, if he could not find his way, so be it. He would have his chance to exact revenge in due time. With this realization, Suyu felt a wave of clarity wash over him, making the entire continent seem far more beautiful. I eagerly anticipate your return as titled Douluos. However, even without that title, you will always be the pride of Tianshui. Xue Wuxin's words were filled with sincerity, unmistakably genuine in their essence. Then, teacher, watch us as we return once more. Suyu proclaimed confidently, narrowing his eyes. And with that, he departed to prepare for the journey ahead. Reaching Haixindao would not be an easy feat. The sea god gazed mistily at the figure of Suyu on the screen, hearing his words and feeling an immense sense of relief. While others might encounter dangers on Haixindao, you need not worry. I shall personally send 10,000-year-soul beasts to welcome you and escort you back. The moment has finally arrived. Once you arrive, I can finally pass on a legacy. The sea god spoke, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had always yearned for freedom, longing to reclaim his fervor. Although deities could sneak away for leisure, it was never quite comfortable. As a first-tier deity in the divine realm, he was perpetually tethered, unable to unleash his full power. Ever since learning of the impending journey to Haixindao, Wang Qiu'er had been particularly excited. Recalling the vast Haohai Qian Kuanzhao that Suyu had gifted her and she had refined, now nestled within her soul guide. Perhaps this time, to Haixindao would allow her to inherit the sea god's divine essence. Indeed, it was exhilarating. 3 days later, Xue Wuxin regarded the fully prepared group with a gentle nod. All right, everyone appears ready. After bidding farewell to teacher Wuxin, we shall set forth. A gentle smile graced Suyu's face as he slightly bowed to Xue Wuxin before turning to the women behind him. They too bowed in acknowledgement and exchanged glances with Xue Wuxin before Suyu led them away. Watching their departing figures, Xue Wuxin sighed. Are we finally embarking on the true path of strength? She murmured as she gazed at the receding forms of Suyu and his companions. A hint of melancholy crossing her features. Only after they had completely vanished did she turn to leave and return to Tianshui Academy. As they approached Haixindao, they were undoubtedly aware of the perils that lay ahead. Now, I must inform you of the dangers of Haixindao. It is the island where the sea god ascended, rife with numerous threats, yet equally abundant in opportunities. You may even encounter 10,000-year sea soul beasts attempting to thwart your progress. However, should you pass their trials, you will gain immense fortune. Suyu addressed the women with a serious demeanor. His words did not instill fear. Instead, they ignited excitement among them. Captain, let us depart quickly. Fortune always accompanies danger. A true warrior can never remain in a warm embrace forever. We are not afraid. Let us set forth. One soldier stepped forward with determination, glancing back at her sisters. Sisters, do you fear this? Are you afraid? Of course not, Captain. Hurry and lead us forth. We are destined to become titled Douluos. Such trivial dangers will not deter us. Xue Yu'er exclaimed as she leaped forward, gazing earnestly at Suyu. Seeing Xue Yu'er's spirited demeanor, a hint of helplessness crossed Suyu's face. He had anticipated such enthusiasm, and indeed, the girl was exactly as he had envisioned. However, witnessing the scene, Suyu felt a surge of joy. These young women possessed the heart of a warrior, not mere flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Since they were unafraid of danger, it was time to embark on their journey. Suyu smiled and led the group towards the horizon. The women, observing Suyu's departure, wore faint smiles and followed closely behind. It was finally time to set off. The malevolent forces must be nearly prepared. The goddess of life gazed at the benevolent god king opposite her, her curiosity prompting her to inquire. The god king of benevolence nodded gently, his expression serene. They were ready. Once that young man reached the sea god island, he would obtain the legacy of evil, and then they could attempt to merge. His physique was indeed formidable, even I must admit to being astonished. Chapter 222. riding the winds and breaking the waves. By gathering the legacies of the 5 great gods, so you would be able to condense the power of creation. Only by fully consolidating this power could he potentially become the legendary creator god. The power of creation encompasses all, with the strength of the 5 strongest deities being paramount. While life and destruction are undoubtedly crucial, the other 3 are equally indispensable. Given this, preparations were nearly complete. Now they awaited the young man's entrance. The goddess of life addressed the god king of benevolence earnestly. The god king's demeanor remained unchanged. It was evident he too felt a twinge of excitement. The emergence of a creator god would undoubtedly strengthen the entire divine realm. At that time, even she could grow more powerful. And as the creator god expanded the divine realm, her own strength could also see significant enhancement. With this thought, a smile crept onto the god king's face. She had existed since the inception of the divine realm, her power long having hit a bottleneck, and now, witnessing the opportunity for a breakthrough, she could not overlook it. Even the goddess of life, the least combative among the 5 deities, would seize this chance, let alone the god king of this realm. In the mortal realm, Suyu gazed at the nearby Han Hai city, curiosity lighting up his face. Han Hai city, the nearest continental city to the sea god island, had finally welcomed their arrival. The grand city was constructed by the sea, or rather, upon the mountains beside it, impervious to the tides that rose and fell. The robust city walls were undoubtedly of central city caliber, and even before entering, they could faintly sense the briny air. They had reached the city gates and dismounted their carriage for a routine inspection. Passing through the walls and entering Han Hai city, the salty scent intensified. Suyu observed that the inhabitants of Han Hai city differed slightly from those of the inland. They tended to be shorter in stature and possessed darker skin. Enough looking. Let us hurry along. We shall take a brief rest before proceeding directly to Sea God Island. The women, intrigued by the local populace, glanced around, while Suyu shook his head at their curiosity, choosing to remain silent. He then smiled seriously at them. After finishing, Suyu walked ahead, and the women hastily followed suit, no longer distracted by their surroundings. Soon, Suyu located a hotel and secured rooms for each of them. At Sea God Island, Poseidon regarded the suddenly appeared sea god with a serious reverence. "My lord, why have you come in person? Is there an important matter concerning Sea God Island?" The sea god's expression was grave, radiating an overwhelming aura that made Poseidon's eyes gleam with admiration, reminiscent of a young girl. "Poseidon, I must entrust you with an important task. My successor is approaching, and you must be prepared to receive them. Accompanying her is a young man whom you must treat well. Even I dare not provoke his backing." The sea god's serious demeanor left Poseidon puzzled. If even the sea god could not provoke this individual, he must indeed be an extraordinary figure. The sea god was already an invincible entity in her mind, and now the myth had somewhat shattered. Yet she knew she must heed the sea god's commands. After 2 days of rest, Suyu set off once more with the women towards Sea God Island. They followed the well-constructed path carved out on the rocks, heading straight for the dock. To set sail from Han Hai City, one must traverse this route, and though building on the rocks was challenging, the city officials spared no effort in maintaining it well. The dock was expansive, with at least 20 piers extending hundreds of meters into the sea, accommodating numerous vessels. It served as the focal point of maritime trade and a significant source of revenue for Han Hai City. Although powerful soul beasts inhabited the ocean, it was also a realm of boundless wealth. The principle of living by the sea was an unchanging truth in Han Hai City. Even though lives were lost annually to sea soul beasts, the situation remained unchanged. Before long, Suyu found a rented ship, a brand new vessel that appeared remarkably well-crafted. The hull was painted a deep iron color, with only the deck adorned in red and white. It was said that the iron color could help evade attacks from soul beasts. The ship measured 50 meters in length and over 20 meters in width. While not the largest, it was certainly substantial. Upon close inspection, one could see that beneath the iron gray paint was a thick layer of iron armor protecting the hull. "Welcome aboard the High Mo." As the group stepped onto the deck, a middle-aged man in his 50s greeted them with a hearty laugh and a welcoming gesture. The captain, exuding charm, said, Welcome, lovely ladies and handsome sir. It seems this journey will be quite enchanting. I am delighted to serve you. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group, lingering momentarily on the stunning women. Cast off. We are ready to depart. With everyone aboard, the High MO officially sets sail. The beauty of the ocean is irreplaceable by any other sight. One cannot truly appreciate its grandeur without having been there. The boundless sea stretched before them, where water met sky. As the sun rose from the east, it illuminated the sea's surface, sparkling like countless jewels, captivating all who beheld it. A day swiftly passed, surrounded by endless waters, with no land in sight. Initially, the group found the sea voyage more comfortable than traveling on land. However, as the day wore on, boredom set in. This is rather troublesome. It seems we can only train during the journey. Once we reach Sea God Island, we can relax properly. Suyu remarked seriously as he retrieved some pills from his soul-guiding device to distribute among the women. Take these quickly. Strive to break through before we arrive at Sea God Island. Suyu's expression was earnest, and the women, without hesitation, accepted the pills from his hands. Chapter 223, Landing on Sea God Island. After consuming the pills, Suyu settled into his room to commence his training. The sea god has tasked me with fetching a few humans, and I find myself perplexed as to why this is so. Could there possibly exist an entity more formidable than the sea god? A magical soul, great white shark swiftly glided towards the location of Suyu, muttering to itself as it swam. Its speed was remarkable, slicing through the ocean's surface without causing even the slightest splash. Is this how powerful the individuals that the sea god has sent for me to welcome truly are? Their aura seems rather unimpressive. I simply cannot fathom why the sea god would want me to greet them. As the magical soul, great white shark approached the vessel occupied by Suyu and his companions, it sensed the energy emanating from the ship and could not help but express its confusion aloud. However, none of this was overheard by anyone, and after voicing its thoughts, it swiftly drew nearer. Inside the cabin, Suyu leisurely opened his eyes, a golden light suddenly shining within them. His mental energy rapidly expanded, soon enveloping a radius of 30 miles. Within this area, Suyu could observe everything with great clarity. A magical soul, great white shark, one that had existed for 100,000 years, could be Xiaobai? Suyu pondered, quickly exiting the room without alerting the women. He was confident that he could handle an encounter with a 100,000-year-old soul beast. With wings unfurled, he soared towards the ocean's surface without rousing anyone from their slumber. It wasn't long before he spotted a massive shark before him. Gazing at the great white shark and feeling its imposing presence, Suyu's expression changed. The magical soul, great white shark, was indeed quite formidable. You are the one that the sea god has sent for me. You are truly an enigmatic creature. I cannot comprehend what the sea god sees in you, he mused. Xiao Bai, observing Suyu, guarda passive the expression. Genuinely unsure of what the sea god found appealing about this youth. You are sent by the sea god? Suyu inquired, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Though he was the descendant of the goddess of life, his status was significant. However, the sea god, a deity of the highest order in the divine realm, had no need to lower himself to send Xiao Bai to greet him. Squinting slightly, he posed the question that lingered in his mind, which caused Xiao Bai to pause momentarily before responding. Indeed, the sea god has instructed me to guide you. If you have no further matters, you may depart. Suyu regarded the shark with a hint of resignation. Conversing with a shark was a novel experience for him. Understood, but I have companions and must return to summon them, he replied, then soared back to the ship. Upon his arrival, he expanded his mental energy, relaying the message to the women. Upon receiving Suyu's prompt, they quickly gathered their belongings. After exiting the cabin, Suyu left a pouch of gold coins at the captain's door and extended his soul power to grasp the women, propelling them toward Xiao Bai. You've arrived. Let us proceed. This fulfills the sea god's command, Xiao Bai remarked as Suyu landed upon her back, before she began to swim away. Initially, the women felt a twinge of apprehension, but after conversing with Xiao Bai for a while, their worries dissipated. 3 days later, Suyu beheld the increasingly visible sea god island, and a smile crept onto his face. Those who pass the trials may remain on Sea God Island to serve the sea god. Failure results in expulsion. The trials can be perilous, with the potential for death. Furthermore, all incoming soul masters, regardless of age, must directly face the trials. Failure leads to immediate expulsion, while success requires them to remain on the island. These rules, however, bore little significance for Su Yu, as he had support and believed Wang Qiu'er could inherit the sea god's divine position. "Let us depart," Xiaobai declared, transforming into a tall woman, addressing Su Yu and the others with a serene tone. "Indeed, let us go," Su Yu responded, following closely behind her. Their pace was leisurely. Xiaobai led Su Yu for half an hour before coming to a halt. "Who goes there?" a low voice called out, as 7 or 8 figures suddenly sprang from the woods, obstructing their path. Each possessed distinct appearances, yet they shared a commonality in their attire, a light yellow martial outfit. "I brought them. You may step aside," Xiaobai said gently as she approached the figures. "Lady Xiaobai, if these surface soul masters are indeed your guests, there should be no issue. Perhaps allow us to escort them to the examination," a young man in a yellow outfit suggested, his expression cheerful. "Very well. Su Yu and your companions shall be taken to the examination site of Sea God Island. I have matters to attend to in my clan," Xiaobai concluded before departing. "Understood. Xiaobai, you may go. We have arrived at Sea God Island, but we are indeed curious about the trials." Su Yu and the others nodded in agreement. "Well then, enjoy your time on Sea God Island. However, should you fail the Sea God's trials, you will find it difficult to leave. Those who do not pass will remain here indefinitely. Yet the Sea God holds you in high regard, so you may yet receive some benefits," Xiaobai remarked before leaving. "Let us proceed to the examination site," Su Yu stated with a calm demeanor as he followed the others towards Sea God Island. The yellow-clad soul master guided them to a serene pond, surrounded by dense forest. The pond was approximately 500 meters in diameter, and in its center stood a triangular platform, upon which an enigmatic stone pillar rose. The pillar resembled a cone, adorned with intricate carvings and emanating an unusual energy. So you could clearly discern a figure seated at the base of the stone pillar, eyes closed, facing away from it, seemingly meditating. This individual was clad in black attire. "This must be the guardian of the Hai Ma Sheng Zhu," Su Yu mused. Chapter 224. The Red Seven Trials. Welcome to the Sea of the Sea. The middle-aged man in yellow spoke with a unique tone. The Hai Ma Sheng Zhu is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. The sea god has bestowed divine power upon the 7 sacred pillars to convey his will. Each pillar can test incoming soul masters, and you shall receive your examination here. Upon finishing his statement, he turned towards the triangular platform in the sea, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle. As he summoned his soul power, his voice resonated, and in that moment, he instinctively released his martial soul. With 6 soul rings, he was indeed a formidable soul emperor. However, this posed no concern for Su Yu. "I report to Lord Hai Ma. We have incoming soul masters seeking to undergo the trials. Please grant them permission to be tested, under the impetus of the soul force." The voice of the figure in yellow resonated like a straight line, overpowering the tumultuous waves of the sea. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who had been seated beneath the sea-horse sacred pillar, opened his eyes, his gaze sharp like a sword directed at Su Yu and his companions. In the eyes of the sea god, endless information flowed, and his elation caused the entire ocean of Dalu to tremble. "Excellent, splendid, my successor has finally arrived. Do the terrestrial soul masters wish to undergo the trials set by His Majesty the Sea God? You must traverse the Sea of Seas and stand before the Sea-Horse sacred pillar to earn the right to face the trials." As he spoke, a blue radiance illuminated the area behind the Sea-Horse Doa, and the Sea-Horse sacred pillar suddenly shone brightly. A deep blue light extending from its base to its apex. Centered around the top of the Sea-Horse sacred pillar, a circle of blue ripples surged forth, resembling a luminous veil suspended above the Sea of Seas. Given that the Sea-Horse sacred pillar stood approximately 10 meters tall, this shimmering curtain of light hovered at the same height. Undoubtedly, this 10-meter distance imposed limitations on flight capabilities and forward movement. Suyu shook his head and nodded towards Shui Binger beside him. Shui Binger's expression tightened, and an exquisite frost emanated from her, advancing directly toward the waves. The waves transformed into walls of ice beneath the extreme cold, solidifying instantly. Observing this scene, the seahorse Daluo's lips twitched involuntarily. He had contemplated numerous methods to overcome this challenge, yet had never envisioned such a forceful approach. As the group approached, the seahorse Daluo scrutinized Suyu and then glanced at the women behind him, instructing them to line up according to their previous order of ascendance. As he spoke, he pressed his hands down, and a wave of energy quietly dispersed, calming the previously tumultuous waters. While the curtain of light emanating from the apex of the seahorse sacred pillar gradually faded away, Sujuriman Saident, opting not to cue himself, but allowing Shui Binger and the others to do so. The seahorse Douluo cast a questioning glance at Suyu, who quickly masked his curiosity. The seahorse Daluo slowly raised his hands, a look of reverence gracing his face, bringing his palms together at his chest. A faint blue glow emerging between them. As the blue light intensified, Wang Qiu'er, observing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. When the blue light filled the palms of the seahorse Daluo, it erupted into brilliance, enveloping the entire seahorse sacred pillar in a serene azure glow. Almost instantaneously, a flash of light from below the seahorse sacred pillar traveled along the intricate patterns upwards, reaching the pinnacle in the blink of an eye. The seahorse Daluo turned to face Shui Binger, pointing his right hand towards her. A blue beam descended from above, enveloping Shui Binger, who stood somewhat bewildered, seemingly unaware of the sensation. The beam of light began to shift in color, transitioning from blue to white, then swiftly transforming into yellow, and almost seamlessly into purple. As the purple deepened, the transformation continued unabated, shifting to black and then to red. Only after reaching the red hue did the beam gradually come to a halt. The seahorse Daluo's eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Alas, the red level 7 trial. In the palace of the high priestess, Poseidon sprang to her feet, rushing out of the palace. Nearby, Su squinted his eyes and followed suit, racing after Poseidon. The red level 7 trial. Poseidon appeared before the seahorse sacred pillar, gazing at the individual who triggered the trial with a smile of approval. Indeed, exceptional talent. You may inherit my position. Nodding, Poseidon approached Shui Binger, her expression one of satisfaction. Just then, 2 unexpected voices interrupted her thoughts. Grandson, old man. Sudyuan Suyi exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the presence of each other. Very well, let us proceed with the testing. Poseidon pulled Shui Binger aside to begin her evaluation. The ensuing scene plunged the seahorse sovereign into despair as Shui Yuer, Shuewu, and Zhu Zhuqing all stepped forward, adding 4 more inheritors of the black level and 3 of the black level 6 trials. As for me, I shall take my leave, Xiao Wu said, nodding at Wang Qiu'er before stepping up. A red beam shot skyward once more, causing Poseidon to widen her eyes in disbelief, just as she was about to approach. She hesitated, thinking that Wang Qiu'er surely would not trigger a red light as well. However, unbeknownst to her, Wang Qiu'er was indeed not red, but rather golden. As Wang Qiu'er stepped forward, a sound akin to the ocean's lament resonated from the seahorse sacred pillar, followed by an immense crimson beam soaring into the heavens, tenfold more powerful than those triggered by Shui Binger and Xiao Wu. The entire sea of seas erupted into towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters, surging vertically, infused with a vibrant blue glow. The transformation did not cease there. The entirety of Sea God Island trembled in response to the ascending crimson light from the seahorse sacred pillar. The women clearly observed 6 additional colossal crimson beams shoot skyward, converging at a singular point, whereupon the blood-red hue dissipated, revealing a resplendent golden light cascading from above. In that moment, everything seemed to enter an absolute state of suspension, save for that brilliant light at the center of the expanse between sea and sky. At that moment, Suyu, jolted by the revelation of his grandfather's presence, regained his composure. Chapter 225, Fusion of Creation Power. The The sea god beheld this spectacle, and a surge of ocean blue divine power erupted from his hands, shattering the fabric of space as it surged toward Wang Qiu'er. The gaze of the evil god king pierced through layers of space, landing directly upon Su Yu on Sea God Island. Su Yu's body seemed to sense something, vibrating with an intensity that startled the evil god king, who had not anticipated this young man to be so astute, converting the divine power within him into his own essence. Interesting indeed. No wonder the gods have their eyes on you. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. The evil god king's hands churned with malevolent energy, which unleashed a terrifying force from a black flute on Sea God Island. At that moment, the white, sacred balance that had long remained hidden within Su Yu's soul guide materialized before him. Su Yu gazed in astonishment, as did Su Yi, while all present were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. The white balance, without pause, soared into the distance. Seizing the moment, Su Yu took flight, pursuing the balance. His movements were swift, closely following the balance, while Poseidon nodded at Su Yi, who silently trailed behind Su Yu. The phenomenon surrounding Wang Qiu'er persisted, the golden beam imparting an extraordinary sensation, as though something within her being had been stirred. Soon after, 9 square panels of golden light materialized before her. The first panel radiated the brightest light, while the other 8 appeared somewhat dimmer. Before Wang Qiu'er could ponder further, the radiant orbs swiftly drifted into her brow like golden meteors. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into her mind, illuminating her understanding of myriad matters. The golden light gradually waned, first dissipating from the skies and seas, then fading from all directions. Wang Qiu'er's body became the ultimate destination for all this golden radiance, culminating in a golden trident emblem adorning her forehead, rather than a tree-shaped mark akin to Su Yu's. This delicate golden trident bestowed upon Wang Qiu'er an aura of majestic nobility. Even in her stillness, the trident exuded an air of dominion over existence, endowing her with a unique allure. As she slowly opened her eyes, a beam of golden light shot forth from them, causing Poseidon to gaze in astonishment at the mark upon her brow, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon reappeared over the island of the sea god. A spectral figure materialized high above, exuding an overwhelming presence that left an indelible impression on all who beheld it. Bowing on one knee, Poseidon, along with all others on the island, paid homage to the figure, expressing their profound reverence. The sea god's voice resonated with authority, declaring the formal transmission of the sea god's 9 trials. The assembly regarded this spectacle with incredulity. Su Yu is the heir of my old friend, and his standing on the island of the sea god is akin to that of my own successor. The sea god's voice was imbued with gravitas, and Poseidon bowed his head, offering no retort. Meanwhile, Su Yu followed the balance to a tranquil forest, where a black flute hovered silently before him. As he gazed upon it, a serious expression crossed Su Yu's face. What an ominous aura, what could this be? He mused, with a firm resolve. He reached out towards the flute. The moment his fingers made contact, the white balance, the heirloom of the benevolent deity, erupted with formidable power. The black flute, too, radiated a powerful force, and the energies of the balance and flute began to intertwine, neutralizing one another. The sacred and the malevolent energies enveloped the entire forest, each emanating a potent essence. How formidable to counterbalance the power of the benevolent deity to such an extent. It must be the essence of some divine being, Su Yu reflected gravely. In the divine realm, the 5 great deities convened in the divine council, each radiating immense power. As a unique energy materialized within their confluence, this energy, encompassing all of creation, surged forth towards the lower realms, breaching the boundaries of Douluo Continent and locking onto Su Yu. Before he could discern its nature, a pale violet energy surged into Su Yu's body. In the city of slaughter, Tang San observed the sky above, basking in the warmth of the sun, his eyes involuntarily squinting in comfort. Suddenly, a long sword erupted from the city of slaughter, radiating a terrifying killing intent. As it burst forth, it unleashed an overwhelming force upon Tang's San, sending him hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Had it not been for the protection of the Rakshasa god, he might have perished. The Shura bloodsword, how could it manifest? Has Shura found a successor again? It seems Douluo Continent is on the brink of chaos. The Rakshasa god, though a first-tier deity, was unaware of the matters concerning the law enforcer and the divine king, lacking the authority to comprehend such issues. However, his relationship with Shura was tenuous, and he felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought of his successor eliminating Shura, his heir, even if he could not defeat Shura outright. Not just the Shura bloodsword, from the depths of the Lake of Life, a green light shot forth in the form of a staff. In the southern part of Douluo Continent, a purple spear surged forth. Numerous heirlooms converged towards Su Yu's location. The divine artifacts pierced through the fabric of space, swiftly appearing before him. 5 heirlooms encircled Su Yu, emanating waves of divine power. These 5 divine forces represented life, destruction, slaughter, malevolence, and benevolence. The combined might of the strongest deities surged into Su Yu's being. Su Yu felt as if his body were being ruthlessly hammered, his bones reduced to fragments, which coursed through his veins, creating a sensation of both itchiness and pain. Observing the scene, Su Yi felt a surge of urgency. He stepped forward, attempting to reach Su Yu, only to be repelled by the overwhelming energy, causing him to stumble back, albeit uninjured. What on earth is happening with this kid? Su Yi summoned his golden blade, preparing to charge once more, his expression etched with worry. At that moment, the light emanating from Su Yu intensified, striking Su Yi with renewed force. No matter how he resisted, the golden blade was sent flying. Damn it, what is this rascal doing? The old man is at level 99 and can't withstand this at all. Su Yu sensed his already shattered bones rapidly reassembling. He felt the soul power within him swiftly transforming into divine power. The transformation was rapid, as Su Yu's body endured the impact of this divine energy conversion. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the urge to cry out. The 5 forces began to release their energies from various points within Su Yu. His soul power was also swiftly converting, while the burning decision continued to operate. After orchestrating everything, the sea god seemed to perceive something, his gaze shifting towards another end of the island of the sea god, just as Su Yu felt he could no longer endure. The golden Shilin blood within his heart began to flow, transforming into a refined energy that assisted him in organizing these forces. Hours passed, and Dufeng's soul power had completely transitioned into divine power, taking on a violet hue. The divine power from the heirlooms of the 5 great deities did not cease. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu initiated the evolution of his soul rings. With the infusion of creation power, his first soul ring quickly transformed into a light violet hue, followed by the second and third. The process unfolded swiftly, as the original 6 soul rings rapidly evolved into divine rings. Divine patterns radiated from these rings, exuding an overwhelming aura from Su Yu. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned the power within to begin the consolidation of the 7th divine ring. With the presence of creation power, the formation of divine rings was merely a matter of time. The divine halo gradually materialized, and at the moment of its emergence, a colossal Qilin solidified behind Su Yu. This magnificent beast exuded an overwhelming aura of power, leaving an indelible impression on anyone who beheld it. Su Yi gazed at the Qilin behind Su Yu, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He no longer harbored any concerns, as he could still sense the changes within Su Yu. It was evident that Su Yu had stabilized, no longer enduring the suffering he had previously experienced. The power of creation continuously coalesced, and the Qilin's might grew ever stronger. With a thunderous roar that reverberated across the sea god island, the residents were left in a state of astonishment, bewildered by the sheer force of sound. What was this fearsome beast? The power it wielded was truly terrifying. In that moment, Su Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a beam of golden light shooting forth from them. An aura of terror and majesty surged from him, causing Su Yi, who stood nearby, to stare in disbelief, overwhelmed by the ever-expanding power radiating from Suyu. "Grandson, what is this?" Suyu exclaimed, "Taikenabuk." He stepped forward to examine Suyu closely and, upon realizing he was not in immediate danger, exhaled in relief. "It's nothing, old man. I merely experienced a surge of power within me," Suyu responded with a smile. Proceeding alongside Su-yi towards the location of the seahorse sacred pillar. "Let the assessment begin." After the sea god departed, Poseidon nodded solemnly at Wang Qiu'er. Her eyes filled with reverence, devoid of any condescension. "Please, follow me, esteemed guests," she said, before departing without hesitation. The seahorse Douluo bowed respectfully to Wang Qiu'er. Sincerity etched on his face. Just then, Suyu's figure appeared overhead, and he nodded at the seahorse Douluo. "Ladies, please follow me." A rich blue light emanated from the seahorse Douluo's hand, and with a gentle wave, a miraculous scene unfolded. The waters of the ocean surged, condensing midair, and within moments transformed into a bridge. This bridge did not lead back to their point of arrival, but rather into the deeper forests of Sea God Island. The seahorse Douluo maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, clearly influenced by Poseidon Douluo's previous words. It was rare for a titled Douluo to speak with such reverence to them. As they stepped onto the water-solidified bridge, they were astonished to find it as stable as solid ground, with crystal-clear ocean water beneath their feet, evoking feelings of freshness and curiosity in everyone. Upon reaching the shore, they were met by 10 soul masters clad in yellow, standing respectfully on either side as they proceeded. Su-yi, however, did not accompany them. He vanished the moment he confirmed Suyu was safe. The seahorse Douluo led the group onward, and after approximately a quarter of an hour of walking, they emerged from the forest to behold a small city. The city walls rose only 5 meters high, and as they exited the woods, their elevated position afforded them a clear view of this small settlement, which was significantly smaller than those in the Tiando Empire. Most striking was a tall edifice at the city's center, reminiscent of the seahorse sacred pillar, but much broader, crowned with a colossal statue of a seahorse. "You may rest temporarily at the city lord's mansion. I cannot stray far from the seahorse sacred pillar, as I generally practice beneath it. Our people are largely self-sufficient, cultivating simple crops and relying on the bounty of the sea for sustenance, thus eliminating the need for currency. We typically engage in barter. However, we do have dedicated merchant fleets that venture out periodically to trade with nearby coastal cities for necessities." The seahorse Douluo gazed at Suyu with a smile, recognizing him as the backbone of these people. Although that girl was the heir of the sea god, the sea god himself had indicated that this young man should be treated with equal respect. How could the seahorse Douluo disregard the sea god's words? "Understood, thank you." "Senior seahorse," Suyu replied seriously, nodding in acknowledgement, his tone gentle. Chapter 227. Tang San and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. The seahorse Douluo nodded, saying nothing further. After arranging for everyone, he took his leave. Soon after, an individual clad in purple approached the group. In the divine realm, 3 law enforcement gods and 2 divine kings stood together, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they observed Suyu. They could hardly fathom that Suyu had truly managed to bear the power of creation. "This lad has indeed succeeded. He has absorbed the essence of creation." The Shura god murmured in astonishment. "This boy is truly formidable. But is it wise for him to wield 5 divine artifacts at such a young age?" The evil god king queried, casting a serious glance at his colleagues. Suyu was only in his 70s and had already mastered 5 divine artifacts. Should the 2nd and 3rd tier gods learn of this, they would surely be consumed by envy. It was known that many 2nd and 3rd tier gods lacked even a single divine artifact, making it exceedingly galling that a soul saint possessed 5. Unbeknownst to them, Dufeng was following the purple-clad individual to the assessment location for Wang Qiu'er and her companions. Their first challenge was to traverse the sea god's light. Suyu remained silent, observing the unfolding scene. Before long, the middle-aged figure in purple led Suyu and the others to the assessment site. After crossing a dense thicket, the group was left in awe at the sight before them. The shimmering sea reflected countless hues under the glow of the evening sky, and within that embrace of water lay a small island at its center. The island rose about 500 meters high, uniquely adorned with a faint golden glow. While not overwhelmingly bright, it was evident to the Shrek's 7 monsters that this radiance did not originate from the sunset, but was an intrinsic brilliance of the island itself. At the pinnacle of the island stood a structure, seemingly carved from white jade, square in shape with a domed roof. From their vantage point, they could only discern the outermost layer formed by enormous white stone pillars, the entire edifice exuding a crystalline, sacred luminosity. Is this truly the location for the sea god's light assessment? It is indeed breathtaking, the purple-clad sea soul master remarked, filled with admiration. Indeed, this is our sea god island's sacred ground, the sea god temple dedicated to the sea god, the soul building atop Sea God Mountain, and the true essence of Sea God Island, also known as the island within an island. Please observe the staircase leading to the island before us. That is where you must undergo your trials, totaling 1,001 steps. Only those guardians of Sea God Island who have passed the Sea God's Purple Tier assessment are permitted to ascend the steps to worship in the Sea God Temple. Otherwise, they shall be obstructed by the Sea God's light. Those wishing to attempt the trial may proceed now. I shall await your return here. Please refrain from making any noise atop the Sea God Mountain, lest you disturb the esteemed Sea God, the middle-aged man advised. After which he guided everyone along the path ahead. The women nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with Su Yu, and intended to depart together. However, at that moment, Su Yu had other intentions. You may go on. I shall remain. I need to refine the power within me, and I have my own matters to attend to. Su Yu's expression was solemn, prompting Wang Qiu to praise him. But recognizing his status as a descendant of a deity, she refrained from insisting. Su Yu then unfurled his wings and soared into the distance, returning to the quarters assigned to him on Sea God Island, where he commenced his cultivation. What of 5 divine artifacts? As the future creator god, what significance do 5 artifacts hold for him? The god of destruction asserted dominantly, as was his nature, divine artifacts were meant for use. He did not perceive any adverse implications. On the contrary, he felt no qualms whatsoever. Very well, in that case, let's leave the artifacts with Su Yu. Should the need arise in the future, we shall retrieve them. A gentle smile graced the face of the goddess of life, her voice soothing, eliciting smiles from all present. Since the goddess of life has spoken, let us leave them with that young man. The god of Shura cast a fierce glare at the god of destruction, but chose not to voice further objections, instead addressing the goddess of life with a demeanor softened. Su Yu exhaled deeply. He had experienced another breakthrough, significantly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, upon recently ascending to Soul Saint, he had acquired 10 opportunities for fishing. This thought brought a subtle smile to his face. The system panel activated. Ding! Activation successful. Host, Su Yu age, 16 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 74 cultivation technique. Burning decision, earth tier, skills. Radiant dragon body, holy fire armor. Eye of destiny, magma eruption strike. Spirit fire of all beasts. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin earth treading. Qilin oblivion strike. Qilin true form pet. Ain blue silver emperor. Storage, Barrett. Passion Pill X172, 100,000 gold coins. Hallucinogenic Pill X10, Herbicide, Special Edition. Passion Pill, Enhanced, X66, Valley Breaking Pill X99, Bicycle, Special Passion Pill X88, 8 Extremes Collapse Recovery Pill. White Vinegar, Strength, Upper Fishing Opportunities, 10 times Evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, and you have acquired Creator God power. The future of divinity is not your ultimate destination. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Tang San ruthlessly shattered a disciple into fragments, blood staining his form crimson while torrents of blue-silver grass surged from him, drawing immense soul power into his body. Behind him flickered 3 purple, 2 black, and 4 red soul rings, each radiating formidable energy. Yu Engine observed Tang San with a mixture of caution and murderous intent. Who are you? Such strength at your age. I cannot fathom how I have not heard of you in the Soul Master realm. Yu Engine's expression was grave, as 9 soul rings also appeared behind him. Not a single red ring adorned his collection. They were merely ordinary soul rings. Tang Sen regarded them with disdain. Had I encountered you previously, I might have referred to you as a revered elder, given your relation to my master. However, now you are but a dead man in my eyes. A smirk crept across Tang Sen's lips as he summoned the Haotian hammer into his hand. The Haotian hammer? You are from the Haotian sect, a disciple of Shao Gang. So you're the famed Tang Sen. Yu Yuanjin was filled with disbelief. Although he had expelled his son Yu Shao Gang from the family, a father could hardly ignore his son's affairs. He was well aware of everything concerning Yu Shao Gang, including Tang Sen. Indeed, it seems the revered elder is familiar with me. You must also know how my father met his demise, thanks to your son, my teacher. Tang Sen's voice was frigid as he wielded the Haotian hammer, crushing a disciple who had stealthily approached him into a bloody pulp. What I endured in the city of slaughter is beyond your imagination. It is not only you who will perish, but your son shall accompany you to the grave. Were it not for him, I would not have become this way. Tang Sen's expression darkened, his voice hoarse, his gaze towards Yu Yuanjin ferociously crimson, leaving an indelible impression on any who beheld it. Shao Gang is your teacher. After all, even if he has erred, you cannot justify taking his life. He has imparted knowledge to you. Upon hearing Tang Sen's intent to kill Yu Shao Gang, Yu Yuanjin's pupils constricted. Though he was disappointed in his son, no father wishes for his child's demise. With this thought, Yu Yuanjin assumed a serious demeanor, taking the moral high ground to sternly reproach Tang Sen. However, Tang Sen was no longer the person he once was. He would not be swayed by such admonishments, especially not now. Listening to Yu Yuanjin's words, Tang Sen narrowed his eyes, his gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. I did not expect the esteemed clan leader to be so noble as to urge me to forgive him. Truly, it is a testament to the shamelessness that runs in your family. Tang Sen's words did not embarrass Yu Yuanjin. Rather, he remained remarkably composed, fixing his eyes on Tang Sen in an attempt to intimidate him into relinquishing his thoughts. How easy it is for you to speak, clan leader. If your father were slain and your kin annihilated, would you forgive the instigator? Tang Sen's expression darkened further, slowly raising the Haotian hammer. Haotian hammer, chaotic wind. Tang Sen bellowed, bringing the Haotian hammer crashing down upon Yu Yuanjin. The latter, unperturbed, transformed into a colossal blue divine dragon, exuding an aura rivaling that of any 10,000-year soul beast. With a claw raised, he charged to collide with the Haotian hammer. As dragon claw met hammer, a catastrophic force twisted the very fabric of space. A savage grin spread across Tang Sen's face as he conjured blue silvergrass with his other hand, ensnaring Yu Yuanjin. The latter's expression grew grave as sparks danced across his form, the blue-silver grass fracturing piece by piece. Yet, the disintegration of the blue-silver grass did not alter Tang Sen's countenance. Instead, he smiled wider. As the blue-silver grass shattered, an abundance of grass seeds erupted forth, splattering across Yu Yuanjin. What is this? Yu Yuanjin's expression soured as he reached to disperse the seeds. Tang Sen's soul power surged. The seeds that clung to Yu Yuanjin rapidly sprouted into blue-silver grass, with roots penetrating his flesh and directly siphoning his vitality. The god of Azura gazed upon this scene with a wicked grin, astonished by the ruthlessness of his new disciple. The former Bibi Dong, with her great potential, paled in comparison to this ferocious Tang Sen, who was far more suited to bear the mantle of his successor, for the god of Azura's domain was rooted in evil, bloodshed, and madness. Ah! Yu Yuanjin cried out in agony, his body continuously withering away. Gritting his teeth, a mixture of pain and ferocity appeared on Yu Yuanjin's face as the lightning coursed through him, and the blue-silver grass on him began to blacken. Tang Sen remained calm, maintaining his soul power. The originally charred blue-silver grass surprisingly shed its burnt exterior and began to regrow. Soon, a new strand of blue-silver grass sprouted, thriving from Yu Yuanjin's soul power and absorbing it at an accelerated pace. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuanjin unleashed a torrent of lightning from his mouth. The thunderbolts surged like a beam towards Tang Sen, who remained unfazed, raising the Hao-Ian hammer to form a shield before him. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as Yu Yuanjin landed on the ground. His expression shifted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest tightly, his face contorted with evident pain. "Master, forgive me. This time, victory is mine." Tang San's voice, though soft, resonated with mockery and disdain in Yu Yuanjin's ears. "You despicable one," Yu Yuanjin gasped, sweat trickling down his face, his lips pale. His eyes filled with hatred as he gazed at Tang San. "Master is jesting. In battle, all means are permissible." Tang San smiled, acknowledging his own cunning. Through countless battles, he had transformed. Yu Yuanjin's body began to shrink, while Tang San felt nothing, merely savoring the growing vigor within him. "Master, please reveal the hiding place of my teacher. If you do, I might spare a few of the children from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." With another swing of the Hao-Ian hammer, he ruthlessly struck down a group of disciples. Yu Yuanjin's expression grew solemn as he clenched his teeth, hesitating to divulge his son's location to this demon before him. He admitted he was no match for this adversary, but he could attempt to take them both down. Exhaling deeply, his body expanded, radiant multicolored light bursting forth from his dragon form as he charged towards Tang San. Tang San shook his head, holding the Hao-Ian hammer steadfastly, showing no signs of retreat as he prepared to meet Yu Yuanjin's charge. A tremendous explosion reverberated in the air, sending Tang San hurtling backward, his body drenched in blood. "Ha ha ha! As expected of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, your strength is indeed formidable. Were it not for my own methods, I might have truly fallen to your trickery. I, Tang San, declare you the strongest among those I have faced." Lying on the ground, Tang San erupted in laughter, his face twisted with madness and malice. His wounds began to heal rapidly, while the recently arrived members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were ensnared by Tang San's blue silver grass, their soul power absorbed into his body. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan annihilated. Chapter 229, The Master Falls. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which had dominated the continent for thousands of years, vanished completely from Douluo Continent. Tang San sighed, his expression unchanged as he approached the fallen Yu Yuanjin from the sky. He extended his hand and grasped Yu Yuanjin's head, which shattered like a watermelon. A soul bone was extracted by Tang San, who subsequently retrieved 2 more from Yu Yuanjin's body. Observing the immense aura emanating from the soul bones, Tang San displayed no change in expression as he cast them into his soul tool. He had no desire to absorb the soul bones at that moment. He needed to find the one who had caused him such suffering. "Teacher, I have arrived. Do wait for me, for you shall surely perish." With those words, Tang San vanished from the territory of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. 3 days later, Suyu awakened once more, the Shura blood sword appearing in his hand, emitting waves of sword energy that cleaved through the sea, creating a massive chasm. Indeed, a weapon worthy of Shura. What a powerful tool I now possess. A faint smile graced Suyu's face as he continued to unleash sword energy upon the ocean. 8th trial of life completed. Life affinity reward, 35, and the right to wield 5 divine artifacts. As Suyu practiced diligently, the voice of the goddess of life echoed in his mind once again. His expression remained unchanged. He was no fool. The goddess of life lacked the authority to grant access to divine artifacts, being merely a law enforcer. However, her permission to use them certainly indicated prior arrangements with the other gods. Coupled with the 5 divine powers coalescing within him, Suyu, having knowledge of Douluo from his previous life, understood how the divine realm was formed. If he was not mistaken, the power within him was the power of creation. The divine realm's existence stemmed from the creator god, who divided their strength into 5 parts: life, destruction, slaughter, evil, and goodness. Goodness and evil-shaped thoughts and emotions, while life and destruction forge the entire divine realm. If goodness and evil represent the heavens of the divine realm, then destruction and life form its earth. The Shura, standing in the center, harmonize the order between heaven and earth, giving rise to the divine realm as it exists today. The power within Su Yu is a fusion of these five forces, unmistakably the power of creation. What does the goddess of life intend? Is she truly aiming to transform me into the creator god? It seems there is indeed a possibility. Su Yu's expression darkened as he smacked his forehead, as if coming to a realization. At that moment, at the Sea Goddess Light Assessment site, Wang Qiu'er ascended step by step. With each stride, beads of sweat formed on her brow, while Xue Bing'er and Xiao Wu watched in admiration as Wang Qiu'er distanced herself from them. Among the group, aside from Su Yu, Wang Qiu'er possessed the greatest talent, and they finally recognized the gap between them. It was a significant difference, yet not insurmountable. Wang Qiu'er squinted as she continued to pursue her distant goal. The sea god observed Wang Qiu'er's relentless ascent, a smile creeping onto his face. He had indeed been correct, for this girl possessed remarkable perseverance. He was genuinely pleased with this successor. Tang San, with a smile, snuffed out the life of the child before him. Delighting in the sadistic pleasure reflected in the master's eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This sensation enveloped his mind and body. As the blue-silver grass gradually drained the life force from the corpse in his grasp, which he then discarded towards the master. The master stared blankly at the disciple before him, gazing at the lifeless body in his hands, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes. His child had unexpectedly perished, slain by his own disciple, a disciple he had once taken great pride in. He could not bear the reality, and suddenly, Luo Sanpao appeared behind him. Two soul rings manifested around him, signaling an imminent battle with Tang San. "Teacher, are you truly going to strike against your own disciple? It seems you have grown to despise me," he lamented. "Since you harbor such disdain, I shall ensure you embark on your final journey. Rest assured, teacher, after your demise, I will preserve your head so that we may remain together for eternity." Tang San's eyes brimmed with a profound intent to kill, mingled with a hint of distortion. The master gazed at Tang San, sorrow evident in his expression. This illustrious figure, a paragon among soul masters, was to be felled by his own disciple, a tragic fate indeed. "Xiao San, in these years of silence, I have come to realize my errors. Take my life if you must, but I shall not relent. Come fort." The two soul rings behind the master flickered, and a projectile shot forth from Luo Sanpao, hurtling towards Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San brandished the Haotian hammer, appearing before the master in an instant, and struck down with all his might. At the moment of impact, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. "Farewell, teacher." The master's body was obliterated beneath the Haotian hammer. "Xiao San, I am sorry," the master murmured, sorrow and regret flickering in his eyes as he faced death. Tang San listened to his teacher's final whispers, tears cascading down his cheeks. He had now lost all his kin. "O teacher, should there be a next life, I would not wish to be your student again." With those words, he summoned his soul power, and the master's head appeared in his grasp, blood staining his hands, rendering him a ghastly sight that would surely terrify any onlooker. Moments later, Tang San secured the master's head within his soul guide and ascended into the air, soaring into the distance. "Next, it shall be Su Yu. I will torment you thoroughly. Had it not been for you, I would not find myself in this predicament. If only you had not resisted, I would have gained camaraderie and the protection of family, basking in the envy of friends. Yet because of you I have lost everything, and thus you must die." Floating in the air, Tang San began to mutter incoherently, his mind fraying. Chapter 230. The Schemes of the Gods. At this moment, Su Yu remained blissfully unaware that his adversary, the seemingly inconsequential Tang San, was preparing to confront him. Su Yu was still on Sea God Island, relishing the warmth of the sun upon the sandy beach, which filled him with immense joy. He found this lifestyle quite satisfactory. However, with the Creator God residing within him, idleness was not an option. The Creator God's power far surpassed that of the God King, piquing Su Yu's interest. Shielding his face from the sun, he began to contemplate his next steps. "Well, it's time to get up and resume my training. I'm only at level 75, but with the Creator's power, my progress is indeed rapid." Rising from his beach chair, he gathered his belongings, donned his attire, and made his way to his quarters. Has that fellow Luo Sha started again? The god of Shura frowned upon receiving reports from below. "Indeed, Lord Shura, The god of Luo Sha has chosen a successor and has already obliterated the city of slaughter. He has also vanquished numerous powerful beings from Douluo Dalu and is heading towards the life goddess's successor. Hearing this, the expression of the god of Shura shifted slightly. He is going after Su Yu. This cannot be allowed. Very well, you may go. I have matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed his subordinate and vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the Divine Realm Council, summoning all the law-enforcing gods and god kings. As soon as the message was dispatched, several figures materialized, all wearing expressions of confusion as they regarded the god of Shura. Shura, what troubles you? I was deep in meditation when you summoned me, grumbled the god of destruction, irritated at being disturbed. Yes, Shura, what is it that demands our attention? Inquired the evil god king, equally perplexed, nodding for Shura to proceed. The god of Shura was not one for superfluous words. He gestured, and documents appeared on the tables before the four gods. Although they were somewhat bewildered, the gods suppressed their curiosity and began to scrutinize the materials presented. Upon finishing, the good god king exhaled deeply, her expression darkening. She abhorred bloodshed, and like the life goddess, felt unsettled by Tang San's actions. This Tang San possesses remarkable talent. Yet under Luo Sha's influence, he has transformed entirely, his nature now cruel beyond measure. Can Su Yu truly contend with him? She inquired anxiously. While she believed Tang San deserved his fate, she worried about Su Yu's current status as merely a soul saint, questioning whether he could withstand such a formidable opponent. Tang San has felled so many powerful beings. He must possess extraordinary attributes. Su Yu's strength is ultimately insufficient. Were Su Yu to ascend to Soul Douluo, I would have no concerns. Rest assured, the safety of this young man is not a matter for worry. He wields a unique flame, one I have yet to encounter. Even the fire god's flames pale in comparison to his. The god of destruction interjected, arms crossed, his expression unchanged. He, being the spouse of the life goddess, was well aware of Su Yu's situation. With a deft movement, the god of destruction summoned a vision within the minds of the assembly, revealing Su Yu's experiment with the three-colored fire lotus. The gods widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed the terrifying energy fluctuations. Su Yu's prowess was truly shocking, far beyond their expectations. Is this truly the soul power of that lad? You cannot be jesting. He unleashes such devastation at over 70 levels. The good god king expressed her disbelief as she beheld Su Yu obliterating an entire hill. Thus, we need not fret about this young man's safety. What we should consider is the potential ramifications should he slay Luo Sha's successor, leading to the destabilization of Luo Sha's divine position. What then shall we do? The god of destruction pressed, his demeanor serious. Though he commanded the principle of destruction, he harbored no affinity for violence, particularly towards gods who thrived on bloodshed like Luo Sha, whom he detested. Let it be, as long as the creator god returns. The loss of a first-tier god is but a trivial matter. The malevolent deity, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. His expression remained unchanged, calm, and composed, as he directly determined the fate of a first-level god. His decision met with no opposition. The gods present did not believe that a first-level deity could possibly possess value comparable to that of the creator god. If it were another first-level deity, they might have attempted to persuade him. But in the case of Luo Cha, it was a lost cause, as no one in the divine realm harbored any fondness for him. After the discussion concluded, the assembly of gods dispersed. At this moment on Douluo Dalu, Tang San arrived in Tiano City, observing the city's bustling prosperity. A flicker of hatred emerged in his eyes. He stepped forward, moving swiftly into the city, catching the gate guards off guard. His teacher was dead, and the whereabouts of Su Yu were currently unknown. It was said that he had a good relationship with the prince, Xue Qinghe. It was time to seek him out. As night descended, Qianren Xue sat cross-legged on her bed. With each breath, the soul power of the world flowed into her being. A faint, ethereal, holy light emanated from her, a manifestation of the essence of ultimate radiance. Be cautious, young one. The descendant of the angel god is within this city. Her power is nearing that of a tidal daw. You must be wary, as her attributes are particularly restraining to you. Tang San, who had been walking through the streets, suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he absorbed the words echoing in his mind. He would not allow anyone to hold dominion over him. That person must perish. Teacher, where is that individual? Tang San whispered, his gaze cold and flickering with resolve. If someone posed a threat to him, they could not be spared. Naturally, the Luocha god could not deter Tang San's determination. Rather, he found great satisfaction in his disciples' alignment with his intentions. Chapter 231. Tang San schemed. Tang San strolled through Tiando City, appearing like an ordinary person, yet every cell in his body was taut with tension. It felt as though he would retaliate at the slightest provocation. Ever since Luocha had informed him that someone was watching, his body had remained rigid, particularly in the presence of the angel god's descendant. His teacher had told him that the angel god was the legacy spirit of the Wuhuan temple. If she were to strike, Tang San must ensure her capture. His mother had fallen victim to the descendant of the angel god. Perhaps this descendant in Tiando City was connected to the murderer of his mother. If that were the case, there was no reason to spare her. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tang San advanced towards the prince's residence, determined that today would mark the demise of Xue Qinghe and anyone associated with Su Yu. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles. All his concerns dissipated. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of any presence, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The more profound the silence, the more somber Tang San's demeanor became. It was roughly 2 in the morning, and the stillness did not surprise Tang San. Most people would have long since retired for the night. However, the absence of any soul masters struck him as peculiar. Soul masters were not like ordinary folk. Their absence raised alarms within him, honed by his experiences in the city of slaughter. At the prince's residence, Qianrenxue lifted a cup of tea as if awaiting something. If she succeeded today, she would return to the Wuhuan temple to accept her inheritance. She had dispersed her subordinates and hidden a significant number of soul masters within the Tiando imperial palace, including 3 titled Douluo. Once she eliminated Xue Yi, she could depart, with the Wuhuan temple sending individuals to take over. According to information her grandfather had acquired from the angel god, Su Yu had already received the inheritance of a deity, reportedly that of the goddess of life. Moreover, he had journeyed to Sea God Island, accompanied by a young girl who had also obtained the sea god's inheritance. That girl, like herself, possessed a spirit fusion technique. If she did not grow stronger, how could she possibly compete with that girl for Su Yu? With this thought, she clenched her fists. She had no intention of relinquishing Su Yu, for possessing a spirit fusion technique indicated their compatibility. She was confident in her allure, having yet to encounter a woman whose beauty surpassed hers. Even Wang Qiu'er, whom she regarded as equal in appearance, was not a true threat. Regardless, she would not abandon Su Yu. Her only genuine rival was Wang Qiu'er. All other girls paled in comparison to her. However, Wang Qiu'er held an advantage. Having grown up alongside Su Yu, their bond a potential weakness for Qianrenxue. Tang San scaled the walls of the prince's residence and slipped inside, expanding his spiritual perception. A violet glow emanated from his eyes. He swiftly pinpointed a direction and moved like a specter toward it. At that moment, Tang San engaged in continuous communication with the Luocha god in his mind, his eyes glimmering with confusion and disbelief. A grand scheme rapidly took shape in his thoughts. Just moments ago, the Luocha god had revealed to him that the descendant of the angel god was indeed in Xue Qinghe's chamber. Based on his recent expansion of spiritual power, it was evident that the room contained only Xue Qinghe. Why then did it indicate the presence of the angel god's heir? The only plausible explanation was that many years prior, the Wuhuan temple had already killed Xue Qinghe and replaced him with one of their own. According to Tang San's knowledge, before Xue Qinghe ascended, a tragic incident had befallen his brothers, leaving only the least threatening, Xue Bing. The Wuhuan temple had orchestrated a cunning plan, laying the groundwork years in advance. What a formidable organization! Yet, this also presented an opportunity for Tang San. If he could eliminate her and make it appear as though it were unnoticed, he could assume her identity. This would allow him to dismantle the Wuhuan temple and confront Su Yu without arousing suspicion. Tang San narrowed his eyes, excitement flickering across his face as he transformed into a ghostly figure. As he approached Shui Qinghe's chamber, a figure suddenly leapt forth. Clad in a white robe, wielding a golden longsword. With a serious expression, he regarded Tang San, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he launched himself at Tang San. The longsword sliced through the air, emanating a searing heat as it closed in on Tang San. Tang San's expression shifted as he summoned the Haotian hammer, colliding forcefully with the longsword. The impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily into a building and causing it to collapse around him. Debris buried Tang San beneath the rubble. Qian Rinxue hovered in the air, her expression darkening. She had sensed a surge of spiritual energy sweeping towards her. Initially suspecting a mistake, she soon realized her error. Someone had indeed approached her chamber undetected. Reflecting on this, Qian Rinxue's demeanor shifted, and she concentrated a massive amount of solar energy in her longsword, poised to strike. Teacher, are you saying that the weapon in that person's hand is a divine artifact? Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes, reddened by the bloodshed, narrowed into slits. Indeed, it was the angelic holy sword, the weapon of the god of angels. At present, you lack the possibility of matching it. However, you might still have a chance against that girl, as she is merely at the realm of Ichlo. The Rakshasa god pondered for a moment and directly summoned a force from within Tang San, a spectral purple energy coalescing around him to form a suit of armor. The voice of angelic judgment resonated from above, a beam of light descending fiercely towards Tang San. In that instant, the ruins erupted and a silhouette sprang forth, clad in armor and wielding the Haotian hammer, which emanated an aura of terrifying malevolence. The Haotian hammer, wielded like a whirlwind, pivoted around his waist, channeling his entire strength towards Shenrenxie. This strike distorted the very fabric of space, causing Shenrenxie to change her countenance and hastily defend herself. Chapter 232. Battle. Shenrenxie quickly attempted to block the attack, but only managed to mitigate a fraction of its power, still being sent hurtling backward. Tang San's expression remained unchanged as he summoned the blue silvergrass, seemingly intending to employ a strategy against Yin Jun. However, as soon as the blue silvergrass emerged, Tang San's countenance shifted once more. A formidable flame surged from Tang. Though not as terrifying as, it was nonetheless an extreme fire, effortlessly incinerating the blue silvergrass as if it were mere plaything. Tang San exhaled deeply, his Haotian hammer expanding in size, his aura intensifying to a peak. Haotian hammer. As a disciple of the Haotian sect, you truly are as resilient as a cockroach. I never anticipated that Sur would fail to eliminate all of you, but fear not, for I shall end you now. Shenrenxie emerged slowly from the ruins, her body enveloped in golden flames of the utmost purity, distorting the very space around her. The intensity of Tang's flames was formidable, yet neither of the two present displayed any hesitation. Tang San merely furrowed his brow before regaining his composure. In comparison to Thu's flames, Shenrenxi's were trivial, akin to a minor character compared to a grand one, utterly incomparable. Nonetheless, Tang San remained vigilant, a trait honed amidst the bloodshed in the city of slaughter. When hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort, let alone against another person. The Spirit Hall has devised a cunning strategy, successfully swapping the Empire's crown prince without detection. It is indeed a terrifying power. Your actions compel even my admiration. Tang San's words were laced with appreciation, yet the chilling intent in his eyes remained unchanged. Shenrenxie gazed at the young man before her, a look of realization dawning upon her. So it is you, Tang San. I cannot believe you survived. Your father has perished. Yet you remain. I still recall the scene from the Grand Tournament when you battled to, easily defeated Bisu, and rescued by your father. I presumed you had succumbed, but it appears you have recovered well. Alas, your father, he is no more, reduced to mere ashes. Shenrenxie's smile revealed a hint of mockery, her tone dripping with derision. Tang San's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air as his expression darkened. Unable to contain himself any longer, he transformed the Haotian hammer into a massive weapon and hurled it toward Shenrenxie. Chenring Xie remained unfazed, wielding the angelic holy sword, striking down with ferocity. The sword radiating an aura of terrifying sanctity. Upon their collision, the sacred aura began to purify the malevolent energy emanating from the Haotian hammer. In the divine realm, the Rakshasa god-s expression shifted as he summoned a deep, ominous energy that surged towards the lower realm, breaking through barriers and descending. Meanwhile, the god of angels opened her beautiful eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she sensed her descendant contending against the inheritance of the Rakshasa. The unexpected use of a trump card by the Rakshasa was surprising, yet since it had been employed, she too would unleash her power. Golden light shimmered upon the god of angels' forehead, and the angelic mark on Ansha's brow began to pulsate rapidly as she experienced a swift breakthrough in her power. Levels rose quickly, and even the soul rings behind Cheng Shi began to materialize. Tang San's expression shifted as he witnessed this, and soon he was astounded to find a divine artifact materializing in his hand, the Rakshas's divine scythe. The Rakshas's scythe glimmered with powerful demonic energy, making it evident that it was not a benign weapon. Yet Tang San was undeterred. He feared nothing as long as he could grow stronger. "Come, let us engage in battle," he bellowed, charging towards Feng Shi with the divine artifact in hand. Chenrong Xie did not speak, but reacted swiftly, rushing towards Tang San. The clash of the two divine artifacts caused the surrounding space to warp violently. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, the snake speared Douluo Continent flying, looking down upon him with disdain. "Poison Douluo, your strength is indeed commendable, yet before the three of us titled Douluo, you stand little chance of victory." Confidence radiated from the snake spear Douluo, while Poison Douluo was formidable. Facing them was a daunting task, especially against a group. At that moment, the expression on the face grew grim as the poison gas emanating from him began to spread. However, the expression of the nearby bloodstabber remained unchanged as he consumed all of Douluo's toxic gas in one gulp. On Sea God Island, Sur leisurely opened his eyes. Letting out a sigh, he raised his fist, feeling the long-dormant power within him swell. Perhaps it is time to return to the mainland. My growth here on Sea God Island may be limited. I should seek out the old man. With a sigh, Sui made his way towards the depths of Sea God Island. "Old man, I plan to leave. Will you return to the mainland with me?" Sui inquired, glancing at the elder before him, contemplating the possibility of companionship. "Forget it. I have only 2 old friends left. I shall remain here. You should leave on your own." The elder shook his head, deciding to stay behind. "Is that so?" Sur sighed again and turned away, accepting that if the elder chose to remain, he would too, as long as he stayed safe. In the future, once he ascended to godhood, he would assist the elder in finding a divine position to inherit. After all, the elder's talents were exceptional, and he would feel at ease when the time came. Suyur did not leave immediately. Instead, he made his way to the assessment location of the sea god's light, silently observing the women as they continued to climb. It was only when they descended that Suyur approached them. "Everyone, gather around. I know you are all weary, but I must express my intentions. I plan to return to the mainland, as I have reached a plateau in my abilities." Suyu's voice resonated loudly, ensuring that all present could hear him. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Wang Qiu'er clenched her small fists and raised her head in disbelief, gazing at him. Chapter 323. The Angel's Inheritance Brother. "Are you truly going back?" Wang Qiu'er, though reluctant to see Suyu depart, understood the necessity for his growth. "Indeed, I have come specifically to bid you all farewell." Suyu's tone was gentle, showing no sign of impatience despite Wang Qiu'er's questioning. The other women, observing Suyu's earnest demeanor, comprehended that his words were sincere. "Qiu'er, do not be disheartened. Suyu must cultivate. If he remains here, he cannot grow stronger, just as you cannot stagnate," Shui Binger remarked, noticing Wang Qiu'er's melancholic expression. She approached and gently ruffled Wang Qiu'er's hair. "Sister Binger, I am not one to disregard reason. I am merely feeling a bit sentimental," Wang Qiu'er replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Ah, Qiu'er," Suyu said, his expression unchanged as he reached out to affectionately pat her head, caressing her soft hair with a fond smile. "Little one, you must strive to grow stronger. In the future, once we ascend to divinity, we shall attain eternal life, and perhaps raise a few little ones together, remaining united for eternity. Suyu embraced Wang Qiuer's delicate form and whispered tenderly to her. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. "Brother, do not be lazy, or I shall not let you off easily." Suyu squinted playfully and playfully nibbled on Wang Qiuer's ear before releasing her. "Well then, since we have said our goodbyes, I shall take my leave." Suyu shook his head and, amidst the reluctant gazes of the others, soared into the sky, leaving behind a bewildered Wang Qiuer and the other women, who gathered around her, noticing the evident blush on her face. "What a remarkable inheritor of the Rakshasa god," Qian Rinxu murmured, a trickle of blood escaping her lips as she eyed Tang San in the distance, tightening her grip on the angelic holy sword. "What a formidable angel inheritor. Had I not reached level 96, I might truly be at a disadvantage." A fierce glint appeared in Qian Rinxu's eyes as she took flight. Heading swiftly away, Tang San was not particularly strong, his form morphing rapidly into that of Xue Qinghe. Upon arriving at the Tiando Palace, Qian Rinxu expanded her mental energy, connecting with the snake spear Douluo. "Withdraw. Today's plan is cancelled," she commanded before soaring away at great speed, showing no hesitation. Her injuries were grave, and she needed to return to the spirit hall for healing. "Withdraw." At her command, the others complied without question, though some were puzzled, and they ascended into the sky. What on earth is happening? Dugu Bo's martial soul gradually dissipated as he observed the departing title Doa, confusion etched across his aged face. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong gazed at her weak daughter, anger flaring in her eyes. However, she remained silent, merely watching Qian Rinxu intently. Suddenly, a figure burst in, his face aged and filled with pain as he looked upon Qian Rinxu. "Swear, what is going on?" The newcomer was indeed Qian Dalu, his expression grave, a murderous aura emanating from him. "Grandfather, I wish to participate in the divine examination," Qian Rinxu stated with unwavering seriousness as she turned to face Qian Dalu. In the spirit city, within the Elder Hall, standing amidst the grandeur of the six-winged angel statue, Qian Rinxu was enveloped in a golden glow. Unlike her previous self, she was no longer merely a supplicant before the statue, but had become the very essence of the hall, akin to the statue itself. "Are you prepared?" An aged yet calm voice inquired. Qian Rinxu lifted her head, revealing her eyes now gleaming with a golden radiance, exuding a divine aura. "Yes, I am ready," she replied, her voice devoid of previous emotion, sounding almost otherworldly. A figure emerged from behind the angel statue, tall and imposing. With his arrival, the previous somberness in his voice transformed into clarity. "My existence is to await this day. For over a century, I have anticipated this moment. Follow me." This was Qian Daolu, now devoid of his former gentleness towards Qian Rinxu, his demeanor strictly serious. A burst of light enveloped him, and 9 soul rings arrayed perfectly around him, accompanied by 3 pairs of pure white wings, the manifestation of his martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Aside from the wings, his form was shrouded in gold, though it lacked the same brilliance as Qian Rinxu's. Yet, as his martial soul was unleashed, he supplanted Qian Rinxu and the angel statue as the focal point of the Elder Hall. A diamond-shaped golden gem appeared on Qian Daoliu's forehead, and before one could comprehend, he was already before the angel statue. A unique golden light emanated from the gem, illuminating the statue's brow. Instantly, a golden vortex formed at the statue's brow, causing it to shudder slightly. Observing this, Qian Rinxu, with her eyes fully golden, displayed a hint of astonishment, clearly witnessing something unprecedented. "Child, come with me." Qian Daolu beckoned to Qian Rinxu, then abruptly surged forward, his body hurtling toward the massive angel statue. Though Qian Rinxu did not unleash her martial soul, her form effortlessly floated, trailing closely behind Qian Daolu as they collided with the statue. In an extraordinary turn of events, when Qian Daoliu's body impacted the colossal figure, there was no violent crash. Rather, it was as if he had penetrated a layer of water, vanishing in a flash of light. Qian Rinxu followed suit, merging into the statue alongside her grandfather. The vortex at the statue's brow gradually faded, and the ethereal sensation dissipated, restoring tranquility as Qian Dalu and Qian Renshue vanished within the enveloping golden light. Chapter 3:24. The anomaly of the Tiando Empire surrounded by golden radiance. Qian Renshue realized she had entered a peculiar realm. An overwhelming warmth enveloped her, and everything around her appeared surreal, with shimmering golden ripples resembling a tunnel of condensed light. Qian Dalu led the way, guiding Qian Renshue forward. It seemed as though a century had passed. Suddenly, the surroundings became distinctly clear, the ephemeral sensation dissipated, and a sense of reality returned. Qian Renshue, astonished, found herself and her grandfather within a grand hall. Upon their arrival, she immediately perceived the hall's extraordinary nature. Enveloped by an endless night sky dotted with countless stars, the hall appeared to float amidst this celestial expanse. The structure was hexagonal, supported by 6 enormous golden pillars, devoid of walls, with everything around them dissolving into the void. Intricate and peculiar patterns, resembling angelic feathers, were etched onto the ground, the ceiling, and upon the majestic pillars themselves. At the center of the hall stood a 3-meter-tall statue of an angel, identical to the one within the Elder Hall, albeit significantly smaller. This angelic figure, however, was not golden but rather a dull, gray hue. Before the statue lay a similarly gray, long sword thrust into the ground, while 6 wings unfurled gracefully behind it, appearing remarkably lifelike. "Grandfather, where is this place?" Qian Renshue's voice, now tinged with human emotion, echoed in the peculiar realm. Qian Daoliu's face displayed an enigmatic smile as he declared, "This is the true angel temple, the sacred site of angelic inheritance. Child, come here," he beckoned. Without hesitation, Qian Renshue approached him, and at that moment, the god of angels revealed a smile. It appeared that her talent was commendable. The inferior inheritance would not suffice. At the very least, she was destined for a superior legacy, ensuring her strength would amplify upon ascending to divinity. With a solemn smile, Qian Daolu reiterated, "This is indeed the true angel temple, the place of angelic inheritance. Shuer, come here." As he spoke, he motioned for her to approach. Guided by Qian Daolu, Qian Renshue stood before the angelic statue, and he took her hand, gazing at the diamond-shaped golden gemstone that had also manifested on her forehead. "You shall restore the brilliance of this place, bringing the angels back to the mortal realm. Here, you commence your inheritance, and it is where you shall genuinely inherit the status of the angel god, stepping into divinity. The continent has not witnessed a god for countless years. You shall inevitably become the strongest on the continent, leading the martial soul empire to its zenith." As Qian Daoliu's words resonated, Qian Renshue's eyes sparkled with burgeoning brilliance, a fervent glimmer igniting within her golden irises. In that moment, her previously tranquil heart began to stir with fervor. A golden radiance, encompassing the essence of heaven and earth, enveloped her entirely. Qian Renshue's body levitated amidst the golden light, exuding an ineffable sanctity. Qian Daoliu's eyes brimmed with excitement and hope for his granddaughter, the most gifted individual of the Qian family in millennia. The moment of truth had arrived. Would she succeed in her inheritance? Under the watchful gaze of Qian Daolu, the golden radiance intensified, and the golden angelic holy sword materialized, leaving a shimmering silhouette etched in the air. "The 9 trials of angels, the inheritance begins." An ethereal and grand voice resonated from above. Upon hearing this proclamation, Qian Daoliu's countenance quaked with fervor. "Shuer has succeeded. She truly has succeeded. The 9 trials of angels. She is destined to become the future angel god." In that instant, a tremor of elation surged through Qian Daoliu's entire being. "My granddaughter is the future angel god. How splendid! My lifelong wish has finally been realized. Once she completes the trials, she will ascend to true divinity." Meanwhile, Suyu had returned to the Tiando Empire. Observing the peculiar anomalies within the empire, he narrowed his eyes in curiosity. The atmosphere of the Tiando Empire felt unsettlingly altered. he discovered that colossal structures had risen beside the martial soul halls in the center of every city. With his mental prowess, he sensed a considerable amount of resentment emanating from these edifices. This aura had the capacity to induce hallucinations and manipulate certain individuals. Su Yu, perplexed by these structures, ventured into Tiando City. As he entered the capital, his pupils contracted in shock upon encountering a wanted poster bearing a face he knew all too well, his own. How could this be? His relationship with Qian Renxue was amicable. Why was he being sought after? Du Feng, puzzled, entered the city, utilizing his speed to evade the watchful eyes of the guards. Despite being merely a soul sage, his swiftness surpassed that of many titled Dalu, especially with the creation power flowing within him. In the prince's manor, Tang San, disguised as Xue Qinghe, licked his lips, savoring the remnants of blood at the corner of his mouth. An eerie smile crept across his face, sending chills down one's spine. At last, you have arrived. It has been several years since our last meeting. Now, I simply need to eliminate Su Yu and ensnare the Night Emperor. Then, the entire Tiando Empire will be mine, and with my poison, the whole world shall bow to me. Rising slowly from his bed, Tang San's expression morphed into one of geniality as he strolled towards the outer hall. Upon entering the heart of the city, Su Yu was astounded by the overwhelming resentment he sensed, now palpable and real. What on earth is happening? As the heir of the angels, Qian Renxue would never allow such occurrences. While it may not directly concern me, the loss of life in Tiando City is simply unacceptable. Offering a silent tribute to the fallen, Su Yu strode purposefully towards the prince's manor. Instead of entering through the main gate, he scaled the walls, feeling an instinctive unease about the current state of the Tiando Empire. He wondered about Qian Renshue's well-being. Once inside, he swiftly made his way to her chamber, moving with utmost stealth to avoid detection. Chapter 325. The Battle with Tang San. Su Yu moved cautiously and quietly, ensuring that no one detected his presence as he approached the door of Xue Qinghe's room. He was familiar with her quarters, having once stayed at the prince's manor where they shared drinks and conversation. Upon reaching the door, he was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. What could this mean? Why was there such an overwhelming presence of malevolent energy outside Qian Renshue's room? Su Yu's pupils constricted, his face darkening. Qian Renxue could never engage in such actions. It seemed she was indeed in trouble. If she were to commit such acts, it would be a path to self-destruction. For the angel god would never grant inheritance to one who revels in slaughter. Ah, you finally arrived. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. It has been several years since we last met. A haunting voice emanated from within the room as Su Yu pondered his situation. A figure emerged, moving languidly from the shadows, causing Su Yu's heart to tremble in disbelief. How did you come to be here? And what has become of Qian Renxue? What have you done to him? Su Yu's expression darkened as he spoke, gripping a purple divine spear that emanated a fierce aura. You, of all people, worry about others? Without further ado, Su Yu raised his hand and unleashed a shot, the spear shimmering with terrifying energy, instantly reducing the area where Tang San stood to ruins. In that moment, the destruction spear in Su Yu's grasp radiated immense power, prompting a serious expression from Tang San as he witnessed the terrifying force unleashed effortlessly. He too summoned the Haoyan hammer. With a thunderous roar, Tang San leaped into the air, wielding the hammer with great force as he aimed it at Su Yu. A light smile graced Su Yu's face as the spear's tip met the Haoyan hammer with a resounding clash. The ensuing explosion transformed the surrounding area into a wasteland. The entire Tiando city awakened from its slumber amidst the chaos, and Douluo, the only titled Dalu of Tiando, rushed towards the battlefield. Su Yu's marksmanship was bold and unrestrained. Several times, his spear nearly pierced through the Haoyan hammer, threatening Tang San directly. Yet, Tang San remained unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of panic. He understood that he had yet to unleash his full potential. He was no longer the young man easily defeated by Su Yu in the past. With a ferocious downward strike of the Haoyan hammer, he forced Su Yu to retreat. Tang San's demeanor was grave, filled with a murderous intent. Suddenly, He opened his mouth and expelled a silver needle. Suyu managed to evade the silver needle, but the Haotian hammer came crashing towards him. He was sent flying, hurtling out of the prince's residence and crashing onto the street, creating a large crater upon impact. "You brat, how did you come flying out of the prince's residence?" Douluo, arriving just in time, witnessed Suyu's plight. Suyu's expression was somewhat grim. It was the first time in many years he had been so thoroughly bested, and a sense of exhilaration surged within him. 5 divine artifacts appeared behind him, embodying the mightiest principles of heaven and earth, their terrifying energy causing even Douluo, who had just advanced to rank 90, to tremble involuntarily. Such an overwhelming aura emanates from this boy. His power likely surpasses my own. Truly monstrous, Douluo mused, his expression peculiar as Suyu rose. Charging toward the prince's residence, the 5 divine artifacts swirling around him. Enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light, he felt his wounds heal, while the energies of destruction, slaughter, and malevolence caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. A surge of purple energy manifested within Suyu's being, creation power. At that moment, the Azura god in Tang San's mind began to screech, and his expression hardened. "Boy, run. This is creation power. If you don't escape now, you might meet your demise." Before Tang San could react, a blood-red sword surged toward him, piercing through the air with lethal intent. Upon seeing the blade, Tang San's expression darkened with resentment. He recalled being thrown back when he had recently emerged from the city of slaughter. "Well played, Suyu. So you were orchestrating this all along? What a despicable fellow." Tang San summoned the Rakshasa scythe, striking fiercely against the Azura bloodsword. The purple glow illuminated the sky as Tang San felt a wave of death wash over him. "Tang San, do you still wish to flee? Under the shadow of creation power, escape is impossible." Suyu's speed surged, closing the distance between them. The purple light enveloping Tang San. As the purple light enveloped him, it began to sear Tang San's flesh, causing him to scream in agony as he spat forth black blood. "What a terrifying individual you are, Suyu. Today, I can see that you are indeed formidable. But I am not weak either." The purple Rakshasa scythe cleaved through space, appearing before Suyu in an instant. "Sujudi mandan fast," directing the Azura blood sword towards Tang San's arm. Gazing at the approaching Azura blood sword, Tang San's eyes glimmered with determination. He resolved to deliver a decisive blow. The Rakshasa scythe struck Suyu's chest with ferocity, sending him soaring backward, while the Azura blood sword cleaved through Tang San's arm, severing it completely. Tang San's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Very well, Suyu. I shall remember this. When we meet again, it will be a clash between the Rakshasa god and the god of life." Tang San disregarded his severed arm and fled into the distance, his decisiveness causing Suyu to draw a sharp breath. This opponent was becoming increasingly formidable. Indeed, he was worthy of being the original protagonist. Chapter 326, Fishing. With a flick of his wrist, Suyu unleashed a flame that consumed Tang San's severed arm. The Ioa quickly turned it to ash, leaving behind only a faint scent of charred flesh. Tang San, truly an indomitable spirit, a formidable adversary. Suyu shook his head and stepped outside the prince's residence. As he exited, Douluo rushed in, aware that the creation power had momentarily overwhelmed him. Now that Suyu had reigned in his aura, he seemed to be in no grave danger. The prince's Shueqinghe was impersonated by someone else. That person is Tang San, who has fallen into the ranks of the Evil Soul Masters and become a titled Douluo. Suyu did not dismiss Douluo, instead patiently explaining the situation and detailing the building at the city center. That structure, the prince claimed, was for monitoring the Wuhuan Hall, but it seems it served a far more sinister purpose. Douluo's expression turned grim as a revered elder of the Tiando Empire. His interests were closely tied to its fate. "Understood. I will report this to Emperor Shuiyi. Suyu, without your insight, we might have fallen victim to Tang San's deception. Once I inform the emperor, I will certainly request a reward for you." Douluo nodded solemnly, and Suyu did not decline. However, Tang San's rapid advancement and his deep-seated animosity were concerning. He cannot be allowed to remain, Douluo thought. observing Suyu lost in contemplation. This young man was no longer someone he could afford to offend. In truth, he had never been. Very well, Elder Douluo. I must take my leave. You manage this matter as you see fit, and we can discuss any rewards later. With that, Suyu soared into the air, pursuing the direction in which Tang San had fled. His speed was astonishing, and with the augmentation of the Sanshin Leidong, he seemed to penetrate space itself, swiftly traversing through the shards of reality as he soared towards the distance. Observing Suyu's retreating figure, a look of shock emerged on his face. This terrifying velocity was nothing short of monstrous. The rate at which this young man grew stronger was indeed formidable. Douluo let out a sigh, reflecting on his decades of existence and cultivation, while this lad, at most 17 years old and having practiced for merely a decade, had already surpassed him, who had devoted a lifetime to his training. Such a remarkable talent for cultivation was truly enviable. Shaking his head, Douluo made his way toward the Tiando Palace, aware that this night would be anything but tranquil. The battle between Suyu and Tang San had utterly shattered the calm of Tiando City by day, prompting a flurry of discussions among the powerful. Within a dark cave, Tang San gazed at his severed arm, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. That despicable foe had added yet another grievance to their enmity. Is there any way for my arm to be restored? Tang San pondered, questioning the Rakshasa god in his mind. Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, the Rakshasa god responded without hesitation. He did not wish to lose this disciple. However, opposing the heir of the goddess of life was somewhat unwise, given her significant background. In the divine realm, he was not favored by other gods. He understood that he was likely one of the less liked deities. It seemed he would need to counsel Tang San, as he did not want to be embroiled in trouble, despite his high regard for this disciple. So you just wait. After acquiring a secret technique from the Rakshasa god, Tang San gritted his teeth. His arm, previously severed by the Azura blood sword, began to sprout flesh anew. The vitality within him surged toward the wound, and before long, a pale arm had miraculously reformed. As the arm regained its form, Tang San's complexion paled slightly. He moved his arm a few times, finding it satisfactory, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's healed. This is truly marvelous. With this secret technique, even if I wish to perish in the future, it may prove difficult. A smile of joy spread across Tang San's face as he stood up, wielding the Rakshasa demon scythe, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through the cave, rendering it asunder. In the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xia hurled the cup in his hand to the ground, his eyes aflame with a fierce crimson hue, exuding a palpable aura of malice. Fengji, the Qibao Glaze sect, will receive the Empire's full support for capturing Tang San. Ning Fengji, seated not far from Emperor Xia, silently sipped his tea, nodding in acknowledgement. Whoever captures Tang San shall be granted a noble title and a soul bone, the Emperor declared before closing his eyes. Suddenly, Suyu, soaring through the skies, came to a halt, standing in bewilderment as the previously silent system in his mind began to speak. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the grand narrative. Tang San is now wanted, inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and has gained 10 fishing opportunities. Suyu's expression shifted, and he promptly opened the system panel. The system displayed success. Host, Suyu age, 17 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 75 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Earth rank skills. Radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption. Beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin earth treader. Qilin shadow strike. Qilin true form pet. Ain blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett. Passion pill X172. 100,000 gold coins. Illusion pill X10. Special version of herbicide. Enhanced passion pill X66. Abstinence pill X99. Bicycle. Special passion pill X88. 8 extremities collapse. Recovery pill. White vinegar power level. Upper fishing opportunities. 10 evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, and you possess the power of creation. The future of divinity is not your limit. The system commenced fishing. Ding! Fishing initiated. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a fishing rod. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Xian Shui Dan. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Fallen Heart Flame. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Imperial Heart Sutra. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a complete comic set. Su Yu's expression brightened as he turned his gaze to the system storage. Upon seeing the flame, his countenance changed dramatically. The Fallen Heart Flame was indeed a human-shaped cheat. Chapter 227. Progress on Sea God Island. Su Yu sought a secluded spot, entering it, and the Fallen Heart Flame appeared in his hand. Enveloped in a unique energy, Su Yu felt a surge of joy as he activated the power of creation within him. As the power manifested, it mingled with the Yi Hua, rushing into his body. The overwhelming energy waves collided within Su Yu, who diligently employed the burning decision to refine the essence of the Fallen Heart Flame, assimilating its energy into his own. Rank 14th. The Fallen Heart Flame was not exceptionally high, certainly not comparable to the top 10, yet it possessed a special function: cheating. Once refined, it would continuously enhance his soul power and divine power, rendering them extraordinarily pure. With the assistance of the burning decision, Qingli and Earth Fire, and Beast Spirit Fire, the Fallen Heart Flame was rapidly refined. Su Yu's cultivation level surged swiftly to level 76, then 77, and finally 78. Before long, he had made significant progress, narrowing his eyes as he savored the experience. This feels delightful. I've reached level 79. After completely refining the Fallen Heart Flame, he broke through once more, attaining level 79, tantalizingly close to level 80. If only there had been a bit more energy, he could have surpassed the Soul Douluo, but alas, there was only so much to draw from. On Sea God Island, traversing through the woods and scaling hills, Wang Qiu'er and the other women followed closely behind Poseidon, passing through nearly every terrain within the island. Poseidon soared gracefully into the air, resembling a bird in flight, ascending a towering peak that stood hundreds of meters high. This rocky summit bore no vegetation and was entirely dark. The height posed no challenge to the women, who quickly reached the pinnacle. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were profoundly awestruck. What lay before them was a valley that sank into Sea God Island, bordered by the vast, unending ocean. The valley extended inward from shore, plunging several hundred meters. Surrounding them were black rocks, exuding an unyielding hardness akin to steel beneath their feet. Yet, it was not merely the expansive ocean that astonished the women. It was the magnificent spectacle of crashing waves within the valley that truly captivated them. Unbeknownst to many, the tranquil waters outside the Haishan Dao transform into tumultuous waves upon entering this valley, with towering crests reaching heights of nearly 100 meters, crashing violently against the rocks beneath them. The grandeur of nature evokes a profound sense of awe, rendering every individual speechless. In comparison to the vast ocean, they felt insignificantly small. This is the site of your third examination, known as Nu Lang Ju Jing, one of the remarkable spectacles of Haishan Dao. Even formidable sea spirits like the Mo Honda by Sha would never venture here, making it a rare sanctuary devoid of sea spirits. Do you know the origin of this sunken valley? Is it not shaped by the relentless battering of the waves? Wang Qiu'er inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked to Pasai Shi. Pasai Shi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, and before Wang Qiu'er could express her astonishment, Pasai Shi continued, "You are correct. This valley was indeed formed in such a manner. Through continuous impact, the rocks have been compressed. If given the opportunity, you may wish to test them. The rocks here, having endured prolonged assault, are not only as resilient as tempered steel, but also possess immense density. Your task is to brace yourselves against the waves." After Pasai Shi spoke, her hand moved, and a blue luminescence surged forth from her being. From the previously tranquil sea surface, 6 gray pillars began to rise slowly. Their ascent was rapid, immediately capturing the attention of the women. Atop each pillar, a smaller horizontal column emerged, merging seamlessly with the robust structure, resembling a cross at its zenith. Upon this cross rested 5 gray rings. This is the location of your third examination. I shall remain here to accompany you throughout the assessment. Should anyone find themselves unable to persevere, do not hesitate to call for help. For those in the sixth examination, 4 hours will be allotted. For the seventh, 5 hours. As for you, Pasai's gaze settled on Wang Qiu'er, her voice deliberate. For the 9 challengers of Haishan, 12 hours are required. During the initial phase of the assessment, you may shorten your time, but from this moment forward, for the next 365 days, the average duration spent on the Chunin Zhu must align with what I have just stated. Failure to comply will result in an unsuccessful evaluation. After delivering her words, she turned her attention to the women, her hand gesturing as 6 beams of blue light surged toward them. In an instant, the women felt their bodies lighten, and they gracefully descended, each landing upon a Chun Inju. No sooner had they settled than the sea, free from Pasai's restraint, unleashed a colossal wave, racing toward Wang Qiu'er. In the Xing Luo Empire, Dai Mu Bai had been rendered powerless. Since his return, he had lost all strength. What a detestable fellow. Rest assured, Xiao San, if there is anything I can assist you with, simply ask. I am currently imprisoned, yet I still have connections to draw upon. Dai Mu Bai gazed at Tang San, a serious expression crossing his face. Although he was now incapacitated, he remained part of the royal lineage, still possessing some strength. Dai Lada, there is no need for you to act, but may I seek refuge with you? Tang San sighed as he regarded the fallen Dai Mu Bai, his expression grave. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mu Bai hesitated not a moment, summoning someone forth. Take my brother to a room. The individual said nothing, casting a disdainful glance at Dai Mu Bai before leading Tang San away. Once inside the room, Tang San surveyed his surroundings, exhaling in relief, sensing no further issues. Is there anything else, sir? If not, I shall take my leave. Just as the servant prepared to depart, a pale hand pierced through the servant's body, blood staining Tang San's hand, creating a strikingly sinister appearance. Departing, summoning you here was merely a death sentence. Tang San's face bore disdain as he wiped the blood from his hands, watching as the servant collapsed to the floor. The life force of the body swiftly absorbed. Introduction, arriving in the Douluo Continent and loading a system change. Bloodline, come forth. Elixirs, present yourself. Divine artifacts, manifest. All that is mine, bring it to me.